Welcome to the horror game. I am your guide, and the current scenario is: a man wearing a goat head mask and a black suit opened the yellow book in his hands, flipped through it for a moment, then looked at the group around the round table. The carnival party. Please, enjoy yourselves. I can't believe I've actually arrived at the legendary horror game. Li Liuli furrowed his brows, staring at the strange-looking guide with a low, somber voice. The legends of the horror game flashed in his mind. The horror game would randomly select any person and send them into various scenarios. If they clear the level, they can return to the real world and receive some rewards. But if they fail, they die. And the location will erupt with a bizarre event matching the game's title. For example, the Kagetsu Station or the cat-faced old lady. Thinking of this, Li Liuli suddenly chuckled. This is starting to get interesting. Why was I chosen? Suddenly, a desperate growl came from beside Li Liuli. He turned to look, and a middle-aged man with a bulky frame and a costly watch on his wrist was staring furiously at the goat-headed guide. I lack nothing. I don't need to participate in your game. Let me go now. Sorry, this game randomly selects lucky players, and since you've been chosen, you must participate. The goat-headed guide spread his hands in a helpless gesture. Damn it, I don't care what kind of ridiculous game this is, you won't let me leave? A young man with yellow hair suddenly spoke, pulling a small knife from his hoodie pocket and grinning as he moved towards the guide. I'll see, when I cut off that goat head of yours, will you still be so polite? This player, I must remind you, attacking the guide is a violation of the rules. The goat-headed guide didn't seem scared at all, his small eyes motionless. Screw you. Yellow hair ignored the guide's warning, grabbing the knife with both hands and stabbing towards the guide's ribs. It's over. This guy has narrowed his path. Li Liuli watched the scene unfold without stopping it, merely observing coldly. As expected, the yellow-haired man's knife stabbed into the guide, but unlike normal situations, it didn't sink into the guide's skin. Instead, it made a sharp, screeching sound. What? The yellow-haired man's face changed as he looked at the bent knife in his hand, speaking in disbelief. Oh, I'm sorry, player, you violated the rules. According to the rules, I must conduct a judgment on you. The goat-headed guide's tone was regretful, and then he placed his hands on either side of the yellow-haired man's face. Bang! The red and white viscous liquid suddenly exploded, splattering everywhere, causing several women nearby to scream. Ah! The yellow-haired man's headless body slowly fell to the ground. The room fell silent, no one daring to make a sound. The goat-headed guide suit was stained with the foul-smelling liquid, but he showed no reaction. He turned around and continued speaking, I'm sorry, we've lost a player. Now, please walk through this door and enjoy the game. Only then did the others notice that behind them was an inconspicuous small door. After witnessing the earlier scene, no one dared resist and they numbly moved towards the small door. Including the obese middle-aged man. But there was still one man with a beard who didn't leave. He looked at the goat-headed guide and suddenly asked, Excuse me, are there any rules for this game? Explore it yourself. The party lasts for 1 day, starting from midnight tonight and ending at midnight the next day. The goat-headed guide seemed to smile, his protruding goat's mouth curling up in a terrifying way. Damn it, this is troublesome. The man muttered, and then followed the others out. But Li Liuli was an exception. Player, please hurry and join the game. The guide turned around, and the small eyes on the sheep's head glowed faintly. Li Liuli, however, stood on this thick blood without moving. Suddenly, he laughed and spoke, What if I had money? The so-called guide, to put it bluntly, was the judge for their group. They also had their own performance targets, so they would only help themselves according to the rules, and some of them even had hidden agendas. Why did Li Liuli know so much? Because just a few days ago, he suddenly awakened something called the coin system and received a newbie gift pack. A full 1 billion coins. At first, he didn't know what this meant, and after that, the system vanished without a trace. He only knew that these coins were different from the ones in the real world, they were a universal currency in the horror game. They could be used to buy all kinds of strange items, even terrifying ghosts themselves. Through the system, he also roughly understood how the horror game operated. Although, he didn't like this system of his. The sheep-headed guide was silent for a moment, his voice hoarse, Player, please stop joking. I'm not joking. Li Liuli said, and suddenly several stacks of thick coins appeared in his hands. Here's 1 million, I just need you to help me with a small favor within the rules. Guide, you wouldn't want these coins to disappear if I die, would you? The sheep-headed guide swallowed, this. What? You're saying it's not enough? Li Liuli pretended not to hear clearly and pulled out more stacks of coins. 2 million, is that enough? The sheep-headed guide looked at Li Liuli, the little eyes on the sheep's head turned quickly, and finally, he raised a hand to his chin and cleared his throat. Ahem, you are players, and as your guide, of course, I must do my duty to help you. He bowed to Li Liuli, and his tone softened. 2 million coins was no small amount to him. He had been working as a guide here for so long, but he was still just an ordinary sheep, unable to earn much, let alone buy back his human identity. I like your attitude. Li Liuli nodded in satisfaction and threw the money on the table. As long as you're willing to cooperate, this is small change. Li Liuli's implication was clear, he had plenty more money, and these 2 million meant nothing. Heh, good. The sheep-headed guide laughed, then stretched out his hand to gather the money, counted it briefly, and spoke. After midnight, a waiter will come to the living room, constantly bringing drinks. You must take the drink from his tray before his cup is filled, or he will start killing. The second-floor bathroom can be used to hide from the hide-and-seek minigame starting at midnight, but only 4 people can hide there, the rest of you will have to rely on luck. The swimming pool on the 3rd floor is safe before the minigame starts, there are no rules. Don't go into the room at the end of the 2nd floor, even though it looks safe, the thing living there is terrifying. The garage is dangerous, but it has essential supplies for survival. And finally, the sheep-headed guide looked at Li Liuli and gave a gentlemanly bow. If there are emergencies, you can come find me in the attic of the warehouse on the 3rd floor, you should understand what I mean. He had already started addressing Li Liuli as you, showing the respect he now had for him. Seems like you've been hiding a lot of rules from us. Li Liuli smiled and said, this game must be pretty tough, huh? Ha, you're joking, this game is just a B-level 1, meaning it's just a low survival rate, but it doesn't have a strategy. The sheep-headed guide laughed along. B grade. Li Liuli's eyelids twitched. This was a relatively high difficulty level in the horror game, and only a small number of guides were available online. As for the A level and S level, unless some experienced players who had gained abilities, no ordinary person could clear these levels. At this moment, the long silence system suddenly rang in his mind. Unlock the sign-in system, would you like to sign in? A semi-transparent screen appeared before Li Liuli, and the goat-headed guide seemed oblivious, showing no reaction at all. Yes. You have signed in for 1 consecutive day, reward, 100 million underworld coins. Mission, clear this game and kill the players present. You will receive different amounts of underworld coins and strange item rewards based on your completion of the mission. Perfect completion condition, kill all players and survive, additional reward, a strange item. Side mission, spend 10 million underworld coins, current, 200/1000. Chapter 2. This system finally showed its function as the game began. Alright, I should head to the party now. Li Liuli, after hearing the system's task, said goodbye to the goat-headed guide, then pushed open the small door behind him. Outside, other players were sitting together, their faces showing expressions of despair and fear. In front of them was a massive 3-story villa, like a castle from a horror movie, with lights blazing inside. Why are you only arriving now? The bearded man from earlier approached Li Liuli and asked, do you have any other information? Li Liuli gently shook his head in response. Don't joke, the information I bought with money, why would I tell you all for free? The bearded man saw Li Liuli's expression and frowned slightly, his face showing a bit of displeasure as he spoke, we are all in the same boat now. If we don't share information, it will be hard to clear the game. I won't hide it from you anymore. I once participated in a C-grade game called The Road to Hell. That game was terrifying. Out of 10 of us, only 2 survived. And that game told us many rules right from the start. Only by following the rules could we survive, but this game only has game time, and the difficulty is extremely high. Hearing the bearded man's words, the others also turned pale, and their gazes towards Li Liuli were filled with a hint of resentment. He's right. You should share your information. At this point, a woman dressed revealingly leaned against the bearded man, pointing at Li Liuli. It seemed that some had already decided to rely on this person who had participated in and survived the game. Li Liuli counted the number of people present. Including himself, there were 8 people. If you count the dead yellow-haired guy, there were exactly 9. 5 men, 4 women. Of course, only 4 men were left now. The 4 men were Li Liuli, the bearded man, the fat man, and another younger man wearing glasses. The 4 women were a JK uniformed schoolgirl, a female white-collar in office attire, a woman dressed provocatively, and a little delinquent. Sorry, I have no information to share. Oh, I can remind you of something. Li Liuli suddenly remembered a rule the goat-headed guide had told him. The waiters carrying trays of drinks in the living room must never have their trays filled. This rule must be shared with them, not because of kindness, but because Li Liuli didn't like drinking. You do know some rules. Why did he tell you this alone? The bearded man's gaze burned as he stared at Li Liuli. If you don't speak, you're choosing to stand against us players. The bearded man's move was vicious. Through words, he made the other players turn hostile towards him. The girl with smoky makeup, the little delinquent, became a bit impatient and grabbed Li Liuli's collar. Damn, why waste so much time talking? If you don't speak, we'll just beat you up. Why not just hit him honestly? As soon as the little gangster spoke, everyone in the room looked at Li Liuli with ill intentions. Li Liuli was completely unbothered by this, easily breaking free from the little gangster's grip, straightening his clothes, and then speaking slowly and calmly. Oh, and there's one more rule: self-inflicted harm is forbidden, or you'll face judgment. As soon as he finished speaking, the bearded man let out a cold laugh. Impossible, the organizers of these games are hoping we all die in here. How could there be such a rule? Sorry, but now there is. A deep, slow voice suddenly came from behind Li Liuli, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. They turned to see the goat-headed guide smiling as he placed a hand on Li Liuli's shoulder and spoke softly, and this rule applies only to this player. If any of you kill him, I'll sadly have to ask him to exit the game. How could this be? The bearded man stared at the goat-headed guide, his face dazed, stepping back 2 paces and sitting down on the ground, gazing in disbelief at Li Liuli. Now, everyone could tell that the relationship between the goat-headed guide and Li Liuli was very close, to the point where the guide was even willing to offer him help. Why? The woman dressed provocatively looked at the goat-headed guide, tears welling up in her eyes. Suddenly, as if gathering courage, she walked up to the guide's side. Guide, you can protect me and help me leave here safely, right? I'm willing to do anything. As she spoke, she even pulled away a corner of her clothing, exposing her snow-white skin, which caught Li Liuli's attention. Not bad. Sorry, this rule only applies to him. But in the game, if he violates any other rules, he will still die, like making up rules. The goat-headed guide's tone was regretful as he continued, now, please enter the villa and enjoy the party. With that, he glanced at Li Liuli and walked into the villa himself. Li Liuli understood that this was a warning from the goat-headed guide. If he broke the rules, the guide wouldn't be able to protect him. Just like the rule he had just made up. Hey, he's warning me? Li Liuli smiled lightly, speaking in a voice so soft that no one else could hear. Likewise, I'm using you. He had already learned from the system that guides above level B had the right to change or create new rules within a certain range. The purpose of his words was to make the goat-headed guide step in and protect him from other players' harm. At the same time, after saying this, he would be able to give hints to other players about the rules without raising suspicion. I was just worried about how to earn some rewards in this game. Li Liuli continued talking to himself. I really should thank you, little goat. With that thought, he took a step toward the villa, turning around to give the stunned players a smile and said, I can give you all some tips, but of course, I'll need a reward in return. Li Liuli's words immediately caught the attention of all the players, cleverly dispelling all their hostility. At this moment, the players all had a thought flash in their minds. I have money, as long as you guarantee my safe exit, I will definitely reward you well. The fat man spoke first. I'm an executive at a top 500 company, as long as you help me, you won't be disappointed. If this were someone else, they might be tempted by his words, but Li Liuli was not. He looked at the fat man and smiled softly. You're quite clever, but little cleverness won't save your life. Li Liuli said indifferently, now, take out your phone, I'll give you my card number. You can transfer the money to my account. According to the amount you give, I'll offer you an equal amount of help. You're in luck because, well, I really need money. You think you can order me around with an empty check? Sure enough, capitalists are capitalists, they are best at making big promises. After going out, where can I find him again? There is a network here too, it's just that making phone calls is impossible, but watching videos to pass the time is no problem. The so-called strategy is to record with a phone, post it online, but there are too many copies, and few people would enter the same game. Plus, the officials intentionally took down these posts, and now the strategies you can see are even fewer. Seeing that his scheme was uncovered, the fat man smiled awkwardly, then took out his phone, and after getting the card number, he first transferred 500,000, then rubbed his hands and looked at Li Liuli with an expectant face. 500,000, huh? Okay, come here, I can give you a piece of information, Li Liuli said as he looked at the message on his phone. Chapter 3. Upon hearing Li Liuli's words, the fat man immediately became happy and moved closer. Li Liuli told him a piece of information about the goat head. The pool on the 3rd floor is safe most of the time. He deliberately omitted part of the information, of course, to make more money. Most of the time? Sure enough, after hearing this, the fat man eagerly asked, what times are unsafe? Li Liuli didn't answer but smiled at him. Seeing Li Liuli's expression, the fat man gritted his teeth and transferred another 100,000. Seeing the notification sound on his phone, Li Liuli nodded in satisfaction and continued, before the minigame starts, the pool is always safe. What is a minigame? The fat man continued to ask, and as if remembering something, he opened his phone. Oh, I almost forgot. But Li Liuli stopped him and said, I don't know what the minigame is either, but I'm sure, if you don't finish it, you'll die. In some aspects, Li Liuli still had principles. Okay. At this moment, the fat man looked at Li Liuli as if he were looking at a savior, constantly thanking him, this game depends on you. We're just cooperating. You give money, I give information. It's simple. Li Liuli replied, then looked at the others behind him with different expressions and said, anyone else want to trade with me? The others stared with burning eyes but said nothing. Since that's the case, I'll go in first. If anyone wants to trade, just find me. I'll be in the pool area on the 3rd floor. Remember to get the wine from the plates in the living room. After saying this, he pushed open the heavy wooden door of the villa, and a warm breeze filled with the smell of popcorn and alcohol rushed to his face. The decoration here resembled a Western villa from a horror movie, and even the party setup looked similar. In the center of the wooden structured hall, there was a wide staircase leading to the 2nd floor, with several doorframes on both sides that didn't have doors installed. Standing in the center of the hall, one could see that the left side seemed to be a garage, while the right side was the living room. In the living room, there was a small bar counter, where a tall, pale, lifeless-looking waiter in a black suit stood, mixing drinks while staring at this side with a haunting gaze. In front of the bar, there was a silver metal tray with exactly 8 glasses of differently colored drinks already set out. Not too many, not too few, exactly 8 glasses. Looking at the size of the tray, it was just one drink short of being full. Ah! It looks so creepy. The woman dressed in revealing clothes was immediately startled by the eerie waiter and grabbed the bearded man's arm, pressing her chest tightly against his arm. The bearded man didn't push her away but instead moved forward, and the waiter's pupils slowly shifted as the bearded man moved. After all, the bearded man had been through a game, so he wasn't afraid. He took a glass of drink from the top and downed it in one gulp, saying, "Everyone, take the drinks and drink up." He hadn't forgotten what Li Liuli had said. Seeing the man with the thick beard pick up the drink and gulp it down, and noticing that the terrifying waiter showed no reaction, the others also began to relax slightly. One by one, they picked up their drinks and downed them. Li Liuli, however, took his time. Only after everyone else had finished their drinks did he pick up the last glass on the table, casually handing it to the chubby man he had made a deal with earlier, saying, "I don't like drinking. Just call me Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen, seeing Li Liuli hand him the glass, immediately smiled and took it, his tone humble. Clearly, he was an experienced person in the workplace. "It's just right, I think one glass isn't enough to truly enjoy it." Swish! Just as Xiao Chen was about to take the glass from Li Liuli suddenly felt a chill behind him. He immediately bent down and saw a fork fly past his scalp, the wind from it scraping his skin, sending sharp pain through his head. Every tray of alcohol must ensure that everyone drinks it. The waiter stopped his movement, then pulled out a sharp knife from the bar counter, coldly speaking to Li Liuli. The others were stunned by the murderous intent emanating from the waiter. They all stepped back, even the experienced man with the thick beard changed his expression and quietly took 2 steps back. From the waiter's aura, he could sense that this was far stronger than anything he had encountered before. The difficulty of this instance was far higher than level C. Oh? Who set this rule? However, facing the waiter's aggressive stance and somewhat bloodshot eyes, Li Liuli remained calm and instead asked with interest. This question caused the waiter to freeze for a moment. He didn't expect that this rookie player would not be intimidated by his aura and instead remain so calm. What's going on? Could he be confident? Thinking of this, the waiter hesitated to move forward. His body, which had been about to leave the bar counter, stopped. His blood-red eyes were like 2 sharp knives, as if they wanted to pierce through Li Liuli's chest. "I said it. Here, my word is the rule." "Is that so?" Li Liuli murmured softly, and then suddenly a cold, eerie bill appeared in his hand. "Here's 100,000. Can I give the drink to another player?" Li Liuli raised the bill and raised an eyebrow, asking. "Heh, so it's just a little bit of money?" Seeing Li Liuli take out the money, the waiter relaxed. This amount of money was a decent sum to him, but it wasn't enough to intimidate him. So, he provocatively spoke, "Sure, but you'll have to kneel." "Oh?" Li Liuli raised an eyebrow again, looking at the waiter, then took out 4 more bills. 500,000, can I, while standing, give the drink to another player? 500,000. That's 5 times the amount. The waiter's heart stirred. His blood-red pupils glowed intensely, and he almost wanted to snatch the money immediately. With this money, he could acquire more eerie energy, improve his cultivation, and no longer have to work as a waiter here. The other players were also stunned by this scene, unable to speak. So this kid has a lot of EEN coins? No wonder he's so arrogant. The man with the thick beard thought to himself. I have to find a way to rob him of all his EEN coins, so when the Yama shop opens after clearing the instance, I can exchange for more items. So he's the real rich guy. Following him is definitely the right choice. Xiao Chen's mouth hung open, wishing he could kneel immediately and hug Li Liuli's legs. Of course. Before the waiter could finish his sentence, he saw that Li Liuli's hand again, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out another 500,000 EEN coins. 1 million. Can I make you kneel, then watch me give the drink to another player? His words caused the atmosphere in the living room, which had calmed down, to freeze once again. The waiter's body instantly froze, and he lowered his head. Chapter 4. No way? Big brother, the other side has already let you go, why are you still provoking them? Xiao Chen saw the scene and almost fainted. As an experienced professional, he knew that with Li Liuli's personality, he definitely couldn't last long. The bearded man cursed inwardly, this idiot, he could have stopped while ahead, why is he asking for death? But it's okay, if he dies, I can become the one in charge of this game, my chances of survival will increase a lot. Thinking of this, he started to look forward to seeing Li Liuli die at the hands of the waiter. While the other players nervously watched the waiter, Li Liuli still kept smiling, which made the other players even more confused. Maybe we should just forget it. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and tugged at Li Liuli's arm, he's already been very lenient with you. Thud. Before Xiao Chen could finish speaking, he saw the waiter suddenly kneel on the ground, then raise his head. The bloody red in his eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by clarity. Of course, no problem, my. He spoke respectfully, then stopped and awkwardly scratched his head, may I ask, how should I address you? Seeing the waiter kneeling as he had hoped, Li Liuli's mouth curled slightly upwards, if you don't mind, just call me Li Gu or Li Dad. Yes, Li Dad. The waiter's eyes remained clear, and he even took the cup from Li Liuli's hand and handed it to Xiao Chen standing beside him. Are you kidding me? This was 1 million. Even the guide of this game could only receive such a reward if they killed all the players and achieved a very high score. With this 1 million, he could even buy a low-level dungeon and become a guide himself. Okay. Xiao Chen seemed to not react at first, but when the waiter almost handed the wine cup to his lips, he finally took it with both hands and drank it in one go. The others were frozen in place. The woman in revealing clothes was the first to react. She let go of the bearded man's arm, quickly walked over to Li Liuli, and pressed her white chest against his arm, intentionally or unintentionally slipping the cloth off her shoulder, her eyes full of flirtation. Husband, I knew you were the best. Li Liuli only gave her a cold glance and replied, are we very familiar? Damn, he can actually hold himself together. Is this guy even a normal man? The woman's face froze for a moment but quickly came back to her senses. Husband, you're just joking. I'm Xiao Xing. Didn't we agree before that I would infiltrate their group and always be there to support you? She thought Li Liuli was just playing hard to get, so she gave him another chance. As long as Li Liuli was willing, she was his. Get lost. Unexpectedly, Li Liuli still looked impatient and shrugged her off. He wasn't some abnormal man, it's just that Xiao Xing's first impression on him was too bad. He hated people like her who were like fence-sitters. Compared to Xiao Xing, that student girl, or even the underdeveloped little gangster girl, was much more likable. Xiao Xing was pushed away by Li Liuli and almost fell on the ground, but she wasn't angry, nor did she dare to be. She stood up and tried to continue building connections. As a woman who had been around nightclubs and bars for years, her best skill was to persist relentlessly. She believed no man could resist. She was confident that she would win Li Liuli's heart. Need help? Just as she was about to grab Li Liuli's arm, the waiter's words made her snap back to reality. The waiter was still kneeling on the ground, but this time, his clear eyes flashed with a red light again as he looked at Xiao Xing. Oh? Li Liuli heard this and became interested again. Can you ignore the rules and kill someone? Of course not. The waiter saw that Li Liuli had spoken, and his eyes cleared up again as he respectfully replied, but she just gave her drink to someone else, which breaks the rule. I can kill her. What a guy. Li Liuli twitched his lips, while the waiter had a devout look, showing no sign of lying, which made Li Liuli speechless. It seems that money really can make things happen, this is truly the wisdom of the ancients. The waiter's words made Xiao Xing hold her breath instantly. She could feel that the waiter had already locked onto her, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. She was so scared that her face turned pale, kneeling on the ground. The others were just watching the show, and the little gangster even mocked, serves you right. However, Li Liuli's next words made everyone's heart skip a beat. Did you really see that she didn't drink? The waiter froze for a moment, then sneered, you see, my eyesight isn't very good. Then please tell me, who didn't drink? Not good. I need to leave quickly. Listening to the conversation between Li Liuli and the waiter, the bearded man suddenly felt something was wrong. He had been intentionally targeting Li Liuli before, and only he, being an experienced veteran, theoretically posed the biggest threat to Li Liuli. The bearded man quietly started backing towards the door of the living room. Where are you going? Sure enough, as Li Liuli turned around and looked at the bearded man trying to leave, he narrowed his eyes and smiled, you think you can leave without drinking? As soon as Li Liuli finished speaking, the waiter, as if receiving an order, moved like a ghost and charged towards the bearded man, the cold gleam of the dagger stabbing into everyone's eyes. Put! Blood sprayed onto the wool carpet of the living room in the next moment, and the bloody smell made everyone in the room feel a bit dazed. Haha, the bearded man's body stiffened at the door of the living room, and behind him, the waiter's eyes were bloodshot, his face dripping with blood, the sharp dagger plunged into the bearded man's chest, and the boiling blood flowed down the waiter's wrist, making his already eerie appearance even more terrifying. Seeing the bearded man's eyes widen and his breath stop, the waiter slowly pulled out the dagger, looked at Li Liuli, and began to walk over slowly. What's going on? Is the waiter seeing red? Seeing the waiter holding the dagger with a grim expression, Li Liuli also felt uneasy in his heart. After all, this was an eerie being, different from a human. What if his brain wasn't working properly? The other players retreated, and Xiao Xing screamed, hiding behind the sofa in the living room. Li Liuli noticed that her tight skirt was already wet. But soon, Li Liuli's concerns vanished. The waiter came up to Li Liuli, sheathing the dagger back into his waist, awkwardly wiping the blood off his body. His bloodshot eyes cleared up again, and then... thud! He kneeled in front of Li Liuli once again. The atmosphere in the living room became silent again, and even Li Liuli was a little distracted. What's the meaning of this? You haven't allowed me to stand up yet. Facing Li Liuli's question, the waiter answered sincerely, word by word. Oh, get up then. Li Liuli finally realized. It turns out the other party really wasn't thinking straight. Main task, kill all players, current progress, February 9th, rating, C. Side task, spend 10 million underworld coins, current progress, 300/1000. Main task rating has increased. Reward item, heavenly eye pill. Li Liuli saw his system panel pop up again, along with an image resembling a gift box. Then, a pill in the shape of an eye appeared in his hand. Heavenly eye pill. Li Liuli couldn't wait to read the entry for the Sky Eye pill. Sky Eye pill can be used to see the true form of monsters in the dungeon, and also to find hidden monsters and strange items within the dungeon. Lasts for 3 hours. Additional effect, can release a death ray that causes massive damage, and the effect of the Sky Eye pill will be disabled after use. Not bad. Not only does it have the insight property, but it can also deal damage as a one-time use. Li Liuli put the Sky Eye pill into his pocket, watched the waiter return to his station, and began to prepare the drinks again, asking, how long do you usually take to prepare a drink? The waiter paused for a moment, then asked back, how long do you think it should take? Not bad, you're quite sharp. 20 minutes. Li Liuli answered. The waiter's expression turned slightly awkward. With his speed, he could finish a drink in 5 minutes. This. The waiter was about to speak when he saw an additional 500,000 soul coins appear in front of him, along with Li Liuli's faint smile. What about now? The waiter fell silent, reached out to take the soul coins, and then exaggeratedly slammed his hand onto the bar. I'm so careless, I actually bumped my hand. Now it's going to take a lot longer to make the drink, he muttered to himself, causing Li Liuli to suppress a chuckle. Looks like you don't have the talent for acting. Li Liuli began to survey the entire living room. The living room was spacious, with 3 large sofas arranged at right angles, enough to seat 4 or 5 people. Apart from the sofas, there were several open spaces, and in the center of the room was a large screen TV. At that moment, the players were gathered near the sofas, looking at Li Liuli. Now, I don't think anyone still wants to oppose me, right? Li Liuli smiled gently, but his eyes held no warmth. After all, I do have money. You're a lunatic. The little gangster still didn't give Li Liuli a good face, muttering a curse under her breath. Lunatic? You got that right. In response to the little gangster's insult, Li Liuli didn't get angry, instead answering politely, perhaps I should introduce myself. In real life, I am indeed a lunatic, and also a murderer. So, I really don't care about your death. If you're of no use to me, it's better if you hide. Murderer? The little gangster's face turned pale. She often encountered people from society but had never met a real fugitive murderer. This was a society governed by law. But it made sense facing such a terrifying game. Not only was he not afraid, but he quickly found his state and even began to enjoy the game. This was indeed very abnormal. Xiao Chen was even more grateful that he had befriended Li Liuli before, as now, he had such a top-tier powerhouse as his ally. His chances of survival were very high. But what he didn't know was that Li Liuli's system had assigned him a mission to kill all the players. Ding! The wall clock in the living room suddenly chimed, followed by a series of rapid knocks on the door. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. The knocking grew more and more urgent, as if something outside was about to break through the door. Other players focused their gaze on Li Liuli. Li Liuli looked at the waiter. Seeing this, the waiter quickly spoke up, it's 9 o'clock now, the party is about to begin, and the guests are here. Guests? The players were startled. Besides them, would there be other people attending the dungeon this time? Guests? Then I naturally must treat them well. Li Liuli's hands appeared with several red envelopes, each stuffed with 500,000 soul coins. He then slowly walked to the door of the living room, grabbed the door handle with both hands, and pulled the door open. What greeted him was a huge, muscular figure, drenched in water. The grotesque creature with the disgusting, decaying liquid still lingering at the corner of its mouth stood nearly 3 meters tall. When it saw Li Liuli, it slowly lowered its head, the rotten stench making Li Liuli instinctively furrow his brow. Is this the food for today? TSK, it doesn't look very appetizing. It shook its head as it looked at Li Liuli, then its sunken, nose-like exposed cavity on its face opened and closed. Seems like there's some very delicious food inside. Looks like I'm in luck. With that, it attempted to push Li Liuli aside and move forward into the room. The other players, upon seeing this towering monster, turned pale, their faces filled with despair as they prepared to flee. But Li Liuli stopped it. Please, don't rush to leave. What? You want me to eat you? It looked at Li Liuli impatiently, disgusting liquid dripping from its mouth. I wouldn't mind having you as an appetizer first. I'm not food. Li Liuli showed no fear. We are the organizers of this party, and we should properly host you as our guest. With that, he took out a thick red envelope containing 500,000 soul coins and handed it to the grotesque creature. The creature looked at the red envelope in Li Liuli's hand, confused, but then it smelled the pure eerie energy contained within. It took the envelope, opened it, and froze for a moment. Then, its face lit up with wild joy. It looked at Li Liuli again, its previously numb eyes now full of life and gratitude. Thank you, big brother. It bowed deeply, looking quite ridiculous. I apologize for my earlier words. I won't eat you. It's fine, go ahead and enter. But remember, I only said I am the organizer of this party, I didn't say they are too. Li Liuli smiled, slightly bowing as he gestured for the creature to go in. Upon hearing Li Liuli's words, the players' hearts, which had not fully settled, lifted once again. It was still the scantily dressed little Xing who reacted the fastest. She screamed and ran out of the living room, up the stairs to the second floor, and then disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the others quickly followed her and ran up to the second floor. Chapter 6. The tall grotesque creature obediently nodded and walked into the living room, while Li Liuli continued to watch the dark entrance outside the hall. Soon, another grotesque creature appeared. She wore a bright red dress and had light makeup on, looking like a graceful beauty. Compared to the tall creature, she appeared completely normal. Sorry, am I late? She threw a flirtatious glance at Li Liuli as soon as she saw him. You can call me Xiao Li. Maybe we can find a quiet corner and chat about life. Her white, delicate hands caressed Li Liuli's chest, her fingers spinning gently, almost making Li Liuli moan with pleasure. Xiao Li also carried a sweet fragrance with her. Li Liuli had to bite his tongue to stay focused, then took 2 steps back and handed her a red envelope, repeating the same words as before. Xiao Li took the envelope, covering her mouth and nose with one hand, looking very surprised. Then, her gaze softened even more as she looked at Li Liuli. You truly are a generous gentleman. I have nothing to offer in return, so I can only offer myself. Saying this, she pulled Li Liuli into her embrace, her soft, boneless fingers trailing down his neck. Li Liuli's eyes became increasingly dazed. The desire within him seemed to be kindled, and he longed to lose himself in Xiao Li's arms. Ahem! At that moment, the tall grotesque creature suddenly coughed heavily twice, snapping Li Liuli back to his senses. Ha! Xiao Li's expression instantly turned monstrous, scaring Li Liuli into quickly stepping back 2 paces, and he immediately took a heavenly pill. Although he had money, his strength was not high enough to defeat any of these grotesque creatures. As the Tianyan pill was digesting in his body, Li Liuli felt that his eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of gray veil. Beneath this gray veil, countless tiny glowing spheres continuously surged toward him. Taking the Tianyan pill, spiritual power increases by 10 points. Current spiritual power, 11, 0 level strange being, Dut. Xiao Li's appearance also underwent a tremendous transformation. Her cheeks became elongated, and white fur grew from her cheeks. At this moment, Xiao Li looked like a monster with a fox's head. Rotten ghost, why are you disturbing my good deed? He gave you such a big red envelope, and you still want to absorb his energy. Isn't that too much? Rotten Ghost seemed completely unafraid of the other party, with its decaying head staring at Xiao Li. And, he's so rich, don't you fear provoking those existences? Hearing Rotten Ghost's words, Xiao Li suddenly trembled all over. In the end, she took a step back, revealing a flirtatious smile, casting a seductive glance at Li Liuli. If you want to continue, you can come find me on the second floor. Don't worry, you won't die. On the contrary, you'll be very happy. I'm going to rest now. Li Liuli watched her fox head throw him a flirtatious look, even making a coquettish sound. He immediately took 2 steps back in fear, then began to dry heave. It triggered his joy bean effect. Xiao Li, seeing his reaction, immediately understood that Li Liuli had discovered her true appearance. She said no more and gloomily walked towards the second floor. It seems that even though I have money, this instance is still dangerous. I must improve my strength. But how should I improve my strength? Taking the Tianyan pill only increases my spiritual power by 10 points, it's not even enough to reach the strength of a first-level strange being. Complete the system's tasks, take pills, possess strange items, or control strange beings. You can also unlock the system's shop to purchase items. It seemed like the system could hear what Li Liuli was thinking, as it responded in his mind. System shop? Li Liuli immediately opened the panel and found, in the lower right corner, a prompt box labeled expansion, which contained an expansion for the system shop and several locked prompt boxes with names Li Liuli couldn't see. Li Liuli clicked on the system shop. It requires 5 billion yen coins to unlock. Do you wish to unlock? Unlocking a system shop costs 5 billion yen coins? Li Liuli widened his eyes, as if he had been robbed. Your coins, weren't they also given to you by the system? Li Liuli fell into deep thought. At present, he had spent 4 million yen coins, still having over 10 billion yen coins left with no place to spend them. Plus, he would receive more yen coins from signing in and completing tasks. This was a deal that couldn't fail. Unlock. Though he figured it out, Li Liuli still felt a little pain in his heart. Unlock successful. You can now access the system shop and purchase items. Note, yen coins spent in the system do not count toward tasks. You really are meticulous. Li Liuli complained, then hurriedly opened the system shop, only to be stunned. There were only a few items available for purchase, and most of them were locked. Current shop, level 1, upgrade requires 10 billion yen coins. What a nesting doll. Li Liuli cursed the system in his heart. The items in the store are all high-level goods, ordinary items don't qualify to be displayed here. The system explained to Li Liuli emotionlessly, and he could only helplessly look at the items in the shop. Tianyan pill, 1 million yen coins. 9-turn bone cleansing pill, 100 million yen coins. Taking it will increase spiritual power and cleanse the body. Hunter's sword of strange beings, unnamed 1 billion yen coins. A 5th-level hunter's sword, previously used by an unnamed individual. It seems a bit worn. Chi gathering formation diagram, 1 billion yen coins. Gather strange energy, allowing faster improvement in cultivation. There were only 4 items available. The Tianyan Dan has also been used by Li Liuli. However, looking at the item entries, it seems that the other items are not bad either. Taking advantage of having money in his hands, he bought all these props. He stored the Chi gathering formation diagram and the nameless sword in the system, then swallowed the 9-turn bone cleansing pill. After taking the bone cleansing pill, Li Liuli immediately felt a cold aura fill his body, and then his body seemed to float up, as the chilling, pure, eerie energy erupted from within him, even catching the attention of the drunken ghost nearby. He actually leveled up? The drunken ghost, feeling the pure eerie energy around, was a bit incredulous. Such pure eerie energy, it must be obtained only after reaching at least the 4th level. But he doesn't seem that strong? Could he really be from the Upper Alliance, or a disciple of some ghost king or human king? Thinking this, the drunken ghost increasingly felt that his earlier move to help Li Liuli was the right one. If this connection were made, maybe he could soar to the skies. Didn't he see how easily Li Liuli tossed out hundreds of thousands of ghost coins? Chapter 7. Thinking this, he proactively walked closer to Li Liuli, closing the large door of the hall to prevent other eerie creatures from focusing on Li Liuli. When leveling up, one is often at their most vulnerable. After a few minutes, Li Liuli slowly opened his eyes, and the drunken ghost could notice that Li Liuli's eyes had become even more pure, and there was a faint gray film constantly shifting over his pupils. Spirit power plus 1000. Current spirit power, 1011, first level eerie creature. Li Liuli saw the prompt from the system, and at this moment, he felt his body was filled with strength, and he could now sense the eerie energy around him, and even use it for attacks. Congratulations, the drunken ghost immediately congratulated when he saw Li Liuli level up. Your strength has taken another step forward. Looking at the tall, terrifying figure of the drunken ghost, who was nonetheless showing a simple and honest expression while offering congratulations, Li Liuli felt a deep sense of incongruity. He couldn't tell what level his strength was at. You can unlock detection permission, currently on sale, only 2 billion. Having bought so many items, Li Liuli's 10.1 billion ghost coins had now only 2.9 billion left. But it was still enough. After all, it seemed like these eerie creatures in the dungeons only needed a few 100,000 to be bought off. With that thought, he decided to unlock the detection permission. Unlocking detection permission. Target, drunken ghost, spirit power, 4072, second level eerie creature. The drunken ghost was still much stronger than his newly upgraded self. Moreover, the other party had no ill intentions toward him, and had even helped him before. And he was a guest in this dungeon, so he wouldn't be affected by the various rules of the dungeon. This was a perfect bodyguard candidate. Would you like to be my bodyguard? Li Liuli spoke proactively. I can offer a generous reward. You want to control me? Unexpectedly, when the drunken ghost heard this, his expression changed. That probably won't work. Once controlled, eerie creatures lose their freedom and become controlled items. The drunken ghost clearly wasn't willing to be like that. No. Li Liuli quickly continued, I just want you to protect me through this party, and afterward, we will part ways. I'll offer 6 million, how about that? Li Liuli's side quest only lacked 6 million to complete, so he planned to offer this reward to the drunken ghost. 6 million? The sound of the waiter and the drunken ghost's voice rang out almost simultaneously. Clearly, the waiter had been listening to their conversation with his ears perked up. Unfortunately, the waiter, being a staff member in the dungeon, was bound by the rules and couldn't accept any commission. With that thought, the waiter sighed deeply. That's right, 6 million. Will you accept? Li Liuli looked at the shocked expression on the drunken ghost's face, smiling as he replied. This is small change to me. Li Liuli had thought the other party would agree quickly, but unexpectedly, the rotten ghost kept shaking its head. No, I can't take it, the rotten ghost said, it's too much. I'm not like you, with some kind of aura covering item. If I walk around with this much money, I'll be robbed on the street in no time. 3 million, just give me 3 million. You had the chance, but you're useless. Li Liuli silently complained in his heart. There was nothing he could do, so he sadly paid the rotten ghost to protect him at the price of 3 million. Side mission, spend 10 million, current 7/10 million. Looking at the side mission, Li Liuli was heartbroken. Bang, just then, the main door of the hall was knocked again, and the rotten ghost, dutiful as ever, came to Li Liuli's side to open the door. Standing outside was a thin old man, whose protruding eyeballs kept spinning, looking past the rotten ghost and staring at Li Liuli with eyes full of malice. Li Liuli could see the spiritual energy on the man's body. 5073, third-rank ghost. The pressure made Li Liuli break out in cold sweat. He had a feeling that this ghost's power might even be higher than the goat-headed guide's. What a handsome young man. The old man said with a smile, and the rotten ghost tensed up, but still stood in front of Li Liuli, saying those words for Li Liuli. After Li Liuli handed the red envelope to the old man, he finally stopped staring at him and walked into the living room. Soon, several very pretty female ghosts arrived, but through the heavenly eye pill, Li Liuli could see their true forms. However, a pair of sisters caught his attention. They were humanoid, with a pair of fluffy ears on their heads and a long tail behind them, looking quite cute. The older sister seemed very relaxed, smiling at Li Liuli, and after greeting him, she led her shy younger sister to the living room. At this moment, Li Liuli finally completed the side mission. Side mission completed. New mission, spend 25 million, current, December 25 million. Reward, 10 billion underworld coins, 1 eerie ghost experience card. Eerie ghost experience card, you can randomly obtain a ghost under your control. What a great item. Li Liuli quietly put the experience card into his pocket, just as he hesitated whether to return to the living room when he suddenly heard the guide's voice echoing through the villa. Now, please all players go to the 3rd floor. I will assign your tasks. Be sure to arrive on time. It seems there's no need to go to the living room for now. Li Liuli let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to face those ghosts in the living room. Li Liuli brought the rotten ghost to the 3rd floor. Half of the 3rd floor was a corridor and rooms, while the other half was an outdoor swimming pool, emitting steam, and the guide was standing by the pool, the dark eyeball on his goat head staring at the stairs. When the guide saw Li Liuli, he slightly nodded, as if greeting him. Soon, other players also arrived one by one, and surprisingly, no player had died due to accidents. Except for the bearded man who had been killed by the waiter earlier. Looks like we've lost another player, a shame. The guide said, but his tone showed no change at all. Now, let me assign your tasks. He pointed at the little star and the little gangster girl. Do you two know how to dance? Seeing their confused expressions, the guide's mouth curled up slightly. Later, go to the warehouse at the end of the 3rd floor, get your costumes, and then go to the living room. That's where you will be working. Then he pointed at the man with glasses and the student girl. You two will be waiters. Your costumes are in the second to last warehouse on the 3rd floor. Finally, he pointed at Xiao Chen and the female white-collar worker. You will be in charge of preparing food in the kitchen on the 1st floor. Chapter 8. After saying this, he reminded them again, be careful, once you have your jobs, those guests who actively participate, as well as some uninvited guests, although they cannot freely harm you. But, if they are still not satisfied, there will still be danger. And also, you have some colleagues. Alright, that's enough. The guide turned around, seeming ready to leave. Wait. At this moment, Xiaoxing suddenly called out to the guide. She pointed at Li Liuli, who had been silently watching, and shouted, what about him? Doesn't he need a job? The guide was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting anyone to challenge him at this point. After thinking for a bit, he replied, currently there is no suitable job for him. This isn't fair. Xiaoxing seemed to still harbor resentment from when Li Liuli had rejected her before, and now she dared to challenge the guide. Why does he get to do nothing? It seems like you're saying too much. At this point, the guide also stopped smiling. His dark, intense eyes fixed on Xiaoxing, as if he wanted to pierce through her soul. Xiaoxing saw the oppressive look in the guide's eyes, and her face turned pale with fear. All right. The guide shook his head helplessly. Since it's like this, let him take charge of the party's security work. You'll follow me later to get a suit. Once you wear it, even the guests won't dare to defy you. The guide pointed to his own clothes. It was clear that the guide had assigned Li Liuli a very safe job, even one with some authority. This was definitely a case of unequal treatment. All right. Li Liuli nodded. Xiaoxing, however, seemed completely unable to accept this outcome. Why did Li Liuli get such a good job? By the way, if a player is killed by this monster behind me, I shouldn't be breaking the rules, right? Of course not, the guide replied with a smile. Good, then go ahead and kill her. Li Liuli said indifferently. Okay, sir. The rotting monster walked toward Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing's face, which had been twisted in anger, instantly transformed as if cold water had been splashed on her, and her anger disappeared in an instant, replaced by endless fear. The eerie energy spread out, and all the players felt a wave of intense coldness. I was wrong. Under extreme fear, Xiaoxing no longer dared to resent Li Liuli. Instead, she knelt down, repeatedly apologizing to Li Liuli, please, don't kill me. Don't speak nonsense. Li Liuli raised an eyebrow and replied, I'm not the one trying to kill you. It's this powerful monster who wants to kill you, not me. At this moment, the rotting monster cooperated and said, I'm actually a little hungry. After saying that, it stretched out its thick arm, grabbed Xiaoxing, and no matter her screams or struggles, opened its blood-red mouth with liquid dripping from it, swallowing her head whole. Xiaoxing's body instantly stiffened, and then her limbs went limp, hanging down. Crack! Crack! The sound of chewing that made one's teeth ache echoed, and Xiaoxing could no longer hold back, retching in disgust. What surprised Li Liuli, however, was that despite Xiaoxing being killed, his main quest score didn't increase. Did he need to take action personally for the score to improve by 1 level when 2 people died? Alright, everyone else, hurry up and get your costumes. The party has already started, don't keep the guests waiting too long. The guide spoke at this moment. As for you, come with me. It was obvious that he didn't want Li Liuli to kill all the players here. He nodded to Li Liuli, then led the way. Li Liuli hurriedly followed. Seeing this, the rotting monster reluctantly dropped Xiaoxing's still unfinished body onto the ground. On the way, the guide began to explain his job. With this job, you will be protected by the rules in this instance, but still, be cautious. After all, you're human. And, that room on the 2nd floor, you must not go near it. She will appear there at midnight as the host of the party. After saying this, the guide took Li Liuli into a hidden room. He took off a suit, and after Li Liuli put it on, he suddenly felt as if he was surrounded by some kind of energy, even his spiritual power had improved a lot. Cough cough. Just as Li Liuli was about to leave, he suddenly heard the guide cough twice. Li Liuli immediately reacted, smiling as he took out 2 red envelopes and handed them to the other person. Just a little token of appreciation. The guide showed a smile, although it looked quite creepy, Li Liuli could still feel the other person's goodwill. Let me tell you one more piece of news, hidden in the party, there is an assassin whose purpose is to kill all players, but if you successfully kill it back, you can come find me. After leaving this sentence, he closed the door, and did not continue to explain to Li Liuli, but Li Liuli guessed most of it. If I kill the assassin, then I am the assassin. It seems my main quest will be completed soon. When he arrived at the 2nd floor, he encountered one of the previous fox demon sisters. She seemed to be looking for something, her watery big eyes constantly glancing left and right, seeming quite anxious, until she saw Li Liuli. It was as if she found a savior. Generous human. Her voice was sweet, perhaps because she was still young, my sister and I got lost. It seems that my previous action of giving red envelopes indeed left a good impression on them, so this little fox demon, who had never spoken, actually took the initiative to find me. Although I know she is indeed tricky, her innocent and cute expression still made Li Liuli unable to refuse. Anyway, I am also responsible for security, so I will help her a bit. He walked to the side of the fox demon sister and smiled, asking, what is your name? Where is your sister now? Sister said I can't casually tell others my name, but since it's you, it should be fine. Sister calls me E. She seemed a bit aggrieved, grabbing Li Liuli's arm. Just now, my sister told me she had something to do and would be back soon, but it's been a long time. As she spoke, she pointed to the room at the end of the 2nd floor. My sister said she had to go in there. Li Liuli looked at the room, and his smile slightly stiffened. This is the room the guide mentioned before that absolutely should not be entered. Could you come with me to take a look? Looking at Yi's expectant eyes, the corners of Li Liuli's mouth twitched slightly. He took a deep breath, then smiled and patted her fluffy ears. I can't enter this house without permission, but I can wait with you for your sister to come out. Yi's big eyes clearly showed disappointment, but she still said nothing and nodded silently. After nearly 10 more minutes, the sister finally walked out of that door and let out a long sigh, looking very disappointed. Sister! As soon as Yi saw her come out, she rushed forward. Yi. The sister hugged Yi, her face filled with affection and unshakable sorrow. But when she saw Li Liuli, her eyes lit up again. She remembered Li Liuli, who was very generous, and seemed to have a good background. Perfect for taking in both sisters. She took the initiative to step forward, grabbing one of Li Liuli's hands, revealing a pitiful expression. This generous human, my name is Fox Dream, could you take us in? We can do anything, the price is negotiable. Her pearly teeth lightened her rosy lips, combined with the delicate aura of the fox demon, making Li Liuli's heart flutter. What is this development? It seems having money really allows you to do whatever you want. Moreover, the ghost money seems to have other uses in this horror game. Otherwise, why would the other person look so carefree yet be in such a desperate need for money? Li Liuli increasingly understood the importance of wealth. Thinking of this, Li Liuli straightened his clothes. A light cough. Ahem, if you want me to take you in, first you must show me your worth. Beside him, the shabby spirit nodded in agreement. Wanting to get something for nothing? I won't agree to that. Fortunately, this gentleman is not a person who is easily swayed by appearances. The shabby spirit secretly glanced at Li Liuli, his eyes filled with approval. Hearing Li Liuli's words, Fox Dream revealed a troubled expression, her cheeks flushed, and she awkwardly spoke, Is it really okay here? Though she said this, she still reached to touch her already cool collar. That's not what I mean, Li Liuli quickly interrupted her movement. What I mean is, what can you do, and how can you bring me value? This is the value I can bring. Fox Dream's deep purple pupils were filled with confusion. In her impression, humans coveted the beauty of fox spirits most. Seeing her expression, Li Liuli helplessly shook his head and silently opened the system panel for inspection. Fox Dream, Spiritual Power, 3365, Rank 2. Though not as strong as the shabby spirit, her power was not weak. At least, she was much stronger than himself. With the logic of spending money wisely, Li Liuli decided to agree to her request. As for Li Liuli didn't even bother to look, treating her as a bonus. Alright, I can agree to you. Once this mission is over, you can come find me. Li Liuli replied, and joy flashed across Fox Dream's face. Great. How about the price? 500,000 underworld coins a month for both of us? Fox Dream hesitated to speak, and when she saw Li Liuli widen his eyes, she quickly changed her words. If that doesn't work, we can lower it further. So little? Li Liuli secretly thought, extending a finger. 1 million. Li Liuli spoke calmly, you each get 1 million. If you agree, I can give you the payment now. Having received 10 billion underworld coins and upgraded his consumption task, Li Liuli certainly intended to spend lavishly. For Li Liuli, 1 million was merely a trivial amount. Fox Dream was dazed, staring at Li Liuli, shocked at how easily she could earn so many underworld coins. The shabby spirit also stared at Li Liuli, starting to regret why he had been so timid at the beginning, not daring to take that 6 million. The 3 million in his hands felt suddenly worthless. Thank you, master. After a brief moment of daze, Fox Dream quickly reacted, lowering her head and bowing to Li Liuli. Just call me Brother Li or Mr. Li. Li Liuli responded cheerfully, pulling out 2 million and handing it to Fox Dream, then said, You both come with me. Fox Dream obediently nodded, pulling Yi to follow behind Li Liuli as they walked to the hall on the first floor. The party had already begun, and under the shining lights, countless strange beings were engaging in a chaotic dance. Upon entering the living room, because he had given red envelopes to those strange beings who knocked on the door earlier, they didn't cause any trouble for Li Liuli and instead smiled and nodded at him. Although their smiles appeared quite eerie. Among the crowd, he spotted Xiao Chen, dressed in a chef's outfit, frantically carrying various plates into the living room while behind him, an ugly spirit in the same outfit urged him on. Hurry up! What are you doing? You can't even handle this little task. Big brother, I'm already moving at full speed. Xiao Chen was on the verge of tears, yet he dared not look at the other. That ugly face made him want to vomit. Especially when he saw that sometimes liquid from the putrid face dripped into the pot while cooking. Similarly, he saw the assigned waiters, a bespectacled man and a student girl. The bespectacled man was sweating profusely as he cleaned up the mess on the floor, not forgetting to return the empty plates, looking like he might collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, the female student showed a different demeanor that made Li Liuli alert. She appeared to handle everything with ease and even wore a smile on her face. It seemed like yet another dangerous character. However, Li Liuli now had 2 level 2 strange creatures as bodyguards, and his own strength had significantly improved, so he didn't take it to heart. The situation for the young girl was even worse. She had changed into a bunny girl costume, her face showing both shame and a hint of fear, standing in a corner of the living room where some steel pipes were placed, while next to her, the girl who had tried to tempt her, Xiao Li, stood in front of her. Xiao Li's hands casually roamed over the little girl's body, accompanied by her giggles. Little sister seems to be quite shy. Come, let big sister teach you a thing or two. As she spoke, she attempted to pull the young girl away. It seemed this strange creature was interested in both men and women. Under normal circumstances, Li Liuli would just be a bystander and ignore it, but now he knew that if he didn't personally kill the players, the rating increase for the task would be very small, thus, he had to intervene. Li Liuli took his time picking up a glass of wine from the plate held by the initial waitress. Because of his instructions, the waitress served the drink slowly, and even though the players had no time to get drinks, the cups on the plate were not half empty. Hold on. Li Liuli leisurely approached the area where the pole dancing was happening and called a halt to Xiao Li. Seeing Li Liuli, Xiao Li narrowed her eyes. What? You want to interfere in this kind of thing too? Of course. Li Liuli smiled slightly. I am responsible for security here, and you are currently harassing our staff. Li Liuli's words fell neither heavy nor light, causing the other strange creatures watching to quiet down. The young girl showed an astonished expression as she looked at Li Liuli, seemingly completely unable to understand why he would help her out. Just as the two were at a standstill, suddenly, the previous old man actively stood up and said, After all, this party is organized by someone else, you should calm down and respect the rules. Clearly, Li Liuli's action of offering red envelopes had brought him additional benefits. Soon, several strange creatures echoed, yes, he makes sense. Who would disrupt the staff? Seeing so many strange beings stand up for Li Liuli at that moment, Xiao Li was furious. You guys are not like this normally, is it just because you took his red envelope? Hey, what you said isn't right, I'm just a passerby, and this time it truly is this human gentleman who is in the right. Just a passerby, +1. Seeing that she really couldn't take the young girl away, Xiao Li could only reveal a sinister look. After glancing at Li Liuli, she quietly left. And taking advantage of the rare quiet moment, Li Liuli actively spoke, Thank you all, this time at the party, I kindly ask everyone not to lay a hand on my human compatriots. I will give you an offer you can't refuse. Li Liuli pulled out 10 million ghost coins from his system, then scattered them around. Everyone, this is my show of sincerity. Those strange creatures had never seen such a scene before and immediately began to scramble for the ghost coins on the ground. In an instant, the players in the living room were left to the side. Xiao Chen couldn't help but shout in his heart. What kind of horror game is this? This is clearly a drinking party organized by a wealthy person. At this moment, Li Liuli also completed a side quest. Side quest, spend 25 million ghost coins, completed. Reward, 10 billion ghost coins, 9 dragon heart mirror, intermediate strange creature control card, soul cleansing brew *10. 9 dragon heart mirror, can block 9 fatal attacks for the host. If the attacker's strength is below level 5, they will also suffer backlash. Mid-level spirit control card, after use, it allows you to control a ghostly entity or strange item of level 4 or below. Side mission update, spend 80 million coins, current, 2500/8000. Soul Purification Brew, one of the favored wines of high-level ghosts, can cleanse curses and enhance spiritual power. These rewards are all good things. Li Liuli showed a satisfied smile, and in his hand appeared a small, ancient-looking bronze mirror. The front of the mirror was filled with scratches, seemingly no longer usable as a mirror. On its back, there were dragons, their claws and teeth bared, their bodies surrounded by black eerie energy. They spiraled around the bronze mirror, their eyes deep and lifelike. Li Liuli placed it on his chest, feeling the coolness on his chest, incredibly at ease. As for the mid-level spirit control card, Li Liuli had no plans to use it yet and stored it in the system's space. Soon, the 10 million coins on the ground were snatched up madly. Nearby, the rotten ghost looked enviously at the 2 10,000 coin bills close to him that were taken by others, wishing he could fight to the death with the person right then. Don't worry, you won't be left out. Li Liuli noticed the scene and comforted him. Stay with me, and the rewards you get will only increase, not decrease. After saying this, he turned to the fierce ghosts present and said, I hope you can give me, Li, some face. I, Li, am never lacking in money. When the other fierce ghosts heard Li Liuli's words, their eyes turned respectful. No matter where you are, those with money always earn respect. Of course, the person also needs to have matching strength. Suddenly, Li Liuli felt a strong wind approaching from his side. It was a small, fierce ghost who thought Li Liuli's strength was not strong and thus had the idea of killing him for his money. Through the system, Li Liuli could see that the other's spiritual power was around 2,000. Humph. Before Li Liuli could fight back, the rotten ghost stepped in front of him first, blocking the attack from the small ghost, then grabbed its little leg with his thick arm and slammed it hard to the ground. Bang! It was unknown what the floor of the hall was made of, but this hit didn't even create a crack. The small ghost was stunned, but the rotten ghost didn't let go, twisting all of its limbs until they broke. Ah! The small ghost let out a sharp scream, then was thrown in front of Li Liuli like a dead dog by the rotten ghost. "Sir, please handle this," the rotten ghost respectfully said, then pushed back behind Li Liuli, giving a sinister look to all the ghosts present. The rotten ghost's spiritual power had reached 4,000. It was just one step away from breaking through to level 3, and among all the ghosts present, it was considered quite strong. Seeing Li Liuli with such a bodyguard, the other fierce ghosts restrained their thoughts, and some even mocked. What were they thinking? Actually dared to attack Mr. Li. Such a wealthy existence, how could the forces behind him be weak? It's better to reincarnate now, this is too shameful for a ghost. Li Liuli also slightly crouched down, looking at the constantly screaming ghost, and showed a polite smile. "I have always treated others with courtesy. However, since you don't know manners, it's fine, I also know a bit of boxing." After saying this, Li Liuli drew the nameless sword he had purchased earlier and stabbed it toward the small ghost's body. Buzz! The moment the nameless sword made contact with the small ghost, Li Liuli heard a buzzing sound from the sword body, then golden light flashed from the blade. Ah! The small ghost's screams became even more intense, and under the golden light, its body began to melt. And the other ghosts present, who were also exposed to the golden light, and also suffered some injuries. The rotting monster suffered the most, and the decay on its face became even more severe. What is this? A high-level ghost hunting sword? I've seen this sword, it seems like it was used by Nameless when she was at level 5. Nameless? That's one of the most terrifying existences among ghost hunters. I've seen her before, and her strength seems to be close to a king. But doesn't Nameless love her own sword? Why would it appear on his body? I once felt her sword, that fiery feeling, it can't be wrong. Mr. Li is so handsome and wealthy, it's normal for Nameless to be infatuated with him. Could it be that Mr. Li's legacy really comes from Nameless? That would be terrifying. Who doesn't know that Nameless hates ghostly beings the most? If she finds out Mr. Li was bullied, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Liuli looked on coldly at all this, keeping all their discussions in his heart. Chapter 11. Is Nameless really such a terrifying existence? No wonder the system mall sells her weapons. And it seems the other party is a woman. Li Liuli silently noted this information in his heart, and if he ever had the chance, he must get to know her well. Why is it so noisy outside? While the ghosts were discussing, an extremely rough voice entered the hall, clearly belonging to a woman, and then a ghost dressed as a chef walked into the hall. Her facial features were iron blue, her expression hideous, with skin that appeared underground, protruding veins like worms, looking just like an evil spirit. Upon seeing the waiter, she spat, and then found the terrified little Chen, saying, "Why is the hall so chaotic? Why hasn't my plate been returned? Are you slacking off?" she said, pulling out her huge bone-cutting knife that she carried on her back, seeming ready to strike at any moment. It was clear that if little Chen really had been slacking off, it would trigger this ghost chef's rule of killing. Seeing this, little Chen quickly shook his head and shouted, "I'm wronged. It was he who spilled the money on the ground, causing the chaos. That's why I couldn't complete my work on time." Little Chen had already experienced the horror of the ghost chef. On his back covered by the waiter's clothes, there were already many hideous scars. Thus, out of fear, he immediately pushed Li Liuli out. "Dead friends don't save the living, you've earned me so much money, just bear this disaster for me." Little Chen silently thought with his eyes closed. "Oh?" The ghost chef narrowed her eyes, following little Chan's pointing direction, and immediately shouted, "How dare you wear such clothes? You dare to break the rules and seek death?" Saying this, she threw her bone-cutting knife, stirring up a chilling wind, heading towards Li Liuli's face. The rotting monster, upon seeing this, surprisingly did not dare to step forward, but rather flickered its gaze. Clearly, it also did not have the confidence to withstand this attack. The other ghosts saw this and their thoughts became lively. Although the ghost chef here was the strongest among the ghosts, besides the sheep and mansion owner, if Li Liuli really had a royal background, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to block this attack. If he couldn't block it, it would prove that the other party was probably just a rich fool with nothing more, giving them a chance to snatch some benefits. The rotting monster clearly thought the same way. After all, the other party had already paid for the service, and if he died under this attack, he could run away at any time. While this attack might be blockable, he would still be injured and make an enemy of this ghost chef. At this moment, however, Hu Meng unexpectedly shouted, "Be careful," and then proactively stepped forward, wanting to block this attack for Li Liuli. All of this Li Liuli silently noted in his heart, unable to help but let out a cold laugh. After stopping Hu Meng's actions, he gently spoke, "I want to see just how skilled you are to make me take off this outfit. Once he finished speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back, took a step forward, puffed out his chest, and collided head-on with the bone-cutting knife. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar erupted in the hall, and the bone-cutting knife was halted right before Li Liuli's chest. The onlookers saw a dragon surrounded by black mist soaring from his chest, its agile and long body crushing the bone-cutting knife into pieces and lunging towards the ghost chef. The ghost chef's expression changed. This bone-cutting knife was a tier 2 strange item that had accompanied her for a long time, and she naturally knew its power. Yet now, it was easily deflected by her opponent, who still had the strength to attack her. Instinctively, the ghost chef wanted to escape, but the soaring dragon seemed to have a purpose, forever trailing behind her, gaining speed. Finally, after another loud dragon roar, the black dragon plunged into the ghost chef's chest. Pooh! The ghost chef immediately vomited several mouthfuls of black, chilling blood. The strange beings present were all horrified at this sight. Spitting out blood infused with dark energy was a sign of harming one's origin. The ghost chef was at least a tier 3 strange being. Li Liuli walked forward slowly, looking at the ghost chef, distressed, and collapsed on the ground, with a harmless smile. This outfit was given to me by the sheep-headed guide. How dare you question his order? Isn't that breaking the rules? Yes. Yes. The ghost chef nodded in agreement while spitting blood. This time, I was wrong. I didn't recognize your strength, please spare my life. At this moment, she felt as if a dragon was constantly destroying all her meridians inside her. Now, she no longer dared to confront Li Liuli, only hoping that he would retract this divine power. Breaking the rules naturally requires punishment. Li Liuli maintained his smile and drew forth a nameless sword again, gently stabbing towards the ghost chef's heart. Pooh! The ghost chef's eyes widened in anger, but before she could say another word, her life was ended by Li Liuli. After finishing this, Li Liuli clapped his hands, stood up, and looked around. The entire place was silent. Even the strange being did not dare to make eye contact with Li Liuli at this moment. He originally thought Li Liuli was merely a human kid out for training. Although he had a background, his strength was insufficient to threaten him. But now, this viewpoint was completely shattered as Li Liuli killed the ghost chef. And little Chen, who had betrayed Li Liuli, was even more terrified, kneeling on the ground. He never imagined that Li Liuli's strength could be so terrifying. May I ask which esteemed guest has graced my humble abode? Just as the place was silent, a seductive voice, capable of enchanting hearts, came from the staircase. On hearing this, the strange being whispered to Li Liuli, the owner of this place has arrived. Clearly, after witnessing Li Liuli's terrifying strength, he no longer dared to provoke him. Instead, he began to draw closer to their relationship. He knew that the gentleman he served was not a fool and could see through his thoughts. The owner of the house? Li Liuli looked deeply at the strange being. Is it the one living at the end of the second-floor hallway? He didn't blame the strange being for his previous actions. After all, his 9-dragon heart shield could only protect him 9 times, and using it once to intimidate everyone was sufficient. It was better to reserve the remaining chances. At this moment, Hu Meng took the initiative to speak. That's right, she is also quite a big figure in the strange world. I have many game copies in hand. I came here specifically because I heard she was resting in this villa and wanted her to take us in. Soon, a woman dressed in a black court gown, wearing a veil that covered her cheeks, gracefully descended the staircase from the hall, instantly becoming the focal point of the living room. Lady Long. The bartender was the first to bow to the woman in the black dress, her body even trembling slightly. Clearly, this strange being is not as harmless as she appears on the surface. Lady Long? Is she a strange being with a dragon bloodline? Similarly, is the goat-headed guide a strange being with a goat bloodline? Recalling the dragon roar from the heart-protecting mirror after being attacked in this Lady Long's reaction, Li Liuli guessed a rough idea and inferred the identity of the goat-headed guide through Lady Long. Quickly, Lady Long looked around and noticed the corpse of the ghost chef. She immediately frowned and no longer tangled with the dragon roar that had come earlier. Ha! Who dares to kill my people on my territory? Lady Long's tone was displeased. Where's the goat? Show yourself. I am here, respected Lady Long. Soon, the goat-headed guide strangely walked out from a wall in the hall and bowed to Lady Long, then looked at Li Liuli with dissatisfaction. This time it was my oversight. I didn't expect that among the players, someone could actually kill the ghost chef. Although the goat-headed guide's tone was also very respectful, it was not as restrained as the bartender's. It seemed that the other party was not very afraid of Lady Long. Li Liuli watched this scene and thought to himself, the goat-headed guide is indeed not as simple as I initially guessed. Chapter 12. Clearly, the identity of the goat is not related to bloodline but rather to the game copy itself. So you mean to say my subordinate's strength is too weak, which is why they were killed? Lady Long looked at the guide with an unfriendly gaze. Is it my fault? Do you think because you are under the protection of the Upper Alliance, becoming the so-called goat in the copy, that I would not dare to kill you? The guide saw that Lady Long seemed ready to explode, and his expression turned ugly, quickly saying, of course it's not your fault, but we can discuss compensation. Compensation? Lady Long's tone immediately rose a few notches. This strange being has been with me for over a decade, and not to mention how much a third-tier strange being is worth on the market, just the feelings of over a decade alone without 100 million dark coins, it can't be taken down. And this kind of third-tier strange being is worth several tens of millions in the market. Do you think, with your salary, you can afford it? At this point, she glanced at Li Liuli, or do you think this human kid can afford it? Clearly, under the gazes of all the strange beings, she knew it was Li Liuli who killed the ghost chef. After all this, it turns out it was just to get a few 100 million? That's easy. Li Liuli originally felt a bit uncertain. If the other party insisted on taking action against him, he could only rely on his 9-dragon heart-protecting mirror to withstand her attack. After all, through the system's detection privileges, he had already seen the other party's level. 5th-tier strange being. If she really wanted to kill him, Li Liuli could only pray that these remaining 8 chances would allow him to backfire against Lady Long and kill her. However, the current situation had been pulled back to the topic of compensation by the goat-headed guide, and Li Liuli relaxed. If it can be solved with money, then can it really be called a problem? I have plenty of money. Sure enough, after Lady Long shifted the topic to compensation, the guide no longer spoke. He looked at Li Liuli as if to say, "Please begin your performance." Li Liuli slowly approached Lady Long, then pulled out a large stack of dark coins filled with ominous energy. "Here are 200 million dark coins. How about this, is it enough? If not, I can add more." Madame Long stared blankly at the ghost money in Li Liuli's hand, pulling out 200 million ghost coins at once, which is not something an ordinary person can do. However, Madame Long had seen a lot, and while 200 million is a lot, she wasn't someone who had never had it before. 200 million is enough, but... Madame Long continued to push. "I really like the wine she made. Now that she's dead, who should I look for to make the wine?" The guide sighed upon hearing this but didn't step forward anymore. He had already done enough for Li Liuli, and if Madame Long wanted to cause more trouble, he certainly wouldn't want to get involved. After all, even if he had rules protecting him, it didn't mean Madame Long couldn't kill him. The atmosphere in the hall turned cold again. However, Li Liuli was not flustered. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. "As for the wine, I just happen to have some here." "Oh?" Madame Long showed a skeptical expression. "My taste is quite picky." Li Liuli took out a crystal-clear bottle and opened the cork. Pop! With a crisp sound, a rich aroma of wine spread out, and everyone felt their pores open wide, greedily absorbing the dispersing fragrance. Madame Long naturally caught a whiff of this peculiar wine fragrance, and her expression softened immediately. "Is this soul-cleansing brew?" Madame Long's nose twitched slightly. "The smell is top quality?" The displeasure on Madame Long's face completely disappeared as she stared intently at the glass bottle in Li Liuli's hand, licking her lips, her eyes filled with desire. It was clear that Madame Long truly loved wine. Seeing Madame Long's reaction, Li Liuli knew he had turned the danger into safety, smiling and politely replying, "This time I was indeed in the wrong, so naturally, I should offer such good wine as an apology." Although he didn't know how much soul-cleansing brew was truly worth. However, while Li Liuli didn't know, Madame Long was quite clear in her heart. Soul-cleansing brew is a high-level fine wine produced by the Yellow Spring wine cellar. For ordinary people or low-level spirits, drinking it could directly elevate them to the first-grade ghost object. Moreover, drinking it could cure dark ailments, curses, and restore spiritual energy. Soul-cleansing brew is in short supply in the market. In the black market, a bottle of top-quality soul-cleansing brew can sell for over 10 billion ghost coins. And it's still a case of there being a price without a market. The value of this bottle of wine has already completely surpassed that of a ghost chef. Li Liuli presented the soul-cleansing brew with both hands, and Madame Long quickly reached out to take it, scared that it would be snatched away by the surrounding greedy spirits. After receiving the soul-cleansing brew, Madame Long immediately took a sip, then sealed the bottle again, looking at Li Liuli and said, "Since you were so sincere, this time I will let it go." Saying this, Madame Long hugged the soul-cleansing brew and quickly left the hall, leaving the stunned guide and the other equally greedy spirits behind. Ahem, the matter is resolved. After coming back to his senses, the guide looked at Li Liuli with eyes filled with longing, as if staring at a woman stripped of her clothes. This made Li Liuli feel a bit creeped out. Mr. Li," the guide chuckled, "are you interested in continuing to talk to me about horror games? We can sit and chat slowly, of course, a pot of good wine would be even better." "You little brat, your calculations are all showing on my face." Li Liuli grumbled inwardly, but didn't show any expression. "Of course." The guide's eyes lit up, and he immediately eagerly grabbed Li Liuli's arm, leaving the living room in full view. "Is this really about horror games?" Little Chen, who had been scared of Li Liuli's retaliation, saw this scene and adjusted his sweat-soaked collar. With envy, he said, "This is clearly like an ancient king in disguise, coming down to experience the lives of the common people." As he spoke, he intended to lean against the wall and rest for a while. Anyway, his superior had already been killed by Li Liuli, so it shouldn't matter if he took a break, right? Still talking nonsense? The chef is dead, and you are the chef now. Hurry up and get to work. The guide suddenly poked his head out from the hall, startling Xiao Chun. Yes. Boss. I'm on it. Xiao Chun immediately straightened his back, bowed, and jogged towards the kitchen. The guide turned back, a cold expression on his face replaced by a smile as he looked at Li Liuli behind him, rubbing his hands. Okay, now we can discuss things in detail. The guide grabbed Li Liuli's arm and led him straight toward the wall. Under his astonished gaze, they passed through the wall and entered a dark room. Inside the room, a row of dense screens displayed various scenes from the villa. Clearly, the guide was using the content on the screens to monitor the normal game. Just as Li Liuli was about to speak, he saw the guide quickly pull out 2 goblets and say, I know you have many questions, but please don't rush. Let's have a toast. Then, he looked at Li Liuli with eager eyes. Seeing this, Li Liuli had to pull out a bottle of soul distilling brew again. But he didn't feel too bad about it since he didn't drink alcohol. Not because he disliked it, but because every time he drank, he would lose consciousness for a period, accompanied by some bizarre happenings. This had happened many times even before he left the Sunshine Orphanage. Their old director and the security guard always liked to give him some strange drinks. After Li Liuli filled the guide's cup, the guide immediately downed it in one go. Ah, Li bro, it's not that I'm saying you, but you just aren't frank enough. After drinking the soul distilling brew, the guide clearly relaxed. If you had told me you had this kind of alcohol, would I not take care of you? Chapter 13. Listening to the guide's workplace-like words, Li Liuli's mouth twitched. The guide patted Li Liuli's shoulder and spoke gently, from now on, let's discuss our own matters. If you don't mind, I'll take the liberty to call you Li bro. Although I may be older than you, in the bizarre world, it's all about strength. And me? You can call me Brother Yang, Little Sheep, or Guide, whatever you prefer. Li Liuli didn't speak, and the guide didn't continue on that topic. Alright, I know you have a lot of questions now, ask away. As long as I know, Brother Yang will definitely leave nothing unsaid. Sure enough, alcohol is the quickest way to strengthen the bond between 2 men. Then I will ask, Li Liuli found a sofa to sit down, what does Yang mean, and besides buying items, what else can eating coins do? The guide thought for a moment, then spoke. Yang refers to the rank of in-game staff defined by the Upper Alliance, divided into Bug, Yang, Human, King. There may be higher ranks, but I am just a small Yang who can't access that. They are responsible for different games. Among them, Yang is in charge of slaughter, Human is in charge of deception, King is in charge of disputes, and Bug is not responsible for any game. He lightly placed one hand on his chest. Moreover, the higher the rank, the stronger the ability. Bugs, being unintelligent devious creatures, should be avoided immediately unless you are confident you can kill them. Besides bugs, if other game staff are killed, it will attract inspectors from the Upper Alliance. As for in coins, they can be used to join horror games, upgrade your status, and can also be used for cultivation. After all, not everyone can pull out a large amount of strange items to assist in cultivation anytime. The guide looked at Li Liuli with envy. When I save up 1 billion hell coins, I can be promoted to a human. Li Liuli nodded and asked his next question, what is the Upper League, and how strong are the Human King and the Monster King? Typically, a member of the Upper League is slightly stronger than a Human King or Monster King who does not use strange items. Generally, once you become a king, you qualify to join the Upper League. By the way, to become a Human King or Monster King, your strength must at least reach level 7. The guide's words made Li Liuli's eyes widen. The force behind the terrifying game organization was actually this powerful. No wonder they can freely set up dungeons, pulling in human players and monsters. The guide seemed to know only this much and did not continue speaking. Seeing this, Li Liuli began to ask about topics related to the game. When will the assassin appear? How strong is it? Slightly weaker than the ghost chef, it's a bug. The guide replied meaningfully, when it appears, you'll understand. Knowing that the assassin was slightly weaker than the ghost chef, Li Liuli felt relieved. Even if the rotten monster in Fox Dream couldn't deal with it, he could still rely on the Dragon 9 Heart Mirror to kill it. Now, the information Li Liuli wanted to know had all been told to him, so he didn't plan to stay here any longer. He stood up and placed the bottle of soul-cleansing brew on the table. Thank you, Brother Yang, I have business to attend to, so I'll leave now. Wait. At that moment, the guide suddenly called out to Li Liuli. He took out a remote control and pressed it against one of the screens on the wall. Look at this. What was playing was the image of a schoolgirl, who was now bouncing up to the second floor, knocking on one of the doors. Who? A somewhat annoyed voice from inside the room came out, and then the door opened a crack, revealing her face, which showed a bit of anger. Seeing it was the schoolgirl, Xiaoli blinked and greedily stared at her. The scent coming from you, it smells so good. Xiaoli licked her lips. Do you want to have a deep conversation with your sister? She seemed to be having difficulty controlling herself. Her originally smooth arms grew white fur, and her nails became long and sharp, resembling an animal's forelimbs. The schoolgirl smiled slightly, gently pushing aside her arms, saying, "I do want to have a deep conversation with my sister, but not in the way you think." Seeing the other party still dared to resist, the desire on Xiao Li's face intensified. She pushed the door open and reached out to grab the schoolgirl's neck. "I may not dare to lay a hand on that, Mr. Li, but dealing with a little chick like you is still no problem." "Is that so?" The schoolgirl remained calm, allowing Xiao Li's hands to grasp her neck. Just as Xiao Li thought she was about to succeed, a sudden change occurred. The schoolgirl's neck suddenly swelled like an inflated balloon, her snowy skin bursting open, and bloody flesh rolled over continuously. Eyeballs squirmed out from the flesh, staring intently at Xiao Li. As these sinister, cold gazes focused on Xiao Li, she felt as though her body was frozen, with her blood turning stiff all over. "You are a monster tamer?" Xiao Li couldn't move at all, looking at the schoolgirl's innocent smile, feeling utterly broken. "Why are there so many wolves in sheep's clothing in this dungeon? I can't help it." The schoolgirl blinked her eyes. "If I don't show my strength, my sister will come for me." "Let's get back to the point." The schoolgirl entered Xiao Li's room and closed the door. One by one, the restless eyeballs slowly drilled into her skin. "Disappearance. In fact, I come from the land of cherry blossoms, and this time, my goal is to leave no one alive in this instance." The student girl explained with a smile, "In this way, the strange will descend upon Huaxia." "I see." Xiao Li understood the other's plan. Horror games are not only about the life and death of players. If the instance cannot be cleared, strange phenomena and curses will fall upon the players' countries, bringing disaster. The human race always fights among themselves, so the eerie things are no longer a surprise. However, Xiao Li did not expect that this time the instance was not an international units instance. Someone would actually come to stir things up. "Why did you come to me?" Xiao Li asked, puzzled. "My strength is not very strong here." "Of course, it's because of that player's money-making ability. I am also quite troubled by it." The student girl showed a troubled expression, "But I found some people willing to join forces, so we should be successful." "In that case." Xiao Li showed a vicious look in his eyes, "I will join." Li Li had stopped her several times, which made her feel a deep resentment. After all, not everyone will remember the kindness others have given, instead, they may intensify their actions. The scene came to a halt as the guide looked at Li Li and said, "This is the scene I saw before, right when you threw away 10 million underworld coins." The student girl quietly left when Li Li discarded the 10 million underworld coins. After all, she could not openly break the rules, and the guide's punishment was unbearable. Therefore, she did not see Li Li kill the ghost chef. "I didn't expect a little mouse from an island country to sneak in this time." After a moment of silence, Li Li slowly revealed a smile devoid of warmth, and even the guide shuddered upon seeing this smile. "What are you planning to do?" The guide couldn't help but ask. "She hasn't broken any rules yet, so I can't carry out a judgment." "Just a little mouse, what do we need Brother Young for?" Li Li spoke gently, "We just need to make sure she doesn't escape through any means when I catch her." After all, the student girl's goal was to leave no one alive in this instance. But she couldn't possibly risk her own life, so she must have some means of leaving the instance. "Okay." The guide nodded in agreement. "Be careful, the eerie thing she controls should be around rank 2, but it is definitely more dangerous than an ordinary rank 2 eerie. After all, the person holding the gun, ready to fire at any moment, is always more terrifying than the gun itself." At this moment, Li Li also discovered that his main mission had unexpectedly changed. Main quest: kill the student girl, thwart her plot, double the rewards. The more players that survive, the higher the rating received. You can check the current rewards. Chapter 14. Li Li naturally understood this principle. After silently nodding, he passed through the wooden door of the small room and instantly arrived in the hall on the first floor. And at this moment, the student girl just happened to come down from the stairs. "Hello? Senior Li." The student girl blinked, showing a cute expression. "I didn't expect to encounter you here, what a coincidence." If Li Li hadn't seen the student girl's true appearance before, he might have been deceived. "Aren't you supposed to be working now?" Li Li showed a playful expression. "Slacking off is against the rules, you know." The student girl's color changed, but she quickly returned to normal, stuck out her tongue, and answered somewhat aggrieved, "Isn't it just too tiring?" "Senior, you're so powerful, you definitely don't understand our struggles as ordinary players, please have some understanding." "She can act pretty well, I'll let you go this time." Li Li secretly sneered in his heart. He was not soft-hearted, instead, he planned to catch all those eerie things that had joined together. To eliminate the roots of the problem, Li Liuli truly understood this principle. "This is the last time, hurry up and get to work," Li Liuli said coldly. "Yay! Thank you, senior, long live understanding." The female student, upon hearing this, showed a grateful look, came to Li Liuli's side, tiptoed, and her red lips quickly brushed past Li Liuli's cheek, bringing a wave of fresh fragrance. Then her pretty face turned slightly red, and she quickly left. Li Liuli touched his cheek that still held a lingering scent, shaking his head helplessly. I have to say, people from the island country really know how to have fun. Fortunately, I already know the true nature of the other party. What he didn't notice was that in the faint red mark left by the female student, a strange eyeball was uneasily spinning for a moment, then disappeared. Returning to the hall, all the strange beings suddenly fell silent, and everyone's gaze focused on Li Liuli, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the rotten ghost in Fox Dream had been in the living room, and upon seeing Li Liuli, they immediately came to his side. After understanding Li Liuli's strength, the rotten ghost now just wanted to properly complete the commission. Soon, a strange being wearing a tattered long gown, with swollen and rotting skin, came over holding a worn-out small box. The small box looked like a somewhat damaged shrine, engraved with the image of a fierce demon, with a sharp horn rising from its forehead, and facial features that looked very angry, with flashes of bloody gas passing by from time to time, as if it were sitting on a throne, glaring forward. Above the shrine hung a blood-red crescent moon, making its aura even more eerie. Detected top-grade cursed object, one of the ghostly demon shrines, Scarlet Moon. By sacrificing a level 4 or above strange being or a hunter, you can summon the Scarlet Moon. The more strange beings sacrificed, the stronger it is, and the longer the Scarlet Moon will exist. Top-grade cursed object? Li Liuli's eyes widened, and his gaze became enthusiastic. Then the strange being chuckled and said, Mr. Li, this is an item I unintentionally found while falling into the Nine Nether prison, and I have never known how to use it. I wonder if Mr. Li would be willing to buy it. Even as a collection, this thing must be quite valuable. It began to pitch. Look at its exquisite craftsmanship, carving the lost demon race vividly, placed in your human world, it would be a guaranteed antique. Obviously, this strange being did not know the usage of this item, it was merely treating it as a piece of art, wanting to exchange it for money. Li Liuli held back his excitement and kept quiet. After receiving the shrine, he pretended to examine it carefully, then generously said, Well, I really like it, what's your price? 10 million underworld coins, how about that? After stating the price, he saw Li Liuli's indifferent expression, thinking that the other party found the price too high and felt a bit angry, so he immediately shrank back his neck. 5 million is also fine. What he didn't know was that Li Liuli was feeling ecstatic inside. Although he couldn't quite understand the specific use of the Scarlet Moon, being called a top-grade cursed object definitely indicated it wasn't an ordinary item. Buying it for 10 million was definitely not a loss. And it could help fulfill his spending task. It's 10 million. Seeing that the other party seemed to want to keep lowering the price, Li Liuli hurriedly said, I'm not short on this little money, are you looking down on me? How could a seller actively lower the price? Li Liuli readily pulled out 10 million and handed it to the strange being, then put the ghostly demon shrine into the system space, and that strange being was so happy with the money that it could hardly close its mouth. It completely failed to notice that the other strange beings present were looking at him with naked greed. Innocent people can be punished for possessing something valuable. Seeing this, Li Liuli immediately felt he should do something. After all, no one knew if the other strange beings present were also secretly hiding some good items. If trading with myself would bring about deadly consequences, then who would dare to trade with me? So, I loudly declared, everyone, this deceptive guy and I made a trade. I hope you do not have any thoughts about him, otherwise, I will definitely investigate everyone present. If there are any unjust cases later, don't blame me. Li Liuli's words not only awakened all the eerie beings present, but also brought the excited old ghost back to reality. His expression changed as he glanced around, realizing that indeed, there were ghosts with flickering eyes. However, thanks to Li Liuli's remarks, most of the eerie beings chose to restrain their thoughts, and the remaining issues would have to be dealt with by the ghost himself. Seeing that his intimidation still worked, Li Liuli spoke again, of course, if anyone else wants to trade with me, I'm always available. Before Li Liuli could finish his sentence, a melodious bell rang in the hall. It was already 11 o'clock. At that moment, a ghostly figure dressed as a waiter walked in from outside the hall, shouting, Everyone, please follow me to the banquet hall on the second floor for dinner. Then, he turned his gaze towards Li Liuli, who was in a suit, and frowned, How dare you wear such clothes? Hurry and take it off, you'll be dining here soon. After speaking, he ignored Li Liuli and walked towards the kitchen, while yelling in his rough voice, Aunt Zhang, why haven't you gone to the second floor to prepare the guests' meals? The corpse of the ghost chef had already been taken care of by the other waiters, so he was unaware of what had happened. After making a round in the kitchen, he scratched the back of his head and walked out. Strange, 7, do you know where Aunt Zhang went? He asked the bartender waiter. Brother Liang, Aunt Zhang. Before 7 could finish his sentence, he noticed Brother Liang staring at Li Liuli with a gloomy face. Why haven't you changed your clothes yet? As he spoke, he twisted his body, making a crackling sound, and walked towards Li Liuli. Hey! Brother Liang, he is new here, I know. Why haven't you taught him properly? When Lady Long sees this, she will definitely hold you accountable. Brother Liang interrupted Seven's words once again, turning to Li Liuli. Since you don't listen to me, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Just as Brother Liang rolled up his sleeves, ready to punch Li Liuli's smirking face, Seven shouted, Brother Liang, this Mr. Li is a distinguished guest of Lady Long, you can't hurt him. He had another sentence he didn't say, you can't beat him. Brother Liang was taken aback for a moment, then he sneered dismissively, don't make me laugh, how can a newcomer be Lady Long's distinguished guest? It's true, didn't you smell the aroma of the wine wafting here? Seven's cold sweat broke out, not from fear, but from worrying that Brother Liang might also be killed by Li Liuli. Earlier, this Mr. Li sent a bottle of soul-cleansing brew to Lady Long, you should be able to smell it, right? Upon hearing this, Brother Liang's nose twitched slightly, and he indeed caught a whiff of a peculiar wine fragrance wafting through the air, intoxicating. Moreover, Aunt Zhang is dead because she crossed this Mr. Li and was killed, Lady Long is not blaming anyone. Seeing Brother Liang stop, Seven hurriedly continued, you can't beat him. What? Aunt Zhang is dead? Chapter 15. Brother Liang's eyes widened in disbelief as he spoke, how could Aunt Zhang possibly die? All the eerie beings present saw it. Seven continued, if you don't believe it, you can ask them. Others nodded in agreement. Brother Liang looked around and finally stared at the smirking Li Liuli, suddenly feeling weak in the knees. His hands, which were initially ready to throw a punch, trembled and instead gently adjusted Li Liuli's collar. What? No lesson for me anymore? Li Liuli asked with a smile. No, I dare not. Brother Liang forced a smile, there is an old saying in Huaxia, those who know when to yield are the true heroes. Clearly, Brother Liang was very savvy and obedient, and he no longer dared to attack Li Liuli. Li Liuli felt a bit disappointed, he had still hoped for the other party to make a move, so he could counterattack and leave the body as a sacrifice for the Scarlet Moon. Unfortunately. Seeing the hint of disappointment in Li Liuli's eyes, Brother Liang felt as if he had narrowly escaped from the gates of hell. He knocked on his trembling legs and then revealed a smile that was more pitiful than crying, everyone, our chef, has passed away, so dinner is cancelled. I hope everyone returns to your rooms to rest. The next time is to welcome our new members. They actually prepared their own rooms for so many strange beings? Can the villa hold them all? Li Liuli was somewhat surprised, but now his spiritual power was not low, and he could also sense some clues. He noticed that outside the window, the night seemed to grow darker, and the atmosphere became a bit eerie. It was as if beneath that swan-like curtain, countless malicious eyes were coldly staring at all the lives within the villa. It seems that the nights in a horror game are also quite dangerous for strange beings. The strange beings reluctantly left the hall, and the aroma of the wine brewed from soul-purifying liquor lingered here, just a slight sip was enough to match several days of hard training. Brother Liang flashed a flattering smile and said to Li Liuli, well, Brother Li, since Aunt Zhang is not here, I will personally prepare dinner for you. Please wait here for a moment. At this moment, the party's waitstaff ended their busy tasks and came to the living room, including all the players. Looking at their leader Brother Liang's flattering manner, the waitstaff were not surprised. After all, the story of Li Liuli killing Aunt Zhang and gifting Madame Long a bottle of soul-purifying liquor had spread to every ear among his waitstaff. Such a big shot was certainly not someone they could casually provoke. Brother Liang signaled some waiters to leave the living room to prepare dinner, and at this time, Li Liuli turned to the rotten monster in Fox Dream and said, you should also go rest. The rotten monster, who had not spoken before, suddenly seemed to make up his mind, digging through his decaying flesh to pull out a piece of spirit stone stained with foul smell. The spirit stone was crystal clear, seemingly carved with intricate patterns inside. Mr. Li, this is the Yin spirit stone I have treasured for a long time, it helps with cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks. The rotten monster respectfully offered it with both hands. This was something the rotten monster had looted and kept on him, which is why his strength had increased so quickly. The rotten monster believed that his previous actions must have displeased Li Liuli. However, Li Liuli seemed to really enjoy collecting these little trinkets, he had previously bought that exquisite shrine. Thus, the rotten monster thought he must also give something to make Li Liuli not so dissatisfied with him. Detected high-quality Yin spirit stone. Helps absorb Yin energy, improves spiritual power, and can explode to cause damage when necessary. High-quality strange item. What a good thing. Just a bit smelly. Li Liuli accepted the Yin spirit stone, nodded in satisfaction, and said, not bad, how much do you want for it? Money? The rotten monster shook its head like a rattling drum, how could I charge you for this, sir? This is a gift for you. He had thought that his act of gift-giving could satisfy Li Liuli, but he never expected that Li Liuli would want to give him money. In his eyes, this meant that Li Liuli was still very dissatisfied with his previous indifference. He could never have imagined that Li Liuli did not harbor any resentment toward him, he simply wanted to complete the system's consumption task. Ha? No payment? Li Liuli furrowed his brow, this won't do. How about I make an offer? 3 million. If that's acceptable, I'll take it. Luan Gue was almost in tears at this point. It seemed Mr. Li still hadn't forgiven me. Thinking of this, Luan Gue gritted his teeth again and dug into the rotten flesh on himself, pulling out a spirit tablet that looked like something meant to honor the dead. This is a little trinket I stumbled upon in a graveyard. I've never understood its use, but today I'm giving it to Mr. Li. The other players watched this scene with their mouths agape in surprise. Why was Gue eager to give Li Liuli a gift? And why wouldn't he accept his money? Li Liuli's image in their hearts became even more mysterious. The little girl who had been saved by Li Liuli earlier noticed that he didn't seem so unpleasant anymore. Though he hadn't initially revealed what he knew, he had always been helping players like them. Since Li Liuli killed Aunt Zhang, those ghostly servants didn't dare to make things difficult for her. And he was really so handsome. Thinking of this, the little girl's thoughts clearly changed. She began to pursue him herself. Li Liuli took the spirit tablet, which looked very shabby. He couldn't even feel the spiritual energy on it, but it didn't matter, the system would identify it for him. Detecting a sinister spirit tablet, identifying the dormant sinister spirit within. Interpretation complete. A level 4 sinister being lies dormant within the spirit tablet. A mid-level spirit control card can be used to control it. Note, the sleeping sinister spirit cannot resist, this is the best time to control it. Li Liuli nearly burst out laughing. Just when he was dozing off, someone brought him a pillow. How could such a fortunate thing happen in the world? He just happened to have a mid-level spirit control card and encountered a sleeping level 4 sinister being. Thinking of this, Li Liuli laughed heartily. Luan Gue, witnessing this scene, looked as though his soul was about to be scared away. Why was Mr. Li suddenly laughing? Was he unhappy with the gift he received? Luan Gue thought about the exquisite shrine he'd seen before and looked at the shabby spirit tablet with despair and worry on his rotten face. Heavens, are you trying to ruin me? Just when Luan Gue thought Li Liuli was mocking him, he heard Li Liuli's satisfied voice. This is quite nice. I like it. Luan Gue's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, I'm glad you like it. Then, he heard those words that made his heart race. Name your price, I want it all. Oh my. Luan Gue almost kneeled down. Mr. Li, these things are all voluntarily given to you, you shouldn't pay me. How could there be a ghost that didn't want money? Li Liuli was also very puzzled, asking, why not? Isn't it good if I give you money? Li Liuli's puzzled words sounded to Luan Gue like he was intentionally making things difficult for him. So, he took the initiative to kneel down again, causing other players to stir in amazement. A sinister being actually kneeled before Li Liuli? And Li Liuli looked quite surprised at this scene. What does this mean? Boom! Luan Gue heavily bowed his head to Li Liuli, his tone filled with panic. Mr. Li, please don't make it difficult for me. I know my previous actions displeased you. Then, you tell me, what punishment should I receive? A broken hand or a broken leg? As he spoke, he prepared to tear off one of his arms. So it was because he feared I would hold a grudge. Li Liuli finally reacted and quickly grabbed Luan Gue's hand, saying, I'm not angry with you at all, there's no need for this. We are merely in a contractual relationship. Then what do you really mean? Luan Gue asked, stopping his actions upon hearing this. He asked in confusion. You give me things, so I naturally have to pay a little money. Li Liuli didn't know how to explain, so he made an excuse. Not paying is to look down on me, Li. Chapter 16. Languish stared into Li Liuli's eyes, realizing that the other's gaze was sincere, not like someone trying to deceive him. He calmed down, and with that came a wave of gratitude. Mr. Li is indeed magnanimous. Even though I did not act out of fear, he does not hold a grudge against me, and instead is willing to trade with me. This is Mr. Li's generosity. At this moment, Languish wished he could immediately offer his life for Li Liuli. Thinking of this, Languish suddenly remembered that following Li Liuli wasn't a bad thing. After all, the other party's value is high, so by following him, I can also enjoy favorable treatment. And I previously didn't want to be controlled by him. After pondering this in his heart, Languish once again bowed his head deeply to Li Liuli. What does this mean? Li Liuli felt his thoughts couldn't keep up with Languish. Mr. Li, I am willing to sign a contract to be your servant. Languish's eyes sparkled with sincere light, as if seeing a bright future. I was short-sighted before. And this scene was also seen by a female student from Sakura country, her expression turning somewhat ugly. With her strength, she could naturally see that Languish was already close to level 3, even she couldn't say she had beaten him. If Li Liuli really signed a contract with him, it would be very difficult for her to complete her purpose for participating in this instance. Faced with Languish's sincere gaze, Li Liuli fell silent. He already had the opportunity to control a level 4 ghost, naturally, he wouldn't be interested in a level 2 Languish. Thinking of this, Li Liuli felt a bit speechless. I've been so magnanimous, and you still want to repay kindness with resentment? I wonder how many ghostly beings my current strength can control. Current mental power, 100. Your current strength can only control one level 4 ghost. Improve your mental power, otherwise, it will lead to backlash. The system quickly answered his question. Li Liuli smiled awkwardly, then said, actually, you don't need to do this. He gave Languish an out. Upon hearing this, Languish thought Li Liuli believed he was doing this to repay him, and immediately became anxious, clasping his chest with one hand, speaking earnestly, Mr. Li, please do not feel troubled, this is all my own choice, you don't have to blame yourself. You really want to repay kindness with resentment. Li Liuli almost lost his composure. After silently cursing a few times in his heart, he calmly said, actually, I am not too interested in controlling ghosts, relying on external forces is not the way, improving oneself is what matters. After controlling me, your strength will also increase. Languish continued. IF** King. Li Liuli glared at Languish, finally saying helplessly, actually, the forces behind me have already picked out ghosts for me, and after leaving this time, I will go control them. The female student saw that Li Liuli had rejected this opportunity and breathed a sigh of relief, laughing coldly inside. Do you still think you can leave this instance alive? A disciple training from a big family? Seeing his lavish appearance, he must be a rare genius from the oldest families. Good, this time, let Huaxia bleed. Looking at Li Liuli, the female student finally believed the rumors about Huaxia. As a country with deep roots, it truly has some ghost-controlling families, something that her country couldn't compare to. So it was like this. Languish finally dismissed this idea, muttering somewhat lost, it seems I am not strong enough, not catching Mr. Li's eye, but that's okay, I will improve myself, always waiting for Mr. Li, my body is yours. Li Liuli felt a chill run down his spine. If this sentence were spoken by a young woman, Li Liuli would be moved. But if it came from a tall figure, rotten and emitting a terrible stench. Li Liuli shuddered. Let's continue our previous topic, Li Liuli said, playing with the shadow spirit stone and spirit tablet in his hand. Name your price. The rotting figure hesitated for a moment and then spoke, 5 million, how about that? 5 million? Li Liuli asked in surprise. Seeing this, the rotting figure thought his offer was too high, since the shadow spirit stone was only worth 1 or 2 million, and the spirit tablet looked completely useless. But Li Liuli's next words made the rotting figure even more grateful. Li Liuli extended a finger, okay, I know you're afraid that too much money might get you robbed, so I won't offer too much, 10 million, how about that? The rotting figure wanted to hug Li Liuli's leg to express his gratitude. 10 million. He could live comfortably for over a decade without doing anything. Of course. Thank you, Mr. Li. The rotting figure knelt on the ground and took the money from Li Liuli. Mr. Li, dinner is ready. At that moment, Brother Liang walked in from the hall with a smile, just in time to see Li Liuli putting the 2 items into his system backpack and the rotting figure kneeling on the ground. In the brief half-hour before, he had grasped the general situation and naturally knew that the rotting figure kneeling on the ground was the bodyguard Mr. Li had originally hired. Why suddenly kneel down? And it seemed like he was giving Mr. Li 2 gifts? Brother Liang thought to himself and quickly figured it out. It must be that he angered Mr. Li, thus acting this way. Brother Liang recalled that he had wanted to teach Li Liuli a lesson, and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. No way, did Mr. Li hold a grudge against me too? He killed An Zhang, who had followed Madame Long for over 10 years, and Madame Long didn't get angry. If he went to complain to Madame Long, Brother Liang felt his life was as fragile as a candle in the wind. Oh no! He must also offer a gift to make amends. He knew that Li Liuli seemed to enjoy collecting some artifacts, after all, he had previously been willing to spend a lot for a deal with that old spirit. Thinking of this, Brother Liang hurriedly approached Li Liuli, pulling out a dried branch from inside his clothing. This branch seemed to have been kept for a long time, its twigs were completely bare, with only a flower bud-like thing remaining at the tip. Brother Liang had a highly flattering smile on his face. Mr. Li, look at this, I found it while working before. It's said to be a branch of the manjasaka. He reached out to fiddle with the drooping bud, moreover, this flower doesn't seem to be dead yet. When it blooms, you know. Detected dying manjasaka. Once the manjasaka blooms, if you drop your blood on it, it can bind and grant you a chance to revive. Note, soul cleansing brew can nourish the manjasaka. Revive? Li Liuli was shocked, he couldn't believe his luck in finding such a treasure. Seeing Brother Liang's expression, Li Liuli naturally understood that the other party definitely had no ability to make this almost dead manjasaka bloom. It was likely that after some time, this manjasaka would die completely. Li Liuli took the manjasaka and nodded, very nice, how much? Brother Liang immediately exclaimed, Mr. Li, how could I dare take your money? This is just my little intention. Great. Another person who wants to give it away for free. Li Liuli raised an eyebrow and said, I, Li, am never short of money. If you don't want money, I'll take it as you look down on me. Brother Liang dared not bear such words, his face suddenly became even uglier than crying, and he could only look helplessly at the kneeling rotting figure beside him. Seeing the situation, Lan Gui opened his mouth and said, "You just quote a price, Mr. Li is generous and will not hold your faults against you. You want money, this is to give him face." Lan Gui's words aren't bad, he can get along well. Li Liuli in his heart said with satisfaction. Brother Liang, upon hearing this, hesitated and said, "Then I will ask for 1 million, after all, no one knows if the Zhumanzhu Xiaohua can still bloom or not." 1 million? Li Liuli shook his head, "Too little, I will buy it for 5 million. 5 million? Brother Liang was so startled that he couldn't speak clearly. This 5 million would allow him to immediately quit his job here and go to a deeper place. Although his strength might not necessarily allow him to survive in the depths. Chapter 17. Seeing Brother Liang hesitate, Li Liuli intentionally showed an impatient expression. "What's wrong? Aren't you satisfied?" Brother Liang hurriedly laughed and turned around. "How could that be? Mr. Li is truly generous, like my reborn parents." As he spoke, he took Li Liuli's money and then said towards the outside of the living room, "Bring out dinner." Upon hearing this, Li Liuli said again, "Can I and these newcomers have a private room to eat dinner together?" Brother Liang did not hesitate and immediately agreed, "Of course." After that, he said to the waiter, "After the dishes are served, you all go to the third floor and wait for Mr. Li and the others to finish dining." If he could, Brother Liang would have liked to personally feed Li Liuli. Such a wealthy person, if he served him well, wouldn't he soar to great heights? It's a pity that he wasn't a daughter. "Mr. Li, your dinner." After instructing, a waiter pushing a small cart slowly approached. On top were various fragrant dishes, some of which Li Liuli had no chance to eat in reality. Australian lobster, Ima's caviar, ribeye steaks. It was still Xiao Chen as the general manager of a company, who had broader knowledge and called out some names, his eyes shining, drooling. "Are these prepared for us?" Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Brother Liang's face changed completely, the previously flattering smile vanished, and he coldly huffed, "These are specially prepared for Mr. Li, yours is still to come." As soon as Brother Liang finished speaking, a few waiters brought several ordinary employee meals to the living room and dumped them on the table. "This is for you." Xiao Chen's face immediately fell, but he quickly recovered. Following Li Liuli, thus he faced much less danger, and all the waiters respected him. What more could he ask for? After Brother Liang and the other waiters left, Li Liuli glanced at all the players present. The glasses man, Xiao Chen, the girl in punk style, the student girl, the white-collar lady, plus himself, there were still 6 people left. "I wonder if there are any medicines around." At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly looked worried and said, "I feel like the wound on my back is starting to get inflamed." Clearly, in this villa filled with heavy yin energy, any small injury could lead to serious consequences. Li Liuli's task had changed, and he was naturally willing to lend a helping hand because the more players survived, the richer his rewards would be. He said to Xiao Chen, "There should be medicine in the garage next to the hall, but there might be hidden rules, which could be dangerous." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but soon concern colored his face again. If he went, it indeed was very likely to trigger the rules and die. But the wound on his back was already starting to pus. It would probably get worse quickly. Watching Xiao Chen hesitate, Li Liuli then said, 1 million, after I finish eating, I'll accompany you to get it. 1 million? The expression on Xiao Chen's face turned bitter. He had previously given Li Liuli 500,000, and adding this 1 million was already a considerable amount. You have to have a life to spend the money you earn. Li Liuli noticed Xiao Chen's hesitation. Think about it carefully. Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, felt it made some sense, and added that this 1.5 million, while a lot, was still within his ability to bear. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Okay, I will transfer it to you now, Xiao Chen agreed to Li Liuli's request. He earned another 1 million. Other players watched the scene, feeling full of jealousy. In just a few hours, he earned 1.5 million, robbing a bank isn't this easy, right? After receiving the transfer, Li Liuli looked at the little cart in front of him, covered with various dishes that left him unsure where to begin. Indeed, the life of the rich is something that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Just as Li Liuli was about to feast, he saw the female office worker who had been disappearing suddenly walk over with a glass of wine, smiling. "Mr. Li, may I join you for dinner?" She revealed a gentle smile, carrying the charm of a refined lady. At this moment, the office worker also understood that Li Liuli was the big boss she had to impress. Now that she had the chance, she naturally needed to seize it well. Besides, with so many expensive dishes, Li Liuli couldn't possibly eat them all by himself, right? The office worker quietly swallowed her saliva. Li Liuli noticed the scene. Wanting to get something for free? Sure, but you eat yours, and I eat mine, Li Liuli replied lightly. This. The office worker did not expect Li Liuli to respond this way, pausing for a moment before saying, "This doesn't seem like the behavior of a gentleman." I'm not a gentleman. Li Liuli casually grabbed a piece of steak and took a big bite, mumbling as he spoke. Seeing this, the office worker lightly bit her red lips, wanting to say something, but then she saw Li Liuli's gaze instantly become sharp. Am I being too kind to you? How could an ordinary office worker withstand Li Liuli's icy gaze filled with power? Immediately, she trembled all over, as if falling into an ice cellar. Her heart seemed to stop beating. If Li Liuli continued to stare at her like this, she feared she might faint from fear. Fortunately, Li Liuli quickly withdrew his gaze and turned back to the food on the cart, allowing the office worker to finally catch her breath, though her face was pale, and she dared not approach any closer. Seeing Li Liuli feast, the office worker couldn't help but feel very jealous. Someone like him surely wouldn't be liked by any girl. A loser. But what happened next completely stunned her. She saw the student girl and the young delinquent girl walk towards Li Liuli at the same time, with the student girl's eyes shy, as if facing someone she liked. The delinquent girl was somewhat better, but her eyes also carried feelings of admiration. Li Liuli noticed them as well and immediately raised his head. Is there something? The delinquent girl spoke first. She had a faint blush on her face, her eyes seemed to dart around. I came to thank you, thanks to you for helping me earlier. She smiled shyly. I thought you were a cold-blooded person. If it wasn't for the system's task changing, I would indeed be a cold-blooded person. Li Liuli thought silently, but his face showed no sign. You just didn't understand me before. He still preferred her previous unruly demeanor. The delinquent girl immediately nodded repeatedly, her face showing a hint of anticipation as she took out her phone. Can we get to know each other? Like, adding WeChat or something. My name is Lin Zi, and you? Li Liuli. Li Liuli replied, as for the rest, let's talk about it after surviving. Okay. A flicker of disappointment passed over the delinquent girl's face, but she soon rallied, returning to her seat and quietly eating dinner. Li Liuli turned his gaze towards the office worker, who was occasionally stealing glances at him. A shy student girl in a delicate posture. I have to say, this student girl must have practiced how to get a man's attention. Fortunately, I know her purpose, or I might really have been toyed with. Seniorly, are you from a family of hunters? The student girl asked admiringly, her eyes sparkling like little stars. Why are you so strong? Just lucky, I suppose, Li Liuli replied. Then you must be a member of the strategy group, the student girl continued to ask. Strategy group? Li Liuli raised an eyebrow. It seems this should be some kind of unofficial organization that specializes in conquering horror games. Li Liuli realized the student girl's words were simply trying to uncover whether he belonged to an official hunter family or an unofficial organization. Li Liuli shook his head. I'm not part of the strategy group, I'm just a passerby caught up in the game. Senior, you're being a bit secretive, the student girl giggled as she sat close to Li Liuli, leaning slightly forward, maintaining an ambiguous distance. You're so amazing, there must be some power backing you, right? Li Liuli glanced at her and suddenly said, from the way you speak, you don't seem to be from Huaxia? Chapter 18. The student girl's expression stiffened for a moment, but she quickly covered it up, playfully hitting Li Liuli's shoulder. No, I just like watching anime. I prefer people who can be themselves without any disguise, Li Liuli replied mysteriously. His intention was clear, he wanted to make the student girl nervous, as if he had guessed something, thus speeding up her plan. After all, Li Liuli didn't want her to be completely prepared before he stepped into the trap. Why did he say that? Does he already suspect something? Sure enough, after Li Liuli's words, the student girl's expression started to waver. She forced a smile and stood up. Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom. Please, Li Liuli continued to enjoy his steak, not forgetting to grab a piece of foie gras. His casual demeanor made him appear even more unfathomable in the student girl's eyes. The student girl hurried to the restroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed some cool water on her face. The refreshing water calmed her nervous heart a little. At this moment, she realized she was genuinely starting to fear Li Liuli. What she thought was an easy task was becoming somewhat challenging. With his intellect, the possibility of him being in the strategy group is quite high, he might even have secured a seat. But why would someone from the strategy group come to a beginner's dungeon? The student girl recalled the detailed information she received at Wanyue Society when accepting this task, her expression shifting between shadows and light. Finally, her gaze turned cold. Forget it, the plan is pretty much ready, and according to the predictions from Yata no Kagami, this minigame should be the most dangerous part of this dungeon. She shook her hands lightly, then walked towards the second floor. In the hall, Li Liuli satisfiedly patted his belly and let out a long breath. Eating exquisite dishes, spiritual power increased by 50. Current spiritual power, 1061. So it turns out eating such delicacies counts as cultivation and can boost spiritual power? No wonder those big families easily produce geniuses. Li Liuli decided to do more of this cultivation in the future. After finishing the sumptuous meal, Li Liuli stood up and looked over at Xiao Chen not far away. Xiao Chen had been stealing glances at Li Liuli, feeling his back injury worsen even in the brief 15 minutes of dinner. Seeing Li Liuli finally finished, Xiaochen was overjoyed and hurried over. Brother Li, have you finished eating? Li Liuli nodded. Come with me. Okay. Xiaochen smiled brightly. After arriving in the hall, Li Liuli suddenly stopped, and Xiaochen almost bumped into him from behind. Brother Li, what do you mean? Xiaochen looked confused. Could it be that Li Liuli suddenly changed his mind? Is he planning to just eat my 1 million? It's not impossible. Thinking of this, Xiaochen's heart sank. If the other party really wanted to do this, he had no way out. Li Liuli saw right through Xiaochen's thoughts and couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person you think. Li Liuli smiled. Since you've made a deal with me, I will naturally provide you with the best service. Then, Li Liuli turned around and shouted at the second floor, waiter. Bang! 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 A sound of running footsteps approached, followed by Brother Liang's fawning voice, coming, Mr. Li. Brother Liang hurried down the stairs, standing beside Li Liuli with head lowered, very respectful, please instruct. My friend is injured and needs some medicine. Take him to the garage. Li Liuli said. Okay. Brother Liang happily responded, making a gesture for Xiaochen to follow. This guest, please come with me. Xiaochen finally snapped out of his shock, filled with gratitude towards Li Liuli. He didn't expect that he would specially call a skilled waiter to accompany him to get medicine. Xiaochen felt endlessly grateful to Li Liuli. Guests should note, in the garage, you cannot speak or run. Brother Liang said seriously, if you break the rules, I will also be implicated. Xiaochen nodded vigorously, carefully following the waiter into the garage. After a while, they came out covered in sweat, especially Xiaochen, his eyes filled with terror, looking like he had seen a ghost. Although here, seeing a ghost is indeed a common occurrence. Ding! At that moment, the old clock in the hall chimed melodiously, striking 12 times. Midnight has arrived. Dear players, midnight has come, and the party officially begins. Before that, I have prepared a little game for you, called Hide and Seek. The voice of the goat-headed guide echoed from all directions, sounding a bit hoarse, clearly having drunk quite a bit of the brewing spirit Li Liuli offered. Before 3 a.m., you all need to play the role of mice and hide well, don't get caught by the cat. The rules are explained, and now we start a 20-minute countdown. The faces of other players turned panicked, and they all looked at Li Liuli, seemingly ready to follow his lead. Seeing this, Li Liuli didn't continue to hide, calculating the number of people present. Excluding the student girl and himself, there were just 4 people left. The restroom on the second floor could completely accommodate them, and he could also deal with the student girl and that bug with peace of mind. Li Liuli immediately spoke, the restroom on the second floor can be used for hiding, there are 4 spots. If you trust me, I can take you there. The female white-collar worker and the bespectacled man rushed to the second floor, fearing someone would take their hiding spots. However, Li Liuli grabbed them both back. What are you doing? The female white-collar worker said angrily, you're wasting my hiding time. If something happens because of this, can you take responsibility? Li Liuli's gaze turned icy, and the female white-collar worker experienced that suffocating feeling again, her eyes filled with panic as her arms flailed weakly in the air. Noisy. Li Liuli slapped her face, how can you be sure that the second floor is safe right now? The student girl still hadn't returned. Li Liuli also guessed that the other party had likely begun to implement their plan, so at this time, if any player was alone, it would be extremely dangerous. After all, not everyone can deal with those strange creatures like he can. My patience has limits. Li Liuli did not hide his killing intent, follow my instructions and you will live, otherwise, death. If it weren't for the change in the mission, Li Liuli would have killed that female white-collar worker by now. Looking at the cannibalistic gaze of Li Liuli, everyone suddenly remembered his previous self-introduction. A madman. Also a murderer. Li Liuli coldly surveyed the surroundings. After seeing that all the players did not dare to resist, he gently spoke, good, now follow me, line up properly, and I will say it once more, do not disobey my orders. Chapter 19. Watching other players quickly line up behind him, Li Liuli revealed a smile. Let's go. At this moment on the second floor, it was quiet. Under the dim yellow lights in the corridor, no signs of life could be felt. Li Liuli's spiritual power was not low, he could sense that some malicious gazes were watching him from somewhere. However, they seemed unwilling to act, perhaps they were waiting for the players to disperse before attacking one by one. It seems that because of Li Liuli's presence, the student girl had become ultra-cautious and no longer underestimated any player. Thoughts flashed quickly through Li Liuli's mind, and the corners of his mouth formed a cold arc. The student girl's ideas just fit Li Liuli's plan perfectly. Thus, when Li Liuli was alone, she would definitely gather all the strange creatures to attack him, and he could take the opportunity to catch them all at once. Li Liuli led everyone to the second-floor restroom. The restroom had no unpleasant smell, and a string of unknown yellow incense hanging on the porch was emitting wisps of smoke, with a faint fragrance. In a moment, the four of you will enter these four doors and lock them from the inside. Unless I say you can come out, no matter who knocks, do not open the door. Li Liuli pointed at the four tightly closed doors in the restroom and said. Through the enhancement of his spiritual power, Li Liuli could see that the four doors had a faint aura of spiritual energy covering them, obviously a very safe place. Without saying a word, the others quickly dove into the restroom and shut the doors tightly, except Lin Zi, who suddenly looked at Li Liuli, her eyes filled with confusion. What about you? Aren't you hiding? She asked. If it's really not safe, you can hide with me. She didn't mind getting close to Li Liuli in such a confined space, on the contrary, she was somewhat looking forward to it. Unfortunately, Li Liuli's words dashed this thought. He smiled slightly and said, I have other things to do. There is a rat hiding among us, and if we don't catch her, we won't be able to safely complete this game. So Li Liuli had always been helping us deal with troubles in the shadows. He is truly a good person. Lin Zi had encountered handsome and wealthy boys before, but once they faced troubles, they would immediately become turtles retracting into their shells. However, Li Liuli was completely different from them, always silently shouldering everything alone. Lin Zi felt her heart racing again. Thus, under Lin Zi's nearly admiring gaze, Li Liuli left the restroom. After quickly returning to the living room, Li Liuli took out the rotten strange item that had given him a spirit token, as well as his intermediate-level strange taming card. It was a small yellow card, exuding an antique aura, with a contract written on it, and at the bottom of the card, there were his name and an empty space. How should I sign a contract with this fierce strange? Li Liuli inquired. Place the spirit token on the card. Injecting spiritual energy, the sleeping Li Gue will automatically sign a contract. It's really a bit unreasonable. I like it. Li Liuli immediately placed the spirit tablet on the card and slowly injected spiritual energy into it. Soon, the spirit tablet began to shake violently, then emitted a chilling breath that seemed to freeze Li Liuli's blood, causing his skin to crack. The strange creature inside the spirit tablet was gradually awakening. No wonder it is a level 4 strange creature. Just a slight overflow of spiritual energy made it unbearable for Li Liuli. Fortunately, the strange creature card emitted a gentle glow in time, enveloping the spirit tablet, blocking the breath from inside, and then Li Liuli could sense a connection formed between himself and the strange creature inside the spirit tablet. Congratulations, you have completed the achievement, Beyond Level Control. Reward, Fragmented Spirit Talisman *3, Gathering Spirit Talisman *3, Underworld Divine Consciousness Fruit *10, 9 Nether Spirit Liquid *5. There is actually an achievement system. Li Liuli's expression became even happier. Would you like to detect the power of the Li Gue? Yes. Li Gue, 9 Nether. Source, 9 Nether Prison. Level, 4, Spiritual Power, 10,569. Li Gue Ability, 9 Nether Formless Fire, Space Shuttling. Inherent Life Curse Item, 9 Nether Fire Seed, Underworld Feather. Cultivation Method, 9 Nether Heart-Eating Fire. Spiritual Power is as much as 10,000. It's 10 times Li Liuli's. In this villa, he is the top person aside from Lady Long. Of course, Li Liuli did not know the strength of the guide. Who is it? Just as Li Liuli was secretly pleased, he suddenly heard an annoyed voice from within the spirit tablet, still a bit drowsy but full of anger. Who has signed a contract while I was sleeping? I'm so mad. The spirit tablet shattered with a bang, turning into tiny wood chips. Under Li Liuli's astonished gaze, he saw a girl in a black gauze skirt, with snow-white skin and beautiful features, leaping out from the spirit tablet, angrily staring at Li Liuli. It's actually a female strange creature. And a beautiful one at that. Though her appearance is not as captivating as Fox dreams, she is definitely pure and cute. If not knowing she is a level 4 strange creature, Li Liuli would think she is just a neighbor girl. A level 1 human? Upon seeing Li Liuli's strength, Jodo's face became even angrier, although, in Li Liuli's eyes, this anger seemed quite cute. How can you control me? She wore an expression full of disbelief, completely unable to accept that such a weak human could actually control her. It is a fact, Li Liuli replied, now, I am your master. I do not agree. Joyo raised her head defiantly. Your disagreement is useless, come here, Li Liuli commanded Joyo. Joyo felt as if her body was completely out of her control, and in a panic, she really took a step by step towards Li Liuli. That's more like it. Li Liuli couldn't help but pinch Joyo's cheek, but unexpectedly, she bit down on his finger without hesitation. Her sharp teeth shimmered with cold light, startling Li Liuli. However, fortunately, the strange creature contract had been completed, and Joyo could not harm Li Liuli. The force she intended to use to bite his finger instead turned into sucking. Then, under Li Liuli's somewhat strange gaze, Jodo's cheeks quickly turned red, and she immediately spat out Li Liuli's finger, looking utterly disheartened. Rest assured, you won't suffer by following me, Li Liuli comforted her. How can such a weak human as you say such things? Jojo pouted her red lips, following you would only be worse than death. Do you like to drink? Li Liuli suddenly asked, then he took out a bottle of soul-cleansing brew and gently removed the cork. The strange aroma of the wine once again filled the air. Even the attention of Jojo was drawn towards the soul-cleansing brew in Li Liuli's hand, her eyes wide open, staring fixedly at that bottle of soul-cleansing brew. Seeing this, Li Liuli smiled slightly. Sure enough, mid to high-level strange beings all loved soul-cleansing brew. No wonder the system wanted to give me this thing. How do you have soul-cleansing brew? Jojo asked in surprise. This is something I couldn't buy even back in the day. You can't buy it, doesn't mean I can't get it. Li Liuli handed the soul-cleansing brew to Jojo. Don't worry, I have plenty of this stuff. As long as you do your job well, I won't treat you unfairly. As he spoke, he took out another god consciousness fruit awarded by the system after completing a task. It was a fruit shimmering with a dark glow, but with a scent akin to fresh blood. According to the system's introduction, Li Liuli knew this was also a great supplement. It could enhance both spirit power and mental power at the same time. Chapter 20. When Jojo saw the nether god consciousness fruit, she almost drooled. Hurriedly wiping her mouth, she quickly took the soul-cleansing brew, took a light sip, and said, I admit you indeed have some wealth. Just as she stealthily reached out to take the nether god consciousness fruit that Li Liuli had placed on the table, Li Liuli suddenly grabbed her hand. Her body shivered lightly. Li Liuli revealed a harmless smile. You want this nether god consciousness fruit? Call me master and let me hear it? You. Jojo looked at Li Liuli shyly. Don't go too far. This was originally my thing. Li Liuli picked up the nether god consciousness fruit and was about to stuff it into his mouth. If you don't want it, I'll eat it. It's just that I haven't eaten this kind of fruit before. Seeing this, Jojo grabbed Li Liuli's arm, then under his teasing gaze, lowered her head, her red lips slightly parted, speaking in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, Master. The nether god consciousness fruit is a rare treasure produced in the 7th prison of the 9 underworlds, Nether Capital. Its production is extremely scarce, even the master of Nether Capital cannot guarantee to eat it every day. Jojo was originally a foodie, otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen into a deep sleep after eating too many great supplements, allowing Li Liuli to take advantage of her. Hearing Jojo's shameful and unwilling voice, Li Liuli chuckled and handed her the nether god consciousness fruit, then under her shocked gaze, he took out another nether god consciousness fruit. I never said I only have one, you know? Li Liuli took a big bite, bright red juice sprayed out, and Li Liuli felt a warm current rising within him, flowing into his bones, finally gathering in his dantian. This refreshing feeling nearly made Li Liuli moan out loud. Spirit power plus 100. Mental power plus 10. Current spirit power, 1161. Current mental power, 110. It seems there is currently nothing that can compare to the 9-turn bone cleansing pill. Seeing his spirit power increase, Li Liuli sighed inwardly. Sure enough, just as the system shop said, the items provided are all carefully selected. It's a pity that the shop only sells one kind of item. You can purchase a shop refresh opportunity. Each refresh only costs 1 billion nether coins. Not counted in the consumption task. 1 billion nether coins can refresh the store. Li Liuli's eyes lit up. He currently had more than 19 billion nether coins in hand, which was completely enough. By the way, he hadn't checked the rewards after completing the main storyline task. Li Liuli immediately clicked to view. Main storyline task, kill the student girl, stop her conspiracy, ensure the survival of other players. Task rewards, 100 billion nether coins, soul-searching talisman * 100, high-level strange control card, soul-cleansing brew * 20, high-quality strange equipment, white bone soul gun. The rewards were very rich. Li Liuli was already looking forward to the student girl taking the initiative to attack him. He planned to confront her in the living room. After all, it was very spacious here, which should be the best place for her to strike. In his heart, this was undoubtedly the best place to catch them all. The countdown is over. The guide's voice sounded at that moment. Meanwhile, Li Liuli could hear a sudden rustling noise coming from the garage, as if countless tentacles were brushing against the ground. Soon, at the entrance of the garage, a cloaked figure appeared. This thing seemed to have no head. The top of the cloak was completely empty. But the cloak was long, and it should have been slightly bent above the neck, forming a downward gaze. In the shadow of the cloak, 2 blood-red eyeballs with a violent aura stared directly at the living room. Crash! The creature under the cloak suddenly fell to the ground, and countless rustling sounds came again, as it continuously approached Li Liuli's direction. Jojo also sensed the killing intent coming from the creature and looked at Li Liuli. Although she didn't want to admit that the other party was her master, under the binding of the contract rules, she could do nothing against it. Get ready to welcome our guest. Li Liuli made a throat-cutting gesture, and Jojo instantly understood. She immediately got up, quickly forming a seal with her hands. Then the air in her hands expanded and contracted invisibly, as if an invisible flame was gathering from her hands. At this moment, the creature arrived in the living room, and the front half of the cloak was raised high, revealing its body to Li Liuli. It was a gigantic centipede. From its massive mouth, viscous liquid dripped, sharp teeth resembling crab claws twisted and turned, as if they wanted to swallow Li Liuli whole. Fortunately, the flame in Joyo's hands was faster than the centipede, striking its body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of burning and the centipede's screams entered Li Liuli's ears, but he felt not a trace of heat. It seemed that the flame Joyo used was certainly no ordinary thing. Soon, this fierce creature was utterly burned away by Joyo's flames. Joyo cast a proud glance at Li Liuli, as if saying, "Is this the level of your guest?" To this, Li Liuli did not respond, "There are more guests. Make sure to host them well like this later." On the second floor, in Xiao Li's room, nearly 10 strange beings gathered here, including the student girl among them. She calculated the time and said, "The hide-and-seek countdown is also over." Li Liuli has been in the living room, so he must have encountered that strange being first and should still be in combat. "Let's go now." As her words fell, the other strange beings also stood up, including some powerful ones. The Yin energy seemed to take form, and the white cold air spread toward the living room. Seeing this, Li Liuli sneered in his heart. Finally, they came. Soon, outside, the sweet voice of the student girl was heard. "Senior, are you all right? I'm so scared alone, can you come keep me company? I wonder where that cat that caught us went. Still trying to trick me out? Is she scared that I've set up a killing formation here? Fine then, I will go see for myself." Li Liuli signaled Joyo to hide in the living room, ready to strike at any moment once combat broke out, then he walked out. On the staircase of the hall, the student girl stood with her hands behind her back, smiling, while around her, countless strange beings stared with pale, numb eyes at him. What is the meaning of this? Li Liuli chose to play dumb. "Senior, please don't hide anymore." The student girl no longer concealed herself, her smile slowly fading. "You must have guessed long ago that I am not Chinese, right? And you also guessed that my purpose this time is to kill all the newcomers and let the strange beings descend upon China." "What?" Li Liuli feigned surprise. "So this was your purpose?" Did he not guess my identity? Was everything before just me overthinking it?" The student girl looked at Li Liuli's somewhat flustered eyes and was suddenly speechless. "So I have been battling with thin air for half a day? But that's fine, this also saves me a lot of trouble." "Everyone, kill him, and you will gain the wealth on him," the student girl shouted loudly. At the same time, her pure white skin suddenly began to wriggle, countless spinning scarlet eyeballs cruelly rolled out, their malicious gaze fixed tightly on Li Liuli. Li Liuli instantly felt as if he had lost control of his body. Under that glaring gaze, he felt like his body had turned into a stone. Petrification. This was the wicked ability that the student girl commanded. Looking at the greedy eyes of the other phantoms, as if viewing a girl shedding her clothes, Li Liuli shouted again, "I have treated you well today, why do this to me?" Chapter 21. Li Liuli wanted to persuade them again, but the leading phantom, whose strength had reached the 3rd level, revealed a sinister smile. "It's precisely because you have been so nice to us that we want even more benefits. Mr. Li, you won't hold it against us, will you?" This phantom had already seen Li Liuli's ghost money as if it had fallen into his own hands. In response, Li Liuli sighed as if resigned to his fate and softly said, "Since that's the case, I won't play this game anymore." "What?" The student girl suddenly felt that things were not good, and the restless eyeballs inside her skin increased a few more. "I mean..." Li Liuli's gaze was calm as he looked at the student girl. "I'm laying my cards on the table, none of you here can fight." "Jiu Yu." Jiu Yu's petite and graceful figure flashed out from the living room, her body surrounded by invisible flames. "Go." Jiu Yu looked at all the phantoms present, extending her hands. The invisible flames seemed to have eyes, finding the phantoms closest to Li Liuli. The sound of flames burning mixed with the phantom screams instantly filled the air. That previously spirited 3rd-level phantom fell to the ground, rolling around, trying to ease the pain on its body. But everything was in vain. Until his body emitted the smell of roasted meat, his shrill screams suddenly stopped. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Although Li Liuli's body still couldn't move, it didn't stop him from continuing to mock. "Is this your strongest one? It's nothing much. Jiu Yu, kill them all." Jiu Yu snorted coldly, but her actions did not stop. Once again gathering the invisible fire, the other phantoms had no way to dodge and were all burned to death. The invisible fire also spread to the student girl, and she watched as the ferocious eyeballs on her skin exploded one by one, scalding juice splattering everywhere, and her face turned extremely painful at that moment. "You actually control a 4th-level phantom? How is that possible?" the student girl said in agony. At this moment, she realized how ridiculous her plan was in Li Liuli's eyes. In the face of absolute power, all plans are mere talk. The student girl still felt puzzled inside. Through the spiritual power fluctuations on Li Liuli, she knew he had just acquired spiritual power and become a phantom master. Why could he control a 4th-level phantom? Could he not suffer backlash? Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? If he is allowed to grow, no one in Huaxia can stop him. This person must not remain. The student girl's gaze turned cold as she looked at Li Liuli's smiling face, and she said coldly, "Don't be too happy, I have already left a mark on you. Our people will come for you." After saying this, the student girl turned into ashes, slowly drifting in the air. In a single glance, she was completely annihilated. At this moment, Li Liuli regained his ability to move. He was about to praise Jiu Yu when he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, feeling weak and staggered, falling to the ground. Seeing this, Jiu Yu chuckled. "Controlling me consumes a lot of mental energy. Can you even do it?" Looking at Jiu Yu's somewhat contemptuous gaze, Li Liuli felt a level of humiliation he had never experienced before. How can a man be dismissed by a woman, or rather, by a female ghost? Li Liuli struggled to get up, his limbs feeling soft, as if he were walking on cotton. After struggling for a moment, he decided to give himself a break and sat down leaning against the wall. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiu Yu seemed to have finally found the upper hand, shaking her head repeatedly. However, Li Liuli's next words made her feel ashamed and furious again. "Jiu Yu, come here and give me a massage." Jiu Yu couldn't refuse, so she walked over with a reluctant expression, extending her slender and soft little hands to massage Li Liuli. "I'm a level 4 ghost, and I'm actually giving a human a massage. This will definitely be the laughingstock of the century. So comfortable." Li Liuli let out a groan. Meanwhile, neither of them noticed that on Li Liuli's profile, a small eyeball slightly turned, then exploded from his cheek. Sunshine Orphanage. An old man with a gray beard picked up 2 bottles of beer and walked toward the iron gate of the orphanage, where a middle-aged man in a security uniform stood. Seeing him, the security guard immediately stood up, crooked his body, and saluted. "Yo, director. Long time no see," the guard smiled. "So, has that kid Li Liuli woken up yet?" "Not yet." Luisho's tone carried a hint of worry. "Old Chen, do you think he might die in there? After all, his power has all vanished. You underestimate him too much." Chen Jingyi laughed and took a bottle of beer, gulping it down. "That kid is quite cunning. Besides, if he dies, we can just break into the ghost world and retrieve his soul, right?" Chen Jingyi's cheeks flushed with the aftereffects of alcohol. "Are those little brats from the Upper Alliance going to stop us?" His Luisho's eyes flickered with uncertainty. "Now that you mention it, I've been feeling my right eyelid jump lately. Could it be those brats have discovered us?" "Impossible." Chen Jingyi patted Luisho's shoulder and laughed. "This is the ancient Chaos Soul Formation." Before Chen Jingyi could finish his words, their gazes changed at the same time, looking toward the faded dark red iron gate. There, at some point, a crimson eyeball tore through space, appearing in midair, staring at a corner of Sunshine Orphanage. "Damn, old Lu, you cursed us." Chen Jingyi made a gesture with his fingers and gently pointed at the eyeball in the air. Suddenly, a layer of gray sticky substance emerged from his body, covered with delicate yet sharp scales, making him look as if he had donned a layer of dragon skin. A small, fierce dragon appeared at the tip of Chen Jingyi's finger, instantly pouncing on that eyeball, crushing it to pieces. "What should we do?" Luisho asked. "That kid Li Liuli is still in the game. What to do?" Chen Jingyi glared, sitting down on the ground and gulping down a mouthful of beer. "I want to see which little brat dares to come knocking." After enjoying Jiu Yu's massage, Li Liuli finally felt his physical abilities returning to normal. He stood up, stretched his soft limbs, and walked to the bathroom on the 2nd floor. "All right, it's over, you can come out now." Li Liuli's reassuring voice came from outside the door, finally easing the worried hearts of the 4 inside. They vaguely heard various kinds of screams, including the chirping of insects and eerie, terrible wails. They all fearfully closed their eyes, afraid that those eerie sounds would come to their doorstep. Fortunately, it was Li Liuli who came over in the end. "What was that noise outside just now?" Xiao Chen, still shaken, patted his chest and looked at Li Liuli's expressionless face, feeling a wave of admiration. "As expected of my brother Li. Just now, I entertained a few guests," Li Liuli replied casually. "Let's go to the living room first." "Go back to the living room?" The female white-collar worker looked skeptical. "Isn't the hide-and-seek game supposed to last until 3 o'clock? Hide-and-seek?" Li Liuli glanced at her, and what he said next sent chills down her spine. "I've already killed the cat." Chapter 22. "What?" Other players exclaimed in unison. "Just a little bug, it's already roasted," Li Liuli said. "It's still lying in the living room. Want to go take a look?" Seeing Li Liuli's polite demeanor, the other players dared not refuse. If they didn't act with dignity, they believed that Li Liuli would help them maintain their dignity. Trembling with fear, everyone followed Li Liuli downstairs and saw charred, eerie corpses all over the hall. Under Li Liuli's calm leadership, they passed through the hall, and around a corner, they smelled a strange meaty fragrance. It smelled just like fried chicken. The players, having not eaten their fill, felt their stomachs rumbling more at the delicious smell. Are they serving us extra? Xiao Chen was the first to rush into the living room, only to be scared to the ground by the sight before him. He saw a centipede, 3 meters long, lying on its back, its huge, severed limbs blackened and twitching continuously. And that wave of fragrance was coming from the corpse of this centipede. Other players also followed the scent and saw the menacing centipede on the ground, their expressions instantly changing. The female white-collar worker leaned against the wall, starting to gag. Li Liuli also caught the scent and raised an eyebrow. It must be said, although it cannot compare to the delicacies he had eaten, it seemed to smell pretty good. Every insect is a great tonic. After eating, it can greatly enhance spiritual energy. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Li Liuli's throat moved slightly. Little girl Lin Zi had been paying close attention to Li Liuli and naturally noticed the subtle change in him, her expression becoming strange. People shouldn't, at least not should they. However, Li Liuli didn't care about the gazes of others. He immediately took out a bottle of soul-purifying brew, casually broke off a charred, twitching leg, which looked like a big crab claw in his hand. Then, under the terrified eyes of everyone, he opened the soul-purifying brew and slowly poured it over the twitching leg. Essence for the soul, pouring it down. The fragrance of the soul-purifying brew spread, and everyone felt their pores relax. Under that crystal-clear liquid, the centipede's leg also seemed less disgusting. Li Liuli's eyes lit up, and he suddenly took a big bite. A crisp sound echoed, followed by a burst of juice. Chicken flavor, crunchy. Li Liuli devoured a piece of the leg meat, and immediately felt his body filled with spiritual energy. Spiritual energy plus 100. Current spiritual energy, 1261. A great tonic indeed. As expected of the insect in the guide. After finishing his meal, Li Liuli's gaze was sharp and fixated on the twitching centipede. Is it delicious? A voice interrupted Li Liuli. He turned to see Lin Zi looking pale, seemingly holding back her disgust while staring at him. It's quite nice. Li Liuli casually broke off another piece and handed it to her. Here, want to eat? Lin Zi's eyes flickered repeatedly. Like he had made a huge decision, he picked it up, closed his eyes, and took a bite. Then her eyes widened, and she started to chew. She originally thought her mouth would be filled with unbearable juice, but unexpectedly, it was quite tasty. Moreover, as she swallowed, she felt that something seemed to change in her lower abdomen. The original fatigue was swept away, and she was full of energy. After eating one, Lin Zi couldn't stop herself, and when the others saw this, they hesitated to break off a small leg and soon fell in love with the taste. People are always like this, initially rejecting new things, but slowly growing to love the feeling. At this moment, the guide also came out. After all, the cat had been killed by Li Liuli, and he had no intention of killing other players, so this dungeon was basically free of danger. After all, he was a sheep. The main purpose of this last part was to let the player who became a killer kill the other players present. Then he saw Li Liuli and others each holding a centipede leg, enjoying their meal. Do you want one? Li Liuli noticed the guide and extended a handful of soul-cleansing brew. The guide saw the scene, shaking with rage. What a waste of soul-cleansing brew! How could soul-cleansing brew be used on such lowly bugs? At the very least, it should be a sheep, right? Then he angrily took the centipede leg and took a bite. The centipede's leg looked plentiful, but in the mouths of the guide and 5 players, it was finished in no time. As the attention of the other players gradually turned toward the centipede's body, Li Liuli waved his big hand, putting the entire centipede into his system space. There was still quite a bit left, enough for him to eat several more meals. Li Liuli's spiritual power had already grown to 1450, and once he completely ate the centipede, he estimated that his spiritual power would break through the 2000 mark, advancing to the 2nd tier. Ahem. The guide elegantly took out 2 towels, handed one to Li Liuli, and after greedily licking off the remaining soul-cleansing brew from his mouth, finally wiped his lips. Alright, congratulations on completing this dungeon. So when can we leave? Little Chen immediately asked. The guide did not answer but instead looked at Li Liuli, and the meaning was clear. At this time, it was up to Li Liuli to decide. Li Liuli thought for a moment and then said, since we have completed it, let's leave now. He didn't want any players to drop dead because they violated some rule. That would reduce the system's rewards. Okay. The guide immediately nodded, got up and went to the door, slowly pulling it open, revealing a gray curtain outside. After leaving the big door, you will return to your previous residence, the guide explained. Li Liuli stepped out first, ready to leave, and Lin Zi saw this and finally made up her mind. Mr. Li, here's my phone number. I know you seem to need money. If you don't mind, you can contact me after going out. She handed Li Liuli a square made from folded restaurant paper, blushing, then ran to the side without looking back at him. Looks like a little rich woman. Li Liuli thought to himself, but through this game, he had also earned 1.5 million, so he wasn't short on money. After all, how much does it cost to refurbish an orphanage? I will, Li Liuli replied, then under Lin Zi's surprised expression, stepped out of the hall. The sky quickly reversed, and when Li Liuli opened his eyes again, he was back in that rundown orphanage room. He instinctively looked at the old clock on the wall and found that less than an hour had passed. It seemed the time flow of the dungeon was not synchronized with reality. Suddenly, Li Liuli suddenly felt a surge of killing intent rushing towards him. After the trials of the instance and gaining spiritual power, Li Liuli became very sensitive to killing intent and instantly dodged. Swipe. The bed he was sleeping on was instantly split in two, and Li Liuli saw a figure dressed entirely in a black robe, looking just like a ninja, throwing a shuriken at him. A guy from the island country. Connecting this with what the student girl had said earlier, Li Liuli immediately realized, and quickly opened the old heavy wooden door to block himself. Ding! The shuriken pierced the wooden door, penetrating to reveal a sharp tip, almost stabbing Li Liuli's forehead. Chapter 23. Li Liuli quickly ran towards the corridor, his heart racing with panic. He remembered that this orphanage still housed some orphans, along with his director and the security guard. What happened to them? Li Liuli didn't dare to think further. He pushed open one heavy door after another, only to find neither shadows nor blood inside. Li Liuli became even more anxious, running all the way toward the main door. Then, Li Liuli saw a broken plaque, a collapsed, faded dark red iron door, and two figures standing in the middle of the hall, surrounded by the bodies of dead ninjas, and a ninja in blue clothing still desperately holding on. He saw Chen Jingyi's body covered in deep, glaring dragon scales, giving off an extreme sense of pressure, while Lu Yishuo had several thick, slippery tentacles protruding from his back, constantly lashing out at that ninja. Yo, little Li, you're awake? Chen Jingyi saw Li Liuli frozen at the door, immediately grinning. Sorry, I accidentally forgot you when evacuating the little fellow. But it's not my fault, it's all old Lu's fault for not reminding me. Lu Yishuo, upon hearing this, was not happy, and stopped attacking the ninja, pointing his finger at Chen Jingyi's nose and scolding, how can you unjustly accuse others? It was clearly you who forgot. Didn't you forget too? Chen Jingyi shot back mockingly. As the blue-clothed ninja saw this, he felt he had caught a perfect opportunity and immediately charged towards the frozen Li Liuli. This time, the goal was to kill Li Liuli. Though he didn't know who these two old guys were or why they were so strong, he, as a level 5 enchanter, still could not win, but completing the mission, even at the cost of his life, was worth it. And Li Liuli seemed to have not anticipated this scene, just as the ninja's hand was about to plunge into Li Liuli's eyes. A thick tentacle burst forth from the ground, wrapping around Li Liuli's body and finally slamming the ninja hard to the ground. This little brat thinks he's caught an incredible catch, Lu Yishuo chuckled lightly. Chen Jingyi, however, showed no mercy. It's timing, you illiterate. Though the two continued bickering, Chen Jingyi's hand did not stop. A small, fierce dragon drilled out from his skin, entering the ninja's body. The ninja's eyes widened, and before he could even scream, he died on the spot. Oh no, I forgot to leave a live one. Chen Jingyi scratched his head. A live one? Li Liuli, who regained his senses, suddenly spoke, and behind him, the ninja finally attacked him again. There's still one left, Jiu Yu. Li Liuli spoke softly, and Jiu Yu, dressed in a black gauze skirt, instantly appeared, grabbing the ninja by the neck, but her gaze was always directed at the two in the hall who were pointing fingers at each other and cursing. Who are these two? Why do I feel so terrified? The king of humans? Jiu Yu's appearance finally made them stop quarreling, as they exchanged glances, revealing meaningful expressions. I was wondering why our little Li had taken so long to come out, Chen Jingyi said teasingly. Turns out he was immersed in joy and forgot everything. Lu Yishuo quickly took over the conversation. You all are the illusion controllers? Li Liuli felt a bit dizzy in his mind, and immediately supported his head while sitting on a collapsed wooden plank. Jiu Yu hid behind Li Liuli, and for the first time, she felt that Li Liuli's back was so reassuring. Of course. Chen Jingyi chuckled, lifting the only remaining ninja off the ground. Which faction from the island nation are you from? How dare you act against us? The ninja looked coldly at Chen Jingyi, showing an unyielding demeanor. Lu Yishuo approached with a malicious intent, his tentacles writhing behind him. Leave him to me. After saying this, he took the ninja into a relatively intact house, and then Li Liuli heard a spine-chilling scream. Uncle Chen, why didn't you tell me? Li Liuli couldn't hold back his curiosity. What level of illusion controller are you? You never asked, Chen Jingyi chuckled lightly, thinking for a moment. As for the level, long ago, they called me the Black Dragon King. I don't know how many people still remember this title now. So he is a king of men? Isn't that Director Lu also a king of men? The two guys around me are actually both king-level illusion controllers? Looking at Chen Jingyi in front of him, a down-and-out middle-aged man, Li Liuli found it hard to accept. You are the Black Dragon King? Jiu Yu asked incredulously. You know me? Chen Jingyi nodded in satisfaction. It seems my fame has not been completely forgotten by the world. You entered the 8th prison of the Jiu Yu dungeon over a decade ago and attempted to steal the rib of the Bone Dragon King, but you were ultimately driven out, Jiu Yu said slowly, and Chen Jingyi's face began to look awkward. Let's not bring up the past. At this moment, Louis Shou also dragged the ninja out from the side room. The ninja's bones seemed crushed, and there was no breath left. We've learned that the people from the Wanyue Society have a mission to kill little Li. Louis Shou stroked his beard. This could be a bit troublesome. The illusion controllers in Wanyue Society usually have strange personalities. It's manageable in reality, but if we encounter them in the game. Louis Shou couldn't help but feel worried. Wait. Li Liuli suddenly interrupted them. What exactly is your purpose? Why are you here beside me? Li Liuli couldn't understand why he happened to be chosen to enter the horror game, why he happened to awaken his system, and why he just so happened to have 2 king-level beings beside him. It's a long story. Louis Shou turned into a riddle. In short, that's how it is. Those who understand understand, and those who don't, I can't explain. Li Liuli was angry and frustrated but had no way to respond. By the way, what about the other kids? Li Liuli asked, are they also illusion controllers? Of course not. Louis Shou replied, they are just some orphans we adopted. As he said this, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining as he looked at Li Liuli. Little Li, with your cleverness, you should have earned some money in the copy, right? Just in time to renovate the orphanage. Stop doing your killing and looting business, it's not very civilized. Li Liuli suddenly felt something was wrong. The 1.5 million he had just earned seemed about to go down the drain. Let me calm down for a moment. Li Liuli didn't answer, turning back to his room. Before going back, he threw his phone out. The password is 6 zeros, remember to give me the phone back after you finish. Chapter 24. Louis Shou quickly caught the phone, glanced at the balance, and immediately smiled with delight. I told you little Li wouldn't let us down. Li Liuli returned to his room, quickly washed up, and then he opened that old, bulky desktop computer and searched for the strategy group. Sure enough, Li Liuli saw a forum similar to a bulletin board, and after clicking in, there were various sections and a casual chat area. It looked no different from a regular bulletin board. Among this forum, the most popular section was one called Instant Strategies. Upon clicking in, he found that it was detailedly categorized by the difficulty of instances, introducing known rules of each instance, and even provided contact information for players who had cleared instances. With a little payment, more information could be obtained. At the same time, there was a button to apply for a post, and after Li Liuli clicked in, he saw an introduction about strategy creation. Strategies must ensure authenticity, so we need to use your information. Of course, you can substitute with a nickname. Once the strategy is adopted, you will receive different cash rewards based on the difficulty. Without hesitation, Li Liuli created a post about the Carnival Party instance, clearly introducing the flow within the instance and the level of Lady Dragon. After leaving his contact information, Li Liuli thought for a moment and chose a nickname for himself. Ghost Tycoon. It fits his current state very well. After sending the strategy post, soon a manager from the strategy group requested to add him as a friend. The person's name was Strategy Group, 13th Seat, Fool. A very strange name. After Li Liuli accepted the request, the other party quickly sent him an invitation. Do you want to join our strategy group? Li Liuli was quite surprised. Is it so easy to join the strategy group? Fool seemed to have guessed his thoughts through Li Liuli's silence and sent a series of messages. The review of the strategy group is very strict, even harder than joining the official group. After all, besides having strength, you also need to have brains. And clearing a B-level instance proves that your strength is not low, plus this is the game of the sheep organization, and being alive also proves that you haven't fallen into slaughter, or slaughtered everyone. That's why I'm inviting you. Of course, you still have to pass our assessment. So that's how it is. Li Liuli thought for a while and replied, I'll think about it. Okay. The other party was very straightforward and did not continue to press. Li Liuli opened some more sections of the strategy group, among which the most important were the trade section and the mission section. The trade section was mostly for trading strange items that were urgently needed, while the mission section required supernatural controllers to handle paranormal incidents at certain places in reality. The posts for missions were mostly under the same name. Abnormal Investigation Bureau. Li Liuli guessed that this should be the official identity used to join the strategy group. He clicked on the personal information of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau and found a pinned post. Official second offline trading meeting, 3 days later, will be held in Bay City. All supernatural controllers are welcome to attend, and at that time, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau will also recruit supernatural controllers. The benefits are abundant. Bay City. It was quite a distance from Nanjiang City where Li Liuli was, but taking the high-speed train wouldn't take too long. Maybe this opportunity could help remove the warrant against me, Li Liuli thought, but this led to a deadlock. The purpose of taking the high-speed train to Bay City was to eliminate his warrant. But if the warrant wasn't lifted, he couldn't board the high-speed train. It was time to buy himself a car. Li Liuli was excitedly thinking. Just as he wanted to take out his phone to check his balance, he remembered that he had already given his phone to Dean Liu. He immediately went outside and found Lu Yishu and Chen Jingyi sitting amid a mess, smoking. Seeing Liuli coming over, Lu Yishu threw the phone at him. Liuli opened it and found his balance had already dropped to zero. That was 1.5 million. Liuli shouted, pointing at Lu Yishu's nose, "Did you spend it all?" "Yeah." Lu Yishu looked unbothered, like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. "I've already contacted the construction team, we'll set up a courtyard, and I've paid them." If he didn't know that the other person was a human king, Liuli would have surely pulled out his beard hair by hair. He could only call Lin Ziyi now. She seemed quite wealthy, not sure if she would be willing to lend me money to buy a car. Liuli dialed Lin Ziyi's number. The phone rang once and was picked up. Lin Ziyi's slightly surprised voice came through. "Liuli?" "Yeah, it's me." Liuli replied, lend me some money to buy a car, I'm planning to go to Bay City for the official gatherer party." "You're going to that party too?" Lin Ziyi's voice grew louder, seemingly very happy. "Just in time, I was planning to check it out too." "We can go together." "Where are you?" "I'll pick you up." Hearing this, Liuli thought it was doable, but being cautious, he didn't reveal his address. Instead, he mentioned a trendy restaurant in Nanjing City, saying that she could wait for him there when she arrives in a couple of days. "I need to get money faster." Back in his room, Liuli checked posts about Nanjing City and indeed found a recently posted task. However, it wasn't posted by the Abnormal Investigation Bureau but by a user named Wang Defa. Liuli had heard of Wang Defa, a famous real estate tycoon in Nanjing City. The task required Liuli to go to a cozy neighborhood on the outskirts of Nanjing City, rumored to be haunted, hence the rapid drop in property prices. Liuli's mission was to find the evil spirit hiding within the neighborhood. And the reward was an astonishing 10 million. Liuli immediately accepted the task and called the contact number left in the mission. "Hello." A sweet female voice answered on the other end. "I picked up the task at the cozy neighborhood, I can head over tomorrow." Liuli said. "Oh, it's the gatherer, sir. Please hold on, I'll call Mr. Wang." Heard rapid footsteps from the other end, then a deep male voice took the call. "May I ask how to address you?" "My surname is Li, just call me Mr. Li." Liuli replied. "Okay, Mr. Li." Wang Defa's tone was very excited. "Do you need me to pick you up tomorrow?" "Saving on transportation costs." Liuli immediately responded, "Yes, tomorrow at 2 p.m., I'll wait for you at UUT Poetry." "No problem." Liuli woke up the next day around noon, opened the panel for a sign-in, and received 10 billion hell coins. Adding the rewards from clearing previous dungeons, Liuli now had an astonishing amount of hell coins. By the way, it seemed that the rewards also included a top-quality eerie item. Liuli felt a stir in his heart, and in his hand appeared a pure white sniper rifle made of bones? So, the bone spirit gun is a hot weapon. Detected bone spirit gun, read attributes? Yes. Active skill, soul cannon, each use consumes 50 spirit points, can cause soul damage to spirits and humans, ignoring any armor. Passive skill, spirit gun protects the master, when the host is harmed, the bone spirit gun can automatically launch an attack. Once per day. Equipping grants plus 1000 spirit, plus 50 mental power. There are actually equipment attributes. Liuli played with the bone spirit gun in his hand. At the muzzle, it seemed to have a structure of human bones, looking very terrifying. Liuli felt the spirit energy inside him suddenly surge, almost doubling. With this gun, his strength would further increase. After simply finishing lunch, Li Liuli arrived at UUT Poetry right on time. There, a luxurious sports car was parked, attracting many passers-by to stop and watch. Wow! This is a limited edition luxury car. I think it costs tens of millions. And you might not even be able to buy it. Among them, there were several pretty women looking at the car from a distance. I wonder whose rich second-generation's car this is. If I could get close to it, wouldn't I never have to work hard again? And Li Liuli, under everyone's gaze, opened the car door and squeezed inside. The girls screamed even louder when they saw this. Wow! Did you see that? He is so handsome. Good-looking and rich, isn't he just a Prince Charming? Li Liuli sat down in the back seat, and beside him was the real estate tycoon, Wang Defa, whose car was driven by a voluptuous mature woman, likely his secretary. Excuse me, are you Mr. Li? Wang Defa looked puzzled seeing how young Li Liuli was. After Li Liuli nodded, Wang Defa's frown deepened. He had hired many ghost tamers to cleanse the cozy community of its abnormalities, but those guys either left in fear or died inside. And Li Liuli looked even younger than them. Such a person, even if he was a ghost tamer, shouldn't have much experience, right? So Wang Defa spoke, the task is very dangerous. If you aren't strong enough, I advise you not to seek your own suffering. Before he could finish, he felt an amazing aura coming from Li Liuli's body. This aura seemed to grip his chest, making him unable to breathe. 3 seconds later, the aura dissipated, and Li Liuli expressionlessly looked at Wang Defa. Is this strength enough? Enough, enough. Wang Defa pulled out a lace-edged handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. As a real estate tycoon, he naturally had many contacts with ghost tamers, and he wore many defensive supernatural items. None of the ghost tamers he had hired previously could harm him through the supernatural items he wore. But Li Liuli managed to do it. Indeed, a young talent. After finally calming down, Wang Defa said with a forced smile, I'll transfer you a deposit of 2 million. Upon hearing this, Li Liuli also took out his phone. It must be said that with the pressure of the 9 nether 4th stage, plus her invisible flame, the aura he exuded startled even himself. After the transfer, the two did not speak again, and by the time they arrived at the cozy community, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The community was newly renovated, but it gave Li Liuli an extremely desolate feeling, a 20-story building with only a few people's balconies hanging clothes, while the rest had not even started construction, only having the foundations laid out. What concerned Li Liuli even more was that although it was sunny outside the community, the inside felt very dark and cold, as if the sun couldn't shine through. Just one glance, Li Liuli knew that there must be a very powerful supernatural entity hidden in this community. Wang Defa also took the initiative to introduce to Li Liuli, the first building is haunted. When the community was just built, the person in charge jumped from the rooftop on the 20th floor. Since then, people often report seeing a shadow wandering in the hallway at night, but when approached, that shadow disappears. I also looked for some ghost tamers to investigate, but some either went insane and left or completely disappeared, and the number of shadows appearing in the hallway keeps increasing. Wang Defa's face turned pale. Please, Mr. Li, you must help eliminate that supernatural entity. When does that supernatural entity usually appear? Almost any time, but most complaints say it's after dark. Wang Defa answered, every time the shadow appears, the motion sensor lights in the hallway also fail. I understand. Li Liuli nodded and then entered the first building of the community, while Wang Defa and the secretary stood in place. Seeing Li Liuli glance over, Wang Defa smiled awkwardly, I'll wait for Mr. Li outside. In the face of such supernatural events, Wang Defa always adhered to the principle of keeping a respectful distance. Li Liuli had to enter the community by himself, pushing open the glass door as a chill wind hit his face. The hallway was narrow, giving an extremely eerie feeling. The outside light seemed completely unable to shine in. Li Liuli chose not to take the elevator but instead walked up the stairs level by level, closing his eyes and extending his spiritual power in an attempt to find the enemy. But apart from the abnormal sensations Li Liuli could feel, he did not perceive anything strange anymore. Maybe it's not evening yet, Li Liuli pondered, suddenly remembering that he had just obtained a soul-searching talisman. The soul-searching talisman was used to search for hidden spirits nearby and could also be used as an interrogation tool. Li Liuli took out a yellow talisman, with a mysterious eye pattern on it. After infusing it with spiritual power, the eye on the talisman immediately emitted light, and sparks of spiritual energy spread around, finally outlining a human shape. Within the light, a pitch-black shadow appeared out of thin air, its pupils pale, staring unblinkingly at Li Liuli, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Through the soul-searching talisman, Li Liuli saw the memories before this entity. This shadow was originally a summoner invited by Wang Defa, and his strength was not weak, at the peak of the 2nd tier. He had entered this community at night and found the malevolent spirit hidden within. Chapter 26. The memories of the other party were generating intense fluctuations here, seemingly due to fear. Through the images, Li Liuli could only observe a figure dressed in ancient official robes, with a thick iron chain wrapped around his waist and an iron hook in his hand, emanating black energy like a ghostly figure. He looked just like an ancient constable. It seems this ghostly constable is the source of this abnormal phenomenon, Li Liuli thought to himself. Li Liuli speculated that the ghostly constable's ability should be the means of soul reaping, otherwise the soul of that summoner would not be lingering here. However, Li Liuli had not completely identified the ghostly constable's killing rules. So far, it seemed that the summoner had only discovered his existence before being attacked. Could it be that the ghostly constable was also a type of malevolent spirit that could attack indiscriminately? Li Liuli quickly dismissed this thought. There were still people living in this community, although not many, and they had not been attacked, they only occasionally saw the shadow, so the ghostly constable must follow certain rules. And just as Li Liuli was thinking, he did not notice that the white pupils of the deceased summoner's soul, imprisoned by the soul-searching talisman, suddenly became fierce. Clang! The sound of chains suddenly rang out. Li Liuli's face changed, and Jodo emerged from his body, an invisible flame enveloping him. Bang! Li Liuli saw a rusted iron hook, stained with mottled blood, slowly retracting from the darkness. The ghostly constable had launched an attack on him. He had triggered its killing rules. Li Liuli began to recall his previous actions, comparing them with the deceased summoners, but found no similarities at all. Clang, clang. The sound of chains rang out again, and Li Liuli noticed that the bulbs in the corridor suddenly went out, and boundless darkness instantly swallowed him. Crash. The sound of chains came from all directions, and Joyo quickly formed seals again, the invisible fire of Joyo shielding Li Liuli from the iron chains reaching down from above. Li Liuli also made a response, picking up the bone soul gun, and swiftly fired a shot at the top of his head. The human skull at the gun's mouth let out a scream, and then a burst of ghostly green flame spewed out, hitting the darkness above. Through the glow of the flames, Li Liuli saw above him, still a pitch-black shadow with pale pupils, and countless iron chains wrapped around it. The flames instantly burned it to ashes, but the iron chains did not vanish. Instead, they rapidly recoiled back into the depths of the darkness. This was yet another soul detained by the ghostly messenger. The sound of the chains shaking came again, and Li Liuli felt his spiritual energy rapidly diminishing. If this situation continued to drag on, he would likely be captured and bound forever in this apartment complex due to his depleting spiritual energy. Li Liuli's mind raced, trying to piece together the earlier clues to discover the ghostly messenger's killing rules. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. The residents in the complex had not been attacked, and as soon as he entered the complex and used his spiritual energy, he was immediately targeted by the ghostly messenger. The ghostly messenger likely only attacked those who used spiritual power. Thinking of this, Li Liuli immediately decided to take a gamble. He withdrew all his spiritual energy, including the 9 nether, making him seem like an ordinary person standing in the boundless darkness. Clatter! The sound of chains rattling grew nearer, and Li Liuli could smell a faint metallic scent of blood from the iron hooks. Once again, the iron hook extended from the darkness, directly aiming for Li Liuli's face. Li Liuli did not dodge. Just as the iron hook was about to pierce through his chest, something strange happened. It seemed to have lost its target, coming to a halt in midair, circling around before slowly reeling back. Fizz. At that moment, the corridor lights returned to normal, the stark white light illuminating the hallway, revealing nothing but Li Liuli. Seeing this, Li Liuli sighed in relief. His guess was indeed correct. The ghostly messenger's killing rule was based on whether someone possessed spiritual energy. As long as he did not use spiritual energy, he would not be targeted. Li Liuli wandered around the apartment building for a while but had yet to see the shadow Wang Defa mentioned. Could it be that even though he wasn't using spiritual energy, he hadn't been completely classified as an ordinary person, so it was still watching him? Thinking of this, Li Liuli decided to go out for a break. His spiritual energy had already fallen by half. Upon exiting the complex, Li Liuli immediately felt the warmth of the sun. Wang Defa was pacing anxiously, smoking a cigar, and walked over as soon as he saw Li Liuli. "How is it, Mr. Li?" Wang Defa asked. "Was the commotion in the complex caused by you?" "Yes." Li Liuli nodded. "I have found the killing rules of this vicious ghost. It poses no threat to ordinary people, but it will take some effort to completely exorcise it." Wang Defa was overjoyed to hear this. The ghost tamers who had come out earlier were not as calm and composed as Li Liuli. And looking at Mr. Li, it seemed he was confident about solving this vicious ghost. No wonder heroes bloom in youth. Wang Defa noticed Li Liuli constantly rubbing his temples, seeming somewhat fatigued, and immediately said, "Mr. Li, while you rest, let's go eat, it's on me." He brought Li Liuli to a star-rated restaurant in the suburbs. Although it couldn't match the 5-star restaurants in the city center, it was still quite good. After dinner, Li Liuli glanced at the bill. Over 30,000. One could say it truly lived up to being in the real estate business. After the meal, it was already nighttime, and this time Wang Defa did not even dare to get out of the car. "Mr. Li, I'm right here waiting for your triumphant return," Wang Defa said with a smile. Unexpectedly, Li Liuli's next words frightened him to his core. "You have to come with me." Li Liuli glanced at him. "If you want to catch this strange creature, there must be ordinary people present." This. Wang Defa's expression changed repeatedly. Seeing this, Li Liuli turned his gaze to the silent female secretary who had been driving quietly. "Or let her come with me." "No problem." Wang Defa immediately agreed and ordered, "Xiao Lu, you go with Mr. Li. I believe with his strength, he can definitely keep you safe." The secretary's face instantly turned pale, but she dared not defy Wang Defa's orders, so she could only obediently nod and get out of the car with Li Liuli. Upon entering the apartment building, the secretary also felt a chilling atmosphere rushing toward her, making her face even more anxious. Seeing this, Li Liuli engaged her in casual conversation to help ease her nerves. "What is your name?" "Luing," the secretary replied. Chapter 27. How long have you been working? "I've been with Mr. Wang for 3 years. Due to fear, Luing pressed tightly against Li Liuli, gripping his shoulders with her hands, looking at him pitifully. "We will be okay, right?" Lu Ying's figure was already curvy, and with her close proximity, Li Liuli could feel a soft sensation on his arm, causing even him to feel a flutter in his heart. However, he quickly composed himself, showing an expression of confidence as he smiled and replied, "Don't worry, we will be fine." Li Liuli's purpose this time was not to kill the ghostly messenger but to control it. After all, the ghostly messenger's methods were very strange and it had the power to capture souls. Li Liuli asked Lu Ying to take out her phone and call his number, saying, "In a bit, just observe nearby and see if any shadows appear. If so, notify me immediately. Aren't you coming with me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's voice began to tremble. Li Liuli reassured her, "Don't worry. All strange creatures have rules they must follow. Its rule is that it cannot harm ordinary people, which is why the residents haven't been attacked. You will be fine." With his reassurance, Lu Ying slowly calmed her panic, but her legs still trembled slightly. Seeing this, Li Liuli let her stay on the first floor while he went to verify something that was deeply concerning him. It was known that ghostly messengers wouldn't actively attack ordinary people, so why did the person in charge choose to jump from here? This was a question he had been pondering, so he intended to go to the rooftop to take a look. Li Liuli took the elevator to the rooftop, where the pale moonlight was spread all around, and even though there was no wind, he felt an intense chill. The rooftop indeed had something strange. After thinking for a while, Li Liuli used a soul-searching talisman. The soul-searching talisman immediately conjured the image of the person in charge, but unlike the soul in the hallway, this was how he looked in life. Li Liuli attached himself to the person in charge's soul and instantly discovered the problem. The person in charge seemed to be summoned, his eyes vacant, coming to the rooftop. Above him, a blood-red crescent moon was radiating a glowing halo. The connection to the soul was suddenly cut off, and at this moment, Li Liuli also noticed that the moon had turned crimson. At the same time, Li Liuli saw, under the reflection of the blood moon, a monster with horns and an ugly, fierce face slowly approaching him. Li Liuli could feel his energy rapidly depleting as if it were being devoured, and his consciousness began to blur, wanting to kneel toward the moon. Detected fragments of the Scarlet Moon. You can use the Ghost Demon Shrine to collect it. The system's voice instantly awakened Li Liuli. He took out the shrine, and before he could infuse it with spiritual energy, he saw the shrine open automatically. The demon on the throne seemed to come alive, slowly standing up and reaching out its arm toward the moon in the sky. The moon's halo instantly shrank, then connected into a thin line, as if being absorbed by the shrine. After about 30 seconds, the moon returned to normal, and the rooftop was no longer cold and gloomy. The demon shrine is full of energy and can unconditionally summon a scarlet moon once. The shrine evolves. After sacrificing a level 5 or above offering, it can summon an ancient demon, the Crimson Lord. Li Liuli gripped the shrine, feeling an extremely dangerous sensation coming from it that sent chills down his spine. Unexpectedly, there was a bonus. And he indeed had a level 5 offering, the ninja from the island. "Mr. Li? Mr. Li?" Lu Ying's panicked and trembling voice came through the phone. "I'm here." Li Liuli immediately answered the call. "That thing has appeared." Lu Ying seemed to be hiding somewhere, her voice very low, and Li Liuli could vaguely hear the sound of chains rattling. "It's heading upstairs. It seems that after I absorbed the fragments of the Scarlet Moon, the ghost messenger discovered I used spiritual energy, triggering the rules to come find me." "That's good, let's solve it all at once." "I understand." Li Liuli replied, "You can leave now." After hanging up the phone, Li Liuli waited a moment when he heard the sound of chains appearing around him. Crash! Endless darkness spread from the small door to the rooftop, and at the same time, the rusty iron chain instantly flew out, heading for Li Liuli. "This time, you won't be able to hide." Without hesitation, Li Liuli directly opened the demon shrine. He guessed that the ability of the Scarlet Moon should be able to suppress the ghost messenger, otherwise, the ghost messenger had no reason to leave the rooftop for the opponent. Between ghosts and spirits, there also exists a relationship of restraint. After opening the demon shrine, the hanging Scarlet Moon instantly lit up, dispelling the surrounding endless darkness, revealing the true form of the ghost messenger. Since he found the opponent's true form, the rest would be easy. Li Liuli summoned the 9 nether, and the formless flames spread out, burning on the ghost messenger. At the same time, Li Liuli took out the bone soul gun and fired 2 shots at the ghost messenger. Bang! Bang! The ghost messenger was instantly suppressed in place, the chains retracing back to its side, circling around, but they could not stop the burning of the 9 nether's formless fire. Seeing this, Li Liuli took out a talisman. Spirit Gathering Talisman. The effect of the Spirit Gathering Talisman has 2 aspects: one absorbs spiritual energy and stores it in the talisman, the other restrains spirits below level 4 with no resistance, making it easy for Li Liuli to control afterward. He was reluctant to use his high-level spirit controller card. After all, this card could control spirits below level 7. Using it on the level 4 ghost messenger felt like overkill. Watching the ghost messenger transform into wisps of spiritual essence, screaming as it was sucked into the spirit-gathering talisman, Li Liuli let out a sigh of relief. Achievement unlocked, Operate You. Defeat a spirit higher than your level using a relationship of restraint. Reward, spiritual energy plus 1000, mental strength plus 100, charm plus 100. Current spiritual energy, 2450, level 2. What is charm? Li Liuli felt confused. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Luing had hastily escaped the apartment building, seen by Wang Defa sitting in the car, making him feel somewhat uneasy. No way? Could it be that Mr. Li couldn't defeat the ghost in the apartment? Fortunately, after another 3 minutes, he saw Li Liuli calmly walk out, and he finally patted his chest in relief, putting on a smiling face and opening the car door. Mr. Li, what about that ghost? I've already dealt with it. Li Liuli replied. Wang Defa's face immediately lit up. He took out his phone to pay Li Liuli the remaining amount, then said, "It's so late now. Why don't you come to my place to rest today?" Chapter 28. Wang Defa had some small calculations in his heart. Li Liuli is so young, yet so powerful, his future must be immeasurable. For such a genius, I must cultivate a good relationship. I also have a daughter, it just so happens that they can get to know each other. Li Liuli naturally did not know the other party's thoughts, but the orphanage was under renovation, and he indeed had no place to go, so he agreed. Li Liuli took the other party's car and arrived at a villa area, stopping in front of a 3-story small Western-style house. The door of the villa was open from the inside, and an old man in a suit walked out. Boss. He first assessed Li Liuli with his eyes. Li Liuli could feel the fluctuations of spiritual power in him, but it was not strong, only at level 1. Wang Defa smiled and introduced, "This is Butler Zhang. You can ask him to help you prepare anything you need." Li Liuli followed him into the villa, while Butler Zhang trailed behind them, walking alongside Luing. The villa's decoration was very luxurious, as if it were plated with gold. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, making Li Liuli feel extremely comfortable. "Dad, you're back." At that moment, a petite and cute girl in a pink pajamas appeared on the second floor, looking as if she was just about to sleep. "Oh, who is this?" She noticed Li Liuli, drawn in by his handsome face and aura, and immediately began to curiously observe him. "This is my dad's esteemed guest, Mr. Li. Quickly greet him," Wang Defa hurriedly prompted. "Hello, I'm Wang Cici." Wang Cici came down the stairs, seemingly without any airs, smiling as she extended her hand to Li Liuli. "May I ask what you do for a living?" She was very curious why someone her age would be referred to as an esteemed guest by her father. After all, her father was one of the richest men in Nanjing City, a young man who could catch his eye was rare in the entire city. "I'm a ghost catcher," Li Liuli replied with a smile as he shook Wang Cici's hand. "Don't try to fool me," Wang Cici winked. "I've seen those ghost tamers, most of them look scary, unlike you." However, as soon as Wang Cici touched Li Liuli's hand, she felt an extremely cold aura rushing into her body through his arm. She recoiled her hand as if it had been electrocuted, shrinking her neck. Since Li Liuli had just fought with a ghost messenger, the Yin energy on him had not completely dissipated, so Wang Cici naturally sensed it. "You really are a ghost catcher?" Wang Cici was even more curious, her eyes widening as she wanted to observe Li Liuli closely, but felt too scared to get too close due to the aura around him. Wang Defa saw this scene and felt delighted in his heart. Li Liuli was handsome. If his daughter didn't dislike him, he would be very pleased. So, he said, "Cici, take him to the guest room and help him prepare some living supplies, I have something to attend to." After saying that, he nodded to Butler Zhang, and they both left. Wang Cici then showed a sweet smile to Li Liuli. "Come with me." She brought Li Liuli to a guest room, which was fully furnished with various drinks and items like scented oils and sea salts neatly arranged, with a large soft bed in the middle that could fit 3 people. "Here are some clothes to change into." Wang Cici took out a bathrobe from a nearby wardrobe, then sat on the bed, resting her chin on her hands. "By the way, have you ever participated in that terrifying game?" "Of course," Li Liuli answered. "I just came out of the game yesterday." "Wow, that's amazing." Wang Cici looked at Li Liuli with admiration. "I really want to join that game. Staying here is so boring." To this, Li Liuli just chuckled lightly. "The game is very cruel. There, no one will pay attention to you or protect you. Everything must rely on yourself, otherwise, you could die in the game. I can enter the game with you, and then you can protect me, right?" Wang Cici said suddenly. "We've only met once. Why would you trust me?" Li Liuli's tone was somewhat helpless. "Because." Wang Cici blinked at Li Liuli. "I think you are very handsome and charming. I just want to believe in you." Li Liuli seemed to guess the effect of the charm attribute. Although he was indeed handsome, it shouldn't be to this extent. A large part of why Wang Cici liked him so much should be because he had acquired the charm attribute. Li Liuli just wanted to speak when he suddenly saw Jojo actively appear. "Little girl, your thoughts are very naive. Jodo's gaze was playful. Why do you think you can get his protection? Jodo's appearance caught Li Liuli by surprise. Usually, she wouldn't show up unless he forcibly summoned her. And her words left Li Liuli even more confused. Wang Sisi was also startled by the sudden appearance of the woman in black but quickly reacted without retreating at all. She smiled and said, "Wow, is this the powerful ghost that Brotherly controls? So beautiful." As she said this, she even tried to reach out and touch Jodo's smooth skin, but Jodo dodged. "Little one, I advise you not to overreach." Jodo still looked proud. Ordinary people have no chance to interact with a ghost master. Wang Sisi still kept her smiling expression upon hearing this. "It's okay, at least Brotherly and I are both humans." She even deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of human, seemingly trying to provoke Jodo. Didn't expect her to be quite cunning. Li Liuli looked at the eyes of the two women suddenly filled with gunpowder, wisely choosing not to speak. "You." Jodo was taken aback that this human not only was not afraid of her but dared to provoke her. She was suddenly a bit angry but couldn't find any words to refute. Seeing this, Wang Sisi no longer paid attention to Jodo and instead pulled Li Liuli's hand. "Brotherly, can I come to your room tonight? I want you to tell me horror game stories." After saying that, she secretly glanced at Jodo, and with a somewhat aggrieved expression, she said, "Though this sister is beautiful, she always gives me a scary feeling, unlike Brotherly." "You dare come?" Jodo's eyes widened, preparing to unleash Jodo's invisible fire. Seeing this, Li Liuli hurriedly cleared his throat to calm the angry Jodo. Wang Sisi then smiled even more happily. "It's still Brotherly who cares about me. What kind of people are in this chaotic situation?" Chapter 29. Li Liuli helplessly looked at Wang Sisi, who was squinting her eyes and showing a sweet smile, cleared his throat. "Today's ghost hunting is a bit tiring. Let's talk about the stories from the game tomorrow." "Okay." Wang Sisi lowered her head a bit, feeling a little sad upon hearing this. Before leaving the room, she turned back and pouted, "A promise is a promise." After Wang Sisi left, Li Liuli lay on the bed, silently complaining in his heart. "Sigh, this damn charm. Even Jodo has this kind of reaction. It seems the charm attribute is indeed very useful." The next day, Li Liuli was woken up by a series of knocking sounds. "Brotherly, it's time to wake up. The sun is shining on your butt." Outside the door was Wang Sisi's vibrant voice. Li Liuli opened the door. Wang Sisi was wearing a black long dress, with delicate makeup, slightly looking up at him. "Let's go out for a stroll. Staying at home is too boring." This Li Liuli was sweating a bit, as he usually avoided cameras when going out. After all, his photo was still hanging on a wanted poster. Thinking of this, Li Liuli suddenly remembered that even though he could avoid the camera when meeting Wang Defa wouldn't do the same while driving. "What are you hesitating for?" Wang Sisi lightly shook Li Liuli's arm, like a little sister acting cute with her big brother. "Just think of it as keeping me company. What if I run into a bad person?" Seeing Wang Sisi being so persistent, Li Liuli had to answer truthfully, "Actually, I'm a fugitive wanted for murder, and the police are currently looking for me." Wang Sisi laughed with a clear bell-like sound. "Brotherly, you're so funny. In today's advanced society, how could there be so many murderers on the run?" Then Li Liuli heard a knock at the door of the villa. Butler Zhang appeared out of nowhere and opened the door, revealing a police officer standing outside. "What a coincidence." Wang Sisi widened her eyes and murmured, while Li Liuli began searching for the best escape route. He didn't want to go against the official authorities of Huaxia. "Sir, may I ask what brings you here?" Butler Zhang inquired respectfully. The police officer took out his credentials and said, "I suspect you are harboring a wanted criminal, so I came to investigate. A search warrant will arrive shortly." This Butler Zhang immediately guessed Li Liuli's identity and hesitated. Mr. Li was a valued guest of Boss Wang, he had no right to hand him over to the police. Fortunately, Wang Defa also heard the commotion and walked out of the room. Seeing the police officer and Li Liuli looking around anxiously, he instantly understood what was happening. He quickly approached, wearing a warm smile. "So it's Officer Xiao, long time no see." Officer Zhao's cold expression softened when he saw Wang Defa, and he smiled back, "Indeed, it's been a while. I've been busy lately, I hope you'll forgive me." "What kind of talk is that?" Wang Defa grabbed Officer Zhao's arm and slipped something into his hand. "Here, have a cup of tea." Butler Zhang immediately went to the kitchen to brew a pot of fragrant tea. Officer Xiao glanced down at the item in his hand. It was a pure gold ingot, a prized collectible of Wang Defa. Seeing this, Officer Xiao was a bit surprised. Could it be that this wanted criminal has a good relationship with Wang Defa, even to the point where he's willing to give him this gold ingot? Many collectors had tried to buy this ingot at a high price, but Wang Defa had always refused. Seeing that Officer Xiao accepted the ingot, Wang Defa continued the earlier conversation. "Officer Xiao, you say our home is sheltering a murderer, is there some kind of mistake?" "I have always been a law-abiding citizen. This Officer Xiao was in a dilemma. He had planned to definitely capture Li Liuli since he was one of the most notorious murderers on the wanted list. And he had come alone to save face for Wang Defa. After all, his position kept rising, thanks to Wang Defa's backing. He wasn't the kind of person to forget his gratitude. But Wang Defa seemed determined to protect Li Liuli. After hesitating for a moment, Officer Xiao finally gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, the search warrant hasn't fully come through, and I don't have the authority to search civilians' homes, but I will be visiting you again before the afternoon." In the end, Officer Xiao chose to give Wang Defa a favor and stood up to leave the villa. After seeing off Officer Xiao, Wang Defa took out his phone, looking confident. "Mr. Li, don't worry, Wang, have some influence in Nanjing City. I'll call him right now." Li Liuli hadn't seen the upper class before, but looking at Wang Defa's confident demeanor. "Thank you, Mr. Wang. It's nothing. Wang Defa answered the call. "Hello, is this Director in?" "It's Xiao Wang." Wang Defa greeted warmly. After chatting a bit, he got to the point. "I heard you were looking for a person named Li Liuli. I happen to know him well, could you?" Before he could finish, the smile on his face froze, and he kept glancing at Li Liuli with fear in his eyes. Finally, he hung up the phone in silence. "No luck?" Li Liuli comforted. "It's okay, after all, this is a wanted notice. It would be strange if it could be easily revoked." "What exactly did you do before?" Wang Defa looked Li Liuli up and down and suddenly asked. Li Liuli scratched his head. "In the past, I actually did scams, but one time after drinking, I lost consciousness and woke up to find myself wanted as an escaped murderer." Li Liuli felt wronged about this. Although he had indeed killed people, they were all vicious individuals, and he had dealt with them without anyone knowing. Wang Defa took out a cigarette, took a few drags, and after a long while, said meaningfully, "Director and told me that they can't revoke the wanted notice because it was not issued by the police department, but by the Abnormal Investigation Bureau." Wang Defa still had something he didn't say, which was what Director and told him last. "How could you have connections with a fierce abnormal? It's lucky he didn't kill you." Upon hearing this, Li Liuli immediately guessed the implication, and waves of emotion surged in his heart. There are only two kinds of existence that could attract the attention of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. Abnormal controllers. Fierce abnormals. Li Liuli was very clear that he was not an abnormal controller at that time. He didn't even have spiritual power. So the only situation left that could have caught the attention of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, even leading to a wanted notice, is that they considered him a fierce abnormal. Chapter 30. What on earth did I do to make the Abnormal Investigation Bureau classify me as a fierce abnormal? Li Liuli couldn't recall what happened that day. He only remembered that Chen Jingyi had given him a bit of alcohol. Maybe they both knew something. Wang Defa was also in a dilemma. His original intention was to let the other party get in touch with his daughter to see if Li Liuli could work for him. A powerful abnormal controller like him posed a significant threat to his opposing forces, especially in real estate. Unfortunately, Director An's words made him too afraid to take the risk. From what Director An said, it seemed the police department also wasn't clear on what Li Liuli had done. They only knew he was a well-known murderer, and after the surveillance cameras caught Li Liuli, there was no immediate order for them to act. "Mr. Li, now." Li Liuli also knew Wang Defa's difficulty, so he spoke up. "I have other matters to attend to, I'll leave first. When the police arrive, just report truthfully." Back at the orphanage, Li Liuli heard the harsh sound of renovations, along with Lu Yishou's triumphant shouts. He found Chen Jingyi and straightforwardly asked, "What did I do the first time you gave me alcohol?" Chen Jingyi blinked, looking confused. "I don't know, you just ran out suddenly after drinking." "Then why does the Abnormal Investigation Bureau think I'm a fierce abnormal and issue a wanted notice?" "I wasn't an abnormal controller at that time." Li Liuli's eyes sharpened as he stared at Chen Jingyi, hoping to find a flaw in his gaze, but unfortunately, the other party revealed no hints. "How would I know?" Chen Jingyi laughed. "Let's not talk about that. Let's have a good lunch this afternoon." Seeing that the other party had no intention of revealing anything, Li Liuli had no choice but to seek answers on his own. He is feeling uncertain about tomorrow's event of the Riddler gathering. He definitely doesn't want to arrive at the gathering only to be captured by a group of official Riddlers. Just then, Li Liuli's phone rang. It was Lin Zi calling him. "I have arrived. Do you have time to come over now?" On the other end of the phone was Lin Zi's shy voice. She had arrived early in Nanjing City. "Wait for me at the place we agreed on," Li Liuli replied. After a few pleasantries, he hung up the phone and said to the attentive Chen Jingyi, "I have something else to do at noon today, so I won't be having lunch with you." "You little rascal, ha!" Chen Jingyi joked. "I won't disturb you then." He smiled as he watched Li Liuli leave the orphanage, but then his expression darkened as he called over Lu Yishou, who was nearby and pointing the way. He said, "I heard from Little Li that the Paranormal Investigation Bureau is after him." Lu Yishou raised an eyebrow. "When did this happen?" "It was during the last time we made him drink." Chen Jingyi thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Do you think those folks from the Paranormal Investigation Bureau could handle us?" Luisho replied without hesitation, "If they don't use those special cursed items or formations, they will definitely not be able to take us down. If they do use them, we can only run away." "Is Little Li planning to join that Riddler gathering?" "It seems so." Chen Jingyi nodded. "Then I will follow him. I don't want Little Li to be bullied." Luisho clasped his hands behind his back. "I want them to know that our Little Li not only has money but also a background." Chen Jingyi mercilessly exposed Luisho's true thoughts. "Come on, you just want to go out and have some fun. Making it sound all righteous, next time it'll be my turn." "Fine." Li Liuli avoided all surveillance and arrived at the popular store. In a side alley, he returned Lin Zi's call, asking her to come over. Soon, a red Ferrari stopped in front of Li Liuli. The window rolled down, revealing Lin Zi's slightly youthful face. She had a neat ponytail and wore a large pair of sunglasses. Unlike their last meeting, this time she wore only light makeup, looking nothing like the energetic girl before, but like a vibrant high school girl full of youth. "How old are you?" Li Liuli couldn't help but ask. "Can you drive?" He thought Lin Zi would have a driver like Wang Defa, but to his surprise, she was alone. Lin Zi chuckled, seemingly very happy. "I just turned 18 a few days ago, so of course I can drive." Li Liuli finally nodded and asked, "You came so early?" Lin Zi's smile froze for a moment, a faint blush quickly flashing across her face. After a while, she softly replied, "I haven't been to Nanjing City before. I heard the Nanjing River here is beautiful. Will you accompany me to see it?" Nanjing City is known for its riverside scenery, and many tourists come here to take pictures. But Li Liuli felt troubled. As a tourist destination, the Nanjing River must have a large crowd, and if he went there, it was likely he would be discovered. Just as Li Liuli was about to get into the car and slowly explain to Lin Zi, he suddenly felt a deadly gaze locking onto him from the depths of the alley. Bang! Gunfire rang out, and Li Liuli rolled to the side, the bullet grazing his skin and hitting the car. The other side has a gun. In China, it's not easy for ordinary people to obtain firearms. In an instant, Li Liuli guessed the identity of the attackers. People from the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. Li Liuli looked around and realized that there were almost no pedestrians on the street. It seems he had been followed long ago. If it weren't for his intention to get into the car, the opponents might have waited for a better opportunity. In the depths of the alley, a middle-aged man wearing a black coat, with a scruffy beard on his face, slowly emerged. He held a standard handgun in his hand, the gun's muzzle gleaming with a strange light, clearly designed for dealing with dangerous and eerie entities. "Special Law Enforcement Team, Squad 3 is on duty, please leave immediately." He pulled out a badge-bearing identification and shouted to Lin Zi from a distance. A few other figures in black coats appeared on the street, steadily approaching the direction where Li Liuli stood. Seeing this, Li Liuli prepared to escape immediately but heard Lin Zi's slightly confused voice. "Squad 3? Are you the rogue hunter from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's Squad 3? The rogue hunter was taken aback when he heard Lin Zi directly name his organization. "You know about the Anomaly Investigation Bureau?" Realizing she hadn't made a mistake from the man's reaction, Lin Zi continued, "Where is your Captain Lin?" "The captain will be here soon." The rogue hunter felt a little confused, his mind struggling to keep up. Seeing this, Lin Zi called out to Li Liuli, "There must be some misunderstanding, please wait a moment." Chapter 31. Lin Zi was well aware of the responsibilities of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau Squad 3. Capture and eliminate the dangerous anomalies that pose great threats to reality. These anomalies usually possess extremely powerful special abilities and have the capability to kill indiscriminately. Li Liuli clearly did not belong to this category. This information had only come to her because she was randomly selected by a scenario this time, as her family informed her. She was a member of the Rogue Hunter family. Thus, Lin Zi concluded that something must have gone wrong. How could someone who had just come out of a terrifying game scenario like her possibly become a target for Squad 3? After all, she had communicated with Li Liuli in the scenario. He was indeed human, otherwise, he wouldn't have been selected by the scenario. While she was rapidly thinking, a young man who bore a slight resemblance to Lin Zi, looking no more than 25 years old, walked to the front and arrived at the alley entrance. Upon seeing the license plate on the red Ferrari, an expression of surprise immediately appeared on his face. When he realized that his target for the mission was standing with Lin Zi, the surprise instantly turned into panic. He quickly raised his gun, aiming at Li Liuli. "Zi, get away quickly, this entity is very dangerous." "Brother, are you mistaken?" Lin Zi didn't seem overly frightened. "He's the player I told you about before, who participated in the scenario and helped us survive." "Ha?" Lin Zhongtian was taken aback. He remembered clearly, his target anomaly had been rated as A-level danger. Even if the entire Squad 3 mobilized, there was still a risk of being wiped out. That was why they were evacuating the crowd, to prevent greater casualties. "And now you tell me, it's a mistake?" He scanned Li Liuli from head to toe. He looked exactly like the target. Li Liuli quickly raised both hands and said, I really am human. Look, I haven't attacked you guys, right? He tentatively took a step forward, which made the other rogue hunters change color and step back 2 paces. Click. Several handguns were simultaneously cocked, all aimed at Li Liuli, as if facing some extremely terrifying existence. This was understandable, after all, they had seen footage of that A-level anomaly's killings, which were indeed very eerie and cruel. Recalling it now, they still felt a chill. Alright, I'll just stand here. Seeing this, Li Liuli's mouth twitched, helplessly halting his steps. Brother Lin, what should we do? The first rogue hunter to appear asked Lin Zhongtian. I did indeed attempt to attack him before, and he didn't retaliate, which doesn't match an anomaly's characteristics. Once attacked, it will definitely strike back. This is a major feature of strange creatures that appear in reality. Let me consult my superior. Lin Zhongtian took out an old-fashioned large mobile phone and dialed a number. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man, wearing a pristine white fluffy bathrobe, was lazily lying in a 5-star hotel in Bay City, with a plump woman beside him. After Lin Zhongtian reported in detail, he asked, should we capture him and take him away? The middle-aged man smiled and replied, since he is not a fierce strange creature, just kill him and confiscate all the strange items on him, right? This is a sure profit deal. Li Liuli, being human yet having such terrifying means, only proves that he must possess exceptional strange items. The goal of capturing fierce strange creatures is to control them or study strange items through their abilities. Now that this fierce strange creature has become a better dealt with human, isn't that a good thing? But Lin Zhongtian wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted impatiently by the other side. Alright, just an ordinary strange item handler without power. Just find some reason to detain him, and you know what to do next, right? The middle-aged man said carelessly, although you are from the Lin family, to continue to get promoted, you have to look at my face. I understand. After a long silence, Lin Zhongtian hung up the phone. Honestly, he comes to me for every little thing, just an ordinary strange creature handler. The middle-aged man put down his phone. Just as he was about to crawl back into bed, he felt his legs being wrapped by something wet and slippery. Strange creature? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock as dark energy filled the air, and a pale human face seemed to emerge from his arm. As the vice-captain of the 3rd team of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, he certainly wouldn't be as useless as he appeared on the surface. Unfortunately, he was facing a human king. Cold, slimy tentacles wrapped around him, and the angry human face quickly retracted as the middle-aged man realized that his internal energies seemed to be sealed. Energy seal, this is a king-level method. The middle-aged man's pupils shook violently, and a sense of panic surged uncontrollably in his heart. It turned out to be a king? Who said our little Li is just an ordinary strange creature handler? Luisho appeared behind the middle-aged man, his tone indifferent. You want to kill and rob? Could it be the force behind that wanted criminal? Does that guy have a human king backing him? Why didn't he say it earlier? He regretted it deeply. To know a king-level existence, even in the Abnormal Investigation Bureau or the Strange Realm, is the top combat power that countless forces want to curry favor with. To offend a king, he could not even imagine the consequences. This king, things aren't as you think. Cold sweat instantly broke out. The middle-aged man's tone trembled, but he still had to maintain respect. I'm just doing my job according to the rules. After all, we suspect he is a fierce strange creature. For safety reasons, we must take him down. Then I guarantee you now, our little Li is a handler of strange creatures, not a fierce strange creature. Luisho replied, a guarantee from a king. I wonder if it holds enough weight. It holds more than enough weight. Even if he is a fierce strange creature, he cannot go against what a king says. In the circle of strange handlers, strength is the hard truth. Of course it's enough. The middle-aged man forced a smile. Then quickly revoked the wanted order. The middle-aged man showed a difficult expression. I can let the 3rd team withdraw, but the wanted order was issued by our leader, King Nameless. I have no right to change it. The Abnormal Investigation Bureau has a total of 7 teams, each led by one of the 7 human kings. This also showcases the strength of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau on the surface. So it's that kid. Luisho seemed to recognize the other party. Then I will personally pay a visit. As for you. Luisho's words made his heart leap to his throat. If Luisho wanted to kill him, he had no way to resist. Chapter 32. Fortunately, Luisho did not make things overly difficult for him. Forget it, I don't want to get involved in your matters. Let Xiaoli handle it himself. After saying this, the middle-aged man felt the seal on his body, as well as that disgusting, slimy tentacle suddenly disappear into thin air. When he turned around, there was nothing there. Only a lingering trace of dark energy told him he was not dreaming. He hurriedly picked up the phone. On the other side, Lin Zhongtian silently hung up the phone and signaled Lin Zi to come over. When Lin Zi walked over with a puzzled face, he quietly leaned beside her ear and asked, do you like that guy? Lin Zi's pretty face flushed red, rolling her eyes at him. What's it to you? Seeing his sister's reaction, Lin Zhongtian understood her feelings. He knew that his sister had been neglected by the family because she had never entered the dungeon, leading them to believe she lacked the talent to become a hunter, causing her to give up on herself. As an older brother, he felt very sorry for his sister. If it weren't for him, Lin Zi wouldn't have been wandering around outside all this time. Lin Zhongtian took a deep breath and finally said to his teammates, "The upcoming decisions will be made solely by me. You can report to the headquarters later, but for now, I hope you will give me some face." He knew that he might have to defy orders from above, but he didn't want to drag his teammates down. "Captain, what are you saying?" The earliest arriving hunter immediately spoke up. "We are under your command, it's only right to follow your orders." The other hunters echoed him. "Yeah, we haven't heard any orders from above, we only listen to you." They had been working in the investigation bureau for a long time, so they naturally understood the upper management's philosophy. Better to kill wrongly than to let go. Seeing this, Lin Zhongtian's eyes turned a bit red. He didn't say much and just nodded firmly. Then the phone suddenly rang, and Lin Zhongtian answered it to hear the anxious voice of the squad leader. "It might be a mistake. Do not take action against him, retreat immediately." "Huh?" Lin Zhongtian couldn't react at first. "I'm telling you to retreat," the middle-aged man continued. "Did you hear me?" Seeing that Lin Zhongtian was unresponsive, he broke out in cold sweat again. Lin Zhongtian wouldn't have already made a move, would he? He had barely managed to navigate with a human king and keep his life. Fortunately, Lin Zhongtian quickly came to his senses and replied, "Okay, I understand." He finally breathed a sigh of relief. After hanging up, the team members saw the look of confusion on Lin Zhongtian's face and asked, "Did the higher-ups give an order again?" Lin Zhongtian responded in a depressed tone, "They want us to retreat." He had originally planned to throw just one punch. As long as Li Liuli could take it, he would find a reason to stop. After all, the other party was indeed a human, and someone his sister liked. So whether for fulfilling the mission from above or for ensuring his sister was not deceived, he needed to make a move, just not to go all the way to kill. "But now, are you telling me I don't need to make a move?" He glanced at his sister, whose eyes remained fixed on Li Liuli, and he couldn't contain his anger. The atmosphere had built up to this point, how could he not take action? After hesitating for a moment, he still looked at Li Liuli and slowly spoke, "Since you are someone my sister likes, I naturally have to test you properly." Then, under the shocked gaze of Li Liuli, the embarrassed and angry expression of Lin Zi, and the puzzled looks of the other teammates, he took off his coat, revealing his muscular body. "If you can take one of my punches, you will gain my approval." He saw Li Liuli's shocked expression and thought the other person was afraid, so he felt a bit dissatisfied in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, Li Liuli had already seen Lin Zhongtian's strength through the system. A second-tier hunter, who had not yet mastered the fierce ghost. At this moment, Li Liuli was filled with doubts. How dare he say such things to me? Does he have no self-awareness regarding his abilities? He must know that I also broke through to the second tier yesterday, and with the various precious fruits I consumed before, my physical quality is stronger than Lin Zhongtian's, if not equal. Moreover, I have also mastered a 4-tier fierce ghost. Li Liuli was already thinking about how to hold back. Seeing Li Liuli's completely unprepared look, Lin Zhongtian's assessment of him dropped even further. How could someone like him be worthy of my sister's affection? He gathered his spiritual power, concentrating it in his right fist, intentionally holding back some power, and rushed towards Li Liuli, delivering a punch. Li Liuli saw this and also gathered his spiritual power, using his palm as a fist to collide with Lin Zhongtian's fist. Bang! Lin Zhongtian only felt his fist hit a thick steel plate, the intense recoil twisting his features slightly. Weaker than I imagined. After taking this punch, Li Liuli blinked his eyes, and this action seemed to Lin Zhongtian to be asking him, "Haven't you eaten?" Lin Zhongtian felt very unconvinced and threw another punch at Li Liuli's chest. Li Liuli was startled and quickly raised his hand to block Lin Zhongtian's other punch. If that hit, it would be trouble. I can still control the force, but I can't control the 9-dragon heart mirror on me. If I accidentally kill him, it would be problematic. Watching Lin Zhongtian turn red in the face and attack, but every punch was easily deflected by Li Liuli, the other hunters also recognized Li Liuli's strength. If they had genuinely fought just now, without using any strange tools, all of them combined probably wouldn't be a match for Li Liuli. "Brother, stop hitting." Lin Zi couldn't watch any longer and spoke up to stop him. "I'm doing this for your good, the person my sister likes must have strength. Otherwise, how can he protect you?" Lin Zhongtian replied, panting heavily. Lin Zi wished she could find a crack in the earth to hide in. Although she indeed had feelings for Li Liuli, he didn't even know, but now her brother had said it so bluntly. The key point is that he still couldn't beat him. Lin Zi covered her face with her hands, feeling her cheeks burn. In the end, it was the other team members who pulled Lin Zhongtian back. Looking at the expressionless Li Liuli and the flushed, sweating Lin Zhongtian, they didn't know what to say. Finally, Lin Zhongtian laughed and said to Li Liuli, "What a thrilling battle. Where's the thrill? Where's the excitement?" Li Liuli was frantically complaining in his heart, but still gave him some face. Not bad, we can fight again another day. In the end, Lin Zhongtian approached Lin Zi, who was hiding aside, too shy to speak. Sister, your judgment is indeed good, he is good-looking and has strength. Brother supports you. Chapter 33. You should leave. Lin Zi rolled her eyes, wishing she could knock Lin Zhongtian unconscious and bury him somewhere. How did I end up with such a brother? Okay. Lin Zhongtian smiled meaningfully. I won't disturb your world of two anymore, let's go. Having said that, he left the alley with the support of other team members, limping, leaving behind the somewhat awkward Li Liuli and the blushing Lin Zi. Don't take what my brother said to heart. Lin Zi was the first to break the silence. Li Liuli nodded in response. However, Lin Zi looked at Li Liuli, who showed no expression, and yet suddenly, there was a bit of disappointment. Could it be that Li Liuli already has a girlfriend? Then why did he specifically ask me to come to Nanjian City? Li Liuli saw Lin Zi looking down, and he felt a bit confused too. After thinking for a moment, he said, there's still time. How about we go take a look at Nanjian? Although he didn't know why the Supernatural Investigation Bureau suddenly called off the investigation, he thought they wouldn't come after him again. So, Li Liuli took the initiative to suggest it. When Lin Zi heard this, her mood became cheerful again. She immediately opened the car door and got in. Get in. Li Liuli's judgment was indeed correct. He and Lin Zi took pictures at various check-in points in Nanjian, and along the way, no one troubled them excessively. By the end, they were both tired, so they found a restaurant to eat. After we pick up the invitation for the gathering, where should we rest? Lin Zi suddenly asked during the meal. We still need to pick up the invitation? Li Liuli nearly spat out the juice in his mouth. Otherwise, how will you prove that you're invited? Lin Zi looked at Li Liuli with a strange gaze. You didn't forget to register, did you? The invites take a day to be issued. This was a great opportunity to connect with the authorities. Originally, Li Liuli just wanted the investigation bureau to withdraw the warrant against him, but now he was also curious why the bureau had issued the warrant. He wanted to find out the truth. So, of course, Li Liuli didn't want to miss this chance. He opened his phone, found the strategy group, and clicked on the chat window with Dumb Guy. Brother, do you still have any invites for the mind controller gathering? Dumb Guy quickly replied with a question mark. Li Liuli immediately started to explain, and after a long pause, Dumb Guy finally typed. I do have invites here, but they are prepared for the strategy group members. Dumb Guy's meaning was very clear. If he joined them and became a member, he could get an invite. Li Liuli had also learned a lot about the strategy group from his extensive surfing on their online platform. The so-called strategy group is a bunch of people who study horror game rules and then summarize the best strategies. Most of them don't seem very normal in Li Liuli's eyes. They actively participate in games, come into contact with eerie things, and even don't care if they get hurt. And strategies for A-level games and above, or detailed guides, need to be purchased from the strategy group. This is also their way of making profit, otherwise, the strategy group wouldn't have grown bit by bit. Li Liuli certainly didn't want to research game rules all day long. So, Li Liuli decided to trade with Dumb Guy. I can exchange a strange item or money for an invite, but you must deliver it to Nanjian City today. The strategy group isn't short on money. What strange item can you offer me? A bottle of soul-cleansing brew. Li Liuli replied. This was the most he had besides the soul-searching talisman and some ghost money. In other words, Li Liuli was now so poor that all he had left was money. Soul-cleansing brew? Dumb Guy's reaction was very intense. However, since even the 5th grade eerie object Lady Dragon drooled over the soul-cleansing brew, Li Liuli wasn't surprised. This is the value of the soul-cleansing brew. I'm in Nanjian City. I'll be there soon. Where are you now? Li Liuli smirked, gave an address, and then put down the phone. He turned to Lin Zi and said, done. Seeing this, Lin Zi became even more curious about Li Liuli's background. She wasn't foolish. Being targeted by a team from the Abnormal Investigation Bureau only to end up nothing, the power behind them must be at least not weaker than her Lin family. After all, the Lin family had a king lord overseeing them. On the other side, the disheveled Dumb Guy quickly packed his clothes messily into a small backpack, grabbing a piece of bread from the table, and was about to run out of this chaotic little room. Hurry up, if someone else finds out that I traded for a bottle of soul-cleansing brew, it will be bad. The members of our strategy group, except for a few oddballs, don't have any particular hobbies, except for drinking. Therefore, the various fine wines circulating in the mysterious realm are what they chase after, and among them, soul-cleansing brew is ranked first. He had the fortune of buying a bottle of soul-cleansing brew in the black market of the mysterious realm, but before he could even take 2 sips, it was snatched away by other members of the strategy group. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake. However, just as he pushed open the door, he saw a woman wearing a raccoon mask, a shoulder-bearing sweater, and an alluring figure blocking the way. "Yo, dummy, what wind blew you out?" "None of your business, raccoon." The dummy waved his hand. Though her slightly flushed shoulder might seem very tempting to others, it held no appeal in front of the dummy. It was even less appealing than studying the decaying, vicious ghost. "Let me guess." The raccoon spoke slowly and leisurely. "Is it related to the soul-cleansing brew?" The dummy's body instantly froze, and turning around, he gritted his teeth and said to her, "Were you spying on me?" "Oh no, did you catch me?" The red lips under the raccoon mask curved into a tempting smile. "I thought you were really a dummy." "What do you want?" 64 points, 60% for you. Deal. Li Liuli and Lin Zi wandered around, finally finding a hotel. After settling Lin Zi in, he headed to the agreed-upon shopping mall. Along the way, Li Liuli didn't forget to complete his system's daily check-in. Checked in for 3 consecutive days, reward, 10 billion hell coins, 1,000 advanced talismans. Advanced talisman can be used to carve advanced talismans, greatly increasing the success rate. Li Liuli placed them in the system space, then took out his phone. After telling the dummy his current location, he waited at the spot for a while. Soon, a man with messy hair, looking like he hadn't bathed for days, and a woman wearing a raccoon mask walked toward Li Liuli in the middle of a crowd. This extremely contrasting pair attracted a lot of attention along the way, and even Li Liuli couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Dummy?" The messy-haired man nodded, then took out a small black bag from his backpack and threw it to Li Liuli. Inside the bag was a white half-mask and a black card. The mask can hide your spiritual energy and identity, and the card is the invitation. The dummy said concisely, then extended his dirty hand. Li Liuli quickly took out a bottle of soul-cleansing brew and handed it to the dummy. Just as he was about to leave, the raccoon suddenly stopped him. "Handsome, how about having a drink with me?" She walked over gracefully, her eyes sparkling behind the mask. Facing the raccoon's seductive posture, Li Liuli was not fooled. "Trying to freeload my alcohol again?" "No way." Li Liuli smiled and responded, "Sure, but the alcohol here isn't cheap." The raccoon, upon hearing this, gently bit her lip, a hint of coquettishness in her voice. "Shouldn't a beautiful person be paired with fine wine? Isn't that the most correct? Talking about money. How hurtful to the feelings. Then you can go drink with him." Li Liuli nodded towards the dummy, then turned around and left without looking back. The raccoon lightly stamped her foot, looking at Li Liuli's retreating figure with great interest. The dummy, standing aside, warned, "Don't mess with him, he's someone the spiritual eye steward has specifically noted. He's definitely not simple, don't bring trouble upon yourself." "Spiritual eye steward?" The raccoon's red lips parted in surprise, but she quickly regained her usual light tone. "Now, I'm even more interested. Checked in for 4 consecutive days, reward, 10 billion hell coins, mid-tier ghost control card, 100 in spirit wood." Li Liuli had no intention of calculating how many hell coins he had anymore. Endless wealth, truly endless. But now with the mid-level spirit card, my mental strength is nearly 300, driving a fierce spirit shouldn't be a problem. Li Liuli took out the spirit-gathering talisman that emitted a chilling aura, sealing the ghost messenger inside. Detecting. Detection complete. Ghost messenger, 4th level, 11,002. Source, Underworld Council. Fierce spirit abilities, soul hook, soul capture, soul control. Fate binding item, Upperine soul hook lock. Cultivation technique, Underworld soul control technique, 6 star. Can humans also cultivate these techniques? Li Liuli felt interest in the various abilities of the fierce spirits. These techniques were passed down from the human realm, and the so-called spirit hunters do not control fierce spirits, but rely solely on techniques to kill spirits. Techniques are divided into 9 ranks, each rank is a heavy sky. After cultivating the techniques, the difficulty of controlling fierce spirits will rise sharply. The fierce spirits controlled by the spirit card are not included in this. It seems that the way ordinary people control fierce spirits is different from using the spirit card, it is much more dangerous. Li Liuli's heart raced. Since I can unconditionally control fierce spirits and cultivate techniques, why not pursue both? Li Liuli planned to find a technique suitable for him to try out. He took out the mid-level spirit card, infused it with spiritual power, and released the ghost messenger. The ghost messenger had already been injured by the blood-red moon he summoned earlier, and was flickering with red spots, so it could not resist and sign a contract with him. Controlling the ghost messenger. Spiritual power plus 500, mental strength plus 50. Current spiritual power, 2,970, 2nd level, current mental strength, 330. He approached Lin Zi, and together they headed to Beicheng. The gathering was at a certain villa underground on the outskirts of Beicheng. According to Lin Zi, this villa belongs to one of the stewards of the strategy group, which has a total of 4 stewards managing it together. The gathering started at 6 in the evening. At the entrance of the villa stood a spirit hunter wearing the same black coat as Lin Zhongtian, his gaze icy, and Li Liuli could feel the pressure emanating from him from a distance. Clearly, this spirit hunter is not as useless as Lin Zhongtian. At least a third-level spirit controller, right? I think it's fourth level. Because as a third-level spirit controller, I feel I have no chance against him. Maybe he controls a fourth-level fierce spirit. A fourth-level spirit controller guarding the door? Is this the official strength? There were already many spirit controllers lining up in front of this extremely dangerous spirit hunter. Li Liuli also put on a mask and stood behind Lin Zi. Although the pressure from the other party was strong, it was not as intense as the 9U. Not to mention, he still had a ghost messenger that was equally strong as 9U. Soon, it was his turn. After Li Liuli handed over the card, the spirit hunter examined it, then returned it to him, slightly moving aside, revealing a dark staircase behind him. Going down, there was warm light, and inside was a spacious hall, where many spirit controllers, like Li Liuli, wearing half masks and hiding their auras, were exchanging information. Among them, he saw two people standing in the center, dressed completely differently. One wore a black coat symbolizing the official, while the other donned a pure white gown with a mask different from Li Liuli's, covering all her cheeks, and upon the mask, there was a peculiar eye-shaped hole. Clearly, these are members of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau and the Strategy Group. In front of them was a small mirror the size of a palm, and behind them was a plaque. Treasure Identification Department. Li Liuli saw someone step forward, carefully pulling out a crumpled talisman from their pocket and sticking it onto the mirror. The mirror trembled slightly, then emitted a white light. Some other ghost tamers who were still paying attention here shook their heads and withdrew their gazes after seeing the white light of the mirror. It seems that the value of the item is related to the light of the mirror. Li Liuli was watching and judging at the same time. A low-level probing talisman can be used to detect if there are ghostly objects nearby and whether they harbor ill will towards oneself. It is a relatively rare talisman. The woman in white spoke in a melodious voice, her tone gentle. However, since it is a one-time use, I can only price it at 10,000 yuan, and it's not enough to enter the auction. It seems the mirror can only assess quality. Whether it is useful or not depends on this woman's introduction. She seems to have a connection with this mirror. Is this one of the ghostly objects she controls? Li Liuli continued to deduce in his heart. 10,000? Looks like I'm quite lucky. Upon hearing this, the ghost tamer revealed a smile, bowed in thanks to the woman, and left. When the other players heard the woman's voice, they all turned to look at that man. This kind of talisman can detect if there will be an attack from a ghostly object at the first moment. Overall, it's quite good. Moreover, they can afford the price of 10,000. Several ghost tamers have already approached that player. Chapter 35. Little brother, I'll offer 12,000 to buy this talisman from you, how about it? Don't listen to him, I'll offer 15,000. You sell it to me, and you definitely won't lose out. Some ghost tamers have already begun to raise their bids. It seems that the selling price of strange items will only be higher than the appraisal result. Moreover, if the quality of the strange item itself is sufficient, it can also enter the auction. Seeing this, Li Liuli also stepped forward, hesitated for a moment, and took out a piece of high-level talisman paper, placing it on the mirror. After a tremor, the mirror shone with a brilliant golden light. The dazzling golden light instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, including the official ghost hunter who seemed half asleep with his eyes barely open. The woman in white raised her eyebrows slightly, clearly interested in this item too. High-level talisman paper can be used to make talismans, with a success rate of up to 80%. She spoke with increasing astonishment, as this mirror was indeed a ghostly object she controlled. Therefore, she could perceive the value of the item placed on the mirror very clearly. Because it requires processing, I'll price it at 500,000 per piece. At this point, she looked at Li Liuli and voluntarily stated, I wonder if you have more talisman paper? I can represent the strategy team to purchase it at 600,000 each. As soon as she said this, the other tempted ghost tamers could only shake their heads, abandoning their desire to buy this talisman. This kind of paper that can carve high-level talismans generally only falls into the hands of large families. Li Liuli was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect his talisman paper to be worth so much. You see, he has 1,000 pieces of this kind of talisman paper. If sold all, it could fetch 600 million. He could directly leap into becoming a wealthy man. Indeed, strange items are worth a lot. Li Liuli glanced at the official ghost tamer, and seeing that he had no intention of purchasing, he took out 9 more talisman papers and sold them to the woman in white, making a total of 6 million. Adding to the 10 million he earned from Wang Defa, he now has enough funds to buy other ghost tamers' items. However, Li Liuli still had one item he wanted to appraise. The 9 Hell's Blood Cry Tear. This item was also a reward from the system, but aside from indicating it was a material-type item, it had not revealed any other uses. Thus, Li Liuli had just kept it in the system space, and it was gathering dust. Li Liuli took out the 9 Hell's Blood Cry Tear. On the surface, it simply appeared to be a small red, droplet-shaped item, occasionally flashing with a hazy glow. He placed it on the small mirror. Under the gaze of everyone, the small mirror appeared very strange and calm. What happened? Is this mirror broken? I think the item he brought out is not even a strange tool. Who has such good luck? Right off the bat, it's all valuable stuff? Some envious controllers of strange beings began to whisper. After all, even though Li Liuli was hiding his aura with a mask, it could still be seen that he was not very old, probably just a beginner who had participated in 1 or 2 horror games. As a beginner, why is he so lucky? Therefore, other controllers were eager to see Li Liuli fail. However, just as they were gloating, they saw blood oozing from the delicate nose of the woman in white. And the mirror seemed to come alive, with a pale female ghostly face appearing at the edge of the mirror, opening its mouth with a hideous expression, as if it wanted to devour the blood tear from the 9 hells in front of it. At the same time, a nearly tangible, strange red light burst forth from the mirror's surface, blocking everyone's sight. Red light? This is a symbol of a top-grade strange tool. I saw it once at the first gathering, and have never seen it since. And last time that mirror didn't look like this. The controllers of strange beings were shocked, and some of the older controllers had already started to discuss. This is a sign of a peerless treasure appearing. Is this kid really this lucky? Damn it! I can't accept this. After a while, the red light flickered, and the mirror had somehow appeared in the hands of the woman in white, who now had her rosy lips slightly parted, looking in shock at the blood tear on the table. Earlier, she had clearly felt that the ghost mirror she was controlling had shown signs of slipping from her grasp. If it weren't for her high rank, sufficient to suppress the ghost mirror, it might have freed itself and become a vengeful spirit, swallowing that blood tear. During this time, she had also learned about the blood tear's purpose. She swallowed hard, her gaze fiery, staring at Li Liuli, and asked, "What is this strange tool?" 9 hell blood tears. Li Liuli replied calmly. He noticed everyone's reaction and naturally understood that this prop of his was likely a very precious item. What a good name. The woman in white murmured, "I wonder if this gentleman would accompany me to the reception room for a chat?" Her meaning was clear, she didn't even dare to mention its effects, afraid of provoking a frenzy. Other controllers also understood, their eyes blazing, fixated on the blood tear on the table, as if they were about to leap forward to snatch it. Seeing this, the woman in white snorted coldly, an invisible pressure expanded, and after the controller's spiritual power came into contact with her aura, they immediately crumbled and sealed. Royal rank. Li Liuli could instantly identify the other's strength, not because he had sharp eyes, but because he had encountered royal-level strong beings before, and not just one. Faced with this woman's pressure, the other controllers turned pale, withdrew their spiritual power, lowered their heads, and dared not look at her again. Seeing this, Li Liuli agreed, and just as he prepared to follow the woman in white back to the villa via the stairs, he saw the official hunter who had been sitting in a chair also speaking at this moment. Heh, how can such an item be without our involvement? Don't you agree, Steward Bai? His originally murky eyes became clear and seemed to smile as he looked at the woman in white. The woman in white paused, then finally sighed softly. Of course, Mr. Jiang, we also welcome you to the reception room. This woman in white turned out to be one of the 4 stewards of the strategy team. Li Liuli recalled this villa. Suddenly, he understood, and then guessed the identity of the hunter. Being able to stand on equal ground with one of the 4 stewards of the attack group, it must mean that the other party is definitely a king-level existence. Originally, within the dungeon, Li Liuli felt that king-level beings were quite rare and powerful, but returning to reality just a few days later, he encountered at least 4 king-level beings. He suddenly felt that king-level beings seemed to be somewhat worthless. Chapter 36. The reception room was a place with excellent sound insulation, surrounded by warm yellow sponge padding. Steward Bai proactively brewed a pot of fragrant tea for Li Liuli and Mr. Jiang, then sat on a soft leather sofa, hands folded under his chin, looking at Li Liuli. I plan to acquire the 9 nether weeping blood tear at a price of 100 million each. I wonder if Mr. Li is willing. Steward Bai said. Before Li Liuli could respond, Mr. Jiang, after sipping a small mouthful of tea, suddenly said, "Our investigation bureau offers 150 million. You seem to not know the purpose of this item, and you're in such a hurry to raise the price. Aren't you afraid of being deceived?" Steward Bai looked at Mr. Jiang with seemingly resentful eyes. Mr. Jiang smiled slightly. Steward Bai's appraisal mirror definitely won't lie. It's an excellent strange item, and it is indeed worth this price. Buying it is surely not a mistake, and I believe Steward Bai will surely introduce the use of this item. Mr. Jiang really lacks gentlemanly demeanor. Steward Bai chuckled. I'm a soldier, what need is there for gentlemanly demeanor? Mr. Jiang retorted. Steward Bai had no rebuttal and could only introduce the function of the 9 nether weeping blood tear. This strange item possesses a peculiar curse, Steward Bai said after savoring a sip of tea. It can directly transform a fierce ghost into a strange item without any processing, and it can also revive the fierce ghost within the strange item, reverse transforming it for us to control. As soon as Steward Bai finished speaking, Mr. Zhang's eyes immediately sharpened. You must know that the means to transform fierce ghosts into strange items is currently a technology that humanity is eagerly trying to break through. Although there are many strange items in the strange world, and it has been established that strange items usually contain a stable fierce ghost as a core, this means cannot be replicated. Using strange items, although there will be side effects, but compared to controlling fierce ghosts, it is somewhat negligible. Moreover, it should also have the effect of enhancing fierce ghosts, Steward Bai said shockingly. Fierce ghosts will directly rise a rank after using the 9 nether weeping blood tier, which should be ineffective for humans. Raising a rank for fierce ghosts seems like a side effect, but upon reflection, what if it means raising a rank for controlling them? The saying one rank is a layer of heaven did not come from nowhere. Thinking of this, Mr. Zhang's eyes instantly burned with passion. No wonder Steward Bai directly invited Li Liuli to the reception room. She wants to monopolize this 9 nether weeping blood tier, and as long as their attack group develops the technology to transform fierce ghosts into strange items, the strength of the attack group is likely to leap forward, becoming the world's top. I'll take this blood tier on behalf of the Chinese government. You name your price. Mr. Jiang set down his teacup, staring intently at Li Liuli. Steward Bai's expression turned somewhat unpleasant upon hearing this. Mr. Jiang, is this a bit against the rules? Rules? Mr. Jiang laughed. I must emphasize that this is China. Steward Bai fell silent. Seeing this, Mr. Jiang continued to turn his gaze toward Li Liuli, seemingly waiting for the other's response. Li Liuli's purpose for coming this time was to connect with the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, so he did not hesitate, saying, This 9 nether weeping blood tier, I can give it to you for free, but I have a few requests. Speak. Mr. Jiang raised an eyebrow. I wonder if you are very familiar with my appearance. Li Liuli slowly took off his mask, revealing his true face. After a careful observation, Mr. Jiang's expression changed. It's you? Do you know each other? Steward Bai looked at Mr. Jiang and Li Liuli in confusion. Mr. Jiang shook his head, his gaze suddenly sharp, and Li Liuli could feel the pressure coming from him. Are you a human or a monster? Li Liuli spread his hands, feeling somewhat helpless, and said, Of course, I am human. I am also curious why I am wanted. My purpose for attending this gathering is to understand the situation at that time and hope you can revoke the arrest warrant. Mr. Jiang's gaze was deep as he looked at Li Liuli, not knowing what he was thinking. Finally, he said, after the gathering, you and I will go to the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Li Liuli nodded, tossing the 9 nether weeping blood tier to Mr. Jiang, who caught it and prepared to leave. Steward Bai could only look on longingly and said helplessly, Congratulations to you both. Before she finished speaking, she saw Li Liuli take out another identical 9 nether weeping blood tier. Seeing the burning gaze of Steward Bai and the stopped steps of Mr. Jiang, Li Liuli smiled. Who said I only have one? Without saying another word, Steward Bai refilled Li Liuli's cup with fragrant tea, showing an elegant and charming smile. Sir, what should I call you? Li Liuli. Mr. Li, you can name a price. As long as it's within our strategy group's budget, we can accept. Steward Bai spoke slowly and firmly. 300 million, Li Liuli said. After all, they had previously wanted to acquire the 9 nether weeping blood tier for over 100 million, so Li Liuli's price of 300 million wasn't completely outrageous. Furthermore, they could negotiate. Unexpectedly, after hearing Li Liuli's offer, Steward Bai immediately nodded. Alright, please tell us your card number. The funds will be transferred soon. Additionally, in my capacity as steward, I will give you a black gold membership card for the strategy group, allowing you to customize and check the dungeons you need at any time. Her words made Mr. Jiang somewhat surprised. It should be known that official monster hunters do not receive this kind of treatment when participating in dungeons. The black gold membership card is held by no more than 10 people throughout China. To think that Steward Bai placed such great importance on the other party. Seeing Li Liuli accept the small black gold card, Steward Bai then gracefully stood up, leading them back to the underground gathering. Many players had already gathered here and were waiting for a long time, their eyes full of curiosity when they looked at Li Liuli. He was the only ordinary monster controller who could make transactions with 2 king-level players at once. Of course, this wasn't entirely a good thing. Some capable monster controllers had already set their sights on Li Liuli. As such a young controller with money but no strength, he would only be taken advantage of. However, this was merely their one-sided thought. In a corner of the gathering, Luisho, cloaked and masked but sporting a long beard, quietly observed everything. This one, and that one. Luisho's gaze flickered subtly among the crowd. These guys need to be dealt with properly. Otherwise, our little Li could really get bullied. Chapter 37. Li Liuli returned to the gathering, choosing not to continue identifying treasures but silently watched other players step forward to identify. He planned to buy some items. The items he had were not many, most were used to enhance cultivation or for trading. The usable items were only the bone soul gun, the nameless sword, and the only piece of armor, the 9-dragon heart shield. Among them, the 9-dragon heart shield was also a consumable item, although the function is indeed very powerful. Moreover, through observation, Li Liuli discovered that the mirror could only accurately identify the use of charms or materials when it came to their assessment. When detecting strange props containing malevolent spirits, however, there were still some that could not be fully identified. Li Liuli speculated that the level of the sealed malevolent spirit within the props might exceed that of the ghostly mirror. Because once encountering items that cannot be detected, the price set by Steward by would never be particularly low, unless that item truly had no use. And his own system did not have this problem. Through the system, Li Liuli judged that the ghostly mirror should be a level 4 malevolent spirit. Once it comes across an item that exceeds this level of malevolence, it cannot detect it. This rule has not been discovered by most spirit tamers yet. A small number of them have sensed it but merely think that some strange props have the effect of blocking investigation, thus making the curses within them hard to identify. For caution's sake, these undetectable items are generally rarely purchased. At this moment, Li Liuli felt how wise his earlier choice to unlock the identification system was. A strange prop suddenly caught Li Liuli's attention. It was a dark cat's paw. Although it looked a bit eerie, Li Liuli sensed no spiritual energy fluctuation from it. Sure enough, after that spirit tamer took it for identification, the mirror trembled slightly but there was no flash of light, and Steward By also slightly closed his eyes as if sensing the cat's paw, but in the end, could only shake his head. No spiritual energy fluctuation sensed. It should be a non-great item. I cannot set a price for it. Hearing this, the spirit tamer was extremely disappointed, and could only shake his head in resignation, slowly leaving under the mocking gaze of another spirit tamer. I said, not everyone is like that guy, lucky enough to casually take out an item that is a treasured gem. Li Liuli, however, had a different view. Identifying. Medium-grade curse item, 9 live spirit cat's paw. Effect, concealment. Can completely hide one's form and not be detected by any beings below the king level, unless the opponent controls a creature good at detection. A curse item used for concealment or escape. What's the difference between a curse item and a strange prop? If a strange prop contains a malevolent spirit, it will be cursed. However, using a curse item will not be affected by curses. The effect of a curse item is higher than that of the same grade strange props. I see. Medium-grade strange props are already quite rare. Li Liuli looked around the gathering, and there were only a handful of medium-grade strange props available. And aside from the ghostly shrine, all the other weapons and props he had were basically medium-grade. Thus, Li Liuli walked over to the disappointed spirit tamer and asked, "How much do you want for this cat's paw?" The spirit tamer was taken aback. Seeing it was Li Liuli, he was filled with immense joy. His item was identified as a non-grade prop, making it nearly impossible to sell. But this person, who appeared extraordinary and held precious items, was surprisingly looking to buy his prop. He had already classified Li Liuli as a foolish rich person in his mind. Thus, he thought for a moment and then held out 3 fingers. 30,000? Li Liuli frowned. 300,000, the spirit tamer said with a smile. Look at my cat's paw. Although it has no spiritual energy fluctuation, it certainly doesn't look like an ordinary item. Buying it will definitely not be a loss. You really dare to ask for such an inflated price? Li Liuli sneered, turning to leave. You dare ask for 300,000 for something that can't even be sold? Seeing that Li Liuli did not buy it without hesitation as he had expected, the spirit tamer felt a bit anxious. Hey, don't rush to leave. 30,000. How about it? 10,000, or else go find someone else to buy this inferior item. Li Liuli deliberately emphasized. The sorcerer immediately nodded, afraid that Li Liuli would change his mind. Deal. Seeing this, Li Liuli also smiled and happily took out 10,000 cash. Before attending this gathering, Li Liuli specifically exchanged for some cash. The sorcerer took the money, counted it, and tossed the cat claw to Li Liuli. What a foolish boy. This was a thought that both Li Liuli and the sorcerer had at the same time. A middle-grade strange item usually costs more than $1 million, but Li Liuli got a treasure for just 10,000. As for the top-grade items, those could only be seen at auctions. Of course, there were still bargains to be found. Both of them left satisfied. Li Liuli turned his gaze back to those unclassified or undetermined strange items. Then, under the strange looks of the other sorcerers as if they were looking at an idiot, Li Liuli began to buy in bulk. Low-grade strange item, blood droplet. Middle-grade strange item, nether demon dart. Top-grade strange item, cursed glass bottle. Li Liuli spent a total of 3 million on these items, which was roughly the price of purchasing a middle-grade item. Among them, the effect of the cursed glass bottle caught Li Liuli's attention. This strange item only requires Li Liuli to lock onto a person with spiritual power, then various evil spirits will crawl out of the bottle and hunt down the locked person, not stopping until death. However, similarly, Li Liuli would also suffer a curse. Roughly every 5 spirits that crawl out, one would attack Li Liuli. Li Liuli stored all these items into his system space. Meanwhile, other sorcerers began to whisper among themselves. This guy can't be a fool, right? Only collecting undetermined or unclassified items. I don't think so. Perhaps he has some special treasure identification method. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The White Steward's autumn-like eyes looked at Li Liuli with some confusion, continuously muttering his name in her heart. She always felt this name was somewhat familiar. Spirit Eye Steward, are you looking at that gentleman? Just then, a cat-masked figure, walking lightly and revealing her ankles, approached the White Steward and affectionately rubbed her cheek against her arm. The White Steward nodded, affectionately scratching the cat's nose. I've told you many times, just call me sister. The cat chuckled, then slightly twitched her nose, revealing a surprised expression. Isn't this the Mr. Li you specifically wanted to pay attention to? Have you forgotten? Chapter 38. Only then did the White Steward remember, she had indeed seen a man through her spirit vision, as if he had walked out of hell, with crimson eyes and a slightly elegant smile. And behind him was a corpse wearing a gold-edged mask, crowned with thorns, along with countless blood. It looked like he had just cleared a game organized by a king, and it was in an extremely bloody manner. The figure indeed resembled Li Liuli somewhat. But the White Steward could never combine the temperament of the two. The Li Liuli before her looked very normal, neither servile nor overbearing, exuding a unique charm, completely different from the frenzied man she saw with her spirit vision. And she had investigated Li Liuli's strength. Although the mask on his face could hide his spiritual power, it was not a difficult task for a king. Could it be that he has a hidden card? Combining Mr. Zhang's previous reaction when he saw Li Liuli take off his mask and his solemn expression, the White Steward increasingly felt that Li Liuli was very mysterious. Sister, the auction is about to start. The cat giggled, interrupting the White Steward's thoughts. The White Butler came back to his senses, took a deep look at Li Liuli, and said, Everyone, the auction has begun, and we welcome all of you to participate in this auction. After speaking, she signaled the raccoon to pull up the curtain on the right side, revealing an auction venue that was neither too big nor too small. Li Liuli followed the other spirit handlers and found a chair to sit down. Soon, he felt a fragrant breeze coming his way. He turned his head to see a girl next to him, wearing a mask, with her hair tied up, dressed in the same long dress as before, exuding a youthful vibe, who even made a funny face at him. Lin Zi. Li Liuli greeted her with a smile and soon noticed another man sitting beside her, who looked very familiar. He should be Lin Zhongtian, without a doubt. Are you here to buy something too? Lin Zi asked. Li Liuli answered, I'm just looking to see if there are any weird props suitable for me. Lin Zi looked at Li Liuli with a bit of envy and said, Unfortunately, I haven't gained any spiritual power yet. I came to the auction to see if there are any props to awaken spiritual power. My brother is treating. Lin Zhongtian also smiled. Props that can directly grant spiritual power are generally quite rare and precious. I have saved up my pocket money for a long time and have barely gathered less than 10 million. Saved up pocket money for a long time, less than 10 million? Is that even human language? Li Liuli mentally complained, realizing his guess was correct. Lin Zi came from a wealthy family and was indeed a little rich girl. As for props to gain spiritual power, it seems that all of his items could obtain spiritual power? Whether it's the Nether God Fruit, the Soul Cleansing Brew, or the Chi Gathering Formation Diagram that he had not used yet, they were all props used to obtain spiritual power. The Nether God Fruit's effect weakened with each use, so Li Liuli had only consumed one. As for the Soul Cleansing Brew, he didn't dare to drink alcohol and didn't like it, he mostly used it to water flowers. That Manju Shahua, after being carefully nurtured with the Soul Cleansing Brew, was already about to bloom and was bound to Li Liuli. The host of the auction was the raccoon, and the props being auctioned were all very precious, each at least of the medium-grade weird prop level. Unfortunately, many props did not catch Li Liuli's attention. The items he urgently needed were only the techniques and defensive items. As long as he could grab hold of one, he wouldn't lack the capital to make a comeback. The auction items were sold one after another for nearly 10 million at sky-high prices. Until finally, the raccoon took out a small, quaint wooden box and slowly opened it under everyone's gaze. Inside lay a yellow-covered book, and as soon as this book appeared, Jiuyu suddenly appeared in the auction house without warning. Since the auction house was not large, after Jiuyu appeared, she directly sat on Li Liuli's lap. The two instantly faced each other awkwardly. Finally, it was Jiuyu who, with a slightly flushed face, turned her head away and whispered, This technique must be obtained. Then she disappeared, leaving behind a stunned spirit handler, captivated by her appearance and aura. A fourth-grade weird object, one spirit handler exclaimed. And such a beautiful female ghost, another spirit handler was shocked. Why does he deserve this? A spirit handler felt jealous. Why didn't such good fortune happen to them? Thinking of the ugly, terrifying ghost they handled, some spirit handlers felt like crying. Lin Ziyi also saw for the first time the beautiful ghost that Li Liuli handled and was surprised by how pretty it was. She looked down at herself and suddenly felt a bit inferior, but soon encouraged herself, it's okay, she's just a ghost. The raccoon also noticed the fleeting aura of the 4th grade ghost. It should be known that 4th grade spirit handlers were already quite rare at this offline gathering. Even a 4th tier manipulator wanting to control a 4th tier evil spirit isn't an easy task. The raccoon cat was even more curious about Li Liuli's identity. She adjusted her state and smiled as she spoke, everyone, this is the finale item of our auction. A 7th tier technique, the soul refining method of the underworld. It was obtained by our steward during a visit to the 9th prison of the 9 nether pits, the boundless abyss. No one has been able to successfully cultivate it yet. But as a 7th tier technique, once mastered, even without controlling an evil spirit, one's strength can rival that of a king-level existence. Starting bid is 10 million. As soon as the raccoon cat finished speaking, the eyes of all the manipulators in the room lit up with excitement. A 7th tier technique. Strength that can rival a king. Not everyone is satisfied with the evil spirits they control. It's important to know that controlling an evil spirit through a regular contract carries the risk of backlash. On the contrary, manipulators can also bear certain costs to dissolve the contract. 11 million. Soon, someone started bidding. Lin Zhongtian also wanted to bid because cultivating a technique to gain spiritual power is one way to advance. But after hearing the starting price, he immediately put his hand down. The bidding was fierce. In just half a minute, the price doubled to 20 million. Li Liuli was also very tempted. He could control an evil spirit and cultivate a technique. So, he immediately placed a bid. 50 million. The entire room instantly fell silent, focusing their gaze on Li Liuli. His bid had once again more than doubled the price of the technique. This had already exceeded the budget of most manipulators present. This gentleman bids 50 million. Is there anyone willing to go higher? The raccoon cat tapped her little wooden hammer. 80 million. Just then, a calm voice rang out. Following the voice, Li Liuli saw a man in a traditional long robe with long hair standing up, bowing to him. I am Zhou Tianming from the Zhou family. I asked this fellow cultivator to give me a face and let us be friends. Zhou Tianming said with a slightly threatening tone. The Zhou family controls the economic lifeline of Beicheng. Although they are not a family of evil spirit hunters like the Lin family, they have plenty of manipulators as security. His intention was quite clear. The Zhou family wants this technique, everyone else should step back a bit. Faced with his somewhat domineering attitude, the other manipulators exchanged glances but didn't dare to raise their bids any further. After all, even if you win the bid, it doesn't guarantee you'll be alive to use it. Li Liuli paused for a moment, and Zhou Tianming, seeing this, revealed a somewhat contemptuous smile. In Beicheng, even if you are a dragon, you should lay flat for me. Just when Zhou Tianming thought he was about to succeed, Li Liuli slowly spoke up. Sorry, I really need this technique as well. Li Liuli smiled politely, I bid 100 million. 100 million. That's not a small number. In the black market, it could probably buy 2 high-quality weird items. Zhou Tianming's face darkened immediately, his 5 fingers spread, 150 million. 200 million. Li Liuli still wore that polite smile. Zhou Tianming fell silent. 200 million, even he couldn't mobilize that much property at once. 200 million once. 200 million twice. Sold. While Zhou Tianming was silent, the raccoon cat quickly completed the auction. Congratulations to this gentleman, please follow me upstairs to collect the auction item. Under the envious gazes of the other manipulators, Li Liuli followed the raccoon cat in a sleeveless dress up the stairs. Zhou Tianming snorted coldly, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Uncle Wang, can you come over now? There's a reckless manipulator daring to snatch something from our Zhou family, he controls a 4th tier evil spirit. A rough voice came from the other end, daring to snatch something from our Zhou family in Beicheng? Just wait for me. Mr. Li, you are really wealthy. On the road, the raccoon cat actively leaned over and, with a soft and moist voice, gently whispered in Li Liuli's ear, someone like you, who has achieved so much at this age and still remains so charming, is rare. I have to say, the raccoon cat had a great figure, and with that quirky mask, she had a hazy beauty that captivated the senses. Li Liuli forced himself to calm down and answered indifferently, it's just good luck. Luck is also part of strength. The raccoon cat smiled and replied, I wonder if I could get your contact information. We could have a meal together sometime. I see you're eyeing the drink in my hand. Of course, but if we're having a meal, you'll be treating. Li Liuli squinted his eyes and responded. The raccoon cat was stunned for a moment, and the corners of her mouth under the mask tightened a bit. Mr. Li, you really are humorous, but that's fine. The raccoon cat smiled again. I actually have quite a bit of savings myself. After exchanging contact information, the raccoon cat led Li Liuli upstairs to the reception room. After pushing the door open, she stood quietly to the side, not saying a word. In the reception room were Butler Bai and Mr. Jiang. Butler Bai was holding a small box in a proper manner, while Mr. Jiang was bored, smoking a cigarette. Although Butler Bai had reminded him more than once, smoking was not allowed in the reception room. Mr. Li, this is the soul refining method you purchased from the underworld. Butler Bai smiled and stepped forward. At this point, she had already taken off her mask, revealing her face, which was pure and elegant, with a touch of intellectual beauty. With her naturally serene disposition, she was certainly a sight for sore eyes. But unfortunately, next to her sat a middle-aged man with his legs crossed, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Li Liuli silently thought to himself. After putting the technique into his system, Butler Bai continued, "Are you sure you don't want to join our strategy group? Even just as an honorary member, we can provide you with various supports according to your position." Her words caused Mr. Jiang, who was nearby, to glance at her in surprise. The strategy group's assessments were always strict, and they never issued invitations like this. They were like goddesses. This time, they had actually extended an invitation to Li Liuli, and it was Butler Bai herself. Li Liuli must have some extraordinary qualities. No, this person must not fall into anyone else's hands. Thinking this, Mr. Jiang ignored Butler Bai's furrowed brows and casually flicked his cigarette butt to the ground, speaking to Li Liuli. "Tomorrow, come with me to the investigation bureau. After the inspection, we can offer you a position." He said, "I represent the government, meaning you can join the system, connect internationally, and enjoy the best benefits." At this point, he proudly puffed out his chest. After all, in the world of controlling the mystics, our China is at the top. Upon hearing Mr. Jiang's words, Butler Bai's face turned a bit grim as she said, "Mr. Jiang, this doesn't seem to be within your scope of business, does it?" "Who says?" Mr. Jiang raised an eyebrow. This gathering was officially organized to recruit a new batch of mystic controllers. Why can't I take the initiative to recruit? Standing outside the door, the raccoon cat had her mouth wide open, staring at the scene in shock. Li Liuli was this popular? Butler Bai actually valued him this much? She had simply thought Li Liuli was dignified, very charming, and had money, which was why Butler Bai had specifically instructed the fool to pay attention to him. The raccoon cat suddenly felt lucky to have obtained Li Liuli's contact information. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Li Liuli quickly smiled and said, "Everyone, I have an idea." "Speak." The two responded in unison, then glared at each other, unwilling to give in. "Actually, I could join the strategy group as an honorary member. Then go to the Abnormal Investigation Bureau and get a name there. Li Liuli proposed a compromise. This way, when they need my help, they can contact me, right? As for the price, it's all negotiable." "You kid, wishful thinking." Mr. Jiang laughed heartily. "I really don't care, as long as you are willing to contribute to Huaxia, that is the best reward." Mr. Jiang certainly wouldn't get hung up on these small details. In his heart, he carried the whole of Huaxia. Butler Bai thought for a while and felt this was the best solution for now. As for the follow-up, she could continue using sugar-coated bullets to target Li Liuli. These could be left to the inspiration butler. He was the best at this. So, she nodded, "Okay." Hearing this, Li Liuli gave his contact information to the two. If the two royal-level beings were competing for him, wouldn't it make the other ethereal controllers drop their jaws if they found out? Chapter 40. After leaving the villa, Li Liuli began to tally up his gains for the day, and he couldn't help but burst into joy. A few strange props, plus the olive branch thrown by the strategy team and the official. Not to mention the nearly 1 billion Huaxia coins he earned after deducting the purchase of the soul refining technique. He planned to treat himself well. Just then, Li Liuli suddenly felt as if someone was watching him. A chilling sensation rushed over, causing his body to freeze in place instantly. What was going on? Li Liuli wanted to move, but he found he couldn't control his limbs at all. If there were others nearby, they would see a ghastly creature about 1 meter tall, with pale skin and no face, hanging grotesquely on his back. Not far from the streetlight, a burly man, bare-chested, slowly walked over, and in the light, Li Liuli could see his waxy yellow cheeks. There was already a long, bloody-mawed creature hanging on him. "Kid, you've gotten yourself into trouble," he said in a rough tone as he came to Li Liuli's side and slapped his cheek. "You actually dared to steal from the Zhou family." Zhou Tianming. Li Liuli immediately recalled the young man from the auction before. Sure enough, on a bench not far away, Zhou Tianming was holding a yellowed book, watching him with a half-smile. "Hand over the goods, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse," Uncle Wang said grimly. Li Liuli looked at him coldly until the man grew impatient, ready to slap him away, when Li Liuli reacted. Waves of invisible flames suddenly spread from his body, knocking the little ghost hanging on his back away, while Jojo appeared in the distance, forming a mark, and the invisible flames surged into that giant mouth like an abyss. Cough cough. The huge mouth suddenly began to cough, black smoke billowing out, but it quickly vanished. Then that enormous mouth suddenly expanded and lunged towards Jojo. Its rank was above Jojo. Li Liuli's motions did not stop. He rolled on the ground, and suddenly, a dreadful black aura burst forth, chains clinking as a rusty iron hook snagged that mouth. The soul-binding effect activated instantly, halting that mouth's expansion. Jojo nimbly turned in midair, coming to Li Liuli's side, blocking the little ghost that tried to embrace Li Liuli again. You, a second-tier ethereal controller, can actually control 2 fourth-tier dreadful creatures? Uncle Wang was shocked. Zhou Tianming, who was watching coldly from the side, was also greatly astonished. He was definitely a genius. Even he, Zhou Tianming, with his family's support, could only barely control 1 second-tier dreadful creature. And his own strength was only second-tier. If he were to duel with Li Liuli, even 10 of him wouldn't be enough for Li Liuli to kill. Given this, he shouldn't be allowed to live any longer. He must be nipped in the bud. Uncle Wang, kill him. Zhou Tianming's eyes burned with passion. I want the powerful spirit under his control. A beautiful spirit with such strength is exactly what Zhou Tianming longs for but cannot have. If he could sign a contract with her. Looking at the petite and adorable figure draped in a black long dress, Zhou Tianming's gaze instantly became lecherous. No problem. Uncle Wang chuckled coldly, although you control 2 level 4 spirits, it's still a bit lacking. With that, he walked forward slowly, intending to personally finish off Li Liuli. Seeing this, Li Liuli took an action that surprised everyone present. Help! The Zhou family is killing people. Li Liuli shouted to the sky. Uncle Wang paused for a moment, seemingly caught off guard. When Li Liuli shouted the second time, he suddenly burst into laughter. You little brat! We're quite far from the gathering location, and even if they hear it, so what? Don't they still have to give our Zhou family face? Uncle Wang, undeterred, continued forward. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly lit up the night sky. It was like a vertical eye, its pure gaze contrasting sharply with the writhing flesh around. Like a tangible power, spiritual energy surged, and Uncle Wang instantly realized that his own spiritual power was completely sealed, and he could not use it. Almost simultaneously with that eye's appearance, a middle-aged man dressed in a black coat appeared, with a cigarette hanging from his mouth. His speed was something Li Liuli couldn't capture, only seeing the red dot and smoke of the cigarette swirling in the air, and then Uncle Wang and the 2 spirits were sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. What's happening? Someone dares to attack the authorities? Mr. Zhang's figure appeared beside Li Liuli, calmly taking the still-burning cigarette from his mouth and blowing out a smoke ring, winking at Li Liuli. Nano rescue, kid. Dare to attack our strategy team's position on my territory? Where's the security? The voice of Steward Bai came from not far away, carrying a hint of coldness as she gracefully walked out from the nearby park, her brows parting, shining a white light down on Uncle Wang. She could not run over recklessly like Mr. Jiang. What neither of them noticed was a long, slimy tentacle slowly retracting from the ground. Meanwhile, in a deep alley not far from the park, Luisho, wearing a hood, stood with his hands behind his back, watching Li Liuli from a distance. Behind him, several unconscious spirit controllers were moaning faintly, clearly the ones he had previously pointed out for a lesson. At the same time, a few members of the strategy team dressed in security attire lay near the end of the alley. Little Li has grown up, and there are actually people protecting him. Luisho's gaze turned melancholy, as the tentacle retracted into his skin, and then his figure quickly disappeared into the alley. However, those official fellows probably won't go all out. Next, it still depends on me, hee hee. At this moment, Zhou Tianming felt as if his soul was about to be scared away. He wished he could control a spirit that could burrow into the earth, finding a crack to hide in. The 2 kings at the offline gathering. They had done this kind of killing and looting many times before, and usually, no one would actively seek trouble with him. At most, they would just give a warning. He never expected that this time, 2 king-level figures would directly appear to protect Li Liuli. What right did he have? In the end, Mr. Jiang grabbed Uncle Wang like a dead dog and tossed him in front of Li Liuli, then gave Zhou Tianming a look that nearly scared his soul away. Who are you instructing? And no. Not at all. Zhou Tianming forced a smile that looked worse than crying, raising the yellow book in his hand. This was his controlled second-tier eerie, meant to ambush Li Liuli. I was just wandering around, looking at books. Ha ha. Chapter 41. Zhou Tianming sat in the chair, not because he didn't want to run, but because his legs were too frightened to support him standing up at that moment. Seeing 2 royal-level powerhouses supporting him, Li Liuli relaxed, recalling his eerie and making Mr. Jiang involuntarily look at him with more respect. Controlling 2 fourth-tier eerie's with a second-tier strength. In those veteran eerie hunting families, hardly anyone could achieve this, right? By the steward certainly has good eyes. Fortunately, I followed. How could there be such a coincidence? By the steward's eyes, like autumn water, added a bit of anger. What if Li Liuli develops a bad impression of the strategy group because of this? Zhou Tianming was at a loss, feeling that he would pee his pants the next moment with the two royal gazes fixed on him. We all know your character. In the end, it was Mr. Jiang who spoke. You tell us how to compensate. This Mr. Li is a valued guest of the strategy group and also an official from our investigation bureau. Ah. Zhou Tianming looked incredulously at Li Liuli. At that moment, he finally realized why Li Liuli dared to oppose him in Beichang. The opponent's background was above his own. Indeed, having such strength at such a young age, in the entire eerie controlling world, he was an existence that all major forces wanted to compete for. Thinking of this, he lowered his head, not daring to look at Li Liuli, just say a number. Zhou Tianming had his own little calculations. Li Liuli did not know the depth of his family. If it was just about money, that wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, Mr. Jiang saw through his thoughts. I think your family's top-quality cursed item is quite good. It seems to be called some kind of Bodhi robe? Mr. Jiang said, send it to the bureau in the next few days, and I will personally deliver it to Li Liuli. This. Zhou Tianming showed a painful expression. The Bodhi robe was one of their family's top items. It had no curses and could block an attack of any rank once a day. Even if the opponent was a king, the first attack could not break through the defenses of the Bodhi robe. What ah? Mr. Jiang glared at him. Do you even know what trouble you've gotten into? Even if I killed you now, your Zhou family would have no complaints. Zhou Tianming felt as if cold water had been poured over him, instantly deflating. Okay. That's right. Mr. Jiang smiled and turned to Li Liuli. Are you satisfied with this result? Li Liuli nodded. If every time he was attacked, he could get a top-quality cursed item for free, then I hope such attacks come more often. The steward saw this and said nothing more. After instructing Li Liuli for a few moments, he left first. I will contact you tomorrow. After leaving this sentence, Mr. Jiang disappeared like the wind. Only the suppressed joy of Li Liuli and the dejected Zhou Tianming remained on the field. Thank you. Li Liuli greeted Zhou Tianming. I wouldn't mind if more of this kind of thing happened in the future. What? Zhou Tianming initially wanted to curse, but thinking of Li Liuli's strength, he held it back. He really didn't want to be beaten again. Just when Zhou Tianming was preparing to leave, the ground beneath him suddenly bulged. What is that? Zhou Tianming's body instantly lifted into the air, and he saw countless tentacles sweeping out from the ground, wrapping around Uncle Wang, who had just woken up, and himself. Dean? Li Liuli was very familiar with whose hand this technique came from. He. Louis Shou's voice sounded nearby, and Li Liuli did not see him. The officials in the strategy team reason things out, but unfortunately, your Uncle Lou doesn't reason. Bullying our little Li? Then you've kicked a steel plate. Little Li, watch closely. Today I'm going to show you Uncle Lou's traditional skill, spinning the ladle. Under the screams of Uncle Wang and Zhou Tianming, their bodies suddenly lifted into the air, and just as they were about to fall to the ground, they were once again wrapped by a tentacle and thrown back into the sky. Help! I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Boo-hoo! Zhou Tianming screamed, but a tentacle blocked his mouth. This thrilling spinning lasted almost 10 minutes, and only when all the tentacles finally retracted did Louis Shou never show up, yet Li Liuli felt a warm feeling in her heart. It turned out Uncle Lou had actually been following her all along. Zhou Tianming lay on the ground like a dead dog, and in the end, Uncle Wang recovered a bit faster and carried Zhou Tianming on his back. At this moment, Uncle Wang looked at Li Liuli as if he were looking at a ghoul crawling out of hell. The Zhou family had already apologized, yet he still wouldn't let it go. It's always been the Zhou family that bullies others. This time, the roles were reversed, and it was the first time. Why are you looking at me? It has nothing to do with me. Li Liuli smiled back at his terrified gaze. Uncle Wang didn't dare say anything and quickly left with Zhou Tianming. On the way, Zhou Tianming gritted his teeth and asked, Uncle Wang, who was that last guy? Uncle Wang still had lingering fear, glancing around before answering, I don't know, but he's definitely a king, and his power might even be above Elder by Zhang Fengyun. What? Zhou Tianming's tone suddenly rose. Another king? Which faction is he from? I also don't know, but the other party did not use the unique sealing power of a king, making it impossible for me to resist, and neither Zhang Fengyun nor Elder Bai could do that. Uncle Wang said, moreover, from beginning to end, the other party only used one strange tentacle. Zhou Tianming fell silent. Little Ming, I suggest it's better to befriend such a person. Uncle Wang couldn't help but say, if we can get close to such a figure, our Zhou family will surely soar and join the ranks of the ghost hunters. But, we've already left a bad impression. Zhou Tianming said resignedly. Not at all, sometimes misfortune can be a blessing. Uncle Wang said, this is also an opportunity, after all, you don't become acquainted without fighting, if all else fails, you could be his little brother. Me? Be someone's little brother? Zhou Tianming's face turned pale. King Gojian, sleeping on a bed of firewood and tasting bitterness. Uncle Wang continued, just cling to the big guy, there's no shame in that. Given the background he shows, there are probably countless people secretly wishing to lick his boots. Our Zhou family, with just one level 6 Ghostmaster, doesn't look that impressive in the entire Ghostmaster realm. Zhou Tianming stayed silent for a long time before finally saying tiredly, I'll think about it. Li Liuli woke up slowly in the 5-star hotel's big bedroom, opened a bottle of juice, drank it all, and then someone knocked on the door to deliver breakfast. The 5-star hotel truly lived up to its name. Chapter 42. Li Liuli indulged rarely and experienced the treatment of staying in a 5-star hotel. The result left him very satisfied. He had already decided that he would hire some top chefs in the future, buy a small villa, raise some pets, and grow flowers and plants. By the way, it seems I signed a 1-month contract with those 2 fox demons in the ghost world, I wonder how they are. He had forgotten after leaving in such a rush last time. However, they had a contract, so when he next entered the instance, he could sense them. Li Liuli planned to bring them out the next time he entered the ghost world. Ding dong. A message came through on his phone. When he opened it, it was from Lin Zi. Will you accompany me for a walk? Li Liuli finally remembered that, at this auction, the other party seemed to have not bought any items that could directly obtain spiritual power, perhaps that was why they felt a bit lost? Thinking that he had nothing to do anyway and that Mr. Jiang hadn't contacted him yet, Li Liuli agreed and told her where he was currently located. 20 minutes later, a wine-red Ferrari stopped in front of the hotel, and Lin Zi rolled down the car window, waving at Li Liuli standing outside the hotel. Such a luxury car paired with such a beautiful woman inevitably attracted some people to stop and stare. Wow! A beauty driving a Ferrari. If I could get close to her, wouldn't I never have to work hard again? A man with slick back hair, wearing a light blue shirt, leaned against the Ferrari. Miss, might I have the honor to share lunch with you? Get lost, don't disgust me. Lin Zi, being somewhat of a spirited girl, had no trouble dealing with such men. She showed a look of disgust, only to find that the man became even more interested, reaching out to touch Lin Zi's cheek. I really like your temperament, let's add each other on WeChat. The man flashed what he thought was a sunny smile. Lin Zi quickly dodged and, upon seeing that Li Liuli had arrived nearby, her eyes turned, and she said, I already have a boyfriend. Li Liuli didn't hear their conversation but could naturally see the man's intentions. The man also noticed Li Liuli and was first startled. He really is a bit handsome. However, in order to avoid putting in any effort in the future, he still forced a polite smile and said, Hello, are you this beautiful lady's boyfriend? Li Liuli was taken aback at first but saw Lin Zi wink at him, quickly realizing what was happening. What's it to you? Li Liuli replied. The man's smiling face stiffened but quickly returned to normal, extending his hand, let's get to know each other. Kid, I usually work out often, I won't let you off easily. He sneered inwardly, thinking if he could make Li Liuli embarrassed in front of him, he believed he still had a chance. In his eyes, Li Liuli didn't seem to be someone who exercised often and had already been classified as a pretty boy. Li Liuli also saw through his thoughts and almost laughed out loud. He too extended a hand and shook with him. The man wore a triumphant smile, but soon a sharp pain shot through his hand. He tried to pull his arm back but found that the other's grip was like a tiger's claw, holding tight. Ah. The man couldn't hold it in and shouted, let me go. Only then did Li Liuli release him, and the man immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground, holding his hand with a very ugly expression. Get lost. At this moment, the coldness in Li Liuli's eyes completely emerged, and an invisible spiritual power radiated from him, making the man feel like he was being stared at by a terrifying force. He immediately crawled and scrambled away. Finally, Li Liuli opened the car door and, under the envious gazes of onlookers, sat in the passenger seat, looking at Lin Zi with a half-smile. When did I become your boyfriend? He. Lin Zi stuck out her tongue at Li Liuli. After spending this time together, she was no longer afraid of him as she had been in the instances. In her eyes, Li Liuli was a very reliable and mysterious man. Yesterday's news about Zhou Tianming, though subtle, still reached the ears of the Lin family, thus, the Lin family immediately ordered. At any cost, make contact and win over Li Liuli. And this task was entrusted to Lin Zi and Lin Zhongtian, who had already interacted with Li Liuli. For this, Lin Zi could be said to be overjoyed. There was no greater happiness than this on paid vacation. Lin Zhongtian was also very considerate and did not disturb the two of them. Lin Zi brought Li Liuli to the seaside of Bay City. Bay City is by the sea, and the scenery is quite nice. After stopping the car, Li Liuli asked, did you not buy the item to gain spiritual power? Lindsay lowered her head sadly. I was detected since childhood to have no talent to become a monster hunter, so my family doesn't really care about me. If it weren't for entering this instance, they probably would have forgotten me. No wonder she looks like a little girl despite being a rich lady. Li Liuli felt a bit sorry for Lindsay. Although she was an orphan, she still received care from Director Lu and Uncle Chen at the orphanage. She often sneaked out with them when the other kids were sleeping to eat barbecue. Even though she knew they were powerful beings, she still felt a bit shy, but they had not changed at all. Even when she went out alone, they quietly followed her. Li Liuli looked at Lindsay, thought for a moment, and took out a bottle of soul-cleansing brew. The soul-cleansing brew was a great tonic, but Li Liuli wasn't sure if it would have side effects if given to an ordinary person. In contrast, the relatively mild soul-cleansing brew was much better. When Lindsay saw the bottle of soul-cleansing brew appear in Li Liuli's hand like magic, her eyes widened in surprise. Here, this is for you, Li Liuli said. This is soul-cleansing brew, consuming it can gain spiritual power. If you're worried about poison, you can take it home for your family to check. Lindsay's eyes shimmered like clear lake water as she took the soul-cleansing brew, opened the bottle, and drank it in one gulp. I trust you. That's alcohol. Li Liuli wanted to stop her upon seeing her gulp down the brew, but it was too late. Alcohol? Burped Lindsay's cheeks quickly turned rose-red like the sunset, and her gaze became dreamy. I thought it was so spicy in my throat. The soul-cleansing brew belongs to strong spirits. At least the previous Lady Long and the goat-headed guide had sipped it little by little. Lindsay had just gulped down a whole bottle. Seeing Lindsay sway as if about to fall, Li Liuli could only helplessly support her. Have you ever drunk before? Li Liuli asked. Of course I have. Lindsay seemed to transform back into her previous girl-like state, completely different from her earlier tranquility. It's just alcohol, I can drink as I please. Lindsay pointed to the sky with one finger and leaned softly against Li Liuli. You're drunk. Li Liuli felt a headache seeing her reaction. Just a small bottle, how could I be drunk? Lindsay said, but I do feel a bit dizzy. Li Liuli could feel that Lindsay was starting to fill with spiritual power, not much, probably around 100. This amount of spiritual power was obviously not enough to sober her up. At this moment, Lindsay squinted her eyes at Li Liuli, then her red lips slightly parted, and her eyes turned into crescent shapes. To Li Liuli? You can split? She wrapped her arms around Li Liuli's neck and said in a spoiled manner, teach me too. Drinking is a trouble, drinking is a trouble. Li Liuli could only princess carry Lindsay back to the car. Just as he wanted to drive, he suddenly remembered he didn't have a driver's license. Fortunately, at that moment, Mr. Jiang called. Where are you? Li Liuli gave a rough location. After about 10 minutes, a black Maybach stopped in front of him. Jiang Fengyun, smoking a cigarette, got out of the car, and upon seeing this scene, his eyes lit up. Am I arriving at the wrong time? You're right on time. Li Liuli hurriedly explained the situation and finally said, I don't have a driver's license, I need to take her back first. Jiang Fengyun chuckled wryly, leaned in to take a look, and asked, from the Lin family? Seeing Li Liuli nod, he took out an old-fashioned mobile phone and dialed a number. Xiao Tian, hurry up and come here, walk. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Li Liuli with suspicion. Did you two really not do anything? I am a righteous gentleman. Li Liuli said seriously, holding down Lindsay's wildly moving hands on himself. There are no righteous gentlemen among the controllers of the Eerie. Jiang Fengyun lit another cigarette. It seemed like he was always with a cigarette. They are just pitiful creatures fighting against the terrifying. They can only crawl in the dark corners. The two fell silent. After less than 10 minutes, Lin Zhongtian finally ran over, panting, and saluted Jiang Fengyun, saying, Did you call for me? Jiang Fengyun pointed his chin towards Li Liuli. Only then did Lin Zhongtian see his sister's condition, and his expression became more intense, adding a hint of hostility in his gaze at Li Liuli. He was still very protective of his sister. Seeing this, Li Liuli could only explain again. Upon learning that the other party was trying to let Lin Zi gain spiritual power, Lin Zhongtian's eyes turned red, and he deeply bowed to Li Liuli. I'm sorry, Brother Li, I shouldn't have misunderstood you. Lin Zhongtian said sincerely, in my mind, you are my best brother-in-law. Don't worry, if anyone else approaches Zi, I will be the first to disagree. Our relationship hasn't reached that step yet. Li Liuli replied a bit awkwardly. Alright, hurry up and take her back. I have things to deal with him. Jiang Fengyun flicked the cigarette butt into the sea, opened the car door, and said to Li Liuli, get in the car. On the way, Jiang Fengyun tossed Li Liuli a cloak. The cloak was a deep red color, looking as if it were stained with dried blood. Detected high-quality spell item, Bodhi robe. So quickly got it? Li Liuli's eyes lit up. He indeed lacked defensive props. Even if he controlled a level 4 Eerie, his own strength was still only level 2, which was too low. Since he was a member of the strategy group with privileges, he had seen many strategies for copies above A rank yesterday. In such highly dangerous copies, having money does not guarantee survival. Not all eeries are willing to communicate with humans. Those indiscriminate killing eeries are even more terrifying. Just like the ghostly envoy Li Liuli controlled. Therefore, defensive props seemed incredibly precious in Li Liuli's eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang," Li Liuli said to Zhang Fengyun, who waved his hand dismissively. Then, as if recalling something, he spoke seriously. "Later, the Nameless King might come personally to assess you. She hates eerie objects. If she finds out you are disguised as an eerie, she might kill you on the spot, as their group is responsible for issuing eerie wanted notices." "Nameless? I am familiar with that. Li Liuli was the first to know the person Wang, and that was nameless." Zhang Fengyun took Li Liuli to the outskirts of Beicheng, which looked like a factory. It was desolate and uninhabited, surrounded by dozens of miles, with only this building. Upon arriving at the entrance, two others dressed in black coats saluted from afar upon seeing the Maybach and then opened the iron gate. After entering, the previous shabby Western style was replaced by countless silver walls filled with a futuristic feel, and numerous round silver-gray doors appeared before Li Liuli's eyes. After Zhang Fengyun parked the car, he led Li Liuli through a series of archways to a spacious area and said, "I will go call her, you wait here for a moment." After saying that, he pressed against a wall nearby, which slowly opened. Once he exited, it gradually closed, leaving no gap at all. Outside, countless researchers in white coats were already on high alert, among them, a researcher wearing a flowing white dress with a pure white sword at her waist. A tall and slender woman stood at the front, gazing at Li Liuli through one-way glass. "Is this the one rated as class a disaster?" Wuming's tone was cold, holding a report with a photo of Li Liuli attached, which read, "Danger level, A, provisional. Main ability, unclear, suspected to have incorporeal traits, and can devour other evil entities. Killing rules, all beings with spiritual power, evil entities. Assessment, extremely high threat risk with infinite growth potential. Once detected, all nearby hunters must be mobilized to eliminate it immediately." A few brief descriptions were enough to show how much the third squad valued Li Liuli. Zhang Fengyun nodded at her. Wuming immediately replied, "If you ask me, we should just kill him." Zhang Fengyun lit a cigarette, leisurely saying, "First, let's evaluate him. His talent is very high. If he's not an evil entity, he could become a great asset to us. Give him some time, he will surely rise to power." At that moment, a researcher noticed Li Liuli suddenly clutching his chest, crouching down in pain, and immediately shouted, "Something's happening." The other researchers, including Wuming and Zhang Fengyun, immediately focused their attention on him. Then, Zhang Fengyun's expression tightened, slowly saying, "He has been chosen by the instance." Chapter 44. "How do you know?" Wuming raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Fengyun. Zhang Fengyun silently smiled and pointed at his own chest. "Because I also received a prompt," he whispered. The crowd erupted in shock, and a senior researcher said in disbelief, "That's impossible. He has only participated in an instance once, how could he be in the same instance as you? You are a king. The instances you participate in are certainly very dangerous and will connect with international ones." His face was full of worry. International instances typically involve battles on a national level. With Li Liuli's weak strength, he could easily hold them back, leading to a failure to clear the instance and the arrival of horrors. But Zhang Fengyun just laughed heartily, "Otherwise, how could I call him a genius?" Then, he looked at Wuming, advising, "Make sure not to act against him while he's in the instance. Protect him, or you know the consequences." Wuming remained silent for a moment, finally nodding quietly before leaving the investigation bureau. Upon seeing this, Zhang Fengyun instructed the others, "Place me and Li Liuli in the Blood Energy Pavilion under strict guard." Having said that, he found a chair to sit down, pulled out a cigarette case, which only had one cigarette left. He immediately lit it, finishing it in 2 puffs, then lightly pointed his finger in the air. "By the way, please bring me another pack of cigarettes." Inside the room, Li Liuli found a line of bright red blood characters suddenly appearing before his eyes. Instance opening. Players, please enter the strange realm in a timely manner. The Yellow Springs black market is temporarily open. The guide for this instance is human. A new instance has opened? At such a time? Li Liuli was very surprised. After entering the instance, his consciousness would temporarily detach from his body, and if someone attacked him during this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, since he could enter the instance, it should prove that he is human. Li Liuli thought, urged by the blood characters, stretched his hand and pointed in the air. Then, the scene before him shattered like a mirror. Behind the flickering shards was a bony corpse horse, covered in rotten spots, dragging a large cart behind it. On the cart sat a person shrouded in black particles. He looked like a merchant from ancient times. In front of the cart were many players who had entered the instance like him, but they did not look like Huaxia people. This is an international instance. They were chatting in small groups, seeming to have no language barriers in the strange realm. Li Liuli could clearly hear what the others were discussing. Why is this a human-level instance this time? Shouldn't international instances be organized by the king? Maybe this human is about to ascend to the throne. This is the key moment for its ascension. Isn't that a bit troublesome? The game of humans is already strange, plus the element of conflict. This instance is probably very dangerous. Things might be even more complicated than we think. Even the Yellow Springs shop has opened. I think we should quickly buy some life-saving strange items. Before long, someone noticed Li Liuli's presence and cast strange looks at him. This player's strength seems to be less than level 2. How could he be dragged into this instance? Looking at his appearance, he should be Asian. It seems those Asian countries are in for trouble this time. Hey! Our beautiful country has a king-level player participating in the instance. Li Liuli did not speak but remembered all this information in his heart. He then spoke to the ghost merchant. Do you have any high-quality items? As soon as he spoke, other players erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. This kid actually wants to buy high-quality items? Does he not know how expensive things in the Yellow Springs black market are? A little level 2 guy, what does he know? Let's just wait for the fun. The ghost merchant heard Li Liuli's words, slightly raised his head, and took off his large top hat, placing it on his chest. Kid, we certainly have high-quality items. But the price, I fear you can't afford. Facing the ghost merchant's piercing gaze, Li Liuli smiled slightly, showing no fear. As long as it can be solved with money, it's all good. A spark flashed in his hand, and numerous shimmering ghost coins appeared in his grasp, most made of unknown metals, strung together, resembling copper coins. There were several hundred of them. Through the strategy group, Li Liuli learned of the existence of these strange coins, which were the currency circulating in the strange realm and were even more valuable than ghost coins. One strange coin is equivalent to 10 million ghost coins in purchasing power and is very convenient. Thus, Li Liuli exchanged all his 200 billion ghost coins for strange coins, totaling 20,000 strange coins. The ghost merchant's eyes widened in shock upon seeing the strange coins Li Liuli held. Other players looked at the pure dark energy emitting from Li Liuli's strange coins in disbelief. How is that possible? How could he be so rich? Did this kid rob the Yellow Springs Bank? Seeing the astonished expressions of other players, Li Liuli remained calm and said, I wonder if these strange coins can be used to buy high-quality items? The ghost merchant came back to his senses from the shock and immediately stood up, performing an ancient gesture towards Li Liuli. Then, his old, withered arm made a slight motion in the air, and several items exuding extreme dangerous energy floated in the air. At this moment, the ghost merchant slightly bowed his head and spoke respectfully, Noble guest, what would you like to buy? Identifying. High-quality strange item. Dragon Claw of Transformation. 3,000 strange coins. High-quality strange item, Heart-locking Mirror. 3,000 strange coins. High-quality talisman, 10,000 strange soul-devouring talisman. 2,000 strange coins. Supreme strange item, Endless Disaster Change. 10,000 strange coins. Among them, only the Heart-locking Mirror is a defensive strange item, while the others are all offensive. There is even a supreme strange item. Endless Disaster Change. Using one's own lifespan as a catalyst, it brings down an unstoppable source of disaster, continuously generating terrible strange beings that devour all surrounding life and constantly evolve. So terrifying. However, for Li Liuli, it was of no use. He did not want to die young. Moreover, the price of Endless Disaster Change was very high. Just this one strange item would cost 10,000 strange coins, which is 1 trillion ghost coins. The other 3 strange items combined are not even 10,000 ghost coins. Looking at it this way, buying strange items in reality is definitely more cost-effective. But this is for other players. For Li Liuli, this wealthy god who lacks ghost coins, it's hardly a problem. Moreover, he can also complete system tasks and earn even more. After a brief thought, Li Liuli smiled slightly, and under the gazes of everyone who were almost dropped their jaws, he calmly said, I want all of these. Chapter 45. What? He wants all of them? Can he really be this wealthy? He must be from China. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible for someone to be this rich. I haven't heard of such a wealthy family in China. This is... I can't even count how much money this is. There's nothing to be done, he must have a deep background, rich people can be willful. The ghost merchant also stared at Li Liuli, momentarily stunned and then filled with wild joy. Great! To sell so many high-quality items all at once, after returning, he could be promoted to a high-quality ghost merchant. He's so wealthy, what kind of power is backing him? Only the upper echelons of the Alliance and those lost ghost clans could have such depth, right? Thinking of this, the ghost merchant's eyes became fervent. To befriend such a big shot, he must put in some effort. A rather ugly smile forced itself onto his wrinkled old face, and he took out a very worn little card from his sleeve and handed it to Li Liuli. After receiving it, Li Liuli could immediately feel the pure ghostly energy emanating from it. Even if the Nine Nether attacked this card, it probably wouldn't be destroyed in a short time. This is a Huangquan membership card? Huangquan membership card? This thing really exists? Of course. As long as you spend a certain amount at the Huangquan night market, you can obtain it. In the future, you can get discounts on purchases. And you can directly contact the ghost merchant without waiting for the dungeon to open to visit the Huangquan night market. Moreover, the Huangquan night market can also help search for needed items. Wow! So in the future, he can buy anything he wants? Others looked at Li Liuli with growing seriousness. Not for any other reason, but because the opponent has money. With just one move, he bought 4 high-quality items. How could he have less? At this moment, Li Liuli felt like a child holding an extremely dangerous weapon. Even if they were stronger than him, if they weren't careful, they could be injured or even be killed. They had to reassess Li Liuli's power. Li Liuli placed the membership card into his system space, then took out almost all his ghost coins and handed them over to the ghost merchant. He was left with just 2,000 ghost coins, which was 20 billion ghost coins. So poor. If others knew what Li Liuli was thinking, they would surely want to skin him alive. The ghost merchant grinned widely, revealing his 2 yellow teeth, counted for a while, and then handed over all 4 items to Li Liuli. Ding! Achievement completed, spending money like water, single transaction of 100 billion ghost coins / 10,000 ghost coins or more. Reward, ghost coins *10,000, premium material, Leviathan blood *50. First level consumption task completed. Automatically reset. Current task is second level consumption, spend 10,000 ghost coins, current, 0/10,000. Reward, ghost coins *1000, superior material, Purine spirit *100, underworld flesh *10. Premium material, otherworldly twinflower seeds *1. The long silent task system finally began to function. Li Liuli was completely satisfied to tuck all these things away, leaving only the unbounded heartlock mirror. The effect of this strange item is simple. Once someone attacks him, the unbounded heartlock mirror will automatically lock onto the opponent, provide early warning, and reflect the opponent's attack. The curse isn't particularly severe, it only causes nightmares every night. However, according to the system's introduction, if one dies in the nightmare, in reality, one would die immediately. For this, Li Liuli has a plan. Just throw it into the system space at night, right? I didn't expect you to be so rich, no wonder you can casually take out rare treasures at the party. Zhang Fingyun's familiar voice came, and Li Liuli turned around abruptly. He found the other person leaning under a nearby tree, chewing on an unknown grass, smiling at him. Mr. Jiang? Li Liuli instantly felt a wave of relief. This instance was based on countries, and the beautiful nation even had a king. At first, Li Liuli felt a bit nervous. After all, in the face of a king's absolute power, no matter how many tricks he had, if his spiritual power was sealed, it would all be in vain. Now it's fine, our Huaxia also has a king. Zhang Fingyun's appearance caused another stir. Zhang Fengyun? Captain of the first team of the Huaxia Anomaly Investigation Bureau? It is rumored that he has already broken through to level 8. Indeed, the power balance in this game is quite fair. Some people preparing to seize treasures immediately tucked away their thoughts upon seeing Zhang Fengyun. Zhang Fengyun was known internationally in the anomaly control world as the god of slaughter. Whether it was capturing international anomaly fugitives or dealing with strange occurrences, he was always known for his decisive methods. Li Liuli didn't know these things, but among the kings he knew, Mr. Jiang indeed seemed the most reliable. As for Director Liu and Uncle Chen, Li Liuli always felt they weren't very reliable. I didn't expect that you just joined the investigation bureau, and now you have to fight alongside me. Zhang Fengyun smiled as he spat out the grass, patting Li Liuli's shoulder. Don't worry, as long as I am here, I will stand in front of you. Only then did Li Liuli notice that there was someone familiar following him. Lin Zi. At this moment, her cheeks still flushed from the alcohol, her head lowered, not daring to look at Li Liuli. How did she get dragged into this instance too? Li Liuli was very puzzled. Zhang Fengyun was still cheerful. Let's go, the instance is about to start. With a long whinny from the corpse horse, the Yellow Spring night market closed, and players who had bought props were filled with satisfaction, while those who hadn't felt a bit anxious. In the instance, having one more prop meant one more chance at survival. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the horror game. A person in a suit, wearing a pale mask, stood under a building resembling a medieval coliseum, opening his arms to the players present. His mask only had 2 holes, behind which glowed eerie eyes. He pulled out a small yellow booklet from his suit pocket, flipped through it, and said, "Everyone, this time I will be your guide. This instance is rated S-Class, a Colosseum. Here, you will be placed in a prison in the Colosseum by country, battling every day. In your prison, there will be a trader. Through battles or anomaly coins, you can buy props beneficial to you. Just a reminder, after battles, your spiritual power will not recover, and injuries will worsen quickly. To heal, you must purchase healing props from the trader, even though they are very expensive. There is no definite order for battles, but there are only 3 chances for failure. If all 3 chances are used up, you will be eliminated. Finally, annihilate them. Chapter 46. After finishing these words, the blue man paused, looking at everyone, with strange light flickering in the holes of the mask. Everyone, is it clear? Is that it? No more rules, a blonde woman frowned and said, could a man organization's instance really be this simple? The king of man chuckled softly, and no one could see his expression under the mask, of course. Beautiful lady, this time the rules are simple, and if you have any questions, you can ask. After saying this, he crossed his hands and placed them on his chest, seeming very willing to answer their questions. But no one dared to ask. Li Liuli also instantly realized. Human, lies. This means that once he explains the rules, his words will no longer be trustworthy. And even in the rules, he might cleverly lie. If you ask questions now, he would only use sweet talk to make the rules more confusing. Li Liuli also started to think. In a gladiatorial arena, such simple rules, where could the opponent deceive? Li Liuli concluded 3 key points from the rules. Battle, trade, and slaughter. If this, human, lied somewhere, it could only be in these 3 aspects. If no one asks questions, then please come with me. The human guide, seeing that no one asked, was not surprised, yawned, and opened the door to the arena. The crowd followed behind him, walking downwards. The environment inside was very humid, and occasionally some rodents scurried by. After passing through a dark corridor, they arrived at a place similar to a prison. There were 3 red candles on the prison door. Prison number 1, please check in. The human guide said to Jiang Fengyun. Jiang Fengyun waved at Li Liuli and Lin Zi, and after entering the prison, the guide slowly closed the door. Then, he arranged the accommodations for the countries. Each country consisted of 3 players, and there were a total of 8 prisons, indicating that this instance had 8 countries participating. After doing this, the human guide did not leave but stood in the corridor, seeming to wait for something. Inside the prison, besides 3 iron beds, there were also 2 compartments. One seemed to be a bathroom, emitting a faint foul smell. The other was a small room where a strange creature, with half of its body turned to stone and a large hollow in its belly, stood silently. If you need to trade, please pay 100 underworld coins. The trader saw Li Liuli and others and said in a hoarse voice. Li Liuli had some scattered underworld coins in hand, so he readily took them out. Now it was the trader's turn to be surprised. In the gladiatorial arena, trading items was their main source of income, and they would withhold half. Apart from that, various tips would not be withheld. Seeing that the other party was not very strong yet so generous, this trader felt a thought arise. 100 underworld coins can only unlock 1 trading item. Its eyes were greedy, and tentacles from the hollow in its belly reached out, swallowing the 100 underworld coins. If you want more, please pay 10,000 underworld coins. Seeing the other's appearance, it seemed they were not lacking money, so it wanted more tips. It believed it was the most important trader in the arena, and it didn't think the other party dared to do anything to it. At most, they would just hit it. Li Liuli had just frowned when he saw Jiang Fengyun couldn't help but throw a punch. I usually solve this kind of scum with brute force. Bang! The trader instantly felt pain, but Jiang Fengyun still held back some strength, not wanting to kill him directly. But an accident happened. The trader showed a painful expression, its pupils suddenly dilating, then its partially petrified body shattered in an instant. The trader was dead. This was also beyond Jiang Fengyun's expectations. He clearly held back strength, but still killed it? The human guide also noticed this, walking over unhurriedly, his tone carrying a hint of regret. Everyone, your trader is dead. Li Liuli looked at the human guide, took out a few strange coins, and said, it was purely an accident, please forgive us and arrange another trader for us. This is a little token of my appreciation. The human guide saw the strange coin and was a bit surprised, first accepting it in silence, then said, this is not enough. Li Liuli heard this and took out a bottle of purifying soul brew and 2 cans of purine spirit. Everything is negotiable, Li Liuli replied with a smile. The human guide, seeing this, immediately opened the door to the prison. In front of other players, he entered prison number 1 and took the items from Li Liuli, smiling gently. Since you are so sincere, I will personally be your trader, consider us friends. The human guide extended his hand and shook hands with Li Liuli. If you need any items, just ask, consider it a gift from me. Great. Li Liuli replied with a smile. Finally, the human guide turned and said to all the players, everyone, please do not kill those harmless traders anymore. We do not have extra traders left. If you ignore this, you will bear the consequences. That's not fair. A player spoke up. Why do they get to kill the traders without facing consequences? They even get free items? Just because he has money? No, the human guide shook his head. I just want to be friends with this extraordinary player, don't you agree? He opened his arms towards Li Liuli, looking like a gentle elder. Of course, Li Liuli smiled and lightly hugged him. I am very honored to receive the favor of a human-level guide. Other players from different countries watched, their teeth gritting in anger, but they had no way to refute. No way. He just has money and can use cash power. Let's end the chit-chat here, the guide said actively. The game lasts for 3 days, and each prison will hold at least one gladiatorial battle each day. Current survivors, 8, now, the game begins. After saying this, the guide entered a small room, and at the same time, the doors of 2 prisons slowly opened, clearly selected for the battle. Prison number 1, where Li Liuli was, had good luck. It was not chosen this time, so he had more time to think about the loopholes in the rules. Zhang Fengyun noticed Li Liuli's contemplative look and quietly asked, "How is it? Have you found something wrong?" Li Liuli shook his head helplessly. Everything is too normal. This actually seems very abnormal. Zhang Fengyun heard this and felt a bit annoyed, rummaging through the pocket of his black coat, wanting to smoke, but found he had finished his last one. Chapter 47. Zhang Fengyun helplessly touched his mouth and said, "If it's really like the rules say, just go to the gladiatorial battle, I'm best at fighting." As he said this, he looked longingly at the people outside the prison. Damn it, hurry up and pick me, I'm itching for a fight. The other players, upon hearing this, all changed their expressions, and began to pray not to be selected to fight against Huaxia. Not every country has a king selected to participate in the instance. Currently, it seems that when taking countries into account, the overall strength participating in the instance is very close. Li Liuli said, in countries with a king, the remaining players will be quite weak. The guide just now did not leave immediately after arranging the prisons, and then announced the start of the game. Lin Zi suddenly said timidly at this moment. After noticing Li Liuli's gaze, she shyly lowered her head. After sobering up, she also remembered what she did after drinking the purifying soul brew, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide. So embarrassing. Li Liuli won't dislike me, right? Thinking of this, Lin Zi couldn't help but sneak a glance, only to find Li Liuli deep in thought, furrowing his brow. Li Liuli, who was seriously thinking, looked very handsome. Indeed, Li Liuli did not notice the other person's expression, but just staying for a moment, what can be done? Did the other party notice that I previously bought a few strange items, realizing that I am very wealthy, so they are trying to take advantage of me? Zhang Fengyun also added at this moment, the 2 countries just drawn are the beautiful nation and Great Britain. Their common point is that they both have a human king. Only 4 countries have a human king participating, so the next fight will most likely be between us and Sakura country. Simultaneously having 4 human kings participate in the human instance, this is the first time I've heard of it, Zhang Fengyun continued. Li Liuli did not speak, but looked toward the corridor. After waiting for a while, a slight stumbling sound of footsteps came from the corridor. Then, a ragged middle-aged man, covered in gruesome scars and exposing white bones, limped into Li Liuli's sight. Without healing items, he clearly wouldn't live long. Apparently, he had a fierce battle with another human king. It's the human king of the beautiful nation, Zhang Fengyun whispered to Li Liuli. Known as the Law King, he excels in using various talismans and formations. But the human king of Great Britain did not appear in the corridor for a long time. Who? A candle in the Great Britain prison suddenly extinguished without warning. Seeing this, the 2 players instantly revealed expressions of despair. They were clearly already killed by the Law King. At this moment, the door of prison number 1 also creaked open, along with the opening of cell number 3 next door. As expected, Zhang Fengyun's gaze sharpened. Sakura country. Could it really be so coincidental? Right from the start, it's 2 battles between human kings? Before Li Liuli could continue to think, a person with a feminine appearance, wearing a haori and carrying 2 fox masks at his waist, walked out from Sakura country. He looked seriously at Zhang Fengyun and then stepped out of the corridor. Fox King, Zhang Fengyun said, he commands several extremely rare 9-tailed fox demons, thus gaining fame. Do you have confidence? Li Liuli looked at Zhang Fengyun. Zhang Fengyun grinned, gave a thumbs up, and then slowly lowered it. I don't even know how to lose. Well then, Li Liuli's next words made Zhang Fengyun cough. From now on, I want you to admit defeat. Before Zhang Fengyun could recover, Li Liuli proactively walked into a small room and asked the guide, if I admit defeat in the duel, I shouldn't be killed, right? The guide was stunned for a moment, then smiled and replied, a duel is a fight to the death, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. After saying this, he saw Zhang Fengyun walk in and added, however, if you believe you can't defeat your opponent, you can immediately admit defeat once you enter the arena, and then leave before your opponent kills you. Hearing this, Zhang Fengyun's eyes widened. Nonsense. It's just a little fox, it's not even enough to get stuck between my teeth. Then that's good. The guide's tone showed no signs of fluctuation. Just as Zhang Fengyun was about to go out, Li Liuli abruptly pulled him back, staring intently at the guide and speaking again, "Can we watch the battle?" Originally, the viewing permission would unlock the next day. The guide smiled as he answered, "But since you asked, I will open it after this match. After all, I need some time to prepare." Although the guide's words seemed flawless with no anomalies, Li Liuli still sensed a hint of something amiss. These two matches between the kings must be very crucial. It's likely to influence the direction of the instance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Liuli took out the top-tier material he had obtained earlier, Leviathan's blood. Leviathan's blood is extremely rare, as this creature, or rather, this strange being has completely gone extinct. Leviathan's blood can be used to enhance the physical body, spiritual power, and weapons, and the energy contained within can even contend with the sealing power of kings. The guide saw the azure drop of blood in Li Liuli's hand. He immediately stood up. "Leviathan's blood? You're quite knowledgeable, Mr. Guide." Li Liuli smiled and replied, "This duel is related to us, so I really want to watch it. I wonder if you could make an exception. We just need to be allowed to watch." "Well." The guide looked at the Leviathan's blood in Li Liuli's hands, hesitated for a long time, and finally nodded. "All right, I'll give you this favor. Follow me." The guide stood up, and the three of them immediately followed him, passing through a dark and cramped hallway until they reached the center of the arena. The Fox King had been waiting here for a long time. There were no spectators in the viewing platform at all. But above the viewing platform, there was a high platform where someone wearing a mask like the guide's, topped with a magnificent crown of thorns, sat on the throne, staring below. According to the information from the strategy group, the person sitting above on the high platform was a king. In this copy with a human king participating, there must also be a king supervising. The guide said somewhat awkwardly, "After all, I might not be able to defeat the human king, so naturally, I wouldn't dare to impose on them." Li Liuli recalled the most widely circulated saying in the strategy group. In any copy, no matter how dangerous, there must be a way for players to survive. He had always struggled to grasp the main point, but upon leaving the prison this time and seeing the Yi King above the arena, a light suddenly flickered in his mind. He had a guess. He might have found the place where the guide was cheating. So, he turned to Zhang Fengyun and said, "During the duel, can you spare him a life?" "Why?" Zhang Fengyun asked, "I'm quite interested in killing a human king." Li Liuli glanced at the guide, did not explain, and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Later, if you have the upper hand, you can suggest your opponent surrender. If they refuse, it's fine to kill them, just make sure you won't get hurt." Zhang Fengyun saw Li Liuli's serious expression, though he felt a bit puzzled, he still agreed. "If he doesn't surrender, then I'll beat him to death." After saying that, he cracked his knuckles and stepped down from the spectator platform, standing in the arena, locking eyes with the Fox King. Li Liuli, however, felt a bit uncertain. The game of the human organization was really too brain-burning, very easy to lead to a misstep that results in losing everything. Moreover, Li Liuli could vaguely feel that he had indeed made a mistake. He shouldn't have let the guide become the traitor. Seeing the two human kings standing in the arena, the guide's eyes under the mask revealed an extremely subtle delight, then he gestured towards the Yi King on the high platform. "Let the games begin, respected king." He slightly bowed. "This match looks like it will be quite boring," the Yi King suddenly spoke at this moment. "How about I add some variables?" "Oh no." Li Liuli's heart sank. Sure enough, the guide would not let himself be led around by the nose. Everything was probably within his expectations. The Yi King, on the high platform, stretched out an arm cloaked in a wide robe and pointed towards Zhang Fengyun. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with various glowing points, covering Zhang Fengyun's body. The entire arena was formed by an array. And this king was the master of that array. As the points of spiritual light attached themselves to Zhang Fengyun, they quickly formed iron chains, and Zhang Fengyun immediately felt that the power of the retribution he commanded seemed to be suppressed, unable to be summoned. He could only use the retribution's abilities by attaching them onto himself. The retribution that could only attach to himself was not without merit, but those were all incomplete retributions. His strength would be greatly reduced. In other words, the Yi King had indirectly limited Zhang Fengyun's abilities. "Now, the duel begins," the Yi King said from the high platform, his tone indifferent. Lin Ziyi nervously grasped Li Liuli's arm. "What to do? Mr. Jiang won't be in any trouble, right? It should be fine." Li Liuli also felt unsure in his heart. He did not know all of Zhang Fengyun's strength, so he did not dare to make a reckless conclusion. The detection system cannot detect beings above the royal level. The Fox King saw this scene and was naturally very delighted. He chuckled softly and said to Zhang Fengyun, "It seems that this time, the timing and the place are all in my favor, Senior Jiang." Zhang Fengyun saw the reactions of Li Liuli and the others, as well as the Fox King's smug expression. However, he was not angry. Instead, he looked at the Fox King as if watching a clown. He touched the lining of his coat and took out a wild grass that he didn't know where it came from and stuck it in his mouth. "You don't actually think you can defeat me, do you?" With the wild grass in his mouth, in the next moment, a blurry black shadow attached to him, and Zhang Fengyun's speed suddenly soared, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he rushed towards the Fox King. The Fox King saw this, and his expression changed, but he did not lose his composure. Instead, he brought his fingers together, with the thumb below the four fingers, making a gesture similar to holding an orchid, directing it towards Zhang Fengyun, his mouth slightly open. "Fox! Roar!" A sharp cry suddenly sounded. Beside Zhang Fengyun, a dazzling door appeared, and a huge nine-tailed fox, completely snow-white with a patterned eye, emerged from the door and bit down fiercely. This strike was so quick that Li Liuli, watching from afar, was deeply shocked by the giant nine-tailed fox. If it were him, he would probably have no time to react and would be eaten up. But Zhang Fengyun was clearly not an ordinary person. His body twisted at a strange angle, and pale mist appeared on his palm, condensing into a fierce dragon claw. A roar more intense than the nine-tailed fox's cry echoed in the sky. Even though Zhang Fengyun was restrained by the spiritual lock, Li Liuli still saw a transparent dragon shadow appear behind Zhang Fengyun. Buzz! The dragon claw collided with the nine-tailed fox's head, and the entire arena trembled. Then the nine-tailed fox flew back, crashing to the ground, its eyes full of anger as it glared at Zhang Fengyun, letting out a low growl, too afraid to advance. Zhang Fengyun also crashed heavily to the ground, forming a circle of collapse, but his eyes grew even brighter. Blood King. If there is no collision of physical bodies, how can one be called the Blood King? Zhang Fengyun murmured to himself as the black shadow once again attached to him, his speed soaring again. "If you concede, you might be able to keep your life." Hearing Zhang Fengyun's words, the Fox King's expression became very ugly. He knew that there was indeed a gap between him and Zhang Fengyun. But he didn't expect that even though the opponent's power was partially restricted, he still found himself at a disadvantage. Is the gap between kings so great? The Fox King immediately retreated, bringing his palms together again, and two dazzling doors appeared behind him as two nine-tailed foxes slowly walked out. Three nine-tailed foxes pounced forward. Zhang Fengyun stood his ground, striking fiercely. The nine-tailed foxes were continuously knocked away, rolling on the ground before pouncing again. What surprised Li Liuli was that as wounds appeared on Zhang Fengyun's body, a faint layer of blood mist shrouded him, causing his aura to continuously rise. So he relies on absorbing blood energy to enhance his strength, Li Liuli speculated. No wonder he is called the Blood King. Blood energy consumed by a vicious spirit is quite difficult to recover, making it a costly price to pay. But similarly, controlling such a vicious spirit also shows a very obvious improvement in strength. The Fox King also understood Zhang Fengyun's strength and naturally would not let him be unrestrained. The nine-tailed foxes were only meant to delay Zhang Fengyun. His hands quickly rotated, forming various strange seals. Behind him, a large crimson gate resembling a torii appeared, but the aura inside was extremely eerie. Detected a top-tier formation, Night Parade of 100 Demons. Would you like to learn? Ha! Unexpected gain? Li Liuli did not expect that his system had such a function, so he immediately chose to learn. Learning successful. The materials and conditions required for the formation are stored in the system store. Can be purchased at any time. Isn't that still needing to buy it? Li Liuli ignored the system and continued to stare at the arena below, where the battle had already reached a fever pitch. In front of the Fox King, a pale road appeared, and on the road, various gruesome monsters, all at least level 5 and above, slowly crawled out. Then, as if they had found their target, they all fixed their numb gazes on Zhang Fengyun not far away. Countless hideous monsters pounced on Zhang Fengyun at the same time, while the three nine-tailed foxes retreated to a safe distance, watchfully looking at Zhang Fengyun, ready to pounce again. Seeing this, Zhang Fengyun still showed no signs of retreat, only helplessly speaking to Li Liuli on the stage. "It seems I can't spare his life." After saying this, he slammed his fist into his own chest. At Lin Ziyi's scream, Zhang Fengyun's chest instantly caved in, and then a blurry ghostly face reflected on Zhang Fengyun's skin. That ghostly face seemed ready to tear through Zhang Fengyun's skin at any time, but Zhang Fengyun's skin was like clay, unable to be torn apart. Finally, it let out a dull roar toward the front. Not far away, the Fox King was the first to bear the brunt. That roar pierced his eardrums, immediately striking his head like a hammer. Blood oozed from his mouth and nose, and the gate behind him suddenly shattered. He could feel his life force rapidly draining away. What level of monster is this? The Fox King was greatly alarmed. Even his royal level foundation could not withstand it. The Fox King tried to resist, but found he could not lift his hands. His body was visibly withering, skin covered in wrinkles and corpse spots. In the end, he fell straight to the ground, lifeless. The Fox King was dead. Even though Zhang Fengyun had his strength sealed, even with the use of the top-tier formation, he could not defeat Zhang Fengyun. However, the cost of defeating the Fox King was not small. Using this level of monster, Jiang Fengyan also suffered a significant curse. He looked as if he had aged 10 years. On his naked, caved-in chest, the ghostly face appeared even more sinister. The guide naturally took this scene into view, immediately revealing a trace of a cold smile. It was only level 7 strength. Now, with both human kings killed, I will soon ascend to king. He slowly reined in his thoughts and walked towards the pale-faced Jiang Fengyan. Congratulations on defeating the Sakura country. You gained 1 point, now return to your prison, points can be traded. Li Liuli's expression also turned somewhat grim. If his guess was correct, the difficulty of this dungeon was about to reach an unbelievable, nearly impossible level to clear. He followed behind the guide and suddenly spoke, "Can players in the prison communicate with each other and enter each other's prisons?" The guide remained silent until they passed through the long corridor, and then suddenly spoke, "Of course, but be careful not to let traitors be killed by the other party. Although combat is forbidden in the prison, if someone breaks in, they can still attack, it won't trigger punishment. The guide's words were clearly meant for all the players present to hear. The other players, after hearing this, began to vigilantly watch their surroundings, fearing that players would enter into their prison. What is the current number of survivors? Li Liuli did not pay attention to the players around, continuing to ask. Of course, it's 8. The guide responded gently. Li Liuli nodded and then said to Lin Zi, "You and Mr. Jiang go back to the prison first, I still have some matters to verify." Lin Zi looked worried, watching Li Liuli. "You must be careful." She knew Li Liuli was smart and must have thought of some way to break the situation that needed proof. At this moment, the doors of the prison opened again. It was Great Britain and beautiful country. The Law King, who was resting with closed eyes, immediately stood up upon hearing the commotion, his gaze cold as he looked at the prison where Great Britain was located. The 2 remaining players from Great Britain turned pale. "This is unfair," one player from Great Britain exclaimed. "Why did we get drawn again? Didn't they say 1 battle a day for 3 days? I said at least 1 battle a day." The guide's tone remained gentle. "It seems your luck is quite poor, but this is also an opportunity for revenge. After all, this human king is also severely injured." As he said this, he looked at Jiang Fengyan and continued, "After all, the arena values fairness. If the gap in strength is too large, there will be restrictions." Doesn't it sound nice? The players from Great Britain remained pale. This is a human king. Seeing this, the guide sighed again. "If you can defeat the opponent at a higher level, I will reward you with a strange item, and you can also get an item from the trader for free." How about that? A strange item. The players' minds instantly became lively. The 2 players from Great Britain exchanged glances, and finally, the one who looked stronger gritted his teeth and stepped forward. The guide, seeing this, gestured an invitation to the king and the player, then left first. The 2 players immediately followed. An opportunity has come. Li Liuli quickly approached the only remaining player in Great Britain's prison, and that player became alert immediately upon seeing him. "Don't be nervous, I'm here to discuss with you." Li Liuli smiled as he took out a bottle of soul-purifying brew, uncapping it. The strange aroma instantly filled the hallway, neutralizing the foul smell. Other players instantly felt parched, eager to grab the soul-purifying brew from Li Liuli's hands. Some players who had considered themselves strong began to prepare to leave the cell. Hoof. Jiang Fengyan snorted coldly upon seeing this. The players instantly became obedient. It's a joke, that's a human king. No matter how strong one is, can they be stronger than him? The player from Great Britain smelled the aroma of the soul-purifying brew, almost drooling. He had lived in Great Britain for so long and had never smelled such a strange wine aroma. In an instant, his gaze at Li Liuli softened. "What do you want to discuss?" he asked. "Take your time, this bottle of wine is my gift to you." Li Liuli smiled as he handed over the soul-purifying brew. "If you find it good, we can discuss slowly." The player took the wine, and almost all the control players could not do without alcohol, as it is the best way for them to numb themselves. In the dream after drinking, they are still ordinary people, not walking on the edge of life and death. He certainly couldn't resist the temptation of such fine wine. Even if there was poison, what of it? After all, they were very likely not going to clear this dungeon, so it was better to enjoy a drunken dream in the end. He took a small sip, and the wine aroma spread in his mouth, making his eyes instantly brighten. "Good wine," he exclaimed in admiration. "Then can I come in?" Li Liuli asked with a smile. He glanced at Li Liuli, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Of course, respected sir." "What is your name?" Li Liuli asked as he entered the prison. Jack replied. "And you?" Li Liuli. Jack nodded silently. Took another sip of wine. "What do you want to discuss with me?" Li Liuli leaned against the iron rod, smiling as he replied, "To kill the traitors here." "What?" Jack's voice suddenly rose. "How can that be?" He looked at Li Liuli, and his expression turned cold, ready to attack at any moment. Li Liuli slowly sat down, pulled out several rare material items, and said, "You should know the state of your country needs no analysis from me." He placed the materials on the ground, and under Jack's shocked gaze, he calmly analyzed, "That player can never defeat the human king, which means you're left all alone. Can you guarantee that you won't lose the next battle? Or, even if you win, can you ensure you can exchange your spoils for healing items and continue to win the next match?" As Li Liuli spoke, Jack slowly turned hopeless. Their country had a human king, and to maintain balance, the remaining two were naturally weaker than most players. Thus, the traitors are of no use to you. Seeing Jack's despair, Li Liuli gave him a dose of comfort. "However, if you agree to my request, I can give you plenty of healing items and precious materials. Trust me, you won't get anything this good from the traitors." Li Liuli indicated with his eyes the soul-cleansing brew in his hand. Jack immediately realized that his spiritual power had somehow increased a bit. The other party indeed had many top-tier items. Even that human guide was moved. He had participated in human organization dungeons before, yet he had never seen any human care for a player like this. But Jack still couldn't understand why the other party wanted to help him. Li Liuli could naturally see what was in Jack's heart. He had noticed people's micro-expressions while killing, developing skills to judge their thoughts through those expressions. "This is certainly not for you, but for my own ability to clear the dungeon." Li Liuli's expression returned to calm. "After all, you wouldn't think this S-level dungeon is as simple as what that human said, would you? If we don't find the vulnerabilities, we might not pass smoothly, though I have already discovered some clues." Li Liuli fixed his gaze on Jack. "Now, tell me your answer." Li Liuli's words made all the players present perk up their ears. They racked their brains but couldn't find anything wrong with this dungeon. But Li Liuli said he had found clues. Jack's gaze shifted repeatedly, but he could not refute Li Liuli's words. He indeed was half a foot in depth. Finally, he relaxed his shoulders, slowly lowered his head, and helplessly nodded. "I hope Mr. Li can keep his promise." After speaking, he took another large sip of wine. "You can go now." Li Liuli walked into a small room in the prison and saw the traitor, no longer hesitating as Jojo and Ghost Messenger appeared simultaneously. The traitor's strength was about tier 3, not strong at all, so he was quickly killed. After killing the traitor, Li Liuli walked out of the prison, and at that moment, the guide was leading the Law King appearing in the corridor. The Law King's injuries were getting worse, clearly constrained by the rules, but he still managed to defeat the opponent. Who? Another candle in Great Britain went out. When the Law King entered the prison, Li Liuli quickly asked, "What's the current survival count?" The guide, unlike before where he answered questions, suddenly fell silent, as if he hadn't heard Li Liuli's words. Seeing this, Li Liuli immediately, he knew that his guess was right. He had already found the point of cheating against humans. Creak. At that moment, the door opened, revealing his first prison, and Great Britain. "Please each select 2 players, the guide suddenly spoke. "As for the number of survivors, I think it will change soon." Jiang Fengyun saw this and twisted his aching body, preparing to get up again. This time was indeed a masterstroke. If Li Liuli's guess was correct, then the number of survivors mentioned by the guide should refer to the traitors present. And kill them all refers to the traitors too. However, humans deliberately blurred this concept. First, they explained the rules of the arena, then briefly mentioned traitors, and finally added kill them all without a subject to confuse the issue. Thus, the guide could wait and see if anyone attempted to attack the traitors. After the traitor was killed by Jiang Fengyun's punch, he certainly had a hand in stirring the pot. So he logically became a traitor, and through manipulative tactics, made the humans fight against each other to weaken their strength. This human should be about to ascend to king. According to the information provided by the strategy team, humans need to meet 2 conditions to ascend to king. First, strength must reach the king level standard. Second, organize an S-class international dungeon, with no one passing through, or even kill all players. This dungeon is probably a test for him. As long as the human kings die in the arena or are seriously injured, no one can pose a threat to him. Indeed, he even specially invited a king as a supervisor. After all, the first dungeon sheep once said, "Guide above sheep level, if threatened by attacks in the dungeon, will be interfered with by higher level alliances." And king is his guarantee. Since Li Liuli saw the king sitting high on the platform, he had completely grasped the rules of this game. However, for him, it was still a step too late. The deception of humans was indeed terrifying. If only considering the difficulty of clearing the dungeon, Li Liuli felt that the dungeon organized by humans must be harder than that of the king. For example, right now, Li Liuli had already entered a situation that was certain to lead to death. To prove the rule, he must lose this arena. The guide could naturally guess that he would admit defeat, so he would definitely find a way to let himself die in the arena. If he won, then Great Britain would be completely eliminated, and the guide could naturally say that the current number of survivors was 7. In this way, his words would become unbelievable. Looking at the guide's mask, Li Liuli could imagine the smug smile on the other person's face. Chapter 51. But, he still had a way. Li Liuli stopped Jiang Fengyun, who was about to leave the prison. Mr. Jiang, let me take the stage for this duel. Jiang Fengyun was stunned. You? Don't you want to think over this dungeon anymore? Li Liuli smiled confidently, glancing around, his tone calm. I have already found the part of the rules that contains deception. When I come back, I will tell you. After saying this, he waved to Jack. Come on. Seeing Li Liuli like this, the guide was also puzzled. This was clearly a deadlock. Why did he still look so confident? The guide couldn't imagine how to break the current situation. He had secretly contacted that king. This duel must have a player dead to end it. Thinking of this, he revealed a cold smile. Please. Jack and Li Liuli followed the guide into the empty arena, and the king on the platform picked up the scepter in hand, as if truly becoming the ruler of death. Please begin, esteemed king. The guide's tone remained gentle. The king looked down with an expressionless face and finally spoke. This duel is nothing like the previous ones. Let me look forward, so I decided to gift you both a precious item. His magnificent robe fluttered, and 2 long spears made from human spine bones fell into their hands. This weapon must be satisfied with a sacrifice of life, otherwise, a curse will befall you, the king said, unchanging in tone. So, we have to die one person for this duel to end? Jack instinctively replied. Correct, the king said. Now, let's begin. Jack and Li Liuli stood face to face, and finally, Jack spoke first. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I want to live. After saying that, he raised the long spear made of human bones, preparing to charge at Li Liuli. Li Liuli suddenly laughed, showing no intention to attack. He raised the spear in his hand, skillfully flipping it around to point the tip at himself. You will live, Li Liuli said meaningfully, then suddenly plunged the spear into his own chest. As Jack, the king, and the guide looked on in shock, a bloody hole appeared in Li Liuli's body, and the human bone spear seemed to come alive, each spine bone slowly wriggling, making a sound that made one's teeth ache. After a while, the guide finally reacted and said to Jack, Congratulations, you have won this duel, please follow me back to the prison. In the prison, Lin Ziyi was watching the dark and deep corridor with a worried look, seemingly listening carefully for any incoming footsteps. Mr. Jiang, will Li Liuli be okay? She couldn't help but ask Jiang Fengyun, who was meditating nearby. Jiang Fengyun opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue, his eyes also mixed with a little worry, but he covered it well. Don't worry, that guy is a genius, how could he possibly die in this instance? Jiang Fengyun comforted, this kid is very clever, it seems he has figured out the rules of the instance. Lin Ziyi felt a little relief upon hearing this. Buzz. Suddenly, the candle above the prison trembled, then one blew out silently. Jiang Fengyun's and Lin Ziyi's expressions instantly froze on their faces. Li Liuli lost? Lin Ziyi stared blankly at the candle that had extinguished above her head, a layer of mist gathering in her eyes. This, perhaps he surrendered? After all, he wanted me to surrender before, the duel doesn't necessarily mean you must die. Jiang Fengyun said. Lin Ziyi recalled that Li Liuli had indeed said something similar before, and she once again turned her gaze toward the long corridor. He must survive. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps came from the corridor, lifting Lin Ziyi's heart back up again. Other players also turned their gazes toward the corridor. After all, Li Liuli had said he had grasped the rules of the arena. About 3 seconds later, the guide appeared first, and behind him was Jack, whose face still bore disbelief. Besides that, there was no one else. Li Liuli didn't come back. Lin Ziyi felt like she had lost all her strength, softly leaning against the iron bars outside the prison, nearly falling over, supported only by Jiang Fengyun. Mr. Jiang, Li Liuli. Lin Ziyi could no longer suppress her emotions, only then realizing that she had indeed fallen in love with Li Liuli. Jiang Fengyun sighed deeply, reaching into his coat and pulling out a straw to hang in his mouth. It's my fault, I shouldn't have let him participate in the duel. I once told him that I would stand in front of him until I fell, now. Jiang Fengyun slammed hard on the iron bars, startling Jack not far away, who looked over to see Jiang Fengyun's gaze as if it could stab him 1,000 times. Jack turned pale with fright, retreating repeatedly, muttering, it wasn't me. He committed suicide. Jiang Fengyun said nothing, but coldly glanced at him, then turned to the guide and asked, which 2 countries are fighting this time? The guide, of course, noticed their reactions, and the corners of his mouth under the mask kept rising. That's right. You continuously kill each other out of hatred, allowing me to complete the deception. Thus, under his deliberate arrangement, door number 1, the gate of Huaxia's prison, opened once again, along with it, the gate of Pickled Cabbage Country. The players from Pickled Cabbage Country saw their iron gate and Huaxia's iron gate opening simultaneously, along with Jiang Fengyun's face filled with killing intent, their expressions turned desperate. What does their hatred have to do with us? Why do we have to suffer unjustly? Hurry up! Jiang Fengyun said, then prepared to leave the corridor. Lin Ziyi remained dazed and lost, staring blankly at the iron gate, as if still unable to accept this reality. If I could be stronger, if I had the talent to become a hunter of the strange, could I protect Li Liuli well? Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Lin Zi had never hated herself so much for not having the talent to become a hunter of the strange, for not having encountered the strange earlier. In the arena, Li Liuli's corpse lay stiffly on the ground, not disappearing, which drew the attention of the king on the high platform. What's happening? He jumped down from the platform, looking at Li Liuli's body with a puzzled expression. Why hasn't the body been devoured yet? Just as he was about to wave his hand to completely crush Li Liuli's body, he suddenly saw Li Liuli's withered finger twitching suddenly. Chapter 52. Then Li Liuli's shriveled body gradually plumped up, quickly recovering, and he slowly crawled up from the ground. He covered his chest, feeling the residual sharp pain, gritted his teeth and said, "So this is what it feels like to die, it really hurts." Manja Shawa? The king immediately guessed what method Li Liuli used, his tone mixed with surprise. A second-tier hunter of the strange actually possesses such a rare item? Manja Shawa is a rare flower that grows on the other side of the Yellow Springs. Only those from the upper levels of the Yellow Springs management are qualified to go there. How could a small second-tier hunter of the strange obtain such a flower? It is nearly impossible for him to afford it. Why? He is the king. Is it possible that this child has an extraordinary background? He suddenly felt that Li Liuli had become increasingly mysterious in his eyes. In response, Li Liuli chuckled lightly, "I have plenty of things in my hands, so you don't have to worry about it, king. I have business to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Li Liuli waved and quickly ran towards the corridor. Back outside the prison, he happened to see a player from Pickled Cabbage Country trembling as he walked out under Jiang Fingyun's gloomy gaze. "Please follow me to the arena." The guide's tone was gentle, and as he turned around, he saw Li Liuli's eyes, which seemed to smile but didn't. His heart startled, and he immediately took a step back. The strange revived on him? With this retreat, Jiang Fengyun and the others naturally saw Li Liuli's handsome face. Jiang Fengyun was also startled. Resurrected? So soon? Compared to the more official term of the strange reviving, Jiang Fengyun preferred the term resurrected, as he prepared to take action. Of course not. Li Liuli hurriedly denied it. "I am still alive." Jiang Fengyun quickly realized he also knew of items that could bring the dead back to life. "Ha ha ha. I told you, you little brat must be something special." Jiang Fengyun laughed. "I'll kill a little brat from Pickled Cabbage Country to celebrate for you." The player from Pickled Cabbage Country, upon seeing Li Liuli appear, no longer felt so afraid. After all, he had heard Li Liuli's conversation with Jiang Fengyun earlier, as long as he admitted defeat. The other party seemed to have the choice not to kill me. But upon hearing Jiang Fengyun's words, his face turned pale again. "So no matter what, I have to die, right? Don't rush." Li Liuli stopped Jiang Fengyun. "Before that, I have one more question to ask our dear guide." Li Liuli looked at the guide, as if he was already sure of victory, while at that moment the guide had completely fallen silent, his pale mask showing no expression at all. "Now, can you tell me the current number of survivors?" Li Liuli's expression was cold, waiting for the guide's answer. As long as he said the current number of survivors was 7, everyone present would immediately react. The guide suddenly laughed, his tone still gentle. "The rules never said I had to tell you the number of survivors. But, no problem." The guide opened his arms and looked around at all the players present, then softly spoke. "Everyone, the current number of survivors is 7. As soon as his words came out, the sharper players immediately connected it with Li Liuli's previous actions. So it turns out we're not supposed to kill the players here, but the traitors. This Mr. Li from Huaxia is indeed clever. He actually saw through the deception of human. There was no need for more explanation, just a single sentence, and everyone understood. However, the guide showed no anger, still maintaining that gentle attitude. "It's time to go, or it will be determined that you two lose the duel." After the guide left, Li Liuli returned to the prison, and as soon as he entered, he felt a fragrant breeze rushing towards him. Immediately after, a soft, trembling body flung itself into his arms, mixed with faint sobs. "I thought you were dead. How could I be so easily killed?" After a while, perhaps due to the prolonged high-pressure situation, Lin Zi fell asleep. Li Liuli carefully placed her on the iron bed and began to think. The current situation was already very clear. Players were starting to kill the traitors in their prison, but those ordinary traitors were not the most difficult part of this instance. The guide of prison number 1 was the most important part of this instance. This human-level guide really knew how to manipulate people's hearts, skillfully shifting the conflict. If it weren't for Li Liuli being observant enough to find the loophole in the details, this guide could very possibly use this instance to ascend to king. To clear this instance, they must kill the guide, and attacking the guide would definitely cause that king on the high platform to intervene. Therefore, they would have to face 2 king-level beings. Currently, among the players, 2 of the 4 human kings had already died, and the remaining 2 had also suffered significant injuries. It was going to be a tough battle. Li Liuli calculated and finally took out the technique he had bought at the party, which he had not had the chance to learn yet. System, can you let me quickly learn the soul refining method of the underworld? I can pay more. He asked in his heart. Money is not all-powerful. The system coldly rejected him. However, Jojo appeared as soon as she saw him take out the soul refining method, her eyes burning with desire. She glanced at Li Liuli and, after a moment, suppressed her urge to snatch it, saying, "Can this technique allow me to cultivate?" As she said this, she tapped her chin with one hand, thought for a moment, and made a cute pose. Master? Since she had already called him that, Jojo was no longer so resistant. After all, the charm radiating from Li Liuli could attract her. But Li Liuli's mouth twitched as he saw another player giving him a strange look. Is this part of your play too? After locking eyes with Li Liuli, he quickly pretended to be indifferent and looked away. Jojo saw that Li Liuli had no reaction, so she extended her icy little hand and grabbed Li Liuli's arm, then shook it. After practicing this technique, my strength can rise to level 5. Where on earth did she learn these moves? Li Liuli awkwardly shook off her arm and handed her the technique. Anyway, I'm just temporarily seeking help, so you can have it. Seeing Li Liuli's slightly embarrassed expression, Jojo suddenly became bold and said in a sweet voice, "Thank you, master." Li Liuli's body trembled, and he tugged at the corner of his mouth again. Players from other countries who wanted to befriend Li Liuli were watching this scene intently. Chapter 53. So they secretly took note in their hearts. Li Liuli likes girls, especially cute ones who are not too old. Starting from hobbies can often quickly bring two people closer together. In the future, when inviting Li Liuli, they must prepare two cute girls. Li Liuli of course had no idea about this. Since the technique was useless, he began to take out his strange items. Various mid-grade, high-grade, and even top-grade strange items appeared in his hands, the eerie aura hitting face on, causing the entire prison to drop by several degrees. Many players began to shiver, looking at Li Liuli with even more fiery eyes. Some strange items in his hands were very suitable for some players present. With so many items, he couldn't possibly need to use them all, right? If one could be bought. They were even more certain that if they could clear the dungeon, they must contact Li Liuli. Footsteps sounded in the corridor. Jiang Fengyun followed the guide back into the prison, and the player from the pickle country had already disappeared, obviously frozen out. Soon, 2 more iron doors were opened, revealing 2 countries that had not yet fought their gladiators. After the guide left, Li Liuli took out 2 drops of Leviathan blood and handed 1 drop to Jiang Fengyun. This top-grade material was a great tonic for Jiang Fengyun. Drinking it would naturally heal all his injuries. Thank you. Jiang Fengyun glanced at Li Liuli and, after taking it, did not apply it on his body, but swallowed it directly. I'll treat you to a drink later. Drink? Li Liuli's heart stirred. It seemed that after he drank, some changes would happen, and his strength would significantly increase. This could be a way. Li Liuli crushed the Leviathan blood and applied it to himself, the azure liquid slowly seeping in, and Li Liuli suddenly felt his spiritual power rise by nearly 1,000, reaching 4,000. This was already close to the threshold of a level 3 Dreadmaster. At the same time, after he broke the trap designed by the guide, the system also issued him a new task. Current main quest: clear the dungeon, kill the human, or king. Method is not limited. The rewards for main quests are usually very generous, far exceeding normal tasks and achievement rewards. Under the eager gazes of other players, Li Liuli finished applying a drop of Leviathan blood, slowly stood up, and spoke, "Everyone, have you killed the traitor?" Some players nodded, while others hesitated to act. Among them were players from Beautiful Country and Cherry Blossom Country. Li Liuli understood the reason for Beautiful Country. It was simply that the mage still needed trading items to heal his injuries, but he was unsure about Cherry Blossom Country's delay in killing the traitor. So, Li Liuli added, "I can provide you with the healing items you need, and can even give you some additional materials, how about it?" After completing the task, the rewards from the system will only get better. As he spoke, he took out several healing items he had purchased in the system mall over the past few days. These items, if placed at an offline gathering, basically, there will always be a mad scramble. He threw one of the pills to the Law King, and without a word, the Law King immediately entered a small room. With a loud crash, he came out again, having taken the pill, and his wounds began to heal at a visible speed. Although he didn't care about the wounds on his body, due to the rules, these wounds would continue to worsen, causing quite a bit of trouble. As for the loss of spiritual power, the pill could provide some recovery, but for a king, it was still like quenching thirst with poison. Seeing this, the other players no longer hesitated and started to kill the traitors in their rooms. In the end, only one traitor remained, the guide. Tap, tap, tap. He noticed the murderous glares from the prison, but he didn't care. The only ones who could truly threaten him were the 2 remaining kings, but without the ability to recover spiritual power here, their strength was not at its peak after several battles. Continuing the pretense was pointless now. Yes. Jiang Fengyun answered with a forced smile, hurry up and die. As he spoke, he left the prison and hurled a punch at the guide. To the surprise of the other players, after taking a solid punch from Jiang Fengyun, he was still able to crawl up from the shattered debris, brushing off the fragments from his body, and slowly walked back. Buzz. And on the high platform, the Yi King stood up at some point, his gaze indifferent. I will impose sanctions. Chains instantly rose around the arena, swirling in the air. Jiang Fengyun did not dodge and sprang towards the terrifying ghost faces, charging at the Yi King on the high platform. At this moment, if he cultivated a technique, he could still retain some combat strength, but if he summoned or controlled a strange creature, he would face unimaginable backlash. The guide opened his arms from a distance towards the players, speaking to the Law King, who still retained combat ability. This time, if you don't make a move, I will spare your life, how about that? While killing everyone would give him better treatment after ascension, he personally did not want to fight. Hearing this, Li Liuli's face darkened. He looked at the Law King and saw him slowly rising, white talismans inscribed with pentagrams appearing in his hands as he looked at the guide. Chapter 54. Is that so? I see. The guide's tone became heavy. In that case, I must sanction you as well. As he spoke, he gently snapped his fingers, and then two blurry figures appeared behind him. One of them, Luli recognized, was the Fox King who had been killed by Jiang Fengyun. I bought this copy, so of course I won't leave any loose ends. The guide's tone instantly turned cold, kill them all. The eyes of the two dead kings were hollow, their expressions numb. Upon hearing the guide's command, the Fox King began to quickly form seals with his hands, while the other king rushed toward the Law King. The Law King's expression changed. Even at his peak, facing that British king was still a tough battle, let alone facing two kings when his strength was below 50%. He immediately bit his finger, smearing his blood onto a talisman in his hand. The talisman ignited instantly, forming a huge five-pointed star, and a terrifying being, resembling a western demon with horns, slowly emerged from the star. A monstrous apparition also appeared on that British king, colliding with the one summoned by the Law King. As he watched the scene unfold, Luli suddenly remembered that he seemed to have several gathering spirit talismans in his hand, which could be used to restrain spirit bodies. The two kings in front of him had already been killed, so they naturally did not exist in a physical form. The gathering spirit talismans might be useful. Luli immediately took out his remaining two gathering spirit talismans and threw them toward the two dead kings not far away. The talismans transformed into shimmering points of spiritual light, surrounding the two dead kings. Their bodies instantly stiffened, and their movements halted. It really worked. The guide, who had originally planned to watch the show, also noticed something was wrong. He attempted to regain control over the two kings but found it utterly impossible. He turned his gaze toward Luli. He indeed had some tricks up his sleeve. How vast could the power behind him be with so many props? The guide felt uneasy. So, he said to Lily again, this time, if you don't make a move, I will spare the lives of all players from Huaxia and even give you some props when we get out. What do you think? Lily slightly opened his mouth and replied with one word, get lost. Lily was still bothered about how the guide had taken advantage of him previously, naturally becoming a traitor in his prison. You want to pit me? I, Luli, do not hold grudges, I retaliate on the spot. He took out the high-level haunting card he had kept without finding the chance to use. The high-level haunting card could control level 7 and below apparitions, and now, with the two kings existing in a spiritual form, they could also be classified as a kind of apparition. That means, at this moment, Luli could choose to directly control one of the kings. After a brief hesitation, Luli chose to control the Fox King. After all, he was unsure what means the British king possessed. Once controlled, it would be difficult to exert full battle power immediately. He swiftly moved, taking advantage of the guide's distraction, and arrived in front of the Fox King, then pressed the high-level haunting card against the Fox King's spirit body. Detected level 7 apparition, Fox King, do you want to control? Yes. Control successful. Luli instantly formed a link with the Fox King, feeling the abundant power within the other's body. Will I be backfired? Luli asked the system. You are in perfect control, even if the spiritual power is sealed, it will not backfire. But if your mental power drops to 0, then the apparition will revive. Luli's method of controlling apparitions was different from others. Other controllers usually sign contracts with the apparitions, and when the apparition's power significantly exceeds that of the controller, it can unilaterally break the contract and resurrect directly. However, the haunting card Luli used was a more advanced existence. There is no contract between them at all, so there is no question of breaking a contract. He controlled the Fox King to slowly come behind him and smiled at the guide. Now, can I ask you to die? As his words fell, the Fox King made a gesture with his fingers, and with a roar, a huge, fierce nine-tailed fox burst out from behind the guide. The guide also knew the Fox King's methods, so he leaped to the side to dodge Li Liuli's attack. The face beneath the guide's mask instantly turned ugly. He never expected that his carefully prepared backup plan would actually become an aid for Li Liuli. Being hit by this combination technique from Li Liuli left the guide somewhat at a loss. So he said to the king fighting Zhang Fengyun on the high platform, "Haven't you dealt with the 7th tier human king yet?" He had watched Zhang Fengyun's battle and thought the opponent was just a slightly stronger 7th tier human king. With such strength, the king should be able to easily handle it. However, the one answering him was not the king, but Zhang Fengyun. He showed a set of white teeth to the guide, who said, "I am just a 7th tier human king?" The guide immediately froze in place. The seemingly foolish Zhang Fengyun had actually deceived him from the very beginning? He was an 8th tier human king? Of course, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight evenly with that king. At this moment, the king was also very confused. He had been invited by the guide, who guaranteed him that he would ascend to king, promising him a lot of rewards after the deed was done. But he didn't expect that an 8th tier human king would actually participate this time. His strength had just reached the 8th tier, and with the protection of the rules, he could barely match Zhang Fengyun. Moreover, the other party had not even used the powerful creature on his chest yet. This powerful creature could instantly kill a king-level existence. Plus, with Li Liuli's extravagant methods and mysterious background, he simply didn't want to offend him. Based on Li Liuli's previous use of Manjusaka, he suspected that the other party was very likely a core council member of the Underworld Council. His strength was far from enough to become a member of the Upper Alliance, and he was just a disposable piece. If he offended the Underworld Council, he would probably be abandoned and have to serve them like a dog. Serving those heartless, ruthless merchants of the Underworld Council. He could see his own future in a glance. "Stop," the king suddenly spoke, startling Zhang Fengyun. "Not fighting anymore?" Zhang Fengyun asked in confusion, "Didn't you say you wanted to sanction me?" The face beneath the mask of the king showed a hint of embarrassment. "I have already enacted the sanction, but since you survived by your own strength, it has nothing to do with me." The guide saw the king voluntarily stop the battle, and his heart dropped. Chapter 55. Oh no! I have become a discarded pawn. Thinking of this, a sense of powerlessness rose in the guide's heart. His deception was clearly seamless, and everyone had been fooled, but in the end, he encountered a talent like Li Liuli, who saw through his ploy. If he had known, he wouldn't have coveted that drop of Leviathan blood and would have kept Li Liuli from observing. The guide was not an idiot. As a human-level figure, he was very clever. It was that observation that allowed Li Liuli to confirm that the presence of 4 human kings was to counter the king and the guide, giving players a glimmer of hope. Therefore, this dungeon must involve confronting the king and the guide. Thus, Li Liuli was able to deduce all the rules of this dungeon. The guide's gaze towards Li Liuli became more serious. Damn! Could it be that the first time he deliberately offered me the item, letting me become the traitor, was to confuse me into thinking he was just a foolish rich kid, only to ultimately expose my flaws? His mind is so deep? If these words in his heart were heard by Li Liuli, he would definitely reply. "I just happen to have a lot of money and props, and no place to use them." After all, if Li Liuli didn't happen to have the tools to turn the situation around, this instance might have ended in failure. At this moment, Wang said to the guide, "The punishment has ended, the instance continues." After saying this, he sat back down on the somewhat shabby high platform and finally looked at Li Liuli. "You have great potential, I have high hopes for you. Are you interested in becoming a guide?" "Becoming a guide?" Li Liuli's heart stirred, and he replied, "Can a person also become a guide?" "Of course, you just need to pay a small price." Wang returned to his previous authoritative demeanor. "Of course, under my recommendation, you only need to pass an assessment, and I will be the guide for this assessment." He didn't mind giving Li Liuli some benefits. After all, someone who could produce a manjushawa wouldn't have worthless things in their hands. If Li Liuli could give him a manjushawa, he had already started to fantasize. "After becoming a guide, do I still need to participate in instances?" Li Liuli asked again. "Yes." Wang nodded slightly. "As long as you are human, you could be selected to participate in instances. The rules are set by the Upper Alliance. Unless you choose to give up your human identity, there will naturally be someone to explain this after you pass the assessment. It seems he still needs to find a way to connect with the Upper Alliance." This was a good opportunity. Thinking of this, Li Liuli immediately agreed, "I am willing to become a guide." Once this instance is over, you will receive an invitation letter for the assessment." Wang responded. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, he heard Zhang Fengyun next to him showing a sinister smile. Zhang Fengyun always adhered to a principle: when encountering good things, one must fight for them. Just like the last time when he competed with Steward Bai for a person. So, he smiled and said to Wang, "Can you do one for me too?" The corners of Wang's mouth twitched slightly beneath the mask. He was a bit afraid to refuse. After all, he felt like he couldn't defeat him. Of course. So, he replied, but the assessment must rely on individual strength. I know that. Zhang Fengyun saw that the other party agreed, and jumped down from the high platform, standing in front of Li Liuli and gave him a thumbs up. Not bad, you little guy, you've even got the favor of a little king of the sun. Zhang Fengyun generously praised, in all these years, this is the first time I've seen this. To this, Li Liuli smiled faintly and said, let's hurry up and clear this instance. Only then did Zhang Fengyun turn around and look at the guide, cracking his knuckles. Do you want to die with dignity, or shall we help you die with dignity? The guide said nothing, and immediately Zhang Fengyun charged at him, while Li Liuli skillfully controlled the Fox King to block the British King who was trying to remove the Gathering Spirit talisman. With the cooperation of Zhang Fengyun and Li Liuli, the guide had no chance of winning and ended up being punched down to the ground by Zhang Fengyun. His body shattered in an instant, and the mask shattered as well, revealing his true appearance. It was a face so ordinary that it couldn't be any more ordinary, and together with his suit, he looked just like an ordinary office worker. Perhaps, before becoming a guide, he was an ordinary person. After becoming a guide, he chose to give up his human identity, escaping the instance while painfully climbing upwards, only to become human again in the end. But all of that ended here. As he died, Li Liuli also saw a line of blood-red words floating before his eyes. Congratulations on clearing the instance. You will soon be transported back to reality. Reality. Li Liuli and Zhang Fengyun were lying in 2 blood gas coffins in a room. Blood gas coffins could continuously replenish their blood gas. Spiritual power, along with the necessary nutrition for the body, prevents them from long-term deterioration within the instance, due to various reasons like muscle atrophy or even the revival of sinister entities. Outside the room stood a middle-aged man, looking somewhat plump, with an aura hinting at immense strength. He casually stopped a researcher, asking, "Is the great disaster here?" The researcher recognized him and, seeing his murderous aura, immediately sensed something was wrong. "Captain Zhang, please do not act rashly," the researcher said, a bit frightened. "I ask, is the great disaster here or not?" Zhang gripped the researcher's collar. "Answer my question." Yes, the researcher, with an ordinary human's physical endurance, could barely bear the pressure from a king-level presence. Good. Zhang tossed the researcher to the ground, then kicked the silver-gray metal door. The door shattered instantly like a foam board. "I am here to take revenge for my son." The researcher instantly got up, disregarding his disheveled clothing, and ran towards the left side of the corridor. "I must quickly inform Captain Wuming. This is someone Captain Zhang specifically wanted to protect." Though he said so, he knew Zhang had already reached the door, and even if he called, it would be too late. Those who entered the instance would have no awareness of the outside world. Zhang Yan's attempt to kill Li Liuli would face no obstacles. He entered the room and opened one of the bloodthirsty coffins, where Li Liuli lay. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yan threw a punch at Li Liuli's face. The researcher outside witnessed this scene and immediately halted his steps. "It's over." Buzz, just as Zhang Yan's fist was about to land on Li Liuli, the dark red robe he wore suddenly burst into light. Chapter 56. A barrier like a thin membrane wobbled, resembling water waves, that blocked Zhang Yan's punch. The Bodhi robe finally played its role at that moment. Bodhi robe? Isn't that a treasure of the Zhou family? Zhang Yan's expression turned uncertain, then became even fiercer. "Did you kill another member of the Zhou family? Fine, today I will act on behalf of heaven." Zhang Yan gathered his momentum once more. This time, the researcher could see a blazing flower appearing on Zhang Yan, looking both beautiful and eerie. This was Zhang Yan's practice technique, the blood-burning flower. The blood-burning flower is rumored to grow in the Yellow Springs, an extremely rare flower, even rarer than the manjasaka, now completely extinct. As its name implies, it ignites upon contact with blood, producing flames capable of incinerating any sinister entity, including the king of sinister beings. Thus, this technique has achieved the level of Grade 7. Meanwhile, in the corridor, a figure in white named Wuming also noticed the situation and rushed over immediately. But no matter how fast she was, she couldn't match the speed of Zhang Yan's fist. The researcher immediately closed his eyes to, this time, unless a miracle happened, no one would save Li Liuli. "Wretch, die." Zhang Yan's excitement surfaced. Ever since his son was killed by Li Liuli, he couldn't stop thinking about revenge. Yet, due to various matters, he had never managed to leave the investigation bureau. Now that his target had come to him, Zhang Yan certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Bang! Just as his fist was about to smash into Li Liuli's face, the surrounding ground exploded and shattered, writhing tentacles shooting up from the ground, wrapping around Li Liuli's blood coffin. Zhang Yan's fist struck the tentacles, instantly creating a hollow space, but soon, many more tentacles wrapped around again. Who? To block his attack, the opponent must also be a human king. And among the human kings in the investigation bureau, no one controlled such sinister entities. He immediately retreated, standing at the door, wide-eyed. Stare at the tentacles rising from the ground. From the twisting tentacles, a person slowly stepped out, their voice tinged with a hint of mockery. I am just a passing orphanage director. Countless tentacles quickly gathered, forming an extremely bizarre and twisted flower, slowly blooming behind Lu Yishou. Humph. Zhang Yan snorted coldly, this is the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. If you wish to pay a visit, please come another day. You, a mere human king, dare to strike against a junior? Isn't that a bit unfair? Lu Yishou laughed heartily, shall I play with you? At that moment, Wu Ming appeared at the door, first frowning at Zhang Yan and saying, Zhang Fengyun said to spare his life, and the fact that he can participate in the instance proves he is not a monster. Zhang Yan laughed in anger, so my son just dies in vain? Wu Ming didn't answer. Although Zhang Yan's son had bad character, Zhang Yan had always fought diligently on the front lines. You distract this human king, the rest of the responsibilities fall on me, Zhang Yan continued when he saw Wu Ming fall silent, there are intruders, as the captain of the third squad, you should be ready to fight. Only then did Wu Ming turn his gaze to Lu Yishou, and suddenly his bright eyes, like clear springs, narrowed sharply. Master? Wu Ming's voice trembled, looking at Lu Yishou in disbelief, aren't you already dead? After such a long separation, your first words are cursing me dead. Lu Yishou laughed heartily. Wu Ming was speechless but drew out the long sword from his waist, sorry, but it's work time now, I must take my responsibility. Seeing Lu Yishou again, a mix of emotions surged in Wu Ming's heart. When his family was killed by monsters, Lu Yishou was the one who saved him and raised him, so in his heart, Lu Yishou was not only a benefactor but also a fatherly figure. Yet, on a certain day when dark clouds gathered, he left with a sudden word. I have an appointment, if I do not return, it means I am dead. Wu Ming did not know what appointment Lu Yishou was referring to, but based on their usual conversation, he knew it must be related to the realm of monsters. It was precisely because of these experiences that he joined the investigation bureau and harbored deep hatred for the monsters. If it were not for the monsters, he should still be an ordinary person, carefree, with loving parents and a quirky younger brother. Recalling the distant past, Wu Ming's hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Zhang Yan, hearing their conversation, was secretly shocked. Wu Ming's sword skills were inherited from a mysterious human king, which was no secret in the investigation bureau. 10 years ago, he was already a human king, now, his strength could only be more unfathomable. When master and disciple meet, do they have to use weapons against each other? Lu Yishou's tone remained flat, as if the two human kings before him posed no threat at all. At this moment, Li Liuli and Zhang Fengyun also slowly awakened. Where's my cigarette? Zhang Fengyun pushed aside the coffin lid, and his first question was why his cigarette had yet to be delivered, only then did he notice the scene before him. What's going on? Director? Li Liuli also saw Lu Yishou standing in front of him and the hostile stranger king. Oh, little Liuli is awake. Lu Yishou's tentacle flower suddenly retracted, sinking into his spine, as he smiled gently at Li Liuli. You just wait here, let me, your director Lu, handle things here. Zhang Yan saw Zhang Fengyun was awake and immediately spoke up, Zhang Fengyun, there are intruders, you should fight. 2 human kings should be enough to hold back Lu Yishou. As for Li Liuli, with just a punch, he could easily kill him. Although Zhang Fengyun wasn't very sharp. But he was not foolish, upon seeing Zhang Yan, he instantly reacted. This. Zhang Fengyun did not want Zhang Yan to kill Li Liuli, after all, the potential and depth he displayed was too terrifying. Not to mention, there was a human king supporting him. However, as one of the 7 captains of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, he also had to bear the responsibility. He didn't know how many rounds this human king could last under his fist. Lu Yishou seemed to see through Zhang Fengyun's thoughts, stroking the beard on his chin, no problem, you can come at me together. Looking at Lu Yishou's calm demeanor, Zhang Fengyun suddenly became interested. No one had ever faced him this way, as if there was no pressure at all. If someone really looked down on Zhang Fengyun, his grave grass would probably be 2 meters high. What surprised Zhang Fengyun was that the aloof Wu Ming actually stood beside him this time and quietly reminded him. Be careful. Chapter 57. Zhang Fengyun looked at Lu Yishou's pockmarked face, struggling to recall in his mind, yet he couldn't find a human king that matched him. This human king, how should I address you? Zhang Fengyun asked softly, also introducing himself, I am Blood King, and this is Wu Ming King. Title, huh? Lu Yishou showed a look of nostalgia and replied gently, in the past, people called me the Spirit Sword King. Spirit Sword King? Zhang Fengyun suddenly recalled the records of human kings stored in the Investigation Bureau, which documented many human kings that had appeared. Among them, the Spirit Sword King belonged to the most mysterious category, having almost never appeared in the Bureau site, only occasionally had someone seen him in the eerie world. With a single sword strike, he could slay the eerie king. This was the evaluation given to the Spirit Sword King in the records. Zhang Fengyun guessed that the opponent had probably already reached the 8th rank 10 years ago. At this moment, in Lu Yishou's hand, a plain ancient sword suddenly appeared, he turned it over with one hand, pointing the sword's tip at Zhang Fengyun and Wu Ming. Let's begin. Without saying a word, Wu Ming lightly tapped his toes, his figure darting towards Lu Yishou's heart like a butterfly, striking swiftly. Though there has been some improvement, it still doesn't reach the mark. Lu Yishou flipped his wrist, deflecting Wu Ming's sword, then like a ghost, he took 2 steps forward, the sword's tip resting on Wu Ming's smooth neck. More practice is needed. Lu Yishou quickly retracted his long sword, spinning it in a graceful arc, the ancient sword drawing a beautiful curve as it collided with Zhang Fingyun's fist. Clang! Both stepped back a step, a small blood hole appeared on Zhang Fingyun's fist as he touched his arm, confirming Lu Yishou's power. 8th rank, huh? I can fight. Zhang Fingyun's fighting spirit surged. Saying this, he charged at Lu Yishou again, a towering eerie creature appearing on him, letting out a chilling scream. Your 8th rank is because your strength is only 8th rank. Lu Yishou remained unhurried, lightly tapping the ancient sword, creating a flower of swordlight, stabbing at the eerie creature on Zhang Fengyun while his toe tapped, colliding with Zhang Fingyun's fist. Clang! The ancient sword emitted a crisp buzzing sound. Zhang Fengyun felt as if he had been struck hard, retreating to the corner of the wall to stabilize himself, while Lu Yishou only took 2 steps back, still calm and composed. And my 8th rank is because my cultivation method is only 8th grade. While Lu Yishou fought with the 2 human kings, Zhang Yan also stepped closer to Li Liuli, the king-level sealing power instantly spreading, making Li Liuli feel as if he had become an ordinary person. Fortunately, in this instance, he had controlled a human king who was unaffected by the seal. He felt a sudden surge in his heart, and the Fox King appeared before him, fingers forming a delicate gesture, a dazzling door opening, the 9-tailed fox showing its bloody maw. Zhang Yan's strength was evidently not on par with Zhang Fengyun's. Faced with the 9-tailed fox, he instinctively threw a punch. The 9-tailed fox was pushed back, but he also took 2 steps back. Human king? Zhang Yan revealed a shocked expression. You have mastered a human king? How on earth did this happen? Zhang Yan racked his brain but could not understand. Just as he was about to use his wicked trick to kill Li Liuli, he discovered that the battle on the other side had already ended. Unnamed and Zhang Fengyun did not want to fight Lu Yishou to the death. After falling into a disadvantage, Zhang Fengyun could only smile wryly and shake his head. There's nothing we can do, the 2 of us can't beat him. Zhang Yan looked at Li Liuli with great unwillingness, while Lu Yishou quickly came to Li Liuli's side and chuckled. So, how about it? Your Uncle Lu still has some tricks up his sleeve, doesn't he? Director is really strong. Li Liuli gave a thumbs up. It turned out that Director Lu was so powerful, even Zhang Fengyun did not have the confidence to defeat him. Li Liuli only knew that Director Lu was strong but did not expect him to have reached such a level. Zhang Yan's chest rose and fell violently. Through this, he clearly understood Li Liuli's potential. Just mastering a human king was enough for the people at the research institute to treat him like a treasure, not to mention he had a very powerful human king behind him. He knew in his heart that at this point, he could no longer act against Li Liuli. So, he snorted coldly and then left the room. Zhang Fengyun also took out a mini-camera from his shoulder and handed it to the researchers who were watching the excitement outside. This is footage of the instance. You can watch it for research and formulate countermeasures. It's an S-class instance. The researchers' eyes immediately brightened upon hearing this. S-class instance footage. That was something extremely precious and rare. One researcher looked pious and carefully took the camera, patting his chest and saying, "Rest assured, we will sooner or later figure out the operational rules of the instance. I believe we are very close now." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a cold wind pass by, and then outside the window appeared 2 thin, painted paper figures with playful expressions, floating in through the gap of the window. After landing in the room, they inflated, each holding a strange invitation. The invitation had no signature, but there was a symbol, 2 rings intertwined, resembling 2 different faces, one fiercely terrifying, like a ghost face, and the other like a human face. The 2 paper figures respectfully presented these 2 invitations to Li Liuli and Zhang Fengyun. This should be the assessment invitation mentioned by the king. Li Liuli took the invitation, which instantly turned into a wisp of green smoke, entering his brow, while a piece of information appeared in his mind. 3 days later, the assessment will begin, be prepared. The name of this assessment is Yellow Spring Town. The message ended here, and Zhang Fengyun received the same message. The 2 looked at each other in surprise. What is this? The researchers' eyes were filled with curiosity. They had studied the operational rules of instances for more than a decade, yet they had barely found information about this invitation. Zhang Fengyun had no choice but to patiently explain it to him. During the process, the researcher's pupils kept dilating. This information we have never discovered before. The researcher was dejected, far from the confidence he had earlier. It's all thanks to this kid. Zhang Fengyun pointed at Li Liuli. This kid is clever, and there are many strange things about him. Maybe you could study him. Upon hearing this, the researcher's eyes sparkled. He had noticed that Li Liuli had mastered a human king with wicked tricks. Li Liuli shivered at the thought. Silently, he took back the Fox King and said to Lu Yishou, "Let's go eat together?" "You treat." Lu Yishou replied with a big smile. Chapter 58. When was it ever me treating? Li Liuli rolled his eyes. Only in front of Dean Lu and Uncle Chin did Li Liuli seem a little like a child, and his body and mind gradually relaxed. Luisho laughed heartily and looked at the side where Wuming was. You join us too? Wuming gently nodded, looking very obedient, following behind Luisho. During the meal, Luisho introduced the two to each other. This is Xiao Lizi, you can consider him half a junior brother. Luisho leaned back in his chair, rubbing his round belly. I haven't taught him swordsmanship, but I've taught him other things. When did you ever teach me anything? Li Liuli silently complained in his heart. Wuming slightly nodded, and his gaze toward Li Liuli softened a lot, no longer as cold as before. By the way, Li Liuli suddenly spoke, taking out the Wuming sword he bought during his first instance and handed it to her. Now, he mainly relied on Joyo and Guhi, only needing to use the bone soul gun to shoot from behind, and he also had some unique tools that suited him better, so this sword wasn't particularly important to him. Let's return it to its owner. Seeing the sword in Li Liuli's hand, Wuming immediately stood up. Where did you get this? In an instance, Li Liuli replied, not mentioning his system, as others might not believe it. Wuming took the sword, her calm eyes showing a slight change as she said softly, thank you. Clearly, she valued this sword greatly, but it was unknown why she had lost it. Indeed, back then, Wuming was only at level 5 and entered the eerie world through means outside the instance. Surviving was quite lucky. After the meal, Luisho suddenly disappeared, leaving Li Liuli and Wuming at the restaurant door. Where do you live? Wuming asked. I haven't found a place yet, Li Liuli replied. How about staying at the investigation bureau? It's safe. Okay. Upon entering the investigation bureau again, the abnormal investigation bureau was now quite empty. Perhaps the instances were over, and everyone had returned to normal, except for Zheng Fengyun, who leaned against a desolate tree in the wilderness, lighting a cigarette, his gaze deep, lost in thought. Upon seeing Li Liuli and Wuming, his eyes lit up, asking, what do you think, if I become a guide, will there be a chance to return to the abnormal investigation bureau? Wuming said nothing. Li Liuli thought for a moment and replied, I think it should not be possible. I have never seen a guide appear in the real world. What if I am that exception? Zheng Fengyun was very confident. Even before the assessment had begun, he was already fantasizing about becoming a guide. If it doesn't work, then I would rather not become a guide and wait to die before retaking the assessment. After all, I love this land deeply. Let's go. Just as Zheng Fengyun was about to make a long speech, Wuming suddenly addressed Li Liuli. Li Liuli nodded in agreement. Back in the room, Li Liuli immediately checked the rewards given by the system. Although he didn't manage to kill the Yi King, he did complete the main quest, but the rating was only A. Main quest completed. Reward obtained, 50,000 eerie coins, spirit gathering talismans *50, promotion pills *1, high-level eerie control cards *3, premium eerie control card *1. Premium level 1 eerie item, human skin book. Promotion pill, after practicing the technique, taking the promotion pill can directly increase 1 level. Can be used once every 3 days. Premium eerie control card, can control any fierce eerie below level 9. Also greatly reduces the risk of fierce eerie revival and curses. Premium level 1 item, human skin book, a very eerie book, content written within it is highly likely to come true. A top-notch cursed object. A rare first-tier bizarre item. Li Liuli was experiencing this for the first time. Rare items are divided into 10 tiers, from ordinary and levels 1 to 9. Li Liuli then understood that the endless calamity he previously obtained was just the most ordinary rare item. But even the most ordinary kind had terrifying effects. The function of this human skin book was evidently more bizarre than the endless calamity. Simply leaving content on the human skin book had a high probability of coming true. This probability should be calculated according to the difficulty of the event. Curses should be the same. Li Liuli felt a sudden inspiration, and a tattered, cold yet soft book, made of waxy yellow human skin, appeared in his hands. He tried to write on the book, Nameless will knock on my door immediately. Not long after, his door was knocked upon, and when he opened it, there stood Nameless. Is there something? Li Liuli asked. Nameless was stunned for a moment, then showed a puzzled expression, murmuring, strange. Sorry. Then, she quickly left without saying another word. At the same time, Li Liuli saw that the words on the human skin book began to turn bright red, as if blood were seeping from the human skin and staining the words. The words slowly vanished under the bright red cover, and then, the human skin book suddenly began to move. A mouthful of sharp teeth appeared on its surface, biting toward Li Liuli. With one punch, Li Liuli smashed the human skin book to the ground, but the mouth still did not disappear. Instead, it became more three-dimensional. It was as if a malevolent spirit was constantly taking shape, crawling out from the human skin. Seeing this, Li Liuli took out the high-grade bizarre item he previously bought, the dragon's claw, and once he held it, he instantly felt his right arm brimming with power. He slashed at the human skin book, and the mouth was instantly torn to shreds, then dissolved into the human skin. It seems that the curse borne by a 7th-tier human king is still quite terrifying, close to the 3rd-tier level. If it crawled out, it might be even higher. Li Liuli speculated in his heart. With his bizarre item, Li Liuli felt confident he could defeat a 3rd-tier malevolent spirit. Even against a 4th tier, he was 80% sure he could win. He then wrote the same phrase in the book, just changing nameless to Zhang Fengyun. After a while, no one knocked on his door. It seems the human skin book cannot compel the actions of an 8th-tier human king. It might be due to my power, Li Liuli continued to speculate. The words quickly disappeared, and Li Liuli felt no curse upon him. However, to compel a 7th-tier human king, the human skin book was already incredibly frightening. Perhaps I can use the 9 nether crying blood tears to convert it into a malevolent spirit and try to control it? Li Liuli remembered that the 9 nether crying blood tears could convert malevolent spirits and bizarre items into each other. But after thinking about it, he abandoned this idea. Chapter 59. After all, for such a bizarre malevolent spirit, Li Liuli was unsure what would happen if it was transformed back into a malevolent spirit. The worst case would be that the malevolent spirit revives, instantly kills Li Liuli, and then leaves. It's better to wait until I have more confidence to try later. Li Liuli silently thought. The next day, Zhang Fengyun knocked at Li Liuli's door on time, pulling him up from his deep sleep. Aren't you curious why we defined you as a malevolent spirit? Today I'll take you to see, Zhang Fengyun said, we have kept a recording of you. Hearing this, Li Liuli became spirited. He was very curious about what he did after getting drunk. He followed Zhang Fengyun to an elevator and wrote it down, revealing an even larger space before Li Liuli's eyes. Here, there were many intricate instruments he could not understand at all. Many people wearing white coats came and went, weaving through various small rooms separated by heavy silver iron doors. Li Liuli could sense that a few of the rooms were filled with a faint feeling of danger. Clearly, terrifying beings were locked inside. This is the Research Institute, specifically responsible for the study of strange forces. We can extract pure eerie energy and imperfect strange entities for the controllers to command, Zhang Fengyun introduced. With the 9 hells crying blood tears, we will soon achieve the technology for creating strange items. Zhang Fengyun led Li Liuli through one small room after another, arriving at a place similar to an archive room. A researcher saw Zhang Fengyun and took out a folder from the A-grade classified files, handing it to him. After tearing it open, Zhang Fengyun found a document inside, accompanied by a disc. He took the disc out, inserted it into a nearby projector, and handed the document to Li Liuli. Great disaster. The document described Li Liuli's specific abilities, the level of threat he posed, and the inferred rules of killing. After reading it, Li Liuli focused his gaze on the screen, where a surveillance video was playing. In the center of the screen was his own figure. In the footage, Li Liuli appeared to be interfered with by some force, his body very blurry, occasionally covered by a static-like pattern, which was eerie. Before him lay a young man on the ground, drenched in blood, stepping back with a look of terror on his face. But Li Liuli did not let him go. In the blurry image, he could see himself showing a very strange smile, slowly walking toward the young man, extending his hand. What he held in his hand was completely covered by the static pattern, making it impossible to see. In the video, Li Liuli's arm fully entered the young man's chest, pulling out a struggling strange entity. He closed his palm, and the strange entity instantly shattered, turning into pure dark energy, which Li Liuli inhaled through his nose, causing the young man's eyes to widen suddenly, before he died. At this moment, the Li Liuli in the footage slowly raised his head and looked at the camera, revealing an extremely eerie smile. It was as if the Li Liuli on the screen knew that the Li Liuli outside was watching him. The footage ended there. The young man on the screen is Zhang Yan's son, a level 2 controller. He also possessed a mid-grade defensive strange item, but in front of you, it completely failed, even reversed. Zhang Fengyun said in a somber tone. Reversed? Li Liuli couldn't grasp the meaning. Zhang Fengyun patiently explained, when he attacked you, a strange item's effect triggered on you, identical to the effect of the item he possessed, while his item lost its effectiveness. Therefore, we suspect you have some very special strange abilities, an ability that has never been clarified. A faint pain throbbed on Li Liuli's forehead as he rubbed his temples, momentarily at a loss for answers. The abilities displayed by the other party were indeed something he had never possessed, but that person in the footage looked exactly like him. Being classified as an A-grade strange entity was also because the abilities he displayed were truly too bizarre. After that, you appeared in several places in Nanjing City, killing some people, and they all shared a common characteristic: they were all controllers. Zhang Fengyun continued. This is also the reason why you have been defined as a strange entity. The projector continued to run, and the following footage was not much different from the previous one, with Li Liuli appearing again. Then, the other person suddenly opened their eyes wide, showing a look of extreme shock, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and collapsing to the ground. After watching the video, Li Liuli felt a bit dazed. The other person's smile lingered in his mind, hard to erase. Like a nightmare. Now, there is a way. Li Liuli continuously rubbed his brow and spoke, "Let me get drunk once, and you observe." Jiang Fengyun thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it after the assessment of the Yellow Spring Town is over. For now, it's crucial to conserve energy." He then took out a document from the map category in the archives and threw it on the table. "This is information about Yellow Spring Town." Li Liuli opened the document, which was filled with dense text. In summary, Yellow Spring Town is a large apartment managed by the Yellow Spring Council, equipped with casinos, apartments, and shopping malls. Yellow Spring Town is famous, known for its large casinos where all kinds of strange beings come to gamble, hoping to become rich overnight. Thus, it is a place filled with gangs and a mix of good and bad. It seems this dungeon is highly likely related to making money. Li Liuli speculated, to establish one's own force and survive. In this way, he has a significant advantage. He has enough starting capital and that book made of human skin that can grant wishes. 3 days quickly passed, and on the morning of the third day, Jiang Fengyun very tacitly sought out Li Liuli, and the two lay in the blood-chi pavilion. Jiang Fengyun touched the lining of his overcoat and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Seeing there were only a few left, he satisfiedly put it back, reminding the researcher on guard by his side, "After the assessment, I want to see a new pack of cigarettes." After closing the coffin lid, about half an hour later, Li Liuli felt a burning sensation in his chest. A line of blood letters appeared before his eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen, the assessment begins." Upon touching the blood letters, Li Liuli felt a spinning sensation and, when he regained his senses, before him stood a huge, magnificent apartment. The apartment was adorned with various dazzling neon lights, the sky was close to dusk, and a few figures were visible in front of the apartment, seemingly also here to partake in the assessment. Even, there were some ordinary people inside with no signs of spiritual power. Chapter 60. At the huge gilded iron gate of the apartment, a figure wearing a pale mask and a thorn crown, known as the king, seemed to have been waiting for a long time again. "Let's go." Jiang Fengyun appeared behind Li Liuli without him noticing, holding a burning cigarette. He patted Li Liuli's shoulder, and the two walked toward Yellow Spring Town. Upon seeing Li Liuli, the king nodded at him from a distance, greeting him briefly, then addressed everyone, "Welcome to the assessment. The rules of the assessment are different from the dungeon. There is no concept of clearing, and no strange beings will descend upon your country. However, if you die here, you will instantly die in reality." Li Liuli's expression showed no change. These rules were all within his expectations. However, the king changed his tone. "If you die, we will give you the chance to become a bug. As long as you can meet the criteria, you can be promoted from bug to sheep and gain a new life." This was something Li Liuli had not anticipated. It seems that bugs are low-level strange beings formed from failed assessors. Let's stop with the small talk. The king began to introduce the rules. The rules of this assessment are simple. Survive for 7 days in Yellow Spring Town. Participate in all gambling games, and win at least once in each game. Become a member of Yellow Spring Town with at least 1 million in balance. After 7 days, those who meet all the above requirements will be ranked by their balance, from high to low, and only the top 3 can be selected. Bonus task, gain the favor of the Yellow Spring Council and become a core member. Completing this task will be considered passing the assessment. Similar to Li Liuli's guesses, in general, it's about survival, making money, and the more money earned, the higher the chance of passing the assessment. Li Liuli believes that no one among the assessors can surpass him. Just taking out one mysterious coin is enough to crush all the controllers. Unlike Li Liuli's displayed confidence, the other controllers frowned tightly after knowing the rules. They didn't have many ghost coins in their hands, just enough to gamble, barely breaking even, let alone saving up 1 million in 7 days. However, the rules didn't say anything about not being able to rob. As long as one's strength is enough, there is still a chance to complete the task. "Alright, everyone, please follow me." After a pause, Wang turned around and pushed open the huge golden iron door that was 5 meters tall. "Everyone, have fun." After leaving this sentence, he instantly disappeared. "Let's go check in first," Li Liuli said to the equally frowning Jiang Fengyun, and asked the front desk about the procedures to become a member. He took the lead towards the underworld town, where the first floor was made entirely of transparent glass, allowing everyone to see the luxurious structure inside. Seeing Li Liuli's calm demeanor, the other controllers quietly followed, ready to observe before making plans. Pushing open the glass door, there were 2 paper servants, floating in the air, adorned with black dots that looked like 2 eyeballs, examining the people entering the underworld town. Just the 2 gatekeeper servants possessed a strength at the 3rd level. Inside the hall, there were rows of structures similar to banks, with a sign on top that read, "Check-in procedures and recharge service." Li Liuli walked straight to the window, where a front desk attendant in a suit sat, his face extremely pale with some corpse-like spots. Hearing the noise, the front desk raised his head, examined Li Liuli, and finally let out a disdainful laugh. "Human? If you want to go to the underground gambling city, you need to pay a deposit of 10,000 ghost coins. If you don't have it, just get lost. This front desk attendant had clearly seen humans going to the underworld town numerous times, trying to get rich through gambling. These people generally shared one characteristic: poor. This deposit of 10,000 ghost coins was enough to shut out the vast majority of people. Sure enough, after hearing this, most of the other controllers showed an awkward expression. They didn't have so many ghost coins in their hands. The front desk naturally noticed their expressions, and the disdain in his eyes grew stronger. But Li Liuli's reaction surprised him a bit. He saw Li Liuli nod lightly after listening and said, "I understand. I want to ask about the prices for checking into the underworld town, and how I can become a member." The front desk listened and said impatiently, "Underworld town has rooms of different standards, priced between 500 to 50,000. I advise you poor folks not to check in for the sake of pride. If you can't pay, you'll have to leave something behind as debt repayment." He greedily looked around at the controllers present, licking his lips, "Like your flesh and blood, or your souls." Suddenly, Li Liuli stretched out his arm, flicked lightly, and a brass-colored coin appeared before the front desk. "I wonder if this is enough for me to check into the best room." The front desk saw Li Liuli throw out a coin and thought it was just an ordinary ghost coin, immediately laughing mockingly as he took the coin. Although the styles of ghost coins differ from region to region, other than the mysterious coins, this type of coin is usually worthless, foolish. Before the front desk could finish his sentence, he felt an extremely pure aura emanating from the coin in his hand, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The front desk picked up the coin, examined it, and finally exclaimed, "Mysterious coin? How is that possible?" In response, Li Liuli gave a cold smile. "I wonder if this coin can get me better service." The front desk became a bit incoherent, leaving his seat and crouching below the marble wall at the front desk, out of Li Liuli's sight. It seemed like he was preparing for something. "Please wait a moment." After a while, he stood up again. The difference was that the scorn on his face had completely disappeared, replaced by an extremely polite, gentle, and elegant smile. He grasped his left arm with his right hand, placed it in front of him, and deeply bowed to Li Liuli. "Esteemed guest, may I ask what service you require?" The change at the front desk caught everyone's attention, stirring a wave of emotions inside. Ghost coins are very rare, and not all ghost tamers have seen them. So they began to wildly speculate in their hearts. What on earth is it? What could make the front desk's attitude change 180 degrees? It seems this ghost tamer is very rich, but his strength doesn't seem strong. Maybe I can try to extort a bit. Li Liuli looked at the extremely respectful front desk and nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. Now, tell me how I can become a member?" "Of course, distinguished sir," the front desk bowed politely again and explained, "to become a member, you must recharge more than 100,000 at once, and your cumulative spending in the underworld must reach 300,000, which includes the recharge but excludes gambling fees." Help me recharge that ghost coin," Li Liuli continued, "and process the membership. Just register it under Mr. Li." "Alright, please wait a moment." The front desk swiftly operated, then took out a completely black card with gold edges and handed it to Li Liuli. "This is your membership card. The balance has been credited, totaling 9.99 million ghost coins after deducting handling fees." The handling fee was actually 10,000 ghost coins. So black. But for him, it was just a drop in the bucket. He still had over 62,000 ghost coins in his hand. Thinking of this, Li Liuli looked back at the front desk and smiled. "Deduct another 40,000, consider it your tip." The front desk was nearly brought to tears on the spot. With so many years of working at the underworld, his monthly salary was only about 10,000. "Thank you, esteemed sir. If you need anything, please feel free to call me. My contact information is on the membership card, you just need to tap it lightly." A tip of 40,000 ghost coins. The front desk worried that someone else might snatch this job from him. Other ghost tamers were secretly astonished. This coin was worth 10 million ghost coins? And from Li Liuli's appearance, it seemed he had no lack of money. "Arrange a double room for me, the best one. You can deduct the money from there." Li Liuli tossed the membership card to the front desk. "If there's leftover change, it can be your tip." In an unfamiliar environment, making friends with a staff member was crucial. The front desk was about to cry. Right now, he had only one thought in his mind. "I am Mr. Li's dog. I have reserved the Springtown suite for you. Do you want to check in now?" After a busy while, the front desk smiled brightly. "I can help take your luggage up." "I have no luggage," Li Liuli replied, "just take me there." "Okay." The front desk immediately took out a small sign that said "temporarily closed" and stepped outside, making a pleased gesture to Li Liuli. "Please follow me. Your toiletries and other essentials are provided in the Springtown suite. As for everyday clothes and local specialties, they can be bought at the Underworld supermarket, which is only open to members on the second floor and above." The front desk enthusiastically introduced to Li Liuli like a tour guide. Li Liuli nodded lightly and then looked at Jiang Fengyun. Shall we go? Me? Jiang Fengyun unexpectedly pointed to himself. Who else? Li Liuli raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I booked a double room. Got it. Jiang Fengyun immediately put on a bright smile and followed, without a hint of the demeanor expected of a king. At this moment, the front desk suddenly bowed slightly to Li Liuli again and said, "Sorry, please wait a moment." He turned around and looked at the other players, his expression once again becoming disdainful. If you can't afford to stay, leave early and find a place outside of Goldfall Gate to spend the night. The nights in the Yellow Springs aren't as terrifying as in the Haunted Realm. If you get a good spot, you can make it through tonight and look for a job tomorrow. He made a hand gesture to shoo them away, then quickly changed his face in front of Li Liuli, swapping it for a smile as he opened the crimson wooden door for him. "Honored guest, please come inside." Taking the elevator to the 30th floor, there was only one room on this floor, making it a spacious duplex villa. The front desk opened the villa door with a silver key and handed the key to Li Liuli. "If you need to go to the supermarket, take the elevator to the 3rd floor. Floors 3 to 5 are supermarkets, while the underground casino is on floors -1 to -3. I don't have permission to know about the structures below -3, but you can ask the manager. As for checkout issues, if you don't check out on your own, the balance will be automatically deducted from your membership card every day." Seeing Li Liuli nod, the front desk smiled, bowed, and stepped back, returning the membership card to Li Liuli, who infused spiritual power to check it. The accommodation fee was 50,000 underworld coins per day, and the service fee was 1,000 underworld coins. The remaining 9,000 underworld coins went into the front desk's tip, so Li Liuli still had a balance of 9,890,000 underworld coins. The front desk did not dare to take all 90,000 underworld coins as their tip, even though Li Liuli didn't mind. After brewing a cup of tea in the villa, Li Liuli smiled and asked, "Shall we go buy something? We'll be living here for 7 days." Jiang Fengyun said awkwardly, "I do have a lot of Huaxia coins, but as for underworld coins..." Clearly, Jiang Fengyun usually fought his way through the haunted realm and wouldn't pay attention to whether others had money. Li Liuli just raised an eyebrow. "Did I say you should pay? Let's go." Taking the elevator to the 3rd floor, there was an endless supermarket inside. The Yellow Springs was indeed vast, rivaling the largest shopping malls in reality. However, the items on the 3rd floor looked very crude. The drinking water appeared a bit murky, priced at 1 underworld coin, and the meat products had little bugs crawling through, priced between 20 to 50 underworld coins. After all, these were items provided by the haunted realm, so the quality was indeed questionable. Not lingering too long, Li Liuli pulled Jiang Fengyun, who was about to grab a piece of meat. "Let's go, the things above are better." Reluctantly, Jiang Fengyun withdrew his arm. The supermarket had a staircase to go upstairs, a spiral corridor, and after going up, there were 2 attendants in suits standing outside the door. Upon seeing Li Liuli, they stepped forward to block the way. "This area is for members only, please stop." Without saying a word, Li Liuli threw out his membership card. The attendant checked it and his expression changed, actively pushing open the glass door for Li Liuli. "Esteemed level 3 member, please." Membership even has levels? Li Liuli noticed the way they addressed him. "Based on the balance, we have divided membership into 5 levels, the attendant replied. "Then what level is the core membership?" "Level 5? Li Liuli recalled the additional details in the assessment rules. "Core membership?" The attendant seemed a bit surprised but quickly responded, "Core membership is not included in the normal membership tiers. As for how to obtain it, I'm not sure, but above core membership, there is another status." His status was even lower than the front desk, so he wasn't knowledgeable about these matters. Seeing this, Li Liuli didn't continue to ask questions. He was curious about the status above core membership, but he would need to find someone with a higher status. He already thought of a way. Spending a few million in the supermarket. Surely the manager of the supermarket will come out to greet us? Upon entering the membership supermarket, everything inside suddenly felt so much more upscale. Spirit replenishing liquid, 100 nether coins. It was just a bottle of liquid similar to mineral water, but occasionally, a spark of spiritual energy flashed within. After all, the supermarket only sold daily necessities, so the prices weren't very high, and Li Liuli couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. How many things do I have to buy to reach 1,000,000? Without hesitation, Li Liuli bought a whole box. For him, it was just right to quench his thirst. There were also some other members in the supermarket. Although they tried to dress themselves up, Li Liuli could still see the rotten flesh and some corpse spots on them. Clearly, they were all strange beings. When he bought a box of spirit replenishing liquid, a member in a black robe snickered dismissively. "You human race are just country bumpkins. Even if you get lucky and become a member, all you can drink is this lowest grade stuff." His words caught Jiang Fengyun's attention, who turned around and gave a very cold glance. "If you don't need your mouth, I would be happy to help." The black-robed strange being felt an extreme threat and trembled, but he still said menacingly, "Don't act recklessly. This is a membership supermarket, hurting members is a serious crime in the netherworld." "Oh really? Then I must give it a try." Zhang Fengyun was not intimidated by the rules here and grinned wickedly as he approached. The black-robed strange being showed a look of terror and kept retreating. He never expected that the other party would dare to disregard the rules of the netherworld. Could he be the king of the strange? Just as Zhang Fengyun was about to throw a punch at him, Li Liuli suddenly called out to him. "This is indeed a bit out of line." Li Liuli stepped in between them and smiled politely. "Excuse me, sir member, could you recommend anything here?" Seeing someone blocking Zhang Fengyun, the black-robed strange being sneered softly, straightened his clothes, and was about to say something harsh, only to meet Zhang Fengyun's murderous glare. He couldn't help but retract his neck and answered Li Liuli, "If you want a recommendation, the Spirit Spring soda here is quite good, 500 nether coins per bottle. The Blossoming Moon wine is also okay, 3,000 nether coins." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Li Liuli frowning, so he quickly added, "If you find it expensive, you could try the water of the netherworld, just 200 nether coins, it's a great bargain." "Expensive? You might have misunderstood me." Li Liuli slowly shook his head. "On the contrary, I think the things you mentioned are too cheap. I only buy expensive things, I don't care if they are right or wrong. No need to talk to me about cost-performance ratios." The black-robed strange being thought Li Liuli was just putting on a brave front. How many wealthy humans are there in the netherworld? They've all been divided by various forces long ago. "So," he said, "if you want expensive, the Dream River water is priced at 100,000 nether coins, the 9 Underworld Spirit water at 80,000 nether coins, and those wines from the Netherworld wine cellar are also very high priced." As he observed Li Liuli's expression while speaking, he realized that the other's expression didn't change at all when he mentioned the prices. Could it be that he really has money? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. "Is that so?" Under the black-robed strange being's watch, Li Liuli slightly nodded, then waved to a nearby staff member, saying, "Waiter, pack up everything this gentleman just mentioned for me in a box." "A box?" The black-robed strange being was somewhat in disbelief. He was considered a wealthy strange being in the netherworld too. A level 2 member. There were no more than 200 members above him. After all, most members were at level 1, and to upgrade, one had to have at least 5 million in balance. The items he mentioned, all together in a box, wouldn't cost less than 3 million. That staff member also seemed to be in disbelief. "Sorry, could you please say that again?" Li Liuli looked at their shocked expressions, knowing that his action was indeed correct, and nodded again, handing his membership card to the waiter. "Please wait, I'll pack it for you." Confirming this, the waiter quickly ran off, and after a while, he returned with a tall, pale-faced but very appealing unusual creature, quite different from others. "Hello, Mr. Li, I am Yin Shang, the manager of Huangquan Supermarket. I'm glad to serve you." He stretched out his arm toward Li Liuli, and after shaking hands, he continued, "We will deliver the items you purchased to your spring resort. You are a level 3 member, enjoying a 5% discount, totaling 5 million nether coins, which has been deducted from your membership card. You can check." Li Liuli received the membership card, infused it with spiritual energy, and found that there were still 4.89 million nether coins inside. It's a bit less. I will recharge it later. Thank you." Li Liuli nodded in thanks to Yin Shang, then shifted his gaze to the nearby black-robed unusual creature, who was too shocked to speak. "I would like to ask, if a member speaks disrespectfully to me, how should I respond?" "This is simple. We become a cost repayment, just need to compare the member levels of both parties." Yin Shang said with a smile. He recognized most of the members, and this black-robed creature was obviously one of them. "For example, this gentleman is a level 2 member, while you are a level 3 member, a difference of 1 level, thus you can choose from the following 3 types of cost repayment." He raised his fingers. 1. Compensation of 10,000 nether coins, and an apology. 2. Serving you for 1 day, with services equal to those of ordinary personal servants. 3. You can make 1 attack using spiritual power, and the other party can only defend. 1 attack? Li Liuli raised an eyebrow. The black-robed unusual creature wasn't very strong, around level 3, but if it had a life-saving tool on it, his single strike might not be enough to defeat it. So, he grinned and asked, "Would it be possible for someone to strike on my behalf?" Yin Shang nodded. "If the other party is your servant or bodyguard, that's fine. The rules of Huangquan Town are that simple and brutal. Even if you are a member, as long as the other party's level is higher than yours, they can handle you as they like." "All right." Li Liuli nodded and glanced at Zhang Fengyun. Zhang Fengyun immediately understood, gathered his spiritual energy, without using the controlled unusual creature, and threw a punch at the black-robed unusual creature. Bang! The black-robed unusual creature indeed had defensive tools, but under the ceiling power of the king level, it couldn't be used at all. Chapter 63. The black-robed unusual creature's face changed, and at that moment, he felt deep regret. Why couldn't he just keep his mouth shut and speak ill of the human member? Unfortunately, reality cannot be undone, and his body flew backward, crashing into the supermarket wall's glass, shattering it, and then flying outside, landing heavily near the falling gold gate, causing a stir of surprise. Did this come flying from the member's supermarket? Is it another cost repayment? I recognize him, a level 2 member. He was actually beaten to death? Quick, check if he has anything from before, we from the head hunting group want it. Meanwhile, the member's supermarket was silent. Jiang Fengyun had completely revealed his strength. King level. This mysterious human member actually had a king-level powerhouse as a servant. Looking at the entire bizarre world, few factions could achieve this. Several members still in the member's supermarket deeply glanced at Li Liuli, firmly remembering his appearance. Another unapproachable existence had appeared in Huangquan town. Listening to the sounds outside, Li Liuli took out his membership card and proactively said, "As for the compensation, deduct it from my card." Unexpectedly, Yin Shang smiled slightly, shook his head, and took out a membership card. "No need to trouble Mr. Li. We will deduct from his membership card, this is part of the rules, and the remaining money will be entirely transferred to your card at my discretion." How does that sound? Yin Shang had already gotten to know Li Liuli. On the first day in the underworld town, he had already spent 10 million ghost coins. Such a generous person is indeed a precious hidden customer in the underworld town. Plus, with a king-level servant by his side, the power behind him is unimaginable. Naturally, he didn't mind giving them some benefits, seizing the opportunity to get acquainted. Seeing this, Li Liuli slipped the membership card into his pocket. "Mr. Li, do you need to buy anything? Or is there something else you need to consult with me?" Yin Shang asked with a smile. "How can I become a core member? And above core members, what status is there?" Li Liuli inquired smoothly. Yin Shang thought for a moment and said, "I can only answer your first question. As for the second, maybe core members know, but I don't have the authority to access that information. I only know one name called Agent." "An agent? This name has many meanings." After Li Liuli nodded to show understanding, Yin Shang continued explaining. "As for core members, this identity is much more prestigious than regular members in the underworld town. After becoming a core member, you will receive the highest standard of hospitality at all properties under the management of the Underworld Council. As for the conditions to become a core member, there are 3. 1. Expenditures must exceed 100 million, including spending at the casino. 2. Provide a piece of item for the Underworld auction house, and after approval, the auction income will be credited to your membership card, so there's no need to worry. 3. Get a recommendation from a core member, or recommendations from 3 level 5 members. These 3 conditions, aside from the last one, were quite easy for Li Liuli to fulfill. I also want to buy some change of clothes, remember, it doesn't have to be the right fit, just expensive." Li Liuli handed his membership card to Yin Shang. "If that's not enough, I'll recharge it later." Seeing this, Yin Shang immediately recognized this was an opportunity to make a good impression. He signaled to a waiter behind him, not taking Li Liuli's membership card, and kindly said, "There's no need for you to spend money. You have already spent so much in one go here, so of course, we want to give back. You just need to rest a while in the suite." Li Liuli was too lazy to go back to the front desk, so he nodded and said, "All right." Back in the suite, Li Liuli sat on the soft sofa, letting out a satisfied groan. Rather than an assessment, it felt more like a vacation. Li Liuli had never stayed in such a luxurious hotel before. Just right, he had so many ghost coins with nowhere to spend them, so might as well enjoy. The things had already been packed and placed in the suite. Li Liuli casually pulled out a bottle of fine wine brewed from the underworld wine cellar and tossed it to Jiang Fengyun, while he took a bottle of otherworldly spring water for himself. "I plan to check out the nearby jobs," Jiang Fengyun suddenly said. "After all, I am part of the assessment, are you okay alone?" Although today isn't counted in the 7-day evaluation period, understanding the situation as early as possible will help with the subsequent assessment. And Jiang Fengyun's strength is just right for gathering information. If they explain voluntarily, that's fine, if not, Jiang Fengyun could help him take the initiative. Li Liuli has also mastered the spirit of the Fox King and inherited its cunning. Though he can't dominate in the underworld town, he is still a local ruler. Of course. Li Liuli smiled slightly, "I can handle the financial matters, for everything else, you'll need to work hard on your own." Hearing this, Jiang Fengyun chuckled, "Why do I feel like I've hitched a ride with a rich second generation? Don't worry, after we get out, I'll treat you to a nice meal." Though Jiang Fengyun didn't have ghost coins, he certainly had a good amount of savings in real life. Li Liuli smiled and remained silent. In reality, he also had 90 million in savings. While waiting for Yin Shang, Li Liuli opened his system and browsed the system shop, selecting 2 helpful items and purchasing them. Supreme item, Millennium Essence *1, greatly increases the purity of spiritual energy and mental power, prevents instability and strength, and can resist one curse. 10 strange coins. High-grade pill, restore divine pill, after taking it, significantly boosts mental power. 50 strange coins. During this time, Li Liuli's spiritual energy had been slowly increasing, and he had completely consumed that bug's corpse. His spiritual energy was about to break through 5,000. However, compared to his mental power, which was still weak at 330. This was a point he really needed to enhance. Controlling the Fox King had not brought about an increase in mental power, likely due to him exploiting a bug in the quest. Summoning the Fox King to fight for him would directly deplete his mental power. This was not what Li Liuli wanted. He immediately took the Restore Divine Pill. Then, he felt as if countless needles were piercing his mind, a tearing pain radiating from his head, lasting nearly 10 minutes. Until cold sweat soaked through Li Liuli's clothes, that tearing pain gradually disappeared. However, the resulting improvement was also quite obvious. Current mental power, 500. With 500 points of mental power, he should be able to allow the Fox King to attack twice. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the suite was knocked on, and Li Liuli saw Yin Shan personally holding a handbag trimmed with gold and decorated with a shining gem, standing at the door. Chapter 64. After Li Liuli opened the door for him, Yin Shan smiled and proactively introduced, I prepared 2 sets of clothing for you, made from Suzu wood, one of the 9 nether pits. They are all of mid-tier cursed item quality, able to resist the erosion of Yin energy, and have no side effects. This was something he carefully selected. Suzu wood is located in the 3rd pit of the 9 nether. Although its overall strength isn't strong, it produces a lot of mid-tier and high-tier materials like Suzu wood. Weapons and clothing made from Suzu wood can resist the erosion of Yin energy from the strange realm during the night and can even defend against some low-tier attacks. Moreover, Suzu wood emits a unique fragrance, which is particularly attractive to female spirits. Though Yin Shan didn't know if Suzu wood could attract human women, he still put in his best effort. If bought, these 2 sets of clothes would cost no less than 20 million ghost coins, far exceeding the price of other strange items of the same tier, even cursed items. After all, this is a set of clothes, a luxury product, and thus would be overpriced in every way, whether in reality or the strange realm. This aligns perfectly with Mr. Li's motto, it's not about being right, but about being expensive. If it weren't for Li Liuli being mysterious enough in his eyes and having a noble identity, he wouldn't have the heart to give him such clothes. He only earned less than 5 million ghost coins a month, and these 2 sets of clothes would account for 4 months of his salary. Naturally, Li Liuli didn't know any of this. He thought Yin Shan would only give him some ordinary clothes and didn't expect them to be comparable to mid-tier cursed items. Thank you very much for your kindness, Brother Yin. Li Liuli took the handbag and set it aside, asking, do you know some core members? Could you recommend me? As for the referral fee, it's all negotiable. Li Liuli conjured a strange coin in his hand, gently playing with it, looking at Yin Shan with a half-smile. Yin Shan's eyes widened at the sight of that strange coin. This one strange coin was equivalent to his salary for 2 months. But for Mr. Li, it seemed like an unremarkable 1 ghost coin. How extravagant and inhumane. In his heart, Yin Shan unconsciously elevated Li Liuli's status again. Anyway, core members are in the corpse realm. Although it may not be widely known, it is indeed somewhat famous. So, he said, I do know of a core member still in the Yellow Spring, a heavy drinker we all call Miss Long. She is staying there for tomorrow night's auction of the drunken Yellow Spring. Miss Long? Isn't she the owner of that villa from my first time in the dungeon? Li Liuli felt a shock in his heart. Although Miss Long's strength at level May 5th seem a bit lacking in my current eyes, she is indeed very wealthy. Clearly, she should have a huge force backing her. How can a core member still need to come here to buy wine? Li Liuli was filled with questions in his heart. Yin Shan seemed to see Li Liuli's doubts and immediately answered, the 3 famous wines of the Yellow Spring can only be sold at the auctions in the Yellow Spring, and there are no channels elsewhere, so they are very precious. These 3 famous wines are Drunken Yellow Spring, Twin Flowers, and Forgetting Worries Soup, which are dreams that countless drinkers cannot reach. Yin Shan answered with a smile, you can also buy a bottle to try, but I recommend the Cleansing Soul Brew here, which is fresher and sweeter compared to the first 3, leaving an endless aftertaste. And the Cleansing Soul Brew is also known as the 4th famous wine of the Yellow Spring cellar, which is equally rare. When Yin Shan spoke these words, his eyes revealed an endless yearning. Clearly, he was also a creature who loved to drink. With his financial power, it might even be difficult for him to buy a bottle of Cleansing Soul Brew. If only I could drink a sip in my lifetime. Yin Shan dreamed in his heart. The Yellow Spring cellar is the biggest winery in the entire strange realm. Although the wine brewed daily is very scarce, it is all top-notch. Cleansing Soul Brew? It seems like I still have a few dozen bottles? They were originally meant for watering flowers, but since the last dungeon, the Manjasaka had died, he had been leaving the Cleansing Soul Brew in the system space, almost gathering dust. I will give it a try when I have the chance. Li Liuli stood up and threw the ghost coin in his hand. Seeing this, Yin Shan's face immediately lit up with joy. Rich. But soon, the coin disappeared into thin air. Shang's face stiffened, his outstretched hand became somewhat awkward in midair. Mr. Li, what do you mean? Even for someone as cultured as Shang, who works in the Yellow Spring, his face couldn't hide his embarrassment. To this, Li Liuli was unhurried, took out a small glass bottle, and softly said, I was planning to give you a bottle of cleansing soul brew, but if you prefer that ghost coin, I don't mind. As he spoke, he was ready to take back the cleansing soul brew. No. Once Shang realized the glass bottle in Li Liuli's hand contained cleansing soul brew, he immediately disregarded his image and shouted, kneeling down on both knees, hugging Li Liuli's thigh. Li Liuli smiled slightly and handed him the cleansing soul brew. Mr. Li, I cannot thank you enough. If you need help in the future, please call me anytime. After receiving the cleansing soul brew, Shang's voice trembled as he handed Li Liuli his business card, containing his personal contact information. There is something for you to do now. Please speak, sir. Your matter is my matter. Help me contact Lady Long. Li Liuli said slowly, just say that an old friend invites her to meet, the location is right here. They actually know each other? Shang was startled in his heart. Behind Lady Long is the 8th prison of the 9 Nether prison, the Eternal Prison. There lives creatures with dragon bloodlines, all extraordinarily powerful and equally proud. Even when it comes to the Yellow Spring Council, they would not bow their heads. After Shang went out, Li Liuli first took a shower and changed into a deep brown suit. The soft texture stuck to his skin, bringing a slight coolness and faint fragrance. It is indeed very comfortable. After changing clothes, Li Liuli leaned back on the sofa. Close your eyes and take a rest. Soon, Li Liuli noticed Shang arriving at the door with a woman in a black dress. The door opened automatically, and Li Liuli exchanged a surprised glance with Mrs. Long. It's you? The little guy from the villa last time? Last time they met, he was only at level 1, now he's rapidly approaching level 3? Such a speed of growth is truly rare in the eerie world. Upon seeing Li Liuli, Mrs. Long seemed to have an idea, her eyes sparkling, but she still made an effort to keep a cool expression on her face, instructing Shang, you can go now. Okay. After Shang left, Mrs. Long no longer maintained her cool demeanor, quickly walking over and grabbing Li Liuli's arm. Chapter 65. Do you still have any wine here? She sat down beside Li Liuli, and he could see the fine scales on her pale skin and her proud rising chest. Of course, don't worry. Li Liuli smiled as he took out a bottle of soul-purifying brew and opened the cork. With a crisp sound, an unusual fragrance of the wine spread through the air, and Mrs. Long's cheeks quickly flushed with a hint of red, as if she were already drunk. Indeed, she is a lover of fine wine. Hurry, give it to me. Mrs. Long attempted to snatch the soul-purifying brew from Li Liuli's hands, but he cleverly dodged her. Mrs. Long, I have something to ask this time. Li Liuli said, but before he could finish, he heard Mrs. Long quickly reply. I agree to it. Li Liuli was taken aback, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Mrs. Long snatched the soul-purifying brew and took a big gulp. She let out a long, satisfying sigh, it's been a long time since I've drunk such fine wine. In the Eternal Prison, alcohol is forbidden for sale and use. Once discovered, one becomes a sacrifice for the Eternal Abyss Great Array. The Eternal Abyss is the pinnacle level 3 formation of the Eternal Prison, and it's why the Eternal Prison ranks 8th among the 9 hell prisons, second only to the Abyss of No Return. After finally escaping the Eternal Prison, the first thing Mrs. Long thought of was to come to the Yellow Springs and buy a bottle of good wine. After taking 2 more sips, Mrs. Long finally looked at Li Liuli and asked, what is it? It's simple. Li Liuli replied, I want to become a core member, I need a recommendation. Just that? No problem. Mrs. Long readily agreed, I'll recommend you to the agent tomorrow. So simple? Li Liuli hadn't even reacted yet. Could he really become a core member so easily, through evaluation? He still wanted to vacation here. Is there anything else? Mrs. Long reluctantly stored half a bottle of soul-purifying brew into her ring and looked at Li Liuli. Though they had met for the first time, and she had killed the chef who had accompanied her for over a decade. But she had wine in her hands. No more. Li Liuli replied helplessly. Do you still have soul-purifying brew? I can buy it for 1 billion underworld coins a bottle, how about that? Mrs. Long still had her eyes on the wine in Li Liuli's hands. Every time she saw him pull out a bottle, he must have plenty left. I don't lack money. Li Liuli shook his head slowly, if you like, I can give you a bottle as a friendship gift. As he spoke, he took out another bottle of soul-purifying brew and handed it to Mrs. Long. Mrs. Long did not refuse, accepting the soul-purifying brew and saying, from the looks of you, you must be here to participate in the guide assessment? Her words surprised Li Liuli. She actually knew about this. Mrs. Long saw through Li Liuli's thoughts, crossed her legs and said lightly, "Every corps member receives an invitation to become a guide. I just refused, for the same reason as you. I also don't lack money." It seems being a guide is not necessarily a sought-after profession. Li Liuli thought in his heart, remaining silent and patiently listening. If it weren't to understand the upper-level alliance and how the instances operated, he wouldn't think of becoming a guide. The upper-level alliance is a very mysterious force, no one knows their details. After becoming a guide, one will be bound by many rules, and if one wishes to be promoted, there will be life-threatening dangers. In general, I believe that those guides are also part of a huge copy. Her words plunged Li Liuli into deep thought. All the clues were too few and scattered, Li Liuli couldn't grasp them for a while. To promote from a sheep to a human, one needs to accumulate a certain number of ghost coins, though the exact amount is unknown. Based on the first copy, that guide worked for so long and still lacked 1 billion ghost coins, so this number should be quite high, and there is no guarantee there are no other additional conditions. The condition for a human to promote to a king was the only information discovered by the strategy group, but considering that humans are deceitful, the information might not be completely trustworthy. If you want to become a guide, it's better to be cautious. Let's stop talking about this. Lady Long quickly ended the topic. I live on the 20th floor, room 201. If you need something, you can come find me. At least in the Yellow Spring town, there's rarely anything I can't solve. By the way, you smell really good, but I suggest you be careful. Suzuki's scent will attract some female evil beings, if the other party is stronger than you. She reminded. Even with dragon blood in her body, Lady Long still found it hard to resist Suzuki's scent. This clothing has such an effect? The Shang dynasty really put in a lot of effort. Li Liuli raised his eyebrow and said, I understand. Having controlled a king, he naturally wouldn't become a plaything for female evils. I'm leaving now. I'll treat you to dinner another day, you can talk to me when you come to the eternal hell. Lady Long also gave Li Liuli face and acknowledged him as a friend. After leaving this sentence, she left the suite. Thus, in the world of the evil, Li Liuli truly had a force to protect him. After Lady Long left, Li Liuli opened his system again, sensing that the system had given him another task. Main task, become an agent, purchase copies, become a guide. At least the system had never betrayed him, and becoming a guide shouldn't be too dangerous. The fact that one could purchase copies surprised Li Liuli. Copies can actually be bought. After closing the system, Li Liuli planned to wander around other places in Yellow Spring Town to sort out his chaotic thoughts. When he arrived on the first floor, he saw Jiang Fengyun holding 2 roasted unknown evil meat legs. He ended up buying 2 pieces of meat in the normal area of the Yellow Spring supermarket and even roasted them. Seeing Li Liuli, he ran over and handed the roasted meat to Li Liuli. Try it, it's quite fragrant. Li Liuli recalled the maggots writhing between the meat seams, his mouth twitching. No thanks, we can go to the restaurant to eat in a bit. You young people are just being picky. Jiang Fengyun took a big bite of meat and mumbled with his mouth full, not clean, but eating it won't make you sick. Did you gain some information? Li Liuli shifted the topic. Yes. Jiang Fengyun swallowed the meat in his mouth and said, that underground casino has some special projects besides those identical to reality. Like what? Li Liuli immediately became interested. If it were just ordinary projects, Li Liuli could easily win with the human skin book. Controlling the gambling game would be thousands of times easier than manipulating a king. I can't say clearly, we can go take a look together. Li Liuli nodded, then followed Jiang Fengyun and arrived outside Yellow Spring Town, finding an elevator. Chapter 66. Only the external elevator can lead to the underground, which gives those external gangs an opportunity. Jiang Fengyun said as he pointed to the Golden Falls Gate, where a few small evils were walking toward the 2 of them. Hey! Brothers, are you going to gamble? One of them, who had heavy makeup on his face, asked. The skin, patterned with cracks like ceramic, spoke first. Is there something? Li Liuli answered faintly. If the other side wanted to find trouble with him, he wouldn't mind killing a chicken to scare the monkey and establish his authority. It's gambling, beginners are easily tricked. Why not lend us some money? We'll gamble for you. How about 37%? The little demon grinned. Only 70%? Li Liuli frowned. 70% is ours, you get 30%. Seeing Li Liuli did not refuse, the little demon instantly saw him as a soft persimmon and laughed coldly. What do you think? Isn't it a good deal? The little demon pulled out a small knife and waved it in his hand, seemingly trying to intimidate Li Liuli. This was already a blatant robbery. The other 2 little demons also revealed sharp knives, grinning as they looked at Li Liuli. Seeing the other side tear off the mask, many hidden gazes gathered here, and Li Liuli stopped talking, preparing to summon the Fox King to give these little demons a small shock. Just as he raised his hand, ready to sense and control the Fox King, he suddenly realized that the Fox King's spirit had mysteriously disappeared. The Fox King's spirit was dependent on the arena's formation. Now that the formation has vanished, the spirit won't last long. The system explained to him, summarizing it simply. The bug has been fixed. Li Liuli's expression instantly turned a bit ugly. To control the Fox King, he had consumed a gathering spirit talisman and a high-level demon control card. Compensation will be issued. Gained, top-tier demon control card *1, gathering spirit talismans *3, fierce demon extraction card *1. Your item, fierce demon experience card, can be upgraded to king-level experience card. King-level experience card, temporarily possess power of level 7 for 15 minutes. Fierce demon extraction card, randomly extract different levels of fierce demons based on luck, controllable with the demon control card. Unlocking the luck system. Current luck value, E, can be improved by purchasing special items in the system mall. Li Liuli's sad expression suddenly halted. It seemed he wasn't at a loss. But this luck value was indeed a bit low. He might as well wait for a better opportunity to use the fierce demon extraction card. Human brat, I advise you to hand over the money obediently, or you'll be in for a rude awakening. The leading ceramic little demon, seeing Li Liuli's fluctuating expression, thought he was scared and grew bolder. In his perception, Li Liuli's strength was only level 2. You small fries don't need me to take action. After thinking for a while, Li Liuli ultimately chose to let Zhang Fengyun handle the fight for him, stepping back 2 steps to stand behind Zhang Fengyun. Zhang Fengyun's strength was stronger, making it easier for these thugs to feel wary. Zhang Fengyun was still gnawing on a piece of calf meat. The leading little demon was only level 3, while the other 2 were level 1, so Li Liuli could handle them on his own, and he didn't pay much attention. But seeing Li Liuli retreat behind him, he reluctantly threw the calf meat on the ground and turned back to say, I want a big portion later. You can eat as much as you want. Li Liuli laughed heartily. Only then did Zhang Fengyun step forward, stretching his bones, saying, Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Since Zhang Fengyun did not actively reveal his aura, in the eyes of the 3 little demons, Zhang Fengyun was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person dared to underestimate him. He immediately gripped the sharp knife tightly, leaping high to stab at Zhang Fengyun's neck. In response, Zhang Fengyun did not dodge or avoid. Truly a reckless fool. The ceramic little demon's eyes hardened, the small knife stabbing into Zhang Fengyun's neck. Clang! Unexpectedly, a surprising event occurred. The knife made a crisp sound upon hitting Zhang Fengyun's neck, then shattered into several pieces. And Zhang Fengyun, in turn, seized the little demon's arm, lifting him like a chick. Haven't you eaten? Zhang Fengyun held onto the little demon's shoulders on both sides. Slowly apply force. Zazala! Little ghost was instantly torn in half, dropped on the ground, dead as can be. The remaining 2 little ghosts saw this, their faces instantly turned panicked, but their reaction was quick. Kicked a hard nail. The wind howled. They immediately fled into the crowd. Want to escape? Li Liuli took out his bone soul gun and aimed at the 2 little ghosts. Bang! Bang! The 2 little ghosts fell dead in a pool of blood. Let's go. Li Liuli said to Zhang Fengyun. Wait. Zhang Fengyun suddenly stopped Li Liuli, then picked up all 3 little ghost corpses, smiling. I just realized, the meat of these little ghosts smells pretty good, let's take it back to eat. His words made the other ghostly beings present feel a chill down their backs, unable to look directly into Zhang Fengyun's eyes. After Li Liuli entered the elevator, after a while, the silent group of ghosts gradually returned to life, beginning to discuss. Are those 2 humans new? I've never seen them before. They easily killed a 2nd-tier ghost. That middle-aged man's strength is probably above 4th tier. 4th tier? He could be a vice leader in our gang. Isn't that why you say your gang is weak? But those 3 little ghosts are from the head hunting gang, their boss has some background. Isn't it just relying on a rich woman? I could do that too. You should go look in the mirror first, ugh. Entering the casino, the noisy atmosphere hit Li Liuli like a wave, forcing him to rub his ears to adapt to the noise here. The dim scene before him was no different from a real casino. Croupiers were dealing cards, and waiters were coming and going. On a cork table were various dice and playing cards. Li Liuli wasn't worried about these gambling games, so he didn't pay much attention, but directly let Zhang Fengyun take him to see those special betting games. At the corner of the corridor, Li Liuli saw a cage, not too big, not too small. Inside were 2 rotting creatures, looking like dogs that had been dead for years, biting each other. Beside them, many fierce ghosts stood outside the cage, constantly shouting and cursing. Make it bite to death. I've placed quite a bit of money on this. Zhang Fengyun explained, this is one of them, called cage dog fighting. The rule is to choose a corpse dog to fight against the one chosen by the banker, and spectators can place bets, but participants cannot. If you win against the banker, you will receive 10,000 underworld coins at once. You can also increase the bet. Additionally, there are some extra rules where you can add money to swap your corpse dog with the banker's choice, or buy some special pills for the corpse dog. In summary, it's not really gambling, but more like a test of financial power. Zhang Fengyun continued, but for you, this kind of game is quite simple. Compared to other betting games, cage dog fighting is indeed a bit strange. Perhaps, I can try my current luck value, how much I need to win a game. Li Liuli planned to test how lucky or unlucky he truly was. After all, luck sounds terrible. So, he squeezed in and approached the banker. At that moment, the dogs in the cage had already decided the winner. The banker's chosen corpse dog won, so he could continue to be the banker. Seeing this, Li Liuli immediately spoke up, I want to participate. The banker saw Li Liuli, noticing that he was an unfamiliar young human, immediately smiled brightly. Another one coming to donate money. Okay. He said with a smile, pointing to several cages on the ground, each containing different corpse dogs, 5,000 entry fee, choose a corpse dog. Saying this, he casually tossed 3 1,000 underworld coin bills on top of the cages. Do you need cash? Li Liuli frowned. Of course, that's the fun of the game, you don't have any money, do you? The banker's expression instantly turned cold. If you don't have money, don't embarrass yourself here, get lost. Who says I don't have money? Li Liuli took out all the remaining ghost coins in his system space, about 3 million in total. I want to raise the bet. Li Liuli casually tossed a ghost coin worth 10,000, looking provocatively at the dealer. This time, the losing side would have to pay double, which is 20,000 ghost coins. If the dealer didn't match, then the 5,000 ghost coins would be a total waste. He actually has so much money? The dealer was stunned for a moment, appearing to think, carefully observing Li Liuli's expression, and finally chose to call. What kind of storm can a newbie stir up? This one. Li Liuli casually pointed at a fierce-looking corpse dog, which was brought out by the staff. Would you like to exchange? The dealer asked. After seeing Li Liuli shake his head, the staff tossed both dogs into the central cage. The dog chosen by Li Liuli was obviously bigger than the dealer's. Just when he thought he had victory in his hands, he suddenly saw his chosen dog suddenly limp its hind leg while running. It twisted its leg. With that, the corpse dog's agility dropped significantly. Coupled with its heavy size, it was soon bitten to death by the dealer's corpse dog. Seeing this, the dealer laughed heartily. Thank you for your generosity, sir. Li Liuli's brows darkened. Am I really this unlucky? He refused to believe it, choosing several more corpse dogs, but without exception, they were all bitten to death by the dealer's dogs. The dealer's smile became increasingly radiant, while more black lines appeared on Li Liuli's forehead. Finally, Li Liuli sighed in resignation and tossed out his remaining 2 million. He had already lost nearly 1 million. However, if he won this round, he could win it all back. Seeing this, the dealer was overjoyed. I call. The nearby gamblers also laughed sarcastically. He's really a newbie, losing twice and getting carried away, choosing to go all in. Although he does have a lot of money, it can't make up for his stupidity. Don't say another word. I'm going all in too, betting on the dealer. Li Liuli coldly watched all of this without speaking. After all the gamblers finished placing their bets, just as the staff was about to put the 2 corpse dogs into the cage, he suddenly spoke. Wait. Li Liuli's words instantly attracted everyone's attention. The staff also stopped their actions. I remember, isn't there a rule that allows spending money to buy medicine for the corpse dogs? The staff nodded, there is indeed such a rule. Upon hearing this, the dealer immediately laughed mockingly, sarcastically saying, Kid, you already went all in, where would you find extra money? Even if you have it, it couldn't possibly be more than mine now? He smiled broadly, spreading out the money he had won from Li Liuli, mocking to the fullest. The surrounding gamblers burst into laughter. Still want to compete in financial strength? This human kid must be out of his mind. Li Liuli remained unfazed and continued to speak to the staff. I wonder if I can exchange for ghost coins here? Upon hearing this, the staff revealed a greedy expression. Of course, what would you like to exchange? Flesh and blood, or a soul? Everyone thought that Li Liuli was now just a high-stakes gambler. Such people often made very irrational decisions. Unexpectedly, Li Liuli shook his head. Who said I want to use these to exchange? He flipped his hand, and a strange coin instantly appeared in his palm. Is that a strange coin? The staff's pupils shrank and exclaimed. A strange coin? Upon hearing this, the dealer also showed a shocked expression while looking at Li Liuli. How could he have a strange coin? Can it be exchanged? Li Liuli calmly repeated amidst the astonished gazes. Of course. The staff took the strange coin and said, according to the rules, we need to deduct a certain transaction fee. The staff pulled out stacks of ghost coins, each worth 100,000, totaling more than 90 notes. Now, use all the medicine available, no matter the cost? Li Liuli continued speaking. Based on the bottom line, it will cost a total of 3 million. The waiter replied. This is a very unwise deal. Even if Li Liuli wins, he will still lose money. But I am willing. Without a second thought, Li Liuli tossed 3 million to the waiter. Faced with such an insulting action, the banker's face turned gloomy, going pale with anger. He bit his teeth and said, "Can't you afford it?" "No choice, just too much money." Li Liuli said calmly, "You can buy too, can't you? Didn't you say your financial capacity is greater than mine? Buy. Why not buy?" The banker's face turned green, and he lowered his head, falling silent. In the end, just as expected, Li Liuli won the game, although overall he still lost 1 million, but he also bankrupted the banker. After this gambling match, Li Liuli realized how low his current luck truly was. It seems he must enhance his luck quickly, or even drinking cold water will get stuck in his teeth. Li Liuli left the area of the dogfights, following Jiang Fengyun to the next gambling game, while opening the system mall. Would you like to upgrade the system mall? Required, 10 billion underworld coins / 1,000 ghost coins. The number which he couldn't reach before is now just a drop in the ocean. Upgrade. Upgrade successful. The refresh probability of top-tier items has slightly increased. The refresh probability of items below high tier has slightly decreased. The mall added 5 shopping bars. In the mall, the subsequent 5 locked shopping bars were unlocked, revealing 5 items. Among them, one item caught Li Liuli's attention. High-tier item, 4-leaf clover, wearing it can greatly enhance luck. Price, 10 ghost coins. Bought it. In Li Liuli's hand appeared a delicate bracelet, made up of a series of green 4-leaf clovers. Current luck value, D. It increased significantly. Although it is still very low. Next, Jiang Fengyun led Li Liuli to a few special gambling games, but generally speaking, there weren't significant issues, thanks to the human skin book, which made it quite easy to resolve. Li Liuli also arrived at level -4. The front desk had previously said that he was not qualified to know below level -4, which made Li Liuli quite curious. Level -4 was sealed off by a heavy metal door, and outside the door stood a fierce statue, its face twisted and covered with sharp stone spikes. Its blood-red eyes seemed to be watching Li Liuli and Jiang Fengyun closely. Stone Demon, a B-level threat, with a strength roughly at levels 5 to 6. Jiang Fengyun actually recognized the fierce creature in front of them, whispering softly. Li Liuli tried to approach the heavy door, and the Stone Demon instantly came to life, its spikes expanding and thrusting toward Li Liuli. Li Liuli had long been prepared and quickly leaped back, dodging the Stone Demon's attack. Restricted area ahead, please leave. The Stone Demon issued a deep voice. Not even for a member? Li Liuli asked. Only core members are qualified to enter. The Stone Demon remained cold, its crimson eyes tinged with ferocity. Seeing this, Li Liuli shook his head in disappointment and was about to leave when he suddenly heard Jiang Fengyun say, "The rules do not seem to say that we cannot attack these servants, right?" Li Liuli instinctively nodded, then watched Jiang Fengyun throw a punch at the Stone Demon. The pressure of royal class suddenly erupted, and the Stone Demon's red eyes flashed with fear. Before it had time to react, it exploded instantly. Not much skill, but a lot of trouble. Amid the piercing sirens, Jiang Fengyun retracted his fist, lit a cigarette, and flashed a sunny smile at Li Liuli. "Look. Problem solved." Li Liuli felt a wave of speechlessness. Although it's not explicitly stated in the rules, killing servants will likely cause huge troubles, you should understand, right? After a moment of silence, Li Liuli finally spoke. "So what? I haven't broken any rules of the instance." Jiang Fengyun said carelessly. "All right." Li Liuli rubbed his forehead. "When the people arrive, just stand behind me and don't say anything. I'll handle it." Huang Quanxian pays great attention to identity, and identity is tied to money. He has already contacted Yin Shang. As long as Jiang Fengyun stops trying to explain things his way, then this issue should still be solvable. The Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Outside Li Liuli's blood-chi coffin, an old man dressed in a blue robe, looking extremely aged, was leaning on a broken wooden cane, quietly staring at Li Liuli. The big door of the room had been closed at some unknown time, making it exceptionally quiet. If the researchers outside saw him, they would surely drop their jaws. Old Chu, the chief inspector of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, the highest commander. This was a national treasure, someone who usually only appears at the administrative center of Bay City. "It's about time to come out." The old man's voice was rusted and hoarse, looking as if he might breathe his last at any moment. The courtyard remained quiet. Seeing this, Old Chu seemed a bit angry and heavily tapped the ground with his cane. "What? Do you not even want to see me? Chu Ji-cho, you have aged." In the air, a gentle breeze seemed to sweep by, bringing a glimmer of spirit, and Louis Shou's figure slowly appeared amid the light, standing with his hands behind his back. "I'm not as carefree as you." Zhu Shiqiu huffed softly, I have poured all my heart and soul into this land. Lu Yishou said nothing but turned around to carefully observe the slumbering Li Liuli, murmuring to himself, I am also using different methods. Have you gone back to the Lu family to see? He misses you very much. Zhu Shiqiu changed the subject. I have already harnessed 2 fierce ghosts. If I go back, my old man will probably beat me to death. Lu Yishou replied with a wry smile, even though he may not necessarily be able to beat me now. The Lu family has always been a martial arts family, so naturally, they won't agree with your initial choice to enter the secular world and harness fierce ghosts. Zhu Shiqiu comforted. However, your skills have also reached great mastery, so when you go back, others won't have any objections. Lu Yishou was also extremely rare, a genius who harnessed fierce ghosts while practicing martial arts. No, there are still people who need my care. Lu Yishou said softly. Without relying on external forces and that person Wang Lingti, his strength is not top tier in the ghostwriting world. Zhu Shiqiu said. That's because he has not yet completely liberated his true nature. Lu Yishou said mysteriously, over all these years, I have only seen hope in him. Is that so? Zhu Shiqiu remained non-committal, the next national fortune war is about to begin. If he wants to grow quickly, he must participate, but his strength doesn't even reach a passing line. About to break through to level 3, he is an incredibly inconspicuous existence among any hidden family. National fortune war. The last time we fought side by side was also there. Lu Yishou felt a bit emotional, I remember at that time, other countries couldn't even find someone who could hurt you. According to Lu Yishou's tone, Zhu Shiqiu seemed even stronger than him. It's the same now. Zhu Shiqiu's tone was calm, but it seemed to disdain everything, however, it was also that time that caused other countries to start teaming up to hunt down our Huaxia's geniuses. Then they are really asking for their own death. A killing intent bloomed in Lu Yishou's eyes, but it quickly disappeared without a trace, I will come for this national fortune war. After all, once our Little Li kills the geniuses of those small countries, those old farts will definitely be furious. He is participating in the national fortune war for Huaxia. We must protect him well. Zhu Shiqiu assured. I hope so. Lu Yishou's tone was deep with meaning. Standing outside the door, Li Liuli felt a chill breeze blowing from behind. What's going on? A fierce ghost with sharp teeth and a nasty look appeared in front of Li Liuli. His gaze was icy. Li Liuli could sense a hint of an almost imperceptible threat emanating from him. Even Jiang Fengyun felt tense at this moment, looking at the eerie figure before him. I'm truly sorry. In the oppressive atmosphere, it was still Li Liuli who spoke first with a forced smile. Chapter 69. At the same time, Li Liuli took out his membership card, I am willing to compensate the full amount. A member, huh? When the eerie figure saw Li Liuli present his membership card, his expression softened slightly. But when he noticed that Li Liuli was only a level 3 member, and saw the balance, his face turned cold again. With this little money, you cannot repay the debt. The eerie figure snorted in anger, according to the rules, you must pay with your life and compensate 10 million. 10 million? That's not much. Li Liuli thought for a moment and asked, how much is a life worth? The eerie figure sneered and said, you are just a level 2 member, according to the rules, you must repay with your life. Is that so? Li Liuli's gaze did not change as a series of eerie coins appeared in his hand, nearly 10 pieces. This is 100 million yen coins. The security guard, the eerie figure, saw the eerie coins in Li Liuli's hand and froze in surprise. I wonder if this money can repay the debt. Li Liuli said, if I recharge 100 million, my membership level should rise by 1. The security guard fell silent, and after a long while, he said, every security guard is my brother, even if you are a level 3 member, paying 100 million won't do. Brothers, huh? I understand. Li Liuli revealed a look that said he understood, and then another hand appeared with 20 eerie coins. What about now? 300 million yen coins. If recharged in the balance, it could directly become a level 4 member. This is the highest level that can be achieved with money. The security guard didn't expect Li Liuli to be this wealthy. He was somewhat tempted, and at the same time, felt a sense of greed. The other party is so rich, he has to extort a good amount. Just as he prepared to raise the stakes, Yin Shang suddenly appeared at the entrance of the negative 4th floor and, upon seeing the security guard, the eerie figure, immediately said, what are you doing? Someone destroyed and killed the security on the negative 4th floor, I am punishing them according to the law. The security guard, the eerie figure, saw Yin Shang appear and immediately turned respectful in his gaze as he answered. Yin Shang is somewhat of a decision maker in the Yellow Springs, and if that agent doesn't appear, basically everything in the Yellow Springs is decided by him. Now that he has appeared here, it proves that Li Liuli's identity is clearly not simple. The security guard suddenly felt something was off. Even if this Mr. Li has made a mistake, did that security guard make no mistakes at all? In Shang turned to look at Li Liuli, smiling, and said, "Come on, Mr. Li, please tell me what happened." Good heavens! Does this favoritism have to be so obvious? I came to the negative fourth floor to have a look, and this security guard suddenly attacked me. My attendant was worried about my safety and retaliated, not expecting to kill him. With that, Mr. Li, you have no fault. In Shang said immediately after listening to Li Liuli, "It's the security guard's own fault. How can he attack our guests at will?" Isn't that right? In Shang smiled at the security guard, the eerie figure. "I think you should reflect on your own reasons." Manager In is right. The security guard, the eerie figure, lowered his head. If at that time I had accepted Mr. Li's coins and gave him some face, it would have been fine. The security guard was filled with regret. Why did I have to be this greedy? Alright, now go back and reflect. In Shang commanded, and once the security guard left, he smiled and asked Li Liuli, "I wonder if you are satisfied with how I handled this, Mr. Li?" MHM. Seeing Li Liuli nod, In Shang bowed again and said, "Then I will take my leave first. If there is anything else, you can contact me at any time." A level 6 security guard and a distinguished mysterious guest, In Shang, was still clear-headed. "Excuse me, how many levels of membership are needed to enter below level 4? Li Liuli asked. What surprised Li Liuli was that the usually easygoing In Shang suddenly showed a troubled expression. "To enter below level 4, you must obtain the consent of the agent." In Shang said with a hint of apology in his tone, "This is not something I can decide, I'm very sorry." Okay. Li Liuli saw this and had to give up. He was just about to head back when he suddenly heard a strange voice behind him again. "No worries, if Mr. Li wants to go in, I can take you to have a look." Li Liuli quickly turned around and found a person wearing a pale human skin mask walking slowly towards him. A guide? Li Liuli's body instantly tensed up, mainly because the previous encounter with the person had left a deep impression on him. He really didn't want to deal with person anymore. "Ah, I'm sorry, did I scare you?" The other party seemed to notice Li Liuli's tense body, removed the mask blocking his face, and threw it beside Li Liuli, revealing an extremely pale but beautiful face that squinted and smiled. Respectful agent. Upon seeing the other party, In Shang immediately knelt on one knee and gently pressed a hand to his chest. "You go ahead and be busy, this Mr. Li will be taken care of by me." The agent said with a smile, looking at Li Liuli, and introduced himself, "You can just call me Zero." Li Liuli. Li Liuli simply introduced himself and asked, "I wonder what Mr. Zero has come to see me for." Zero still wore that smiling expression, and Li Liuli could not see what was on his mind through his eyes. "Ms. Long recommended you to become a core member, so as the agent, I naturally have to come personally to assess you." Zero answered gently, "Let your attendant go back first, next, I will conduct an assessment on you." "So soon?" Li Liuli looked at the time, it was already past midnight, arriving at the first day of the guide assessment. This means that if Li Liuli passes Zero's test, he can directly complete the guide's assessment. So, he looked at Jiang Fengyun, "You go back first, stay at my place for the next few days. My membership card should still have enough balance, but the rest you will have to figure out yourself." "Be careful then." Jiang Fengyun nodded upon hearing this and then turned to leave. "So, shall we begin?" Zero's voice suddenly became melodious, and he had, who knows when, pulled out a fox mask and held it to his cheek. "Okay." After Li Liuli simply responded, the other person handed the mask to him. "Do you like masks? Why does he keep emphasizing masks?" Li Liuli felt a bit confused. Seeing Li Liuli shake his head, Zero was not annoyed and continued to keep his expression, tossing the mask close to Li Liuli, then pushed open the door to level 4 below. Follow me. Chapter 70. As Li Liuli entered level 4 below, he was shocked to find that this place was surprisingly like a library. On rows of old-fashioned bookshelves were many items that Li Liuli found very familiar. The yellow books that every guide needs to carry. Are these all copies? Li Liuli was somewhat startled. If he looked at the yellow books here, then encountering these copies in the future would be much easier. However, Zero's next words extinguished Li Liuli's thoughts. Here are some unfinished copies, classified into 4 different types: sheep, person, king, shadow. Meanwhile, Jiang Fengyun had just left the elevator and headed into the depths of the underworld, and this scene was seen by a member of the head hunt gang who was watching nearby. Immediately running towards the gang's location, I told a certain Li Gui who had a middle-part hairstyle and looked impressive. "Boss, that human's attendant has left, and now he's alone. It's the perfect chance to deal with him." "Oh?" The head of the bounty hunters immediately smiled sinisterly, to think he dared to slip away from the protection of his attendant while being targeted by our bounty hunters. "Have the deputy leader take people to lay in wait, and notify me immediately if there's news." "Yes." The little brother ran off in an instant. By the falling gold gate, players participating in the assessment were gathering together, vigilantly watching the nearby eerie beings so they wouldn't be attacked when they weren't paying attention. Among these players, a human without any spiritual energy fluctuations gazed far towards the elevator where Li Liuli had taken before, full of questions in his heart. Li Liuli, could it be you? Is it because you suddenly lost contact that you also entered the horror games instance? If I could contact Li Liuli, perhaps I could still survive in reality. Thinking this, he quietly approached the elevator to the underground casino. Shadow? Li Liuli unexpectedly repeated Zero's words. According to the information provided by the goat-headed guide in the first instance, there wasn't any instance called Shadow at all. This was yet another brand new piece of information. Seeing Li Liuli's puzzled expression, Zero calmly took out a yellowed book from a row of bookshelves in the middle and tossed it to Li Liuli, introducing it. The so-called Shadow is a single-player instance. In the instance, it could be a puzzle to solve or killing a special eerie being to clear it, or it could simply involve completing corresponding instructions according to certain rules. In short, the difficulty isn't high, but for some reason, it has been sealed. Li Liuli silently listened to the explanation, opening the yellowed book, and at that moment, he finally understood why the guide had to carry the yellow book with him. The content of the yellow book was very simple, providing a location with a corresponding introduction, along with a few rules. Besides that, there was no other information. Each time the guide hosted an instance, he needed to temporarily create one based on these rules and the venue's introduction. Seeing Li Liuli's shocked eyes, Zero still wore a smiling expression and spoke proactively. Of course, the instance is not a one-time thing. As the number of times hosting increases, the guide will also gain the right to add rules, and the difficulty of the instance will continually rise. Moreover, besides creating instances, the guide can also purchase instances that were designed but failed due to an unexpected death of a guide. Li Liuli nodded, indicating that he understood. Zero took out a menacing ghost mask, placed it on his face, and began to explain the content of the trial. The trial rules are very simple. We will create an instance for each other, and if you clear yours first, it's considered a pass. Otherwise, it's a failure. Of course, I can give you half an hour to choose the instance you want, and I will use this Shadow Great instance you have. Saying this, he removed the ghost mask and tossed it beside Li Liuli. Fair enough, right? Li Liuli deeply looked at Zero, but the other party always wore that smiling expression, making it impossible for him to grasp what Zero was thinking. Li Liuli pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke, "Can I buy an instance?" He hadn't forgotten the main task that the system gave him. Main task, become an agent, purchase instances, and become a guide. This took Zero by surprise, the smiling expression fading slightly due to confusion. However, he quickly smiled again, taking out a somewhat worn half-mask, putting it on his face, and gently nodding, "Of course, but until you become a guide, these instances are just yellow paper." "I understand." Li Liuli walked toward the rows of ancient-style bookshelves. But he did not rush to choose. Instead, he began to recall the copy that Zero had given him before. That, Shadow-level copy was very simple. Location, under the Wangshan platform, beneath the towering locust tree. Rules, 1. Defeat your past self. Wangshan platform, a place that humans must pass through after death, where they can look back on their lives. The rules ended here. 1 location, 1 rule. Even the sheep-level copy could not be this simple. But it was precisely because the rule was too simple that it seemed very tricky. In what way should he defeat his past self? The location is set at the Wangshan platform, where one can review the past and see the former self. What is the connection between the two? Li Liuli thought hard for a while but couldn't come up with a clear solution. However, he did come up with a countermeasure. "I'll buy this copy, how much is it?" Li Liuli pointed at the copy in Zero's hand and asked. Upon hearing this, Zero instinctively put the copy into his chest, but after thinking for a moment, slowly let go. As if remembering something, a glimmer of light flashed in his squinting eyes. "Alright, the price is 10 trick coins, which is 100 million underworld coins. This is the discounted price." Zero replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Liuli immediately pulled out a string of trick coins, exactly 10 coins, and tossed them to Zero before speaking again. "I choose this Shadow-level copy that I bought." Zero placed both hands on the upper and lower sides of the yellow book, then pulled it apart in different directions as if performing a magic trick, splitting the yellow book into 2 complete halves, while speaking in a voice that Li Liuli could not hear. "You are indeed still the same as before, always so clever, instantly finding the best solution." He threw one of the yellow books to Li Liuli. "Now, you can design the story and add a rule." After saying this, he brought over 2 stools, handed one to Li Liuli, and sat across from him, hands clasped under his chin, smiling and watching Li Liuli. "Let me know when you're done." Chapter 71. Li Liuli took the copy, and with a thought, a gray-white feather pen appeared in his hand. Using the same copy to create a new one was the best solution Li Liuli could think of. After all, there was only one opponent, so the sheep and king level copies, which required combat, were simply unusable. And the human-level copy would take a long time to build. The more rules there were, the easier it was to commit fraud, which made it very difficult for an unfinished copy with only a few rules to deceive Zero, serving as the agent. Therefore, Li Liuli could only choose to start with the shadow-level copy. According to Li Liuli's speculation, the shadow-level copy had one different point compared to other levels of copies. That is, the fewer the rules, the harder it was to clear. Whether completing certain instructions based on rules, or killing specific malicious spirits based on rules, in shadow-level copies, rules not only acted as limitations but also became hints. So, to create a difficult copy to clear in a short time, shadow-level was definitely the best choice. This was the best plan Li Liuli deduced in a very short time. Gripping the feather pen, Li Liuli immediately sensed that he could add a rule within a general range. This included the rule of triumph and a time frame. This meant choosing a past time period and establishing a rule, then entering the copy. However, Li Liuli did not know Zero's past and, naturally, was unaware of which past would be the hardest for him to overcome, so he could only take a gamble. If the opponent had not recently gained strength, then this should be the best time period. Li Liuli added a rule to the yellow book, setting the time to yesterday, and the rule for victory was very simple, it was based on force. After writing this rule, the feather pen shriveled up like it was decaying, visibly drying and turning into powder. For safety, he also took out the human skin book and wrote on it, "I will pass through the instance faster than Zero." After finishing writing, the human skin book started to seep blood, the letters gradually turned red, and then disappeared without a trace. It worked! Li Liuli felt joy in his heart, then cautiously watched the human skin book, preparing to deal with the curse that followed. After about 10 seconds, the expected curse did not come, which surprised Li Liuli. The wish was effective, but it did not bring a curse? Li Liuli, confused, threw the human skin book into the system space. Is it done? Zero saw this scene and immediately smiled. To be fair, I will let you enter the instance first, how about it? Li Liuli thought for a moment upon hearing this and couldn't figure out any harm to himself, so he nodded in agreement. Zero handed the yellow book in his hand to Li Liuli and took Li Liuli's yellow book in return. Open the book, and you can enter the instance, Zero gently said while holding the yellow book. I'll give you 10 minutes, so hurry up. Li Liuli did not speak, opened the yellow book in his hand, and entered the instance. During this process, Zero did not say a word, silently watching Li Liuli, until he entered the instance, then slowly stood up, took off the mask on his face, put it on Li Liuli's face, picked up his own mask he had dropped on the ground, and held it in his arms. On his pale cheeks, there was a tenderness as he gently stroked Li Liuli's hair, then sat back down on the sofa. You have helped me so much, now it's time for me to repay you. He half squinted his eyes, holding the yellow book, leaned back on the stool, and waited for about 10 minutes before deeply looking at Li Liuli again and opened the yellow book in his arms. When he came back to his senses, Zero was already standing under a large locust tree where there was a small square wooden table, and at the table, a person who looked exactly like him was looking back at him. Did you see him? So soon? The other person noticed Zero and suddenly spoke. Yes, I'm quite lucky, or perhaps all of this is part of his plan. Zero smiled and nodded. Seeing Zero nod, the person slowly withdrew his gaze, seeming somewhat emotional. That's nice, what should I do? Zero's half-squinted eyes slightly opened, revealing his gray-white pupils, looking lifeless. He sat opposite the person, smiling and said, give him some time. Okay. Zero stretched his limbs slightly, then slowly turned back, and in the vast fog, he saw his former self. That was a self that once was human, although he had achieved nothing, he still had attachments. At this moment, Li Liuli also stood in confusion under a tall locust tree, and there was no one around. Under the locust tree, there was a square table and 2 wooden stools. He walked over, recalled the legend about the Wangshan platform, and turned to look at the long river emitting mist. In the thick mist, he saw his days as a henchman in the gang and the days he entered the instance. What surprised him was that the days before he entered the Sunshine Orphanage were all covered by hazy fog, making it impossible to see. And in this hazy fog, a figure slowly appeared. It's here. Li Liuli's heart tightened. It seemed that the time Zero set for him was very long, at least earlier than when he was taken in by the Sunshine Orphanage. At that time, he should still be a child. Why would Zero choose such a time? Li Liuli's heart was filled with confusion. Soon, Li Liuli's doubts turned into disbelief. Under his gaze, a person who looked just like him appeared in the thick fog, slowly walking towards him. A strange smile crept across the other person's face. Just like the one in the Abnormal Investigation Bureau's footage. Seeing the other person made all the hair on Li Liuli's body stand on end, as if he were staring at an extremely dangerous presence. Since the other person had walked out from the time before he entered the orphanage, why did he look about the same age? He immediately took 2 steps back, watching as the other person reached the locust tree, then sat down and said to Li Liuli, "Are you afraid of me?" Li Liuli didn't respond. Seeing this, the other person was not angry. Instead, he took out a flask of wine and 2 cups, pouring them out before raising one cup toward Li Liuli in a nod, drinking it all in one go. Have a drink, this is the forgetting worries potion. The golden liquid flowed down his pale neck. If you don't drink, you won't be able to pass. His words surprised Li Liuli. Once he drank, he would feel like a different person, greatly enhancing his power. How did Zero know this? Was it a coincidence? Come on, why are you afraid of yourself? The other person saw that Li Liuli was still hesitating and continued, waving his left hand lightly, knocking the cup from the table into Li Liuli's hand. Don't you want to understand yourself? This is a great opportunity. The other person smiled, his tone strange yet filled with temptation. Why are there two human kings beside you? Why do you have so many hell coins? Li Liuli looked at the cup in his hand, suddenly feeling a bit lost. It was just a copy, and there were no other people here. Since he was also curious about what would happen to him after drinking the wine. After a brief hesitation, Li Liuli downed the forgetting worries potion in one go. Thunk! The cup fell to the ground, rolling twice, as Li Liuli clutched his head in pain. The rich scent of wine surged through his entire nervous system, along with a throbbing pain in his head. In a daze, he seemed to see many shadowy figures, sitting at a round table, all with strange gazes. At the round table, a figure shrouded in a black robe, hanging numerous pale and eerie masks at his waist, suddenly lifted his head to look at Li Liuli. At the round table hall. The figure in the black robe suddenly stood up, the masks hanging at his waist clanging together, creating a series of sounds. Warm the dark gray gas spread out from under the black robe, filling the round table hall with his long, aged voice, and in the next second, his body disappeared without a trace. Soon, several beams of light flashed, and more strangely dressed figures appeared in the round table hall. After exchanging glances, one of them opened his mouth and said, "Did we find him? It should be him, the ghost face has locked onto the target. We should have results soon. Last time it was in Nanjiang City, this time it seems to be in Beicheng. Can ghost face manage? He hasn't completely regained his rules, it should be fine." Li Liuli knelt on the ground in pain, unsettling shrieks ringing in his ears, as his body began to contract irregularly. At this moment, one thought filled his mind. Thirst. He had to relieve his pain through killing and devouring. So he turned his gaze to the Li Liuli sitting on the bench, who remained calm and composed. Seeing this, he let go of the cup in his hand, stood up, his lips still curled in that eerie smile. That's more like it. Li Liuli seemed to forget the eerie beings he commanded, as previously collected bizarre items all appeared around him, charging toward the other person. In an instant, a strange aura erupted. Even the towering locust tree trembled constantly, countless branches scattering everywhere. At the same time, Li Liuli leaped toward the opponent. The strange prop is not meant to be used like this. Li Liuli shook his head slightly, waved his hand, and an invisible barrier blocked all of Li Liuli's attacks. Let me teach you. After a brief pause in the attack, Li Liuli suddenly moved, grabbing a mid-grade strange prop in the air, which was the ghostly dart Li Liuli had purchased at an offline gathering. He swiftly landed beside Li Liuli, gripping his chin and lifting him up. No matter how he struggled, he plunged the ghostly dart into Li Liuli's mouth. Put! Blood sprayed instantly, splattering on Li Liuli's cheek, making his smile appear even more eerie. At the same time, Li Liuli felt the screeching in his ears diminish slightly, a chill from the ghostly dart seeping into his bones, but soon, that feeling vanished. Suddenly, Li Liuli discovered that he had gained a new ability. As long as he had a thought, he could summon the ghostly dart to attack, and it would only consume a tiny portion of his spiritual energy. This ability was exactly as the Extraordinary Investigation Bureau had speculated before. Come, there are many more here, eat freely. Before Li Liuli could react, the opponent casually picked up another strange prop and forcibly shoved it into Li Liuli's mouth. Mum. According to the research from the Investigation Bureau, strange props have two characteristics. Indestructible, certainly cursed. But as those strange props slowly melted in Li Liuli's mouth, becoming part of his ability, these two characteristics seemed to be broken. Li Liuli could feel in his heart that the strange props he had eaten could be used at will, unaffected by the curse. Come, keep eating. As Li Liuli smiled while shoving those strange props into his mouth, he could feel the screeching in his ears nearly completely vanish, and the ripping headache eased. Eventually, he didn't even need the other party to shove them in. Li Liuli actively ate the strange props himself. In the end, only a few strange props remained around Li Liuli. High-grade strange prop, heart-locking mirror of endless abyss. High-grade talisman, 10,000 strange soul-locking talisman. Top-tier strange prop, endless catastrophe. Top-tier first-grade strange prop, human skin book. He even ate the Bodhi robes he was wearing. Meanwhile, his sanity gradually returned, and he even let out a satisfied burp. Not eating anymore? Can't eat anymore. Hearing this, Li Liuli sat back down on the chair, tossing the pot of forgetting worry soup to Li Liuli. Remember, strange props are meant for you to feast upon, but before eating, it must be accompanied by fine wine, and it's best to find a hidden place, he said. Who exactly are you? Li Liuli finally voiced the question in his heart, or rather, who am I? We are beings bound by rules, the rules are mysterious and will surely draw envy from others. Rules? Li Liuli instantly thought of the Upper Alliance. The game environment they designated was filled with all kinds of rules. So, he had ties with the Upper Alliance? But looking at his appearance, they must be archenemies. Alright, you ate more than I did, let's call it your victory. Li Liuli suddenly stood up, jumped down from the platform, and disappeared into the vast sea of mist. Li Liuli blankly stored the forgetting worries soup and a few strange props into the system space, deep in thought. This agent's assessment. Li Liuli felt an indescribable strangeness and eeriness. It was as if he was in a grand game of chess, where every move he made had already been predetermined. The surrounding scene instantly shattered, and Li Liuli's consciousness abruptly returned. On the opposite side, Zero was slumped in the chair, obviously still in the instance. It seems I have won. Li Liuli sighed with relief. Soon, Zero slowly woke up and, seeing Li Liuli staring at him, smiled. Looks like you won this time. According to the rules, you will replace me as the agent. Chapter 73. From now on, you will take my place and become the new agent. Zero narrowed his eyes, slowly saying under Li Liuli's shocked gaze, congratulations. Isn't this assessment supposed to be for becoming a core member? Why suddenly become an agent? Li Liuli was still a bit confused. Zero gave him a thumbs up and said, I think you have great potential and deserve to be an agent, taking over my work. Li Liuli wanted to say more, but Zero interrupted him. Alright, the handover about the agent will be explained to you by Mr. Een and Ms. Long. You can leave now. I need to rest for a while. So, Li Liuli was inexplicably pushed out by Zero. Before leaving, he did not forget to take off the mask on his face and returned it to Zero. Although he quite liked this mask. Zero sat alone among the rows of bookshelves, casually picking up a yellow-covered book, which was a level, shadow, instance. He lifted his head and opened his eyes, as if recalling. Mom, I'm going to school. He was just an ordinary person then. Okay, be careful. His mother, sitting in a wheelchair, covered her mouth, coughed heavily twice, and said gently. Zero pursed his lips, with a tattered backpack on his back, bidding farewell to his sickly mother, and went to that school that brought him pain. Due to poor grades, a difficult family situation, and a weak personality, he was always bullied at school. However, he had already gotten used to it since as long as he survived the last day, he would graduate from middle school and part ways with those who bullied him. But things never went as planned. On the last day, a group of students blocked him with smiles, humiliating him before bringing him to his home. It was a very dilapidated basement, and the hallway leading to it was wooden, easily ignitable. So, they had come up with an idea long ago. Lin Zero, if you set the stairs on fire, we will not come looking for you anymore, okay? Looking at the boy's devilish smile, Lin Zero was momentarily speechless. Knowing the other party suddenly shoved him, knocking him down, then handed him a bucket of gasoline stolen from somewhere. Hurry! We know where you live. The boy stood in the sunshine, smiling. Maybe this could also cure your mom's legs. After all, in life and death moments, people can unleash endless power. Everyone laughed loudly. The cold sunlight pierced into his eye sockets. Lin Zero stared blankly at them, not knowing where the strength came from. He pushed down the leading boy. Everyone rushed forward, beating him until he was bloodied. How dare you resist? The boy rubbed his bottom and kicked Lin Zero into the corridor, then poured gasoline and lit the match. The raging fire, fueled by the gasoline, instantly ignited the entire hallway. The intense heat brought Lin Zero back from his daze, and he crawled to the basement, seeing his mother coughing continuously. Mom, run! He wanted to pick up his mother, but years of malnutrition left him small, and they both fell to the ground together. The devilish flames gradually spread around them. The sound of burning seemed to mock his helplessness. They ultimately couldn't escape, while those boys, due to their family backgrounds and age, escaped legal punishment. Such is life in a small village town. On the platform of longing for home, Lin Ling stared longingly, yet she still could not see her mother's silhouette. Turning her head back, all she could hear was the reckless laughter of the boys. He hated that group of boys, and also hated his own helplessness. Until, a smiling young man, grinning widely, placed a half-mask on his face. A person filled with such hatred towards himself might help me develop a new level of replica. Li Liuli squinted his eyes and turned to look at Lin Ling. Little guy, are you willing to come with me? I see all your hatred, do you wish for revenge? Ding ding dang dang. The crisp sound, like plastic masks clinking together, came from the dark hallway, pulling Lin Ling's thoughts back. Lin Ling looked up, and a massive figure emerged, with a fierce ghost mask on each side of its face, wearing a wide robe that also hid more white masks, each with different expressions, all staring intently at him. As it drew closer step by step, countless masks seemed to come alive, their hollow eyes locking onto Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling showed no sign of panic. he simply straightened his collar and put on all the masks he had thrown beside Li Liuli, appearing somewhat comical. It really is the ghost face, Shadow. He softly spoke, the mask on his face visibly turning black at a rapid speed, and Lin Ling's breath seemed to be entirely enveloped, a unique aura blossoming from him. He sat back down, crossed his legs, and smiled. Fate belongs to you, death belongs to me. Found you, maggot. The masks around the ghost face let out mournful screams, encircling Lin Ling, while black mist wrapped around both Lin Ling and the ghost face. After a while, the mist dispersed, and nothing in the room had changed, only the ghost face and Lin Ling had vanished without a trace. No one knew of this scene. Li Liuli returned to the ground through the elevator, and Zhang Fengyun was not here, he must have gone back first. Li Liuli? Just as Li Liuli was about to leave, someone suddenly called out to him. Following the voice, a very familiar human walked around the corner. How did you end up here? Li Liuli recognized the person. The other person was named Wang San, who had once worked with Li Liuli in a criminal organization in Nanjing. Wang San was his little brother. I was wondering why I couldn't reach you. Wang San's eyes brightened after confirming Li Liuli's identity and rushed forward. Our Longtu gang has collapsed. Longtu gang was the organization Li Liuli had served. In Longtu gang, Li Liuli's status was high, being one of the top fighters, known as one of the 3 top henchmen of Longtu gang. Alongside him were the leader and the vice leader of Longtu gang. The Longtu gang collapsed? Li Liuli was somewhat surprised. After entering the replica, he had basically cut off contact with Longtu gang. After all, he joined Longtu gang just to make money to support the orphanage, and through the replicas, Li Liuli had earned quite a bit of money, so naturally, he had not contacted Longtu gang. The leader is dead. Wang San continued. The leader is dead? This time, Li Liuli was truly taken aback. The leader had always treated the members of Longtu gang very well, and had taken good care of Li Liuli. After knowing that Li Liuli was an orphan and that he joined the underworld just to cover the orphanage's expenses, they wouldn't ask him to do particularly dangerous things, often accompanying him to the orphanage to buy food for the kids. In Longtu gang, from top to bottom, there wasn't a single person who did not admire him. Who did it? Li Liuli asked with a furrowed brow. The vice leader. Wang San replied, a few days ago, Zhang Zhangfeng suddenly brought a group of magic users and killed the boss, then declared himself the new leader. All the stubborn brothers have been beaten to the hospital. The vice leader had always been at odds with Li Liuli. After all, he had joined halfway and suddenly stood alongside the leader and vice leader. Because of this, the vice leader had always felt unsatisfied. People who can use magic? There is no magic in this world, but there are indeed spooky beings. What is called magic must be the illusionists. Li Liuli guessed in his heart. Why would the illusionists interfere with the underground forces of Nanjing City? Li Liuli thought of the Dragon Head Gang's stronghold, a deserted mine. The mine had been completely mined out, and there were rumors of it being haunted, so the leader bought the land at an extremely low price for homeless little brothers to stay in. It seems there must be something in this mine that attracted the attention of those illusionists. What exactly is this Wang San in front of me, a person or a ghost? Li Liuli sized up Wang San, who shivered under Li Liuli's gaze and hurriedly said, I'm not dead yet, just like you, I'm here to participate in the guide assessment. Although I don't really know what a guide is, if I become a guide, I can also use magic. It's clear that this assessment journey has opened Wang San's eyes. It seems the guide assessment also randomly selects humans to participate. You just follow me for now, don't worry about this guide assessment, it's too dangerous here for ordinary people. Li Liuli spoke, intending to take Wang San away when he suddenly sensed a killing intent. Li Liuli suddenly turned around and saw a spooky being with a middle-part hairstyle staring at him with malicious intent. Behind him, there was a mass of spooky beings. However, most of them were not strong, at levels 2 and 3. I am the leader of the headhunters, Li Cohen. Kid, do you dare to kill our people? You've gotten yourself into big trouble. The leader of the headhunters was only at the 5th level. Although it was quite a bit higher than Li Liuli's level. So what? Li Liuli was not afraid and replied blandly. So what? Li Cohen's eyes widened, and the aura of a 5th level spooky being radiated out. I want you to bow your head and apologize, and pay 500,000 ghost coins. 500,000? Li Liuli was quite surprised. They actually only want this little? It seems the headhunters aren't doing so well either. Hearing Li Liuli's tone, Li Cohen thought the opponent didn't have that much money, and sneered, if you don't have money, you can leave one of your hands. Human flesh is very valuable in the land of Yellow Springs. However, what surprised Li Cohen was that after hearing his words, Li Liuli actually chuckled softly. You said, I don't have money? Li Liuli's eyes were filled with mockery as he quickly pulled out a string of ghost coins, causing the spooky beings present to exclaim in surprise. Ghost coins? This is my first time seeing this in my life. Hearing the astonished discussions around him, Li Liuli gently spoke, how about this? If anyone can bring me Li Kuan's head, I will reward him with a ghost coin. How about that? This should be quicker than making money in a gang, right? A rare opportunity. Li Liuli's words seemed to resonate with the hearts of those spooky beings. They fought desperately in the gang, and might not earn 1,000 ghost coins in a day, even in the gambling industry so developed in the land of Yellow Springs. One ghost coin might take them nearly a year of hard work without eating or drinking to earn. Everyone's eyes turned fiery, all looking at Li Kuan. Li Kuan felt a chill run down his neck. But his eyes rolled around, as if he thought of a way. He suddenly looked around, snorted angrily, "I want to see who dares to take my head?" Seeing Li Kuan's furious expression, the spooky beings hesitated and dared not advance. After all, Li Kuan was a 5th-level spooky being, strong enough to crush every spooky being present. No one dares, right? Seeing the other spooky beings dodging their gazes, Li Kuan nodded in satisfaction and looked at Li Liuli. He revealed an extremely strange smile. Then, he made a decision that shocked Li Liuli. He plucked his head off again, holding it in his hands, and handed it to Li Liuli. "Since none of you dare, I have to come personally." Li Kuan's head, held in hands, laughed, "I will gladly accept this strange coin. I'll bring my own head over, that should be fine, right? Still more experts? No wonder it is the head hunting gang. Oh no. He really knows how to make money." Li Liuli stared dumbfounded at Li Kuan, and finally had to throw a strange coin to him. Seeing this, Li Kuan happily accepted the strange coin, placed his head back on his neck, looking quite pleased. Li Liuli didn't expect that Li Kuan actually had such capability. After all, this kind of ability is still quite rare in the human world. "Sir, since you are so generous, our head hunting gang naturally won't chase you relentlessly over something small." Li Kuan laughed heartily. "In the future, if there's a chance, I hope to cooperate with you, sir. Let's go." How could a person who can produce a strange coin not have backing? Li Kuan is not foolish, and now is the perfect time to give the other party a face. Li Liuli could only watch with an unhappy face as Li Kuan and his little brothers left. "I may have won, but it feels like I lost," Li Liuli silently thought in his heart. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to see how strong he had become. After eating many strange items in the copy, he found that his spiritual power had also risen, breaking through the 5,000 barrier. Current spiritual power, 5021, 3rd rank, current mental power, 520. He had already broken through to the 3rd rank. "Li bro, we now." Wang San looked at Li Liuli's unhappy face and immediately asked, "If we are going back, take me with you." Li Liuli withdrew his gaze and shook his head. "I have my own ways, now, let's go have a late-night snack, it's on me." As soon as Wang San heard this, he quickly waved his hand, starting to dig into his coat pocket. No, how can I let you treat me, Li bro? I still have some." As he spoke halfway, Wang San was stunned. Here, the common currency seems to be all ghost coins. Which normal person would store ghost coins for no reason? He glanced at Li Liuli, and suddenly stopped speaking. It seems there really are some. Chapter 75. The 6th and 7th floors of the Yellow Springs town are all used for dining, but Li Liuli did not choose these 2 floors. Because these 2 floors are not open to members only. Li Liuli naturally wanted to eat the best. So, he went to the 26th floor. This was also a restaurant but only open to members. Although Wang San was originally not qualified to enter, under Li Liuli's money power, the servant beside them said nothing more. Who would go against money? A membership restaurant is indeed completely different from a regular restaurant. Soft music, misty steaming rockery, a crystal-clear circular small lake, everything told Li Liuli that the environment here is very elegant. And, the dishes here are naturally very expensive. A very ordinary strange grilled meat sprinkled with colorful seasonings and topped with a flour, the price is 100 times that of the outside. But Li Liuli didn't care about any of this, generously treating Wang San to a meal. He then packed a portion for himself and Zhang Fengyun. After returning, Li Liuli told Zhang Fengyun about the head hunting gang, and without saying a word, Zhang Fengyun finished the grilled strange meat Li Liuli brought back and left the suite. That night, all the strange beings in the gangs received a message. The leader of the head hunting gang was directly killed due to dissatisfaction from a mysterious master after stepping out with his left foot. In an instant, everyone in the strange beings felt uneasy, and when going out, they would specially step out with their right foot, afraid of offending that mysterious master. The next morning, after signing in, Li Liuli. While eating the infernal mind fruit, I opened the system task. The infernal mind fruit can enhance spiritual power, although the more you eat, the less the boost, it is still better than nothing. Also, waking up to enjoy such a delicious fruit is a pleasure. Main task, become a guide, purchase a copy, become an agent. Main task completed. Reward, 10,000 ghost coins, excellent 2nd grade material, King's Soul *10. King's Soul, enchanted weapons with King's Soul can carry sealing power. Note, cannot be consumed directly. Seeing the system's note, Li Liuli silently gave up on the idea of directly using the king's soul for sealing power. This is a very useful material, even for mid-grade weapons. Using the king's soul can slay 7th level ghastly spirits or ghost tamers. However, most of the strange items have already been consumed by him. Now, Li Liuli was like a human-shaped strange item. Ding dong! The doorbell rang in the suite, and when opened, Yin Shan looked at Li Liuli with a complicated expression. I didn't expect that after just one night, you have already become an agent. Yin Shan lamented, feeling a surge of secret joy in his heart. It's good that I've always helped Li Liuli. I believe I have left a good impression. With Li Liuli's help, my status can continue to rise in the Yellow Spring town, and I might even become a merchant in the Yellow Spring store. I must hold tightly onto Li Liuli's thigh. Now let me explain the powers of being an agent. Yin Shang began, after becoming an agent, you will receive the highest treatment in the Yellow Spring town, with the power of life and death over everyone in the town. No one can defy you, but of course, the premise is that you must also follow the rules of the Yellow Spring town. Moreover, in all membership-based stores, you will enjoy a 50% discount, and you will have the priority to purchase items at auctions. For any industry under the Yellow Spring Council, you will receive the highest treatment and hold all powers under the council members. You can also open your own shop and directly receive funding from the Yellow Spring Council. After hearing Yin Shan's explanation, Li Liuli felt a bit disinterested. Is that it? These things can all be obtained by spending a little more money, can't they? I'm not short on money. Yin Shang also noticed Li Liuli seemed somewhat dissatisfied and quickly added, additionally, you can enter the other shore once a month to choose and purchase any item from the other shore. This point did catch Li Liuli's attention. The Manjasaka flower grows on the other shore. And the other shore seems to be the most precious place of the Yellow Spring Council, where countless top-notch items come from. After this instance, I must raid the ghastly realm properly. Alright, I understand. Li Liuli nodded. Once Yin Shang left, Li Liuli frowned and muttered to himself. Now that I have become an agent, why hasn't King come to announce my assessment has been passed? Do I have to become a core member to make it happen? Li Liuli was somewhat puzzled about this but didn't think too much. Just consider it a vacation in the Yellow Spring town. He took out the human skin book and wrote down a sentence, today, every gamble will win. Watching the handwriting slowly seep blood and disappear, a fierce ghost slowly emerged from the human skin. Li Liuli slightly opened his mouth. The shadows of the infernal darts, blood-dropping, and bone-soul spear floated from his mouth, bombarding the human skin book wildly. The human skin book immediately became obedient. Only then did Li Liuli satisfactorily toss the human skin book back into the system space and leave the suite. Sakura Country. Wang Yue's Society. An Asian woman, dressed in a kimono, with a gentle demeanor, smiled as she looked at the blonde man opposite her. I wonder what brings the representative from the beautiful country to my humble home. The blonde man sneered. Of course, it is for the upcoming war of national fortune. The woman instantly understood and asked, is there a result for the plan against China? The other party nodded, of course, we have sent 2 kings of humanity and a soon-to-be-revived top-tier level 3 item to China, surely they will be able to taste some losses. Top-tier level 3? The woman frowned, doesn't that seem a bit insufficient? A top-tier level 3 mysterious item, if fully revived, would be enough to kill a king of humanity. But for the deeply rooted China, it still might not be enough. Facing the woman's doubt, the representative from the beautiful country tossed her golden hair back. Our goal is not the terrifying kings of humanity in China, but the fresh blood preparing to participate in the war of national fortune. Through the divination of the Master of Fate, we saw a disaster caused by a sinister event about to arise in Nanjing, China, and based on the characteristics of China, they will surely see it as a trial. Taking this opportunity, we can capture the talented individuals of China in one fell swoop. Nanjing? The woman's expression changed. She remembered that a member of the Moonwatching Society had once left a red mark there. And the meaning of a red mark is, a rare genius that must be killed. It's known that even in China, those defined as red geniuses by the Moonwatching Society can be counted on one hand. Because of this, she had specifically sent a team of death warriors led by a level 5 master of the sinister. But in the end, no news came back at all. Chapter 76. According to the information collected by the Moonwatching Society over the years, there are no significant noble families residing in Nanjing, China. Recently, the Zhou family from Beijing seems to have reached out to Nanjing. And she plans to send some masters of the sinister who are good at hiding to Nanjing to investigate that mysterious genius. After a brief thought, the woman continued to ask, which other countries are participating in this plan? Great Britain, the Pickle Country, and a steward from the strategy group. The golden-haired man replied with a smile, this plan is called the Dragon-Slaying Plan. All of them are top forces from the world of masters of the sinister. In the recent wars of national fortune, it has always been a performance by China, especially that person named Chu Jiqiu. One person suppressed the entire world of masters of the sinister. We cannot let China continue to gain the most national fortune. The woman gently spoke. Right now, only they seem to be living in peace, while the other countries are suffering from the torment of sinister forces. A wise decision, the golden-haired man nodded. I believe this time we should be able to cut off China's national fortune. The woman continued, I will have the 3 pillars participate in this plan and take our divine items to Nanjing. Do you have a way to hold back Zhu Jiqiu? After all, if it's those geniuses' trial, he will definitely be present. The man smiled. The strongest sinister he rides is linked to his age, and he is already old. The Master of Fate will personally attend to China. That's good, the woman nodded. The Master of Fate is indeed one of the strongest forces in the world of Masters of the Sinister. If he is there, at least he can delay Zhu Jiqiu for a while. Hearing this, the man smiled and said, pleasant cooperation. Abnormal Investigation Bureau. Zhu Jiqiu was standing in the courtyard, leaning on a cane, looking up at the gray sky. At this moment, Zhang Yan suddenly appeared and respectfully said to Zhu Jiqiu, Elder Zhu, there is an abnormal fluctuation of spiritual power in Nanjing. The estimated level is S level. S level abnormal fluctuation? That's quite rare, Zhu Jiqiu slowly said. By the way, have the slots for the War of National Fortune been finalized? 4 slots have been confirmed, and the last one will be decided by you, Zhang Yan replied. Alright, let's give the last spot to Li Liuli, Zhu Jiqiu said gently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan's expression became somewhat unsightly. Why? Li Liuli is only at level 3, isn't going to the War of National Fortune just seeking death? This is a war that concerns the fate of the country. Please think twice, old Zhu. Don't you want him dead? Zhu Jiqiu smiled as he looked at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan did not hesitate at all, but I care more about the safety of the country. It's fine, Li Liuli is very talented. After he leaves the instance, I will personally arrange special training. Zhu Jiqiu replied, as for those 4, let them all head to Nanjing City to handle that S-level anomaly. I will personally assess them, and if they cannot pass, let the big families change their members. Zhang Yan heard this and wanted to say something more, but in the end, he just bowed his head slightly. I trust your judgment. After saying that, he left the courtyard. At this moment, Luisho suddenly appeared, unnoticed by Zhang Yan. It looks like Nanjing City is going to be in trouble soon. Luisho said, I'm heading back first. Is it okay to leave Shaoli here with you? After he passes the instance, I will personally bring him over. After all, he also needs to deal with the anomaly in Nanjing City. It's also a kind of training. Zhu Jiqiu replied, flowers cannot always grow in a greenhouse. In the instance, Li Liuli, with the help of the human skin book, successfully won all the bets, which took him nearly 3 days. The 2 little foxes had also arrived at Yellow Spring Town and become Li Liuli's attendants. Li Liuli planned to buy a villa in Bay City after leaving and let them take care of it, treating them as 2 nannies. Leaving the casino, Li Liuli walked outside Yellow Spring Town. Wang San came over with a face full of admiration. Brotherly, I didn't expect you to be this amazing. You haven't lost a single time these days. Just lucky. Li Liuli responded lightly, but internally he was bitterly laughing. If it weren't for the human skin book, relying on his own luck, he probably would have lost everything, even his underwear. Brotherly, you're too modest. Wang San looked at the snack in his hand with some emotion. Just 1 bite of cake, yet it can sell for nearly 10,000 Ming coins. If it weren't for following Li Liuli, he would never get to eat such an expensive cake in his lifetime. In fact, he might have already died on some night long ago. Thanks to Brotherly this time, or I would have probably died long ago. Wang San expressed his gratitude to Li Liuli again. This place truly isn't a place for humans. It will be over soon. After we leave, you wait for me at Sunshine Orphanage. Li Liuli thought of the abandoned mine. I will take you to Longtu Gang to have a look. Upon hearing this, Wang San felt a wave of relief in his heart. After this period of contact, Wang San deeply understood Li Liuli's capabilities. Just then, Li Liuli suddenly noticed that the evil spirits outside Yellow Spring Town had parted, and a female ghost holding a red oiled paper umbrella was gracefully approaching him. Are you the one who killed Li Kuan? The other party questioned. Li Liuli raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, what does this have to do with me? He had long heard that Li Kuan was killed by a mysterious master for a rather ridiculous reason, and he could naturally guess that it was Jiang Fingyun's doing. However, he naturally would not admit it. What does Jiang Fingyun's actions have to do with me, Li Liuli? Li Kuan has only had entanglements with you lately. The female ghost showed no anger. Instead, upon seeing Li Liuli's appearance, her eyes lit up. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I believe that you allegedly cheated in the casino, and according to the rules, you should come with me for an investigation. She pulled out a black and gold card. Li Liuli was already familiar with various rules of Yellow Spring Town, and through this card, he immediately understood the other person's identity. A core member. As she took out her core member card, the ghost crowd became lively all of a sudden. It's actually a core member. It looks like this human boy is going to suffer. Humph. People are doing, and heaven is watching. I told you he would meet his end. Come on, you just lost a few 100,000 ghost coins to him. That's the rich woman that Li Cohen is after. TSK, the Li Cohen kid is really lucky to have such a beautiful ghost woman interested in him. Li Liuli naturally recorded every word without missing a beat. This female ghost seemed to have supported Li Cohen, and now that he was dead, she was unhappy. But judging by her posture, it seemed she wouldn't mind finding another pretty boy. Li Liuli shivered. Chapter 77. Please follow me for an investigation. The female ghost smiled as she saw Li Liuli standing still. Don't worry, you will enjoy the process. The other evil ghosts nearby howled in despair. No. Why is it this kind of ending? He has nothing but looks. This human boy deserves to die. He's taken all the good things. These words from the evil ghosts made the corners of Li Liuli's mouth twitch again. So, what do you think? The female ghost tossed him a flirty glance. I didn't cheat. Li Liuli replied indifferently. That is not for you to decide. The female ghost's tone turned cold as she threatened, I am a core member. If you, a mere regular member, disobey me, the cost may be more than you can bear. The matter of Li Liuli becoming an agent was known only to Yinshang and Lady Long, no one else knew, and Li Liuli was usually low-key, so he naturally didn't show off those things. Hearing the words of the female ghost, Li Liuli smiled. Core member? Is that impressive? As a member, you should know the value of core membership. The female ghost had also inquired at the front desk and learned that Li Liuli was a level 3 member before approaching him. So what? Li Liuli continued to remain unfazed, raising an eyebrow in response. Do you think your status can intimidate me? The female ghost said nothing, but her condescending expression revealed her inner thoughts. As long as you submit to me, you won't need to put in any more effort in the future. Isn't that good? Of course it's good. Li Liuli smiled as he replied, it's just that, you probably aren't quite up to the task. Li Liuli took out his membership card, its golden exterior shining brightly, a color that no other membership card possessed. When the female ghost saw the card in Li Liuli's hand, disbelief instantly spread across her face. You are the agent? How is that possible? Li Liuli laughed as he put the membership card back into his pocket. Now, do you think you are still qualified to say these things to me? Cold sweat instantly soaked the female ghost's dress. Fortunately, she hadn't activated cost repayment. Otherwise, according to the rules, the other party could directly kill her. However, the female ghost quickly thought of this as an opportunity. Although she wasn't qualified to make him obey, she could still latch onto his leg. With this in mind, her eyes shimmered like water as she looked at Li Liuli, gently lifting her skirt and giving a bow. It's me who has been blind and failed to recognize the agent. Please punish me, I will do anything you ask. Li Liuli had no intention of making things too hard for her, so he simply replied blandly, leave quickly. After that, he prepared to return to his suite to discuss the next plan with Zhang Fengyun. This left the female ghost a bit surprised. She believed her looks surpassed most female ghosts, and with her attitude, Li Liuli had no reason not to be attracted. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. So she took the initiative to step forward, putting on a pitiful look. Is it that the agent doesn't find me appealing? What kind of special fetish did this female ghost have? Did she really want him to punish her? Li Liuli felt quite speechless. He had already planned to let her go, but she still insisted. So Li Liuli turned his head. Look at the female spirit. The female spirit's eyes brightened upon seeing this. He finally looked at her directly. Then, Li Liuli's words made the female spirit's expression freeze. You will run 10 laps around the Yellow Springs, that's your punishment. After saying this, Li Liuli entered the Yellow Springs without looking back, ignoring her. The female spirit stared blankly at Li Liuli's departing figure, unable to understand why he had no reaction at all upon seeing her. Could it be that he doesn't like the opposite sex? The female spirit bit her red lip with her pearly teeth, looking at the surrounding fierce spirits watching the excitement, her gaze icy. The fierce spirits scattered all at once. Back in the suite, Li Liuli saw Zhang Fengyun slumped on the soft and comfortable sofa, looking disheartened. Lost it all again? Li Liuli instantly understood, the other party must have lost everything at the casino again. Some people are just not suited for gambling. After all, gambling relies on keen insight and skill. Zhang Fengyun clearly lacks both. Hearing Li Liuli's words, Zhang Fengyun smiled sheepishly. I'm really useless, I've lost all the money again. It seems I'm really not good at gambling. He gazed up at the ceiling as if accepting his fate. Forget it, forget it. Ding. A coin was tossed at Zhang Fengyun's feet, making a crisp sound. Take it. All right. Zhang Fengyun immediately seemed revitalized, jumping up from the sofa to pick up the coin. I'll win one time for sure. After Zhang Fengyun confidently left, Li Liuli turned to Wang San, who was silently following him. Aren't you going to gamble? Forget it. Wang San touched his nose. Those spirits look too terrifying. I prefer to be an ordinary person. Everyone has their own ambitions. Wang San is very resistant to becoming a spirit tamer or a guide. He still hopes to return to an ordinary life. Seeing this, Li Liuli didn't persuade him too much. The path of a spirit tamer is indeed like licking blood from a blade. One small mistake could lead to a deep abyss. Fox Dream had prepared meals, all selected from the premium goods at the membership supermarket. Eating these meats would rapidly boost Li Liuli's spiritual strength, even if he slacked off every day. Do you want to go to the human realm? After dinner, Li Liuli stopped the two sisters of Fox Dream. Fox Dream showed a somewhat troubled expression and said, "We sisters might drag you down." She began to tell their story. They are from the Fox Demon clan of the Eternal Hell, possessing the rare spirit fox bloodline among fox demons, and their mother was captured by a dragon king in Eternal Hell because of her unmatched beauty. Their mother did not agree, so she was imprisoned by that dragon king, causing their line to decline. The rules of the spirit realm are incredibly cruel. Even if you have a noble bloodline, if I consume you, the bloodline will fall into my hands. Therefore, they must constantly flee. If it's the spirit realm, it would be hard for them to find us, but the human realm is too small compared to the spirit realm, making it very easy to be discovered. Fox Dream spoke softly. The bloodline consumption is about to begin. Bloodline consumption is a kind of festive revelry that occurs in the spirit realm. During the days of bloodline consumption, the sinister aura of the spirit realm will drop to its lowest point, and the benefits of consuming one's kind will double, even removing the thresholds for breaking through levels. And this period is also the easiest time for fierce spirits to awaken in the human realm. Eternal Hell? Li Liuli thought of Lady Dragon. Chapter 78. Lady Dragon has a powerful influence in Eternal Hell. After all, she is a member of the Dragon clan. During the days of bloodline consumption, protecting the two of them would be quite simple. However, Li Liuli naturally wouldn't help them for free. I can solve everything you mentioned. Li Liuli said slowly, but you must show your value. What can you bring to me? What else can you do for me? These were all lines that Li Liuli had learned online. When these words entered humans' ears, her evaluation of Li Liuli's strength rose to another level. If he wasn't a big shot, how could he have the confidence to say such things? After thinking for a while, Human said, "If you can help us win in the bloodline devouring, our bloodline can fully awaken. At that time, I can voluntarily sign a master-servant contract with you." The master-servant contract is a deeper contract than the ghost control contract. Even without summoning the powerful ghost, you can use most of its abilities. Once the master-servant contract is signed, the ghost can never rebel against humans, and even after humans die, the ghost can't revive, it will die completely together. Compared to the short-lived humans, a ghost that can live for thousands of years would naturally be unwilling to sign such a contract. The ghost control contract still allows for a way out. But with the master-servant contract, one would lose freedom forever, even the right to die. Li Liuli was also somewhat tempted and asked, "Does your Fox Demon clan share the same bloodline as the nine-tailed fox of Sakura country?" The Fox King, indeed, rose to power by controlling 3 nine-tailed foxes. The nine-tailed fox is also a very powerful ghost in the ghost realm. Although its individual strength is slightly weaker than level 7, it is still not to be underestimated. Nine-tailed fox? A hint of disdain clearly flashed on Human's fair face. If we were to compare, it should be like the difference between pets and their owners in the human world. We are the owners. Deal. Li Liuli immediately agreed. From Human's words, it seemed that their upper limit was at least level 8. The following time quickly passed, and Zhang Fengyun did not manage to win even one betting game until the end of the designated 7th day. Even Li Liuli started to doubt whether his low luck was a result of being with him for too long. "I have to win at least once." Zhang Fengyun, in a state of despair, arrived at the entrance of the Fallen Gold Gate. His appearance made other players think he had lost something important. Noon struck. The crowned king appeared promptly at the entrance of the Fallen Gold Gate, holding a yellow-covered book in his hand. He glanced and said, "The assessment is over." Unfortunately, very few have successfully passed this time. King announced 2 names. The 2 individuals named displayed radiant expressions, not forgetting to look around with smug faces. Upon seeing Li Liuli, their smugness increased. "No matter how rich you are, and how expensive a suite you can afford, so what? You still couldn't pass the assessment? In this world, it's all about strength." Even King looked at Li Liuli with surprise. For him, this assessment was exceptionally easy. However, Li Liuli remained silent, and King had to continue according to the rules. Players who fail will be sent back to the human world. The successful ones will need to meet the agent who will grant us permission to enter the negative 3rd floor. You will go there to choose your first dungeon and become a true guide. At this moment, one of the players who passed finally couldn't contain his excitement and approached Li Liuli. He particularly disliked those rich second-generation youths who loved to show off. "Kid, you better pray not to be chosen by my dungeon, otherwise, I will find a way to kill you," he threatened with a wide grin. But if you are willing to give me a ghost coin as protection money, I might consider letting you go. I wouldn't mind giving you some money to get your brain checked. Li Liuli replied with a smile, but I think being stupid can't be cured. You. The player pointed angrily at Li Liuli, almost slapping him. But in these days in the underworld, he had learned the local rules and naturally understood that offending a member would come at a cost that an ordinary person could not bear. All right. Wang stopped the player, took out his core membership card, and infused it with spiritual energy. I have notified the nearest agent, he will arrive soon. Pay attention, if the agent is unwilling to let you become a guide, I can only ask you to leave. However, the agent should not interfere with our matters. Before Wang could finish, he suddenly heard a hurried sound from Li Liuli's jacket pocket. Beep. 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 Li Liuli pulled out his agent card and infused it with spiritual energy. In an instant, Wang sensed it before him. You? Wang stared at Li Liuli in disbelief. Li Liuli slowly stepped forward, a slight arc forming at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the player who had previously insulted him and said, Agent? That's me. You are the agent? The player stared intently at Li Liuli, ultimately looking at Wang in despair. This must be a mistake. How could he possibly be the agent? Players who could pass the assessment were naturally not simple, they had also gathered some information about agents. That's why they doubted Li Liuli's identity. Enough. Wang ruthlessly interrupted him, bowing his head to Li Liuli. The agent's identity cannot be faked. I salute you, Your Excellency the agent. Even Wang had to bow in respect when meeting an agent. Li Liuli felt more and more strange. Why did Zero willingly give this identity to him? They had clearly met for the first time. Was this too hasty? Of course, this question Zero would never answer for him. After seeing Li Liuli nodding and greeting, Wang continued, These two are players who have passed the guide assessment, please grant them the authority to select instances. Oh? Li Liuli playfully glanced at the previous player. The other's face turned pale. This was a development he had not anticipated at all. If he wasn't sure he had already won, how could he have said such words? After locking eyes with Li Liuli's playful gaze, the player swallowed hard and slowly knelt before Li Liuli, his forehead heavily knocking on the ground. I'm sorry. I failed to recognize a great person like you. I hope Your Excellency the agent can be lenient. It's fine. Li Liuli responded gently, helping him up. Just be more careful next time. Next time? The player looked confused. Next time you pass the assessment, just pay attention, and it will be fine. Li Liuli's smile remained bright. Chapter 79. After hearing Li Liuli's words, the player finally came to a realization, revealing a blank expression. No. Please let me become a guide. Sure. No problem. Li Liuli answered, next time, for sure. The player finally accepted his fate. He knew that this time, no matter what, Li Liuli would not let him become a guide. Who told him he couldn't control his mouth? Another player watched this scene with trembling eyes. When Li Liuli looked at him, his whole body shivered violently. Follow me. Seeing that Li Liuli did not make things difficult for him, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't get too cocky. On the way to level -4, Wang approached Li Liuli. As the agent, you now have the opportunity to directly choose to become a black goat, celestial being, or spirit king guide. What kind of guide would you like to be? Again, there were 3 guide levels Li Liuli had never heard of. Seeing this, Wang did not continue. He waited for Li Liuli to use the agent card to open level -4 before introducing another player. These are all instances that have not yet been completed. You can choose one from the sheep level or human level, but be careful that if you choose the human level instance, you must ensure that no players pass after the first 3 instances are opened, or you will be transformed into a bug and start over. The player changed his expression after hearing this, hesitating for a long time before quietly walking to the sheep level instance shelf to start selecting his instance. He finally became a guide, and he didn't want to become a bug. Seeing this, Wang said nothing. After all, every player who becomes a guide rarely bets on their ability to maintain a 0 clearance rate through 3 instances. Except for some geniuses or perhaps madmen. He looked at Li Liuli and began to explain the differences between Black Goat, Celestial, and Spirit King. These 3 types of guides represent the highest status of these 3 levels and can directly choose the S-level instances. Wang's hand flashed with light, as if performing a magic trick, revealing 3 yellow books with different covers. The covers of the 3 books depicted a black goat with red eyes and sharp black hair, a person wearing a half-long pale mask with a sinister smile dressed in a suit, and a king wearing a crown embedded with various gorgeous jewels, holding a scepter. This clearly contradicted Li Liuli's previous understanding of the guide ascension rules. Each level's guide has the highest status. Seeing that Li Liuli was still hesitating, Wang pointed out another piece of data. Currently, the number of black goat guides is the least, while the number of spirit kings is the most, but celestials are very mysterious, they rarely appear each time an instance is opened. Under what circumstances can guides of this level open instances? Li Liuli asked. What are the differences between the three? Of course there are, Wang continued. For example, the upcoming National Fortune War will be hosted by a Spirit King, while black goats appear on specific days in strange realms, and celestials are more random. After you choose, there are different KPIs. From the information I currently know, this level is not only responsible for guiding tasks, they have already stepped with half a foot into the Upper Alliance. Wang said, and then he stopped speaking. Clearly, he was just one of many, Wang, and he couldn't know everything about these higher level matters. After all, this was his first time seeing agents participate in assessments. Li Liuli began to think. He indeed needed such an identity to blend into the Upper Alliance. But ultimately, which one should he choose? He first ruled out Black Goat. After all, their numbers were the least, making it easy to attract attention. In the end, Li Liuli still chose to become a Celestial. First, Celestials are, after all, a classification of the human level, so the instances they host only need to involve deception, and the initiative does not lie with the players. This is not difficult for Li Liuli's mind. On the other hand, the disputes of Spirit Kings mainly consist of conflicts among players, and as a guide, he cannot dominate this instance. I choose to become a Celestial, Li Liuli replied. What is the KPI? Wang handed the small yellow book with the silhouette of the suited man on the cover to Li Liuli. After you finish this instance, you will understand. I do not know the specifics. Okay. Li Liuli did not open it immediately. He planned to go outside and ponder it carefully. Once you have completed your selection, you may leave on your own, Wang responded respectfully. We will leave soon. Where's my smoke? Where's the smoke I wanted? With his consciousness sinking, Li Liuli heard Jiang Fengyun's very dissatisfied voice in his ear. But soon, a gentle, aged voice replied to him. I still have some cigarettes, you can take them. Mr. Chu? Why are you here? Jiang Fengyun's tone immediately became honest, and when Li Liuli opened the coffin lid, he saw Jiang Fengyun standing aside with an anxious expression. Of course, I am here to see this genius, praised as a once-in-a-hundred-years talent. Old Chu smiled as he shifted his gaze to Li Liuli. Although Li Liuli couldn't feel any fluctuation of spiritual power from the old man, he still felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he was facing a reaper. You flatter me, you flatter me. Li Liuli humbly replied, I'm just lucky. Chu Jiqiu chuckled softly, whether it's luck or not, we'll find out after this trial ends. Trial? Chu Jiqiu patiently explained to Li Liuli about the recent events in Nanjing City and the national fortune battle that would begin in 2 days. Right now, the other 4 young participants in the national fortune battle are already at the mines in Nanjing City. I took some time to come and fetch you. Let's go. Am I also going to participate in the national fortune battle? Li Liuli asked back. What do you think? Chu Jiqiu replied with a playful smile. Li Liuli looked at Chu Jiqiu, revealing a somewhat troubled expression, but my current strength seems a bit lacking. What do you need? Chu Jiqiu laughed heartily. The Research Institute has all kinds of strange tools. I'll let you choose one freely, how about it? Upon hearing this, Li Liuli's eyes lit up. Strange tools are something he would never say no to. Especially since he had now gained the ability to directly consume and obtain the characteristics of these strange tools. Then I will respectfully follow your command. Li Liuli immediately responded. Follow me. Chu Jiqiu leaned on his cane and walked towards the outside. Seeing this, Jiang Fengyun hurried forward to help Chu Jiqiu, while subtly pocketing a pack of cigarettes from him. Walking through rows of metallic doors filled with a technological style, Chu Jiqiu led Li Liuli and Jiang Fengyun into a long corridor dimly lit with yellow light. Outside the corridor, countless researchers wearing white lab coats came and went, holding data boards and muttering constantly. S011 is currently stable, but needs to feed. We need to quickly provide fresh blood from livestock, or this project might launch an attack on the containment facility. C005 has already attacked the containment unit. However, its strength cannot break through the containment. B009 has exhibited a new characteristic. Requesting to classify this project as A-level. Z179 has been completed and can now be mass-produced. This is a large containment facility, where all are strange tools. This is the foundation of Huaxia today. Alright, you can choose any of the tools in here, including S-level tools, but make sure to act within your abilities. Chu Jiqiu looked at Li Liuli and handed him a data board he had prepared beforehand. It contained information about all the strange tools currently contained by the Research Institute. Strange tools are divided into DS levels, corresponding to substandard, low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade strange tools. And Z and X correspond to pills and formations. Li Liuli immediately started reading about the S-level strange tools. According to the numbering, the Research Institute had over 30 S-level strange tools. Some of them had already been requisitioned by other anomalous tamers, but still, there were over 10 left. They remained in the Research Institute either because their curses were too powerful or they were not very useful. One in particular caught Li Liuli's attention. S034, project name, disguised shell. Project appearance, looks like weathered, decayed, and stiff yellow-white human skin, origin unknown. Speculated characteristics, disguise, devour, replace. Experiment 1, a mouse was placed in the containment unit of this project, and it immediately sprang to life, demonstrating its devouring characteristic, slowly creeping towards the mouse, subsequently swallowing it and generating an identical mouse. In the following 10 minutes, the project continuously shrank, eventually transforming into a mouse exactly like the experimental subject. And then began to move around, showcasing its camouflage ability, while the previously generated mice would die and disappear at this time. After 10 minutes, the mice started to try to break through the containment unit, actively devouring everything organic and inorganic around them, exhibiting the same properties, and the byproduct was named 034-1. After killing 034-1, human skin would slowly bloom within the mouse's body, transforming back into 034, suggesting it possesses some special defensive mechanism or undead characteristic. Containment suggestion: there should be no items inside the containment unit other than the object itself. The item is usually safe and harmless, until organic life appears within the containment unit. This strange item caught Li Liuli's attention, not because the introduction was so bizarre, but because Li Liuli's system reacted at this moment. Detected top-tier third-level item, shell. Effect: can devour any item to form a puppet. The puppet carries all the essence of the original host and can use 80% of the host's ability while also being able to use 50% of the holder's ability. There will be no impact on the holder after death. This is a bizarre item that integrates offense and defense. If he eats it, it would be like having a second life. Li Liuli's mind was already painting a picture. The enemy fought desperately and finally killed his puppet, and just when they breathed a sigh of relief, he would slowly walk out from the shadows. The sunlight. This sense of despair, just imagining it, made Li Liuli somewhat addicted. So, he spoke, "I want this." Chujicho glanced at it and lightly said, "S034? You should think carefully, the curse that comes with this item is terrifying. There was once a 5th-level controller who donned this human skin and found he could not take it off, ultimately being devoured little by the skin. There are also several other S-tier items that are suitable for you." Li Liuli shook his head, "Just this one." He then turned to Jiang Fengyun and said, "The thing I mentioned earlier, you can have someone observe it now." Jiang Fengyun understood immediately. Li Liuli wanted to drink, showcasing his defined A-level eerie nature. "I'll go call someone." After leaving this sentence, Jiang Fengyun quickly left. And seeing this, Chujicho also stopped speaking, implicitly accepting Li Liuli's choice. It was treated as a kind of test. If Li Liuli truly had the ability to use this bizarre item, it absolutely indicated that his abilities were quite special. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Fengyun returned with 3 staff members to the corridor, among whom was still the nameless one dressed in white. "What are you doing here?" Li Liuli was a bit surprised. "I'll go in with you, ensuring your safety." The nameless one was concise. She still cared a lot about the safety of her little junior disciple. Li Liuli was taken aback, then smiled and declined, "No need." "Why?" The beautiful face of the nameless one slightly frowned, looking at Li Liuli. "I'm afraid if you come in, I will feel unsafe." After all, after drinking, Li Liuli would display aggression towards everything around him and control the eerie life. If it was someone he couldn't defeat, they would just be eaten by him. The nameless one could evidently easily deal with Li Liuli. Li Liuli certainly did not want to have a few more cuts on him. The nameless one wanted to say something more, but at that moment, Chujicho smiled and said, "Let the young man handle his own matters." Seeing this situation, the nameless one no longer spoke. "Please follow us." A researcher with framed glasses stepped forward, leading Li Liuli to the S034 containment unit. Due to the characteristics of S034, there are no cameras inside, so you need to bring a camera in, set it up, and then start controlling. The researcher adjusted his glasses. "Don't worry, although S034 can devour and replace the camera, it will not cause danger. After all, the camera has no aggression." Seeing Li Liuli nod, the researcher waved his hand, and another researcher handed a precise camera to Li Liuli. "Be careful." After the researcher finished speaking, he picked up a card hanging from his chest and placed it against the blood-red door in front of him. Chapter 81. Beep. The crisp sound echoed, and the blood-red door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. This was an extremely spacious room. All around it were white, seamless walls that merged with the floor. The floor was made of transparent glass, and below the glass, small lights emitted a pure white glow. In the very center of the room, something half a person tall, yellowish white and emitting a strong stench, was placed there. The human skin took the shape of a tent, quietly lying there, with a large dark hole in the center, where the light shone upon it and eerily disappeared, as if swallowed by the hole, making it impossible for Li Liuli to see any structure inside the human skin. Be cautious, if you cannot handle it, knock on the door quickly. Our support team is waiting outside. The walls of the containment unit are made of top-grade materials, so spiritual essence will not penetrate, allowing you to use any ability inside. After leaving this remark, the bespectacled researcher exited the room, closing the door behind him. Outside, Jiang Fengyun was looking around and, not seeing anyone else, asked, "Where's the support team?" "I don't see anyone." The researcher glanced at him with a complex expression and slowly said, facing bizarre items, "Aren't you the best support?" At this, Jiang Fengyun's expression changed to one of understanding. Seeing this, the researcher shook his head and took out a tablet connected to the camera's feed. At this moment, only Li Liuli and that shell remained in the room. After setting up the camera, Li Liuli noticed that the shell seemed to move a bit, coming closer to him, and the dark hole in the center seemed to widen, as if wanting to swallow Li Liuli whole. Facing such a bizarre situation, Li Liuli showed no signs of panic but instead took out his soul-cleansing brew. With only half a pot of forgetting worry soup left, Li Liuli planned to conserve it. The quality of the soul-cleansing brew was also high, so it should be sufficient. Li Liuli tilted his head back and drank the soul-cleansing brew in one go. The strange aroma mixed with a sharp headache instantly filled his mind, causing him to crouch down, holding his head in pain. "It's coming." The researcher nervously spoke at this moment. The shell noticed Li Liuli's abnormal state and began to visibly squirm at a slow pace. Crimson little balls appeared on the yellow-white human skin, looking like eyeballs, all staring intently at Li Liuli. "Goo!" Oh, the human skin emitted an indescribable sound, as if suppressing inner hunger, causing the researcher watching on the tablet to feel goosebumps all over. "What's wrong with him?" A nameless cold voice mixed with a hint of panic asked, "Should we bring him back?" As she spoke, her long sword at her waist instantly unsheathed, ready to strike the blood-red door. Jiang Fengyun quickly intervened, "Don't rush, this kid never fights without confidence." Indeed, just as the shell was about to cover Li Liuli, he suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with a faint blue-green hue, and a strange smile curled on his lips, with a bit of slime dripping down. "You look delicious." He grabbed the shell, opened his mouth, and bit down. Splat! The shell was instantly bitten off a large chunk, and Li Liuli kept chewing and swallowing. Goo! Sharp hairs instantly stood up on the surface of the shell. Let out a mournful cry, suddenly contracting, escaping from Li Liuli's grasp. Li Liuli paid no attention to the shell, instead covering his mouth with both hands, muffled swallowing sounds continuously coming from him. The shell began to retreat quickly, curling itself into a ball in the corner, trembling slightly. At this moment, Li Liuli finished the large piece of skin he bit off, his face still reflecting hunger as he gazed at the shivering shell in the corner. "Your taste is quite nice." Li Liuli's eyes sparkled as he pounced forward. The onlookers outside were dumbfounded, staring at the scene on the screen. Wu Ming turned his head away with some disdain. Jiang Fengyun laughed heartily, "Eating strange props raw, this is the first time I've seen it. This little guy indeed possesses some special means, no wonder Lu Yishou holds him in such high regard." Chu Shiqiu thought slowly in his heart. Experiment 2, a level strange object, codename, Catastrophe, possesses the ability to destroy the structure of strange props, confirmed to have a devouring trait, and has a more advanced, mysterious characteristic. The indestructible trait of S034 seems completely ineffective against Catastrophe. The researcher showed a fervent gaze, rapidly muttering, while another researcher recorded his words quickly. In the room, Li Liuli had already consumed the entire shell, burping contentedly, then a piece of torn skin flew out from his mouth, which Li Liuli caught, wiped his mouth, and swallowed again. It seems S034 has been completely erased. Seeing this, the researcher put down the tablet and did not rush to open the crimson door, but instead began observing Li Liuli's actions. This research record was specifically aimed at Li Liuli. Sure enough, after finishing S034, Li Liuli did not return to normal, but instead turned his gaze towards the camera. The target seems to possess a method of directly observing the outside world through the camera. Before the researcher could finish his words, the tablet in his hand exploded without warning. Bang! The outside world suddenly lost all connection with the room. Catastrophe hasn't completely returned to normal. The researcher's eyes filled with terror. This had never happened before. The containment unit for S-level strange props uses the most advanced isolation materials, and there has never been a case of a strange object inside directly influencing the outside. Bang bang bang! The crimson door trembled, and it seemed that Li Liuli wanted to break through it. What should we do now? The researcher looked at Jiang Fengyun and others. The target possesses the ability to render strange objects or props completely ineffective. Should we involve armed forces? No need. Chu Shiqiu answered him. People saw Chu Jiqiu leaning on his cane, staggering over to the door, pausing for a moment before extending the cane and lightly tapping the crimson door. No sound came. The bottom of the cane easily penetrated the door, lightly touching Li Liuli before slowly retracting. "All right, open the door," Chu Zhiqiu said. "Yes." The researcher opened the door, only to see Li Liuli pressing against it, collapsing on the floor with a swollen red mark on his forehead. "Old Chu, is he okay?" Zhang Fengyun's tone was uncertain. Chapter 82. He has only temporarily sealed his spiritual power, he will wake up soon, Chu Zhiqiu explained. As if to confirm Chu Zhiqiu's words, before Zhang Fengyun could pick Li Liuli up, he saw him groan and slowly awaken, covering his forehead. Pain. Too painful. This was the only thought in Li Liuli's mind. Whether it was his brain, forehead, or stomach, all sent sharp pangs of agony. It felt as if, after a hangover, someone hit his head with a stick, and he had also eaten something bad for his stomach. He woke up so quickly? Chu Zhiqiu looked at Li Liuli with some surprise. That's good. Let's tidy up, we're heading to Nanjiang City. Do you control the S-034? After Li Liuli nodded, Chu Zhiqiu laughed. This is the first time I've seen such a strange way of control, like a devouring between evil spirits. Li Liuli just smiled shyly. Project, Great Disaster, appearance, an ordinary spirit controller, suspected to exhibit abnormalities only after drinking. The researcher was still diligently recording his observations. I'll wait for you at the door. After saying this, Chu Zhiqiu left with his cane. Li Liuli then began to check the changes in his body. He could feel that his body seemed to have become more flexible, and he had a clear perception of every joint in his body. Like a skilled acrobat who had practiced for decades, he could complete any difficult move at will. At the same time, he also sensed a new ability. He could use a corpse to create a puppet. Unfortunately, he currently did not have a strong enough corpse to make into a puppet. Just as he prepared to leave with Chu Zhiqiu, a pure white figure suddenly appeared before him. I want to go with you. The nameless spoke simply. Why? Li Liuli asked. It's safer. Although Li Liuli did not know Chu Zhiqiu's strength, seeing how respectful Zhang Fengyun was towards him, it was clear his power was not weak. With him escorting, there would naturally be no danger. If you want to go play, just say so. Li Liuli replied with a smile, but you are the captain of the 3rd Division of the Investigation Bureau. Can you go out? You're talking too much. The nameless turned away, and Li Liuli still noticed her slightly flushed ears. It seemed that his senior sister, who worked in the investigation bureau every day, was a little pent up. In the end, the nameless still came with Li Liuli to the door, and when Chu Zhiqiu saw the scene, he simply smiled. The helicopter had already landed in the wilderness outside the investigation bureau. In the wilderness, there was thick fog. The greenery in Beicheng was not good, and now it had started to fog up. Let's go. The helicopter dove into the dense fog. Li Liuli quickly contacted Wang San, asking him to wait for him at the Sunshine Orphanage. Brotherly, how much longer will you be? I'm not sure either, after all, this is my first time on a helicopter. Brotherly is impressive. In the cheap rental room, Wang San sighed and put down his phone. In the past, Li Liuli was just like him, living in such rental housing. How long has it been since they last met, and he's already on a helicopter? It seems Brotherly has been doing really well lately. I have to get there quickly too. Wang San went downstairs and hailed a taxi, arriving at the Sunshine Orphanage's entrance, his eyes twitching. The intricately carved marble wall, the newly renovated iron gate, and even a camera and intercom. Inside the iron gate was a fountain garden, complemented by melodious music from the broadcast, with flowering bushes lining the pebble path. Is this a damn orphanage? Wang San held back for a long time and could only give a thumbs up. Brotherly is amazing. The helicopter moved up and down in the gloom, leaving Li Liuli with an inexplicable sense of unease. But luckily, he had 2 powerful companions beside him. Even if something happened, he wouldn't have to worry. The abandoned mine in Nanjiang City has been preliminarily assessed as an S-class anomaly. Chu Zhiqiu began to introduce Li Liuli. Due to some unknown reasons, the mine is filled with a large number of evil spirits and shows clear hostility towards humans. In addition, spirit controllers or humans who die in the mine will quickly turn into evil spirits, reason unknown. The anomaly area of the mine is continuously expanding, and currently, the entire mine is covered by a chilling cold. This anomaly has been assigned the code, T036, Haunted Mine. T represents a source of some supernatural events. Another strange arrival after the failure of the copy clearance. In Huaxia, there are 36 such places. But Li Liuli knows that in other countries, there are no fewer than 100 such supernatural places. Moreover, most of these places abroad have not been locked down. After all, this goes against the freedom they often speak of. Bang! Suddenly, a crash sound came from the outside of the helicopter, causing it to shake violently. There's something abnormal. Chu Shiqiu suddenly stood up at this moment, looking into the haze on the left. What's going on? Li Liuli looked at Chu Shiqiu with some nervousness. This is thousands of meters in the sky. If something goes wrong, will we have to parachute down? For this, Li Liuli was still a bit scared. He was somewhat afraid of heights. Are you scared? Wu Ming suddenly looked at Li Liuli, a hint of mockery flashing in his calm eyes. Of course, Li Liuli said, I can't fly. Then follow me later. Wu Ming replied. You can fly? Flying on a sword is the simplest skill. Wu Ming drew his sword, looking somewhat proud. Did your master not teach you? There's that too? Louis Shou really has hidden skills. As someone who once loved cultivation novels, Li Liuli still yearned for flying on a sword. I must ask Dean Lu to teach me when I get back. Beneath the haze, on a quiet small hill. Two people were standing on the slope, looking up. One of them had a long object wrapped in cloth slung over his shoulder. His eye sockets had no whites, the black pupils occupied the entire eye socket. At his waist hung a tarot card, seemingly the Fool, one of the main cards. His attire resembled that of the person on the Fool card, dressed extravagantly, holding a pale rose in his hand, looking very strange. Chu Shiqiu has arrived above us. The other man, dressed in a black robe with golden hair, whispered to the elegantly dressed man, what should we do? You need to walk down the mountain, don't look back, your mission will await you there. The Joker glanced back at him and then withdrew his gaze. Understood. The man nodded, then without looking back, walked down the mountain, leaving the Joker standing alone at the mountaintop, arms outstretched. At this moment, the curtain rises. Bang! The helicopter shook violently again, as the abnormalities in the haze launched another attack. This time, Chu Shiqiu took action, his originally hunched back straightened, and he threw his cane to the left. Thud! A crisp sound echoed as the cane quickly flew back into Chu Shiqiu's hand and pierced through a palm-sized pale rose like threading a needle. Pale rose? Chu Shiqiu held the rose in his hand and chuckled lightly, the Joker? I couldn't kill you back then, do you now have the courage to challenge me again? Li Liuli looked at this scene and naturally understood this was the grudge of the older generation of ghost tamers, something a mere third-tier ghost tamer like himself could not intervene in, so he remained silent. The fragrance of the rose spread out, bringing an indescribable eeriness. Wu Ming, take Li Liuli and leave. Chu Shiqiu said slowly, I need to go meet an old friend. The cold wind rustled through his green robe. After leaving this sentence, he kicked off the ground, vanishing into the dense fog. He can fly too? Li Liuli looked at Wu Ming. I don't know. With Chu Shiqiu's departure, the helicopter stabilized, no longer under attack. At the mountaintop, Chu Shiqiu's body crashed heavily to the ground, shattering into pieces. Strangely, no blood oozed from these fragments. Instead, small wriggling tendrils grew from them, intertwining, and eventually reassembling Chu Shiqiu's body. The Joker naturally witnessed this scene. Some emotion arose, as expected of a king who commands a complete spirit of mischief. But, can you still be considered human now? Chu Shiqiu leaned on his cane again, staggering towards the trickster. How can a human seek a moment of stability in such a turbulent situation? Are you right, Carl? Chu Shiqiu's face showed no expression. The curse brought by that complete spirit of mischief you command is far crueler than mine. The so-called complete spirit of mischief means fully merging with oneself, gaining all abilities of the spirit while being affected by the very rules and curses of the spirit itself. Such a master of mischief cannot fully be called human. Once someone triggers the killing rules of the spirit, they uncontrollably transform into the spirit and begin to kill. Carl's face was filled with an intoxicated expression. One hand moved to his waist and pulled out the Fool card, tossing it up, and then he shot towards Chu Shiqiu like a cannonball. This feeling, I am utterly entranced. Chu Shiqiu immediately lifted his cane and gently pointed to Carl's path. With a sound, the cane shattered, and Carl vanished into thin air, leaving behind the Fool card, slowly falling to the ground. I have to say, you made a very wise decision to graft the spirit's abilities onto the cane, thus avoiding the spirit's influence. Carl's voice echoed from the air. Chu Shiqiu looked up to find Carl had somehow switched places with the Fool card he had thrown into the air, and the burden on his shoulder had been released. It was a pale rose with a huge root, the flower bud exuding a faint fragrance, slowly blooming in the thick fog, with extremely fine tendrils extending like silk threads in all directions. One of these connected to Chu Shiqiu's body. Carl gently tugged at the thread, floating back to the ground. Your destiny thread is now in my hands. The complete spirit of mischief that Carl commanded was known as the Fate Seeker in the realm of mischief masters, ranking 4th internationally. Of course, the spirit had no power to manipulate fate. The so-called destiny thread was merely a way to impose a curse. Is that so? Chu Shiqiu retorted, his body stooping as he slowly took a step forward. Countless tiny hairs grew from his body, as if he were a newborn, and his body seemed to suddenly age 10 years younger. His stooped back gradually straightened, replaced by Carl's smooth skin visibly aging at a speed seen by the naked eye. Carl's complexion changed rapidly, he quickly retreated, and the pale rose in his hand closed again. He didn't know when he had been hit by Chu Jicho's curse. The complete spirit of mischief that Chu Jicho commanded also had a record in the international ranking of spirits. The Soul Reaper ranked first. Even Carl, under the curse of Chu Jicho, had to pull away quickly. Otherwise, his life would continuously be stolen by Chu Jicho. This was a very unreasonable curse, even more tyrannical than his destiny thread. Even if he commanded a spirit with almost infinite lifespan, resisting this curse was still difficult. The plane broke through the smog, revealing the landscape below. It was the Nanjing River, connected to a range of mountains. And in the center of the Nanjing River, a dark dot caught Li Liuli's attention. A king, from abroad. Wu Ming said softly, drawing her sword, ready to drop down. Can you beat him? Li Liuli asked. Are you doubting me? Wu Ming retorted. Of course not, Li Liuli hurriedly replied, he had an idea. If Wu Ming could kill the opponent, he could use the body to make a puppet, thus infiltrating the enemy's ranks. When necessary, he could also use the eternal catastrophe to give them a surprise. In the catastrophe without end, as a one-time exquisite strange item, the anomalies it created would not be weaker than the anomaly in Nanjing City this time. He shared his thoughts with Wu Ming, and upon hearing this, Wu Ming immediately grabbed Li Liuli and prepared to descend with him. What about me? The pilot suddenly spoke at this moment, I'm just an ordinary person. Of course, you should return to base, Li Liuli replied, you have already completed your mission. After saying that, he took out his human skin book and wrote on it, this time we will kill the human king beneath the helicopter. The writing was quickly covered by seeping blood, signifying that the wish was beginning to take effect. At the same time, the human skin book seemed to come alive, the pages made of human skin began to slowly wriggle, and a grotesque ghostly face surfaced. Seeing this, Wu Ming swung his sword at the human skin book. Sizzle, a sword mark appeared on the page, and the ghostly face instantly vanished, the human skin book then became obedient. In response, Li Liuli was greatly surprised. The curse of killing a human king must be powerful, yet it was still erased with one sword strike by Wu Ming. It seems that his senior sister's abilities were much stronger than he had imagined. Let's go. As the curse of the human skin book took effect, the human king standing above Nanjing, looking at the helicopter, suddenly felt a chill rise in his back. He turned back suddenly, but found nothing there. Chapter 84. Just as he was puzzled, he saw two figures dropping from the helicopter, quickly approaching him. Not choosing to escape but actively confronting? Carnot revealed a sinister smile, Chu Jicho has been intercepted, and other human kings heading to Nanjing City have the pillars from Sakura country to block them. A sword energy filled with sharpness answered him. Carnot's face changed, and he quickly summoned his controlled strange creature. It was a creature with bodies intertwined, resembling a plant from a distance. But upon closer inspection, the branches that forked out were made up of stitched-together human faces, all wearing numb smiles. As if it were a mountain of corpses made from human faces. Join us. They mumbled simple English from their mouths, as if it were a mental pollution, making Li Liuli feel a bit dizzy. Fortunately, Wu Ming stood in front of him, shielding him from this mental curse. There are still human kings? Carnot looked at Wu Ming in surprise, murmuring, is the heritage of your Huaxia so rich? Just in Nanjing City alone, they had discovered several human kings. However, they didn't know that these human kings all came from those families, as the younger generation from families would always have elders accompanying them during their training. If he knew that in the Oddity Investigation Bureau, there were still several human kings, and even 8th stage Jiang Fengyun hadn't made a move yet, he couldn't imagine how wonderful his expression would be. Without saying a word, Wu Ming immediately closed in with his sword in hand, gliding across the surface of the river like a white butterfly dancing gracefully. This posture was very similar to Luisho. Only, this style on Wu Ming was truly a pleasing sight, while on Luisho, it seemed somewhat lewd. Li Liuli was not idle either. Taking advantage of the battle between the two human kings, he quickly took out the king's essence given to him by the system, and then brought out a shrine. It was the ghost demon shrine that Li Liuli had previously never used, the Scarlet Moon. He dripped a drop of the king's essence onto the ghost demon shrine, and the demon sitting on the throne seemed to awake, the redness in its eyes intensified, as if it was about to come to life. Seeing this, Li Liuli took out the corpse of the 5th stage ninja from the Wangyue Society. He had specially returned to the orphanage to bring the body with him. After placing the shrine upon the corpse, the base immediately grew a sharp spike, stabbing into the corpse above. As the corpse rapidly shrank, a brilliant and radiant red light stained the surface of the South River. The moon hanging on the shrine burst forth with red light, instantly suppressing the momentum of the two human kings. The fierce evil spirit controlled by Canis let out a piercing scream upon touching the scarlet moonlight. This surprised Canis greatly. He was a human king, and with the power of the seal, no controller below level 7 could harm him in the slightest, but now his fierce evil spirit seemed to be injured by a strange item used by that level 3 controller. What frustrated Canis even more was that he felt somewhat out of sorts today. During the battle with the Nameless One, he repeatedly fell into moments of confusion, and this day's allowed the Nameless One to find many opportunities. Is this all the work of that brat? Canis muttered to himself. A level 3 controller shouldn't be able to influence the battle between two human kings, yet he managed to do it. The Nameless One also seized the opportunity of the fierce evil spirit's scream, slashing down with a stunning sword aura, cutting off almost all branches of the corpse mountain. What was worse, Canis saw that in the shrine in front of Li Liuli, the demon sitting on the throne seemed to have come alive and was already standing, locking onto him. Clearly just an odd item driven by a level 3 controller, yet it made his scalp tingle. No. I have to retreat. Canis made a quick judgment, preparing to withdraw. Just as he was about to retreat, the scarlet moonlight shone again, illuminating his body, while the demon on the shrine extended its claws towards him. Suddenly, a black claw covered in scales appeared in the air, while Canis' surrounding spiritual energies seemed to be solidified by the moonlight. Seal power? Canis' face changed repeatedly. How can a level 3 controller possibly possess seal power? The sealing power brought by the moonlight collided with the sealing power on Canis, falling into a bizarre stalemate. And the demon on the shrine seized this opportunity. The claws heavily struck down towards Canis, sending him flying and causing him to spit blood in midair. And the Nameless One also took advantage of this moment, striking his sword toward Canis from a distance. The sword aura pierced into Canis' forehead, his eyes instantly lost their light. The Nameless One looked at Li Liuli with some surprise, landing on the shore, intrigued by the shrine in Li Liuli's hands. She hadn't expected to kill a human king so easily this time. Li Liuli said anxiously, "What about that human king's corpse? On the river, it should be floating away soon." The Nameless One suddenly remembered that Li Liuli still needed to use that corpse to make a puppet. You wait a moment. The Nameless One lightly leaped, stepped on the sword, and quickly brought a corpse to Li Liuli. Li Liuli's eyes sparkled. His chest suddenly split open with a dark mouth, from which countless yellow and white liquids dripped onto Canis, enveloping his body. After the liquid seeped in, Canis' tightly closed eyes instantly opened, struggling to rise. Is this the power controlled by a human king? Canis spoke out what Li Liuli wanted to say. With Canis' body as a puppet, Li Liuli gained many new abilities. He could directly control the fierce evil spirit that Canis commanded, while the curse would be borne by Canis. Even if he used strange items himself, he could transfer the curse onto Canis. In addition, he could also use part of Canis' sealing power. At the same time, he possessed the original memories of this body, quickly understanding all the conspiracies targeting South River City. It turns out it's the beautiful country playing tricks. When this trial ends, I will return the favor. Li Liuli manipulated Kanasi to take out his phone, dialed a number, and quickly got through. A woman's voice answered with very standard Japanese English. Is everything taken care of? Everything's done, I'm coming back right away, Kanasi replied. What about the Fate Weaver? I'm not quite sure, after all, I can't interfere in such high-level collisions, Kanasi answered. After hanging up, Kanasi nodded toward the Nameless One, took the Eternal Cataclysm from Li Liuli's hand, and quickly left. Let's go back to the orphanage first, Li Liuli said. The Nameless One agreed and nodded. Chapter 85. Inside the orphanage, Chen Jinyi and Lu Yishou each held a bottle of wine, sitting on the marble round bench in the pavilion, looking at Wang San in front of them. Little Li should be here soon, come on, let's have a toast. Wang San quickly waved his hands, no, drinking will ruin things, drinking will ruin things. Chen Jinyi and Lu Yishou exchanged glances and did not push too hard, the two of them smiled and clinked their glasses. Where is the slightest hint of a king's demeanor? At this time, Li Liuli arrived at the orphanage with the Nameless One. Although Li Liuli already knew that with his support, these two old fellows would definitely renovate the orphanage into something very luxurious. But this place, how could it look like an orphanage? It clearly resembled a noble's manor. The money he gave them was definitely not enough. These two old fellows must have savings. Li Liuli silently cursed Lu Yishou and Chen Jinyi in his heart as he entered the garden, saw the three of them in the pavilion, and immediately walked over. Brother Li, you're here. Wang San exclaimed as he saw Li Liuli, long time no see. Didn't we just see each other in the instance? Li Liuli responded, there's no time to waste, let's set off immediately. Wait. Chen Jinyi suddenly called out to Li Liuli, this time I want to go too. What are you coming for? Li Liuli replied in confusion. It's hard to come by something fun, of course, I want to take a look. Chen Jinyi put down his wineglass, I can also protect our little Li from being bullied by those children from big families. They might not even be able to get the better of me with the Kanasi, a royal-level puppet. Li Liuli felt very confident. What you don't know is, Chen Jinyi replied, big families are best at sending the younger ones to fight first and sending the older ones to follow. Li Liuli suddenly found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Actually, I can go too, Lu Yishou suddenly spoke up at this moment. No way. It's my turn this time. Chen Jinyi pouted and glared at Lu Yishou, you stay here and keep your apprentice company. Well, it seems they were just bored from being stuck in the orphanage for too long. The moment of emotional uplift Li Liuli had just felt vanished without a trace. Let's go. Chen Jingyi was as excited as a child. I have a car. When did you buy a car? Li Liuli was surprised again. You have savings? I know your bank card number and password. Chen Jingyi grinned. You've hidden quite a lot from us. Alright. Once inside the instance, Li Liuli's emotions had never fluctuated as much as they did today. It's not a very expensive car, so don't worry. Chen Jingyi patted Li Liuli on the shoulder and led him to the parking lot of the orphanage, where a Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked. Li Liuli's eyes twitched violently. Arriving at the abandoned mine outside Nanjing City, the small hill of the mine was completely covered in thick smog. On the road in front of the mine, a no-entry sign had already been posted, and many workers in black coats were coming and going. Li Liuli saw a familiar figure, Chu Jiqiu. He had come early to the mine. At this moment, Chu Jiqiu looked as if he had become a few years younger. The cane in his hand was nowhere to be found. He straightened his back and stopped the car. Old Chu, it's me. Li Liuli opened the car door and said to Chu Jiqiu. Hee, you finally arrived. Chu Jiqiu chuckled, signaling the staff behind him to clear the road. Go in. Who are these two? Chen Jingyi felt an extremely dangerous aura from Chu Jiqiu. His body shivered slightly, then he smiled and replied, I'm just a security guard at an orphanage. Security guard? Chu Jiqiu looked at Chen Jingyi's Rolls-Royce Phantom with great interest, shook his head, and said, It's very dangerous inside. It's better not to let ordinary folks in. Li Liuli looked at Wang San in the backseat and said, It might be dangerous to go in. Are you sure you want to? Wang San's face turned a bit pale, but he nodded vigorously and said, The Dragon Head Gang is my home. I must witness you take down the traitor. Hearing this, Li Liuli no longer dissuaded him. Alright, follow me in a bit. Chen Jingyi also cheerfully replied, I am never afraid of spirits, so I must go in and take a look. The visibility inside is low, please walk. A staff member spoke at this moment, so the three had to stop the car here and walk instead. The abandoned mine was vast, built within a hollowed-out small mountain, with countless tunnels inside. It was indeed a maze. Alright, Li, you can go your own way from here. After saying this, Chen Jingyi immediately vanished. Wang San raised his hand to point in a direction, saying, Let's go this way. The Dragon Head Gang was located at the highest level of the mine, where one could see the entire downtown area of Nanjing City clearly. The view was quite nice. At this moment, in the highest room, the deputy gang leader Lin Qi was fearfully watching the dense fog outside. Faint whispers lingered in the air. His face was very pale, and he finally turned to look at Zhou Tianming, who sat in an office chair, saying, Mr. Zhou, when can we leave? Zhou Tianming's expression was also not good. This place seemed to be an abnormal disaster area. The tightly closed office door had been knocked by terrifying supernatural entities more than once. If Uncle Wang hadn't been present, Zhou Tianming probably wouldn't have been able to handle these supernatural entities. Zhou Tianming first huffed at Lin Qi in dissatisfaction. With such a small heart, how can you talk about cooperation with us? After saying this, he looked at Uncle Wang and asked, Did you sense that mask? Just some supernatural entities couldn't stop their footsteps. Their goal wasn't to take over the Dragon Head Gang but to obtain an unusual artifact hidden in this strange phenomenon. This mask was discovered by Lin Qi by chance, and after he got the mask, supernatural entities often appeared around him. Moreover, Lin Qi found that this mask seemed to control these supernatural entities. Lin Qi used this mask as a bargaining chip to trade in the black market, proposing the condition to make him the leader of the Dragon Head Gang. This mask was inadvertently found by Zhou Tianming, who had come to Nanjing City to find Li Liuli. His original intention was to meet Li Liuli, apologize, and unexpectedly gain something. According to Uncle Wang's assessment, the grade of this mask was at least top tier. Being able to control supernatural entities meant he could choose whichever supernatural entity to unleash. Zhou Tianming naturally didn't let this opportunity slip away. However, just as he arrived at the Dragon Head Gang and incapacitated the gang leader, the mask mysteriously disappeared. Even more bizarre, that same night, the gang leader inexplicably died suddenly. The next day, the mine was filled with thick fog, accompanied by the screams of various supernatural entities, and the Dragon Head Gang's little brothers saw the gang leader's corpse mysteriously disappear, walking through the fog in the mine, with a strange green-faced, sharp-toothed mask on his face. After the leader's death, all the little brothers believed he had transformed into a vengeful spirit, determined to kill Lin Qi and the outsiders. The hearts of the people scattered at once. Most of the little brothers fled, leaving only Lin Qi and a few loyal ones, waiting for the mask to come knocking on their door. The mist outside had a certain corrosive effect on the spirit and energy. Even Uncle Wang, at stage 6, did not dare to act rashly. They could only hope that the leader truly sought revenge and would come to them. I haven't sensed the mask, but I detected a royal-level aura moving in the mist. Uncle Wang shook his head and said, Right now, the outside world might be even more dangerous than before. I'm not sure if this royal-level presence is from one of our Chinese kings or a ghost king. Lin Qi and the little brothers listened to their conversation with blank expressions. Although they didn't understand, it felt terrifying. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking made the entire office go silent. What's happening? Lin Shi stammered, looking at Zhou Tianming, his face filled with uncertainty. Is it another ghost knocking? Zhou Tianming's eyes were also a bit panicked as he looked at Uncle Wang. Is it a vengeful spirit? Uncle Wang's gaze was uncertain. He said, it doesn't seem like it, it's a ghost controller and a regular person. Before he finished speaking, he saw the doorknob slightly turn, and heard Wang San's voice, Li Gu, the door isn't locked. Then, from outside, came Li Liuli's voice, I remember I told you before, when you are out, manners are very important. Don't let others see you as a rough guy. What Li Gu said is right. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Lin Shi exclaimed in surprise, Wang San and Li Liuli? Isn't that guy suddenly missing last week? The little brothers beside him also showed panic. One of them said, Li Gu must also be dead and now come with the leader to take revenge on us. Lin Shi listened and felt a stir in his heart. Wow, what if that makes sense? Zhou Tianming and Uncle Wang's expressions also grew ugly. Li Liuli? They knew him very well. That incident with the overturned dish was still fresh in their minds. You guys are the ones who are dead. As soon as Li Liuli entered the office, he heard someone cursing himself and immediately retorted. Then he turned to Lin Shi and greeted, Yo, you old guy hasn't died yet? Wang San was a bit embarrassed. Is this really polite? Humph, I didn't expect that if I didn't come to find you, you would dare to come here yourself, Lin Shi sneered, showing no fear of Li Liuli. After all, he had Zhou's backing. The Zhou family members could use magic. In his eyes, the ghost controller who commanded vengeful spirits was like a wizard. He turned to Zhou Tianming and said, Mr. Zhou, he is the last remaining faction of the Dragon Head Gang. If you help me deal with him, our deal will be completed. Then that mask will be yours. As for how you find this mask here, that's none of my concern, Lin Shi thought to himself. However, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Zhou Tianming's eyes trembled slightly. He forced a smile and said to Li Liuli, Li Gu, long time no see. Oh? Li Liuli then noticed Zhou Tianming and immediately understood. Isn't this little Zhou? Long time no see, Li Liuli smiled slightly. What's up, still thinking of getting involved in ordinary people's conflicts? Seeing Li Liuli's devilish smile, Zhou Tianming felt his body weaken. The fear from that day surged back. And no, I don't dare. Zhou Tianming forced a smile and said, we're just passing by, don't know him at all. Lin Shi, upon hearing this, was dumbfounded. In his mind, Li Liuli was just a slightly stronger ordinary person. Though sometimes he acted like a madman, he shouldn't scare a person who could use spells, right? Could it be that Li Liuli has some background? Lin Shi wanted to say more, when he saw Zhou Tianming give him a glare. At this moment, Zhou Tianming was in deep despair, wondering why he always managed to offend Li Liuli. Am I really this unlucky? Li Liuli saw Zhou Tianming pretending to be a bystander and ignored him, turning instead to Lin Shi. With a half-smile, he said, I heard you became the leader of the Dragon Head Gang first? Do you deserve it? A pale blue flush appeared on Lin Shi's face, and finally, he gritted his teeth. With so many of us, if we are afraid of those two, would we not make the brothers on the street laugh until their teeth fall out? Follow me. As he spoke, he drew out a watermelon knife and charged toward Li Liuli. Li Liuli's mouth slightly opened, and from it, a dart stained with rusty spots and a chilling aura was shot out, easily slicing Lin Shi's watermelon knife in half. Then, Li Liuli's body moved slightly, quickly arriving next to Lin Shi, raising his arm and slapping Lin Shi's face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed in the empty office, and Lin Shi's body flew back, heavily crashing into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. He can use magic too? How can we fight him? The little brothers began discussing, and then one little brother's expression changed, stepping forward to kneel and said, It's all Deputy Leader Lin Shi who forced us to do this. We've been unhappy with him for a long time. As soon as he spoke, other little brothers immediately chimed in. He's right, we've seen the Deputy Leader harboring rebellious thoughts. That's why we intentionally laid in wait beside him, enduring silently, just to wait for you, brotherly. Lin Shi naturally heard these words from the little brothers, and darkness flashed before his eyes. He worked hard to sit in the leader's position, but before he could even get comfortable, he was about to be pulled down. Looking at the little brother kneeling in front of him, Li Liuli did not make things too difficult. After all, facing a magic user, ordinary people indeed had no way to resist. But Lin Shi, he had to deal with him. He walked up to Lin Shi, his eyes turned cold in an instant. Disloyalty and injustice, according to the rules of the underworld, must be punished. As he spoke, a blood-stained flying ring suddenly appeared behind him, instantly severing Lin Shi's head. Thud! Lin Shi's head fell to the ground, scaring the little brother's faces pale. Brotherly is righteous. Suddenly, a little brother shouted, and the others followed suit. Brotherly is righteous. Chapter 87. All right, everyone get up. Li Liuli said, the new leader will be elected by you all, I won't get involved. He turned and walked to Zhou Tianming's side. In the haunted mine, with the involvement of various families, Zhou Tianming also came in person. If there were no opportunities here, Li Liuli didn't believe it. What are you all here for? Li Liuli stared at Zhou Tianming and said, I give you a chance to speak the truth, don't think of tricking me. Hearing this, Zhou Tianming instantly wilted, realizing that he could not get that strange item. That was a top-tier strange item. The Bodhi robe that was forced to be given to Li Liuli last time was only an upper grade. A top-tier strange item could generally only be used by kings to withstand curses. If he knew that Li Liuli had many top-tier strange items, he might spit blood. Uncle Wang gave Zhou Tianming a look, and with no choice, Zhou Tianming had to explain the existence of that mask to Li Liuli. Top-tier strange item? It can even control evil spirits? After listening to Zhou Tianming's explanation, Li Liuli was also somewhat surprised, followed by joy. This item seemed to fit perfectly with his ghost messenger. Perhaps it could further enhance the ghost messenger's power. Joyo, because of that cultivation method. Having been promoted to level 5 and pushing towards level 6, yet the ghost envoy was still at level 4, trailing behind. Even if Li Liuli did not summon the vicious ghost, he could easily defeat a level 4 vicious ghost by relying on himself. After all, he had also practiced the Yin Ming soul refining method, although not particularly skilled, he could still use the 9 underworld invisible fire. If brotherly, you like it, we will not participate in this mask. If you find it, it will belong to you. Zhou Tianming saw the shining eyes of Li Liuli, his heart was bleeding, but he could only respond with a smile. Li Liuli could naturally see that Zhou Tianming was very pained and advised, I suggest you hurry and leave. There are already foreign kings entering here, if you are not careful, you may be buried here. Zhou Tianming felt a chill in his heart, he was not foolish and could guess the general situation. Is it because of the kingdom fortune war? Li Liuli nodded. No wonder I can feel the royal level spiritual energy fluctuations. Wang Shu suddenly understood and looked at Zhou Tianming, we should leave soon. Zhou Tianming thought for a while and finally nodded. Wang-san, take your younger brothers and leave with them, the following matters are no longer something you can interfere with. Li Liuli also instructed Wang-san. In the mining tunnel, 3 people were walking side by side, their clothing very retro, as if they had traveled from ancient times to modern times. One bald man frowned and said, this cold air should also be the effect of a top-quality bazaar item. Another long-haired young man chuckled softly, S-class abnormal area, unless the bazaar descends, there will definitely be multiple top-quality bazaar items resurrecting. Isn't this common sense? The bald man felt upset as if he was being mocked. Su Fengxing, what do you mean? What can I mean? Su Fengxing smiled slightly, I'm just helping you supplement some common knowledge, Li Changsha. You guys stop arguing. Another woman, looking cold and beautiful like an immortal, interrupted their conversation, Xian has already gotten separated from us, yet you are still infighting. Come on, Sister Su. Li Changsha looked at Su Qinghuan, even if the 3 of us work together, we can't defeat Qian. If she can't handle the anomalies here, we should leave as soon as possible. Su Qinghuan glared at Li Changsha, but could find no point to refute. Even when facing a king, Qian would not be in life-threatening danger. After all, she had a complete vicious ghost with her. Su Fengxing suddenly lowered his voice, those filthy things are coming. Li Liuli looked at the empty office, waiting for a while but did not wait for the vicious ghost that Zhou Tianming mentioned to knock on the door, so he prepared to leave and enter the mining tunnel. He pushed the door open and smelled a faint fragrance in the cold air. Li Liuli immediately became alert, looking forward, there stood a girl with twin ponytails and sickly pale skin. Vicious ghost? Li Liuli sensed an extremely dangerous aura from her, and at that moment, she turned her head to look at Li Liuli. Li Liuli felt his body instantly stiffen, she launched an attack at him. Li Liuli took out the infinity lock heart mirror and aimed it at the girl from a distance. The mirror reflected the image of the girl, and her slow steps towards Li Liuli clearly paused. But then, Li Liuli saw the mirror of the infinity lock heart mirror turning murky at a pace visible to the naked eye, and the reflection of the girl became increasingly blurry. This was a top-quality bazaar item. According to the system's appraisal, she was only at level 5, how could she resist a top-quality bazaar item so quickly? Top-quality bazaar items were enough to pose a life-threatening danger to those below king level. Did she possess some kind of sealing ability? Li Liuli's heart stirred, he took out a drop of royal essence and dissolved it onto the infinity lock heart mirror. Using the sealing power of Kanas, he activated the heart lock mirror again. Li Liuli felt his spiritual power double in an instant, the murky surface of the mirror was again cleared, and the woman's steps completely froze. Without stopping, Li Liuli's chest suddenly shattered, revealing skin mixed with yellow and white, and all the strange items he had eaten earlier sprouted from his chest, shooting toward the woman. Tick-tock. In the thick fog, it suddenly began to rain lightly, and then the rain grew heavier, gradually turning into a torrential downpour. Raindrops fell on Li Liuli's body, immediately causing him to tremble, as extreme cold invaded him, throwing his spiritual power into chaos. At this moment, Li Liuli finally understood the opponent's specific ability. It was not the sealing power of a royal level but some ability that could disturb spiritual power. The opponent's ability was extremely terrifying. However, Li Liuli still thought of a solution. Two charms appeared in his hand. One was a high-quality charm he had purchased earlier, the Soul Locking Charm, and the other was a supreme formation he learned from the Fox King, the Night March of Ghosts. After leaving the arena, Li Liuli bought this charm in the system store. I want to see how many fierce ghosts your ability can disturb at once. Li Liuli had already considered the opponent as the third fierce ghost he wanted to control. This strange ability made Li Liuli very envious. He still had a supreme ghost control card. As the two charms were thrown out, even if his spiritual power could support it, he had little mental strength left. With a whirlwind, Li Liuli sat down on the ground, watching the countless fierce ghosts appear around him, coldly laughing in his heart. To use fierce ghosts to defeat fierce ghosts. Chapter 88. Su Fengxing and the others, after dealing with the group of fierce ghosts, arrived at the mine exit, immediately seeing the grey-white pouring rain falling on the central building of the mining area. And the roar of countless fierce ghosts. Li Chang'e sensed it briefly and touched his bald head in fear, saying, "The number of fierce ghosts above is 10 times that of the group we encountered before. Moreover, most of them are above level 5. Qian is in danger." Su Qinghuan lightly tapped her toes, and her whole body flew upward like a sparrow. Li Chang'e did not move immediately but looked at Su Fengxing. What to do? Even they went to fight. Do you want to be looked down upon by others? Su Fengxing rolled his eyes at Li Chang'e, his body soaring into the air, unfolding a pair of black wings behind him. Seeing this, Li Chang'e enviously touched his bald head, and then jogged toward the stairs. I really envy you flying people. Li Liuli sat cross-legged on the bridge platform, holding the Nether Divine Awareness Fruit to replenish his mental strength. This was already his last Nether Divine Awareness Fruit. Seems like I need to hurry and buy items that can enhance mental strength. My mental strength is too low compared to my spiritual power. After eating the Nether Divine Awareness Fruit, Li Liuli's mental strength also increased slightly, breaking through the 600 mark. Looking at the woman surrounded by countless fierce ghosts, Li Liuli smiled slightly, stood up, holding that Supreme Ghost Control card. Suddenly, Li Liuli saw a figure leap up from below and land on the bridge. He didn't see the fierce ghosts on the person. It should be a ghost hunting practitioner. It seemed to be a member of a family participating in the national fate battle. With the appearance of humans, Li Liuli felt reassured. At least, he wouldn't have to face this terrifying fierce ghost alone anymore. However, in the next moment, the person unexpectedly tapped their toes repeatedly and reached out a palm toward him. Li Liuli was caught off guard and was struck by the person's palm. Buzz! The Bodhi robe and the 9 Dragons' heart mirror both activated at the same time, blocking this attack for Li Liuli. At the same time, a ferocious black dragon roared from Li Liuli's chest, lunging towards the hunter of the strange. What are you doing? Li Liuli immediately took 2 steps back. The one opposite is the terrifying entity. I am human. Su Qinghuan was taken aback when she heard the other party speak. She froze. When she reached the bridge, she saw countless frightening entities attacking Qian, while Li Liuli seemed to be ready to benefit from the situation, thus concluding that the other party was one of the anomalies of the mine. That strange item capable of controlling terrifying entities. That was why she did not hesitate to attack the other party. Unexpectedly, the other party spoke to her at this moment. Brother, it seems you've misunderstood something. That woman is not a terrifying entity. At this moment, Su Fengxing flew up, witnessing the scene, and hurriedly clasped his hands toward Li Liuli. Are you kidding? Anyone capable of suppressing Qian must possess unfathomable strength. If we provoke the other party's hostility, the consequences would be unimaginable. But since the other party is human, everything will be easier to handle. Li Liuli didn't react for a moment. She attacked me first. Su Qinghuan quickly turned around and said, Qian's situation is special. She commands a complete terrifying entity, so she occasionally displays some traits of these entities. Did you happen to make eye contact with her before? I see. Li Liuli finally understood. Having spent so long with Jiang Fengyun, he had learned some knowledge about the terrifying entity control world and understood what a complete terrifying entity meant. A complete terrifying entity symbolizes the pinnacle of strength in the entity control world. Li Liuli retracted the terrifying entities he had summoned, watching the 2 talismans in his hands burn to ashes, his eyes filled with heartache. 1 top-grade talisman, 1 high-grade talisman? Su Qinghuan and Su Fengxing both noticed this and were momentarily shocked. Top-grade items are hard to obtain even from their families. Even if they participate in the national fate battle, they can only get 1 top-grade strange item at most. As for talismans, which are consumable items, their family's supply is extremely scarce. Where on earth does this guy come from? How could he be so wealthy? Confusion filled their hearts. I'm here, finally. Li Chang'e finally climbed up the steps at this moment, shouting, and then saw the strange looks from others. Has it already ended? It was a misunderstanding. Su Qinghuan replied, quickly moving to Qian's side, supporting her as she looked visibly weak, worried. Are you okay? Qian silently nodded and then walked forward, reaching Li Liuli's side. Sorry. Qian's voice was very soft, sounding like a frail girl seriously ill in bed. I couldn't control myself. It's fine. Li Liuli laughed heartily, quietly storing the top-grade terrifying entity card into the system space. You're the 5th candidate for this national fate battle? Su Fengxing inquired, and upon seeing Li Liuli nod, he was incredibly surprised. He had thought that Qian was already the strongest in this national fate battle, but he hadn't expected there to be more powerful individuals. It is quite rare to control a complete terrifying entity below the king level. In the entire history of national fate battles, only Chu Lao had achieved such quality. 2 individuals controlling complete terrifying entities, plus another one who not only controlled a terrifying entity but also practiced techniques, a rare genius. It seems that this time, our Huaxia will achieve victory against Su Fengxing's side a little. Have you found anything abnormal this time? Li Liuli asked. Su Fengxing shook his head. We can only speculate that there should be at least 3 strange items of upper grade or higher, all reviving at the same time, one of which has the ability to control the terrifying entities. Another one can manipulate haze, and the other can interfere with mental strength. A strange artifact is approaching here. Qian suddenly spoke. It is the one that can infect mental strength. If it weren't for this strange artifact's interference, Qian wouldn't be totally unable to control himself. Woo woo. The haze grew heavier, and from deep within it, a mournful cry suddenly arose. It seems that the strange artifact that manipulates haze is also close to here. Li Liuli suddenly said, those outsiders want to trap us. Half an hour ago, Li Liuli was controlling Kanas, arriving at a small hill outside the mine, which was not within the area surrounded by the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. The Game Master Carl descended slowly from the air. His movements, although graceful, still revealed the signs of aging on his face, as Kanas could see. It's time to catch them. Are you okay? Li Liuli controlled Kanas to ask. Carl nodded. Zhu Jiqiu is still the strongest in controlling the anomaly world, better to avoid him for now. How is Sakura country? Kanas replied immediately. Chiyo has already infiltrated using a strange artifact. Her being a king should be enough. The king of Kimchi country and the king of Britain have gone to attract attention. Let's move as well. Let's create chaos up front. Carl rubbed his temples. He had thought that even if he couldn't defeat Zhu Jiqiu this time, he could at least have a fair fight, but he did not expect Zhu Jiqiu to still be an insurmountable mountain. However, he also had a way in mind. He took out a dirty cloth doll from his chest, the doll covered with a layer of black mist, proving it was also a strange artifact. What is this? Kanaz's pupils shrank. According to the knowledge from his past life, Li Liuli could also know the name of this item. Sequence 4, the Doomed Witch. The ranking of strange artifacts in the beautiful country is different from that in China. They are usually arranged by sequence, with lower numbers indicating more terrifying abilities. The ability of the Doomed Witch is simple. It absorbs all curses around the wearer, and as more curses are absorbed, its power becomes stronger. In the end, the wearer can release all the curses stored within the Doomed Witch. And Zhu Jiqiu's ability to absorb life is also a curse. According to the calculations, the Doomed Witch is likely a top-grade level 4 strange artifact. The last time the Doomed Witch absorbed a small portion of Zhu Jiqiu's curse, it nearly exploded. Carl coldly smiled. I wonder if he will like this big gift I'm giving him? By the way, although the strategy team is cooperating with us, they seem to have no actual actions. Kanas suddenly said. No need to care, the show is about to start. Carl waved his hand, stepping down the hill. Beneath the thick fog, countless anomaly hunters in coats were busy, while Zhu Jiqiu sat in a prepared lookout, eyes closed in focus. The temperature in the haze seemed lower. Zhu Jiqiu slowly raised his head and shouted, everyone, pay attention, our enemies are coming. Among the crowd, a figure with an aged face and a coat immediately emerged. It was Zhangyan. Old Chu, many kings have appeared in the haze, only the 2 of us remain here. That's enough. Zhu Jiqiu radiated confidence all over. Come with me to face the enemy. As they passed through the haze, Zhu Jiqiu saw Carl and Kanas. Carl walked leisurely toward him, holding an ugly doll in his hand. Zhu Jiqiu naturally knew the effect of the strange artifact in the other's hand, and he stopped. Seeing this, Carl chuckled, throwing the doll high into the air. The mouth of the Doomed Witch, sewn with needle and thread, suddenly opened wide. Countless black gas mixed with ear-piercing screams burst out from its mouth. Do you like the gift I prepared for you? Carl burst into mad laughter, and in the haze, the nearby cursed hunters fell one after another, like wheat stalks, their skin quickly shriveling. At the same time, grotesque creatures of various appearances crawled out from their chests, attacking the hunters behind them. Once used, it can spark a widespread plague. This is the tagline for a top-tier item. Zhu Jiqiu also felt part of his power from the tragic witch, and his face immediately darkened. You want him to kill? Zhu Jiqiu can naturally do it easily, but asking him to remove the curse is a bit difficult. Everyone, use the curse-clearing talismans. Zhang Yan shouted at this moment, a flower blooming on his body, and the fragrant flame instantly dispersed the haze. Zhang Yan's ability is very suitable for dealing with this situation, which is also why Chu Jiqiu brought him along. Leave this to me. Chu Jiqiu fixed his gaze on Carl, signaling Zhang Yan to help the cursed hunters. Zhang Yan nodded and quickly moved through the haze. Bring out S008. S008, the Drunken Dream Piano. This is a very special strange item. Under normal circumstances, anyone can use it without suffering any curse. However, if there are spectators, the situation becomes completely different. As the music plays, all curses on the audience will transfer to the performer. The curse-clearing talisman is also a byproduct of studying the characteristics of S008. This strange item is mostly used by Zhang Yan alone because his cultivation technique is very suitable for clearing curses. Although he cannot control the grotesque beings, he can still withstand the backlash brought by using strange items. However, this curse covers such a wide area and is so deep that even Zhang Yan may not be confident. He approached the performance with a determination to face death. S008 looks like a very ordinary piano. As the performance began, a tailcoat appeared on Zhang Yan, and as the melodious sound spread, even the haze around him formed a noticeable void. All the hunters who heard the piano sound felt their bodies rapidly recovering, a refreshing sensation washed over them as if every cell was moaning. Meanwhile, the tailcoat on Zhang Yan lengthened, and countless dark green arms sprouted from it, seemingly trying to strangle Zhang Yan. 2 flowers bloomed on his shoulders, making his cheeks even paler, but fortunately, they burned those strange arms to ashes. Seeing this scene, Carl commanded Kanaz, "You go into the haze too, help Lady Chio, and wipe out those chosen ones." Li Liuli heard this and brightened. Great, no problem. He was worried about how to get Kanaz to come and help him. He manipulated Kanaz to nod, then quickly rushed into the haze. On the bridge platform of the mine, the cold wind continuously froze their spiritual power, and the swirling haze brought countless strange and twisted figures, pressing closer to the 5 of Li Liuli. Tap tap tap. In the haze, a woman wearing a kimono with thick makeup stepped forward, and in her hand, there was a mirror from which dense mist bubbled out. Clearly, it was this strange item that released the haze capable of freezing spiritual power in the mine. Moon Viewing Society, Mirror Pillar, you can also call me Lady Chio. The woman elegantly bowed, but soon her figure shattered like a mirror. At the same time, in the remaining rainwater, reflecting her figure until the weak state of Qian. Chapter 90. In the Moon Viewing Society, Qian was a deadly genius marked in red. Now, the other party looked extremely weak, and she naturally would not miss this opportunity. The power of the King's Seal fell from the sky, sealing the already limited spiritual power of everyone present. At that moment, Qian sensed danger, struggling to push Su Chenghuan away, wanting to summon the wicked spirit, but found she couldn't do it at all. Under the dual effects of mist and sealing power, Qian seemed to turn into an ordinary person, just able to watch as the mirror reached out its arm from the water's surface, wanting to pull her into its reflection. She could not survive in the reflection. Once pulled in, it meant she would be cursed with a fatal curse. In this critical moment, Li Liuli rushed out, knocking Qian to the ground, avoiding the mirror's attack. Next, you all stay hidden and don't drag my feet, Li Liuli said after carrying Qian back to safety, handing her over to Su Chenghuan and others. She is a human king. Su Chenghuan exclaimed. We can't possibly resist her sealing power, let alone the top-grade strange item in her hand. I suggest we run separately, Li Changshi also advised. Li Liuli didn't look back, waved his hand to them confidently, seemingly very sure of himself. A king level? I can go 55 to 45. Would you like to use a king level experience card? Yes. Use successful. For the next 15 minutes, you will gain king level abilities. As the system's voice fell, Li Liuli's momentum began to slowly rise, surprisingly breaking through the other party's sealing power. This guy is actually this strong? Li Changshi exclaimed. It seems he didn't use his full strength when fighting me. Qian's eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Liuli. Among peers, the only one who could fight her was Li Liuli. Moreover, Li Liuli's previous hero-like rescue stirred something in Qian's heart. However, due to her family reasons, she didn't understand anything other than the wicked spirit, only knowing that this handsome man before her certainly attracted her attention. Even his back seemed so reliable and full of charm. Of course, the premise was she didn't know what Li Liuli was thinking in his heart. System, quickly give me some strange items to deal with the mirror. Li Liuli shouted in his heart. Even with king-level strength, 15 minutes would be hard to take down the opponent. After all, he had no accompanying wicked spirit or technique. He first bought another 100 Ghost Night Walk talisman in the store, using 2,000 strange coins, which was quite cheap compared to the underworld store. After all, this was a talisman he learned through observation, and the price was relatively discounted. After refreshing the store, Li Liuli saw 2 strange items with attack capabilities. Top grade second level strange item, double eyes, 10,000 strange coins. Top grade second level strange item, Scythe of Instant Death, 20,000 strange coins. Among them, Double Eyes could be used by himself, while the Scythe of Instant Death could be given to the ghostly messenger. With the addition of the king level spiritual energy, the controlled wicked spirit would gain more abilities. In addition to the top grade second level strange item, it was enough to injure the human king. Li Liuli bought it without hesitation and summoned the ghostly messenger in Jiu. After putting the strange double eyes into his eye sockets, he first launched an attack on the mirror. Seeing this, the mirror sneered, although she didn't know why Li Liuli suddenly had level 7 strength, but simply thought this kind of strength wouldn't last long. In other words, she could completely buy time. Just as she prepared to sink beneath the water's surface, for some reason, she suddenly took a step forward, leaving the pool. The power of the double eyes is simple: foresight and interference. Those seen by the double eyes will be affected by a curse, allowing the wielder to distort the will of others within a certain range. The current state of mirror is that her will has been twisted a bit by Li Liuli. Li Liuli naturally would not let this opportunity slip by, holding the dragon claw tightly, and striking down fiercely at Mirror's neck. The dragon's roar echoed, and taken by surprise, Mirror was sent flying by Li Liuli's attack, while the ghostly reaper bearing the Scythe of Instant Death hurled a shaking iron chain at her. Clang, clang, clang. The Scythe of Instant Death, as the name suggests, carries a curse of instant death. Of course, this is only under the condition of a significant power gap. A 5th tier eerie entity, even with the curse of instant death, cannot kill a 7th tier eerie king. Mirror was hooked back by the iron chain, blood spilling from her mouth, causing her quite a bit of injury. Damn it! Mirror wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, stunned that Li Liuli's combo actually dealt her this much damage. Now, Mirror no longer thought about buying time, wrapping her hands around the Yata mirror in her grasp, which seemed to have patterns like the bagua, slowly beginning to spin. After all, most of the culture in Sakura country came from Huaxia, so some similarities are quite normal. As the Yata mirror rotated, Mirror felt her mind become incredibly clear. The Yata mirror also has a characteristic, foresight. However, Li Liuli had already anticipated that the opponent could foresee, not pausing his steps, spitting out several strange props while using the dragon claw to grab at Mirror. Unfortunately, he only had a single 5th tier corpse on him as a sacrifice for the shrine, which had already been used. Otherwise, with the shrine's blessing, Li Liuli would have had a great chance to kill Mirror. Mirror's figure shattered again like a mirror, countless fragments scattering on the ground and slowly disappearing, evading Li Liuli's attack. For this, Li Liuli also had his own countermeasure. He quickly pulled out the human skin book, writing down that Mirror would attack me from behind. The ink soaked with blood, the curse of the human skin book was about to spread, and Li Liuli's chest suddenly split open, a dark void causing the human skin book to become docile in an instant. The body still very much restrained the human skin book, at least with it around, the human skin book became much more compliant. After tossing the human skin book into the system space, Li Liuli immediately felt a chill at the back of his head. Without any hesitation, he clawed back and injured Mirror's arm. Mirror once again shrank back into the world of reflections, feeling extremely troubled. Although Li Liuli had gained 7th tier strength, he still couldn't compare to her seasoned 7th tier human king. However, the strange props on Li Liuli were simply too many, each one not below her Yata mirror. This left Mirror feeling very troubled. It was like holding a handgun while facing a fully armored tank. How can this be fought? Chapter 91. Li Liuli once again pulled out the human skin book, together with the double eyes, constantly affecting Mirror's judgment. Time passed quickly, and Mirror's wounds multiplied. But Mirror still remained calm. She knew that as long as she could buy time and wait for Li Liuli's spiritual energy to dissipate, she would be able to crush him in no time. At that moment, she could torment him freely and avenge herself. Li Liuli's increasingly anxious expression confirmed Mirror's suspicions. Even though she couldn't defeat Li Liuli, she could still stall for time. With a smile in the reflection, countless transparent airy entities crawled out from the water's surface, relentlessly attacking them. This was also her last attack. The burden of controlling the Yata mirror was not small. However, Li Liuli was different. With the help of his shell, he could easily resolve most of the curses brought by the strange artifact. The curse that came with the shell was far greater than these strange artifacts. After dealing with these mirror creatures again, Li Liuli stood at the center of the pool, looking down at the mirror below. Since you won't come out, I can just leave, Li Liuli sighed, seemingly giving up the idea of killing the mirror. Hearing this, the mirror revealed an unwilling expression. She wasn't willing to let Li Liuli go, but she didn't have the ability to stop him. The strange artifacts on him were just too many, and it seemed he didn't even need to bear the curse, allowing him to use them continuously. If given more time, the mirror had no doubt that Li Liuli could kill her. Suddenly, another figure carrying a king-level aura emerged from the mist. It was the figure of Karnas. Lady Chio, you should leave to recover, let me take care of this, Karnas said. Karnas's appearance changed the expressions of everyone present. Another human king? Li Changtan revealed a look of despair. Why has our reinforcement not arrived yet? Su Fingxing also wore a bitter smile. This trial never said we had to defeat a human king. However, Qian bit her lip tightly, ready to step forward to help Li Liuli, but the spiritual power within her was frozen, making her weak body even more frail. Controlling a complete strange entity would cause irreversible damage to the body. This was common knowledge, and Qian's physical condition was likely even worse than that of some ordinary people. Upon hearing Karnas's words, the mirror smiled, emerging from the pool and cheerfully said to Karnas, "Leave this kid to me, I want to kill him bit by bit." Karnas smiled in response, "As you wish, lady, as you wish." The mirror then satisfactorily walked behind Karnas, disappearing into the mist. Next, Karnas approached with a sinister smile, standing in front of everyone. "Can you still fight?" Li Changten came to Li Liuli and whispered, "If not, we should hurry and run." "Run?" Li Liuli revealed an intriguing smile, "Why should we run? That is a human king." Li Changten's eyes widened, seemingly unable to understand why Li Liuli still smiled. "We will all die." "Are you crazy?" Just as he was about to escape, he suddenly saw out of the corner of his eye that Karnas actually knelt on one knee before Li Liuli. "Ha!" Li Changten's body froze in place, looking at the scene with confusion. "What is this?" "The reinforcements you wanted have arrived," Li Liuli said with a smile. The mirror slowly appeared in the metallic reflection in the corner, still holding that Yada mirror, letting out a long breath. Fortunately, this time the plan was well prepared. "I didn't expect a genius capable of challenging a human king would emerge from Huaxia." The mirror revealed a cold gaze. This time, Huaxia should be severely weakened. Just as she was about to leave to heal her wounds, she suddenly felt an extremely terrifying gaze fixated on her from behind. She immediately turned around. In the gray mist, a bright light appeared. It was a vertical pupil, staring at her unblinkingly through the gray fog. Just being watched made the mirror feel a suffocating sense of pressure surge in her heart. She was completely on a different level compared to this presence. Who? The mirror tensed up. According to their information, Huaxia had not sent such a terrifying human king to Nanjing. In the fog, the vertical pupil in midair slowly disappeared, replaced by an ordinary-looking person walking slowly out from the gray mist, wearing a somewhat tattered security uniform. "I am just a security guard." "Security guard?" Ming furrowed her brow, not understanding Chen Jinyi's meaning, but looking at his appearance, it seemed he did not come from any family, so she spoke. "I still hope the senior can spare my life. I can give you any compensation. Status, money, strange items, we have it all. If you say that, I am a bit tempted." Chen Jinyi stepped toward Ming, and Ming let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing his words. But right after that, she saw the dark scales covering Chen Jinyi's hand. "But I still think killing you would make me more tempted." A mighty dragon's roar resounded through the gray mist. The grayish-white fog slowly dissipated, and the extreme cold that could freeze spiritual energy gradually disappeared. On the bridge platform, the crowd was shocked to see Karnas kneeling on one knee before Li Li, unable to calm down for a long time. The golden-haired, blue-eyed appearance clearly indicated he was not of Huaxia. And he was a king among men. Why would he bow down to Li Li? The crowd felt their brains were not functioning well. Isn't he from an overseas force? Why? Li Changzhe couldn't help but look at Li Li and speak. Li Li chuckled softly. Perhaps he was captivated by my personal charm. "Let's go, the fog has cleared, the remaining strange items still need to be retrieved." Su Fingxing said at this moment, "It seems our king has also taken action." In the mine, a person wearing a mask, moving stiffly, was slowly walking through the mine, clearly the gang leader parasitized by that mask. Suddenly, a king-level aura erupted from within the mine, and Karnas punched him to the ground. At the same time, Su Fingxing threw out a cleansing charm. The cleansing charm covered the mask, silencing the mask that was continuously letting out a melodious scream in an instant. Now, only one strange item remains. Li Li picked up the mask and slowly spoke. Based on Karnas's memory, he also learned the location and all the information of another strange item. Sequence 12, Bone Bell. It can influence the listener's spirit through its sound, ultimately turning them into one's servant. Chapter 92. The others saw Li Li pick up the mask and said nothing more. If it weren't for Li Li this time, they would all probably have died in this mine. The bone bell was located on a small branch near the mine, underneath which had already gathered several eerie beings and even humans affected by the bone bell. Since the abilities of the mask and bone bell shared certain traits, the eerie beings here weren't particularly strong. With Karnas's personal strength, Li Li easily removed the bone bell. Top tier second grade strange item, ghost mask derivative. Top tier first grade strange item, bone bell. 2 top tier strange items in hand. Li Li was overjoyed. The abnormalities in Nanjing City gradually stabilized at this moment. The strange sounds and twisted figures disappeared without a trace. Mission accomplished. Li Changzhe stretched lazily, looking exhausted, even though he hadn't put in any effort in the last process. "I will leave first, see you again if fate allows." Li Li noticed the figure of Chen Jingyi flash between the bushes on the hill, and prepared to find him first. "Which family are you from?" I haven't seen you in the Li family. Li Chancher looked at Li Li's back, unable to contain his curiosity again. A genius like him would surely lead in any big family, but they had never heard of Li Li's name, which inevitably made them curious. The three characters Li Li had deeply etched in their minds, and after returning, they would definitely find a way to investigate it. To this, Li Li still responded lightly, "Didn't I say it before, I'm not from any family. Just an orphan from an orphanage." Arriving in the thicket, Chen Jingyi did not know where he had found a bottle of wine, tilting his head back to drink while holding a mirror in hand. It was the Yatagarasu mirror used before. The mirror is dead? Li Liuli did not seem particularly surprised. After all, Director Lu could easily defeat the 8th level Jiang Fengyun, and Uncle Chen had no reason not to kill a 7th level mirror. You can't even take one of my punches, yet you managed to fight her for so long. Chen Jingyi casually threw the bottle aside, really embarrassing. Then return that card to me. Li Liuli responded, and the money missing from my bank card, pay it back to me tomorrow. I was joking, our little Li is the strongest. Chen Jingyi immediately put on a smiling face, tossing the Yatagarasu mirror to Li Liuli. You can take this broken mirror. Top tier level 2 strange item, fog mirror. With this, the 3 revived strange items in Nanjing City had all come into Li Liuli's hands. And in the system space, the revived strange items would not affect Li Liuli at all. Let's go, the matter is settled. Li Liuli said, manipulating kanas to take out the endless catastrophe, dripping a drop of King's essence on it. With the blessing of King's essence, even though endless catastrophe was just a top-tier level 1 strange item, it would become extremely terrifying. Those below the king level of the strange item controller simply cannot handle it. Back at the outpost in front of the mine, Li Liuli saw the tragic scene here. Countless strange hunters in coats lay quietly on the ground, with huge gashes ripped open in their chests, as if some gruesome strange creature had crawled out from there. And in the center of the road, an ancient piano was placed, in front of which, Zhang Yan in a tailcoat still maintained his previous stance, with his magnificent tailcoat dragging on the ground, extending a full 10 meters. And Zhang Yan's body seemed to have been drained of all its blood, with shriveled skin covered in charred marks that connected one after another. He had already lost all signs of life. Clearly, the frontal battle was even more brutal than that within the mine. Li Liuli looked at Zhang Yan's figure, his expression somewhat complex. Just a few days ago, he wanted to kill himself, and now, he had become a withered corpse. This is the outcome of using strange items, or the end that strange item controllers have to face. Chu Jiqiu noticed Li Liuli and came to stand in front of him, gently patting his shoulder. I've heard those little ones say, you did very well this time, saving the future of Huaxia. Chu Jiqiu's hair had turned gray, his figure more hunched, and he had somehow gotten a cane, which made a crisp sound on the ground. He had also suffered considerable injuries. The foreign forces have all withdrawn, but it also cost us a royal's life. Li Liuli clenched his fists, suddenly smiling coldly. It won't end so easily, I have prepared a big gift for them. Spirit Eye Steward, didn't we promise to help them? The raccoon cat looked at the Spirit Eye sitting in the villa, confused. This is an opportunity for a strategy team to take root in Huaxia. The Spirit Eye took a sip of tea and said lightly, I saw their failure, so I naturally won't interfere. The Spirit Eye Steward was a very special existence in the weird controlling world. In terms of combat power, she ranked at the bottom among all the royals, but this also granted her an extremely special ability. Foreseeing. This is different from Li Liuli's strange item, the Twin Eyes. Twin Eyes can only foresee what will happen in the next few seconds, while the Spirit Eye can see scenes in the future. For example, the previous scene where Li Liuli saw a certain king dying. But if we breach the agreement, what will happen if they interrupt our cooperation because of it? They won't. The Spirit Eye said, I have already warned them in advance, but they didn't listen. She put down her teacup and instructed the raccoon, after the battle of national fortune, contact Li Liuli, we have something for him to handle, and the reward is very generous. Canars was sitting in a helicopter with the Fate Weaver, returning to the beautiful country. The Fate Weaver looked quite disheveled at this moment, his once glorious clothes now tattered and torn, like a beggar, and he was missing a hand. The doomed witch was still in his hand, but she had become very ragged, countless black cotton fibers flowing out from the surface of the doll, looking like flesh and blood. The Fate Weaver threw the doomed witch to Canars, give it to the blacksmith and see if he can fix it. Canars lowered his head, not letting the Fate Weaver see his expression that was almost about to burst into laughter. Wow, he even sent me a superb level 4 strange item. This is a great gift, I must return it properly. After getting off the helicopter, the Fate Weaver vanished first, and just as the pilot was about to return, Canars grabbed his neck. Mr. Canars, the pilot looked confused, not understanding why the other party was doing this. Canars smiled and took out the eternal catastrophe, coldly gazing at the never-sleeping city below the rooftop. Chapter 93. I came to return the favor. He spoke in clear Huaxia language. Then, he cut open his wrist, letting the blood drip down onto the eternal catastrophe. Now, Canars had already been turned into a puppet by Li Liuli, his lifespan could be considered endless, and the curse attached to the eternal catastrophe meant nothing to Canars. No one would have thought that a king would actually be turned into a puppet, and with the Fate Weaver Carl also injured badly in this operation, he naturally had no time to test Canars using the threads of fate in his hands. If he really did so, he would find that there were no threads of fate on Canars at all. Unfortunately, Carl didn't doubt Canars at all. Even after their failure in this mission, he only thought they overestimated Huaxia's strength. Plus, with the Spirit Eye's early warning, he had no suspicion whatsoever. And Carl could not even imagine that the other party had such a bizarre ability. In the ranking of powerful strange entities in the Strange Dominion, there had never been one that could turn a king into a puppet. But little did he know, Li Liuli had done this more than once. The helicopter pilot was being choked, his eyes filled with terror. Since when did Mr. Canars speak Huaxia? The eternal catastrophe slowly bloomed in the air like fireworks, countless strange entities fell like particles. The black fireworks exploded in Canars's pupils, and Canars nodded in satisfaction, looking at the pilot in his hand. Now, take me to Huaxia. In an alley on the street, a group of scruffy men sitting around a barrel fire were holding powdered substances, looking dazed. "Buddy, why is there a skinned monster behind you?" a man said in a drifting tone. "Have you gotten high?" The man did not turn around. "This is the never-sleeping city, the safest area, how could such a thing invade?" He laughed and pressed his nose, burying his head into the powder, but before he could enjoy it, the strange entity behind him yanked his head off. In an apartment, a man in a suit proudly returned home, boasting to his wife, "Baby, today I won another case for those capitalists, guess how much I made?" His wife did not respond, still sitting on the sofa with her head down. The man, seeing this, confused, he came to her side, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him. Then he saw a scene that would haunt him for life. The skin on the woman's neck had completely vanished, leaving behind several jagged bloody wounds oozing a thick liquid. Her eyes, wide open, were filled with terror. What frightened him even more was that, through the reflection on the living room glass, he saw a pair of malicious eyes staring intently at him from the shadow behind him. This bloody banquet lasted an entire night, countless dead and wounded. Due to the beautiful country's unwavering commitment to freedom, they couldn't seal off the sleepless city, allowing countless lost people to pour in, as well as numerous capitalists carrying curses reaching out all around. With the enhancement of the king's essence, once the number of eerie spirits exceeded 5, the sealing power within would be strong enough to take shape. Only a king-level powerhouse could solve it. The beautiful country was severely weakened, and the gambler, Carl, didn't have time to heal his wounds before returning to the sleepless city. Looking down from the top of a 100-story building at the dazzling neon lights, his gaze extremely cold. He had already investigated the defection of Carnas, which was related to a guy named Li Liuli. Moreover, the perished witch had also fallen into the hands of the enemy. As a gambler, he had always played with the fates of his enemies and had never been so foolishly played by anyone else. Even Chu Jichio could not do it. "Li Liuli, ha! I remember you." Carl aimed that enormous rose downwards, where many twisted eerie spirits were climbing up the building. Silver threads flew open like a spiderweb in an instant. This disaster forced Carl to deal with it personally. Even so, it took a lot of time, and the sleepless city consequently saw many cult organizations emerging, wildly promoting their ideologies through the disaster. Afterwards, well-meaning people rated this incident as the most serious eerie spirit resurrection event, calling it the Dark Revelation. Returning to Nanjing City, Carnas did not hesitate to kill the pilot and arrived at the Sunshine Orphanage, where Li Liuli and Chen Jingyi were already waiting. Looking at this king puppet, Chen Jingyi exclaimed in amazement, as expected of little Li, even the king can be turned into a puppet. Then, he became somewhat wary. "I won't unknowingly become like this, will I? What do you think?" Li Liuli's gaze was profound. Chen Jingyi shivered, took 2 steps back, and cautiously looked at Li Liuli. "It seems necessary to initiate the Little Li free-range plan." 6. Back in his room, Li Liuli finally had the chance to rest well. The spirit-gathering array he had previously purchased had long been set up, making the spirit energy in the room abundant and making Li Liuli feel relaxed all over. This was truly a way to enhance power even while lying down. Taking advantage of his free time, he took out the copy of Celestial Being and began to check it. As he opened the yellow book, a mask appeared in his hand. It was an incredibly lifelike mask, as if it had been peeled off a person's face. Unlike a normal, human mask, this one had an opening in the center of the forehead, resembling a celestial eye. After examining it for a while, Li Liuli placed it in the system space and began reading the yellow book. "Dear Celestial Being, your copy activation condition is, when disaster strikes. Copy location, mental hospital. Clearing method, kill all mental patients, leaving only the players who are impersonating mental patients to clear. Now, you can set your own rules according to the norms. According to the human norms, you can deceive based on the rules." Then it became quite simple, just lead the players to believe that the way to clear the game was to leave the mental hospital, or to kill the doctors. Li Liuli instantly thought of 3 rules. 1. The position of a doctor is lofty, but they can still be killed. 2. There is only one way to leave the mental hospital, please explore on your own. 3. Mental patients can kill each other, but must avoid doctors, or they will face punishment. 3 rules seem to indicate 3 ways to pass, but players will surely suspect that these 3 rules may be a deception, and the real way to pass is not listed here. As for other rules, Li Liuli has not yet thought of them, he will add them later when he needs to unlock the instance. Chapter 94. After doing all this, Li Liuli looked at his panel. With a system, it is very easy to view one's own strength. Li Liuli, current spiritual power, 5960, 3rd level, current mental power, 630, charm, 105, luck, D. Assets, 10W 1927 strange coins. Thanks to the rewards from signing in, Li Liuli's assets have reached 10W strange coins. Possessions, high-quality strange item, heart-locking mirror, top-tier first-level strange item, human skin book, top-tier second-level strange item, ghost face derivative, top-tier first-level strange item, bone bell, top-tier second-level strange item, mist mirror, top-tier fourth-level strange item, disaster witch. There are also some miscellaneous materials and items. Adding in the strange items he has consumed, Li Liuli can also be considered a human armory. Now, improving his spiritual power and mental power is the top priority. Open System Mall. Li Liuli selected 2 items that could enhance his current spiritual and mental power. Top-tier second-level elixir, 9 Heaven Spirit Restoration Pill, after taking, significantly increases mental power. 10,000 strange coins. Top-tier second-level item, Ancient Cold Essence, after use, significantly increases spiritual power. 10,000 strange coins. After spending 20,000 strange coins, Li Liuli held the 2 items in his hand. He directly treated the 9 Heaven Spirit Restoration Pill like a candy and swallowed it, while the Ancient Cold Essence needed to be used for a long time. Current mental power, 900. Li Liuli nodded in satisfaction. In the next 2 days, Li Liuli did not idle around but went to Bay City first, contacting Jiang Fengyun. Oh? Missed me? Jiang Fengyun's cheerful laughter came from the phone. I want to buy a house in Bay City, preferably close to the Abnormal Investigation Bureau for convenience, so I don't have to take a helicopter every day. Li Liuli said, that would be too high profile. What kind of house do you want to buy? How much is your budget? Jiang Fengyun replied, if you need money, just say so, a few million I can easily get. For the budget. Li Liuli thought for a moment. Due to Qin Jingyi and Lu Yishou's secret squandering, it seems that he only had less than 80 million left in his card. How about 70 million? Li Liuli tentatively said, what kind of house can I buy in Bay City? 70 million? Jiang Fengyun on the other end of the phone was stunned, did you secretly rob a bank? You were present during the transaction with Butler Bai. After a brief silence, Jiang Fengyun replied, with 70 million, you shouldn't be thinking about what kind of house you can buy, but rather how to decorate the house so that it is worthy of the 70 million you spent. A villa will do, being low-key is better. Li Liuli replied. You call this low-key? Jiang Fengyun was somewhat speechless, where are you? I'll take you to see it. There is a villa area near the investigation bureau where most of the residents are our staff. After all, dealing with these ghostly things every day, we naturally want to provide the best treatment. Soon, Jiang Fengyun arrived at a 5-star hotel in the city in his Maybach, picked up Li Liuli, and headed to the suburbs. Li Liuli was soon shocked by the rows of 3-story, even taller small Western-style houses along the way. Gardens, swimming pools, everything is available. Li Liuli quickly chose a 3-story villa. With his identity in the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, he only spent 10 million to secure this villa. The interior decoration was not as luxurious as that of the Yellow Spring town. On the contrary, it is somewhat simple, but everything here is extremely expensive. The building materials used are enough to withstand a missile bombardment and can also block wicked curses. At that time, 2 fox spirits will move in, they might bring some trouble, Li Liuli said. Don't worry, Jiang Fengyun patted his chest, there are at least 4 human kings living here, including Old Chu. If the wicked ones want to come in, they must consider our faces. But to enter the human world from the wicked realm, I still need to greet them, right? Those 2 little fox spirits from last time? Li Liuli nodded, feeling relieved. After leaving coordinates for the Fox Dream Sisters, he went to the investigation bureau. The battle for national luck was about to begin, and the 4 family disciples he had seen in Nanjing had also arrived at the investigation bureau. Here, they would receive the highest level of protection. Brotherly, we meet again, Su Fengxing greeted Li Liuli with a smile. He had already looked into Li Liuli's background and found that he really came from an orphanage. As for the Su family, their initial thought was to spare no effort to pull Li Liuli into their family, whether through marriage or by paying to make him a guest official. However, after learning the name of the orphanage's director, the Su family changed their attitude, withdrew all their measures, and kept it very secret. Su Fengxing was very puzzled about this but could guess that the director of the orphanage had an extraordinary identity, one that even the Su family did not dare to provoke. Time flowed quietly until 1 noon, when the huge LCD TV in the spacious hall of the investigation bureau suddenly flickered with snowy ripples. Immediately, a figure draped in a luxurious robe and wearing a crown made of jewels appeared on the screen. The instance begins. Please each country select 5 players to enter. This time, the instance will be live-streamed, and there will be a spectator platform. Each country can select 3 people to enter. Li Liuli and the others immediately received the news and lay down in the blood-chi pavilion. Their participants were Li Liuli, Shang Wenxian, Su Fengxing, Su Qinghuan, and Li Changshi. Zhu Zhiqiu also came to the hall. Following him was a man who seemed ethereal, with features very similar to Lu Yishou. Lu Fangyan looked around, and when he found only himself and Jiang Fengyun among the human kings, he frowned. The third candidate is Jiang Fengyun. When Jiang Fengyun heard this, he was unhappy. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Lu Fangyan chuckled lightly. If you're not convinced, we can fight again, but I want to remind you that our current record is 22-0. Hearing this, Jiang Fengyun clenched his fists and was ready to step forward, but was stopped by Zhu Zhiqiu. This time, the candidate is someone else. Who is it? Lu Fangyan asked. We represent the top strength of Huaxia, we can't let outsiders laugh at us. Brother, you still haven't changed after all these years. The one answering him was a voice that made him feel both familiar and strange. Lu Chenxi? Lu Fangyan exclaimed incredulously. That was the past me, now I am called Lu Yishou. Lu Yishou stroked his beard, looking complicated, though very rustic. I quite like it. Brother. When Lu Fangyan saw Lu Yishou, he studied him for a while. Finally, his voice became a bit choked. I never expected to see you again. They all miss you. Having already driven me out the door, let's not discuss this anymore. Lu Yishou avoided the topic and looked at Zhu Zhiqiu. Let's go in now. Li Liuli woke up in a spacious room. Next to him were the other 4 players, but there were no foreign players. The room was very simple, with only 5 wooden beds and a bathroom. However, above the living room hung an LCD screen, where the Ling King was sitting on a chair, seemingly waiting. After a while, the Spirit King finally spoke. Now, all the players are here, and I will explain the rules of this instance to everyone. In his arms, there was also a yellow book, but he did not open it. Instead, he directly said, this instance is called The Great Escape. The Spirit King said, location, Black Gate Village, duration, 7 days. The rules are very simple. 1. Kill the vicious spirits within the restricted area to gain points, and finally kill the boss. 2. Spirit injuries cannot heal. You need to spend points to buy healing items at the store in the center of Blackgate City or go to the clinic for treatment. 3. Each person's points will be displayed on the screen and can be robbed. 4. The boss will appear on the 3rd day, and the proof of killing the boss can also be robbed. 5. After 3 days, the exit will open, and all players must come to the exit. 6. Each country has a lounge, and the locations are unknown to other countries. Please avoid exposure. 7. Every day, you need to spend a certain amount of points and go to the clinic to cleanse the curse on you. The 7 rules have explained this instance extremely clearly. Kill the vicious spirits, gain points, or kill people and rob points. This is what is called conflict. Do you all understand? After a pause, the Spirit King asked, the instance will officially start in 3 minutes. Today does not count towards the time, players can explore freely. After he finished speaking, the screen in the center of the living room went dark and was replaced by a leaderboard. Li Liuli looked and found that there were fewer than 10 countries participating. Many countries actually chose to unite and send players to participate together. In this way, once they fail, the related curses will also be dispersed. Of course, if they become winners, the rewards will also be dispersed. Only weak countries will be forced to take such desperate measures. The king-level instance, just like it itself, is full of bloodshed. Li Liuli gently spoke, looking at the 4 players beside him. What do you think? Our lounge is located on the eastern outskirts, and there is some distance from the central store and clinic. Su Fengxing took out a tattered map from somewhere and observed, other countries should be like us. So although each country's lounge is hidden, it is not difficult to find. We must leave someone behind or use formations to ensure we are not robbed. Li Liuli immediately replied. Do you have formation maps on hand? Li Changshi asked. At least 5th tier strength is required to participate in the country fate battle. We need high-level formation maps. For safety's sake, I suggest leaving someone to guard the home. I can handle this job. Li Changshi's ambition was clear on everyone's faces. We don't need to worry about the formation map. Li Liuli calmly responded at last. I still have supreme formation maps to use. He could buy the night parade of 100 demons unlimitedly from the system mall that he learned from the Fox King. Although it costs 5,000 ghost coins each time, Li Liuli could still afford it. You have supreme formation maps? Li Changshi looked at Li Liuli in disbelief. Could it be that you are a map maker? Supreme formation maps are already rare. Besides a few who can make their formation maps, few can use them. After all, the blueprint needed for a supreme formation map is very expensive, and the success rate of making a formation map is not high. This is a profession that burns money. Li Liuli naturally did not know this, he only knew one thing. He had money, so he could buy formation maps anytime. So, Li Liuli did not hesitate to purchase a night parade of 100 demons formation map and took it out. I'm not joking. Li Liuli scanned everyone, the more people we have working, the greater our chances of winning. As expected of brotherly. Can I be your little brother? Li Changshur grabbed Li Liuli's arm in admiration, we all share the surname Li, and maybe decades ago, we were still a family. Li Changshur was very envious of the formation map in Li Liuli's hand. This object was a significant guarantee for personal safety. As long as it wasn't the king of humans who acted personally, Li Changshur could easily defeat 10 opponents of the same level with just one top-quality formation map. This is the strength boost that a formation map can provide. Creak, creak. Suddenly, the wooden door of the resting room seemed to be scratched by something, emitting a piercing sound. A weak voice came from outside. Is there anyone there? Help me. Everyone immediately exchanged glances, falling silent. The eyes of the other four fell on Li Liuli, clearly waiting for him to make the first decision. Li Liuli thought for a moment, then quietly approached the door, peering through the crack. Outside was a piece of farmland, with dark, dry rice ears swaying slightly. Li Liuli opened the door, looked around, and found no traces of ghosts or humans. However, he discovered a small round hole in the ground in front of the wooden door. It looked as if a wooden pole had once been inserted here and had now been pulled out. Is it a ghost? Su Fengxing walked over. There's nothing. Li Liuli shook his head. Suddenly, Qian pointed ahead and whispered, there's something there, it gives me a very uncomfortable feeling. Following her direction, Li Liuli saw a scarecrow made of black and gray straw, tied together with some wheat stalks, standing in the field, facing Li Liuli, with a huge opening on its face, as if it was opening its blood-red mouth towards them. Li Liuli was just about to go out to check when he suddenly saw a strange wind rise in the fields. Countless wheat stalks were blown up, and the field instantly became chaotic. When the wind stopped, all that remained where the scarecrow had been was the straw gently swaying. It was gone. Everyone's hearts suddenly sank. Clearly, this scarecrow was a ghost. Moreover, its level was probably not low. The sun set in the west, casting a mixed sunset glow on the muddy country road. It was about to get dark. Chapter 96. On a large open-air viewing platform, a massive screen was divided into dozens of sections, showing live footage from each country. Chu Jiqiu and the others had already arrived at the bottom of the platform, sitting in the provided chairs. It seems that your Huaxia is quite unlucky. Carl, wearing a coarse linen shawl, came to stand behind Chu Jiqiu. You actually encountered a scarecrow. The scarecrow is a special type of ghost, or rather a curse. This curse once erupted in their beautiful country, so there are clear records of it. This kind of curse, attached to fear, will infect someone once they feel afraid. Then, the scarecrow will appear near them and begin to attack. If you do not feel fear, it does not matter, because it will actively create fear. And since the scarecrow is merely a vessel for the curse, this type of ghost is hard to destroy completely. Once someone shows fear, it will return once again. Clearly, in this instance, there are still many players harboring fear in their hearts, which is why the scarecrow appeared, and Li Liuli and the others were unfortunate enough to be targeted by the scarecrow. Facing Carl's smug expression, Chu Jiqiu countered, has your country recently dealt with that dark revelation? I heard it was a disaster. Carl's smile visibly stiffened upon hearing Chu Jiqiu's tone of regret. The dark revelation was caused by the strange item in Li Liuli's hand, intended for revenge. These are things Chu Jiqiu could not possibly be unaware of. Although he put on a regrettable expression. But in their hearts, they were all exhilarated. Carl naturally knew this and could only snort coldly, I hope your Huaxia can win the instance this time. Although the dragon-slaying plan had failed, it didn't mean Carl wouldn't have a backup. He had already contacted most of the stronger countries, uniting together, and this instance's rules were very favorable for them. To this, Chu Jiqiu said nothing, then we shall wait and see. In the instance, the sun was setting, the long orange-red glow looked like a dying arm, pulling at the rooftops of Haimen village and the endless fields. Soon, as the last bit of light also faded away, Haimen village fell into darkness, only the swaying candle flames emitted a faint glow. In the fields, the straw swayed gently, like dark arms, ready to grab any lone human. Li Liuli had been watching the fields, noticing that in the darkness, many pale eyeballs seemed to be staring at him, returning a malicious gaze. We are being watched. Li Liuli said calmly, the scarecrows from before will likely attack us tonight, everyone stay alert. In the room, the screen flickered with weak white light, and on the walls, for candles emitted a gentle glow, flickering in and out. The other four did not show excessive nervousness, although the past experience had been perilous, it greatly tempered their character. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold wind blew in from outside, and all four candles extinguished at the same time. In an instant, only the faint white light from the center screen remained in the room. Gather under the light. Li Liuli reacted quickly, grabbing Su Fengxing beside him and moving to the screen. Soon, everyone stood together under the white light. Is everyone all right? Li Liuli asked. There are no traces of evil spirits. Su Qinghuan closed her eyes and softly said, but there is a cursed smell outside the room. Her practice was very suitable for detecting evil spirits. Just as the others breathed a sigh of relief, Li Liuli's gaze suddenly sharpened, focusing on the wall behind. In the weak light, blurring shadows were reflected on the wall. There were 6 figures in total. But there were only 5 of them. Everyone check if there's an extra person beside you. Li Liuli quickly reacted, holding the dragon claw and looking around. On his left was Su Fengxing, and on his right was Qian. He found no unusual person. Soon, an anomaly appeared near Li Changshi. He suddenly threw a punch at the person beside him. Who are you? A rustling sound like straw being hit came, and through the dim light, Li Liuli saw a dark yellow figure crawling out of the window. The shadows on the wall returned to the normal number. Li Liuli quickly relit the candles and looked at the still frightened Li Changshi. What did you see? It should be a scarecrow. Li Changshi wiped the straw off his fist and pointed to the ground, where a large bunch of straw remnants lay scattered, golden yellow with some black spots. Li Liuli picked up a wheat stalk, crushed it, and dark gas seeped out. Clearly, this straw was tainted with a curse. This won't do. Li Liuli frowned and said, Su Qinghuan, you go out with me to take a look, the others stay in the house. Su Qinghuan possessed the ability to detect evil spirits and curses, so bringing her out would enhance efficiency. Plus, with his borrowed sealing power from Kanazi, for now, there were no evil spirits that could threaten him in this instance. Li Liuli had absolute confidence. Su Qinghuan nodded, following Li Liuli as they pushed open the door and walked into the darkness. A full moon hung in the deep blue night sky, casting pale light down. Although the moonlight was bright, countless straws in the fields obstructed their view. Therefore, the visibility wasn't high. Li Liuli first came to the window and saw the scattered wheat stubbles, stretching towards the wheat field ahead. He immediately pulled Su Qinghuan and dove into the wheat field. Did you sense the evil spirit? After entering the wheat field, Li Liuli turned back and asked. Su Qinghuan closed her eyes again, and countless strands of spiritual light spread out. Soon, Li Liuli saw the strands of spiritual light forming a line, emitting a faint black mist. He immediately walked towards the other end of the line. There stood a grotesque and hideous scarecrow, propped up by a wooden stick, in the middle of the wheat field. The scarecrow had a blurry face with its mouth wide open, staring in the direction of Li Liuli. Found you. The dragon claw in Li Liuli's hand let out a dragon's roar, slicing through the scarecrow's chest like an arrow released from a bow. The scarecrow was instantly torn apart, with countless wheat stubbles cascading down from inside it, like its entrails. Li Liuli also pulled off the scarecrow's head, tearing it apart and throwing it aside. Looking at Su Qinghuan, who was rushing over, he smiled and said, the problem is solved. With the sealing power from Karnas, along with his top-notch strange item, dealing with an evil spirit was not a difficult task. Su Qinghuan immediately closed her eyes again. Countless spiritual lights spread out, and indeed, she sensed no remnants of the curse, so she nodded towards Li Liuli. The two began to head back. Just as they were about to leave the wheat field, Li Liuli suddenly heard his own voice behind him. The problem is solved. Chapter 97. Li Liuli suddenly turned around and saw a hunched humanoid creature, staring intently at him. Upon noticing Li Liuli, it turned and hid back into the wheat field. At this moment, Su Qinghuan quickly closed her eyes again. When she opened them, Li Liuli could see the seriousness in her gaze. It's another curse, and it comes from the same source as the previous one. Hearing this, Li Liuli frowned tightly. It had already been determined that the curse dissipated with the scarecrow's death. Why was it appearing again now? Could it be that the scarecrow was not the source of this curse, but merely a vessel? If that's the case, then things could get troublesome. If they didn't quickly find the source of the curse, they would inevitably be contaminated by it. Rustle, rustle. Li Liuli suddenly heard strange noises near the lounge, so he quickly ran towards the room. The lounge door was open, and Li Liuli rushed in, finding only Li Changshi and 11 others remaining inside. Their eyes brightened at the sight of Li Liuli. Looking behind and only finding Su Qinghuan, they curiously asked, why are there only you two? I was about to ask you that, Li Liuli replied. Didn't I tell the 3 of you to wait for us in the lounge? Didn't you call them out? Li Changshi retorted. Combining this with the earlier occurrence of Li Liuli's voice, he quickly realized. That evil spirit had the ability to imitate other people's speech, and there was more than one. Li Liuli immediately turned to Su Qinghuan. Can you sense where those 2 are? There was a complete evil spirit on Qian, so it should be easy to sense. After Su Qinghuan closed her eyes, she pointed in a direction, and Li Liuli immediately headed that way. You two stay here, don't get separated. What about you? Li Changshi asked. It can't kill me yet. Li Liuli answered without turning back, his tone filled with confidence. Once leaving the lounge alone, Li Liuli immediately felt as if he was being targeted, with subtle sounds of movement surrounding him, as if something was lurking in the bushes, ready to attack at any moment. Li Liuli paid no mind. He had many defensive items on him, whether it was the Bodhi robe or the Nine-Dragon heart mirror. He could help him block the initial attack. This is the benefit brought by the many strange props. Following the direction Su Qinghuan pointed, Li Liuli dove into the wheat field and saw Su Fengxing and Qian. Su Fengxing looked around nervously, with scattered wheat stalks on his body, as if he had been attacked once before. Qian stood quietly behind Su Fengxing, droplets of water falling from her body, as if she had just finished bathing. Having fought with Qian before, Li Liuli knew that she must have used the fierce ghost she controlled. Is the situation this serious? Li Liuli slowly approached, but Su Fengxing became sharp-eyed upon seeing him, and a feather shot out from his palm. Li Liuli instantly reacted. The dragon claw opened, blocking the feather. A piercing pain shot into Li Liuli's palm. Seeing Li Liuli pull out the dragon claw, Su Fengxing was stunned for a moment. Are you real? Of course. Li Liuli leaped to their side. What happened? Su Fengxing and Li Liuli recounted what had happened. While they were in the lounge, they suddenly heard Su Qinghuan scream from afar, followed by Li Liuli anxiously calling them to come help. Without thinking too much, they left Li Chansher to guard the house, and he and Qian came to help, but unexpectedly, after coming over, they only saw a scarecrow. Then, the scarecrow suddenly came to life, lunging at Qian with its huge bloody mouth, but was stopped by the fierce ghost on Qian's body. Then Li Liuli appeared, taking advantage of Su Fengxing's momentary relaxation to sneak attack him. This fierce ghost is strange, it seems endless. Su Fengxing looked at Li Liuli. Be careful. The scarecrow is likely just some type of curse carrier. Li Liuli also voiced his conclusion. This anomaly should have been caused by a curse. We must find the source of the curse. Su Qinghuan did not discover the fierce ghost, only the curse, which is the best evidence of Li Liuli's conclusion. Li Liuli had already thought of a solution. You guys go back first, I will handle the rest. Li Liuli replied, remember, I won't let you come out, so do not trust the sounds outside the lounge. Seeing Li Liuli so confident, Su Fengxing could only nod. He was indeed not skilled at handling curses. To be precise, those who control ghosts are not good at dealing with curses. They can only rely on cleansing curse talismans or act as containers for the curse to absorb it, using the fierce ghost they control to counteract. The production efficiency of cleansing curse talismans is not high, tightly controlled by the Investigation Bureau, and the latter has to bear a huge cost. After Su Fengxing left with Qian, Li Liuli sat in the wheat field, waiting for the scarecrow to attack him. Crack, crack, crack. Before long, Li Liuli heard the sound of branches breaking and turned to see a scarecrow, its body twisted, charging at him with a bloody mouth made of straw. It finally came. A mad smile curled on Li Liuli's lips. Do you want to eat me? I also want to eat you. A crack opened in his chest, revealing a skin that was yellow and white inside. S034, the shell. The scarecrow felt something was wrong in an instant. Its movement slowed, but due to the inertia from its charge, it was only a meter away from Li Liuli. The human skin seemed to come alive, twisting and expanding outward, wrapping the scarecrow within, before suddenly retracting. The shell retracted back into Li Liuli's body, and he grinned, spitting out a few wheat stalks. The taste is really awful. Li Liuli's method of eliminating the curse was also through direct endurance. However, Li Liuli's body had a shell capable of withstanding most of the curse. Li Liuli could use this to trace back and find the source of the curse. As the sensation in his chest writhed, digesting the scarecrow, Li Liuli's face changed, with countless straws growing out of his skin, forming different human faces, each wearing a look of terror. Help me, save me. Li Liuli emitted some voices from victims before their deaths, walking towards the lounge. Inside the lounge, others looked at each other in confusion. Li Chansher couldn't help but speak up. Can Li Liuli really do it? This curse is too strange. If even Li Liuli can't do it, then we have even less chance. Su Fengxing sighed. Let's trust him. There is the aura of a curse, Su Qinghuan suddenly said. It's right outside the window. Others immediately became tense, looking outside. Under the pale moonlight, a shadow was slowly approaching the lounge against the light. From its body, straws kept growing and falling. Another scarecrow? Su Fengxing was startled. This scarecrow felt very different to him. It seemed to carry a stronger sense of oppression. He sensed that if he took action, he might not be able to defeat it. No need to panic. It's me. Li Liuli's voice sounded strange, as if many people were sharing a single throat. Eerie and harsh. Li Liuli? Su Fengxing tentatively responded. The shadow outside nodded slightly. I found the source of the curse. Wait for me. After saying that, it passed by the window and walked towards the back of the lounge. In the candlelight, they finally saw Li Liuli's current appearance. His body was covered in yellow ears of grain, his eyes vacant, mumbling some strange phrases indistinctly, just like the previous scarecrow. After Li Liuli left, Su Fengxing finally sighed in relief. It seems he chose to bear the curse. I wonder what method he used. Although the scarecrow's power was not strong, the curse it carried was terrifying. Once infected, it was easy to be influenced mentally, ultimately becoming a puppet of the curse. His mental strength should be above 800, surpassing ours, Su Qinghuan said. This curse is extremely deadly to us. Following the direction of the curse, Li Liuli arrived at a desolate area of woods behind the lounge, kneeling suddenly to dig into the soil, quickly uncovering a broken scarecrow's head in his hand. It was a head stitched together from rags and straw, with hollow eye sockets leaking dark gas. Without saying a word, Li Liuli took out the doomed witch and pressed it against the scarecrow's head. The Bureau of Abnormal Investigations also had means to restore strange artifacts, therefore the doomed witch was basically repaired. Although the ability of this strange artifact would definitely decline, it was still usable overall. In the stands, Carl saw Li Liuli take out the doomed witch and immediately snorted coldly. This strange artifact, if I remember correctly, belongs to our beautiful country, right? According to international law, series level, S-class strange artifacts should all belong to the country as strategic tools, and you should return it. Oh, really? Chu Jiqiu showed a surprised expression. I'm getting old, memory's a bit off. I remember this strange artifact is ours, from Huaxia. Chu Jiqiu sneered inwardly. It was this artifact that caused heavy casualties in the investigation bureau, even killing a king among men, and now they wanted to shamelessly ask for it back? Seeing Chu Jiqiu not admit it, Carl had no way to respond. After all, only the strong can dictate the rules. After Li Liuli absorbed the curse using the doomed witch, his body returned to normal, but still retained a part of the scarecrow's characteristics as a permanent ability. Now, he can freely imitate anyone's appearance and speaking voice, and can cast a curse that, while harmless, allows Li Liuli to see the deepest fears in someone's heart. However, with this ability, he can combine it with his endless heartlock mirror to create illusions. The endless heartlock mirror not only has the power to imitate defense but also can create illusions through its surface. However, since it is only a high-quality artifact, the illusions it creates can be easily shattered. But if combined with the deepest fears of the other person, it should greatly enhance the realism of the illusion. Li Liuli returned to the lounge, which had already entered the early morning hours. The first day of the dungeon has officially begun. The full moon in the sky had unknowingly turned blood red, and at the same time, the screen in the lounge suddenly lit up, revealing the Spirit King holding a goblet, downing the red wine inside. Weather conditions for the first day: blood moon. All dreadful entities will have their power doubled, and the points dropped will also be doubled, with a chance of dropping strange artifacts. Those illuminated by moonlight will be marked by dreadful entities and hunted down. Good luck to you all. The screen flickered with static once again. You call this weather conditions? Li Chansher's mouth twitched. A double in power means a 6th-tier dreadful entity would be a huge trouble. The rules of the National Fortune Dungeon state that only players below the royal level can enter. Although most players have power far surpassing the typical 6th-tier dreadful entities, they still cannot be said to deal with a 6th-tier dreadful entity with doubled powers. A 6th-tier spirit power standard is between 100,000 and 200,000. If a dreadful entity with 200,000 spirit power has its power doubled, it would reach a 7th tier level. Although the ceiling power cannot be used, it will still be very tricky. Even though Li Liuli has used a large number of artifacts to increase his spirit power before the dungeon started, his spirit power is still only a little over 8,000. If he does not use the strange artifacts, he cannot even match a 6th tier dreadful entity in the slightest. But he has Kanasi as the support for his spirit power, so his actual usable spirit power is not less than that of a 6th tier. It is precisely because he can shake a 6th-tier dreadful entity with his 3rd-tier power that the Investigation Bureau pays attention to him. Tomorrow, I will first go to the clinic to inquire how many points are needed to remove the day's curse and then plan accordingly, Li Liuli decided. The dungeon will last for 7 days, and the rules clearly state that points can be snatched, so using the first day to spend time and energy on killing dreadful entities for points is a very unwise move. Others heard Li Liuli's words and also reacted, expressing their agreement. Let's rest first, take turns keeping watch to prevent dreadful entities or other players from stealing our base, Li Liuli said. He had already dealt with one source of curses, expending a lot of mental energy, and indeed needed rest, even if his spirit power and mental energy couldn't be replenished. Thanks to you this time, Su Fingxing looked at Li Liuli. If it weren't for you, tonight's abnormalities would have given us a lot of trouble. Li Liuli nodded, found the farthest bed from the lounge, lay down, and closed his eyes. However, he did not fall asleep but started browsing the system shop. Since spirit power and mental energy can be restored by using props, he must use the best. And the props in the system shop meet Li Liuli's standards. Refresh the props that can restore spirit power and mental energy for me. Li Liuli clicked to refresh. Soon, 9 new props appeared in the shop, and one prop remained unchanged, which was the diagram of the night parade of 100 demons. Chapter 99. The 9 props are all of at least high quality, and using them can greatly restore mental energy and spirit power. Some can even increase them. Looking at the refreshed props in the shop, Li Liuli smiled slightly inside. Bought them all. How can I lose like this? Others need to spend points to buy items, but I don't need to, saving a lot of points here. Moreover, I can trade some useless items of mine with others. Also, the blood moon reminds me of a rare magical item of mine. The demon god's shrine, the Scarlet Moon. Li Liuli can sense that the spiritual power contained in the moonlight seems to belong to the same source as the power of the demon god's shrine. Maybe it can be used as a trump card. Everywhere around are level 5 or above evil spirits or players. The night quickly passed, and there were not many evil spirits near the resting area. Even with the blessing of the blood moon, they were easily dealt with by others. Li Liuli left behind a level 5 evil spirit's corpse as a sacrifice for the Scarlet Moon. A sharp rooster's crow echoed nearby, signaling that morning had arrived, but the sun had not risen. The scarlet round moon still hung in the sky, like a crimson pupil, watching over Black Gate Village. Everyone could feel as if particles were clinging to their bodies. Even though they seemed clean, they still felt uncomfortable all over. They had been cursed. How should we divide the manpower? Su Fingxing found Li Liuli with a map. I've roughly calculated the positions of other countries. One of the resting areas is less than 500 meters away from us. I think we must leave some people to guard the home. Li Liuli had already made a decision. You all wait in the resting area. I'll go to the clinic alone and clear out the evil spirits along the way. The system shop could provide him with almost unlimited supplies, but others couldn't. Therefore, going alone was the best option. He didn't want to be a burden to others. Upon hearing Li Liuli's words, Su Fingxing clearly looked puzzled. In his opinion, it would be best for 3 people to go and 2 to guard the home. The 100 Ghosts Night March diagram should be kept for mid-game. Everyone should know each other's locations before using it, as it is a one-time item. Don't we need more people? After all, here, the spiritual power and mental power cannot recover, and one person is easy to get into a wheel battle, Su Fingxing said. Xian's evil spirits are very strong, at least she should go with you. Not being able to recover is only true for you. Li Liuli waved his hand. No need, I'm enough on my own. After saying that, he pushed open the door of the resting room, leaving everyone staring at each other in confusion. Why do I feel like he's a bit dismissive of us? Li Changshi scratched his head. Not counting Qian, he alone can defeat the 3 of us, Su Fingxing said with a bitter smile. Thinking we would slow him down is quite normal. Take good care of the home. According to the temperament of those foreign spirit manipulators, they will definitely target us. This might not be a bad idea to catch them off guard. Su Qinghuan glanced at them, then closed her eyes, and a flickering light like fireflies spread out. Outside the resting room was a muddy path leading into Black Gate Village. Black Gate Village looked like a somewhat dilapidated small village, with many thatch-roofed houses scattered about, seeming long abandoned. Occasionally, strange noises could be heard from inside the houses. With only the blood-red full moon in the sky, Black Gate Village remained shrouded in darkness, with only a few candle flames guiding Li Liuli's way forward. He casually cleared out a few evil spirits that attacked him, using their corpses as sacrifices for the Scarlet Moon while also choosing a relatively strong level 5 evil spirit to turn into his puppet. With 2 puppets, Li Liuli clearly felt his head throb a bit. His mental energy was likely only enough to create 2 puppets. Unfortunately, Kanas was not brought in, otherwise, he could have single-handedly dominated this copy. These fierce ghosts are not as strange as scarecrows, so they can be easily dealt with. He walked towards the small clinic marked on the map based on his memory. In the center of Black Gate Village, there are several country villas surrounded by tiled houses, and some ghost tamers have already gathered around the tiled houses. Will those Chinese ghost tamers come today? A blond man looked at the Asian woman in front of him and said, if they don't come, won't we have wasted so much spiritual power? The Asian woman smiled softly and replied in standard island English, they will definitely come. The scarecrow yesterday must have consumed a lot of their spiritual power. How do you know they encountered a scarecrow? The man was very puzzled. Because we live next door to them, naturally we should send a gift to visit, the woman said, still wearing a faint smile. Su Fingxing's guess was indeed correct. There was a similar lounge near their rest area, and it was occupied by people from the Cherry Blossom country. Just as the man wanted to say something, they suddenly heard a series of footsteps coming from the gravel road leading to the center of Black Gate Village. It was a fierce ghost. This fierce ghost was at level 5, but due to the effects of Blood Moon, it was still quite tricky. The points for this fierce ghost are for you. Consider it an olive branch thrown to Great Britain, the woman said with a slight bow. The blond man cast a wary glance at the woman. Killing fierce ghosts consumes spiritual power and cannot be replenished. If this woman from the Moonlight Society's intention was not to ambush the Chinese ghost hunters, then their target must only be Great Britain. Seeing his vigilance, the woman said, China is our #1 enemy at the Moonlight Society. Don't worry, we definitely won't stab you in the back. It better be so, the man replied, then signaled the 2 nearby British ghost tamers to step forward and join the battle against the fierce ghost. However, just as the 2 ghost tamers began their attack, the fierce ghost suddenly opened its mouth wide, and its belly bulged. Boom! The fierce ghost exploded directly, and the rich spiritual power instantly showered out, changing the expressions of all the ghost tamers present. "Come to me," the island woman shouted, drawing her katana and slashing at the spiritual power that poured down like a membrane. The spiritual power-like membrane was neatly cut open, but the woman's face turned pale in an instant. As the wind fell silent, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. She sheathed her katana and looked at the shocked blonde man beside her. "My spiritual power is almost exhausted, it's up to you now." The man finally calmed down. If the other party could casually swing that sword, then her strength was truly terrifying. With the enhancement of the blood moon, a level 5 fierce ghost self-destructing was basically equivalent to an unsealed blow from a king-level entity. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, and then he heard a very disdainful voice coming from the gravel road. "You think you can kill me with just you?" Chapter 100. The island and British ghost tamers turned their heads simultaneously, looking towards the end of the gravel road, where a figure in black clothing approached them with a hint of a smile. "Was it you who did this?" The blonde man immediately reacted. Self-destruction of fierce ghosts is very rare. Generally speaking, even fierce ghosts with little intelligence would not choose this method, even if they were driven or picked out. After all, fierce ghosts are hard to kill completely. Even if cleared, they can still attach to some items, forming strange tools that gradually become complete and then revive. The other party actually had the ability to command fierce ghosts to self-destruct? This is even more difficult than controlling fierce ghosts. Li Liuli maintained that smile. After he turned Li Liuli into a puppet, he could easily control any of their actions, even self-destruction. After all, that was just a doll he manipulated, or you could say, a toy. "You little insects, truly make me sick." Li Liuli's gaze suddenly sharpened. He had long ambushed nearby, having heard their conversation. "Flies might not cause you real harm, but their constant buzzing is very annoying. Is it just you?" The woman looked around and noticed only Li Liuli, her serious expression slowly relaxing. One person facing a 6? She and the blonde man from Britain each had 2 illusion controllers, and the rest of the country's lounges were too far from the cherry blossom country, so they hadn't contacted them yet. However, she believed that 6 against 1 was more than enough. No matter how strong the opponent was, in this situation where they couldn't recover their spiritual power or mental strength, how could he fight against 6? "You all go together, I will recover first." The woman took out a pill and put it in her mouth. Others could sense her spiritual power gradually recovering. Of course, the blonde man smiled maliciously as he stepped forward. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is John, and I am the one who will end your life." To this, Li Liuli raised an eyebrow. "What confidence do you have that you think you can defeat me?" "Li Liuli, right? I've seen your file, you indeed have reasons to be proud." John obviously knew about the players from Huaxia beforehand, thus recognizing Li Liuli, and shook his head. "There is an idiom in China, a proud army is bound to lose. I believe, as a Huaxia person, you should know this better than me. That can only be the case when both sides are equally matched." Li Liuli replied, "You and I are no longer on the same level. It seems Mr. Li is very confident." John said, and stopped the banter. His eyes immediately turned cold. "Then let's see who is right on the battlefield." After saying this, he charged forward first, the suit he wore flapping in the wind. John's wrist twisted, and a western sword appeared in his hand, the sword tip emanating a ghostly green light, clearly blessed with a curse. Seeing John launch an attack, the others also smartly surrounded Li Liuli in a circle to prevent him from escaping. Li Liuli watched all this with cold eyes and did not resist. He was ready to test his hypothesis. "Mr. Li, have you given up resistance? This way, you can die and avoid more pain." John mocked, seeing that Li Liuli seemed not to resist his attack. "Go die." His sword was filled with poison and curses. Just as the western sword was about to pierce Li Liuli's chest, a change suddenly occurred. A small, exquisite shrine appeared out of thin air in front of Li Liuli. An ancient demon on the throne reached out its palm towards John, and the sword tip struck its hand, making a crisp sound. Ding! John's face changed upon seeing the shrine, and he immediately retreated. The shrine gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He felt as if his heart skipped a beat. The shrine returned to Li Liuli's hand. John warily observed the shrine but did not suffer a counterattack from Li Liuli. Could it be just a defensive item? John thought to himself and was about to step forward when he suddenly saw a 5th-tier ghostly corpse appear in front of Li Liuli. Li Liuli quickly inserted the shrine into the ghostly corpse. Offering, summon. As Li Liuli's words fell, the blood moon hanging on the shrine instantly burst into light, and they noticed that the blood-red full moon above their heads also became increasingly brighter. Indeed, sharing the same origin. Let's see what surprise this brings me. Li Liuli noticed this scene. The blood moon in the sky seemed to echo with the crimson moon on the altar, as several beams of light fell around. After a rustling sound, everyone saw some strange-looking monsters approaching in the direction of Li Liuli. Their attire was no different from the previous monsters, but on their foreheads grew a bizarre, fierce sharp horn, curved upward with flesh and blood, resembling a small moon under the crimson light. They bowed with every step, kneeling down before Li Liuli. Lord! Their mouths made indistinct sounds, extremely respectful. At the same time, the demon on the altar opened its double pupils, shining light towards Xiong'an. Xiong'an's face changed repeatedly. He had a premonition that if this beam of light hit him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiong'an tapped his toes, skillfully dodging the beam of light. The light shot to the ground, instantly turning the surface into a rotting pus-filled mass, forming bubbles of blood that gradually burst. An extremely fierce corrosive curse. Xiong'an caught a glimpse of the ground and felt a chill run down his spine. The screams around brought Xiong'an back to reality. He saw other monster tamers fighting against the suddenly appeared creatures. Those mutated monsters were incredibly powerful and had the ability to disturb spiritual power. Once those monsters got close, the spiritual power on a tamer would be instantly thrown into chaos. This caught the tamers off guard. A weaker tamer was already impaled in the mouth by the sharp horn on a monster's forehead. Hop hop, the tamer let out a hoarse sound as air escaped, and terrifying changes began to occur on his body. Gray-green scales seeped out from his skin, his eyes turned red, and a bulge appeared on his forehead. Pop! A crisp sound tugged at a mass of flesh and blood. A crimson-hued sharp horn grew from his forehead, and at that moment, his gaze completely fell into a bloody red. Then, he knelt before Li Liuli and said, "I will obey the Lord's will." He was assimilated into the monsters that he had previously controlled, or rather, as a servant. So this is the complete power of the demon altar? Somewhat useful. Li Liuli stood at the center, looking at the pale and ugly-faced Xiong'an, softly said. Now, who is outnumbered? After witnessing this scene, Xiong'an could no longer remain calm. He turned and yelled at the woman from the island, "Lady Jingxue, we don't have time. If this continues, we will be wiped out. Our spiritual power, our army is gradually diminishing. And the enemy's forces are endless, they can even continually turn tamers into their servants. How are we supposed to fight?" Jingxue looked equally grim, tightly gripping her katana. In the end, she made up her mind and charged towards Li Liuli, drawing her sword. Capture the thief, seize the king. As long as he is dead, everything will be resolved. Jingxue believed she could kill Li Liuli. Her katana was one of the artifacts of their moon viewing society. The demon blade Muramasa. Exquisite and sharp, combined with a deadly spirit contained within, the demon blade Muramasa was almost guaranteed to hit and draw blood. A top-tier Tier 2 anomalous item, quite rare in the world of monster tamers. When Muramasa was drawn, the sky seemed to turn into a light drizzle. In the misty rain, Li Liuli could vaguely see a monster wearing Sengoku armor, with a mask of a blue-faced, tusked demon, staring at him. This strike would probably injure all players participating in the quest. Of course, excluding Li Liuli. Top-tier Tier 2 anomalous item? Sorry, I have one too. Li Liuli's pupils strangely split, restless as they revolved in their sockets, and a bronze mirror appeared in his hand. Is that the Yada mirror? Jingxue exclaimed upon seeing the mirror. A face full of shock, unable to react or look away. Under the joint effect of the twin pupils and the Yada mirror, the drawn Muramasa in Jingxue's hand bizarrely swung through the air, aiming to strike John not far away. John looked at it, and his face instantly turned pale with fear. Although he could block this attack, he would definitely lose his fighting capability. The demon blade Muramasa is different from other strange items, it only requires a little spiritual energy to activate. Using Muramasa is more like a transaction. You provide as much spiritual energy as you have, and the evil spirit residing within the blade will inflict an equal amount of damage and threat. This is why Jingxue started to replenish her spiritual energy after using Muramasa once. Although Jingxue's spiritual energy had not fully recovered, it was enough. Ha 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 ha. A chilling laughter echoed through the drizzling rain, as if mocking John's fearful expression, a flash of white light, and a crimson glimmer. John swiftly raised his western sword to block Muramasa, but he was still easily slashed, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone. John clutched his shoulder, retreating in pain, blood gushing out, forcing him to use the scarce supplies he brought from the human realm. Jingxue's numb gaze finally returned to normal. Upon seeing John's condition, she immediately recalled her previous actions, and her pale face turned desperate. Ah! 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 Once again, the screams of the exorcists filled the air. The number of evil spirits multiplied while their companions grew fewer. Li Liuli slowly picked up the incense table and stored it in the system space. Utilizing the misty realm, he appeared behind John, and the dragon claw easily pierced through his chest. Then he approached Jingxue, who had exhausted all her spiritual energy and wore a face of despair, eyeing her with interest. When Jingxue saw Li Liuli's gaze, she immediately thought of something dreadful. Her appearance was not bad, she was quite delicate, with many members in the Moonwatch Society pursuing her. Could he want to insult me before dying? Jingshui glared fiercely at Li Liuli. I will never submit even if I die. As she spoke, she suddenly drew out Muramasa, but without spiritual energy within her, she posed no threat to Li Liuli, so he did not stop her. Under Li Liuli's watch, Jingshui was about to thrust Muramasa into her abdomen. Snap. Li Liuli grinned maliciously and opened Muramasa. What are you trying to do? You can die, but I must ensure your corpse's completeness. Li Liuli smiled as he stepped forward, and under Jingshui's terrified gaze, a huge gaping hole opened in his chest like an abyss, countless yellowish-white skin squirming out to envelop Jingshui. 5 minutes later, Jingshui reappeared, picking up Muramasa and kneeling on one knee before Li Liuli. Li Liuli stared at Muramasa, thought for a moment, and accepted it, then handed his dragon claw to her. Anyway, it's just luck that I escaped. It's normal for the item in my hand to be stolen. Li Liuli stroked his chin, his thoughts very clear. Controlling Jingshui to infiltrate the foreign exorcist's ranks. Jingshui's own ability was not strong, so for safety, Li Liuli still gave her a top-notch strange item as an exchange. Well, you can leave now. Li Liuli nodded at Jingshui. A glimmer of spirit shone in Jingshui's dull eyes. Apart from looking a bit disheveled, she appeared no different from usual. She bowed to Li Liuli and then left without looking back. It really is light and breezy. Li Liuli stretched lazily. Roar! Suddenly, not far from Li Liuli, a fierce spirit with huge demonic horns turned its gaze toward him. Without hesitation, it rushed towards him, biting. Li Liuli's face changed. After a fierce battle, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He quickly retreated and looked up at the sky, discovering that the blood moon had become extremely dim without him noticing. The ghost demon shrine indeed resonated with the blood moon, even able to steal its power. However, when the effect of the ghost demon shrine disappeared, Li Liuli lost the ability to control the special evil spirits transformed by the blood moon. Wait a minute. Controlling evil spirits? It seems I have an item that can do that. Li Liuli pulled out a seemingly ordinary mask, a scary mask easily bought at a street stall, specially for Halloween, with long black gauze trailing around a pale plastic face. Ghost face derivative, I wonder what it is. Li Liuli didn't have time to recover his spiritual energy. With the shell's support, he could use high-grade peculiar items below 3rd grade without being cursed, something he had tested. Of course, excluding the human skin book, Li Liuli suspected that the human skin book may not be a complete evil spirit, missing a part, which is why it was classified as a high-grade 1st grade. Curses at the causal level are quite terrifying. Li Liuli cautiously put the mask on his face. The cold touch combined with whispers in his ear made his head feel a bit dizzy. In a blur, Li Liuli saw a fierce ghost opening its blood-stained mouth towards him. Watching this scene, Li Liuli felt a strange rage rising inexplicably from his heart. Kneel down. After Li Liuli spoke, his voice seemed to resonate, causing all the evil spirits around to tremble. Then, plop. The evil spirits all knelt down before Li Liuli. Moreover, unlike when they were manipulated by the ghost demon shrine earlier, they now, under the influence of the ghost face derivative, acted like they faced a tyrant, filled only with fear. Die. Li Liuli casually uttered a word. Upon hearing this, the evil spirits seemed unable to refuse and began to attack each other. In the end, all the evil spirits died here, the ground soaked with the stench of blood. After doing all this, Li Liuli slowly came back to his senses. Beneath the mask, heavy breathing sounded eerily on the quiet stone path. He did not take off the mask but walked straight into a small house beneath a Western-style building, where a sign at the door read Black Door Clinic. Upon opening the door, the wind chimes made a crisp sound, and Li Liuli saw a person inside wearing a white coat with a crown of thorns on their head. That was a king. The king noticed Li Liuli. Finally, a guest. You are the first guest, and this treatment is free. He lifted the curtain behind him to reveal a medical bed. Come lie down. Li Liuli lay down without a word as the other person took out a staff and gently tapped it on Li Liuli's forehead. Okay, it's done. The fee for this is 100. The doctor said with a smile. 100 points is not a small amount. Li Liuli had killed many 5th grade evil spirits along the way, even one 6th grade. Plus, with the blood moon's points doubled, he only obtained less than 300 points. After collecting the points from all the players who ambushed him, he had around 600 points. He estimated that normally, 3rd grade evil spirits gave only 5 points, 4th grade 10 points, 5th grade 30 points, and 6th grade varied from 50 to 100 points. At least, the one he killed had 106 points, and that evil spirit had just broken through the 6th grade, so its points weren't many. Isn't it said to be free? The voice of Li Liuli beneath the mask sounded low. Yes, the treatment is free. Wang's tone carried a hint of cunning, but removing the curse comes at a different price. In other words, to remove the curse, it would cost 200 points. What a complete scammer. A surge of anger flared up in Li Liuli's heart, and he slowly stood up. Due to the mask, Wang could not see his expression. Don't want to pay? A sharp knife suddenly appeared in Wang's hand, and he smiled as he threatened, then let's see if you really have this. Get lost. Li Liuli spat out a single word, as if triggering a resonance in the space, causing the entire small clinic to shake violently for a moment. Wang trembled all over, and the words he hadn't spoken got swallowed back. Somehow, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind, whispering like a nightmare. Either leave or die. Either leave or die. Wang's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He slightly turned around and then collapsed to the ground, truly rolling out. Li Liuli didn't expect the other party to obey him so easily. It was also the influence of the mask that made him say that word. But the other side actually obeyed surprisingly well? Li Liuli made a decision immediately. Run. He certainly couldn't defeat a level 7 Wang right now. Moreover, he still had something more important to do. After he left, the voice in Wang's mind gradually dissipated, and his consciousness began to return to clarity, revealing a look of uncertainty in the pupils behind the mask. What is this situation? How could he issue an order? Wang muttered to himself. In the lounge of the Cherry Blossom Country, the remaining two players anxiously stared out the window. With their eager anticipation, Jingshui finally stepped into the lounge, albeit with a slightly faltering pace. Seeing this, the two players from the Cherry Blossom Country turned pale and immediately opened the door wide. What about the other two? They're all dead. There's one left, he's injured, and he'll be here soon. Jingshui's tone had a hint of weakness. The demon knife has also been taken by Li Liuli. All the players from Huaxia have come out, said a man with a buzz cut. Then can't we raid their home? In his impression, Jing Shui, who possessed the Muramesa, was very strong in battle, ranking among the top 10 at least in this instance. Jing Shui shook her head. They only sent one person. One person? The two looked at each other in disbelief. They had 6 people participating in this ambush plan. Even if everyone from Huaxia came at once, wouldn't they at least be able to escape? It was impossible to be completely wiped out by just one person? Jing Shui ignored them and walked to one side of the lounge, taking down a talisman that was stuck there. We need more life-saving measures. If necessary, we can temporarily abandon the lounge, Jing Shui explained to the two players. The two players found it reasonable. Although the chances of the lounge being attacked by the evil spirit were low, it didn't mean that Li Liuli wouldn't come knocking. Instead of facing Li Liuli, who could single-handedly take on 6, it was better to deal with those weaker evil spirits. Just 3 minutes after the talisman was taken down by Jing Shui, a weak voice suddenly emerged. Are you there? Help me. That was the voice of their companion. I'll go. You take care of Matsushita-senpai. One player volunteered, then left the lounge, heading to the countryside path beside the fields. Tall cornstalks swayed in the gentle breeze on both sides, but there was no sign of their companion. Miyata-senpai, where are you? He suppressed his voice and cautiously looked around. I'm here, Miyata's weak voice came from beside the cornfield. I'm coming. He walked quickly forward. Rustle. Crackle. A sudden strange noise came from behind him, as if something passed by him from behind. He immediately turned around and saw a black cloth trailing disappearing into the cornfield. Who is it? He became alert and summoned his fierce ghost without hesitation, enveloping himself within. Why so slow? Suddenly, he heard Miyata's voice behind him, his eyes lit up, and just as he was about to speak, he felt a chill down his back. He quickly turned around, discovering a person completely shrouded in black gauze, with a pale ghostly face. In their hand was the demon blade Muramesa. Chapter 103. Muramesa easily sliced through the fierce ghost on him, piercing into his chest. His mouth was instantly filled with blood. After spitting out a few blood bubbles, he finally collapsed to the ground weakly. He stared wide-eyed, filled with despair and terror. The Scarecrow's ability is quite useful. And the more the opponent fears, the more spiritual energy I can absorb to improve myself, Li Liuli muttered to himself, then he scratched his face mask with some frustration. Why can't I take this mask off? Is this part of the curse? After a few attempts, Li Liuli gave up and chuckled lightly. Forget it, this feeling is quite nice. He originally planned to use Jingshui to infiltrate the foreign powers, but after putting on the mask, he had a new idea. Let's wipe out a country first. Anyway, Jingshui's strength is not weak, it's perfectly normal for her to escape under the protection of her juniors. Why are they still not back? Another player from Sakura Country grew impatient after waiting for 10 minutes. Should I go out and check? Bang. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard a knock at the lounge door. It's me. The previous player's voice sounded from outside the door. Upon hearing this, his tense expression relaxed, not noticing how strange the voice was. It was like a broken record replaying. Jingshui didn't remind him but stared fixedly at his back. Why so long? He smiled as he opened the door, but his expression froze instantly. Standing outside was a terrifying figure cloaked in a black cape with a vicious mask, and what made it even harder for him to accept was that in their hand hung a human head. That was the head of the player who had gone out earlier. His reaction was quick, a shuriken immediately flew out of his sleeve, and he quickly retreated to stand in front of Jingxue, wanting to regroup with her. Matsushita-senpai, let's together. His words were not finished when he felt a cold chill on his back. Pooh. The claw of the shifting dragon pierced through his chest without any warning. Senpai, you. Blood spilled from his mouth as he knelt to the ground, full of confusion. Jingxue looked at him coldly. The claw of the shifting dragon did not pause at all, plunging into his skull. All players from Sakura Country were wiped out on the first day. Outside the screen, the three watching kings from Sakura Country turned pale at this scene, angrily turning to Chujicho. Isn't Li Liuli going too far? Chujicho heard them but hadn't spoken when Luisho mocked first. What, it's fine for you to gang up with 6 on 1, but we can't fight against 5 with 1. The king from Sakura Country looked quite displeased. Even if we were at fault first, there's no need to kill all of us. 5 against 1, and you still got turned against. If I were you, I would have found a corner to hide in, Luisho added mockingly. How embarrassing. You. The king grew furious but couldn't find a reason to counter, only to say, Li Liuli has a mysterious background and a violent and bloody personality. He must be dealt with. He looked around the others. Who agrees, who disagrees? I agree. The nearby king was just about to express his opinion when he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. He quickly covered his neck and turned around, only to see Luisho's hand. A long sword appeared out of nowhere, its crystalline light forming a delicate thread, connecting to the neck of that king from the Cherry Blossom Nation. As if in the next moment, it could allow him to act alone. He immediately swallowed the words that almost came out of his mouth. The other kings, seeing this, also quickly closed their mouths, shocked in silence. Most of the kings present had not seen how Luisho made his move. Is there actually a top-ranked king in China? Why is such a person unknown in the world of the deceptive arena? The Fate Master, Carl, witnessed this scene and seemed to recall something, his pupils suddenly narrowing. Sword Shi bloodline, you are the Spirit Sword King? You are actually not dead? Spirit Sword King? In everyone's mind, an image of a figure in white, ethereal and otherworldly, appeared, making it hard to connect with the current old man who had a long beard and looked somewhat lewd. The Spirit Sword King became famous decades ago, only appearing briefly during the National Fortune War before vanishing without a trace. Everyone thought he was dead and sighed in relief. Someone once prophesied that if the Spirit Sword King and the Death King joined forces, they could sweep through the entire deceptive arena. Among them, the Death King is Chujicho. Ah, someone actually remembers me. Luisho casually tossed away the sword, and under the serious gaze of everyone, the sword seemed to vanish into thin air. He smiled at everyone and slowly said, I think our little Li did beautifully. For scoundrels who love to stir up plots and attack from the shadows, we should crush them underfoot. After all, the strong must humiliate the weak. After saying this, he questioned, who agrees with my words, who opposes? Everyone remained silent. Seeing this, Luisho pulled out the long sword again from who knows where, a crystalline bloodline swirling around him. I agree. The king from the Sand Nation was the first to stand up, quietly moving behind Luisho, looking at the other nation kings, as if pretending to be powerful, provocatively saying, the strong should step on the weak. With the Sand Nation taking the lead, others followed suit, voicing their agreements one after another. No joke, this is the Spirit Sword King who kills invisibly. The Death King at least needs to see a person to use a curse to steal life, but the Spirit Sword King doesn't. Although he cannot kill people now, what about outside? They had no information about the Spirit Sword King at all. Worse than finding a spider at home is when that spider suddenly becomes invisible. The three kings from the Cherry Blossom Nation watched the scene, their expressions like they had swallowed a fly, only able to snort coldly and continue watching the big screen. Although there's no score, there are still quite a few supplemental items on them. Li Liuli finished plundering the items on them and said with satisfaction. Jingxue quietly waited by his side, just like a servant. Go ahead, find the players from Great Britain. Li Liuli gently spoke, and once Matsushita Jingxue had disappeared under the blood moon, he took the large pile of loot back to the resting room. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking made the four in the resting room tense. Li Chancher asked warily, who is it? Me. Li Liuli replied. Passphrase. Li Chancher said seriously. Is it really necessary? Li Liuli felt a bit sweaty. Absolutely. Li Chancher answered without hesitation, otherwise, how can I be sure it's really you, Li Liuli? Fine. Li Liuli outside the door took a deep breath. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Li Chancher said. Little chicken stews mushrooms. Li Liuli replied. Upon hearing Li Liuli's answer, Li Chancher instantly beamed with joy. Looks like it's really you, I'll open the door. He smiled and cheerfully opened the resting room door, and nearly kicked the person outside. Others were startled by Li Liuli's appearance, the bloody black gauze cloak draped over him, constant ears of rice falling from it, his pale and sinister face stained with mottled blood. What are you wearing? Li Chancher struggled for a long time before speaking. Are you playing that cost thing? Today isn't Halloween. This is a very useful odd tool, that's all. Li Liuli's voice sounded muffled under the mask as he took out the spoils he had gathered from Sakura country in Great Britain and handed them to them. Clearing a curse at the clinic costs 200 points. Li Liuli said. Others were taken aback when they saw Li Liuli suddenly pull out so many pills, tools, and even formation symbols. Did you rob that store? Li Chancher looked at Li Liuli with admiration. No wonder you're my brother. No, I just annihilated the Sakura country along the way. Li Liuli replied, I encountered the necromancers from Great Britain and Sakura country on the way. They wanted to ambush me, but unfortunately, I was slightly better. In truth, Li Liuli was still a bit frightened. If it weren't for the Blood Moon today, which doubled the evil spirit's power, plus the Crimson Moon allowed him to harness the Blood Moon's abilities, he would have had to flee. What? Su Fengxing's eyes widened suddenly. You faced an ambush from two countries alone and annihilated Sakura country? Seeing Li Liuli nod, the others felt utterly confused. Wasn't it agreed to develop together? How did you secretly mutate? Annihilating a country alone, in the history of national fortune battles, no one has been able to achieve that. Even Chu Jiqiu and Lu Yishou could only make them flee in panic. Just lucky. Li Liuli answered honestly, but to the others, it seemed like something else. Clearly boasting. No, bro, don't be modest. Li Chancher wiped the sweat from his forehead. If it were just luck, we wouldn't need to improve our strength. Why do you say that? Li Liuli was somewhat surprised. It seemed he had indeed not struggled much when killing them. Most necromancers can sense the danger before they die, and the evil spirit in them will then awaken, taking over the necromancer's body, becoming a complete and even more terrifying evil spirit. Li Chancher looked at Li Liuli in surprise. Did you not know? This is something? Li Liuli thought back. Indeed, when he killed those necromancers, he hadn't noticed any signs of the evil spirits awakening. In fact, after he killed them, the evil spirits on them seemed to disappear entirely. This phenomenon we call after remnants, a phenomenon exclusive to necromancers. Li Chancher continued explaining, in our family, when an elder senses they are about to die, they will use formations to seal themselves. Once the evil spirit awakens, it devours the other spirits, becoming a new spirit for the next generation to control. Li Liuli finally understood. No wonder the necromancer families become stronger over time. Evil spirits can continuously evolve by devouring others. This is quite similar to himself. Li Liuli recalled that after drinking, he could also devour evil spirits and display some of their characteristics, and a terrifying guess sprang to his mind. Could it be that he was truly an evil spirit disguised as a human? Li Liuli felt a chill run down his spine and decided to set this question aside for now, instead sharing his points with the others. Points are stored on a black card surface, which can be viewed by infusing spiritual power. Li Liuli currently has 730 points, and combined with the others' points, it exceeds 800 points, just enough to clear the curse. But in this way, they could no longer buy items in the store, proving that this time the dungeon was truly bloody. Only by continuously killing the spirits or the puppet masters could they earn more points. Li Liuli looked at the screen. Currently, their Huaxiao was at the top with the most points, while the second place was the beautiful country, with just over 500 points. This was already a fast speed, but still far from enough. However, the first day was not yet halfway through, so they still had time. You two team up in pairs, and follow the path I marked to the clinic. Li Liuli took out the map and drew a road on it with blood. The spirits here have already been cleared once. Li Liuli did not forget that he had offended a king, but he already had a plan. However, just as he was about to remind the others, he suddenly froze. Just moments ago, the system, which had not issued any tasks for a long time, finally gave him a main quest. Main quest: kill the king of the clinic. Reward: key sword. This quest was quite special, perhaps because there was indeed a considerable difference in strength between the two. The system additionally rewarded him with an item. However, there was no label on the item's grade, which puzzled Li Liuli. His heart raced as a slender sword, about the length of his arm and looking like a key, appeared in Li Liuli's hand. Key sword has no attacking ability, imbued with the curse command. The system summarized the capabilities of the key sword in simple language. Command curse. Li Liuli had never heard of it, but it sounded clear. It should be able to issue a command that must be executed by the target through the application of a curse. It should be effective against the king, otherwise, the system wouldn't give me such a sword. Li Liuli chuckled to himself. Having an advantage makes it easy. Moreover, Li Liuli thought of an even better plan. Although he could no longer create a king-level puppet with his own body, he could use the command to make it do things for him. In this way, when other puppet masters came to clear the curse, wouldn't all the points end up in his hands? Li Liuli's heart thumped, and he stopped the departing Qian and Su Qinghuan, his gaze confident. Let's go together, this time, we are already unbeatable. Chapter 105. Su Qinghuan saw the confident expression on Li Liuli's face. Although she had some doubts, she felt very happy inside. After all, being with Li Liuli always filled her with a sense of security. Qian also smiled slightly. Although she didn't speak, her expression proved that she was happy. In the beautiful country's lounge, a seemingly very ordinary puppet master with brown curly hair and scattered freckles stood in the center of three others, looking at the large screen above. After a moment, he gently spoke. It seems that our current strength is weaker than the teams of puppet masters united from Huaxia and Nordic countries. Why do you say that, Peter? A woman with burgundy hair looked at him with eyes full of affection, taking the initiative to speak. Aren't our points above the united puppet master teams? They are plotting something. I can hear it, Victorica, those whispers. Peter inserted a hand into his temple, piercing his brain, yet no blood flowed out, and he slightly closed his eyes. We cannot underestimate Huaxia either. We need to find help. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door was knocked on urgently, and the last puppet master from the beautiful country entered the room. Mr. St. Peter, the players from Great Britain and Sakura country just arrived, wanting to unite with us. John, did they all come? Peter suddenly said. John's expression was complicated. He nodded. Shall we invite them in? Seeing Peter nod, John opened the door to the lounge, and 3 controllers came in, 2 Europeans and 1 Asian. Why are there only 3 of you? Victoria pulled her hair back. Are the others all dead? Yes, they were killed by Li Liuli from China. A British controller quickly said, his eyes filled with uncontainable fear and despair as he continuously glanced around, as if afraid of something. And this controller from the Cherry Blossom country said that Li Liuli came to their lounge and killed all the remaining controllers inside. He can even mimic other people's speech. The British controller seemed to be on the verge of a breakdown, feeling as if death itself was watching him, ready to strike at any moment. This was also Li Liuli's intention. After gaining the characteristics of a scarecrow, he could enhance his spirit power through the fear others had of him. Now, 3 controllers from Great Britain had already died, and the remaining 2 would forever live in fear in this instance. The other controllers from the beautiful country grew serious at his words, their expressions grave. China had always been their fierce rival, constantly suppressing them, which was why they wanted to unite against China, but now, barely halfway through the first day, their allies were basically all dead? How could they fight like this? What should we do? Victoria looked at Peter, who had been silent. Another genius has appeared. Contact the controllers of the United Nations. Peter's long fingers were stirring at his temples. During this process, the whispers in his ears became clearer. Whatever they're plotting, it has to be set aside, otherwise, Li Liuli will come for each of us one by one. Peter's controlled spirit was quite unique. Even if it wasn't a complete spirit now, it could rank 27th on the International Spirit Leaderboard. Its ability was simple. It cast curses via brainwaves, causing the curse to fall into lasting nightmares and deliriums, accompanied by hallucinations and whispers. If the target's mental strength was insufficient, mistaking the hallucinations for reality, the spirits in the hallucinations would become real. Furthermore, Peter could become the only deity in the eyes of the cursed target through the curse, leading them to worship only him. Though different from Li Liuli's hard-hitting direct control, Peter's advantage lay in the fact that controllers whose consciousness was altered by him could retain their awareness and combat power, remaining much the same as before. And this would not cost Peter too much spiritual energy. The whispers also affected Peter himself. If he couldn't endure them, he would turn into a servant of the spirit within him, and then the spirit would awaken, moving closer to completion. During this confrontation, Peter's body and mind underwent significant changes, discovering that by inflicting pain upon himself, he could eliminate most of the whispers. The remaining whispers would become clearer, and Peter could even gain some prophetic insights from them. But we don't know where their lounge is. Victoria cradled her chin with her hands. But I believe you should have a way. The lounge of China is in the east, while the United Nations lounge is in the northwest. Peter stirred his head with one hand while pointing at the map with the other, looking at the British controllers. You will go. To show our sincerity, we will pay you points to remove the curse. But what if Li Liuli comes after us? The British player grasped his hair. I don't want to die here. Enough. Peter's body quickly twisted. Grab the neck of that trickster. His swirling eyes locked onto his. You have no reason or qualification to refuse. The British player, under Peter's gaze, slowly broke down but then began to calm down, as if a soft whisper was echoing in his ears, before soon falling into a blind frenzy. You are right. Compared to Li Liuli, your command is the only truth. He mumbled, turning to walk out, while another British trickster immediately followed. Li Liuli saw this scene and immediately controlled Jing Shui to follow. As long as he knew their location, he could easily ambush them. You can't leave. But Peter suddenly blocked Jing Shui, staring intently into her pupils, and in that instant, far to the east, Li Liuli suddenly heard a strange whisper in his ears. The voice was very vague but filled with temptation. Li Liuli couldn't help but become slightly dazed, wanting to immerse himself in the murmur to understand what it was saying. This scene was unnoticed even by Su Qinghuan, who was very sensitive to curses. Ow woo. Just as Li Liuli was about to lose himself, he suddenly felt a warmth on his face, and at the same time, a layer of cold mist appeared around him. Li Liuli was instantly awakened by the chill from his body, shivering and realizing that Qian had unknowingly bitten into the side of his face that was uncovered by the mask. Chapter 106. Under Su Qinghuan's shocked gaze, Qian slowly released his bite from Li Liuli's face, leaving behind 2 faint bite marks. "Thank you." Li Liuli immediately reacted, realizing he had been cursed by Peter. If not for Qian's discovery that snapped him back to reality, he could have been in trouble. What happened? Su Qinghuan's expression was somewhat strange, as if he did not understand Qian's actions. Curse. Qian's words were even more concise than Wu Ming, lightly uttering, whisper, rank 27. Is it Peter? Su Qinghuan also realized they were aware of the young tricksters from abroad and naturally knew of Peter. I didn't expect his curse to be undetectable even by me. After seeing Qian nod, Su Qinghuan was puzzled and looked at Li Liuli. But how did he curse you? My puppet infiltrated their ranks. Li Liuli replied, but it was also cursed back by them. Thankfully, Qian helped this time. Let's continue. Jing Shui, under Peter's watch, scoffed and stepped back, her expression cold. I am here to cooperate, not to become your follower. Seeing that he had not succeeded, Peter merely smiled politely and gently kissed Jing Shui's hand. Beautiful lady, please forgive my boldness. After all, I do this for safety. If you have any doubts, feel free to raise them. Then it would be better to comply. Peter's eyes suddenly sharpened. Why did Li Liuli not kill you, the one he has fought twice? Peter was not a fool and would not fully believe a Matsushita Jingshui who had survived under Li Liuli twice. Perhaps she had secretly transformed into Li Liuli to save her life, so he naturally had to investigate thoroughly. The result was that his curse did not succeed in being placed on Matsushita Jingshui, nor did he detect any other curses from her. Their beautiful country only knew that Li Liuli had the ability to manipulate others, enough to affect royal beings, but they did not expect this was not a simple curse at all, but rather to kill someone and inject his own spiritual energy into the corpse. Matsushita Jingshui didn't show a panic expression, but instead had a face full of anger. My juniors protected me twice, in exchange for the last hope of Sakura country. Is that not enough? Her eyes were reddened. I cannot coexist with Li Liuli, either he dies, or I perish. Anyway, she was already dead. Li Liuli added in his heart. Peter stared at Jingshui, and after half a minute, he regained his polite smile. Sorry, beautiful lady, please forgive my doubts. Matsushita Jingshui snorted coldly. What do you need me to do? Protect those 2 people? Of course. Peter gently nodded. Show your worth. Without hesitation, Matsushita Jingshui pushed open the big door and walked toward the 2 nervously fidgeting British conjurers in the distance. Peter, can we trust them? After seeing the 3 disappear under the blood moon from the window, Victoria couldn't help but link her arm with Peter's. You should already have your judgment, right? Don't get lost in the beauty. Among the 3, only one can be trusted. Peter still had one finger pressed into the notch of his temple. It is said that among the 3, one is a deceiver and one is a magician. I can understand the deceiver, but the magician? Victoria looked at Peter in confusion, her one leg already resting on his, disregarding the other conjurers entirely. Open, it is also their synonym. Unexpectedly, Peter suddenly pushed her away, using 2 fingers to press into the sides of his head. Shut up. I am thinking. He rolled his eyes, his white pupils filled with blood vessels. I am almost hearing it. Victoria, pushed to the ground, was not angry, instead, her admiration deepened a bit. I like your roughness. She licked her lips. The other conjurers were not surprised, it was common for Peter to behave like this. They called it intermittent mental disorder, or in Chinese, going mad. Looks like Peter is going mad again, we better hide. I completely agree, last time he nearly choked me to death, like killing a rat that came out of a sewer. What level is the evil spirit on him? Will it be revived? Isn't there the Pope's scripture? If the Pope cannot suppress it, then they will ruthlessly kill Peter in search for the next perfect host for this evil spirit. Don't worry. I have seeds here, do you want some? A few conjurers hid in the corner, cracking seeds as they watched Peter raise his head to the sky, then choke himself, and then tear at his ears like a madman. Li Liuli, after maneuvering Matsushita Jingshui to join the 2 British conjurers, had no intention of making a move. He could naturally guess that Peter would not so easily dismiss his doubts. In this way, Li Liuli could achieve 2 goals. Not only did he learn the location of the other country's lounges, but he could also leave this ticking time bomb by Peter's side. It seems I have met a worthy opponent this time. The eyes beneath Li Liuli's mask sparkled with light. I hope you can make this mission a bit more interesting. He raised his head and saw the small house in the center of Black Gate Village. The clinic still remained quiet, with the white curtain half-draped like a man-eating beast. This is it, let's go in. Li Liuli called to Qian and Su Qinghuan. The upcoming scene might be a bit beyond your understanding, but that's okay, just don't die. The two were puzzled by Li Liuli's words, with Qian tilting his head to look at him, while Su Qinghuan directly spoke, "What are you planning now?" The corners of Li Liuli's mouth rose wildly under the mask. Under the influence of the ghostly face derivative, he seemed unable to contain his excitement at all. "Go kill a king." After saying this, he stepped forward and lifted the curtain. Entering the clinic, a sword of commands rewarded by the system appeared in his hand. Ding ding ding. Welcome. The wind chime hanging made a crisp sound, and the man sitting in the office chair, known as Wang, immediately smiled and looked up. But when he saw Li Liuli, the smile on his face instantly froze. "Why is it you?" His expression gradually turned to anger, an overwhelming aura radiating from his body. "Now, I want you to pay double, 400 points. You should know, you have already violated the rules, I can impose punishment on you." Chapter 107. Looking at the scattered spiritual power, even the sealing force mixed within, Li Liuli felt an extreme pleasure surge up his spine. Yes. This is the feeling. Under the mask, Li Liuli seemed to grasp some resonance. In front of him, Wang appeared to be his subject, and he could give commands at will. "You want you." Li Liuli's voice became extremely muffled, as if containing special spiritual power within. "Not good. He's doing this again." Wang's face instantly changed, and his body rushed towards Li Liuli, his fist like a sandbag coming down towards Li Liuli's head. Li Liuli's words ultimately remained unfinished. Facing Wang's assault, he dared not be careless. If he got hit, it wouldn't just be a scratch. He could make countless mistakes, but Li Liuli could not afford to make even one. Li Liuli immediately rolled to the side, and Wang's fist smashed into the ground, causing a violent shockwave, instantly cracking the floor, creating a huge web-like indentation. Li Liuli's eyes sharpened. If he really got hit, he would probably become a puddle of blood instantly. The sealing power had already invaded his body. If it weren't for Kana's spiritual power countering Wang's sealing force inside him, he would have lost all his spiritual power long ago. And even with Kana's spiritual power, Li Liuli could not hold on much longer. Kana's strength was beneath that of this Wang, and he could only borrow half of Kana's power. Li Liuli quickly distanced himself from Wang, trying to speak, but Wang never gave him the chance. When Su Qinghuan and Qian, who heard the commotion, arrived, they were immediately thrown into a mess. "I just came in and saw Chang Wei fighting Lai Fu. Is this not our doctor? Why are they fighting? Should we help him?" Su Qinghuan said, "That is a level Wang guide. Help." Qian's grayish-white eyes glared at the Wang, and gray-white liquid began seeping from all sides of the clinic's walls. Once contaminated by the liquid, even a small part of the spiritual power inside Wang would fall into chaos. This chaos was different from direct sealing and would greatly reduce the directionality of the spiritual power. In other words, even if Li Liuli stood still, Wang might still miss him. However, Qian was only a level 6 manipulator. The probability that Wang would miss Li Liuli was very low. This battle would depend on whether Li Liuli could surpass Wang. Li Liuli also understood, if he continued to dodge like this and couldn't find an opportunity, once Kana's spiritual power ran out, he would become a lamb awaiting slaughter. He had to use that sort of commands now. Li Liuli felt somewhat unconfident. The gap between him and Wang was solid, and he did not believe he could defeat the opponent with just a non-offensive weapon. But since the system granted it, there must be a reason. It wouldn't just watch him stretch his neck out for the other to strike, right? The wind howled, making Li Liuli's skin sting, as Wang swung his fist towards Li Liuli again. At the same time, Li Liuli saw a bulge on Wang's body, a staff embedded with gems starting to grow from his body. He was about to use all his strength. Li Liuli knew clearly that no matter which king it was, when using power, they would always take out a staff. Li Liuli's eyes sharpened, light flashed, and the command sword resembling a key landed in his hand. Facing the king's attack, Li Liuli did not evade, but instead thrust toward the opponent's fist. "What is this?" The king saw the slender sword in Li Liuli's hand, as if something dawned upon him. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his body twisted in a strange posture, seemingly unwilling to come into contact with the slender sword. It was indeed useful. The system does not deceive me. Li Liuli immediately pressed the attack. Due to inertia, the opponent's form was not as swift and agile as before. Li Liuli swiftly moved behind him, thrusting the command sword toward the king's chest. At the moment the command sword touched the king's body, a strange scene occurred. A depression resembling a keyhole appeared on the king's chest, perfectly matching the command sword in Li Liuli's hand. The command sword easily slid in, then began to turn on its own. The king's body froze at this moment, looking at Li Liuli in disbelief, stammering, how could you have the command?" Then, his pupils dimmed, and he knelt on one knee before Li Liuli, saying, "I respectfully follow the command." And at this moment, the command sword fitted into the king's chest, unable to be removed. Command? Is it a kind of curse? Li Liuli was also a bit curious. He had never heard of the existence of commands before. However, he could roughly speculate that all guides must carry some sort of binding, or what could be called a curse. And this kind of curse exists in the form of a command. Once someone goes against it, they will be controlled by the command to end their own life. Li Liuli only needed to issue a command to make the king immediately take his own life right there. However, Li Liuli had no intention of doing so. A dead king was far less valuable than a living king. How many points do you have left? Hand them all over to me. Li Liuli squeezed the king's chin, his deep voice resonating from within the mask, creating ripples in the air. Even the nearby Qian could feel that the complete evil spirit on her had quieted down at that moment. Like facing a ruler, it could only sheathe all the knives and swords on itself. Without hesitation, the king offered his card with both hands, saying, "There are 200 points left, esteemed command-bearer." Under the astonished gazes of the two women, Li Liuli transferred all the points of this king-level guide to his own card, saying, "You did well. From now on, whenever someone comes to you for treatment, remember to hand the points over to me. Now, give them free treatment. I respectfully follow the command." The king placed one hand on his chest, like a knight loyal to his ruler. Li Liuli. Su Qinghuan was a bit confused. Where do you come from? How can a king-level guide listen to you? His heart is locked, and I just happen to have a key. Li Liuli instinctively blurted out, as if the words came from deep within him. Ever since he put on the ghost mask, Li Liuli felt that he had undergone some changes. Like a beached whale finally returning to the ocean. In any case, you treat them first, I have things to do. After leaving this sentence, Li Liuli prepared to leave. He still had to meet Peter. Chapter 108. On the other side, Peter finally recovered from his intermittent mental disorder. He raised his head, his expression slightly weary, yet filled with devotion. And within him, it seemed that a strange change had occurred, an invisible force rippling outward. I finally hear it, it's whispers. Peter murmured softly, and the other guides felt as if countless people had appeared beside their ears, incessantly muttering something to themselves. They wanted to mobilize their spirit power to resist, but suddenly discovered that the spirit power within their bodies was slowly freezing. This feeling was like being sealed away. You broke through? The Delica covered her ears, shocked as she stared at Peter. Quick, suppress the evil spirit within you, it is about to awaken. Peter glanced at her, the whispers in his ears suddenly vanished. It can no longer stop me from listening. Peter lifted his head and looked at the blood moon outside the window. Time was continuously passing, and the blood moon was about to disappear. Since Li Liuli can draw on the energy of the blood moon, I naturally cannot stay behind. Peter murmured softly, as phantom hands resembling white-haired specters appeared at the back of his head, twisting and covering his eyes. Through the whispers, he learned that Li Liuli had utilized the crimson moon to harness its power and achieved an evolution, and he also heard a voice that transcended the whispers. The night is dark, and the silent whispers will cover the earth, kill him. Under this clear voice, Peter felt the evil spirit that was about to awaken suddenly quiet down, and he effortlessly took a step forward. Though he had not completely broken through to level 7, he had gained a portion of sealing power. He could also feel that with the addition of that voice, the evil spirit he controlled was becoming more complete. This was a terrifying signal. A person who mastered a complete evil spirit would spend their life struggling to break through to the king level, because the evil spirit had its own consciousness and knew that once the master broke through to the king level, a qualitative change would occur, thus continuously trying to revive. That was why usually only king-level masters would attempt to control complete evil spirits. This was also the reason why Qian had always been stuck at level 6. But even if she was only at level 6, she was not someone Peter could provoke. The evil spirit she controlled, after the battle in Nanjing City, was ranked 17th on the International Evil Spirit Leaderboard and was known as the Grey Rainweaver. But now, the situation was different. Under the guidance of this strange and inexplicable voice, Peter gained sealing power, enabling him to better suppress the awakening of the evil spirit. This meant he could use his abilities more recklessly. And the intermittent mental disorders would no longer appear. Furthermore, as his evil spirit became more complete, his powers would grow even weirder. Just like Carl and Shu Jiqiu, their bodies had already turned into evil spirits, retaining only their consciousness, which was why their methods were extremely strange. The evil spirit masters outside saw this scene and went into an uproar. Congratulations, America, you have added another top-tier combat force. The king of Sakura country immediately flattered. Although he hasn't completely broken through to level 7 yet, Peter has mastered the rank 27th evil spirit. Peter breaking through to level 7 is a sure thing. The king of Sakura country said, glancing at Shu Jiqiu, do you have any geniuses like this in your countries? He was taking full advantage of his position. Shu Jiqiu and Lu Chenxi did not expect the scene, but they were not overly worried. After all, they had also produced a prodigy. He's just a little fellow not yet at level 7, our little Li actually captured a king. Lu waved his hand carelessly, and everyone's attention immediately shifted to the screen of Huaxia, just in time to see that king kneeling on one knee before Li Liuli. The smile of the king of Sakura country immediately froze on his face. A half-step level 7 evil spirit master and an old-school king who was stronger, he was still clear about that. This is against the rules. The king of Sakura country shouted toward the high platform, where there was a magnificent throne, and the spirit king was sitting on it, holding the scepter in his hand. Close your eyes, as if feeling something. The order, and him from the Upper Alliance? The face of the spirit king showed a look of confusion, mixed with a bit of fear. How can this little creature evoke these two existences? He rested his chin on his hand and ultimately chose to let it go. Forget it, since the Upper Alliance has sent someone, there's no need for me to meddle. Although his status allowed him to enter the Upper Alliance and hold some rights to execute the order, he was still very afraid of those existences within the Upper Alliance. They could no longer be considered as ghosts or humans. Peter withdrew his devout and dazed gaze, turning his head to the window. As whispers revived further, he could occasionally hear some very clear hints, like now. He is coming. Right, to the east. At this moment, Li Liuli was, just as the whispers in his ear said, standing under a big tree next to the lounge in the beautiful country, where, beneath the mask, ears of rice kept dropping, making rustling sounds. The malicious spirits near the lounge had been cleared, so Li Liuli was not worried about being exposed. He seemed like a scarecrow wearing a mask, quietly standing under the tree, watching the small window. Suddenly, whispers rang out in his ear. Li Liuli's face instantly turned pale, as if he had not expected this scene at all. Soon, the alluring whispers filled his entire mind. Got you. Peter in the lounge saw the scene and smiled, immediately jumping out of the window. You all stay on guard, I'll follow him. After leaving this sentence, Victoria also followed right away. In the woods, Peter's figure was like a ghost as he grabbed Li Liuli and pinned him to the ground, his fingers suddenly exerting force. Puff! His fingers easily sank into Li Liuli's neck, but Peter suddenly pulled back his hand, only to find that the steaming hot blood he imagined did not exist. He had caught a handful of cracked straw. Peter, what's wrong with you? Victoria rushed in. A mouse has entered our territory. Peter turned around and hugged Victoria. Now, he has either run away or is already dead. As the whispers in his ear no longer affected his mind, the emotions he had suppressed suddenly surged up, and Victoria's perfect figure ignited the fire of desire in his heart. Chapter 109. Victoria did not expect Peter to suddenly be so proactive towards her. Amidst the panic, there was also some excitement. She admonished softly, pressing her cheek against Peter's chest, "Don't do this, we're still in the instance. There's no one else here, come on." Peter said, "Consider it a reward for my breakthrough this time." The two embraced, and this scene was witnessed by the nearby Li Liuli. The person that Peter had killed was merely a projection he created using the scarecrow's characteristics. He certainly wouldn't be so careless as to reveal his true face to a powerful and mysterious spirit manipulator. In his hand, he held a lit incense stick. This was an item he obtained from a spirit manipulator in Great Britain, the bewitching incense, colorless and odorless, able to infinitely amplify desires in one's heart. Thus, Peter and Victoria acted so out of line. Of course, Li Liuli, as the holder of the bewitching incense, was also affected. However, the desire that rose within him was different from theirs. His eyes slightly reddened, gripping the demon sword Muramasa tightly, he took a deep breath, suppressing the desire to tear them apart. The desire awakened in him was for slaughter. Huff, this bewitching incense is truly terrifying. Li Liuli grasped the demon sword. Peter's strength should be above that of the spirit plea. Has he broken through? Li Liuli could clearly sense the sealing power that Peter emitted when he attacked the scarecrow clone. He let out a long breath, and his eyes suddenly turned blood red. No matter what, let's greet you first. Li Liuli unreservedly poured all his spiritual power into the demon blade, then suddenly swung it towards Peter and Veladika. The fine rain fell incessantly, and boundless grey fog rolled in. A warrior in Warring States armor, wearing a blue-faced, tusked mask, emerged from the grey fog. Ha ha ha! A ferocious laugh came. Peter instantly reacted, pushing Veladika to the ground while mobilizing all his spiritual power. Clang! A flash of white light appeared, and terrifying blade energy surged out from the grey fog, the warrior's body instantly growing larger, and the warrior's sword in his hand also enlarged. The huge warrior's sword seemed to cover the entire sky. Under Li Liuli's unreserved use of his and Kanasi's spiritual power, the demon blade Muramasa displayed a terrifying might. Peter's mouth slightly opened, countless pale white hands appeared with hushed whispers, wriggling and surging forward, trying to grasp the giant warrior's sword in midair. Arms were chopped off one by one, but the whispering voices grew clearer, and the hollowed-out spiritual energy in Li Liuli's ears began to hear indistinct whispers. This place is not suitable for staying long. Li Liuli quietly left. As long as he did not expose his whereabouts, the other party would always worry about his occasional sneak attacks. And this worry will inevitably come with fear, allowing Li Liuli to continue gaining spiritual power. His current spiritual power had broken 10,000, reaching level 4. In the end, Peter still took Li Liuli's attack. His clothes were all cut apart, and the pale white hands covering his eyes moved toward his neck, then suddenly squeezed hard. A choking sensation came. Peter clutched his neck, painfully falling to the ground, and after 1 minute, he gasped for breath with the help of teammates who came after hearing the news. The evil spirits on him began to revive again because of Li Liuli's attack. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Peter listened to the noisy whispers in his ears, as if pulling at his thoughts. The joy of suppressing the evil spirits dissipated in an instant, and he roared toward the sky. Others saw the scene and were so scared they didn't dare to speak. After a while, Peter finally recovered from the constant whispers in his ears, and the pale white hands around his neck also shrank back. He touched his neck, then suddenly jabbed a finger in. The pain instantly woke him up. Just wait, Li Liuli, I will kill you. Now, the sky is about to darken. As his words fell, the blood moon hanging high suddenly trembled, then abruptly dimmed. Blackgate Village instantly fell into widespread darkness. Only a few candles still emitted a faint glow. The atmosphere suddenly became eerie, as if everything in Blackgate Village had changed. It was as if something had silently awakened. Ladies and gentlemen, the first day will end in 2 hours. Players who have not lifted the first day's curse, please proceed to the clinic. The voice of the Spirit King echoed in the sky. The weather for the second day is shadowy and ghostly. The number of evil spirits will double, and after encountering evil spirits, mental strength will rapidly decline. If mental strength drops to 0, the evil spirits will revive and become evil spirits. And even if you do not face evil spirits, once you leave the lounge, mental strength will slowly decline. Please calculate your mental strength properly and check your mental state in time. At this moment, Li Liuli had quickly returned to the clinic, and after restoring his spiritual power, he prepared to leave. Li Changzhi and Su Fengxing had already visited the clinic once, so they temporarily did not need to come back. Li Liuli also knew that he was the target of everyone's criticism, and many controllers had not lifted the curse, so staying here could very well get him into trouble. Although he could fight with the power of the king, he did not want to reveal this trump card. Li Liuli understood the principle that a tree standing out in the forest would be blown down by the wind. This weather condition did not have a particularly large impact on Li Liuli. He still had many high-quality extreme Yin spirits, which were bottles of Yin spirit liquid that could restore mental strength and enhance spiritual energy. Sometimes he would drink them like beverages. As for Leviathan's blood, he had used quite a bit. It was precisely this Leviathan's blood that made his body so strong that he could face off with a level 6 horror directly. I have to say, if talents were ranked, Cash ability would definitely be SSS level. Oh right, Li Liuli suddenly remembered that he seemed to still have a Bien flower of twin birth, and he had occasionally watered it with soul-purifying brew at first, but later he forgot. Li Liuli was indeed not very good at raising flowers and plants, it was too troublesome. But fortunately, he used very high-grade nutrients, so the Bien flower of twin birth still survived stubbornly and had already formed a bud. Bien flower of twin birth, once it blooms, carries a deadly curse. Drip human blood on the flower, the curse takes effect. The user will first be attacked by the Yama's servant, and then the owner of the human blood will be subjected to a deadly curse. It was a simple and domineering ability. All it required was to collect human blood and deal with the Yama's servant, and the opponent would fall under a deadly curse. Chapter 110. The deadly curse was terrifying. Currently, Li Liuli only knew that 2 kings possessed this level of curse. Chu Jiqiu and Carl. Looking at the somewhat withered Bien flower of twin birth in his hand, Li Liuli felt a surge of pity. He secretly made up his mind to take good care of this flower. This could also serve as one of his hidden cards. Back in the lounge, other players were already resting on the beds. The ones keeping watch were Li Changzhi and Su Fengxing. Brother Li, you're back. Li Changzhi looked at Li Liuli with shining eyes as if he had seen a backbone. I admire you so much. Even the king guide has to listen to you. He took a few steps forward, and since Qian and Su Qinghuan were still sleeping, he lowered his voice. Doesn't the shop owner have to listen to you too? The shop owner? Li Liuli was stunned. Considering the existence of the system mall, he had never thought about buying items at the shop. With the system mall, combined with the items dropped by killing horrors, he had more than enough. So, while he had passed by the shop a few times, he had never thought about going in. However, Li Changzhi's question gave Li Liuli an idea. If he could also take control of the shop's business, what would he need horror points for? Is the shop owner a guide as well? Li Liuli asked. Not really, Li Changzhi replied. It's a guy in a cloak. I don't even know if it's human. It seemed that the shop owner and the clinic's guy did not come from the same force. Li Liuli thought of the Yama Council located in the horror realm. If the shop owner came from the Yama Council, then his agent status could still be useful. Li Liuli contemplated the current situation. Right now, openly, his main enemy was Peter from the beautiful country, who was very strong. The horrors he controlled were quite strange. Although, with the support of Kana's spiritual power, his strength was not inferior to Peter's, he found that the 2 horrors he was currently controlling were somewhat lacking in strength. The 9 Nether was only at level 5, in this instance, it was completely insufficient, while the ghostly messenger, although powerful, was but his strength was only at the 4th stage. And this mask, the ghost-face derivative, Li Liuli currently had no way to take it off. This was originally a tool he prepared for the ghost messenger, but to protect himself, he used it first. Li Liuli helplessly tugged at the mask on his face, it clung tightly like a second skin, and even using his body, he couldn't remove it. The ghost face derivative, this tool should have been obtained from a creature called a ghost face. Li Liuli rubbed his chin, planning to ask the Anomalous Investigation Bureau for clarity once he got out. Currently, the 2 creatures he controlled were only at the 5th stage, and his spiritual power had barely passed the threshold of the 4th stage. Although through Kana's spiritual power, he could freely use high-grade tools, his strength was still far from enough to deal with Peter. Li Liuli thought of his creature extraction card. His luck had increased along with his breakthrough to the 4th stage, reaching C grade, and if luck was on his side, perhaps he could draw a decent creature. The system store hadn't provided any luck-boosting items lately. Staring at the creature extraction card in his hand, Li Liuli hesitated for a long time before deciding not to use it. Being decisive would mean it's given for free. When another rest period ended, Li Liuli, controlling Matsushita Shiryuki and the 2 British creature handlers, arrived at the Nordic lounge, and before they got close, they saw a shabby creature walking toward them. Thud. With each step, the creature made a dull sound, and their hearts jumped in unison, as if resonating. It's a curse. Once its footsteps sync up with our heartbeat, we will die instantly, a British creature handler with messy grey hair suddenly spoke. We are here to negotiate. The shabby creature finally stopped just as they breathed a sigh of relief, but then the door of the Nordic lounge creaked open. A man with a buzz cut stepped out, looking at the 3 of them, and said indifferently, "We don't need allies, you can go back." As the 5 chosen by the Nordic side, their strength was certainly not weak, although they couldn't compare to Peter and Qian, they still far exceeded the average level of other countries. "Sir, I must mention a person named Li Liuli. He possesses many terrifying abilities and numerous high-grade bizarre tools. Moreover, his background is extremely mysterious, there's no record of him in all the files, as if he appeared out of thin air. And he is vengeful and despises foreign creature handlers. Once he discovers them, he will strike without hesitation." The British creature handler immediately began to talk about Li Liuli, his abilities, and his terrifying nature. He spoke this section with great familiarity, even surprising Li Liuli, who was eavesdropping in the lounge. "How does he know me better than I know myself?" He finished this speech in one breath, while the Nordic creature handler only listened indifferently and finally shook his head. "You still haven't shown your sincerity." The creature handler paused. "Sorry, I didn't understand what you meant, sir." Upon hearing this, the buzzcut man's gaze sharpened once more, and the shabby creature took another step forward. Thud. The curse spread anew. "Rick, you know my ability, I can identify everyone I've fought by their heartbeat." His gaze was icy as he looked at Rick. "Is it still necessary to hide? You clown? Are there still experts?" Li Liuli, who was eavesdropping on the gossip in the lounge, suddenly stiffened his gaze. Due to Peter mentioning that among the 3, there was a fraudster and a magician, Matsushita Seiya had already left, so he did not hear this, hence he did not understand these 2 tricksters from Great Britain. Rick, seeing that his identity was seen through, finally lost his panicked expression, instead revealing a somewhat comical smile. "What clown?" "Clearly a magician." "Victor, the magician." Rick snapped his fingers, and flames erupted around him, spreading toward the ragged trickster. When the flames dissipated, the trickster was locked inside a colorful box, and Rick, transformed, was wearing a magician's hat and a purple cloak, looking just like a magician from the movies. Chapter 111. "Since you know me, you should understand that this trickster poses no threat to me," Rick laughed, as if performing an opening act, bowing to Victor. Suddenly, a few hunchbacked, dwarf-like little demons appeared on the colorful box, grinning with yellow teeth, holding rusty serrated knives, and inserting them into the box. Victor's expression changed repeatedly as he stepped forward, making a dull sound. The little demons laughed and ran away, and at this moment, the colorful box exploded, revealing the trickster covered in knives, kneeling on the ground, unable to move. "Now is not the time for infighting." Rick said just enough, bowing again to Victor. "Li Liuli is strong." After Peter's strength increased, he was ambushed by Li Liuli. "The trickster may revive at any time, and we cannot rely on a madman." His words surprised Li Liuli. Clearly, Rick had some means to monitor Peter. Moreover, Rick was very good at acting. The fear he had shown earlier genuinely allowed Li Liuli to absorb spiritual power. Victor snorted coldly and put the trickster away. "What are you planning to do?" Rick didn't speak but turned to Matsushita Seiya. "May I ask you to search further away? I don't want my plan to be overheard." Clearly, he was also suspicious of Matsushita Seiya. However, since she passed Peter's test and was a major force, Rick had no plans to act against her but merely marginalized her. Li Liuli scoffed, controlling Matsushita Seiya to turn and leave. This way, he indeed wouldn't know what the opponent's plan was, but Li Liuli was not afraid, instead standing up and walking toward the center of Blackgate Village. As long as he took over the clinic and the store, he would already be in an unbeatable position in this instance. After leaving the lounge, Li Liuli felt a moment of disorientation, as if a grey curtain had been placed over his eyes. All the buildings began to sway slightly before him, and his mental strength began to decline slowly. Since Li Liuli also needed to control Matsushita Seiya, his mental strength dropped quite rapidly. At the same time, he could hear a vague whispering sound in his ears, which made him somewhat uneasy. Currently, only Peter possessed this curse-like method, and this time the ghostly shadows were thick, likely bestowing some kind of enhancement to Peter. Just like how the blood moon enhances the demon shrines. Li Liuli quickened his pace. Although the number of tricksters along the way had increased, their power compared to the first day had weakened significantly, and he easily dealt with these tricksters. After swallowing a pill, Li Liuli's mental strength recovered again, and he quickly arrived at the center of Black Gate Village, where he saw two tricksters. Although language could be translated in the instance, Li Liuli still heard some words like Western Aid and Semida. It is very easy to judge that the other party comes from the Pickle Country. The enchanters from the Pickle Country also noticed Li Liuli, and the two immediately stopped talking, watching Li Liuli with caution, guarding against his actions. Li Liuli's strength had only appeared on the battlefield of the Fierce Revival in Nanjing, so the Pickle Country knew very little about him, just a bit of information. He is very strong, and if you encounter him and can judge that he wants to strike, then do not hesitate, quickly run away. Li Liuli looked at their vigilant eyes and smiled. You guys are busy, I'm just wandering around. After saying this, he walked towards the shop. The enchanters from the Pickle Country saw Li Liuli's path and their faces suddenly turned pale. After looking at each other for a long time, they decided to follow him. Seeing this, Li Liuli immediately became alert, releasing his spiritual power without reservation. You two should not have any inappropriate thoughts. Li Liuli's eyes became sharp in an instant. Releasing his spiritual power was a way of showing that he had not been drained by the fierce ghosts. If they wanted to make a move, they should think twice. After all, not everyone carries a lot of elixirs like Li Liuli. And Li Liuli did not want to engage immediately. He planned to wait until they arrived at the clinic and then find an opportunity to make them break the rules, thus using the hand of the king to kill them. Although the king currently obeyed Li Liuli's orders, in the dungeon, the priority of the rules was higher. We just want to buy some supplies. One enchanter approached proactively and said politely, we will not attempt to attack Mr. Li. Only then did Li Liuli retract his spiritual power and enter the shop. Ding ling ling. The wind chimes rang out crisply, and the store owner, dressed in a black cloak at the front desk, looked up and said in a hoarse voice, the store has clearly marked prices, no bargaining or credit. Li Liuli began to browse the store and found that there were indeed many items here, whether it was formation charms, strange tools, or elixirs, everything was available, even top-grade items. But this price? So expensive? A voice from the Pickle Country mixed with some Western dialect came from afar, clearly surprised by the prices of the items in the shop. Even Li Liuli shook his head when he looked at the prices above. A top-grade item was actually sold for over 1,000 points, although one only needed to kill a dozen sixth-order fierce ghosts to buy a strange item. But using the underworld coins given to him by the system to buy top-grade items in the system mall was obviously easier and more cost-effective. After looking around a few times, Li Liuli withdrew his gaze and approached the front desk. Under the watchful eyes of the two enchanters from the Pickle Country, he asked the shop owner, do you have any items that can enhance luck? Enhance luck? The owner thought for a moment, and a yellow liquid seeped from the black cloak, 5th row, 3rd column, top-grade second-order item, Hand of Greed, which can be used once a day to steal any item or ability from the target, and also has a side attribute of enhancing luck, priced at 2,000 points. 2,000 points were beyond what Li Liuli could afford even if he sold himself. Li Liuli frowned, just about to speak, when he saw a dark yellow pupil light up from under the shop owner's black cloak. No bargaining, you don't need to waste your breath. The shop owner interrupted Li Liuli, sounding a bit impatient. If you can't afford it, go kill more fierce ghosts. Don't just think the prices here are high, but consider whether you have really worked hard to kill ghosts. His words left Li Liuli stunned in place. The two enchanters from the Pickle Country, seeing this, were still somewhat pleased. Who wouldn't want their enemy to take a hit? But soon, their smiles froze on their faces. Chapter 112. Li Liuli indeed stopped talking. He pulled out a black and gold card and tossed it to the shop owner, then rested his hands on top of each other, supporting his chin, looking at it with a half-smile, half-blank expression. What is this? The shop owner was uncertain at first, and from under the cloak, two thin, gaunt arms extended, trembling as they received the card from Li Liuli. After injecting his spiritual power, he immediately sat up straight in his chair, bowing 90 degrees to Li Liuli. Yellow Spring Council, Senior Merchant, Withered Bone, I've met the agent. The Withered Bone was somewhat drenched in sweat. He had never thought that he would encounter an agent in the dungeon. And he actually had to make an effort to kill the weird being? He was also a fierce weird being. What if the other party killed him instead? I hope you can forgive my previous disrespect. As an apology, let my greedy hand be a free gift to you. He knew that as the agent, Li Liuli had the right to directly strip him of his right to sell goods, even his identity as a merchant. Although in the dungeon, Li Liuli could not break the rules and kill him, what about after they left? The withered bone was covered in sweat. Without saying a word, he scrambled away from the front desk and handed the greedy hand to Li Liuli. Please accept this, Mr. Agent. Li Liuli did not choose to accept the greedy hand, nor did he speak. He simply kept looking at the withered bone in silence. This was something Li Liuli had recently learned online. This method could directly ensnare the other party in mental anguish. As long as he did not nod, the withered bone would definitely feel it was his own problem. His sincerity was not enough. Li Liuli was not satisfied. Therefore, he would continue to give gifts to apologize within his ability. Sure enough, seeing that Li Liuli still maintained the expression of a smile without speaking, more sweat trickled down the withered bone's face. Especially the mask on his face, which prevented the withered bone from seeing the other person's expression, made him increasingly fearful. He could sense that the ability of that mask was incredibly suppressive towards him. It's over, it's over. Mr. Agent seems angry. Although I didn't know his identity before, as a merchant, speaking harshly to a customer truly shows the lack of dignity of the Yellow Spring Council. The withered bone had already begun to self-strategize in his heart. Even if Li Liuli had 99 problems, could he, the withered bone, have none of that 1%? Moreover, this time it truly was his problem. The withered bone gritted his teeth and turned back towards the shelf, retrieving a box from it. Mr. Agent, this is my recent new stock from the 9 Nether prison. The withered bone laughed obliquely, wobbling over. This is a top-notch level 3 weird item. I am not clear about its abilities, originally planning to take it back for the council's review, but since you are here, I will present it to you for review. Another top-notch weird item, and it was level 3. Li Liuli felt it was about time. The withered bone was indeed a bit anxious, so he decided to stop here. Li Liuli accepted the 2 weird items handed over by the withered bone and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, you did well. Seeing Li Liuli satisfied, the withered bone took off his cloak, revealing his skin and bone's face, sweat trickling down his waxy yellow forehead, but he wore a beaming smile. As long as Mr. Agent is satisfied, may I ask if you have any further instructions? Li Liuli turned to glance at the 2 stunned cucumber people, who were standing to the side, their eyes wide in disbelief. The 2 cucumber people felt a tightening in their hearts. Li Liuli quickly closed the shop door. If I kill someone here, will it violate the rules? Of course, it won't violate the rules, unless the person you want to kill is me. Cold sweat seeped from the withered bone's back again. And the 2 cucumber people also sweated coldly. This is bad, oh no. Your work efficiency is so fast, how could I kill you? Li Liuli laughed and looked at the trickster of the Kinchi nation. Of course, I am going to kill both of you. If you have any objections, feel free to raise them. After all, we are in a civilized society, and I am quite reasonable. The 2 tricksters from the Kinchi nation listened to Li Liuli's words, their expressions full of drama. This isn't right, is it? One Kinchi nation trickster trembled as he spoke. We haven't done anything, and you want to kill us without saying a word. Isn't that too much against the etiquette of a civilized country? Do you eat beef? Li Liuli did not answer him but suddenly asked. The Kinchi nation trickster froze again, then nodded, yes. Hearing this, Li Liuli laughed, opened his mouth, and the hellish darts, the bone soul gun, and the blood droplet all appeared from his mouth, shooting wildly at the trickster. I don't eat beef. After that trickster was caught off guard and turned into a sieve, Li Liuli slowly said. Caught off guard, combined with Li Liuli using the power of Kanash's seal, this trickster from the Kinchi nation was instantly killed by Li Liuli. Li Liuli then turned to look at the other trickster from the Kinchi nation, who, seeing this, knew that the other party had made up their mind. He quickly summoned his fierce spirit and launched an attack at Li Liuli. Clang! A loud bell rang out, and the skeleton held a small, delicate pocket watch embedded with various gears. The watch continued to emit a melodious chime, making the Kinchi nation trickster feel dizzy. Attempting to attack the agent, according to the rules, I have the right to implement cost reimbursement against you. The skeleton's tone was extremely cold, completely different from before. The Kinchi nation had never been to the underworld, so they had no idea about this rule. They only knew they had 2 choices right now. Either do not resist and be killed by Li Liuli, or resist and be killed by the skeleton. The Kinchi nation continually spat out insults, their eyes turning wild. Since you are playing it this way, I will definitely die, but you better not think you can live. The fierce spirit within him began to take over his body. He actively gave up control, and the fierce spirit began to revive from his body. Let's all die. Seeing this, the skeleton stepped in front of Li Liuli. Please step back, agent, let me handle this. However, Li Liuli had a response ready. He waved his hand at the skeleton, no need. Then he lifted his head, feeling the coolness from the mask, and gently said, back down. His voice resonated with the space, becoming powerful, and the bizarre aura that had just emerged on the Kinchi nation trickster instantly dissipated. What is this? He showed a bewildered expression. At that moment, Li Liuli drew Muramasa and easily severed his head. Li Liuli looked at the corpse on the ground, deep in thought. The ghostly mask indeed had the ability to control fierce spirits, but it was ineffective against the controlled fierce spirits. Chapter 113. And I forcibly terminated the process of this Kimchi Nation trickster's fierce spirit revival. I indeed have some ability to suppress the revival of fierce spirits. Li Liuli did not know where this ability came from. Perhaps after getting out, he could ask Director Lu and Uncle Chen for clarity. They must know something. You come and clean up. How many points have you earned so far? Li Liuli asked. I have currently earned 1,000 points in this instance. According to the rules, you can take a 5% cut. The skeleton answered respectfully. 5%, which is 50 points. It's not much, but it counts as a gain. Welcome to come again. The skeleton put on the hood, though feeling some pain, still smiled and watched Li Liuli leave the shop. While walking on the road, Li Liuli couldn't help but kill some fierce spirits. He discovered that ever since he put on the mask, that bloodthirsty and oppressive feeling surged up in his heart from time to time. He had experienced this feeling even before he became a summoner. When he was in the Dragon Head Gang, he often couldn't control himself. After becoming a summoner, with the support of mental strength, it had improved a lot. But after putting on the ghost mask, this situation happened again. I must find a way to take this ghost thing off. Li Liuli suppressed the itching desire in his heart, the thirst for slaughter, and murmured to himself. On the other side, the observation area had erupted into chaos. Is there still any law? The king of Kimchi country opened his arms and looked around, shouting, is there still any justice? 2 such young and talented summoners have been inexplicably killed by Li Liuli. I seriously doubt the assessment of summoners' mental states by Huaxia. You can't say that. Facing the public outcry from Kimchi country, Luisho once again showcased his eloquence, stroking his beard and stepping forward. In fact, our little Li is the real victim. Luisho said, others want to put our little Li to death, they are jealous of his talent. This can be seen from the very beginning when they joined forces against Huaxia. Luisho sneered, moreover, the king-level instances are originally a place of conflict. If you can't accept the deaths of summoners, then you better not participate in such instances in the future. Our little Li, fearing that you would kill him, acted in self-defense. Is that wrong? Luisho spat on the ground, holding both sides accountable. It is disgusting. Zhu Jiqiu and Lu Chenxi couldn't help but clap their hands in delight. Good. There had been instances where summoners were collectively resisted and imprisoned due to their extremely poor behavior, but these evidently did not happen in any king-level instances. After all, in king-level instances, the real threat does not come from the fierce ghosts but rather from the players themselves battling against each other. After all, king-level instances fundamentally revolve around conflict, though when recalling Kimchi country, nobody was surprised. Some countries simply can't afford to play. Kimchi country isn't strong, but many Asian countries aren't weak in the summoning realm, so they couldn't send 5 powerful summoners like in Northern Europe. Seeing other countries watching him like a monkey, the king of Kimchi country fell silent. Look over here, which country are these summoners from? Suddenly, a king pointed at the screen. In the lower left corner, 5 summoners from different countries were expertly clearing fierce ghosts, and their points were rapidly soaring, shooting them into the top 3, with only Huaxia and beautiful country above them. Even Northern Europe was outranked by them. However, the main reason was that the summoners from Northern Europe were discussing tactics with that magician Rick and hadn't focused on killing ghosts, but their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Indonesia, South America, Saudi Arabia, Australia, all were being trampled beneath them. Whose subordinates are these? When did such a force emerge in the summoning realm? While the kings debated, a white steward with a vertical pupil pattern on his forehead walked up gracefully and bowed slightly to the summoners present. Our strategy team is also participating in this instance battle. What? The strategy team is participating too? The summoners from other countries were all very shocked. The strategy team does not belong to any one country. They have always been mysterious, engaging in instance strategies, so most countries haven't had a clear understanding of them. In their eyes, the strategy team is just a group of researchers. Why have even the researchers armed themselves so completely? For this instance, our strategy group just so happens to have already made a strategy. The white butler smiled faintly. Naturally, we also want a share of the spoils. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Jiqiu and Karl's gazes instantly became sharp. Has your strategy group made a deal with the strange world? Both of them spoke almost simultaneously. Well, as a merchant, naturally, wherever there's profit, I'll go. The white butler winked, seemingly not afraid of the 2 most powerful ghost controllers of the human world. At this, both Karl and Zhu Jiqiu felt a sense of doubt in their hearts. The interference of the strategy group had indeed not been anticipated, but more importantly, which side was their strategy group supporting? The current situation was already quite clear. Peter and the Nordic side had already made contact and stood together, while the Chinese side, with only Li Liuli and Qian, was already struggling. If the strategy group supported the beautiful country, then this national fortune battle would be hard for China to win. What's worse, it seemed that the strategy group had already studied this instance, so even if they didn't pick a side, it wasn't impossible for them to win this instance. Everything happening outside, Li Liuli and Peter were unaware. At this moment, Li Liuli was still on his way back to the lounge, while Peter, similarly, was walking alone towards the east. I must admit. A strange light flashed in Peter's gloomy eyes, and the whispers in his ears made him frantic. Li Liuli, you have indeed angered me. Peter quickly arrived near the Chinese lounge. Like Li Liuli, he did not bring any teammates. His teammates were no longer on the same level as him. And just as he opened his arms, closed his eyes, and was about to use the powerful ghost within him, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Peter reacted quickly, rolling sideways, and at the same time, countless pale white hands grew from his back, covering his eyes, protecting his body. The light rain paused, and Li Liuli sheathed Muramasa, coldly watching Peter. Chapter 114. Oh, this must be God's will, that I happened to run into you. Upon seeing Li Liuli, Peter revealed an extremely excited and bloodthirsty look. And beneath the mask, Li Liuli did not back down. The bloodthirsty excitement that had been suppressed surged up in his chest once again. If you want to take a nap, here's the pillow. This really makes one feel quite pleased. Li Liuli unsheathed Muramasa again, the fine rain continuing, mixed with thick grey fog rolling in, and Peter once again heard that savage and arrogant laugh. Peter was equally unwilling to yield. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, as if praying. Then, in Li Liuli's eyes, all the trees and bushes seemed to come alive. In the center of them, a purple-lipped mouth grew, opening and closing, and a noisy, erratic whisper echoed in Li Liuli's ears. At the same time, Li Liuli could see that his mental strength was rapidly depleting at an astonishing speed. The sky seemed to grow even darker, and Li Liuli vaguely heard a voice. Just die like this. He quickly distanced himself from Peter and landed on a tree, seeing a mouth open on the tree trunk nearby. Without hesitation, he thrust Muramasa into it. The noise was deafening. Li Liuli twisted his wrist, and a broken, ugly doll appeared in his hand. Sequence 4, The Doomed Witch. As the Doomed Witch appeared, Li Liuli instantly felt that the noise around his ears had quieted down considerably. The Doomed Witch was capable of absorbing part of the curse from even the most powerful ghost in the rankings, the Yellow Spring Reaper's cursed object. Facing Peter's powerful ghost, naturally, it was no problem. However, Li Liuli could also feel that the Doomed Witch's eyes seemed to come alive, those eyes sewn from buttons. It seemed to tilt over, looking at him with ill intentions. Although Li Liuli could suppress the return of the malicious ghost, the backlash curse of the strange item was not included. Using a top-tier level 4 strange item was not easy for Li Liuli. He had to resolve the battle quickly. Now is not the time for a last-ditch effort. Li Liuli suddenly bit his tongue, forcing himself to calm down from the desire to kill. He planned to use the 2 strange items he had just obtained to counter. Under the system's appraisal, Li Liuli completely understood the abilities of these 2 strange items. Top-tier level 2 strange item, Hand of Greed. Once a day, it can steal 1 ability from the target, lasting 30 minutes. Curse, after use, it will randomly deprive the user of 1 ability, lasting 1 hour. Top-tier level 3 strange item, Chapter of Slaughter. After use, the Chapter of Slaughter kills everyone with an instant death curse. Curse, falling into madness, immersed in writing the Chapter of Slaughter until death. Note, perhaps, it is a part of the human skin book? The former's ability had a high chance of stealing the strange ability from Peter, who only controlled 1 malicious ghost. The latter was an indiscriminate offensive item, which could be used as a backup. Li Liuli was somewhat surprised that the Chapter of Slaughter seemed to have a connection with the human skin book. Li Liuli always remembered that the human skin book could not be suppressed by the top-tier level 3 shell. Although using the human skin book brought a ridiculous curse, compared to being completely suppressed by the dragon's claw, the human skin book still had merits. After all, after Li Liuli devoured the shell, it could greatly suppress the terrifying curse of strange items, but the human skin book was not included. Of course, it might also be that the curse of the human skin book was too weak, so the shell looked down on swallowing it for suppression. Li Liuli continually retreated, engaging in a tug-of-war with Peter, while taking out the human skin book, writing on it, "This time, I will steal Peter's strange ability." The writing was soon soaked with blood, and a malicious ghost suddenly emerged from the pages of the human skin book, lunging at Li Liuli to bite him. Li Liuli merely used the sealing power of Kanaf, gently tapping the book page, and the human skin book immediately became obedient. Li Liuli retracted the human skin book and stood firm on a thick tree branch. Beneath him was an endless wheat field, the wheat ears swaying, and ugly mouths appearing among them. Peter's figure flickered, appearing now among the trees, now on the muddy path. However, in the end, the swaying wheat suddenly stopped moving, and the mouths in the middle widened, as if shouting loudly. Peter slowly walked out from among the wheat. His pale white hands bloomed behind him like eternal greens, each palm also held an ugly mouth, opening and closing. Distant whispers echoed once again. You say, if there are gods in the world, could they too just be high-level malicious ghosts? Peter gazed blankly at Li Liuli in the distance. Are we walking the path to becoming gods? I think your brain has been kicked by a ghost. Li Liuli responded coldly, his left hand replaced by a decaying, bluish-black arm. This hand only had a middle finger. Steal. Li Liuli pointed towards Peter, activating the ability of the Hand of Greed. The last remaining middle finger of the Hand of Greed instantly flipped down, and it could no longer be used today. Meanwhile, Li Liuli felt a strange ability that did not belong to him surge into his mind. Whisper Walker can traverse any area covered by whispers. This is the strange ability that Peter has just been showing. As Li Liuli obtained the ability of the Whisperer, Peter frowned. He felt as if he had suddenly forgotten a kind of ability. Peter immediately understood that it was Li Liuli's trick. Indeed, there were many envious strange tools on Li Liuli's body, and even a terrifyingly eerie Peter could not help but feel jealous. They controlled the eerie, but it was a painful and irreversible process. Why could Li Liuli easily use tools to match them? Li Liuli hadn't even used his eerie. Peter was very vigilant. In his eyes, the most terrifying place of a controller was always the eerie they controlled. Who could casually access so many strange tools? Strange tools had no contractual restrictions. Did he not fear the resurrection of the eerie, that all the tools would fight? Looking at it this way, there was only one possibility. That was, the eerie Li Liuli controlled was extremely terrifying, and merely summoning it required enduring a horrifying price. Unfortunately, what Peter did not know was that Li Liuli's controlled eerie was completely opposite from his speculation. Feeling the stolen ability, Li Liuli grinned, his figure like a ghost, flashing behind Peter. Chapter 115. Muramasa swung towards Peter's neck with the continuous drizzle. Peter's pupils contracted, the 10 white hands behind him twisted around and aimed to strike Muramasa. 10 white hands were severed, but Muramasa still failed to land a blow on Peter's neck. Li Liuli's figure flashed again and appeared in the wheat field, opposite Peter. Your ability is really useful. Before Peter could respond, Li Liuli disappeared from the spot, and at the same time, Peter felt a faint stabbing pain in his crown. Although Li Liuli successfully stole Peter's ability, it was not the eerie ability to release whispers, so Li Liuli was still affected by the whispers. Fortunately, the cursed witch was still at work, continuously absorbing the curse brought by the whispers. Therefore, the current situation was still within Li Liuli's control. However, Li Liuli could feel that the cursed witch looked at him with a resentful and hateful gaze, as if ready to attack at any moment. Therefore, Li Liuli had to keep accelerating the pace. However, just when Li Liuli was about to succeed, Peter suddenly laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Mr. Li, I have to say, you are indeed a dedicated comedian, putting on a great show for me. Peter opened his arms. Now, it's time to take a bow. As Peter opened his arms, Li Liuli immediately felt his mental strength plummeting rapidly, and everything around him seemed to be playing out like clips through a very old video machine. All things left behind shadows, and a screen of chaos constantly appeared in Li Liuli's eyes. Whispers suddenly turned into roars, and Li Liuli felt as if a hammer was relentlessly pounding his head. Because Li Liuli did not dare to excessively utilize the effect of the cursed witch, he could only passively endure. The cursed witch was a top-tier level 4 eerie tool. On the shell, Li Liuli was unsure if the shell could suppress it, so he also did not dare to use it excessively. Li Liuli covered his head and instantly lost his ability to move. The roaring whispers in his ears were almost driving him to madness. Countless white hands reached towards Li Liuli, and Peter leisurely approached. Li Liuli, I have to say, we are still somewhat different. Peter's tone was somewhat joyful. Without using the eerie, relying only on strange tools, you are still too arrogant. I also want to use the enigma. Li Liuli silently thought, struggling to unleash the sealing power of Canis to resist it, but it was still difficult to break free from the chaos at the moment. Peter also grasped part of the sealing power. This information was something Li Liuli had not obtained before. He only guessed that the other party had stepped closer to the 7th level again. He didn't expect that the other party could directly use the sealing power. The enigma that Peter controlled was terrifying, even more than Qian. Now, could you please go to hell? Peter looked down from above. Countless pale hands howled as if mocking Li Liuli's inability. Oh dear, how did our star player get beaten like this? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed, and Peter became alert. He raised his head and found a slender woman, wearing a raccoon mask, slowly approaching them. In Peter's memory, there was no player who could resist his internal enigma's whispers. At the same time, Peter saw several other enigma controllers appearing around him, all wearing masks, but unlike the one wearing the raccoon mask. Their masks had prominent numerical markings on the side, reading 5, 6, 7, and 21. The strategy team? Peter frowned. This kind of marking only appeared among the genius seats of the strategy team. Very clever. Would you like your sister to reward you? The raccoon said with a light laugh. Li Liuli is the person we want to protect, so please, Mr. Peter, stand down. The 5 stood firm from different directions, looking at Peter as if they were not affected by the whispers at all. Peter's face twisted in anger, but he did not dare to strike again. The previous outburst had already awakened the enigma that had finally settled within him. If he continued to overuse it, Peter might face the enigma's revival. After a brief moment of reflection, Peter sneered, "The strategy team dares to enter this dungeon. Good, I will remember that." After saying this, he immediately turned and walked towards the center of the wheat field. As his figure disappeared into the wheat field, Li Liuli discovered that the scene before him was no longer like the blurry, shadowy content of an old projector. "Li Liuli, you owe us a favor." The raccoon sighed in relief after seeing Peter leave, wiping the sweat that flowed from beneath her mask. "How about it? I told you joining the strategy team would benefit you, right? I didn't expect the strategy team to participate in this dungeon too." Li Liuli stood up, supported by the raccoon's soft little hand, and suddenly understood many things. The strategy team also wanted to gain a piece of the national fortune. Clearly, the national fortune was not as simple as it sounded. "If we hadn't participated, you would have probably been killed by Peter." The raccoon giggled. "So, aren't you going to thank your sister? It would be best to give your sister a defensive quirky item." Faced with the raccoon's teasing, Li Liuli shook his head. "He's not afraid of you, he's afraid of me. If my guess is correct, you should have used some kind of pill to temporarily strengthen your mental power to resist Peter's whispers." Li Liuli said slowly, "And you five, although your strength is not weak, in Peter's eyes, while he can't kill you, defending yourselves is still not a problem." The raccoon's expression gradually became serious upon hearing Li Liuli's words. "Why do you say that?" "Peter can use sealing power." Li Liuli's answer was concise and straightforward. "Sealing power?" The raccoon's voice rose slightly. "How do you know?" "Because he used it on me." Li Liuli said, "Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to kill me completely, but your appearance made him hesitate." Li Liuli held up two fingers. "First, he's not clear on your strength. Second, he is afraid, in the process of fighting with you all, I can break free from his ability's influence." Li Liuli's words held an extra layer of meaning in the ears of the raccoon cat. Li Liuli possesses the method to unlock the seal. So smart, but no girl would like that. The raccoon cat thought for a moment and said in a soft, moist voice, "How about we cooperate? We provide the strategy information for the dungeon, and you guarantee our safety." Chapter 116. The raccoon cat smiled as she linked her arm with Li Liuli's. "Come on, don't you want to know each other's depths?" Listening to her words, the face behind the mask of Li Liuli twitched slightly. "Fortunately, I am not Tom, otherwise, I would definitely be toyed with by such a seductress." However, Li Liuli was still very interested in this collaboration. Although the strength of the strategy group was unknown, they certainly wouldn't be particularly weak. And Peter's current power was at the absolute peak of the dungeon. If I don't improve quickly, it would indeed be troublesome, especially since cooperation had been achieved over in Nordic. We in Huaxia definitely need allies. What's more critical is that the strategy group actually possesses the strategy information for this dungeon. This is the dungeon of the Spirit King. Since Li Liuli has become a divine guide, he has some understanding of these special guides dungeons. Such dungeons can be modified every once in a while, and the way of modification is quite brutal. You can purchase a new dungeon and then fuse the two dungeons together, combining them with the type the guide is responsible for to set new rules. Of course, it can't be ruled out that the Spirit King is somewhat lazy or poor and hasn't purchased a new dungeon. "How did you get the information for the dungeon?" Li Liuli looked at the raccoon cat, whose face was concealed by the mask, revealing a slightly cunning gaze. "You have to take it step by step. Don't you think it's a bit too impatient to think so deeply all at once?" The raccoon cat answered gleefully, not wanting to reveal anything to Li Liuli. "Alright, we can cooperate, consider it a favor for you saving me this time." Li Liuli pondered for a moment and agreed to the collaboration. Upon hearing this, the raccoon cat was slightly startled, then burst into laughter. "Come on, our cooperation is supposed to be mutually beneficial, how can you call it a favor?" "Only I can defeat Peter, that's enough," Li Liuli answered lightly, completely unaffected by the raccoon cat's alluring voice, walking off into the distance. "If we're cooperating, then just follow me. You're really unyielding, it's so annoying." The raccoon cat stomped her foot and purposely spoke in a spoiled tone, so that Li Liuli could hear. "Slow down." Outside, upon seeing the strategy group ultimately choose to cooperate with Huaxia, Zhu Jiqiu and the others relaxed their frowns. Inside the dungeon, aside from fighting against the fierce and treacherous, another major point was the information gap. With the key information of the dungeon, one can ensure to always stay a step ahead of other players. And Carl, seeing such a good opportunity being interrupted by the strategy group, naturally felt a bit angry. The strategy group has always been neutral, is it not too much to openly help Huaxia like this? Faced with Carl's somewhat threatening question, Butler Bai lifted her long skirt and curtsied. "Sorry, but after all, Li Liuli is also a member of our strategy group, and my sister has some goodwill toward him, so it's not unreasonable to do this. I will definitely compensate Mr. Carl with an apology another day." Luisho's response was even more straightforward. "Is it okay for you guys, these rats in the sewers, to form a nest but not us to cooperate? Luisho's words made Chu Jichio and Lu Chensi nearby suppress laughter. Hold it in, don't laugh, or it will be disrespectful. Carl's face darkened, and he had no way to retort. The purpose of setting up the observation seats is largely to give each other a hard time and to engage in verbal sparring. Of course, in the following days, there may be interactions, and that's when the depth and preparation of all countries will show. Carl scoffed coldly in his heart. This time, we have prepared quite a few methods, since Peter has already broken through, that item should help him break through to level 7 at once. Under Li Liuli's lead, the players from the strategy group also arrived in the lounge, which was already small and became even more crowded. The two groups stared at each other, wide-eyed. This is the partner I found. Li Liuli introduced the other four. The strategy group members are Li Cat, number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 21. Do you have to introduce the rank of the seats? Number 21 spoke up. Behind the mask was a somewhat awkward male voice. Who told you that you were useless? Number 6, a mature female voice, mocked, practice more if you're bad. Number 5 and number 7 also chimed in to laugh, their voices ringing like silver bells beneath their masks. All right. Li Liuli interrupted them and looked at Li Cat. I need a detailed guide about the dungeon. Li Cat sat on the bed, crossed her fair legs, and said slowly, starting tomorrow, the boss will appear, and the weather will turn into a long night. Long night, as the name suggests, will have no moon and sun, all evil beings will level up, therefore, level 7 evil beings will appear in Blackgate Village, but they won't have sealing powers, which is something to remember. If we kill the evil beings today, there's a chance to drop map fragments. Collecting 3 fragments will reveal the boss's location and identity. Li Cat took out a map fragment from the hem of her pure white dress. On it ashes were slowly burning, but it felt completely cool to the touch. Every time we obtain a map fragment, the map will burn with the ashes, and the last remaining spot will be where the boss appears. Li Cat handed the map to Li Liuli. After receiving it, Li Liuli, through memory, judged that this map had been narrowed down to a village north of Blackgate Village, along with the back mountain range. At the same time, on the map, Li Liuli saw a pale blue eye that was restlessly spinning, looking back at him. A scene flashed in Li Liuli's mind instantly. It was a shadow with black flames burning on its body. The shadow was completely dark, with only 2 pale blue eyes looking down at Li Liuli. This time, there are a total of 3 bosses, which will randomly refresh. Li Cat's voice appropriately rang out. Based on the information on the map, I judge that this boss should be the evil king from the 7th hell of the 9 hells, the Lord of Fire. Lord of Fire? A female voice rang in Li Liuli's mind, coming from Jiu Yu. Let me eat it, and my strength can rise again, breaking through to level 7. Jiu Yu's voice made Li Liuli grin. A level 7 evil king, you say to kill it just like that? Have you considered my ability range? It seemed that Jiu Yu heard Li Liuli's complaints in his heart and said, practicing the soul refining method of the underworld can greatly resist its fire. It does not possess sealing power. Oh? Li Liuli suddenly became interested, recalling that 7th grade technique he had left in the system space, which was gathering dust after giving it to Jiu Yu. Chapter 117. He actually looked down on this technique a bit, not because it required enduring the burning of invisible flames during practice. Mainly, ever since he learned that Luisho practiced an 8th grade technique, Li Liuli had been wanting to find a chance to learn Luisho's technique. Now, he had to take out this technique again. Fortunately, he still had a promotion pill that could elevate him 1 level while practicing the technique. This was the confidence that the system brought him. Is there any information on the Lord of Fire? Li Liuli raised his head to look at Li Cat. Of course there is. But this is a different price. The raccoon cat smiled slyly, and when she saw Li Liuli's eyes sharpen, she hurriedly added, the price is you kiss me. Li Changer whistled from the side, while Qian's big eyes instantly filled with hostility. Li Liuli was silent for a moment and said slowly, this is not funny. What a boring man, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. The raccoon cat pouted but quickly returned to normal. The Lord of Infernal Fire disappeared from the bewitching realm many years ago, but I didn't expect it to come to work in a dungeon. It appeared in the S-Class dungeon hosted by the King, which was named Path of Purgatory. That time, the players suffered heavy losses, but they also learned about its abilities. The raccoon cat began to explain. The most direct ability of the Lord of Infernal Fire is the invisible fire on its body, which is everywhere and all-pervasive. It ignites upon contact, belonging to the main cultivation method of wicked tricks, hence it has relatively few strange abilities. That's it? Li Liuli asked when the raccoon cat stopped. That's it. Sister has generously shared everything with you. The raccoon cat laughed with a bell-like sound. I get it, you can go back now. Li Liuli nodded. Use and throw away? The raccoon cat suddenly looked like a cat whose fur was ruffled. You pull up your pants and forget about me? Li Liuli glanced at her strangely and said, I thought the genius of the strategy team wouldn't need me to explain too much. He stood firm in front of the raccoon cat. You have offended Peter, and you all left the lounge. Aren't you afraid of being ambushed by Peter? Today's weather conditions enhance his abilities, so he dares to use his powers so recklessly. After 2 encounters with Peter, Li Liuli roughly guessed Peter's current state. After successfully ambushing him the first time, Peter was already on the edge of wicked resurrection, so logically, he should find it hard to use wicked tricks again in a short time. Yet he did so and just happened to find me. At least that's what Peter told me. Combining that with the files from Huaxia, Peter's strength should be below Qian's, but now the situation has reversed. So Li Liuli was certain that in the ghostly shadowy weather, he must have received some sort of enhancement. Like knowing everyone's location. The raccoon cat wasn't foolish. After hearing Li Liuli's words, she instantly fell silent. They couldn't deal with Peter and could only use pills to mitigate the effects of the whispering curse. As a cooperative partner, I should also show my sincerity. Li Liuli noticed the raccoon cat's dilemma and tossed her a talisman, superb array map, night parade of 100 demons. If you can return before Peter comes knocking, this talisman can stop him. Now Peter was like the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. The raccoon cat took the array map and then threw Li Liuli an old walkie-talkie with missing parts. This is a contact tool, no curse, use it with confidence. After saying this, she hurriedly led the other strategy team members out of the lounge. Why did the strategy team participate in the National Luck War? Once the strategy team members left, Su Fingxing frowned. Li Liuli shook his head, I don't know. But at least they are on our side, which can greatly relieve our pressure. Li Liuli gave the next instructions, you two will pair up, lift today's curse, and go kill the wandering wicked tricks for a complete map. What about the supplies? Su Fingxing asked again, the supplies we brought are almost used up. This is easy. Li Liuli chuckled, waving his hand. The ghostly liquid rewarded by the system and some supplies he bought from the system store appeared on the ground of the lounge. Almost occupying half of the lounge. These should be enough, right? Li Liuli looked at the stunned crowd and gently spoke, if it's not enough, you can go to the shop, share a thread of my spiritual mark, and the shopkeeper will give you a discount. Li Ge. Li Yi. Li Changzhi looked at the various supplies on the ground, his mouth nearly watering, from now on, you are my reborn parents. Where did you get so many items? Su Qinghuan couldn't help but ask. Nothing special, just money power. Li Liuli replied lightly. Watching the crowd happily distributing the supplies, Li Liuli secretly thought, if they knew these items were just things I didn't care for, I wonder what they would feel. Can the cultivation method be changed later? Li Liuli retracted his gaze and asked the system in his mind. If you are an ordinary person, my answer is no, but if it's you, my answer is yes. Just upgrade the system shop to level 3, and you can refresh the fasting pills, which can be used to wash away the already cultivated methods. Upgrading the system shop to level 3 only requires 1,000 ghost coins. That is 10 billion ghost coins. Upgrading to level 2 also required 5 billion ghost coins. Li Liuli felt it wasn't too outrageous, so he casually upgraded the system shop to level 3. Ding! Upgrade successful, now the shop can refresh top-notch items below level 4. The next upgrade requires 10,000 ghost coins. Suddenly, it jumped tenfold. However, the improvement brought by the system shop upgrade was still quite obvious. Top-notch level 4 bazaar items. Li Liuli smacked his lips, items of this level, across the entire ghost control world, probably wouldn't exceed 20 pieces. At least, the top-notch level 4 disaster witch, in the beautiful country, was ranked 4th, above it, there were only 3 items. Of course, it can't be ruled out that they also had a rank 0. Li Liuli looked at the shop, and the first item that caught his eye drew his attention. Top-notch level 4 pill, all-encompassing. All-encompassing, after consuming, greatly enhances mental power, and have spiritual curse damage. Price, 100,000 ghost coins. 100,000 ghost coins. It was almost going to empty Li Liuli's pockets. Chapter 118. Li Liuli, current spiritual power, 10,500, level 4, current mental power, 1,102, charm, 105, luck, B. Assets, 80,876 ghost coins. Owned items, upper grade bazaar item, heart lock mirror. Top-notch item, dragon's claw. Top-notch level 1 items, double eyes, bone bell, human skin book. Top-notch level 2 bazaar items, ghost face derivative, mist mirror. Top-notch level 3 bazaar item, demon knife Muramesa. Top-notch level 4 bazaar item, disaster witch. Controlling puppets, Kanas, level 7, Matsushita Jingyuki, level 6. Servant, king. Plus the top-notch level 2 bazaar item obtained today, greedy hand, and the top-notch level 3 bazaar item, killing chapter. Li Liuli's number of items had reached a terrifying extent. And his luck attribute, under the effect of greedy hand, had also reached level B. As for assets, although daily sign-ins rewarded him some ghost coins, the amount didn't increase much due to his recent purchases of many supplies. Looking at his panel, Li Liuli suddenly remembered he hadn't signed in today. Ding, sign in successful, reward, 1000 ghost coins, 50% discount coupon *1. Seeing the sign in reward, Li Liuli was overjoyed. Now, he only needed 25,000 ghost coins to buy this top-notch level 4 pill. The properties of all-encompassing, for him, could not be said to be icing on the cake, but rather a timely help. A significant boost to mental power, plus resistance against spiritual curses. The former would help him control more fierce ghosts or puppets, while the latter could help him resist the curse from Peter's fierce ghost. After using the 50% discount coupon, all items in the system shop were marked with red prominent tags, but unfortunately, Li Liuli could only choose one to purchase. Heartbroken and desperate, Li Liuli bought the myriad things, and a flash of inspiration hit him. A pill suddenly appeared in Li Liuli's hand, intricately carved with dazzling patterns. Just looking at this pill made Li Liuli feel dizzy. Li Liuli quickly stuffed the myriad things into his mouth. A fantastical taste exploded in Li Liuli's mouth. He felt as though he was tasting every food in the world at once, a variety of strange flavors flooding his mouth. At the same time, his mental power soared rapidly. 1,200. 1,300. After rising to 2,500, the effects brought by the myriad things gradually faded. Li Liuli's current mental power had directly more than doubled. Typically, a newly advanced level 7 king has around 3,000 mental power. The increase in mental power gave Li Liuli the most intuitive feeling. The trajectories of everything in the outside world seemed to slow down multiple times in his eyes. Even without using dual pupils for observation, Li Liuli could easily predict others' paths. At the same time, Li Liuli could feel that the vague pain in his brain from controlling Karna and Matsushita Jinshue had also vanished. The number of puppets he could control had increased again. An exquisite level 4 pill, terrifying indeed. After calming down, Li Liuli took out that eerie extraction card. His luck attribute had also reached B level. He should be able to draw relatively good eerie, right? Currently, Li Liuli's combat power was very strong, but on the eerie front, he was starting to fall behind. Hope I won't be like an unlucky person from Africa. With a nervous heart, Li Liuli used the eerie extraction card. As spiritual power flowed in, Li Liuli could clearly sense that the aura around him grew increasingly bizarre. The already quiet lounge became even more silent under this terrifying aura. All sounds seemed to fear the appearance of this eerie, and at the same time, everything went silent. Even the vague feeling brought by ghostly shadows seemed to vanish at this moment. It seems I have good luck. Through the changes in the external surroundings, Li Liuli could naturally guess that the eerie he was drawing must not be low in rank. He took out his remaining exquisite eerie control card, waiting for the eerie's appearance. A bone-chilling cold spread, the eerie extraction card stretched, revealing a blurry portal. A dark green phantom arm emerged from the portal, followed by two eyes emitting a pale white glow. Incomplete level 7 eerie, Mistwalker. Source, Mist City. Rank, level 7, incomplete. Cultivation method, none. Skills, Fog Rise, Circular Cage, Mist Ghoul. Introduction, the Mistwalker is the unique eerie born from the essence of Mist City, and there can only be one Mistwalker at a time. It excels at using extremely cold mist to confuse all living things that enter it, transforming them into ghouls. Note, ghouls, typically ranked 5 to 7, can devour everything, including spiritual power and curses. Even sealed powers can be consumed if given enough time. Next stage, Mist Phantom, level 8, required evolution materials, Mist City Core. There's even a clear method for advancement? Li Liuli knew he had struck gold this time. With the increase in mental power, he should be able to control the Mistwalker with the exquisite eerie control card. After infusing the exquisite eerie control card with spiritual power, Li Liuli threw it towards the Mistwalker. The exquisite eerie control card radiated brilliant light, enveloping the massive body of the Mistwalker. The exquisite eerie control card was sufficient to control a level 7 eerie, and it didn't require Li Liuli to pay any cost. This unreasonable way of control made Li Liuli extremely satisfied. After all, forming a control contract with a level 7 eerie means he must always be cautious of the other side unilaterally tearing up the contract, reviving the vengeful spirit. But with the top-grade bizarre control card, I don't have to worry about that. The swelling sensation that had just disappeared reappeared in Li Liuli's mind. Driving a level 7 fierce ghost was, for his current mental strength, a bit difficult. At this rate, he probably still couldn't continue making puppets. However, for a level 7 fierce ghost, which could also be advanced, this price was something Li Liuli could fully accept. Brilliant light wrapped around the fog traveler, constantly shrinking until it finally surged into the center of Li Liuli's brows. In the center of Li Liuli's brows, there appeared a circular pattern woven from 3 clouds. Upon closer inspection, one could see some hunchbacked figures within the cloud pattern, looking very bizarre. Control successful. Spirit power received a significant boost. Current spirit power, 41,411, level 5. Controlling a level 7 fierce ghost directly allowed Li Liuli to leap from just entering level 4, transforming into a breakthrough at level 5. Now Li Liuli finally understood why Peter and Qian looked obviously younger than others, yet had such high levels. Chapter 119. Controlling a terrifying fierce ghost is equal to several years of dedicated cultivation. But the cost that comes with it is also very clear. Every day, one would live in the fear of the fierce ghost's awakening. Fortunately, I don't need to worry about this problem. Li Liuli thought and took out that strange human skin book along with the slaughter chapter. Both are bizarre props in the form of books, and the system has also hinted to him that the slaughter chapter might come from the human skin book. A top-grade level 3 bizarre prop comes from a top-grade level 1 bizarre prop. This is quite strange, and Li Liuli had a guess in his heart. The human skin book was originally a very high-grade bizarre prop, but it was shattered, forming an incomplete fierce ghost, or rather a bizarre prop. So, it only needs materials to gradually restore the human skin book to completeness, and this bizarre prop can then exert its original use. After all, the curse from the human skin book is very bizarre, more terrifying than instant death curses. It can tamper with fate. Li Liuli has not yet discovered any bizarre props that can change fate. Of course, the premise is to exclude Chu Jiqiu and Carl. Their kind of curse that leads to instant death, in some sense, can also be considered as changing your fate, or even directly cutting off your thread of destiny. Li Liuli flipped through the human skin book and indeed saw many torn marks within it. It seems this human skin book has been artificially damaged, with many chapters torn out, thus causing it to lose most of its abilities. Li Liuli thought, the slaughter chapter should represent the instant death curse ability within the human skin book. Li Liuli looked at the slaughter chapter, which is a book without a cover, made of pieces of human skin paper sewn together with a yellow thread, written in strange characters that Li Liuli could not understand. As the time of observation increased, Li Liuli felt his consciousness gradually sinking. The symbols on the slaughter chapter seemed to imprint it into his mind. His heart felt as if it was gripped by an invisible hand, and a bizarre, intense desire was born within him. Although he could not understand the symbols above, he had a mission to continue composing this melody about slaughter. Li Liuli shakily extended his index finger, biting it to draw blood. Just as he was about to write in the slaughter chapter, the pain suddenly snapped him back to reality. He instantly put the slaughter chapter back into the human skin book and quickly shut the book. Cold sweat instantly soaked Li Liuli's back. He had a premonition that if he really began to compose in the slaughter chapter, he would probably die at the hands of this bizarre prop. A very terrifying curse method. Li Liuli took a deep breath. Suddenly coming to his senses, he opened the human skin book again and was astonished to find that the chapter on slaughter had merged with the book. Human skin book upgrade successful. Current grade, perfect grade, level 3. Ability, prayer. New feature, now able to pray for others to die on the human skin book. Praying for others to die. Li Liuli raised an eyebrow. The previous abilities of the human skin book were useful for Li Liuli, but somewhat useless. After all, they could only cause others to make minor mistakes, while the main effort still came from Li Liuli himself. However, now with the integration of the slaughter chapter, the abilities of the human skin book have enhanced significantly, allowing him to directly make others die through curses. This reminded Li Liuli of an anime he had seen, which featured an item called a death note. The human skin book is now quite similar to that death note. He wondered if he could directly curse Peter to death, Li Liuli thought, but ultimately abandoned that idea. The human skin book is still just a perfect grade, level 3 sinister item. Although its abilities are terrifying, this type of curse likely wouldn't be fatal for Peter. Just like before, when Li Liuli used the human skin book, he couldn't control Jiang Fingyun's actions. However, Li Liuli thought of something and wrote in the human skin book, "This time I will successfully remove the ghost face derived object." As the writing was covered by blood seeping from the human skin book, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, a ferocious big mouth appeared on the page of the human skin book, screaming loudly, while the page where Li Liuli had written spontaneously ignited in pitch-black flames, with countless mask patterns outlined in blood appearing on the page. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the burning page slowly fell from the human skin book and, upon hitting the ground, turned to powder, accompanied by the unique burnt smell from the burning proteins. Meanwhile, Li Liuli felt that the mask on his face seemed to no longer fit snugly against his cheek. He tentatively reached up to gently remove it, and the ghost face-derived object was effortlessly taken off. At the round table, the ghost face, dressed in a black robe and adorned with numerous pale masks, suddenly raised his head, catching the attention of a nearby person who was fiddling with his fingers. The Book of Fate. The masks on the ghost face simultaneously emitted a gasping groan, the Spirit King. The young man playing with his fingers already knew the riddle nature of the ghost face, thus coming to his own conclusion. Are you saying that the Book of Fate has appeared in the copy presided over by the Spirit King? The man immediately stood up, but didn't you kill Chan Liang? The Book of Fate is not something everyone can control. The ghost face did not answer him. The masks hanging at his waist suddenly turned to face the man, their hollow gazes sending chills down his spine. But the young man clearly was not afraid of these masks. Seeing the Ghostface's appearance, he naturally deduced what the other wanted to say. I know you indeed went to the underworld and killed someone, but it does not rule out that the other party is not Chang Liang. After all, the realm he controls is most suitable for deceit. The young man stood up. Unfortunately, we have been unavailable during this period. I will send a clone to check it out. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly severed one of his fingers. The finger dropped to the ground and soon transformed into a young man identical to him. Hide. After taking off the mask, Li Liuli suddenly saw a conspicuous big word appear in the system. Unlike the previous black font floating before his eyes, this time the font was strikingly red. Main quest updated. Current main quest rewards have been distributed. Item received, Crown of Command. Crown of Command. After wearing it, you can use command. Main quest, hide. Looking at the suddenly updated main quest, Li Liuli frowned tightly. What does hiding mean? Li Liuli felt something was off, but he couldn't grasp the key point. Besides, he was currently in a copy. How could he hide? Li Liuli remembered when he was in the Yellow Spring Township, entering the shadow level copy, that version of himself from the past had once reminded him like this. Chapter 120. We are people bound by rules. The rules are mysterious, and will naturally draw jealousy, Li Liuli whispered softly. Although he didn't know what was happening, Li Liuli instinctively felt that if he didn't hide well, he could die. I must quickly improve my strength. Li Liuli raised his head, looked at the dim fields, where wheat stalks swayed gently. Let's start with Peter in them. I, Li Liuli, never hold grudges, and if I have an enemy, I must pay them back on the spot. Currently, Li Liuli was completely confident that he could defeat Peter, and had a 60% chance of killing him. The negative effect of controlling such a terrifying eerie creature was also very evident. His ability became too singular. After all, no one dared to control weird props or other eerie creatures while controlling such a powerful eerie creature. Of course, this excluded Li Liuli, who was using the control card. As the Ghostface derivative was removed, Li Liuli felt a noticeable lightness in his body, and the all-pervasive chill dissipated, allowing him to focus more. If it weren't for the influence of the Ghostface derivative, Li Liuli would not have chosen to confront Peter head-on. Now, I need to find a way to end this copy early. Li Liuli rested his chin on his hand and took out the soul refining method of the underworld. The fasting pill also refreshed in the marketplace. The price was not expensive, only 10,000 eerie coins, so Li Liuli bought it easily. Maybe, if I kill all the players from other factions, the conflict will end, and I can leave the copy, Li Liuli muttered as he unfolded the soul refining method of the underworld. The soul refining method of the underworld is simple to say and difficult to practice. To practice this technique, one must endure the burning of the invisible fire, which is only born in the 7th to 9th pits of the 9 nether abyss, so humans wishing to practice this technique must go to the 9 nether abyss in the eerie realm. And the 9 nether abyss is a very dangerous place in the eerie realm. However, since Li Liuli controlled the 9 nether, and the other party had the invisible fire of the 9 nether, it was not difficult for Li Liuli to practice this technique. But Li Liuli truly didn't want to be roasted by the invisible fire. In short, let's start with the basics, at least reach the first level. Li Liuli summoned the 9 nether. The current strength of the 9 nether was at level 5, and as her strength grew, her appearance changed greatly, transforming from a girl into a mature woman. With a well-proportioned figure and enchanting elongated eyes, she looked at the technique in Li Liuli's hands and immediately understood, excitement sparkling in her eyes. Have you decided to practice? Seeing Li Liuli nod, she wasted no time, forming hand seals, and invisible flames instantly spread from Li Liuli's body. The air twisted, and Li Liuli felt as if he had entered a furnace. The invisible flames pervaded everywhere, burning his body and spirit from all directions. There were definitely grudges mixed in this. Li Liuli silently endured the burning of the 9 nether's invisible fire, cursing inwardly. It only required a wisp of the 9 nether's invisible fire for me to enter. 10 minutes later, Li Liuli sat on the ground, leaned against the wall of the rest area, breathing heavily, looking at the 9 nether with a resentful gaze. If you want me dead, you can just say so, there's no need to torment me. Where's the need? The 9 nether revealed a charming smile, speaking in an intentionally soft and coy tone. I was just worried that Master is practicing too slowly. Do you need me to help you with a massage? Li Liuli did not speak, but waved his hand, and Jiuyu disappeared in the resting room. He gritted his teeth and checked his body, discovering that there was indeed a strand of pulsating invisible flame constantly burning in his dantian. And he had directly jumped over the threshold of the 1st grade, entering the 2nd grade. Li Liuli took out the promotion pill given to him by the system and swallowed it. The invisible flame surged again, expanding from a thumb-sized flame to a palm-sized fire core. 3rd grade. Li Liuli's cultivation speed would be considered genius among the great families. With the invisible fire, Li Liuli could sense that his resistance to the invisible fire had greatly increased, and he could also use the invisible fire to elevate his grade. In this way, he had a greater chance of countering the Lord of Calamity Fire. However, just this one insurance was not enough. Li Liuli once again took out the ghost-face derivative and summoned another evil spirit he controlled. Endless black mist spread out, and the sound of rattling chains echoed as a ghostly figure clad in official robes, shrouded in darkness, slowly emerged from the black mist. It looked terrifying, but unfortunately, the power of the ghostly figure was only level 4. Wear it. Li Liuli gently spoke. The ghostly figure had the ability to imprison souls. If combined with the ghost-face derivative's power, then the ghostly figure could help him build an army of the dead. The ghostly figure's body was stiff as it took the mask. After a clatter of rattling chains, it put the mask on its face. The black mist instantly turned pale, and a bone-chilling coldness condensed out, a layer of fine frost appearing on Li Liuli's face. The ghostly figure's blood-stained and mottled soul-catching chain clanged, and a pale mask appeared beside the chain, opening its mouth as if it was screaming in despair. The ghostly figure's spiritual power continued to swell, quickly reaching level 7. Clearly, the ghost-face derivative and the ghostly figure had undergone some kind of qualitative change. Level 7 Evil Spirit, Impermanence, Spiritual Power, 208710. Source, Underworld Council, Upper Alliance. Innate Cursed Object, Upper Soul Catching Chain. Cultivation Method, Underworld Soul Control Technique, Grade 6? Evil Spirit Ability, Soul Catching, Soul Imprisoning, Soul Controlling, Monarch. The introduction from the system suddenly made Li Liuli alert. The ghost-face derivative is from the Upper Alliance? No wonder this strange item is so special. What does Monarch mean? Once the ghostly figure jumped to become a level 7 evil spirit with 200,000 spiritual power, it gained another ability. Monarch. Li Liuli was puzzled, but fortunately, the system provided timely answers. Monarch, instant death, fate, constant, evolution, profanity, entropy, collectively known as the 7 Great Rules. Looking at the system's explanation, Li Liuli's pupils shrank. One of the 7 Great Rules. In simple terms, Li Liuli believed that these 7 Great Rules should be 7 different curses of the highest rank. For example, instant death, which Li Liuli had already witnessed. Touch it, and you die. However, the ghostly figure's monarch should be incomplete, similar to the instant death in the human skin book. If the other party's grade differed too much from their own, it could not take effect on them. Yet, this ability is still extremely terrifying. For instance, if Chu Jiqiu and Carl used their instant death curses, no one in the human world could resist. But the ghostly figure, now a level 7 evil spirit, using Monarch, would also be quite powerful. Li Liuli speculated that Monarch should be a curse affecting evil spirits, just like the ghost-face derivative could control evil spirits. With the ghostly figure, the Mistwalker, plus the cultivating underworld soul refining method, Li Liuli now wished he could knock on the resting rooms of other forces one by one. And kill them all. Li Liuli took a deep breath, suppressing his restless emotions, patiently waiting for the other 4 teammates. He did not forget, he still needed to guard the house. Finally, after some time, Su Fengxing and Li Changshe returned to the lounge, their faces filled with excitement. Brotherly, this time we killed quite a few fierce ghosts, and we even took down an Indonesian ghost master. Li Changshe immediately took credit, looking at Li Liuli with pride, as if saying, Praise me, praise me. Why did you take off the mask? Before Li Liuli could speak, Li Changshe curiously asked again, I still think you look scarier and more oppressive when you wear a mask. Li Liuli twitched his mouth, just about to say something, when he heard the static sound coming from the walkie-talkie in his arms. The raccoon cat, along with 4 teammates, quickly returned to the lounge, and after checking the surroundings, finally let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Peter didn't arrive here before us. The raccoon cat smiled, we also need to go kill some fierce ghosts and remove today's curse. It seems things are not as Li Liuli said. Sixie chuckled softly, or is Peter just too stupid? Still, let's be careful. The raccoon cat extended her long, fair fingers and pointed to her chin, looking at 21 seat. 21, you go kill the fierce ghost by yourself first. Why me again? 21 seat grumbled, I'm not a slave. Oh dear, as a man, you must take responsibility, and among us, you have the strongest close combat ability. 5 seat replied with a smile, behave, when we go out, I promise you'll make it to the top 20. Amidst the cheerful encouragement, 21 seat finally turned and walked toward the outside, mumbling, I'm not a slave, this is just the responsibility of a man. But soon, what he was mumbling began to change. He suddenly stopped, then his head twisted in an unnatural 180 degrees, the bones cracking loudly, yet he seemed to feel no pain at all. You all must die, this is the will of the gods. His body flipped backward grotesquely, and then he crawled on all fours like an upside-down spider, approaching the other members of the team. His eyes burst open as he crawled, 2 pale arms emerging from his eye sockets. Whispers echoed in everyone's ears. You interrupted my plan and still thought you could go home and chat happily. Peter flashed to one side of the lounge, his pale hands blooming like flowers, a deeply polite smile covering an uncontrollable madness beneath his calm expression. Everyone, are you too relaxed? Peter licked his lips, extending his finger into his temple. Even the laziest cat, no matter how nimble, cannot escape death. Hurry and take the ice pills. The raccoon cat immediately reacted when she saw Peter, pulling out a gleaming white pill from her pocket, swallowing it, the whispering in her ears finally lessening, allowing her to think and act. She quickly took out the 100 Ghost Night Walk talisman given to her by Li Liuli, throwing it into the air. The talisman transformed into spiritual light that dissipated, replaced by an ancient and charming long street. On the long street hung bright red lanterns, and countless fierce ghosts appeared on this old street, attacking Peter. Extreme cold spread, countless curses connected to Peter at the same moment. However, Peter did not panic. Instead, he revealed a devout expression, slightly lifting his head, his pale hands covering his eyes. He knelt on one knee, his mouth opening and closing, and the raccoon cat and others sensed that the whispers in their ears became clear once again. Believers, please sing to welcome my arrival. As Peter's voice fell, nearly 1/3 of the fierce ghosts summoned by the 100 Ghost Night Walk talisman stood frozen in place, then turned around and began attacking the ghosts next to them. The 7th seat finally couldn't hold on any longer, her eyes were hazy, murmuring to herself. Do you want to extinguish them? A flicker of dancing, ghostly blue flame appeared in her hand, aimed at the 6th seat. The 6th seat was still resisting the low whispers that filled her ears, making her unable to react at all. Buzz! The flame spread over the 6th seat, bringing not heat, but a bone-chilling cold as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The chill forced the 6th seat to barely pull herself away from the whispers. She struck the 7th seat away, who had tried to attack her again, and retreated. Meanwhile, the raccoon cat was not feeling well either. The 21st seat had come for her. Drool flowed from the 21st seat's mouth, and a red veil appeared above her head, like the red veil a bride wears during marriage in ancient times. Husband, the 21st seat called to the raccoon cat in a delicate male voice. Even the raccoon cat's composure couldn't help but make her scalp tingle. Her palms transformed into soft pads, like a nimble cat, twisting and dodging the 21st seat's now darkened arms. She knew the 21st seat's power. Once his hand touched her, she would be tainted by a curse, eager to unleash the desires within her at all costs. And once unleashed, the vital energy within her would be absorbed by the 21st seat and transformed into spiritual power for his attacks. Though a bit perverse, it was indeed a terrifying ability. Anyone, regardless of gender, could be affected by this curse. Damn it, the raccoon cat cursed, pulling out the old-fashioned intercom. Li Liuli's judgment was indeed correct. If Peter hadn't previously fought Li Liuli, he could have easily killed us. She pressed on the old intercom, which had parts falling off, and it quickly crackled to life. Speak. On the other end, Li Liuli responded concisely, Did Peter come? Your judgment was indeed correct. The raccoon cat's chest rose and fell sharply. The whispers in her ears coupled with the attack from the 21st seat had exhausted her stamina. She was not a hunter who practiced martial arts but controlled a cat demon, so her stamina was not particularly outstanding. At least, it surely couldn't compare to the already resurrected 21st seat. 3 minutes. Li Liuli remained concise. After putting down the intercom, Li Liuli quickly stood up, reminding Li Changshi and Su Fengxing, I'm going to kill someone. When they return, don't go out again to prevent other spirit controllers from ambushing. After speaking, Li Liuli thought for a moment and took out a talisman of the night parade of 100 demons. You can use this to buy time if necessary. Li Liuli swiftly left, disappearing into the vast darkness of the night. 3 minutes. The raccoon cat bit her tongue, trying to clear her head. Since the night parade formation dispersed Peter's power, she, along with the 5th and 6th seats, was still managing to hold on. She turned to look at the illusory old street. Half of the evil spirits inside had already diminished, and Peter was recklessly weaving through the old street, his pale arms seemingly growing thicker. Too long? The raccoon cat whispered. She shouldn't have always complained that others had too little time of 3 minutes. Now, she also had to hold on for 3 minutes. She didn't forget to tease herself a bit. The raccoon cat turned to look at the 5th seat, who was entangled with the 7th seat. The 6th seat had already suffered serious injuries, and within the instance, one couldn't recover from wounds and spiritual power, they could only rely on pills to recover slowly. Therefore, the 6th seat had temporarily lost the ability to fight. Hold on for 3 more minutes, the raccoon cat shouted, giving her only 2 remaining teammates a shot of encouragement. Li Liuli will be here soon. When the other 2 surviving teammates heard this, it was as if they had grasped onto a life-saving lifeline, and they grit their teeth. Peter in the illusory old street also heard the raccoon cat's words, sneering. However, he silently quickened the pace of cracking the night parade of 100 demons. Though Li Liuli couldn't defeat him. But my own state is not good either. Adding on to that is Li Liuli's tragic sequence for which, and the constantly unsummoned malevolent spirits. Peter still places great importance on Li Liuli. Behind Peter, the pale white hands grew ugly mouths, whispering became clearer, and more malevolent spirits were stirred by Peter's whispers to attack the nearby spirits. The cat in the 6th seat swallowed the elixir, exchanged glances, and simultaneously launched an attack on the 21st seat. Gentlemen, don't be in a hurry, I will serve you well. The sharp male voice from the 21st seat made their scalps tingle. But fortunately, although the ability of the 21st seat was strange, it could only target one person at a time, so with a bit of effort, they managed to pin the 21st seat to the ground. Once the malevolent spirits revive, they are different from those in the instance, their vitality is very strong and hard to kill. Retreat to the lounge, activate our formation. The cat called out delicately, quickly rushing toward the lounge's direction. Beautiful ladies, why not dance a tune before you go? Peter's voice mingled with whispers, causing them to freeze in place, and then uncontrollably start dancing. The cat's face went pale, trying to regain control of her body, but what replaced it was an even stranger dance. And on them, it seemed as if a layer of old dust covered them, all color faded from their bodies, and their spirits grew increasingly dazed. My loyal disciples, after this dance, you will be reborn. Peter's voice mixed with an extremely filthy, blasphemous tone seeped in, and even consuming the freezing elixir was of no use. This is the gap between them and Peter. Watching the three distorted dancers, with blank smiles on their faces, Peter chuckled and then took out 2 elixirs carved with strange patterns and swallowed them. To control 3 6th-tier spirits at once, even Peter's spiritual and mental energy was about to be completely exhausted. And the malevolent spirits within him were also becoming increasingly restless. He too intended to dance an elegant dance in this dark night. I must leave quickly. Peter pondered, the 100 Ghost Night walking formation had been almost destroyed by him, he could leave at any time. My servants, sing and follow me. Peter said to the 3 spirit controllers of the attack group, then turned to leave. But the cat and the others could not control their bodies at all, their twisted dance made their bones creak, and they hopped towards Peter. There isn't enough time. A hint of despair flashed in the cat's eyes. This is where it ends. Suddenly, a voice full of authority echoed through the air. When the cat and the others heard this king-like roar, the whispers in their ears instantly stopped. They instantly regained control of their bodies. And Peter paused for a moment, then grinned, one hand digging into his temple. Li Liuli, you really control a very terrifying malevolent spirit. The sound answering Peter was the clanking of chains. Black particles surged in like locusts. Beneath the black mist, a chain stained with mottled blood flew towards Peter. Peter remained still, the pale white hands behind him wrapped him up, forming a bud. But a strange scene unfolded. The iron hook directly pierced through the pale white hands, snagging Peter by the neck, then suddenly yanked back. Peter instantly felt as if his soul was being violently pulled away by a great hand, about to leave his body. Peter's face changed rapidly, letting out a malicious scream, pointing directly at Li Liuli, who appeared beside the cat. Li Liuli heard that evil, corrupting scream near her ear. All he saw was a sea of crimson, a wave of uncontrollable irritation washing over him, which also affected the ghostly figure, ultimately failing to drag Peter's soul out directly. Coming back to reality, Li Liuli quickly took out the wandering witch and the greedy hand, pointing the remaining finger of the greedy hand toward Peter. Steal. Before arriving, he had already written in the book of human skin that he could steal Peter's strange ability. Sure enough, as he bent his middle finger, a description of an ability appeared instantly in Li Liuli's mind. Fallen Whisper, can only be used on one target, can instantaneously disturb the other's mental strength, interrupting all actions. This was exactly the ability Peter had just used against him. Peter felt a strange ability being stolen from him, and with the terrifying ghostly figure beside Li Liuli, he momentarily had no thought of continuing to fight against Li Liuli. A storm of shock surged in Peter's heart. Just now, Li Liuli had nearly been killed by him, and now he couldn't gain any advantage over his opponent? If Peter could hear the doubts in his own heart, he would definitely laugh and answer. What was in the past is in the past, and what is now is now. In just a short 1 hour, Li Liuli's strength had surged to a terrifying degree. I must immediately cooperate with the trickster from the north. Peter thought, and then his body suddenly became illusory. Seeing Peter's form, Li Liuli's eyes narrowed. Peter's ability, Li Liuli understood, was the Whispering Walker he had stolen before. This ability was incredibly tricky, of course, when used for escape. In the quest, Peter had already used whispers to pollute many ghostly beings or even tricksters, and once he activated his ability, the whispers would ring in the ears of his followers. And he could use the Whispering Walker for direct teleportation. Fortunately, Li Liuli had just stolen an ability that was the most restraining against the Whispering Walker from Peter. Li Liuli opened his mouth and let out an extremely filthy scream. After hearing the scream, Peter's mind went blank for a moment, and his illusory body became solid again. Crash! The sound of clashing chains came again. Peter's Whispering Walker was interrupted, but his reaction was quick, as this was still his own strange ability, thus he also had resistance. Having suffered losses from the Soul Reaper's side, Peter's expression became serious, and he did not attempt to resist the Soul Reaper with the plain white hand. A ghostly being suddenly lunged at him, blocking in front of Peter as the Soul Reaper's scythe pierced into the ghostly being's body, pulling out a pitch-black, shattered soul. The place was filled with ghostly beings affected by his whispers, and Peter didn't need to fight against Li Liuli's ability himself. With just this one ghostly being, you can only defeat me. You cannot kill me. Peter laughed. Why don't we each take a step back? Peter knew that if this dragged on, he might be killed by Li Liuli before he even had a chance, or worst, be killed by a revived ghostly being, so he didn't plan to continue the fight. However, if Li Liuli forced him into a corner. He looked at Li Liuli, seeing the latter's half-smile, and the ghostly figure appeared next to him, a strange figure dressed in official attire yet wearing a mask. Who said only you can control ghostly beings? Li Liuli spoke softly, and the ghostly figure waved its large hand. The tricksters present felt no signs of curses but watched as the ghostly beings in the old street knelt down towards Li Liuli. Countless ghostly beings, with hollow eyes, knelt together towards Li Liuli, making the scene extremely eerie. King? Peter clearly knew more about the ghostly realm than Li Liuli. Suddenly, it became clear that his opponent was using one of the 7 great rules, the monarch, to stand alongside his own blasphemy. Peter was shocked. He never expected that his opponent could wield such a terrifying curse. Why hadn't he used it before? Li Liuli did not give Peter time to think. The sound of clanking chains rang out again, and an intensely cold white mist rushed in from all directions. Amidst the vast white fog, Peter saw one crimson pupil after another, staring at him with hungry eyes. He had another level 7 wraith? How could this be? Peter was horrified. Even he could not control 2 level 7 wraiths at the same time, not to mention that one of them possessed a curse from the 7 great rules. What puzzled Peter even more was why Li Liuli could freely use the wraith's abilities without considering the resurrection of the wraith. The cost of the monarch's ability was not something a level 5 wraith controller like him could bear. Once that wraith revived, Li Liuli would immediately be manipulated in return. Wasn't he afraid? Crash. The soul-intercepting scythe pointed directly at Peter's neck, finally forcing out one of his trump cards. Thump thump. The sound of a beating heart echoed from Peter, a heart stain in dark green appeared in his hand, and a green barrier spread from him. The soul-intercepting scythe struck the barrier, producing a dull sound, then was deflected, flying back into the hands of the ghostly messenger, or rather, the impermanence. Sequence 6, Heart of Ruin. Peter's voice slowly emerged. It can protect my soul and spirit from being eroded by any curse. Your attack is ineffective against me. This was Peter's trump card used to counter the wraith inside his body. And now, as he introduced this item to Li Liuli, it was not to share information for a fair fight, but to deter Li Liuli. After all, the monarch's ability only worked on wraiths, and the soul-attacking soul-intercepting scythe was completely defeated by the Heart of Ruin. Li Liuli, this ends here. Before Peter could finish his sentence, he saw the whiteness deepen, and skeletons began to appear all around him, snarling as they pounced at him. The luminous white hands burst forth from his back again, sweeping out in all directions. The ghouls were grabbed by the luminous white hands and thrown aside, but they did not die completely. Instead, they continued to charge at Peter without fear. Don't push me. Peter's voice was strained. Constantly using the wraith's powers brought his mind to the brink of collapse. He could feel the wraith inside him becoming more and more active, and 2 luminous white hands had begun to move towards his neck against his will. If this is all you have, I can only bid you farewell. Li Liuli saw that Peter was now at the end of his rope. After all, not everyone could use wraith abilities like himself without fear of their sinister resurrection. Hearing Li Liuli's words, the last glimmer of hope was shattered in Peter's heart. He suddenly thrust a hand into his temple. No blood oozed out. Instead of blood, tiny twisted luminous white hands came forth. Since that's the case, Peter knelt on both knees, closed his eyes, and began to chant rapidly. May the Supreme Existence grant me blasphemous power. I will release my filth to the honorable deity when the banquet begins. This was the strange ability he obtained after stepping halfway into level 7. Evil Evening Prayer. Peter didn't know what consequences this ability would bring, but he knew that an ability obtained at level 7 could definitely decide the fate of a battle. Hearing his prayer, Li Liuli immediately sensed trouble and activated the Fallen Whisper, attempting to interrupt Peter's prayer. A filthy scream erupted, but Peter seemed to ignore it, still kneeling on the ground, shrouded in a cold hue. Color drained from him, replaced by a dirty, fallen gray. Li Liuli realized that the Fallen Whispers were useless, immediately pulled out the human skin book, opened to the page of the Slaughter chapter, and infused it with spiritual power. The mysterious characters on the Slaughter chapter seemed to dance on the human skin paper, sending an inexplicable melody from the book. It was as if, in the dark, a great hand was plucking the threads of fate. Chapter 124. And the fantastical, ethereal melody was the sound of fate's threads trembling. Even Li Liuli, who activated the Slaughter chapter, felt a chaotic thought washing over his mind. A deep sense of agitation inexplicably arose within him. He felt like he wanted to stab his own heart with a knife to end the turmoil. Peter was finally interrupted from his prayer by the Slaughter chapter, but he had already gained power from his prayer. The sky grew darker, and in Li Liuli's eyes, a deeply shadowed curtain of night seemed to reveal an extremely filthy face, which opened its mouth and emitted a blasphemous laughter. The laughter clashed with the melody of the Slaughter chapter, surprisingly forming a clever balance that invigorated Li Liuli's spirit and restored his clarity. He looked at Peter, his gaze becoming increasingly serious. Just now, Peter had broken free from level 6 and stepped into the threshold of level 7. However, this was just a brief boost provided by the evil evening prayer. Such abundant spiritual power. Peter revealed a mad smile, his pale white hands becoming more numerous, and on his pale white hands, faces filled with malice appeared, void of eyes, yet Li Liuli could still feel the malicious gazes watching him. Join this blasphemous banquet. Peter's voice was erratic, his body completely disappearing within the pale white hands, or perhaps, he had become part of the pale white hands. Level 7 was indeed the threshold for a cryptid master to step into the top tier, even a brief breakthrough brought terrifying advantages. Ethereal voices exploded in Li Liuli's mind, climbing up his nerves, momentarily robbing him of all thought. Looking at the dim picture created by countless pale white hands, Li Liuli's eyes became dazed, as if standing before him was no longer a specter, but an almighty deity. The blasphemous curse spread over him, and Li Liuli felt like a painting losing its color. Once covered in grayness, he would become Peter's follower. At that moment, Wu Chang suddenly let out an angry roar towards Peter, the crisp roar echoing through the air, causing all the pale white hands to freeze and stop twisting. Even the faces in their hands showed pain at that moment. Li Liuli instantly regained his reason, retreating violently, hiding within the white mist. At the same time, a gigantic ring-shaped cage formed from vapor rose up all around him, trapping him inside. The pale white hands slapped against the ring-shaped cage, but the cage remained unmoved and soon bore a touch of grayness. As a fellow level 7 specter, although the specter Peter controlled had fallen, he could not quickly seize the upper hand. Li Liuli had already determined that Fallen and his own king were the highest curses placed on humans and specters, respectively. Thus, Li Liuli could use the king to interrupt Peter's control over the specters in the 100 Ghosts Night March. Looking at the indescribable Peter trapped within the ring-shaped cage, Li Liuli thought of a countermeasure. Just drag it out. There was no need for him to fight Peter to the death now. All he had to do was wait for the time of the evil evening prayer to pass, and his enemy could only allow him to slaughter. Li Liuli took out the human skin book and wrote on it with blood. I will successfully delay until the evil evening prayer ends. Blood seeped from the human skin book, accompanied by a gigantic mouth that seemed capable of devouring everything, lunging at Li Liuli. Li Liuli's expression remained unchanged, allowing the gigantic mouth to bite into his body. Buzz! A translucent membrane rippled like water on Li Liuli's body, blocking the attack of the gigantic mouth, and Li Liuli seized the opportunity to draw Muramesa, its cold light flashing, striking the gigantic mouth. A crisp sound rang out, and the gigantic mouth was split in two by Muramesa, vanishing without a trace. However, Li Liuli's face paled a bit more. The Bodhi robe could shield Li Liuli from harm once a day, but under the absolute difference in tier, the gigantic mouth still left a deep mark on Li Liuli's body. Taking this chance, Li Liuli used half of his remaining spiritual power to erase the curse of the human skin book. Clearly, fulfilling Li Liuli's prayer was not easy, and thus, the curse brought by this time's human skin book was terrifying. But all of this was worth it. Li Liuli quickly took out several pills from the system's space, swallowing them to gradually restore his spiritual and mental power, then turned his gaze to the now completely faded circular cage. In the next moment, the circular cage collapsed, and the disturbing whispers echoed in Li Liuli's ears once more. Li Liuli immediately took out the doomed witch, using it to bear this curse. At the same time, he borrowed the king's rules contained within the impermanent, and Muramesa was drawn once again. A ferocious laughter accompanied a Warring States warrior wearing a green-faced boar mask as he appeared in mid-air, suddenly swinging at Peter. Under the empowerment of the king, this strike severely suppressed Peter, cutting off most of the white hand at the waist, revealing Peter wrapped within. On Peter's body, the white hand writhed like maggots, and his face turned a sickly gray, a flicker of terror passing through his frenzied eyes. The time for the evil evening prayer was about to end. While controlling two level 7 horrors, Li Liuli's power was indeed terrifying. Even Peter found it nearly impossible to kill Li Liuli. Peter's heart was filled with endless fear and frustration, and he actually harbored thoughts of wanting to escape again. Of course, all of this was due to the human skin book's prayer wreaking havoc. After all, Li Liuli only prayed to delay until the evil evening prayer ended, not to kill Peter. If the prayer was to directly kill Peter, the curse brought would be even more terrifying. Peter's body became illusory again, and he activated the Whisperer once more. Seeing this, Li Liuli sneered and let out an extremely filthy scream toward Peter's direction. Peter's body stiffened, and the teleportation was interrupted again. Meanwhile, the time for the evil evening prayer was about to end. Peter could feel that the horror within him was ready to replace him at any moment, transforming him into its servant. Panic was evident on Peter's face. He had originally thought that after using the evil evening prayer, he could defeat Li Liuli. But now he realized how naive his thoughts were. The opposing pills were endless, so Li Liuli did not care about a prolonged battle. But Peter was different. His pills had basically been exhausted after the earlier battle with Li Liuli. Watching Peter in a state of panic and his dwindling momentum, Li Liuli sighed in relief and recalled the doomed witch, who almost looked like she wanted to kill him, back into the system space. As long as he was in the system space, no curse could penetrate the system and affect Li Liuli. Chapter 125. Now, the winner and loser are clear. Li Liuli spoke calmly, a crown made of countless fingers appearing above his head. It was the command crown given to him by the system before. The power of the command crown is very simple and brutal, it can directly trigger a command. And in Li Liuli's eyes, commands are very similar to the 7 great rules, but seem somewhat special. First, commands can only be used in dungeons or against guides. The ability of commands is also very simple, to issue certain rules that players in the dungeon or the wicked must obey unconditionally. It's like a cheat code in a game, very strange. After putting on the command crown, Li Liuli saw a string of information appear in front of him, filled with many commands, but most were blurry, and he could not use them. Currently, Li Liuli could only use 3 commands. Confuse, the target falls into a 1-second confusion state, during which their spiritual power is uncontrollable. Submit, the target cannot attack the command user for 30 seconds but can defend. Punish, the target must endure 1 attack from the command user. Execute the command, punish. Li Liuli drew his blade, Muramesa, and traded all of his remaining spiritual power with the wicked residing in it. The wicked, wearing a green-faced, sharp-toothed mask, grinned as it swallowed Li Liuli's spiritual power, then charged toward Peter, whose momentum was continuously weakening. At the same time, Wu Chang also threw out a soul-reaping sickle at Peter, while the ghouls in the mist opened their bloody maws wide. Although Li Liuli had traded all of his spiritual power with Muramesa, he could still borrow spiritual power from Kana's and Matsushita Shizuki, so he still had plenty of spiritual power left in him. Peter's pupils dilated, he could see nothing anymore, and his mind was filled with whispers that nearly sent him into a faint. 3 attacks struck him at once, and his life force rapidly vanished. Li Liuli did not stop, but quickly threw out a talisman. Spirit Gathering Talisman. Peter's controlled wicked was of no low rank, so he had to take good care of it. The Spirit Gathering Talisman trapped the whispers within a dazzling light. Through the light, Li Liuli could only see a grey mist, within which countless ugly mouths screamed. In the end, the whispers did not revive the wicked, which was also within Li Liuli's expectations. After all, in front of him, the controlled wicked seemed completely unable or unwilling to revive. Looking at Peter's body kneeling on the ground, Li Liuli let out a long breath, placed the sequence 6, Heart of Ruin into the system space, and immediately plunged his consciousness to connect with Matsushita Shizuki. She was outside a lounge in Northern Europe, next to British magicians Rick and Victor. They were both looking toward the direction of Li Liuli and Peter's battle at the same time. Did you hear that whisper? Victor looked at Rick, who had a comical smile on his face. Peter has broken through again. He is dead, Victor. Rick's face wore a comical smile, but his tone was extremely dejected. The one from the east killed him. Victor's face immediately turned pale. What? He paced back and forth uncontrollably, a fierce heartbeat signaling his inner turmoil. Peter was controlling the whispers. Victor spoke in a frenzy, and from the whispers, I could feel he was almost at the threshold of the 7th level. How could he be killed by Li Liuli? If even Peter had been killed, what else could they do? Although Victor and Rick were strong, it didn't mean they could confidently kill Peter. Even defeating Peter is incredibly difficult. Calm down, Victor. Rick's tone trembled a bit, but he hadn't completely lost confidence. Did you forget what I said before? Now is the perfect time to attack Li Liuli. Upon hearing this, Victor seemed to grasp a lifeline. Right. You still have that strange item. Now, Li Liuli must be in bad shape, we can go find him. Are they coming to kill me? Li Liuli immediately understood their plan through Matsushita Shizuki, but what made him concerned was the strange item mentioned by Victor. Knowing full well that I killed Peter, they still believe that item can kill me. Li Liuli realized he had to take it seriously, so he thought of a way. I think we can ambush him at the clinic. Matsushita Shizuki's cold voice suddenly drew the attention of Victor and Rick. Victor frowned. I think the best way is to go to the rest area in Huaxia. Li Liuli definitely won't easily return to the rest area, he's very smart. Matsushita Shizuki continued, if we can think to ambush him at the rest area, Li Liuli will think of it too. Moreover, getting treated at the clinic is obviously faster than recovering with potions. Hearing this, the two fell into deep thought. What Matsushita Shizuki said makes sense. Compared to the slow recovery with potions, the one-time treatment at the clinic is indeed more efficient. Let's go to the clinic. Rick made the decision. Got them hooked. Hearing Rick's decision, Li Liuli smirked slightly. There's still one of my servants in the clinic. A king. The rank of the Sword of Orders seems to be above that of the Crown of Orders, but it's a one-time use. Li Liuli can use far more commands on the king than on the Crown of Orders. The problem is solved, you can rest well now. Li Liuli turned to the raccoon looking at him with almost worshipful eyes. I deeply regret the deaths of your 2 companions. Before the raccoon could respond, he immediately stepped forward, heading towards the clinic in Blackgate Village. The raccoon watched Li Liuli's departing figure, lost in thought. Who would have thought that just about a month ago, he was only beginning his first instance? The raccoon murmured softly. It seems Sister Bai's prophecy was right. She felt relieved that this time the strategy team chose to stand on Li Liuli's side. Clinic. Due to the influence of the ghostly shadows, the clinic ceiling looked like it had a layer of grayish residual shadow. A thick, unknown liquid dripped down from above, gradually gathering together. Click, click. The thick liquid gathered upwards, eventually forming a formless silhouette. It had no facial features, no skin fingerprints, no human characteristics. It moved, heading towards the king sitting in the clinic. The king seemed to notice and immediately turned around, his sharp gaze suddenly stiffening. Transformation, the king's face instantly became extremely respectful. Greetings, my lord. Chapter 126. You have the scent of commands on you. When the thick liquid saw the king, a perfectly identical face suddenly appeared on the formless visage. The voice coming from it was also identical in tone to that of the king. What is this? The king trembled upon seeing the other's appearance, seemingly guessing his fate. Command, sacrifice. The other spoke with a smile. Upon hearing the voice, fear quickly flashed across the king's face, a sense of helplessness rising in his heart. Soon, his body withered like a wilted flower, grotesquely melting into a pool of thick liquid. Transformation extended a finger, and the thick liquid flowed into his skin along his finger. So it is, could it be him? In the observation area, Carl stared blankly at the scene where Li Liuli killed Peter, as if he hadn't fully come to his senses. The whole station was silent, and they could hear Carl's rapid breathing. Peter had just died. There wasn't even time for him to use the trump card. Damn it! Even Carl couldn't help but curse, deeply shocked by Li Liuli's strength. This national fortune battle is even more shocking than the one between Carl and Chu Jiqiu. A king of men side, it was actually a battle at the 7th level. As soon as these words came out, someone immediately agreed, yes, to be honest, if those two teamed up, I wouldn't have the confidence to survive. The younger generation is formidable, the younger generation is formidable. China has produced another genius this time. Perhaps he can touch the threshold of the 9th level and uncover the truth behind the Eerie realm and the Upper Alliance. Kings from other countries no longer plan to oppose China. After all, with such a genius emerging, they had the ability to take them further and reveal the truth of the dungeons. Congratulations, old Chu, China has once again produced a genius who can join the Upper Alliance. A robust king from the Sand Kingdom congratulated, then looked around. I hope our human realm will no longer continue to fight. It has been nearly 50 years since the last feast. I think the next feast is probably coming. As soon as he said this, all the kings present felt a chill in their hearts, recalling that distant saying. The Spirit King is revealed, the goat cries out. Heavenly beings drift away, the feast is coming. Indeed, after this battle of national fortune, we also need to go to the Eerie realm to gather more resources and survive the feast, a king from Great Britain said. China has always been a land of propriety. Chu Jiqiu also spoke at this moment. We won't attack others unless they attack us. After this battle of national fortune, the human realm must unite. He was already giving the other powers opposing China a way out. The feast is terrifying. If care is not taken, the human realm will cease to exist. You must know, before the first feast, the Eerie realm was only 1/3 the size of the human realm. And now, a 9-hell prison in the Eerie realm has already exceeded the size of the human realm. Carl was unusually silent. After a long time, he slowly spoke. Currently, the prophecy only aligns with the appearance of the Spirit King, and we are also unclear about the other two. After a pause, he said, however, we should indeed unite. As soon as he spoke, many kings let out a sigh of relief. After all, the beautiful country in China control more than 80% of the Eerie realm's resources. However, Carl suddenly spoke, as for Li Liuli, I still hold my previous attitude. After all, Su Yunmu is our warning. We cannot let the Upper Alliance grow stronger. Su Yunmu was a very mysterious figure, similar to Li Liuli, not coming from any force, suddenly rising in a short time. Just when the human realm believed dawn was coming, that someone could contend with the Eerie realm and the Upper Alliance, he suddenly betrayed them, taking away China's SSS-level containment objects and the beautiful country's sequence 0. This prophecy was left behind by Su Yunmu at that time. After leaving this statement, he joined the Upper Alliance and managed both the human and Eerie realms alongside those supreme beings. Therefore, Su Yunmu was labeled a traitor by the users of the Eerie realm. He is also currently the only human to reach the 9th level. Carl's words made the kings present fall silent again. Li Liuli indeed bore a striking similarity to Su Yunmu. Not coming from any force, yet possessing deep foundations and strength. Su Yunmu only took away 2 of the most powerful Eerie artifacts of the time. Then what about Li Liuli? What if he grows up and wants to kill the top forces of the Eerie realm? How will they defend themselves? For a moment, many kings felt that Carl's words made sense. Don't worry, our little Li is wholeheartedly for the people and will not betray. At a time when people's hearts were scattered, Luisho suddenly spoke, patting his chest. How will you prove it? Carl's gaze was sharp. I remember, you Huaxia have a saying, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Su Yunmu did not betray, it's just that you all are not qualified to know these things. Luisho's words were shocking, intended to stir the crowd. His words caused another uproar among everyone present. Though your strength may be top-notch, you are still only at level 8. Carl responded with a mocking smile, meaning it was obvious. How can you say such things when you are just like us? Luisho could naturally hear the implication in Carl's words. He was not angry but stroked his beard. You should know how to advance to level 9. That's right. Carl nodded and glanced at Chujicho. Mastering a rule is the only method we have discovered so far. Wrong, there is a second method. Luisho shook his head, speaking mysteriously. Do you want to know? As soon as he said this, everyone's breath at the scene quickened, and pairs of burning eyes fixed on Luisho. Level 9 was a realm all myth masters longed for, an unattainable threshold. After all, the rules controlled by powerful anomalies were already rare, and mastering them was incredibly difficult. Even Chujicho and Carl, who could be considered half anomalies, had not managed to break through this threshold. And now, Luisho claimed there was a second method. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed on him, Luisho stroked his beard again and slowly began to speak. While mastering powerful anomalies, cultivate an 8th-grade technique. When the technique reaches great perfection, the two will fuse and cause a qualitative change, simultaneously producing an additional ability. Though it may not match the 7 great rules, it is still quite similar, just incomplete. Luisho smiled softly, his voice exploding in everyone's minds. This ability is called Command. Chapter 127. Li Liuli relied on the informant Matsushita Tsurayuki and arrived first at the clinic in Hyman Village. Li Liuli immediately pushed open the door and entered. King was seated in the office chair. Upon seeing Li Liuli, he immediately stood up and knelt on one knee. Please give your orders. Stay ready by my side. Li Liuli did not notice anything unusual about King. Our guest will arrive soon. As you command. King replied respectfully. After about 3 minutes, 3 figures appeared at the center of Hyman Village, gradually approaching the clinic before them. Why not call a few more people? Matsushita Tsurayuki asked. What use is having more people? Victor sneered. Are we sending them to their death? If the other side has an eerie ability that requires killing to use, we would face an even greater disadvantage. Abilities that require killing to activate are not uncommon, they are usually powerful abilities that require some form of sacrifice. Therefore, when Peter approached Li Liuli, he did so alone. Moreover, even if Li Liuli wiped them all out, as long as their teammate survived, they could still share in the fruits of the country's war. For this reason, Li Liuli could only helplessly abandon the idea of taking them all down at once. Li Liuli sat in the office chair previously occupied by King, hands folded, chin resting on them, waiting for the prey to arrive. Ding-a-ling. As the wind chime gently swayed, emitting a clear sound, 3 people appeared in front of Li Liuli. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Li Liuli said with a smile. Victor and Rick noticed that Li Liuli seemed to have been waiting for them in the clinic, immediately suspecting something. They had an insider among them. Rick and Victor simultaneously fixed their gaze on Matsushita Tsurayuki, while Matsushita Tsurayuki agilely jumped to the front of Li Liuli. You are indeed the traitor. Rick's face did not look good, even the comical smile on his face faded a few degrees. How did you manage to evade Peter's investigation? In response to Rick, there was a sinister laugh. The fog rose suddenly, and the clinic became shrouded in mist, within which appeared a green-faced, fanged samurai wearing a mask, grinning as he swung a sword at Rick. Rick felt the fierce sword energy, his face changed, and he snapped his fingers, a colorful paint spreading over his body. He vanished from his spot and reappeared on the other side of the clinic. Rick also possessed a skill to flash. Roar! Before Rick could react, a thunderous roar of a dragon echoed as Matsushita Shizuki, wielding the claw of transformed dragon, attacked Rick. Rick's flash could not be used multiple times in a short span, but he had other methods. Big transformation. The paint on Rick's face became more vibrant, a box tied with colorful ribbons appeared out of thin air, wrapping Matsushita Shizuki inside, followed by several small ghosts with rusty knives that appeared hanging on the box, letting out sharp laughter as they stabbed the knives in one by one. The box quickly fell apart, and Matsushita Shizuki was pierced by countless small knives, her expression dazed, blood seeping from her mouth, collapsing weakly to the ground. Rick's move changed Li Liuli's expression. Although Matsushita Shizuki was not very strong, she was still an experienced level 6 master of ghosts. How could she be killed in one hit by Rick? Based on Rick's actions, Li Liuli judged that the ghosts he controlled were not particularly strong, and that colorful box must be a strange item possessed by Rick. Moreover, it was at least of premium level 4 or above. No wonder Rick was confident enough to assassinate him. The mysterious strange item Rick displayed made Li Liuli feel alert. Fortunately, the opposing party followed Matsushita Shizuki's advice and came to the clinic. Kill them. Li Liuli issued a command to the king. Although according to the rules of the instance, the king should not directly attack players. But, wherever there are rules, there are always loopholes. Just like the shopkeeper with the skeletal remains. With himself plus a king dealing with Rick and Victor, even if Rick had a premium level 4 and above strange item, the outcome would not change. However, just when he thought victory was within reach, the system's blood-red font appeared again before him. He is coming. Seeing the system's prompt, Li Liuli's heart sank instantly. So fast? He certainly remembered the previous system telling him to hide, intending to speed up the instance to return to reality. At least, in reality, there were still Chu Jichio and others. He did not expect that the opponent had already arrived in the instance, and he had not sensed anything at all. Cold sweat instantly soaked Li Liuli's back, and he quickly looked around. Surrounding him were only the grinning Rick, the heart-pounding Victor, and beside him, looking at himself, was the king. The king had not yet acted according to his command. Li Liuli reacted quickly, his figure retreating violently to the clinic's entrance, leaving Rick and Victor stunned beside him. Why did he suddenly become so flustered? Could it be that Li Liuli feared the item in his hand? Just as Rick prepared to use the strange item again, he suddenly found that the whole clinic had become eerie. Drip drop. From all directions of the clinic, gray, thick liquid began to ooze out, some of which dripped onto Matsushita Shizuki, and it seemed to come alive, wriggling and drilling into her mouth and nose. Then, Matsushita Shizuki's gaze gradually regained its brilliance, her features contorting slowly, transforming into the form of the king. Such a bizarre scene left the three Master of Ghosts present stunned in place. Li Liuli, is it? The king, who had been standing aside, suddenly smiled and spoke. Let me introduce myself, I come from the Upper League, you can call me Worm. Or, Evolution. Upper Alliance? Li Liuli's mind quickly flashed through scenes of entering the Shadow level side quest in the Yellow Springs village. Those with the power of rules are always envied. It was clear that he must carry some kind of rule, and the people from the Upper Alliance were after the rules that he possessed, which is why they found him. Li Liuli did not answer the worm's words but quickly rushed to the clinic's door, preparing to escape. However, the worm would not give him this chance. Countless sticky liquid seeped out from the door, and the moment Li Liuli's hand touched it, he felt a surge of chaotic thoughts flood into his mind. At the same time, he noticed that his arm began to twist and change, sometimes displaying a ghostly face, and at other times, it seemed as if countless bugs were writhing beneath his skin. Is this evolution? Based on the changes in his hand, Li Liuli immediately guessed the effect of this rule. Anything that comes into contact with the gray liquid will undergo physical and chemical changes. Chapter 128. Li Liuli retracted his arm, and an invisible flame rose from his dantian, burning over the entire arm, allowing it to gradually return to normal. The invisible fire, or rather, the flame that restrained evolution. Li Liuli silently noted this rule in his heart, then began to think of ways to respond. It was known that the opponent came from the Upper Alliance and possessed a rule. In battle, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to win. However, the opponent's ability did not seem very strong, and the curse that had previously stained his arm was easily resolved. Thus, the opponent is likely not the main body. After all, evolution can easily create a clone, just like Matsushita Shizuki. Li Liuli's gaze fell upon Rick and Victor, who looked confused and even at a loss, and a spark of inspiration appeared in his mind. What is an instruction? Carl was the first to express confusion. Aside from the extremely rare, Heavenly Man level instances, they seldom entered the instance worlds, so they were unaware of the existence of instructions. Luisho was not surprised, patiently explaining, an instruction is a newly emerged, incomplete rule. Obtaining an instruction is the threshold to stepping into the 9th level. As for how to obtain it, I just introduced it. The kings fell into silence. Although they had learned of the second way to advance to the 9th level, it did not mean they had hope. Controlling a sinister aura while cultivating techniques is something only a very few geniuses can achieve, even rarer than those who can control a complete sinister aura. Do you have a way to cultivate techniques and control a sinister aura at the same time? Carl asked straightforwardly. Of course. Luisho replied with a smile, taking out his long sword, which was fundamentally different from Muramesa. It was genuinely transformed from a sinister aura. If the technique you practice is coveted by a sinister aura, then you can sign a contract without suffering backlash. Luisho explained, the sinister aura I control likes the technique I cultivate, so it signed a contract with me. There's actually such an outrageous thing? The kings had no idea what to say. A normal whisperer had a life and death relationship with a sinister aura, unless bound by a contract, but Luisho surprisingly established some kind of cooperative relationship. No wonder he is called a genius. In short, instructions are after all incomplete rules, hence only useful in instances or for guides, Luisho continued. Although they are somewhat useless, they indeed allow us to cross the threshold of the 9th level. Techniques are generally found in the sinister realm. Chu Jicho summarized, after all, hundreds of years ago, there were still so-called cultivators, and these techniques also came from them. The king's eyes glimmered, the feast about to arrive, and with the shocking secrets revealed by Liu Liuli. It seems that the eerie realm is about to unleash a bloody storm. Clinic. Rick, Victor, the enemy comes from the Upper Alliance, and their goal is to kill us. Li Liuli said swiftly, we must put aside our grievances and work together if we hope to win against them. After all, they didn't know that the worm before them had come specifically for them, and as soon as it acted, it trapped everyone in this place. For self-preservation, they had no choice but to cooperate with Li Liuli. Sure enough, Victor and Rick, who were unaware of this information, heard Li Liuli's words and their minds began to race. This is the Upper Alliance, the creator of the entire horror game. If the worm wanted to kill them, it would be too easy, only by banding together could they have a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, Victor was the first to reply in a heavy voice, Mr. Li, you are indeed wise. We have no enmity, and we should cooperate. What are your thoughts? He looked at Rick. Rick also quickly responded in a sharp voice, my God, we are all players, of course, we need to cooperate. Clearly, in the face of life and death, Rick also set aside his prejudices. The worm silently watched them, making no attempt to interrupt or explain. In its eyes, these little guys who hadn't even crossed the king-level threshold were just a group of ants. Even if it was just a clone, the pride within would still remain. I have to say, staying in the Great Round Table for so long has indeed become a bit boring. The worm stretched lazily, smiling as it looked at the three of them. I hope you can make this trip a little more interesting for me. Rick said nothing but took out a small music box. When he opened the box, what came out was not a melodious tune, but the somewhat comical music of a circus. This is a treasure from Great Britain, a top-grade level 5 peculiar item, the 8 o'clock circus. Rick quickly introduced, next, I will lock all four of us in the circus, each person will be placed separately, whoever finds the exit first or completes the task can leave first. Make sure you don't find the exit after the worm. Rick glanced at Li Liuli and Victor, I will leave you a set of rules to follow, make sure to remember them. May God bless you. After saying this, Rick threw the music box on the ground, and colorful paint instantly covered the clinic in all directions. Li Liuli felt his vision swirl, and with the comical circus music and the laughter of clowns, he was shocked to find himself, somehow, in a circus. Li Liuli quickly got up but bumped into an iron railing. He looked around and realized he was trapped in an iron cage, his neck and limbs heavy with shackles. Around him were many iron cages, and the walls were draped in red and white curtains, looking quite eerie. The space was not large, and the presence of so many cages made it feel a bit cramped. Beneath his feet lay a yellowed piece of parchment, on which some rules were written in English. Fortunately, Li Liuli's English was decent enough for him to barely understand it. 1. The 8 o'clock circus will host a splendid performance at 8 o'clock. If you cannot leave before 8 o'clock, you will remain here forever. 2. The ringmaster's words must be obeyed, even if his orders are very unreasonable. 3. If you encounter a clown, pay attention to their attire. If it is red and white, you must believe they can help you. If it is green, ignore them or hide. For, if your starting point is in an iron cage, then unfortunately, you will face the training of the Beastmaster, so stay alert. Once you sink into despair, you will completely turn into a beast. 5. The circus stage and audience area are very safe, but you cannot stay there for too long, you must leave within 15 minutes. 6. Beasts love to eat people. Li Liuli looked at the rules above, his lips twitching slightly. I have reason to suspect Rick is targeting me. Chapter 129. Just as he was reading the content on the parchment, he suddenly heard the sound of chains rattling from the iron cage on his left. He turned around and through the dim yellow oil lamp, he was struck by a pair of crimson eyes. Roar! The beast emitted a low growl and lunged towards Li Liuli's cage. Crash, bang, the beast slammed against the cage, creating a deafening noise. At that moment, Li Liuli also saw the beast inside the cage. It was a magnificent lion with strong claws, looking quite imposing. Unfortunately, just like Li Liuli, its limbs and neck were shackled with thick chains, clearly too small, and through the fur, Li Liuli could see purple bruises. Clang! Clang! The lion kept clawing at the cage where Li Liuli was, saliva dripping from its mouth, seemingly wanting to eat him. Li Liuli was not afraid, he was about to summon his spiritual power, but he found that he seemed to have become an ordinary person. What's happening? Is it the shackles that are binding my spiritual power? Li Liuli's expression changed. A little-known fact, an ordinary person cannot defeat a strong and hungry lion. At that moment, Li Liuli realized how pleasant this cage, which made him lose his freedom, looked to him. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, the sharp sound of high heels echoed in the room. Li Liuli looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman dressed provocatively, with a 20th century rock hairstyle, walking in. On her face, she wore dark purple gothic makeup, and her bright red dress seemed to be stained with numerous blood splatters. She held a filthy long whip in her hand and heavily slapped it on the ground, making a loud pop. You damn beast! Be quiet! She shouted angrily at the iron cage where the lion was. The lion seemed to fear her greatly, immediately shrinking into the corner, trembling, even exposing its belly like a well-behaved kitten. She must be the beast tamer. Li Liuli looked at the long whip in her hand, which was almost as thick as his calf, and felt a chill in his heart. If it really hit him, even though he had strengthened his body with Leviathan's blood many times before, it would still be unbearable. Li Liuli silently pushed himself into the shadow of the cage, hoping she wouldn't notice him. But his luck was not good. The beast tamer suddenly looked at Li Liuli's cage and then exclaimed, "Another new beast?" She walked slowly towards him in her high heels, her big eyes with black eyeliner fixed on Li Liuli, then she smiled. "Pretty handsome. Come, let me teach you how to please your master." The beast tamer opened the cage door for Li Liuli, and before he could react, she swung the whip. Crack! "Quickly get out of your filthy nest," the beast tamer cursed. Pain, the whip brought Li Liuli the most direct feeling, which was piercing pain. Besides that, Li Liuli could vaguely feel that his spirit seemed to blur a bit, wanting to give up thinking and obey the beast tamer's words. This must be a strange tool, Li Liuli thought to himself, and since his spiritual power had completely vanished, he did not dare to resist and could only quickly crawl out of the cage. Fortunately, the chains of the shackles were long enough. Very well behaved. The beast tamer finally smiled, patting Li Liuli's head as if treating him like a dog. "Lie down." Li Liuli's mouth suddenly twitched, but he still obediently lay down. "When I find a way to break these shackles." Even for Li Liuli, a surge of anger inevitably rose in his heart. This feeling of being ordered around was not pleasant at all. Right. Maybe I can sense the system, Li Liuli thought. While obeying the commands given by the beast tamer, Li Liuli did not forget to think, and suddenly remembered that he still had a system. His consciousness immediately sank, and sure enough, he quickly contacted the system and saw the strange items in the system space. Of course, the price was spacing out, and he was subsequently whipped several times by the beast tamer. These whips made Li Liuli's spirit once again become dazed. At this moment, he felt as if his mind was rusty. Simple thoughts became so difficult. At the same time, a strange thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Just obey like this. Not thinking is also very easy. After having this thought, Li Liuli's body became somewhat stiff, and his expression became numb, obediently listening to the beast tamer's instructions. However, as he became more obedient, the beast tamer stopped whipping him, and he gradually came back to his senses. After regaining his senses, he was left with a lingering fear. This place is indeed terrifying. It truly is a bizarre area formed by a top-tier 5th grade strange item. It seems that top-tier 5th grade brings a qualitative change to strange items. At least before this, Li Liuli had never seen a strange item capable of sending a person to a special scene. While following the beast tamer's directions, Li Liuli began to think about how to escape this place. He realized that even if the other party no longer whipped him, with each step he followed their instructions, his spirit was quickly becoming numb. And the whip only accelerated the process of transformation. If it were an ordinary beast tamer, the moment they entered the cage, their death would basically be determined. The shackles restraining spirits, combined with whips that can attack the mind, made it nearly impossible for any beast tamer to maintain their rationality. Finally, Li Liuli thought of one of his strange items. The Human Skin Book. The ability to pray does not require much spirit power, and once he successfully prayed and regained his spirit power, the curse could be easily resolved. With a solution, the next step was to maintain rationality and safely endure this round of training from the beast tamer. After the other party forcibly fed him some commands and so-called etiquette, and he successfully completed them, the beast tamer nodded in satisfaction, stroked Li Liuli's chin, and finally took out a bloody piece of raw meat from a nearby foul-smelling bag. "You did great, little fellow." The beast tamer threw the raw meat into the iron cage, then pulled Li Liuli by the iron chain around his neck and locked him in the cage. "Good children get rewards, so make sure to eat it all." The iron cage slammed shut, and as the beast tamer left, Li Liuli let out a long sigh of relief, only for his stomach to growl. He couldn't help but look at the stinky raw meat in the cage. Surprisingly, he didn't feel disgusted. On the contrary, he had a strong desire to devour it. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, the surrounding cages let out a low moaning sound, and upon hearing it, Li Liuli instinctively felt a sense of vigilance creeping in. They wanted to snatch his meat. This is his reward, no one can take it away. Li Liuli quickly lunged at the raw meat, his eyes revealing naked hunger, swiftly stuffing it into his mouth. Chapter 130. However, just as he was about to completely descend into a beast and swallow the raw meat, a sudden notification from the system brought him back to reality. He is getting closer to you. Viewing platform. Why did the screen suddenly go black? Rick and Victor are about to encounter Li Liuli. Why is the screen having a problem now? This screen had issues before, but no one noticed. RNM. Refund. You didn't even pay. Lu Chenxi looked speechlessly at Luisho, who was shouting. At this moment, he had none of the grace he had when explaining instructions earlier. Oh, right. Luisho chuckled and looked up at the Spirit King on the high platform. Your Highness the Spirit King, what is the problem? The instance is hosted by the Spirit King, so as soon as the worms from the Upper Alliance arrive, the Spirit King knows immediately, and he also hears the words the worms convey to him. Continue the instance, no need to pay attention, all abnormalities can be ignored, and by the way, I will take over as the boss of the instance. The Spirit King does not dare to intervene in the matters of the Upper Alliance. Even though his status allows him to meddle in some Upper Alliance affairs, if he is powerless and does not obey, the others would gladly replace him with a more obedient Spirit King. No need to mind, it's just some issues. The Spirit King's tone is indifferent, and soon he has the corresponding phrases ready. The third day is approaching, rewards will soon be unlocked, but I do not want their battles to be disturbed, that would be much more interesting. Then you can completely change the rules. A King of Man responds. The Spirit King remains indifferent, my rules are my rules. Seeing the Spirit King's attitude, the other Kings of Man feel discontent but have no way to act. Who can argue with the guide? Luisho squints as he sees the situation and softly says, Spirit King, you already have the path to death. Luchensi, curious, asks, Brother, do you have a way? Yes. Luisho nods immediately. When Shelly comes out, I will go complain to him. Luchensi twitches his mouth, finally giving up hope for Luisho. The Spirit King ignores the watching Kings of Man below and continues to inquire of the worms, is there anything else you need? None for now, just wait patiently. Li Liuli suddenly comes to his senses under the blood-red prompt from the system. Looking at the raw meat about to be sent to his mouth, he breaks into a cold sweat and quickly throws the raw meat on the ground. I almost. Li Liuli wipes the cold sweat off his forehead, bites his tongue sharply to force himself to calm down, then quickly pulls out the human skin book and writes down. I am about to break free from the shackles and restore my spiritual power. This is Li Liuli's double insurance for himself, as he is unsure whether the shackles have completely imprisoned his spiritual power. Looking at the blood seeping from the human skin book, Li Liuli understands that his prayers have taken effect, so he immediately tosses the human skin book aside. This way, as long as he can restore his spiritual power before the curse attacks him, he will have ample space to resist the curse of the human skin book. If the curse from the human skin book comes first, Li Liuli can also throw it into the system space, temporarily isolating the curse, but Li Liuli doesn't know the consequences of doing so. For example, the curse could fully revive in the system space, and when he takes out the human skin book again, it would attack him at the first opportunity. Thus, Li Liuli chooses the safest approach. Sure enough, after the writing is covered in blood, it is replaced by a mouth dripping with blood. In Li Liuli's perception, this curse is not strong, only about level 5. Even so, for Li Liuli at the moment, it is still impossible to resist. Li Liuli tentatively shakes the shackles on his body, and they seem to have loosened a bit. Li Liuli feels happy in his heart and hurriedly removes all the shackles from his limbs and neck. And finally, as the shackles are removed, his spiritual power reappears within Li Liuli's body. Li Liuli's guess was not wrong, the shackles did indeed have the ability to imprison spiritual power. As his spiritual power is restored, Li Liuli becomes more confident, stepping forward to grab the human skin book and slapping down onto the bloody mouth. The human skin book instantly returns to normal. The worm is gradually approaching me, I wonder if it has the ability to sense my location. After gaining spiritual power, Li Liuli's mind quickly turns, I deduce that it probably does not, otherwise, it would not appear in the clinic but would directly appear near me. After all, every player needs to visit the clinic at least once a day, so waiting in the clinic for Li Liuli to come to me proactively is not a bad idea. Of course, it is possible that the worm has seen through the command sword I used on Wang. Anyway, the urgent task is to quickly leave this cage. Li Liuli hung the Muramasa at his waist, placed his right hand on the hilt, and then drew it out. This is the skill that comes with Muramasa, the quick draw slash. Clang! Muramasa struck the iron cage, leaving a white mark, but the cage did not break apart like Li Liuli imagined, as if it were cutting tofu. This is a top-grade level 3, an odd item focused on attack. Li Liuli's eyelid twitched, is the difference between top-grade level 5 and level 3 so great? Now, there's only one way to escape. Li Liuli began to hit the cage wildly, producing a dull sound that startled the nearby lion. Ever since Li Liuli regained his spiritual energy, the lion, which had been longing for the raw meat inside Li Liuli's cage and had charged at the cage more than once, quietly retracted its claws and moved away from Li Liuli. Bang! Bang! Tap tap tap. Soon, the beast tamer heard the noise Li Liuli was making, hurried over, and appeared in the room. Snap! The beast tamer whipped her long whip and cursed, that beast is acting up again? When she saw it was Li Liuli, she laughed again, little guy, do you want to be trained again? At this moment, Li Liuli had hidden himself in the shadow of the cage, continuously banging on the iron bars, so the beast tamer did not notice that Li Liuli had already broken free from his shackles. The beast tamer opened the cage and pulled on the iron chain hanging from it. Clatter! It seemed the other end of the chain was not secured to Li Liuli, so the beast tamer effortlessly pulled the shackles over. What happened? The beast tamer's expression changed as she looked at the shadow in the corner of the cage, just in time to see the corners of Li Liuli's mouth rising. You were having a great time beating me earlier, weren't you? Li Liuli charged out, grabbing the beast tamer's neck and pinning her to the ground. It's my turn now, right? Li Liuli still vividly remembers the feeling of the whip digging into his flesh. Li Liuli never holds a grudge. Chapter 131. The beast tamer was shocked to see Li Liuli break free from his shackles, but instead of excessive fear, she grinned and said, "You little beast, dare to resist your master? Get down." Get down was one of the commands the beast tamer used when training Li Liuli. Upon hearing the beast tamer's command, a strange scene unfolded. He found he could not control his body and actually loosened his grip on the beast tamer's neck and got down. Li Liuli felt a jolt in his heart. It seems the command is a kind of special ability within this bizarre item. Once implanted, it is difficult to resist. The beast tamer got up. Bad child deserves punishment. She swung her long whip towards Li Liuli. If hit again, he would temporarily become a beast. Li Liuli's pupils transformed into a strange double pupil, locking gazes with the beast tamer. The beast tamer's eyes showed a moment of confusion. The whip that was supposed to land on Li Liuli instead fell to the side under the guidance of the double pupils. The effect of the command disappeared at this moment, and Li Liuli quickly got up, distancing himself from the beast tamer. He then took out the greedy hand, pointing its remaining middle finger toward the beast tamer. He had previously smeared the king's essence on the greedy hand, and the greedy hand also received some new enhancements. Under the suppression of the sealing power, the greedy hand can be used 3 times a day, and he had used it twice already, leaving one last chance. As for the curse brought by the greedy hand, every time Li Liuli finished using it, he quickly tossed the hand of greed into the system space, thus temporarily avoiding the curse brought by the hand of greed. Of course, it is also possible that the curse will only strike after using all 3 stealing abilities. This time, Li Liuli's goal was very clear: to steal the bizarre ability of the beast tamer that allowed him to issue commands. Li Liuli had already speculated that the ability to implant commands came from the beast tamer, and that long whip was merely used to shatter the spirit. Because, after being whipped a few times by the beast tamer, there were not even any wounds on Li Liuli's body. Indeed, as the last remaining middle finger of the hand of greed curled and contracted, a new ability suddenly appeared in Li Liuli's mind. Implant can implant commands into the target, and once implanted successfully, the other party will obey unconditionally. Note, only effective on targets with extremely low mental strength. A rather useless ability, but combined with the long whip and shackles, it was enough to turn any king-level or lower illusionist into a docile animal. At the same time, Li Liuli also sensed that the curse of the Hand of Greed had finally taken effect on him. Indeed, the ability of the Hand of Greed only takes effect after being used 3 times. It seems the system space cannot effectively counter the curse of the Hand of Greed. But this is fine. Li Liuli doesn't want to pull out the Hand of Greed only to see it stripped of a bizarre ability before he even has time to use it. After fully understanding the effects of the Hand of Greed, Li Liuli dared to use this item boldly in the future. This time, the bizarre ability that Li Liuli lost was the invisible fire. He could no longer use the invisible fire, but this didn't mean much to him. The invisible fire of the 9 Nether was much more powerful than his. The curse of the Hand of Greed is undoubtedly very deadly for other illusionists or hunters. Because they only have a few bizarre abilities, summoning fierce ghosts or using abilities from their techniques. Illusionists are slightly better, they can gain some fierce ghosts' passives as their bizarre abilities, but hunters are quite unfortunate, as their abilities will definitely be sealed. Therefore, the curse of the Hand of Greed would directly turn them into ordinary people with only spiritual energy. Without bizarre items, they would lose all their combat abilities. However, for Li Liuli, who has consumed many bizarre items, this curse wasn't particularly deadly. Li Liuli quickly pounced on the beast tamer while his eyes continued to disrupt the other's mind, and took this chance to implant a command into him. Kneel down. With a dazed expression, the beast tamer obediently knelt on the ground, and Li Liuli seized the opportunity to snatch the whip from his hand. Top-grade bizarre item, polluted long whip. Effect, can directly attack the target's spirit, reducing the other's mental strength and interrupting their actions. Overall, it was a decent bizarre item, but compared to the village's right, it was still quite lacking. If I cut you down with 1 strike, it naturally also interrupts your actions, and your mental strength would directly drop to 0. Looking at the beast tamer kneeling on the ground, Li Liuli felt another wave of hunger. His stomach grumbled twice, and his gaze towards the beast tamer became ravenous, as if he were staring at a lavish banquet. 6. Beasts like to eat people. Li Liuli immediately thought of the last rule Rick left for him on the parchment. This rule seemed excessive, but Rick definitely had a deeper meaning in leaving it. Li Liuli suppressed his desire to eat the beast tamer, locked him in his iron cage, and began to ponder what Rick had said before. Complete the corresponding tasks. Or just escape, you can leave the 8 o'clock circus. Liuli remembered Rick's words. In accordance with the task, the roles of each person in the 8 o'clock circus should be different, and different roles should correspond to different tasks to complete. And Li Liuli would feel hunger towards the beast tamer, indicating that at this moment his role should be that of a beast. Directly escaping from the 8 o'clock circus is clearly the most dangerous action, otherwise, there would be no corresponding roles and tasks. As a beast, Li Liuli obviously wouldn't have a corresponding role task. After all, the only purpose of a beast is to perform after the show begins. Therefore, Li Liuli was left with only the method of escaping the circus. I am quite sure that Rick is deliberately targeting me. Li Liuli tiptoed out of the dim room filled with many beasts and came to a narrow corridor. The corridor was very dim, with only 2 candles on either side, emitting weak light. The floor was covered with small dust and gravel, clearly indicating that the 8 o'clock circus was a traveling performance, and this was just their temporary performance venue. The red and white curtains on both sides confirmed Li Liuli's speculation. Now, I must escape from the worm in time and see what time it is. The 8 o'clock circus starts its performance at 8 o'clock. If he doesn't leave before 8, he will be trapped here forever. If necessary, he could also look for Rick. Chapter 132. Although he tricked me, this is after all his quirky props, so he must be more familiar with the layout. I definitely don't want to beat up Rick. The dark corridor had many rooms covered by curtains on both sides. It seemed the circus was very large, at least the corridor was long with no end in sight. While Li Liuli was thinking, he arrived at the nearest room to him. What caught his eye was a clock hanging on the curtain, displaying the current time as 7:30. Half an hour left. Li Liuli felt his heart race with tension. Half an hour is a very tight time. He must find a way to leave the circus while being cautious of the worm's pursuit. At least, he needed to leave before the worm did. Just when Li Liuli was lost in thought, suddenly a creaking sound came from the room, as if someone was stepping on a plush toy that made a funny sound, approaching him step by step. Your face looks like a week-old apple pie, do you need help? Li Liuli saw a clown in red and white attire, painted with silly grease paint, smiling and asking him in a high-pitched voice. Red and white, he could trust and seek help. Li Liuli recited the rules on the parchment in his mind and spoke, I'm lost, can you tell me how to leave the circus? Upon hearing this, the red clown let out a silly laugh. I would be happy to help you, but you are just a beast and can't get past the monkey. He pointed down the corridor, turn left and walk to the end. That serious monkey is there, but I must tell you, it hates beasts escaping the most. A monkey? A monkey as the security guard of the circus? Alright, quirky props are indeed very quirky. I don't know what strange abilities that monkey has, but from the clown's description, it must be very controlling over beasts. The clown seemed to see Li Liuli's dilemma and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, maybe you can seek the help of Miss Mermaid, her tears can confuse the monkey. The monkey is very greedy and always wants to steal her pearls. Saying this, the clown pointed in the direction completely opposite the exit. It's also a room at the end. Miss Mermaid is right there, but you must be careful, the leader and the green guy live there. The circus leader and the green clown? Li Liuli immediately reacted, recalling the rules corresponding to these 2 identities. The leader's orders must be followed, and the green clown must be avoided. I understand. Li Liuli nodded, deciding to try his luck at Miss Mermaid's room first. Good luck, little guy. The clown with white gloves folded his hands together, wishing Li Liuli well. Returning to the dim corridor, Li Liuli quickly summarized. The known identities are Beast, Trainer, Red Clown, Monkey, Miss Mermaid, Green Clown, Leader. I am assigned to the Beast, so Rick and Victor must also have their own identities, and neither the Trainer nor the Red Clown is Rick or Victor. Each identity has rules that must be followed, except for the Beast, which only needs to be trained. The Monkey, the Trainer, and the Beast are enemies, while the Green Clown should be hostile to all roles except for the Leader. If these are the only roles in the circus, then the Leader should not be impersonated, otherwise it would be too easy. Then, the 3 of them should be the Monkey, Miss Mermaid, and the Green Clown. Of course, there could be other roles, like tourists. While Li Liuli was thinking, he quickly crossed the corridor, and just as he was turning the corner, he suddenly heard a sharp voice from behind him. Oh, poor little guy, I think you need help. A chilling sensation surged from Li Liuli's back to his head, not because the voice was terrifying, but because the blood-red font of the system appeared before him again. He is behind you. This ridiculous voice belongs to the clown, and it was completely different from the previous red clown's voice. Then, the other party's identity was already apparent. No need to respond, quickly hide. Li Liuli remembered the hint on the parchment and did not answer him, but immediately dashed toward the corner of the corridor, then rushed forward, trying to quickly find Miss Mermaid's room. However, a white-gloved arm landed on Li Liuli's shoulder. Alright, I admit this damn translation accent is a bit ridiculous, Li Liuli. The worm's voice seemed to contain a smile. My identity is the Green Clown, and leaving here is very simple. Trick a tourist, or capture an escaping beast. I think my luck is good. Rick definitely wants me dead. Li Liuli thought in his heart. His body did not stop moving, suddenly twisting his body, shaking off the worm's arm, and casually pulling aside the curtain of a nearby room. Faced with the worm, there was no way to escape. He must make the circus even more chaotic. As a top-tier, level 5 bizarre item, the circus must have many rules that have not been revealed, and combined with Li Liuli's previous speculations? If more roles join, it would definitely be more beneficial for Li Liuli. Whoosh! The curtain was pulled open, revealing luxurious decorations inside. On the desk covered with red fabric adorned with gems, Li Liuli saw a scene that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. There was a slightly plump man with high manners and a small mustache, his trench coat casually hung on a nearby coat rack. He was standing at the desk, constantly performing a piston motion with a being that had a fishtail. The moans of the two men entered Li Liuli's ears. Yes, above that fishtail covered in blue scales, Victor's expression of hopelessness filled Li Liuli's view. It seems that Victor's identity is Miss Mermaid. Rick probably isn't targeting me. I misunderstood you. The leader seemed to be caught off guard by the scene, looking at Li Liuli, and then at the worm behind him, his face flushed, and then filled with anger. Who let you come here? A beast, and a damn clown. Because Li Liuli's identity was a beast, the leader did not make things too difficult for him. Instead, he stared at the worm. You don't need to do anything, get out of here right now. As his words fell, a strange scene occurred. The worm's body suddenly stiffened, then it vanished into thin air like it was on fire in the corridor. Where's the monkey? The leader looked at Li Liuli, just about to call for the monkey, but suddenly his gaze fixated on Li Liuli's face. Li Liuli's mouth twitched, as if he had thought of what was going to happen next. Chapter 133. You are quite the beast, aren't you? The leader examined Li Liuli's appearance, suddenly grinning lewdly. It's indeed a waste for a beast used for performances. Li Liuli felt a chill down his back, and his body quickly covered in goosebumps. And Victor, who was lying on the table, feeling hopeless, brightened up when he heard the leader's voice, looking at Li Liuli as if to say, finally, there's someone to keep me company. The leader smiled broadly, opening his arms towards Li Liuli. Even Li Liuli couldn't help but curse out loud. He quickly took out the human skin book and wrote down. The circus leader doesn't like men. Watching the writing get soaked in blood, Li Liuli had never felt so relaxed. After Li Liuli easily resolved the curse, the circus leader's lewd expression suddenly froze on his face, and Li Liuli took the chance to hide. After all, his identity was a beast. If the circus leader found out, there would be trouble. Hiding in the corridor, Li Liuli soon heard the leader's roaring voice, get out. So disgusting. Then Victor crawled out from the ground and locked eyes with Li Liuli. Both of them had expressions of having survived a disaster. Do not tell anyone about this. Victor spoke first. Your identity is a beast? Li Liuli nodded. I need your tears and pearls. What is your task? Victor's face stiffened, and he coldly replied, head to the stage before 8 o'clock for a performance. Then you have 15 minutes left. Li Liuli calculated the time. We can escape the circus together. Li Liuli needed tears and pearls, so he could cooperate with Victor. Okay. Victor quickly agreed, then removed the fishtail that was embedded with scales from his lower body. This thing is fake? Li Liuli was taken aback. Besides those dwarfs, where can you find real legendary creatures in a circus? Victor replied, the pearls and tears are in my room. The two entered Victor's room together. Inside was a giant bathtub, and outside the tub, there was a shining pearl and a bottle of colorful tears. These are all props. Victor explained, but that monkey should be a cunning creature, a top-tier 5th-level cunning item, indeed very powerful. Just like a dungeon. Li Liuli suddenly said. His words left Victor stunned for a moment. After careful consideration, the 8 o'clock circus item indeed resembled a dungeon, with rules, cunning, and missions. Perhaps, a dungeon is a high-level cunning item. Please wait a moment. After casually tossing the fishtail on the ground, Victor walked towards the bathroom. I need to freshen up. Li Liuli recalled that incredibly disturbing scene, his mouth twitching slightly. About a minute later, Victor quickly came out of the bathroom, picking up the pearl and colorful tears beside the bathtub. Let's go. I think we both need to have a good talk with Rick. Li Liuli deeply agreed with this. The two quietly moved to the corridor, passing by the room where the red clown was located. He arrived at the front of the only curtain with double doors at the circus. The worm, who had gained the identity of a green clown, was most likely dead because of the ringmaster's words. However, with the other person's abilities, he would probably only disappear within the 8 o'clock circus, and once outside, he might encounter. Li Liuli felt helpless. With his current strength, he didn't even have a chance to touch the opponent, and since he didn't understand the ability of evolution, the odds of winning this battle were extremely low. Li Liuli pushed these worries aside and looked at the monkey lying under the double doors, wearing a cowboy hat and covered in messy yellow fur, seemingly asleep. The monkey won't let anyone leave the circus except tourists, and it hates beasts fiercely, Victor said, throwing the pearl and colorful tears he held to Li Liuli. I hope the red clown didn't lie to me. Li Liuli dropped the pearl on the ground, making a crisp sound, and then he and Victor hid in the shadows of the candle. The sound of the pearl hitting the ground indeed caught the monkey's attention. He warily lifted his head, then fixated on the pearl on the ground, his eyes filled with greed. Finally, the monkey nimbly moved down the corridor and reached the pearl, extending his claws to grab it. And at that moment, Li Liuli seized the opportunity to spill the colorful tears onto the monkey. Screech! The monkey's filthy yellow fur let out a horrible shriek upon coming into contact with the tears, accompanied by a corrosive sound. Let's go! Li Liuli remembered to pick up the pearl from the ground. Perhaps it would be a nice material or an odd prop. Through the double doors, Li Liuli and Victor returned to the clinic, while outside, a little ghost holding a rusty knife waited. Phew, it's good it was you all who went first, the little ghost said. Rick's sharp voice came through. Hurry and leave, while that guy hasn't come out yet. I'll change the rules of the 8 o'clock circus, it should cause him quite a bit of trouble. No need. Li Liuli suddenly said, the worm died in the circus, but it was probably just a clone. How do you know that? Rick and Victor both cast puzzled looks at him. I have my ways. Li Liuli replied mysteriously but with great confidence, put away this prop, I believe we will need to cooperate next, the worm will probably become the boss of this instance. Of course, Li Liuli had his own channels of information. After he came out from the 8 o'clock circus, the system issued him a new task again. Main task, hide. Completed. Reward, top tier level 5 prop, the apartment of the catastrophist. Current task updated, defeat the worm's clone. Through the strange prop from the 8 o'clock circus, Li Liuli had temporarily completed the task of hiding and even obtained a top tier level 5 strange prop. However, this did not allow Li Liuli to relax. After all, after the task was updated, he was required to defeat the worm's clone. From the previous encounter, Li Liuli could sense the gap between the two of them. He hoped that this top tier level 5 strange prop would help. Li Liuli looked at Rick and Victor, continuing, the instance might have changed, the worm could become the boss this time. If we don't cooperate, we won't have any chance of winning. As soon as he finished speaking, the two fell silent again. I will consider it. Victor said. Rick said nothing, clearly sharing the same thought as Victor, needing to wait until the third day when the boss refreshes to make plans. Chapter 134. Seeing this, Li Liuli also stopped speaking, he nodded and quickly left the clinic, heading toward the direction of the lounge. He needed to consolidate all the props on everyone. By the way, do these talented disciples from the Yugue family have information about the transformation? Information is the key to winning a war. On the way back, Li Liuli did not forget to check the use of the top-grade level 5 item sent by the system. Top-grade level 5 item, the apartment of the disaster bringer. This is an apartment that once existed, but due to gluttony, it has become a forbidden area. The apartment has 3 floors, with 3 apartments on each floor, housing 9 powerful monsters, available for the owner of the disaster bringer apartment to command. Of course, you can also enter the apartment to hide from pursuers or drag others into the apartment to be affected by the curse. Note, each tenant in the apartment has their own preferences that must be satisfied, or they will retaliate. Leaving aside the powerful monsters living inside, this is also a very useful life-saving item. Of course, the premise is that one must be familiar with the rules within the disaster bringer apartment. With a few hours left until the third day, when I return, I can enter the apartment and get familiar with the rules. As the owner of the apartment, my identity should be something like a landlord. However, Li Liuli still saw an unfamiliar term in the description. Gluttony. Li Liuli asked the system in his mind for information about gluttony, and the system quickly answered. Gluttony comes from the 7 great rules. At the start of gluttony, there will be no distinction between the human realm and the monster realm, and at the same time, each powerful monster will randomly gain the protection of a rule, and in accordance with this, each powerful monster needs to kill a certain number of controllers or occupy a territory in the human realm to survive. The powerful monster that survives will receive the title of Lord. Similarly, controllers can completely dominate the protected powerful monsters after killing them. Such high-level monsters are called complete powerful monsters. So that's it. Complete powerful monsters and lords are the powerful monsters that survived during gluttony. No wonder they are so rare. Li Liuli felt a wave of trouble again. The boss on the third day, called the Lord of Karma Fire, must also have protective rules. The strategy group probably doesn't know this information. Plus, with the worm lurking nearby, this dungeon is likely to be a matter of life and death. After a long sigh, Li Liuli quickly returned to the lounge. Xian and others were anxiously waiting for him, and when they saw him return, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The previous strong whisper Li Changshi looked at Li Liuli, who had said he wanted to kill someone, in disbelief. Did you kill Peter? He died. Li Liuli replied. Oh my god. Li Changshi shouted excitedly, you killed Peter, the strongest enemy in our dungeon, who could control such a powerful monster? Others also looked at Li Liuli with excited eyes. If Peter was dead, surely they would be guaranteed to win first place in the National Fortune War dungeon. As expected of Brotherly. Li Chancher continued to flatter him. I said following Brotherly is definitely right, he is the one everyone expects. Others couldn't help but laugh, but seeing Li Liuli's serious expression, they all fell silent. This dungeon will probably be very difficult. Li Liuli said slowly, before this, I need to know something. Does anyone know about the ability of transformation? I know. Su Fengxing quickly replied to Li Liuli, transformation is an eerie ability that is on par with the instant death curse, with the curse of assimilating all objects. A powerful monster with this eerie ability is very hard to kill because everything around could be assimilated and turned into its body. Compared to the terrifying capabilities brought by the instant death curse, transformation is definitely a means of survival. Li Liuli instantly understood. Similarly, his heart sank a few more points. The worm is surely still alive, right here in this copy. As the owner of the evolution ability, it absolutely cannot be killed by a top-tier level 5 item. Is there a way to deal with creatures that have evolutionary abilities? Li Liuli asked again. Yes. Su Fengxing's answer brought hope to Li Liuli. Evolution takes time. As long as you can keep killing it before it completes its evolution, until it consumes all nearby life, you can completely kill it. Su Fengxing said, alternatively, like in the research institute, you can confine it in a containment unit. The materials used to build the unit can effectively block the spread of the curse. Li Liuli fell silent, his mind started to race with calculations. The strength of this worm's avatar, while not strong, brought a terrifying curse. Once tainted by that gray liquid, one would face the risk of being assimilated. He must repeatedly kill the worm while avoiding the curse. For Li Liuli right now, this was indeed a difficult task. If killing it is impossible, what about eating it? Li Liuli suddenly remembered that he had an ability he had not yet used. That is, after finishing drinking, he would become a supernatural creature, and like a shell, he could consume any strange item. Of course, Li Liuli had never tried eating a supernatural creature. After all, a supernatural creature certainly does not look delicious. Now that I've already been discovered by the Upper Alliance, exposing this ability wouldn't matter. Li Liuli thought to himself, if worst comes to worst, I can hide in the apartment of the disaster bearer. At least for now, it seems the worm's avatar should have no means against top-tier level 5 items. The urgent matter is to master this strange item. Li Liuli immediately recounted what had just happened, then said, I need to control a strange item, you all protect me. After speaking, he quickly held the apartment of the disaster bearer in his palm. Unlike Rick's 8 o'clock circus, the disaster bearer's apartment looked like a little toy house, but beneath those 9 windows were various strange gazes emanating a faint glow. Li Liuli's body disappeared into thin air, and the little toy house fell to the ground. As his consciousness sank, the scene around Li Liuli began to turn surreal, becoming ancient. The old yellow light spread upward like flames, and when he regained his senses, Li Liuli found himself at the entrance of an apartment. Li Liuli did not rush inside. Instead, he took out the pearl and half a bottle of tears obtained from the circus. These 2 items were not the so-called mermaids. Victor had also said that besides those physiologically deficient dwarfs, there were no legendary creatures in the circus. Perhaps these 2 items might help him. Chapter 135. The system still did not disappoint Li Liuli and began to introduce the items in his hands. Top-tier level 3 material, Yellow Springs Pearl. A rare treasure from the other shore, expensive and can effectively increase luck attributes when worn. Also, it can be used as a primary material for array carving. For supernatural creatures, it is enough to elevate them. An array carved from the Yellow Springs Pearl will have the ability to summon Yellow Springs evil spirits. Top-tier level 5 item, Colorful Tears. No one knows where the tears come from. It is said to be the blood left behind after slaying a supernatural creature that mastered the rules. Once any supernatural creature comes into contact with the tears, it will be burned by an unquenchable fading fire until its soul is scattered. At the same time, the tears can also resist any curse, including rules. All one needs to do is draw a circle around them with the tears. The Yellow Springs Pearl is of no use to Li Liuli, but this bottle of colorful tears is completely different. The ability to resist curses is what Li Liuli currently desires most. With these 2 strange items, Li Liuli also speculated a bit. Among the peculiar items of the highest level 5, there are also some other strange items. Perhaps, this time entering the disaster bearer's apartment, he can pay attention to searching around. In the observation seats, everyone finally saw Li Liuli, Victor, and Rick appearing on different screens, and they sighed in relief while still feeling puzzled. Aren't they supposed to hunt Li Liuli? Why are they still safe and sound now? What about that you guys are from Sakura country? She has long become Li Liuli's puppet, and since she hasn't appeared, she must be dead by now. It seems they don't have confidence in defeating Li Liuli, but they can still retreat safely from each other. They naturally did not know what had happened in the clinic. As they left, the clinic's screen returned to normal, but the king had long disappeared. And the Spirit King noticed this, so he said, the rules have changed. Players do not need to go to the clinic to rid themselves of curses but must hunt more than 10 vicious spirits. The Spirit King felt a chill in his heart. he could sense what was happening in the instance and knew the worm was targeting Li Liuli. And the king, who had just become Li Liuli's attendant, was erased. In his heart, Li Liuli had already been stamped with the title of the plague god. I must inform those kings to avoid choosing Li Liuli for the instance, he silently thought. After a brief disturbance, everyone's attention once again gathered on Li Liuli, or rather, on the toy house he took out. This is the disaster bearer's apartment, a king from the beautiful country exclaimed. Isn't this item supposed to be lost after the feast? It is said to have been used by Su Yunmu. How could such an item be obtained by Li Liuli? Could it be that he truly knows Su Yunmu and is about to become the next human traitor? As these words were spoken, most of the kings present looked at Li Liuli with unfriendly eyes. Of course, most were still jealous of Li Liuli's talent and abilities. Such a genius, if not from their own country, would naturally be better off destroyed. Lu Chenxi also looked at her brother, her eyes filled with questions. In response, Lu Yishou stroked his beard again. As he noticed other kings turning their gaze towards him, he slowly said, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't say anything. After we leave, we need to have a good talk." Chu Jiqiu looked at Lu Yishou meaningfully. Though your strength and that person's are strong, they are still only in human terms. Lu Yishou naturally could hear Chu Jiqiu's meaning. As long as the other party knows his plan, Chu Jiqiu wouldn't mind helping him. Of course, old Chu, we must have a good drink at that time. Lu Yishou laughed heartily. Li Liuli pushed open the iron door stained with mottled rust. The corrosion left marks on his hand. This apartment's main door hadn't been opened for a long time. Creak. The sound of the door's hinges turning felt very out of place in the dead silence of the space. Before Li Liuli stood an old-fashioned three-story house, with walls of peeling red bricks and numerous climbing ivy growing on them. One of the double doors of the small house was missing, and nobody repaired it. Li Liuli quietly walked inside. As soon as he entered, Li Liuli felt a wave of confusion in his mind as if this small building were cursed by a god, making anyone who entered here infected by evil. There are actually outsiders? It seems you are the owner of this generation of the disaster bearer's apartment. Suddenly, a hoarse voice that sounded like a rusty organ made Li Liuli alert. He quickly turned his head and found a rocking chair next to the hall of the small building, where an old man in a security uniform, with a cigarette in his mouth, was looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. "Are you a tenant of the apartment?" Li Liuli asked back. "Which floor?" Li Liuli watched the other person warily. If there was anything unusual, he would immediately leave the apartment. Because Li Liuli could sense a king-level aura from the other person's body. "Me?" The old man chuckled, his throat sounding like it had a phlegm stuck in it. He tugged at his clothing. "As you can see, I'm just a security guard." "So there are only 8 tenants in the apartment?" Li Liuli frowned. 9 tenants, a total of 10 people, is that strange? The security guard showed no sign of hostility. "Your strength is too weak, although I don't know how you obtained this item. I feel it is necessary to remind you, don't go to the 3rd floor. The security guard reached inside his jacket and finally took out an old, yellowed piece of paper. Li Liuli could see that there seemed to be quite a bit of information on it. "This is the apartment's rules, and I've marked the personality traits of each tenant. Read it carefully before you make plans." The security guard held up the rules. Li Liuli took it and immediately expressed his thanks. "Thank you, senior. I am Li Liuli. May I ask how to address you?" "Su Yunmu." The old man smiled and answered, then seemed to sigh. "I haven't seen anyone else for a long time. It really brings back memories." Side quest updated. Current task: bring Su Yunmu out of retirement. Quest reward: protective instructions. Bring Su Yunmu out of retirement? Reward for protective instructions? Li Liuli's eyes lit up intensely when he saw the system's task. Since you want to see others, why not leave the apartment? Su Yunmu's gaze towards Li Liuli suddenly became intense, instinctively covering his chest with both hands. Li Liuli's gaze was too passionate, like he was looking at a naked woman. Li Liuli also noticed that his gaze was a bit too strange, so he awkwardly touched his nose and withdrew his gaze. There was no way, the rewards from the system were just too tempting. "I certainly want to go out too." Su Yunmu's rusty voice carried a hint of regret, "but this karma is not something you or I can bear." Karma? Li Liuli immediately realized that this old man named Su Yunmu seemed to be not as simple as he appeared. After all, those wearing security uniforms were not simple in Li Liuli's eyes. Whether it was Su Yunmu or Chen Zhengyi. After the instance ends, he could ask old Chu or Dean Lu. Li Liuli no longer tangled over this matter and began reading the apartment rules. "Dear sir, welcome to the paradise of disaster changers. Now, please make sure to follow the rules below. 1. Please do not disturb tenants at will, unless there is no 'do not disturb' sign hanging on their door. 2. No rule can penetrate the apartment's interior, so please do not be overly confident in your strength. 3. Please do not enter the apartment when the lights are out. 4. Please do not enter the 3rd floor unless accompanied by a security guard." Compared to the 8 o'clock circus, the rules in the disaster changer's apartment were relatively simple. Of course, the main danger of the disaster changer's apartment lay in the 9 tenants inside. After the rules were the marks on the personality traits of the 6 tenants on the first and second floors by Su Yunmu. Tenant 101, lazy personality, a homebody. Tenant 102, a crazy person who loves beauty. Tenant 103, suffers from social anxiety. Tenant 201, the opposite of Tenant 103. Tenant 202, irritable personality, will fight at the slightest disagreement, it is advised not to approach. Tenant 203, a teacher, the other 5 tenants are afraid of her because they can't overpower her. Well, this apartment is indeed full of talents. Everyone has their own flaws. It seems that before the feast occurred, the tenants here were likely ordinary people or tricksters, but because of the feast, they were contaminated and transformed into fierce phantoms, and this apartment became a bizarre item. The tenants of 101 and 102 should be easier to approach. Li Liuli silently speculated in his heart. After all, what bad thoughts could a fat otaku have? It's just some fantasies about paper dolls. As for 102, Li Liuli believed that the yellow spring pearl in his hand should catch the other person's attention. The lights out in the apartment is in 1 hour. Su Yunmu happily reminded after seeing Li Liuli finish reading the rules. Thank you, Senior Su. After Li Liuli expressed his gratitude, he turned and walked towards tenant 101's room, still feeling a bit uneasy inside. After all, even if the other party was a fat otaku, they had still become a fierce phantom, and he was not a woman. Hope they won't give him the cold shoulder. The apartment's doors were old-fashioned wooden doors with handles, and each had a doorplate number. The handle of room 101 did not hang a Do Not Disturb sign, so Li Liuli knocked on the wooden door. The soundproofing of the wooden door was not good. Li Liuli could clearly hear a rustling sound coming from inside, as if someone was getting dressed. Soon, the wooden door creaked open, and to Li Liuli's surprise, a hoarse female voice came from inside. Who is it, disturbing me in the middle of the night? Then Li Liuli saw the other person's appearance. It was a woman with a pale complexion, devoid of blood color, wearing a sailor-collared JK uniform. One of her eyes was covered with an eye patch, and the eyeball of the other eye was red. Seeing Li Liuli, she was startled and immediately became vigilant. Are you an intruder? As she spoke, she got into an attacking stance, looking just like a typical middle school girl. However, ominously, she indeed possessed some kind of ability. Li Liuli could faintly feel a wave of pressure coming from her. Looks like a typical daydreamer. Li Liuli helplessly thought, recalling a set of phrases to deal with this kind of person. Li Liuli smiled mysteriously, one hand resting on his forehead, chuckling, I am the one chosen by destiny, seeking companions who are also chosen. This trick really worked. Upon hearing this, the red eyeball of the other person immediately sparkled with a strange light, and her previous hostility vanished. Are you also a child chosen by the gods? Li Liuli's eye twitched slightly, but he maintained his mysterious image and nodded gravely. Demons are rampaging in the world, we must take action. Yay, she exclaimed excitedly, but quickly realized that such behavior didn't quite fit the image of someone chosen by the gods, so she pretended to be subdued, clearing her throat lightly. What I mean is, Captain, I am willing to lend a helping hand. Well, it was still quite easy, children are easy to deceive. Li Liuli's expression turned serious, and he nodded, get ready, we will sign a contract. The main ability of the disaster tenant apartment is that it has 9 tenants inside, and it possesses the ability to establish contracts, but not contracts of tricksters, rather contracts similar to summoning arrays. After signing the contract, Li Liuli could use summoning to let the other person leave the disaster tenant apartment. Finally, we can go play, she shouted excitedly again, and then realized again that such a reaction wasn't suitable for someone chosen by the gods, and coughed lightly, what I mean is, I am willing to contract with you. Li Liuli watched her barely concealed excitement and felt that she was unreliable, but from his previous sensing, he knew that this woman should be a level 7 fierce phantom. Li Liuli sensed the disaster tenant apartment and then reached out, grabbing the air, revealing an ancient, yellowed piece of paper in his hand. Sign your name. The other party quickly took the contract and wrote the 3 characters Lin Bingxue on it. Then the contract took effect and vanished in her hand, while Li Liuli's mind immediately gained Lin Bingxue's corresponding abilities. Lin Bingxue, level 7. Description: Lin Bingxue was originally just a high school student living alone in an apartment, relying on part-time work to make a living. Anime was her only refuge for her soul. Until the feast came, she was tainted along with the apartment and finally transformed into a strange being, gaining the protection of the king. Received protection, King. Eerie ability, Demon King's Eye, self-sealed, God's Eye, self-sealed. Demon King's Eye, all strange beings of level 7 and below will submit to Lin Bingxue. God's Eye, can effectively heal and restore mental strength. A support-type character, some powers overlap with the unpredictable, but her healing ability is still quite good. Chapter 137. I wonder if her Demon King's Eye can be used on the Lord of Flames. If it can, it would be a great help to me. However, the other party doesn't look too much like a couch potato, except for being a bit overly enthusiastic. at least her figure is normal, even slim. Thinking of this, Li Liuli glanced at Lin Bingxue and found her occasionally sneaking glances at him, so he turned his head. What's wrong? Captain. Lin Bingxue's crimson pupils flickered with an eerie light. Has anyone ever told you you are very suitable for something? What thing? Li Liuli immediately became curious. Dressing as a girl. Lin Bingxue said excitedly, believe me, as long as you let that show-off next door help you dress up, combined with the clothes I provide, you'll definitely become a great beauty. Well, I take back what I said, she really is a couch potato. The corners of Li Liuli's mouth twitched. He said deeply, we are the chosen ones, we should be serious. Upon hearing this, Lin Bingxue nodded repeatedly in agreement. That's right, I sincerely apologize for my previous blasphemous words. Li Liuli took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. Alright, you rest well and be ready for battle at any time. It's an extreme honor. After closing the door, Li Liuli turned to look at the neighboring room 102, which also didn't have a do not disturb sign hanging, but room 103 had a sign on its doorknob. Considering Su Yunmu's evaluation of the tenant in 103, Li Liuli wasn't surprised. Knock, knock, knock. Li Liuli knocked on the wooden door of room 102, and soon a man's intentionally high-pitched voice came from inside, making Li Liuli feel a chill. Who is it? Is it Xiuxue? Let me guess, you want me to help you with your makeup again? A clattering sound came from inside, as if the room's owner was putting cosmetics into a box, followed by hurried footsteps. Just in time, I want to recommend a new makeup look to you, I guarantee it will suit you. The door opened, revealing a tall man with a delicate posture and sparkling eyes like they were made of silk. Upon seeing Li Liuli, he froze for a moment, then his eyes shone with excitement. You must be the new owner of the apartment, right? He said enthusiastically. Has anyone told you that you are very beautiful, handsome? There really isn't a normal person in this apartment. Li Liuli didn't know what to say, so he changed the topic. I need your help. He seemed different from Lin Bingxue, as he knew some inside information about the apartment, so Li Liuli got straight to the point. Hey, what's the point of killing and fighting? It takes a lot of time to do makeup. The man pouted as if acting like a spoiled child, waving his delicate fingers lightly. Two black lines immediately appeared on Li Liuli's forehead. The tenant in room 102 made Li Liuli feel a long-lost sense of disgust. Before the other party could close the door, Li Liuli pulled out the Huangquan pearl from the system space. As expected, the other party's eyes went wide with excitement. Which woman can resist a shining pearl? Well, he is not a woman. Is this the yellow spring pearl? Tenant 102 stared hungrily at the pearl in Li Liuli's hand. If you agree to sign a contract with me, this pearl will belong to you, Li Liuli answered with a smile. Think about it? Tenant 102 swallowed hard, fell silent for a moment, and then said, with a yellow spring pearl, I can strike 3 times. Although the yellow spring pearl was tempting, it was not enough to make him sign a contract with Li Liuli. Not everyone is as easily fooled as Lin Bingxue. 3 chances to strike should be enough to deal with the dungeon boss and the worms. After thinking for a while, Li Liuli nodded and tossed the pearl to him. You can call me Xiaolan. Xiaolan joyfully played with the pearl after receiving it. When you need me to strike, just use the abnormalities apartment and think of my name. What rules protection did you receive? Since no contract was signed, Li Liuli did not understand the other party's abilities, so he asked. Blasphemy, Xiaolan replied. Just like that crafty Peter, whispering softly. Li Liuli nodded and then turned to leave room 102, returning to the lobby. It was almost time to turn off the lights, other areas would have to be explored later. Su Yunmu still sat in that rocking chair, eyes half closed. Li Liuli thought for a moment and took out a bottle of soul-cleansing brew. Senior Su, can I ask if you could strike once in a critical moment? Li Liuli planned to make a triple insurance. An existence that can trigger a system task must not be weak. Seeing the soul-cleansing brew, Su Yunmu's throat moved. It was also very tempting to him. One strike, Su Yunmu extended a finger, and you need to write in that book that Su Yunmu will not be discovered and will endure the curse. He knows I have the Book of Flesh. Li Liuli's heart jolted. The Book of Flesh, or the Book of Fate, had always been kept in the system space, even Chu Jicho could not investigate it. Using it will always leave a mark. Su Yunmu saw Li Liuli's thoughts and smiled, especially with strange items related to fate. Seeing Li Liuli still hesitating, Su Yunmu added, don't worry, 1 strike is enough to resolve any life and death crisis for you. Su Yunmu straightened up, looking at Li Liuli, and Li Liuli suddenly felt a stir in his heart, as if standing before him was an existence atop a pyramid. Since he was so confident, Li Liuli was naturally happy to befriend him. After all, to Li Liuli, the soul-cleansing brew was just a tool for watering flowers. Senior Su, take your time, I'll head back first. After seriously handing the soul-cleansing brew to Su Yunmu, Li Liuli returned to the entrance of the apartment, floating his consciousness and leaving the abnormalities apartment. The surrounding scene shattered like a mirror, and when he regained his senses, Li Liuli found himself in the lounge, with the other 4 players standing in the corners. They all sighed in relief after seeing Li Liuli return from the abnormalities apartment. What happened? Li Liuli asked, puzzled. Li Gu, you finally came out, Li Changshi said upon seeing Li Liuli. This item of yours is too strange. After you left, the toy house seemed to come alive, with strange entities continuously emerging from it. At first, there were just some level 5 and level 6 entities, and we could handle them. But just now, a level 7 entity suddenly came out. Su Fingxing picked up the conversation. Fortunately, you returned just as it was about to crawl out, otherwise, we might have faced a heavy blow. It seems this is the price of using the abnormalities apartment, but rather than a price, it could be considered a special ability. After entering the apartment, entities emerged from it, effectively dealing with other nearby existences. Chapter 138. Next time I will pay attention. Li Liuli replied, how long until the third day? 3 hours. Su Fingxing answered, the boss should be refreshing soon, I can feel the surrounding eerie energy thickening. Eerie energy thickening? Li Liuli's expression changed. Perhaps this didn't mean the boss was about to refresh, but rather the worm had come close to their resting area. Li Liuli's pupils once again grew a strange eyeball, forming a double pupil, vigilantly observing the surroundings, while pulling out the human skin book to write. The worm has not found my position. Blood seeped from the human skin book, seemingly trying to drown the writing, but a strange scene occurred. The words Li Liuli wrote suddenly turned gray at a visible speed and began to bulge, wriggling like worms. As Li Liuli's face changed again, the page of the human skin book suddenly opened a big mouth, screaming and swallowing all the wriggling liquid inside. Ha! The eerie energy has become thin again? Su Fingxing suddenly said, seeming a bit confused. Li Liuli also let out a breath. It seemed the human skin book could barely modify this level of causality. Everyone rest, I will keep watch tonight. Li Liuli said. 3 hours later, the screen in the resting area suddenly flickered with static, then the Spirit King with a luxurious mask stood on a high platform and slowly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, the third day has arrived, the rules have changed. The Spirit King paused for a moment, listening, then spoke again, boss refresh, this time the boss is the Lord of Inferno, the refresh location needs to be explored using the map. Furthermore, starting from the third day, the weather will change to a long night, all eerie beings will rise 1 rank, and your injuries must be treated or you will receive the blood sacrifice curse. Spirit power will no longer be restricted and can recover freely. Additionally, after killing the boss, the country that collects points can choose to escape, which means leaving the instance early. The instance will forcibly end, leading directly to ranking settlement. So, good luck to you all. Forcibly end the instance. Li Liuli's heart stirred. This was his best chance to escape from the worm. However, the main quest of the system had updated, requiring him to kill the worm. The system would not issue a task that could not be completed. After all, that was akin to sending one to death. Therefore, Li Liuli was very confident that he could kill this doppelganger of the worm. The screen shifted back to the leaderboard, while the candles in the outside world went out one by one, and countless terrifying low growls echoed from all directions, just like the night of a zombie movie. Such a terrifying atmosphere did not frighten the present aura controllers, yet there was still some unease. Do you feel a bit hot? Li Changshi suddenly asked, tugging at his collar. As soon as he said this, Li Liuli also felt it. The surrounding temperature was no longer the previous eerie cold filled with thick energy but instead brought a kind of stuffiness. After all, it's the Lord of Inferno, possessing the ability of invisible fire. Li Liuli said, did you collect the map yesterday? Of course. Li Changshi immediately dashed over like a little lackey, pulling out a map from his pocket. I already gathered it. The Lord of Inferno is locked in the dilapidated Taoist temple on the back mountain. Very good. Li Liuli took the map. You guys take turns keeping watch, conserve your energy, I need to go out. Li Gu, you don't need to rest? Li Changshi asked in confusion, you've been fighting all day. If you apply a drop of Leviathan's blood every day, take the spirit of extreme Yin, and eat some priceless fruits from the 9 nether prison, you would also have endless energy. Li Liuli quietly whispered in his heart, but said, the eerie beings I control allow me not to need rest. Brotherly is impressive. Li Changshi did not hold back his admiration. If it weren't for the fear of their family's ancestors watching his actions, he might have even knelt down to worship him, hoping to gain some rare items. After this instance, they all understood one thing, Li Liuli's background was deeper than the combined strength of the 4 of them. After Li Liuli left the lounge, his expression completely darkened. The rules and strategies for the third day differed little from what the strategy group provided, but this was also what worried Li Liuli. The worm did not appear as a boss. It seemed he wasn't blindly arrogant and had noticed that we could unite to kill him, so he hid in the instance, preparing to reap the benefits when I fought the boss. This was the trickiest part. After all, Rick and Victor might choose to fight for themselves because of this. Escaping this setting directly left their already scattered state even more broken. I must go to their lounge to take a look. If my speculation is correct, the worm shouldn't attack them during this time. For safety's sake, Li Liuli took out the human skin book again and wrote. I will not be discovered by the worm tonight. The writing was successfully seeped with blood, and the subsequent curse was easily resolved by Li Liuli. The prayer was successful. A white mist appeared around Li Liuli and began to spread. This was the ability of the Mistwalker. In the white fog, Li Liuli's speed could gain considerable enhancement and effectively avoid some powerful eerie beings. The thick fog could mask his human scent, and a 7th-tier eerie wouldn't choose to fight against another 7th-tier eerie. After preparing all this, Li Liuli took out the old walkie-talkie given to him by the raccoon cat. I need a layout of the lounge. After a rustling sound, the raccoon cat's slightly tired and soft voice came through. Okay, I will prepare it right away, come to fetch it from me. The raccoon cat stood at the lounge door with a map in hand when suddenly he saw a pale mist spreading from all directions. The fog's temperature could even counteract the high heat brought by the Flame Lord. Li Liuli's shadow in a cloak slowly emerged from the dense fog. This scene lit up the raccoon cat's eyes. He is so handsome. Of course, this was not Li Liuli trying to look cool, it was just that the temperature inside the white fog was too low, and even though he mastered the mist walker, he still had to wear more clothes. How is it? Li Liuli asked as he took the map. Not so good. The raccoon cat shook his head, softly replying, except for me, they have all temporarily lost their ability to act. Number 21 and 7 are dead, and number 6 also couldn't make it. With this, only 2 people were left in the strategy group. My condolences. Li Liuli said softly, you can come to our lounge, it's safer there. He did this not out of pity, but to be wary of the worm's transformation ability. He didn't want to discover after wandering outside that everyone had been replaced by the worm. At that time, gray liquid would spread out from everyone's body, showing Li Liuli a strange smile. Thinking of this scene made Li Liuli feel a shiver down his spine. Great. I knew you cared about me. The raccoon cat, unaware of Li Liuli's thoughts, instantly smiled happily at his suggestion. Meanwhile, Li Liuli planned to take this opportunity to gain something. Do you have any special items that can fight the boss? As a trade. Upon hearing this, the raccoon cat clenched his silver teeth, looking incredulously at Li Liuli. Finally, he snorted softly and took out an item, a talisman carved with the pattern of an eye, very similar to the vertical eye on the White Butler's forehead. This is the talisman carved by the White Butler, a top-tier 4th item, the Eye of the Soul, which can see through everyone's soul and their thoughts, and can launch a mental attack. The raccoon cat introduced, the practical test can instantly reduce the mental strength of a 7th-level Ghostmaster to 0 for 1 second, causing soul damage directly to terrifying ghosts. Although it cannot instantly kill the Fire Lord, it can still severely injure him. After the introduction, the raccoon cat took out a few talismans. This is the Mother-Son Teleportation Talisman. When the child talisman is used, the mother talisman can sense it and choose whether to allow the other party to teleport over, while the mother talisman can teleport directly to the side of any child talisman holder. That's great. Li Liuli was overjoyed and was about to take the talismans from the raccoon cat's hand when she chuckled and said, if we can survive and get out, you have to treat me to a meal. No problem. In the lounge of Great Britain, only Rick and another player were staring at each other, until the pale white fog spread out, enveloping the lounge. Rick, it seems a powerful terrifying ghost has come, what should we do? The player immediately started shivering, his strength was not strong, just an ordinary level 6, and the vast white fog brought boundless coldness, making him feel a bit hopeless. If the terrifying ghost has leveled up, it means that there will be a level 7 terrifying ghost outside. And he didn't know the magician's strength. Magicians were always mysterious, belonging to the ghost masters trained by the intelligence agency of Great Britain. Faced with the despairing player, Rick frowned. He seemed to remember that Li Liuli had controlled a terrifying ghost that could manipulate the white fog. Knock. The door of the lounge was knocked on. Rick finally confirmed the identity of the person outside and shouted, "What are you doing here?" "Of course, I'm here to discuss cooperation." Li Liuli's voice came from outside the door. "With a level 7 terrifying ghost, plus a Fire Lord, and you Great Britain are left with only 2 people, it must be difficult for you to continue gaining points. We don't want to be cannon fodder." Rick's voice was sharp. There was no clear refusal. It seems there is hope. Li Liuli thought to himself. After all, Great Britain only had 2 players left. Even with Rick and the 8 o'clock circus, it would be difficult to deal with a level 7 terrifying ghost, not to mention a Fire Lord. Li Liuli also understood Rick's thoughts. He could cooperate but did not want to be cannon fodder rushing to the front lines. "I certainly won't let you be cannon fodder." Li Liuli replied with a smile. "On the contrary, I will kill the Fire Lord myself. I just need you to pay attention to the surroundings while I fight the Fire Lord." Li Liuli currently had complete confidence in killing the Fire Lord, only worried about a worm sneak attack. Gathering everyone together could effectively prevent the worm's strange abilities. The Ghostmasters from other countries were not strong, and Peter had already been killed by himself, so besides Rick and the top Ghostmasters from Northern Europe, other countries would probably not be able to counter the worm's strange abilities. Hearing what Li Liuli said, Rick's eyes twinkled, and a smile appeared as he pushed open the lounge door. Since that's the case, Mr. Li, then let's cooperate happily. Upon hearing this, Li Liuli also showed a polite smile, took out a child talisman, handed it to Rick, and explained its usage before leaving. Soon, the pale white fog spread to the vicinity of the Northern European Lounge, and Li Liuli's figure in a coat appeared at the entrance of the Northern European Lounge. Knock. Li Liuli knocked on the wooden door. No one responded. Li Liuli frowned, a faint sense of unease rising in his heart. Then he moved his heart, and the heavy fog appeared in his palm. He gently patted the wooden door. The wooden door quickly froze and then shattered, while Li Liuli's heart sank to the bottom. Although the lounge's defense was not strong, it shouldn't be shattered so easily by a single slap from Li Liuli. Unless, all the players inside the lounge had been wiped out. As a joint force of several countries, Northern Europe. The average level of the illusionists within the worms even surpasses that of the beautiful country, but there aren't many at the top tier. Tick-tock. Once inside the lounge, Li Liuli could hear the ticking sound coming from all directions, like water dripping. A gray, viscous liquid was weirdly wriggling, reflecting in Li Liuli's eyes. Li Liuli's expression changed, suppressing the urge to leave, and began searching. The prayer of the human skin book, once activated, has never failed. Soon, Li Liuli saw Victor's corpse lying in the corner, covered by the gray liquid, the slime constantly spreading, and beneath the covered skin, it seemed like countless tiny worms were wriggling. He was completely dead. Next to him lay a female corpse, while the bodies of the other 3 players could not be found. Did the worm kill all the illusionists in the north alone? Li Liuli's heart sank, his assessment of the worm's threat skyrocketing. It seems the worm has left. These 2 corpses were not completely assimilated due to their stronger strength in life. Li Liuli immediately summoned the 9 nether. The formless fire was highly effective against these gray liquids. The air contracted and expanded with the formless flames, completely melting the 2 corpses, and Li Liuli felt fortunate for his earlier prayer on the human skin book. It seems that if he hadn't used the human skin book to modify his fate, he might have rushed straight into the worm's arms. With 3 illusionists assimilated, the worm's strength should have increased significantly. Li Liuli quickly left, preparing to contact the illusionists of all countries while the human skin book prayer was still effective. At least he needed to see how many illusionists had been assimilated by the worm. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted 3 figures stumbling toward him through the pale mist. Those were the 3 illusionists from the north who had completed their assimilation. The worm sensed what was happening in the lounge. We meet again. You can't escape. The pupils of the 3 illusionists were only gray, their expressions numb, yet they revealed strange smiles, each uttering the same words. Li Liuli, however, did not panic. In fact, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least the worm did not come in person. The human skin book was still effective, but he realized that those weren't the worm, but the 3 corpses. Corpses certainly do not possess fate. Clearly, both evolution and fate, as 2 of the 7 fundamental rules, naturally have the power to counteract each other. A plan formed in Li Liuli's mind. Quickly eliminate these 3 dead illusionists, then use the mother talisman to teleport away. This way, the worm's strength would be greatly weakened, and the back and forth could waste its time. Just as he was thinking this, a sudden thought arose in his mind. Could Senior Su Yunmu eliminate the worm in one move? After carefully considering this question, Li Liuli shook his head. Although Li Liuli was not clear about the strength of members of the Upper Alliance, from the fear that the illusionists and guides had towards the Upper Alliance, it seemed that the Upper Alliance should be the most powerful force today. Simply mastering the rules means no one can compete. While Senior Su Yunmu might also be very strong, it should be impossible to deal with the worm. But now was not the time to ponder these matters. Li Liuli slightly raised his gaze, looking at the 3 illusionists whose steps were oddly synchronized but incredibly stiff, without a hint of panic in his eyes. Let's have some fun together. Holding a mottled soul-reaping scythe, the Wuchang appeared on his left, while the Fogwalker cloaked in a robe appeared on his right, and he also connected to the apartment of catastrophe to summon Lin Bingshuhe. Chosen one, have you finally needed my help? Lin Bingshue's intentionally low voice, yet still unable to hide her youthful tone, came from the fog. Then, under Li Liuli's twitching eyes, Lin Bingshue covered one eye with her hand and slowly approached Li Liuli, but since her other eye was covered with a blindfold, she accidentally fell flat on the ground. She quickly got up, stuck out her tongue, and stood beside Li Liuli. Li Liuli calmed his emotions. Although Lin Bingshue looked very unreliable, she was also a level 7 bizarre entity. For against 3, the advantage is mine. Li Liuli silently pushed behind the 3 bizarre entities and then pointed forward. Attack! The 3 controllers from Northern Europe were all at level 6, not top tier, so they had no resistance against 3 level 7 bizarre entities and were easily pressed to the ground and rubbed into it. Seeing that the time was right, Li Liuli summoned the 9 hells again, and the invisible 9 hells fire burned them all to ashes. The worm should be coming soon. I can already smell the stench on him. Li Liuli took out the master token of the teleportation talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, selected Rick's child token, and activated it. A faint halo spread around Li Liuli, wrapping him inside, and then suddenly shrank. Before Li Liuli left, he seemed to hear the sound of liquid hitting the ground. Sitting in the lounge, Rick was just about to go outside for some fresh air. Due to the existence of the Inferno Lord, the lounge felt exceptionally stuffy, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something and stopped, while Li Liuli appeared beside him with a swirl of misty light. "Mr. Li?" Rick raised an eyebrow. "Victor is dead. To be precise, all the players from Northern Europe have been wiped out." Li Liuli told Rick about his experience in the Northern European lounge and informed him that the worm was still alive. Li Liuli could see Rick's body tremble visibly. "Damn it!" Rick cursed softly. A top-level level 5 bizarre item can effectively threaten level 7 and even level 8 human kings. A top-level level 5 bizarre item is currently the highest level that can be effectively controlled in the human world. Of course, a few countries possess rare level 6 bizarre items, but every use comes with a huge price. As for top-level level 7 bizarre items, the entire human world has yet to discover one. Rick's expression changed several times, then finally revealed a very gentle smile as he looked at Li Liuli. "Mr. Li, to be honest, I think we should stay together to avoid the worm's sneak attack." Rick was somewhat scared. While his strength was above any Northern European controller, if facing 5 at the same time, he had no chance of winning, and not even a possibility of survival. "I agree." Li Liuli also smiled, and after both reached an understanding, they quickly headed to the lounges of various countries. Since Li Liuli had delayed the worm for a while, some national controllers had already been attacked by the worm. Only the controllers from Sand Country and Pickled Vegetable Country had not been attacked. Li Liuli felt very heavy in his heart. The worm had assimilated so many people, so its power must have risen a level. And the Pickled Vegetable Country, which only had 3 controllers left, was not planning to cooperate with Li Liuli. "Li Liuli, I must strongly condemn you," said a controller from Pickled Vegetable Country. "You killed our companions and now think about cooperation. Where do you get the face?" To this, Li Liuli shrugged and smiled. "I'm sorry, but if you don't cooperate, I can only choose to deal with you." Rick also cooperatively showed a ridiculous smile. "Oh, though this might take some time." Upon hearing this, the controller from Pickled Vegetable Country's face instantly changed and showed a flattering smile. "Mr. Li, I certainly hold you in high esteem, and I greatly admire your cooperative attitude, which disregards past grievances. Therefore, I must say, we are very willing to collaborate with you." Thus, Li Liuli went out alone, while a group of people returned together. Onward to the mountain. Li Liuli waved his hand, passing on Li Changzhe and the others, deciding not to delay any longer and to eliminate the boss with the fastest speed before using the escape button. In the spectator seats, everyone, including Wang, noticed the worm's appearance. The opponent no longer hid. After all, so many nations' puppet masters had been completely annihilated, there was no way to hide anymore. The worm of the Upper Alliance. Luishou's body instantly erupted with an astonishing sword intent, directly pointing at the Spirit King, making even the Spirit King shiver in fear. "I need an explanation." At this time, Luishou retracted his smiling demeanor, his face filled with murderous intent. The pressure from his aura made even Carl, in the distance, gasp in shock. With such sword intent, Carl wasn't confident he could defeat the opponent. The Spirit King suppressed his horrified feelings, maintaining a dignified expression, and said, "The matter of the dungeon has nothing to do with you." Responding to him was a terrifying sword energy. The dense sword energy surged like a tsunami toward the high platform where the Spirit King stood. Chapter 141. A flicker of horror passed through the Spirit King's eyes as he raised the staff in his hand, a brilliant barrier appearing before him. The tsunami-like sword energy rained down upon that barrier, like cutting tofu, smashing it into powder, slicing into the Spirit King's form. The Spirit King, like a frightened animal, leapt up, his clothing torn into numerous rips, and blood splattered from his body. In just one strike, the Spirit King sustained significant injuries. As the sword intent faded, the somewhat disheveled Spirit King had stood up from his luxurious throne, looking fiercely at Luishou. "You dare to strike at me?" Luishou, radiating a celestial aura, held a delicate sword, and merely smiled lightly. "Even if I were to take your head now, what could you do about it?" Luishou's strength was enough to crush the Spirit King. The Spirit King continuously cursed the worm in his heart. "Damn the Upper Alliance, they left me with such a mess." Now, if he resisted, he would be killed by Luishou. If he did not resist, he would still not survive the Upper Alliance's blame afterward. After a moment of silence, the Spirit King's tone softened. "If you kill me now, the dungeon will forcibly close, and the Upper Alliance will officially intervene." Upon hearing this, Luishou's fierce sword energy paused, coldly looking at the Spirit King. Seeing this, the Spirit King was secretly delighted and continued, "The one who entered the dungeon now is just a projection of the worm. The threat is indeed great, but compared to the Upper Alliance's formal intervention, it's merely child's play, and once the Upper Alliance intervenes, how many here will survive? This king, you wouldn't want the human realm to suffer heavy losses again, would you?" Indeed, the Spirit King had the support of the dungeon rules. Once threatened, the Upper Alliance would surely appear to protect him. Even if Luisho could kill the Spirit King several times before the Upper Alliance arrived, then what? Any member of the Upper Alliance would be enough to unleash a storm of bloodshed. Luisho calmed down and looked at the big screen. At this moment, Li Liuli had gathered all the players and was heading up the mountain to deal with the Blazing Lord. If he succeeded, he could use escape to forcibly terminate the dungeon. Luisho took a deep breath, his murderous intent subsiding, and looked at the Spirit King, softly saying, "If Little Li encounters trouble, I will forcibly enter the dungeon. You can try to stop me." Anyone can be sacrificed, but Li Liuli cannot. The plan cannot lack Li Liuli. Hearing Luisho's threatening words, the Spirit King's face stiffened, but it was quickly masked over. With a cold snort, he ignored Luisho. Back mountain. Behind Li Liuli, dozens of ghost tamers followed, walking together toward the quiet path of the back mountain. The temperature here is very high. Even without lights, the plants on the back mountain appear wilted, and fine beads of sweat have appeared on Li Liuli's face. Left with no choice, Li Liuli summoned the Mistwalker. The pale, dense fog dispelled the heat, making all the ghost tamers present feel a refreshing coolness. As expected of my brother Li. Li Zhangshi was never stingy with his praises. Soon, a dilapidated Taoist temple came into view. Standing in the courtyard of this crumbling temple was a shadow-like, completely black ghost. It seemed as though invisible flames were burning on his body, causing him to blur and sway uneasily. Meanwhile, two pale blue eyes were restlessly spinning, then fixed intently on Li Liuli. Buzz. A sudden buzzing sound filled the air, and the mist was violently stirred, as if some unseen force was charging towards Li Liuli. Invisible fire. Li Liuli summoned Jiuyu and gave her a drop of the king's soul. With this king's soul, Jiuyu could at least ensure that Li Liuli wouldn't be instantly incinerated by the invisible fire. You all stay alert around us, the worms could appear at any moment. Rick, Qian, let's go in and kill the Flame Lord. Rick and Qian were the two strongest ghost tamers besides Li Liuli, each possessing brief ways to resist a 7th grade ghost. The former had an 8 o'clock circus, while the latter controlled a complete ghost. Both nodded simultaneously, and after Jiuyu formed seals to neutralize the attack of the invisible fire, they charged toward the Taoist temple alongside Li Liuli. Li Liuli held nothing back and summoned Wu Chang, the Mistwalker, as well as Lin Bingxue. At the same time, around the Taoist temple, several 7th grade ghosts appeared. Rick and Qian's faces changed upon seeing this. My 8 o'clock circus can restrain these ghosts, but I won't be able to join the battle, Rick whispered. Li Liuli shook his head and refused, saying, "No need, these ghosts will fight for me." He had already ordered Lin Bingxue to control these 7th grade ghosts. Of course, when Li Liuli saw the Flame Lord, he had attempted to have Lin Bingxue control the Flame Lord, but the result almost got him incinerated by the suddenly appearing invisible fire. Rick, hearing this, cast a glance at Li Liuli, a sense of astonishment filling his heart. He was still holding back his ace. Fortunately, that assassination mission had not succeeded, or I might have already met God. Even if he could handle a few 7th grade ghosts, it would come at a terrible cost. Li Liuli looked at the group of 7th grade ghosts beside him and felt a wave of reassurance. This was how a ghost tamer should be. He quietly retreated behind the ghosts, his right hand resting on Muramesa, ready to ambush the Flame Lord at any moment. Wu Chang and the Mistwalker launched their attack on the Flame Lord simultaneously, the mottled soul-taking scythe mixed with the pale fog, within which there were numerous crimson eyes, belonging to flesh-eating ghouls. Faced with the fierce assault, the Flame Lord's body grotesquely twisted, its terrifying pair of blue-white eyes gazing around, and it gently raised its hand. The surrounding air suddenly expanded, and a powerful shockwave completely scattered the fog, while the soul-taking scythe was caught in its grasp and yanked fiercely. Wu Chang's body was pulled to the side of the Flame Lord, who then struck with a powerful punch. One must admit, even among 7th grade ghosts, there are differences. The Flame Lord's series of actions instantly pressed Wu Chang and the Mistwalker to the ground, rubbing them against it. Fortunately, there were other 7th grade ghosts also leveraging their eerie abilities to attack the Flame Lord. Above the Flame Lord's head, a noose appeared. It was put around its neck, but just after lifting the Flame Lord for a second, it was burned to ashes by the flames. Moreover, fresh blood appeared on the Flame Lord's body, which gradually wrapped around it like a layer of clothing. Once completely wrapped, the Flame Lord would be refined into a pool of blood. Unfortunately, the Flame Lord still used the invisible flames to burn that layer of blood film to ashes. Something is off. Jiuyu had been watching from afar, with the main purpose of protecting this useless master. Chapter 142. Even though Li Liuli had practiced the nether soul refining technique, he could only offset most of the invisible flames burning. At this moment, Jiuyu squinted his narrow eyes, watching the invisible flames dancing on the Flame Lord's body, and gently said, "Even the 8th level of invisible flames cannot wipe out so many 7th level curses at once. It has other abilities." Upon hearing this, Li Liuli frowned. To be called a lord, the wicked must possess a protective ability. However, Li Liuli could not find out what kind of protection the opponent had. At least not one of the three: desecrate, monarch, instant death, or transformation. Maybe it could let Tenant 102 take a look, while also alleviating the one-sided situation. Seeing the Flame Lord punching a wicket with each hit, the pale blue eyes filled with malice, Li Liuli quickly flashed this thought in his mind. He immediately took out the apartment of disaster bringers, infused it with spiritual power, and tried to communicate with Tenant 102. Soon, above the block-like toy house, unexpectedly appeared an apartment that seemed awfully bizarre, like something from a horror movie, and behind that ancient, model iron door, a figure stepped out slowly from the slightly muddy path. Although it is quite strange to describe a man as moving in graceful steps. "Oh my, little handsome guy, do you need me to step in so soon?" he softly said in an extremely thin voice that could chill everyone facing the burning invisible flames. "The Flame Lord also possesses a protective ability, I am not sure," Li Liuli said. "Oh? Let me see." Tenant 102 narrowed his eyes, looking at the Flame Lord, then delicately pinched his fingers. "Little handsome guy, you are in trouble." Before Li Liuli could speak, he continued, "Its protection is entropy, governing chaos, and it is the most aggressive protective ability after instant death. No wonder the Flame Lord could suppress so many 7th-level wicked." Looking at the wicked being punched dizzy by the Flame Lord, Li Liuli finally realized. Is there any way to restrain it? Of course. Tenant 102 raised his delicate fingers, looking like a refined woman, and softly said, "The backlash of entropy is also very powerful. As long as you can throw it into chaos, it will naturally suffer severe backlash. Related to mental power rules." Li Liuli realized this, then took out the Soul Eye talisman that the raccoon had given him. He originally planned to use it as a trump card against the worms. Now it seemed imperative to use it in advance. Li Liuli was not distressed. Anyway, he still had many trump cards on hand. He unhesitatingly infused spiritual power into the Soul Eye while secretly injecting the sealing power of Canis, striving to bring out the maximum power of the Soul Eye. The invisible flames spreading in the air suddenly halted, and a huge, emotionless, yet deeply ancient vertical eye slowly appeared in the sky. It hovered high above, casting an indifferent gaze at the Flame Lord. In the next moment, the Flame Lord, as if a blurry figure cloaked in flames, suddenly stiffened, as if all the flames had instantly extinguished. Then, its pale blue eyes suddenly turned crimson, filled with extreme chaos. Li Liuli certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. Manipulating impermanence, it cast out a pitch-black scythe, commanding the flesh-eating ghouls made of bones to leap forth from the white mist. At the same time, Muramasa unsheathed, and arrogant laughter filled everyone's ears. The green-faced, fanged samurai of the Warring States period, wrapped in infinite sharpness, slashed towards the Lord of Fiery Wrath. "It's going to succeed." The usually silent Qian revealed a hint of joy in his eyes. Rick, with a glance filled with slight fear, looked at Li Liuli, sensing that the sealing power within him was fading in an instant. Is this really level 5? He sensed that Li Liuli's strength was only around level 5, but in reality, the opponent's power could probably face a seasoned king. Peter lost without injustice. The Lord of Fiery Wrath faced 3 fierce attacks at once, and with the backlash of entropy, its body became even more gray. It knelt on one knee, its chaotic pupils gradually scattering. Tick-tock. At that moment, Li Liuli suddenly heard a crisp sound of liquid dropping to the ground from behind him. His expression changed, and he turned around sharply, immediately seeing many tricksters with eerie eyes staring at him in front of the broken temple door. The tricksters outside still couldn't stop the worms. I wonder if Li Changshi survived. Li Liuli thought inexplicably. I have to admit, Li Changshi's ability to flatter left a deep impression in Li Liuli's heart. As if to confirm his thoughts, a flash of spirit light surrounded him, and Su Qinghuan, holding the bald Li Changshi in one hand and Su Fengxing in the other, came to Li Liuli's side. We can't stop it. Su Fengxing and Li Changshi have fallen into a coma. I can only protect those two. Su Qinghuan's tone was somewhat dejected. Her cultivated method was very sensitive to curses. As soon as the worm attacked, she would definitely sense it first. But even so, she only managed to save the tricksters from Huaxia. You've done well enough. Li Liuli comforted, fully aware of the horror of the worms. It wasn't just about gaining protection, it was about being a person bound by rules. For example, if the Lord of Fiery Wrath, who had received protection, could scoop a spoonful of seawater from the realm of rules, the worm would be like a pump sucking it directly. The dilapidated temple became eerie, the soil beneath began to bulge one small mound after another, with something constantly rising from within. All living beings under this temple had been transformed and turned into a part of the worm. Li Liuli, do you really think you can avoid me with that book of fate? The worm chuckled. Waiting for a hare is the best hunting method for a hunter. So the worm's plan was to wait for me to deliver myself. After all, I must kill the Lord of Fiery Wrath to complete the mission. From each bulging mound on the temple floor, grey worms struggled to break free from the soil, crawling towards Li Liuli while releasing a grey, sticky liquid from their tails, making Li Liuli feel a wave of horror again. It's disgusting. Tenant number 102 made a disgusted expression, gently pinching with long fingers, as white arms appeared from all directions, wrapping around the surviving tricksters in the area. One worm after another, covered in gray slime, landed on his hands with a sizzling sound, transforming visibly into writhing giant worms. Similarly, those worms were also visibly losing all their colors. Chapter 143. This is a confrontation between two great rules. Tenant number 102 is indeed very strong. And very reliable. Just as Li Liuli was thinking this, he saw the white hands covering his body starting to mutate wildly, turning into ugly, fierce worms. Tenant 102's face turned pale at this moment as he looked at Li Liuli and said, "According to our agreement, I have already made my move. I don't want to get involved with these disgusting things. I worked hard to perfect my makeup." After speaking, his body gradually began to fade away, returning to the disaster survivor's apartment. Alright, I take back my words about Tenant 102 being reliable. I can't suppress him. Even if you used all 3 chances I have to help you, it wouldn't change the current situation. Tenant 102 defended himself as he saw Li Liuli frown. It's definitely not because I'm afraid my makeup will get ruined. My 8 o'clock show cannot have so many people at once. I will immediately suffer a curse of death, Rick said from the side. Li Liuli felt helpless, but he also agreed with Tenant 102's words, and a thought suddenly arose in his mind. Is Senior Su asleep? Li Liuli asked. Upon hearing this, Tenant 102's ethereal fingers once again formed a delicate gesture and rested on his chin. Now that you mention it, he indeed hasn't slept yet today. Normally, I can hear his snoring around this time. It seems that Senior Su might know about my current predicament and is waiting for me to ask for his help. Li Liuli felt a stir in his heart and immediately took out the human skin book, saying to Tenant 102, "You hold on a bit longer." Alright, I hope my makeup doesn't smudge. Tenant 102 mumbled in agreement to Li Liuli's request. Li Liuli bit his finger and quickly wrote in the human skin book, "Su Yunmu will not be discovered." The writing was successfully covered by blood, and then the human skin book fell into silence. No curse? Although Li Liuli felt unsure in his heart, there was no time to think about it. Once Tenant 102 left, the worm's evolutionary rules would immediately corrode everyone remaining. I have to say, the worm is indeed clever. This trap has cut off most of Li Liuli's countermeasures. I hope Senior Su can break this deadlock. At least let us leave this area. Fighting in an area already refined by the worm means the chance of winning is close to 0. He took out the toy house again, infused it with spiritual power, communicated with Su Yunmu, and immediately saw Su Yunmu still sitting in the rocking chair, draped in an old security coat, holding a cup of steaming tea, looking just like a health-conscious elder. Wait, that's soul refining brew. Li Liuli could smell a strange fragrance spreading throughout the apartment hall. Senior Su, I need you to make a move. The other side is a worm from one of the upper alliances. Li Liuli felt a stir in his heart and communicated with Su Yunmu. Worm? Su Yunmu was taken aback and then said, "That's a bit tricky." It's indeed pushing Senior Su to deal with a member of the upper alliance. Just as Li Liuli was thinking, Su Yunmu's next words left him speechless. If it's the main body, I can only temporarily erase its evolution for 10 minutes, you can use this chance to escape. The main body can be erased for 10 minutes? Senior Su is this strong? A thought rose in Li Liuli's heart again. Senior Su, what came as a clone of the worm, Li Liuli said. Upon hearing this, Su Yunmu's knitted brows relaxed, taking the time to sip his drink. Clone? Then it's simple. Senior, could you possibly render it incapable of resisting? Li Liuli asked, I need this clone for an experiment. Oh? Su Yunmu glanced upward. Li Liuli knew the other party could see him directly through the disaster survivor's apartment. For a clone, it shouldn't be a big problem. Su Yunmu took another sip of tea and said, "You stay here and don't move, I will bring him over." After speaking, Su Yunmu, lying in the rocking chair, instantly vanished. Observation platform. Basically, the whole army is wiped out. Is this the evolution rule? A dungeon without a king-level participant actually has 7 major rules? Spirit King, what kind of trick are you playing? Spirit King, you are out of luck. Do you want to go back and take a look? After Lu Yisho caused a commotion, the others present were no longer afraid of the Spirit King, daring to point at his nose and curse loudly. The Spirit King was cursed at by so many people, and his face looked very bad, but he did not dare to refute. Because among the crowd, Lu Yisho cursed the loudest, and he could not overpower Lu Yisho. The decision of the Upper Alliance has nothing to do with me. The Spirit King snorted coldly. Lu Yisho suddenly took a step forward, causing the Spirit King to become instantly vigilant. I want to go in, do you support it or oppose it? Lu Yisho said with a smile. Facing Lu Yisho's smiling face, the Spirit King felt a chill rising in his heart. If he let him in, he would be killed by the Upper Alliance. If he did not let him in, he would be killed by Lu Yisho. Heaven wants to destroy me. Just as he prepared to open the entrance and let Lu Yisho in, Lu Chenxi suddenly spoke up. Big brother, wait, there is a situation. As Su Yunmu disappeared into the toy house, Li Liuli saw the pale white hands and gray liquid that had covered him explode outward in all directions. He is coming? Then I'll slip away, see you another day. Tenant number 102 was somewhat surprised. Although Su Yunmu was usually very friendly, none of the 9 tenants in the apartment were unafraid of him. Except for the 2 recluses in 101 and 201. At that time, the tenants on the 3rd floor united to try to escape the apartment while the lights were off. That night, tenant number 102 heard the screams that lasted throughout the night, and of course, the screams did not come from Su Yunmu. After that, he never saw the 3rd floor tenants dare to appear in front of Su Yunmu again. The worms that were continuously approaching Li Liuli also paused, revealing a serious but somewhat puzzled expression. Strange, able to counter my transformation, but I cannot see the true face of the other party? The worm muttered in its heart, is it covered by the Book of Destiny? Just as the worm was about to take action, it suddenly heard a venerable and imposing voice explode in the sky. Kneel. Thump. With a confused expression, the worm knelt down. Cut off. Zila. The worm's expression became very ugly. It felt that it was losing all connection with the transformed beings in this Taoist temple. Submit. The worm crouched on the ground, slowly approaching the direction of Li Liuli, hands raised high, a posture of surrender. At the same time, Li Liuli heard Su Yunmu's voice in his ear. Alright, for the next 30 minutes, you can let it do anything, including suicide. Chapter 144. Before Li Liuli could express his surprise, he heard Su Yunmu's next sentence after a moment of contemplation. Next time you come to see me, remember to bring more wine, 1 bottle is not enough. It seems that Senior Su really likes the soul-cleansing brew. It looks like he can request help in the future. Li Liuli had an uncontainable smile on his face and then looked at the only surviving, non-Chinese controller in the arena. Rick. When Rick saw the smile on Li Liuli's face, he felt a chill in his heart. Not good. This person is going to hit me when I'm down. Or is it that when the rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked? Rick felt somewhat chaotic in his heart and said to himself, I will not seize your boss mark, after all, I am ranked 2nd, which is breaking expectations. Well, all controllers from other countries are dead, and he is indeed ranked 2nd in Great Britain. Surprisingly self-aware? Li Liuli was very surprised and nodded, I will not take action against you, after all, we are still partners. He looked at the surviving controllers in the arena, you all go back to your own lounges, I have some matters to deal with. He pointed to the worm kneeling on the ground. Seeing this, the other controllers nodded, and soon, the entire Taoist temple was left with only the worm and Li Liuli. Although the worm's expression was ugly, it was not flustered. This was just one of its avatars, and it had already identified the identity of the other party. Li Liuli, the creator of Constant. With the protection of fate. The worm's eyes were full of seriousness. I have to admit, you deliberately lured me into appearing, and your plan to counter me was very successful, even guessing that I cannot descend in my true form right now. Was all of this part of your plan? At this point, the worm felt a hint of horror. It hadn't fully regained its powers yet, and could set a trap for me here. If it regains its powers, can they win again? Li Liuli, on the other hand, listened to the other party's words with a puzzled expression. Aren't you the one who took the initiative to attack me? When did I set a trap to ambush you? However, Li Liuli skillfully concealed his bewilderment, not letting the worm see what he was thinking inside. He then asked his burning question, what does the creator of the constant mean? Li Liuli guessed that Su Yunmu must have the ability to use commands and, through this means, controlled the worm's avatar for 30 minutes, during which time Li Liuli could ask questions freely, and the worm had to answer. Meanwhile, the Spirit King, ignoring the protests of the other kings, forcefully shut down the viewing screen. These were all secrets of the Upper Alliance. The Spirit King didn't want to suffer punishment tomorrow just for stepping out the door with his left foot. However, the king still heard the worm's words and realized Li Liuli was the creator of the constant. Creator of the constant? Chu Shichou's pupils flashed with a glimmer of light, is that why you wanted to hide him? Seeing Luisho nod, he couldn't help but smile, but still reminded, be careful of backfiring, rules aren't so easy to control. It's not about control, it's about creation, Luisho answered with a smile, there are too many people here, let's catch up when we get outside. The other kings were originally all ears to listen, but seeing Luisho unwilling to reveal more, their faces showed a bit of disappointment. This information was already a bit beyond their understanding. You haven't taken back your memories yet? The worm was frozen in place, then under the pressure of the command, it proactively spoke, you are the creator of the constant rule, while I am the creator of the deviation rule. Using a comparative method, it made Li Liuli instantly understand while also deducing why the Upper Alliance would target him. Between rules, perhaps they could devour each other, and his power like a 5-star meal for the members of the Upper Alliance, ready to be tasted at any time. Li Liuli, you will die sooner or later. The worm, seeing Li Liuli stunned in place, laughed heartily, you haven't taken back your powers, you can't devour my abilities. Facing the worm's gaze as if looking at a dead man, and its smug expression, Li Liuli returned a strange smile, a flash of light, and a bottle of soul purification brew appeared in his hand. Is that so? He drank the soul purification brew in one gulp. This was also an attempt he wanted to make. Since he could devour strange and eerie items, did it mean he could also devour the worm of the Upper Alliance? A burning sensation surged in his throat. Li Liuli wiped away the remaining liquid from the corner of his mouth, picked up the mark left after killing the Lord of Infernal Flame, and pressed the escape button. Escape button has been activated. Your and the members' locations will be displayed on the screen in the lounge. After the 10-minute countdown ends, the copy will forcibly end. Li Liuli feared that if he finished drinking and another personality took over his mind, he wouldn't choose to escape but would instead hunt all the manipulators in the arena. He referred to his state after drinking as his second personality. Then, Li Liuli felt as if his mind was struck by an iron hammer, instantly exploding, as an alien thought was forcibly shoved into his mind. Li Liuli's mouth unconsciously curled up, then his nose slightly twitched, as if smelling a peculiar fragrance. He looked at the worm kneeling in front of him, drooling. In the worm's eyes, Li Liuli seemed to have transformed into another person. The strange expression reflected in its pupils made its previously proud expression freeze on its face. The worm realized it had lost control of its body, its consciousness gradually fading away, sinking. Like a stone placed in the center of a Taoist temple. The stone will not have consciousness. This is the bizarre power of a constant. Li Liuli opened his gaping mouth towards the dazed worm. With one bite, the grayish slime instantly burst open. Small lumps appeared on Li Liuli's cheeks as gray worms squirmed, wanting to break through his skin. But after the worms drilled out of Li Liuli's skin, they immediately stiffened, then were pinched one by Li Liuli and stuffed back into his mouth. Puff puff. In the quiet Taoist temple, only the sound of Li Liuli chewing echoed. This feast lasted less than 5 minutes, and when Li Liuli had eaten all the worm replicas into his belly, the system's prompt tone once again rang out. Congratulations, you have gained the blessing of mutation. Main quest, kill the worm's replicas, completed. Rewards, unspeakable flesh and blood. However, Li Liuli did not immediately open the system space to check the function and effects of this item, but lifted his head, his nose continuing to twitch. A faint fragrance floated into Li Liuli's nostrils. He licked his lips, and his body turned into a wisp of blue smoke. Is Brother Li back yet? Li Changshi cautiously looked through the lounge window at Rick, who stood in front of the wheat field. The Lord of Inferno had also exhausted his spiritual power standing there, thus choosing to huddle together. He has pressed the escape button, and we will leave in 3 minutes. Su Fingxing said, he should be fine. Li Changshi wanted to say something, but he saw Li Liuli's figure suddenly appear in the lounge, with a strange smile on his face, looking inexplicably odd. Brother Li, we really owe it to you this time, otherwise we would have been completely wiped out. Li Changshi said excitedly, this time my family should reward me with a top-notch tier 3 bizarre item. At this moment, Li Changshi was so overwhelmed with joy that he completely failed to notice Li Liuli's oddness. Or perhaps he noticed but thought nothing of it. After all, Li Liuli had always seemed mysterious and bizarre in their eyes. Li Liuli's smile became even more radiant, the corners of his mouth nearly reaching his ears. Something's not right, there is a curse's aura. Su Qinghuan stared at the back of Li Liuli, suddenly shouted, stay away from him. Li Changshi's face changed, instinctively choosing to heed Su Qinghuan's words. He wanted to rush away, creating distance from Li Liuli. But just then, he was astonished to find that his body, without him knowing, seemed to have merged with the lounge. He felt as if he was part of the lounge itself, unable to move. While Li Liuli still held that strange smile, the hunger in his eyes could even be seen by Li Changshi, who wasn't particularly bright. I can't move. Li Changshi shouted in panic, someone help me. The first to respond to him were grayish-white water droplets seeping from the ceiling without warning, falling onto Li Liuli's body, making popping sounds. A chaos mixed with a chill surged into Li Liuli's body. Then came specks of spiritual light covering his entire body, trying to dissolve the curse upon him. A pair of wings opened in the lounge, wrapping Li Changshi within, and then Su Fingxing placed his hands on his shoulders, pulling upward. Li Changshi let out a painful howl. Be gentle. Ji La. Su Fingxing lifted Li Changshi and placed him behind Xian, his eyes alert. Li Liuli has been cursed and polluted? Su Qinghuan, who had been closing her eyes to sense the surrounding spiritual power fluctuations, opened her eyes and shook her head. The curse on him is not the same source as the worm. That's good. Li Changshi breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could calm down, Su Qinghuan's next sentence made everyone's hearts drop again. But the curse on him is as terrifying as the worm, and I cannot dispel it. Su Qinghuan said anxiously, hurry and leave the lounge. If we can hold on for 5 minutes, we will escape the instance. The countdown had less than 5 minutes left. Su Qinghuan's words woke up everyone present, and they quickly left the lounge and came to the wheat field, where Rick was lighting a cigarette. What's wrong? Seeing others come out, Rick asked in confusion, didn't Li Liuli already come back? He could sense that Li Liuli had entered the lounge, which was why he asked. His condition is a bit off. Su Qinghuan frowned, I don't know what's going on. Upon hearing this, Rick felt heavy-hearted, and suddenly Li Changshi spoke up, can the five of us defeat Li Liuli? Rick looked at everyone present and stayed the longest on Qian, carefully evaluating, then shrugged his hands. We can give him a slap, and then each get killed one by one. After that, he added, the five of us, in front of him, are like mice, easily crushed. Then what are we waiting for? Li Changshi took the lead and ran toward the wheat field. Let's hurry and escape. Once the 3 minutes pass, we'll be safe. What just happened, combined with the quick conversation among a few people, all occurred within 1 minute. Now, there were only 3 minutes left on the countdown. Upon hearing this, others felt it made some sense. But Rick stopped them, helplessly saying, I have a top-grade level 5 item, he can't come in. As he spoke, he took out a music box, opened it, and placed it on the ground. With the cheerful circus music playing, everyone present was transported into the circus. However, this time, they were not scattered in different areas as before, but gathered together behind the dark red curtain of the stage. The circus time was 8:30, which also meant they had to perform on stage. In different time periods, the rules of the circus are different. Can we do it here? Li Changshi looked nervously around, fearing that at any moment, the brilliant smiling Li Liuli would suddenly appear and bite him. Li Changshi believed the other party would definitely do that. Rick was confident in his gadget. As a top-grade level 5 item, only an 8th level king can forcibly tear through space to enter, and even an ordinary 8th level king can't do it. Only a few with top-tier strength can succeed. Rick cleared his throat and continued, right now, we should think about how to perform a show. The circus has assessments. If your performance doesn't make more than half of the audience laugh heartily, you will be erased, and on stage, our abilities will be suppressed. What a terrifying item. Li Changshi grimaced. What are you all waiting for? Suddenly, a circus performer wearing a top hat and a beard appeared behind them, thunderous shouts causing everyone there to tremble. Let's go, let's go. Rick was the first to show a hilarious smile, thick grease paint had somehow appeared on his face, and he glanced at the others. Let's do it together, if anything happens to you, and Li Liuli comes to kill me, I can't bear it, even though it's his doing. He muttered as he lifted the dark red curtain. The stage wasn't large. In the distance, there were some iron frames, filled with spectators who were shouting. In a moment, I will play the clown and perform some tricks. You all need to cooperate with me. Rick clearly understood the rules of the circus and had devised a plan. You should also play along on the spot, remember to be funny and hilarious. After saying this, he turned to face the audience, showing a comical smile, and from somewhere he pulled out a red nose, pinched it, and placed it on the tip of his nose, bowing slowly. Then he snapped his fingers, and suddenly a magician's hat appeared in his hand. Like a magician, he showed the audience that it was just an ordinary magician's hat, then reached inside and pulled out. One by one, doves flew out from the hat as if they were startled. 1/10 of the audience started to clap. Very good. Rick turned back, whispering, next, I will perform the big transformation. Before he finished speaking, he saw the ringmaster suddenly poking his head out from behind the curtain, pushing someone covered in a coat, smiling brilliantly. Chapter 146. You seem to have one more member, the ringmaster's voice echoed in everyone's ears. What a careless mistake, luckily, I saw him over here. Looking at Li Liuli, whose nose twitched slightly and who slowly turned to smile at the crowd, Rick's comical smile faded a little. Damn! Li Changshi cursed loudly, didn't you say that normal level 8 kings can't come in? What the hell is this? I ask you, what the hell is this? Rick no longer cared that the audience was booing due to his stiff body, the colorful makeup appeared dimmer. To be honest, I don't know how he got in, but on stage, his abilities should also be suppressed. Before he finished speaking, Li Liuli suddenly opened his mouth wide and lunged at him. Rick immediately dodged, executing a series of high-difficulty acrobatic moves to evade Li Liuli's attack, while this also confirmed his suspicions. Li Liuli's strange ability to assimilate people with the environment could indeed not be used. The other tricksters also noticed this, so they all kept their distance from Li Liuli, avoiding his attacks. A hilariously absurd performance began on stage, which elicited cheers from the audience. Time for escape passed quickly, and the performance ended amidst the audience's cheers, but everyone couldn't bow gracefully. Instead, as the dark red curtain opened, they rushed in. Hurry and get us out. Li Changshi urged, with Li Liuli right behind him, he could already feel a chill creeping up his neck. Fortunately, Rick quickly used the 8 o'clock circus to send everyone out. The scene shifted again, and everyone appeared on the observation platform, where many kings were staring at them, bringing a huge sense of safety. Old Chu, save me. Li Changshi suddenly saw Chu Zhiqiu standing at the front, and shouted as he rushed toward him. He pounced toward Chu Zhiqiu like a fledgling bird into the forest, but found that the latter was frowning, looking up. He halted his sprinting steps, curious, and turned back to see a scene that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. He saw Li Liuli, cloaked and appearing out of nowhere on the high platform where the Spirit King was, with the corners of his mouth still curled upwards, his chest split open, oozing a liquid of red and white. And the Spirit King, as if facing a great enemy, was wielding his scepter that symbolized his identity, stirring up a gust of wind in the observation area. Has Li Liuli gone mad? How dare he attack the Spirit King? If I had a backing like his, I'd take a dump on the Spirit King's head too. At such a great distance, Luisho can't save him in time. The Spirit King can crush him like a bug. The kings of humanity murmured among themselves, yet showed no intention of helping. Instead, they took pleasure in seeing Li Liuli's death. Li Liuli's talent had already stirred their deep jealousy and fear. Even knowing that disaster was imminent, they didn't want to see Li Liuli live on. Having stayed at the top for too long, they naturally were unwilling to let their power be divided and taken away. Arrogance was their common flaw. Luisho, without hesitation, took out an ancient longsword from the void. Just as he was about to strike, he hesitated. Li Liuli couldn't withstand his sword energy. With this blow, it was uncertain if the Spirit King would die, but Li Liuli was definitely not going to survive. And it was in this moment of hesitation that the Spirit King launched a counterattack. The Spirit King looked down at Li Liuli with disdain. Even if the Upper Alliance values you, even if you can kill a clone of the worm, to me, you are nothing more than an ant. He was about to swing his staff to let the thundercloud above Li Liuli rain down thunder when he suddenly realized that his body had lost control and was stiffened in place. The Spirit King remembered the other's identity, the creator of Constance. But how could someone with only stage 5 possibly affect an 8th stage peak like him? The Spirit King's face turned red from the exertion. As he tried to channel his spirit energy, he found he couldn't regain control of his body. Not only that, but he also saw that the thundercloud above Li Liuli was visibly turning a shade of gray, transforming into a giant, twisting worm. He can still use transformative abilities. In front of everyone's eyes, Li Liuli's body seemed to turn into a giant mouth, enveloping the Spirit King inside, then suddenly contracting. Clang! 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 The staff slowly fell from the high platform. Everyone present, including Carl and Chu Jiqiu, gasped in unison. So that scene foreshadowed that Li Liuli could kill a Spirit King, said the White Steward softly. The image seen through the spirit eye did not represent the actual events, rather, it resembled an omen. For instance, if she saw a storm sweeping through China, it didn't necessarily mean a typhoon, but rather a symbol of war. Li Liuli rubbed his round belly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly faded as his consciousness gradually returned. At the first moment, he felt as if he had an upset stomach. The severe cramping caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Damn it, is the worm that hard to digest? Li Liuli muttered, then saw the staff quietly lying below the high platform, along with the incredulous gazes of the crowd. Only then did Li Liuli realize that he was standing on the same high platform where the Spirit King had been, but he didn't see the Spirit King's figure. Li Liuli instinctively touched his belly. Alright, now I know why my stomach hurts so much. He stumbled down from the high platform and picked up the gorgeous staff, as the system began to introduce it on its own. Superior Stage 5, Spirit King's Staff. Function, call the wind and rain, open permissions, contact the Upper Alliance. Mysterious abilities, thunder tribulation, gorgeous appearance, command, teleportation. You have unlocked new commands. Bestow death, true word, blood calamity. Li Liuli's heart stirred, and the effects of the 3 commands naturally surfaced in his mind. Bestow death, can command guides or players lower in level than oneself within the instance to die instantly. True word, no creature within the instance can lie to oneself. In the nightmarish realm, even lower level creatures will be affected. Blood calamity, can cause any creature to face misfortune, bringing disaster that threatens their life. The disasters were tied to Li Liuli's strength. The stronger he was, the more severe the disaster he could invoke, which meant. Now, Li Liuli, even when using blood calamity against Carl or Chu Jiqiu, only brings minor troubles to his opponents. However, it does make them unlucky, like getting food stuck in their teeth while drinking water, which is a really disgusting command. No wonder our little Li can kill a Spirit King. Luisho's voice brought Li Liuli back to reality. Luisho happily came to Li Liuli's side and slapped the back of his head, causing him to stumble. You've brought me glory this time. Luisho looked down at everyone with a condescending gaze. In Li Liuli's eyes, it was like a fox pretending to be a tiger, a dog relying on its master. He did not know that Luisho could also easily slay a Spirit King, and the Spirit King could be defeated by Li Liuli only because he was severely injured by Luisho's sword before, combined with Li Liuli's various protective rules and commands, allowing him to kill the Spirit King. The other country's Wang had a deep gaze, with no response. This time, the rise of Huaxia was inevitable, but they were not discouraged. After all, a feast was about to come. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. How do we get out? Carl was unwilling to continue watching Luisho's smug face here. Luisho was the first to arrive next to Li Liuli, so he couldn't make a move. It's easy. Li Liuli took out the Spirit King's scepter and pointed to the sky. A crack tore open. You can go out from here, and you will return to your own bodies. After saying this, he was the first to pull Luisho into the crack. When the others saw this, they finally believed it and followed one by one to walk through the crack, thus ending the instance. Back in the Blood Chi Hall, Li Liuli couldn't wait to open the system space and check the rewards for completing the main quest. Indescribable flesh and blood, flesh that dropped from a certain supreme being. After eating the flesh, one will gain some memories and abilities of the supreme being, greatly enhancing strength. Note: please obtain an odd item that enhances physical strength before attempting to consume. Li Liuli looked at the piece of flesh in his hand, which looked like a weathered stone, lost in thought. Will eating this really not cause diarrhea? This was Li Liuli's first thought. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to temporarily forget about the piece of flesh and check his own status. Having swallowed the worm's avatar and the Spirit King, Li Liuli's body was like an inflated balloon, ready to burst at any moment. Fortunately, there was Kana's sealing power maintaining a delicate balance, but after all, he was only a 7th tier Wang, and this was already his limit. Li Liuli had to think of a way to completely digest these nasty things in his stomach. Pushing open the Blood Chi Hall, Chu Jiqiu and Luisho were already waiting outside for a long time, and Chu Jiqiu immediately noticed Li Liuli's current predicament. Your condition is very bad, you might explode at any moment. The 5th tier level cannot hold this much spirit power. If Kanas hadn't helped share some, I probably would have exploded already, Li Liuli said with a bitter smile. Is there any solution? There is a top-notch 6th tier item called Dragon Bone, which can effectively resolve the issue of excessive spirit power, even allowing you to directly advance to king level. Chu Jiqiu replied with a smile. Where? I'm willing to buy it. Li Liuli's eyes sparkled. With this item, he could eat that piece of flesh. In the 9 nether prison of the strange realm. Chu Jiqiu smiled slightly. We just happened to need to explore the strange realm recently, and I will help you secure a spot. It seems there is no way to rest, and I still need to accompany Hu Meng to Eternal Calamity Prison. I believe the Dragon Bone should be in the Eternal Calamity Prison where the Dragon Clan resides. The strange realm likely won't be peaceful recently. After all, the bloodline devouring is about to begin. Li Liuli felt in the depths of his soul, as if an invisible big hand was plucking the strings of fate, and he seemed to be just a puppet among them. Is this the work of the Fate creators in the Upper Alliance? Li Liuli immediately thought of this, and he also speculated that the Fate creators should have no hostility towards him, otherwise, he should have been detected long ago for using the human skin book containing the rules of fate. By the way, Chu Jiqiu seemed to think of something. Did you meet someone named Su Yunmu at the disaster survivor's apartment? Elder Chu, you have an amazing intuition. I happen to want to ask you about Su Yunmu. Li Liuli replied. Chu Jiqiu briefly summarized Su Yunmu's deeds, and as Li Liuli listened, waves rose in his heart. No wonder Su Yunmu had the confidence to fight against the worm and directly annihilated the worm's avatar. It turns out he has become a member of the Upper Alliance. But why did he hide in the disaster survivor's apartment? Could it be that he, like myself, was hunted by the Upper Alliance? Li Liuli thought rapidly, while Chu Jiqiu did not continue talking with Li Liuli, but approached Luisho and left the room. Li Liuli returned to the villa he had entrusted Jiang Fengyun to purchase, where Foxdream and Foxy were snuggled together, lying on the sofa, watching TV. Although the TV had basically been eliminated by human society, it was a very novel tool for the creepy beings. And Li Liuli could sense that Foxdream's strength had already approached level 6. She could just lie in the villa every day and improve her strength? Is this the enhancement brought by the bloodline? Li Liuli couldn't help but grimace when he thought of how hard he had crawled in the dungeon to barely reach level 5. Master, you are back? Foxdream immediately got up upon seeing Li Liuli, placing her hands on her belly, and gently said to him, Do you need me to prepare dinner now? Don't worry, I've learned human cooking these days. At this moment, Foxdream was wearing a loose white short-sleeve shirt that covered her thighs, her tail swaying behind her, with a gentle expression, her lively big eyes blinking at Li Liuli, looking just like a good wife and loving mother. Li Liuli was about to nod when he heard a notification sound from his phone. When he opened it, he almost dropped the phone. Raccoon Cat, don't forget what you promised me in the dungeon. I'll be waiting for you at Butler Bai's villa at 8 p.m. tonight. Li Liuli, didn't you die? Raccoon Cat, cats have 9 lives, you know. Li Liuli wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was initially a bit sad. After all, the strategy group had indeed provided him with a lot of help in the dungeon. If it weren't for that Soul Eye talisman, killing the Flame Lord would have been very difficult. Li Liuli, okay, I will come. After putting down his phone, Li Liuli looked at Foxdream's big eyes filled with hope, as if she wanted him to taste her cooking right away, and gently said, I have something to do tonight, so I won't stay for dinner. Did anything unusual happen while I was gone these days? Did any creepy beings come after you? Foxdream nodded. There was something before, but as soon as I sensed its presence, it suddenly disappeared. It seems that someone from the villa area has made a move. If nothing unexpected happens, we will head to the eternal jail tomorrow. Fox Dream's eyes immediately burst with light, as the sadness of Li Liuli not staying for dinner was instantly swept away. Chapter 148. Leaving the villa, Li Liuli wanted to take a taxi to Butler Bai's villa, but he found that he was in a remote area, and even ride-hailing cars would not come here. You have enough money to buy a villa, but not enough to buy a car? With no other choice, Li Liuli could at least contact the person he was most familiar with, Jiang Fengyun. Soon, Jiang Fengyun driving a Maybach stopped at the entrance of the villa area, looking at Li Liuli in surprise and said, "You actually don't have a car? Do you need me to give you one?" "I don't have a driver's license," Li Liuli replied irritably. "What kind of joke is this?" Jiang Fengyun exclaimed in surprise, "Is there anyone these days who doesn't take a driver's license? I can't say I failed the second driving test 8 times. Li Liuli frowned and opened the car door. "Just drive, don't worry about anything else." At 7:30, Li Liuli arrived early at Butler Bai's villa entrance. Jiang Fengyun had a cigarette in his mouth. "Do you need me to go up with you?" "I'm afraid Butler Bai will eat you." After the National Destiny War, Li Liuli had become quite famous, mastering the realm of abnormality. No one didn't know Li Liuli's great name. If such a talented person could be recruited. Clearly, Jiang Fengyun was reminding Li Liuli of this. Li Liuli thought for a moment, if he had a human king as his bodyguard, his safety would be greatly ensured. Although a common 7th-rank human king might not be able to defeat the 2 fierce creatures he controlled, what if an 8th-rank human king came to kill him? In the realm of abnormality, there were quite a few people who wished for his death. But could Jiang Fengyun actually think of this? Has he changed his mind? Thinking of this, Li Liuli nodded and said, "All right." Jiang Fengyun immediately beamed with joy. "Perfect, I'm just hungry." All right, he was just hungry. Arriving in front of the villa, Lu Cat and Butler Bai were already waiting at the door. Seeing Jiang Fengyun, they didn't show any surprised expressions. Evidently Butler Bai had anticipated this result. The hall was already prepared with an exquisite dinner. Perhaps Butler Bai had lived abroad in his early years, so the meal was all Western food. Without saying a word, Jiang Fengyun sat at the table and started chewing on a piece of steak. Butler Bai and Lu Cat were much more elegant, picking up forks and knives, cutting their steak, and chatting with Li Liuli. "Truly, heroes emerge from youth," Butler Bai gently said. "In just a month of becoming an abomination master, you have achieved such high accomplishments. Did you invite me here for something?" Li Liuli also picked up the fork and knife, responding. At this moment, if he still hadn't realized that this dinner was because Butler Bai had something to request from him, then he would be too foolish. "Do you know of Fog City?" Butler Bai suddenly asked. "Fog City? Isn't that the place I drew the fog walker from my fierce creature extraction card?" Li Liuli was startled in his heart, increasingly convinced that there was indeed an invisible hand controlling his life path. "We need a material from Fog City," Butler Bai continued upon noticing Li Liuli's expression, "the ethereal flame. As for its purpose, I will inform you when you officially join the strategy group." Li Liuli inevitably felt curiosity rising in his heart, but he concealed his emotions well, speaking expressionlessly. "Is that all?" Butler Bai smiled softly. "Of course not, but this material is crucial." Li Liuli wanted to extract more information from Butler Bai's mouth, but the other party did not fall for it and could only give up. "I will pay attention, but you have to tell me the location of Fog City." "Fog City only exists when the Black Goat appears," Butler Bai answered. "When the Black Goat appears, the bloodline devouring begins, and then, all forces of the realm of abnormality will surface." "So the bloodline devouring is caused by the Black Goat, this is its dungeon?" Li Liuli's brain raced as he connected it to his own dungeon. Compared to the Spirit King and the Black Goat, his own dungeon was somewhat too simple. Moreover, he had not received any hints to activate the dungeon. This proves one thing: the so-called Great Disaster has not yet fully descended. Could the feast somehow be related to his dungeon? Li Liuli linked all the matters together in his mind. The conclusion reached was rather pessimistic. His own copy was very likely the key to unlocking the banquet. "It seems like you have a lot on your mind." As Li Liuli was brainstorming, the raccoon sitting next to him suddenly shoved a piece of steak into his mouth, forcefully interrupting his thoughts. She rested her chin on her hand, smiling mischievously, and asked, "Don't you want to know how I came back to life?" At this moment, the raccoon had taken off her mask. Her delicate face bore some resemblance to the white butler's, but with a touch more cunning and playfulness. Overall, she could be considered a one-in-a-million beauty. "It's probably just some rare item, like the Manjasaka." Li Liuli answered, as he had once used a resurrection item, so it didn't surprise him. Upon hearing this, the raccoon puffed her cheeks, looking unhappy. "You're annoying. No girl will like you like this. You should have asked me and then praised me with admiration." Li Liuli didn't continue arguing with the raccoon. Instead, he turned to the white butler and asked, "Is there anything else? Really not planning to join our strategy team?" The White Butler continued with the invitation. The Butler Council has reached a consensus. If you join us, you will gain the identity of a butler and enjoy extremely high treatment, like the means of resurrection. After saying this, she glanced at Jiang Fengyun and continued, such rare items, the Abnormality Investigation Bureau cannot provide you. The creator of constants, an existence never seen before among humans. Since the birth of the instance, the upper league has tightly controlled the power of rules, and this is the first time such a situation has occurred. Therefore, no matter what price is paid, it is worth it. Our God creation plan has reached its final stage. If we can absorb Li Liuli and study his rules, perhaps we won't have to forcibly seize a rule from the upper league. This was the exact wording of the Fengyun butler during the meeting. The Fengyun butler was always mysterious, never showing up in front of others, which is why the strategy team appeared to be so weak. After all, the people from the trickster realm didn't know that the Fengyun butler had the strength to contend with members of the upper league. And Li Liuli's appearance made the previously elusive Fengyun butler appear in China, and convene the Butler Council. I'm a member of China, so naturally, I have to help. Li Liuli continued eating the steak, as if the white butler's words couldn't interest him at all. After all, he had the system shop and wasn't lacking in items. Seeing this, the white butler couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but it was also expected. The inspiration butler had already arrived in China, and she was best at tempting people's hearts. As a gesture of sincerity, our strategy team will gift you an item. The white butler smiled. Upon hearing the white butler's words, the raccoon dutifully went upstairs, and before long, returned with an ancient Western-style small box. This is a top-tier item. The white butler spoke slowly. Although it doesn't even qualify as a Tier 1 top-tier item, you should be familiar with this altar. The demon altar? Li Liuli said in surprise. He already owned a demon altar, called the Crimson Moon. However, due to his current strength, this top-tier item was becoming less and less useful. But the abilities of the altar had left a deep impression on him, like suppressing vicious monsters. That's right, it's of the same origin as your demon altar. The white butler said, the demon altar's origin is ancient, even predating the birth of the instance. If I'm not mistaken, your altar should be the Crimson Moon. Li Liuli had used this item during an instance, so it wasn't surprising that the white butler could recognize it. This altar is called the Blasphemous Knight. The white butler introduced, you should be able to guess its ability. It can use the rules of blasphemy? Li Liuli understood and began to identify the altar's abilities using the system. Detecting one of the demon god shrines, the Knight of Desecration. Ability, Knight, Desecration. Note, belongs to one of the 7 great shrines, shrines can synthesize. Detected that you have the Scarlet Moon and the Knight of Desecration, do you want to synthesize? Li Liuli read the entry of the shrine, the ability of the Knight of Desecration is quite simple. Firstly, it has the desecration of one of the 7 great rules, possesses means of mental attack, and can subtly transform it into its own believers. And the knight can create a space shrouded in darkness, where any light will become ineffective. Of course, Li Liuli is not affected. If you like it, then take it. Seeing Li Liuli fondly playing with the Knight of Desecration, Butler Bai smiled. Li Liuli did not decline, who doesn't like to get things for free? He immediately synthesized the 2 shrines together in the system space. Synthesis completed, obtained a top-grade level 4 item, the God Fallen Shrine. Ability, King, Desecration, Seal, Knight, Miracle. Note, it craves food. The God Fallen Shrine inherited the abilities of the 2 shrines and received a huge enhancement, while also possessing sealing power that can only be obtained at the King level. In addition, the Demon God Shrine also gained a new ability called Miracle, and this ability is very simple and brutal. That is, in the space of darkness, Li Liuli is the only god. As for the note, Li Liuli did not understand it and guessed it could detect nearby demon god shrines. After dinner, Li Liuli took a ride in Jiang Fengyun's car back to the villa. After a long-awaited night of rest, Li Liuli was woken up by a phone call from Jiang Fengyun. The cherry blossom country is asking for our aid. Strange occurrences are coming? Li Liuli asked. Yes, in the National Luck War, we have Huaxiao won. This time the extra reward is that there will be no strange occurrences apart from dungeon failures for 3 months, so we gave our colleagues in the investigation bureau a break, Jiang Fengyun explained. Then why not give me a break too? Li Liuli couldn't help but complain, even the donkey of the production team is not as capable as me. This was a special request from the cherry blossom country. Jiang Fengyun replied, moreover, as the victor, naturally, we must thoroughly humiliate the loser. Just think of it as a trip, the bureau will compensate you with a top-grade level 5 item. It seems the time to go to the strange realm will be delayed again. Li Liuli reluctantly agreed, definitely not because the Abnormal Investigation Bureau gave him an irresistible reason. Li Liuli originally planned to find Lu Yishou today to have a good talk about his origins, but since he came out, Lu Yishou has been disappearing, seemingly unwilling to communicate too much with him, so he had to give up. After explaining the situation to Hu Meng, she suddenly proposed to go to the cherry blossom country together, and Li Liuli did not refuse. What man would refuse the company of a beautiful woman? Oh, wait, that's two. Jiang Fengyun soon drove to the door of Li Liuli's villa. Upon seeing the sisters behind him, he clicked his tongue. Although I told you to treat it as a trip, I didn't mean to let you indulge too much. Hu Meng is a level 6 evil spirit, she's a good boost. Li Liuli replied, now, tell me about this strange occurrence. First, come with me to the bureau, the plane is already prepared. Jiang Fengyun waved his hand. On the way, Jiang Fengyun began to introduce the strange occurrences that had befallen the cherry blossom country. This strange event should be related to the dungeon, however, it has not been confirmed yet. It began with a small seaside island suddenly shrouded in darkness, and then countless evil spirits crawled out of the sea, attacking the residents of the island. The spirit controllers guarding the island from the cherry blossom country have all lost contact, and currently, the Moonview Society has sent 3 pillars. We are just going to go through the motions. Jiang Fengyun leisurely described while lighting a cigarette, if it's related to the dungeon. Every day that passes, the strange threat level rises sharply, so we will enter the island this afternoon. On a gloomy afternoon, the plane landed at the airport near the island of Cherry Blossom Country, and accompanying Li Liuli were only 2 other controllers, Jiang Fengyun and Wu Ming. Each one is heavyweight. Of course, for safety, Li Liuli also brought Kanasi along. The Moon Viewing Society has been waiting at the airport for some time. As the only controller force in Cherry Blossom Country, they control all the strange props in the country, even part of the government. Receiving them was a woman dressed in a kimono, with narrow eyes and pale skin. Li Liuli could sense that the other party was also a human king. Welcome Mr. Jiang, King Wuming, and Mr. Li. I am Saito Yuki, the president of the Moon Viewing Society's island branch, Saito Yuki said in a melodious and calm tone. Time is tight, shall we set off now? After getting Jiang Fengyun's approval, Saito Yuki walked gracefully, leading everyone toward the island. Moon Viewing Society. Li Liuli has arrived at the island. A middle-aged man dressed in flowing cloud robes, with sharp eyes and a samurai sword at his waist, knelt on the ground, reporting to a demon mask hanging in the hall. However, there is an 8th-grade human king beside him. Suddenly, the black pupils of the green-faced, fanged demon mask flickered with bluish flames, and a cold voice, like that of a distant king, emanated from the mask. Good, now, the host. Understood. Yamada immediately understood the other's meaning, and shouted outside, after which a pale corpse of a man who had stopped breathing was pushed to the center of the hall. The demon mask seemed to come alive, trembling constantly, before finally falling from the wall, landing precisely on the face of that corpse. Click, click. The long-dead corpse suddenly sat up, moving its stiff joints. Lord Demon Mask. Yamada immediately prostrated himself to the corpse. You have done well. When the feast arrives, you will gain the protection of a king. The corpse spoke. Yamada trembled with excitement. When the feast arrives, all powerful demons can gain protection, but controllers cannot. This does not mean that controllers cannot obtain it, but that the upper league members are unwilling. Now, as the creator of the king, the demon mask promised him protection. Yamada felt that he had grasped the threshold of the 9th grade. He trembled all over and slowly retreated. In the sea area connected to the island, a strange duality of light and darkness presented itself, as if there was a dividing line in the middle, cutting off the spread of light. We do not currently know the situation inside the island, the controllers above have completely lost contact with us. Saito Yuki looked worried as she gazed ahead from the speedboat. Soon, the speedboat passed through that dividing line and headed towards the island situated in the darkness. On the island, some low-rise buildings were faintly visible, but no human figure could be seen. Occasionally, candles emitted a dim yellow glow, and Li Liuli felt as if he was once again in Blackgate Village. After landing, they encountered a wave of powerful demon attacks, but under the strength of Jiang Fengyun and Wu Ming, the demons were easily dealt with. According to the Moon Viewing Society's estimation, the strangeness brought by this mission may have directly torn a crack from the demon world. We must draw an array to seal it. Saito Yuki continued, China's array heritage is the most profound, so we need your help. She glanced at the 3, seemingly searching for the controller who could draw the array. No problem, I can carve the array. Wu Ming said coldly, we just need to find that crack. Saito Yuki then revealed a relieved smile. A quaint compass appeared in his hand. Everyone, follow me. Wait. Li Liuli suddenly spoke, stopping everyone, I need to make some preparations. For some reason, Li Liuli felt an uneasy vibe deep within, so he decided to take extra precautions. For example, using the human skin book, or visiting Su Yunmu again. After obtaining Jiang Fengyun's consent, Li Liuli quickly took out a toy house and vanished among the island. When he came to his senses again, Li Liuli found himself at the entrance of an apartment. Pushing open the big door, he saw Su Yunmu reclining in a rocking chair, looking quite content. Back again? Su Yunmu looked at Li Liuli with bright eyes. Li Liuli took out 2 bottles of soul-purifying brew, presenting them with both hands, which made Su Yunmu's face break into a big smile. I can't continue to deal with those from the Upper Alliance. Su Yunmu reminded, your strength cannot endure such consequences again. Hearing this, Li Liuli couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Now the only threat to his life was the Upper Alliance. As for the Leagueway, most of them were intellectually challenged, acting purely on instincts. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could escape at any time. Li Liuli had no choice but to take out the human skin book and wrote, this seal journey will be successfully completed. To his surprise, the human skin book did not ooze blood to cover the writing. Instead, a pale human skin mask appeared. A chill rose in Li Liuli's heart. Just as he wanted to use Muramesa, he found his body beyond his control, starting to tremble. It was as if he were facing a supreme king, unable to raise any fighting spirit within him, only wishing to submit under this pressure. Seeing this, Su Yunmu's face changed, and his authoritative voice echoed again, leave. The mask seemed to be struck hard, letting out a shriek before disappearing. Ghost mask? Li Liuli, regaining his senses, felt as if rescued from drowning. He clutched his chest and gasped for breath, his face still showing fear. Your situation seems quite dire. Su Yunmu's expression turned solemn. That's why I want to ask the senior for help. Li Liuli seized the opportunity. Senior, you wouldn't want me to just die, would you? Su Yunmu chuckled, if you can break through to level 7, I might consider helping. Otherwise, as soon as I show up outside, you will immediately be cursed to death, and that is the curse of the instant death creator. Curse of the instant death creator? Li Liuli gasped in shock. Although he didn't know the power of the instant death creator, he could tell this rule must be one of the 7 rules with the strongest offensiveness. The instant death creator, known as the Grim Reaper, is the most powerful member of the Upper Alliance. Su Yunmu saw through Li Liuli's thoughts and introduced, however, it spends most of its time in slumber. Li Liuli silently remembered all this, then planned to try his luck with the tenant of room 103. What protection does the tenant of room 103 have? Instant death. Li Liuli's eyes widened in surprise. Without a word, he headed toward room 103. Sure enough, it was as usual, hanging a Do Not Disturb sign. According to the rules of the disaster apartment, Li Liuli could not disturb him. Coincidentally, just as Li Liuli reached the door of room 103 suddenly swung open, and a tall, gaunt figure with dark circles under its eyes peeked out. Seeing Li Liuli, the figure froze, then showed a look of terror, quickly retreating behind the door, trying to close it. Li Liuli stepped forward, wedging his foot against the doorframe, and smiled, how about signing a contract with me to fight for me? Well, someone with social anxiety probably doesn't know how to reject others. Li Liuli naturally would not miss this opportunity. Aye. Sure enough, the expression of the tenant of room 103 turned difficult in an instant, stammering as if wanting to refuse but not knowing how to say it. Li Liuli seized the opportunity and took out the contract. Write your name, and I won't disturb you again. Don't worry, you don't need to deal with anyone else. Tenant number 103 hesitated for a moment, seemingly unwilling to communicate too much with Li Liuli, and finally signed his name. At the same time, information about tenant number 103 flashed in Li Liuli's mind. Name, Zhang Macho. Level, 7th rank. Description, a poor guy who was deceived in both love and money by women, and finally decided to leave human society. Note, a solitary person, neither beast nor deity. Protection, instant death. Eerie ability, silence. Bang! The door was slammed shut, leaving Li Liuli staring blankly. Is it really that easy? Li Liuli was somewhat taken aback by how smoothly things went. However, he still needed to be a bit cautious. After all, that note was rather strange. After greeting Su Yunmu, Li Liuli returned to reality. Chapter 151. Back already? Jiang Fengyun looked at the contemplative Li Liuli. Let's go, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. I still want to soak in the hot springs of Cherry Blossom Country. He lit a cigarette, his eyes full of comfort, as if he didn't take this operation seriously. I wonder if there are beautiful girls from the island to help me scrub my back, while I smoke a cigarette. Hiss, so relaxing. Li Liuli frowned and said, I have a feeling that this eerie thing is very dangerous. It's a hint from the human skin book. The ghost face has already set its sights on him. Jiang Fengyun's expression instantly became serious when he heard this. He certainly knew that the eerie ability contained in the human skin book is fate. Hints of fate are rarely wrong. Then we should speed up. I will contact Old Chu. Perhaps, Mr. Li can visit the Wanyue Society, it's very safe there. Suddenly, Ko Island Me smiled and said. That's a good decision. Jiang Fengyun pondered for a moment and found it acceptable. Here, it's enough for me and Wuming, this eerie thing is not enough to threaten an 8th rank king. After the fight upon landing, along with his sensing ability, he had already judged the level of danger this eerie thing posed. In that case, Mr. Li, allow me to escort you out. Ko Island Me said gently. However, Li Liuli did not agree but fell into thought. This trip to Cherry Blossom Country was immediately targeted by Ghostface, making Li Liuli sense that something was wrong. Now, there are two possibilities: either after leaving the copy, Li Liuli was targeted by Ghostface and somehow sensed the human skin book, or it was after arriving in Cherry Blossom Country that Ghostface set its sights on him. If it is the former, it would be easier to solve, but if it is the latter, they would be in trouble. Knowing that Jiang Fengyun participated in this action, if they still dared to set up an elaborate trap, there is only one possibility: they are completely confident. The smell of blood here is very strong. Suddenly, Hu Meng, who was silent while hugging Hui, spoke up. This is not a blood smell that can come from a fierce attack, it's more like that left behind by human slaughter. This place smells awful, sister, I want to leave. Hui, who was curled up in Hu Meng's arms, also looked terrified, her big eyes darting around. As fox demons, they are very sensitive to smells. Humans? Li Liuli's face changed, and he immediately took out the human skin book. With Su Yunmu's earlier action, Ghostface should not be able to sense the human skin book. He had great faith in Su Yunmu. If Ghostface could still sense the human skin book, then Su Yunmu would definitely remind him not to use this eerie item. We can survive and leave Cherry Blossom Country. Li Liuli wrote in the human skin book, then looked at the human skin book, which showed no response, and his expression turned completely gloomy. Prayer is ineffective, indicating that they may not be able to leave smoothly this time. Jiang Fengyun, capture this Ko-Island me. Li Liuli made a decision. He basically concluded that this was a killing trap set for him. A blood-red ghostly energy appeared at Jiang Fengyun's chest. As someone who had experienced a personal-level instance with Li Liuli, he trusted Li Liuli's mind very much. In his words, it was, if you enter an instance with Li Liuli, just empty your mind and follow his commands. It was absolutely not because his brain wasn't working well, but rather that Li Liuli's brain offered better value for money. Seeing this, Kojiro Hikari displayed a puzzled expression. Is there some misunderstanding inside? Before she could finish, she was grabbed by the neck by Jiang Fengyun. Blood-red ghostly energy surged from Jiang Fengyun's body, spreading across Kojiro Hikari. Kojiro Hikari visibly transformed towards a dried corpse, while the blood energy on her body was being constantly absorbed by Jiang Fengyun's ghostly energy. In the gladiatorial arena, even with restraints, he could easily defeat a 7th-level ghost controller, let alone now without any limits. He held Kojiro Hikari by the neck like a young chick, tossing her to Li Liuli's side. You can interrogate her. However, just after Kojiro Hikari was dropped on the ground, she suddenly shattered strangely. I didn't expect you to discover it so quickly. At the same time, Kojiro Hikari's voice came from not far away. It seems that the ghost controllers from Huaxia are indeed not foolish, unlike the arrogant ones from the beautiful country. Everyone looked toward the voice, and they saw Kojiro Hikari standing on a small hill, looking down at everyone, with a cyan-green jade pendant emitting a hazy glow around her neck. Green jade pendant, top-level 4th grade item, a national treasure of the Cherry Blossom Country. Jiang Fengyun recognized the jade pendant worn on her chest. I didn't expect the Wanyue Society would actually entrust this to you. It seems you are determined to win this time. Of course, after all, this is a commission from the Upper Alliance. Kojiro Hikari chuckled lightly, while a masked person slowly walked toward the hill, appearing in everyone's sight. A black cloak draped over him, many pale masks of differing expressions clattered at his waist, making a jingling sound. A feeling of submission instantly arose in Li Liuli's heart. Ghostface, he whispered, his body unconsciously bent and trembled, as if to worship the king on the hill. Humph. Jiang Fengyun snorted coldly, stepping in front of Li Liuli, while Wu Ming also reversed his grip on the long sword, coming to Li Liuli's front. The two blocked this pressure for Li Liuli. From all directions of the island, one ghostly figure after another emerged, including those dressed in Wanyue Society attire. These were the ghost controllers dispatched to the island before. Among them was also a 7th-level king. Jiang Fengyun's face suddenly turned ugly, looking at Wu Ming. Ghostface should not be the main body, otherwise we wouldn't be able to stand here talking. I'll deal with him. Can you handle the other ghosts? I'll try my best. Wu Ming's tone remained cold, but the worry hidden in her brow still reached Li Liuli's ears. Underestimated again, huh? I can handle Kojiro Hikari, Sister Wu Ming, you just need to deal with the other kings and ghosts. Li Liuli smiled, standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Don't underestimate me. You've finally grown up. Jiang Fengyun looked at Li Liuli with a pleased expression, reaching out to pat his shoulder. Then, Li Liuli lost his balance and knelt on one knee on the ground. Jiang Fengyun's face of satisfaction immediately turned to one of exasperation. Wu Ming couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly, but quickly returned to her cold demeanor. I still can't withstand Ghostface's ability. Li Liuli felt a bit of heat in his cheeks. Jiang Fengyun said nothing more, but took the lead, jumping toward the hill. The ghostly face on his chest seemed to want to drill out from his flesh. The blood-red evil spirit on his back gradually merged with him. Chapter 152. Your Excellency, I leave him to you. Koijima Yuki deeply bowed to the Ghostface. Please grant me a brief blessing. Seeing the Ghostface nod, Koijima Yuki revealed an excited expression. As a level 7 human king, although the overall strength of Sakura country is not strong, she still cannot use the precious items of Sakura country, let alone access the blessings. And this time, she finally got her wish. Facing the high-flying Li Liuli who approached her, she revealed a mocking expression, seeming to look down on him. Even if you could kill Peter, who has entered level 7, it doesn't mean you can contest against a seasoned human king. After all, Peter hasn't gained the ability to seal yet. As her words fell, Li Liuli felt the spiritual energy around him forming an invisible shackle, trying to bind him and cut off all his spiritual power. Who says the power of sealing can only be possessed by human kings? Li Liuli returned a smile, using the ability of Kanaz to dissolve all the sealing power around him. He didn't summon Kanaz from the system space. If he did so to battle, he wouldn't be able to channel 50% of Kanaz's power. After all, using the opponent's ability requires taking away 50% of their strength, and a downgraded Kanaz couldn't threaten a human king who had received royal blessings and wielded a top-notch level 4 item. Top-notch items above level 3 can only unleash their full power in the hands of a human king. Seeing that Li Liuli, who was obviously only level 5, could use the sealing power, Koijima Yuki's expression darkened, but she didn't retreat. Instead, she actively urged the green Hokyu. The green Hokyu is one of the 3 sacred artifacts of Sakura country, second only to the heavenly branch cloud. Its ability includes nurturing, resurrecting, and ghostly attributes. In just one breath, she arrived at Li Liuli's side, raised her long leg, and slashed down at Li Liuli. Is this ability similar to teleportation? Facing the bright flash in front of him, Li Liuli showed no reluctance or fear, but instead took out a magnificent staff. Sorry, I have it too. Li Liuli's body strangely vanished in place, while at the same time, Koijima Yuki discovered black clouds gathering above her head without knowing when. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, purple lightning struck Koijima Yuki, and the numbing sensation made her body stiffen. However, this stiffness lasted only a moment. The royal blessing not only made people surrender but also enhanced their physical body, weakening all abilities by 50%. A top-notch level 5 item is indeed powerful, but if the user is not a human king, it cannot unleash all its might. Of course, for level 7 and below controllers, it remains deadly. I think, as a controller, engaging in close combat is somewhat unrefined. Li Liuli smiled wickedly, and pale mist mixed with the sound of rattling chains came. 2 level 7 evil spirits. For a human king to deal with 1 level 7 evil spirit is naturally easy, but dealing with 2 will be very difficult. Moreover, the evil spirits controlled by controllers possess intelligence, making them even more troublesome. Koijima Yuki remained calm. The green Hokyu glowed with emerald light, healing her as her form moved like a ghost, dancing gracefully in the mist, continually approaching Li Liuli. Li Liuli, your opportunities indeed make people jealous, but I must say, a level 7 human king cannot be defeated just by relying on items. She reappeared in front of Li Liuli. This time, a samurai sword appeared in her hand. Although Li Liuli did not recognize this samurai sword, he could sense. This katana, together with my own Muramasa, shares the same origin, only slightly weaker. It is clearly a top-quality, second-tier demon sword. As a country skilled in sword forging, Sakura country naturally has many demon swords that have been passed down. Liuli was too distracted while controlling the ominous entity to react at all. Die, become our stepping stone, said Ko-Island Yuki softly. In response to her, there was a thick, substance-like darkness. On the dark island, an even thicker darkness slowly emerged, as if it swallowed all light, wrapping Ko-Island Yuki within, centered around Liuli. The battling Zhang Fengyun and Guemian suddenly paused, looking towards the space enveloped in darkness. Zhang Fengyun could sense that this darkness cut off all of his perceptions. A miracle Guemian spoke slowly, while the mask hanging at his waist, showing various expressions, displayed anger. It was as if the candy he held was snatched away by someone else. Masks fell to the ground, wrapped by shadows, transforming into one ominous entity after another, each possessing at least 7th-tier strength. This is the exclusive ability of the King Creator. Zhang Fengyun felt an immense pressure rise, sweat forming on his face, but he still did not back down, the ominous entity in his chest swelling high, its vicious expression clear to see. Leave, let us live in peace, Guemian issued a commanding roar. Zhang Fengyun felt an unavoidable surge of fear rising in his heart, wishing he could turn and flee. But he did not do so. Instead, he lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. For a man, a pack of cigarettes, a jug of wine, even a god would dare to engage in 2 rounds. After speaking, a blood-red glow enveloped him as he punched towards Guemian. Ko-Island Yuki was bewilderedly staring at her surroundings. She realized she seemed to be in a completely new space, her spiritual power unable to penetrate, unable to sense the outside world, and here, in the boundless darkness, the only light was the blood-red crescent moon hanging high in the sky. And beneath the crescent moon, Liuli floated mid-air, as if he was the one blessed by kings, looking down at her, who was as small as a bug. Blood disaster, Liuli spoke coldly, his voice echoing in Ko-Island Yuki's ears like rolling thunder. Blood inevitably flowed from her mouth and nose. Instinctively, she wanted to use the green hook jade to heal, but found that even the green hook jade in her chest had lost its radiance, emitting a black and white ripple. Suddenly, one pale arm after another reached out from the jade, grabbing Ko-Island Yuki's neck impossibly and lifting her up. Ko-Island Yuki wanted to grab the pale hands, but could only pass through them, her limbs flailing in the air as she struggled futilely. How could it be so strong? He was clearly only a 5th-tier controller. This item was not even recorded in the documents. For the first time, Ko-Island Yuki felt fear and despair from a controller whose strength was far below her own. All the ominous entities she controlled lost connection with her. It was a crushing defeat of a lower tier against a higher tier. Chapter 153. Ko-Island Yuki could not accept this situation at all. In her eyes, she possessed top-quality 4th-tier items, and even facing Jiang Fengyun, she had the strength to fight. You say, with my item, I cannot defeat a 7th-tier human king? Li Liuli stepped in midair, slowly approaching Ko-Island Yuki, his eyes full of mockery. I can only say, your human kings from Sakura country have seen too little. Looking at Li Liuli, who was so close, Ko-Island Yuki's eyes widened, filled with bloodshot from suffocation. Under normal circumstances, if Li Liuli dared to approach her unguarded like this, she would only need one kick to kill him. But in this space, her ability seemed completely sealed, helpless like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of Li Liuli. Alright, I don't want to waste time with you. Li Liuli's chest suddenly opened, red and white flesh forming a horrific mouth, swallowing the defenseless little island Xing. Crunch, crunch. The painful sounds echoed in the quiet space, and soon Li Liuli spat out a person identical to Xiao Dao Xing. She became his second royal-level puppet. After this, a pale and weak expression appeared on Li Liuli's face. Using this demon's shrine was a huge burden for him. Even with the power of Kanas, he could only sustain its use for less than a minute. The Scarlet Moon has lost the ability to summon that ancient demon. I wonder if I have to wait to gain the 3rd demon shrine. Li Liuli murmured. That ancient demon was extremely useful when hunting Kanas, who was also one of his puppets. Though that battle was unnamed and occurred in sea. Under the blessing of the king's essence, the God-fallen shrine granted Li Liuli the power to overwhelm the royal level. Unfortunately, the king's essence had already been completely used up, otherwise, Li Liuli could have still drawn a few more drops. The endless night slowly faded, and the crescent moon in the sky turned into a mirage. He reappeared in the middle of the island, but the scene before him made his face change dramatically. Wu Ming was fine, facing the deceased 7th-ranked Cherry Blossom Kingdom king and a pile of evil beings. He still had the strength to fight, but over at Jiang Fengyun, the situation was extremely critical. The evil being in front of Jiang Fengyun was about to break through his flesh, a sign of imminent resurrection. Clearly, Jiang Fengyun had overused that terrifying evil being inside his chest. Even so, Jiang Fengyun was now covered in blood, surrounded by strange masks, his body swaying, while the cigarette in his mouth still burned steadily. Li Liuli first pulled both sisters Hu Meng out of danger, bringing them to a slightly safer place. In the King of Masks domain, Li Liuli could not use the Night Parade of 100 Demons formation, as it would only empower the enemy. Li Liuli did not want to summon a bunch of traitors. Of course, the 2 fox spirits he held now had their eyes stained crimson, retaining only a bit of sanity. The system space could not store living beings. After a brief thought, Li Liuli said to Hu Meng, now sign the master-servant contract with me, or you will be contaminated. I will fulfill my promise to you. This was the best solution at the moment. After signing the contract, Li Liuli could bring them into his mental space, just like the controlled evil being. Hu Meng gritted her silver teeth. She did not want her sister to be involved, but there was no other solution under the current circumstances. Okay, I hope you keep your word. She opened her mouth slightly, and the contract appeared in her hand. She bit her finger and wrote her name, and then Hui followed suit. Li Liuli also bit his finger and wrote down his name. The contract was instantly completed. Li Liuli immediately brought them into his mental space to avoid the contamination of the King of Masks, then looked at the blood-soaked Jiang Fengyun, who seemed like he would die at any moment, and took out a toy house, softly calling, Jiang Macho. Suddenly, a phantom of an apartment appeared above the toy house, and soon, Jiang Macho, seemingly unwilling to leave the apartment, appeared in the phantom, taking 2 steps back. At the same time, the entire island fell silent. It was as if deafened. Li Liuli could not perceive any sound. Silence. This was the strange ability of instant death protection. Extremely domineering, and Li Liuli also knew the curse method of this strange ability. He shouted at Jiang Fengyun and Wu Ming, stay quiet, don't make a sound. Jiang Fengyun and Wu Ming were both stunned at the same time. They had not completely been affected by the silence wave, so they heard Li Liuli's shout. After half a second, they chose to trust Li Liuli, leaping backward and then standing still, not making a sound. But those strange creatures clearly did not have such awareness, moving constantly and letting out eerie roars. Then, a bizarre scene occurred. Those strange creatures fell down one after another like harvested wheat, unable to rise again. Silence is a very domineering ability. The curse spreads through sound. If you maintain absolute silence, then silence cannot be imposed on you. But if you do not remain quiet, then silence will make you stay quiet. The dead are very quiet. The ghost faces were also affected by silence, each mask letting out sharp cries, falling from his waist. The ghost face seemed severely injured, staggering, but soon, a splendid golden light erupted from him, and the deafening effect brought by silence instantly vanished. Zhang Macho shrank her neck and looked at Li Liuli. The meaning was very clear. I'm going to run away. Indeed, death is very strong. Even though it couldn't kill the ghost face, it turned the tide of the battle, giving the three people a chance to breathe. Is there any way to leave? Li Liuli hurriedly asked, while contacting Lin Bingxue to heal their teammates using the Eye of the Deity. The ghost face had already looked at them, ready to launch an attack at any moment. I can sketch a teleportation array map, but there is some kind of restriction here. We cannot leave the island. Wu Ming's tone remained cold. Perhaps we can go to the center and leave through the cracks of the eerie realm. This is the only way. Jiang Fengyun added, although I can't defeat it, I will help you buy time. Don't worry. He made a gesture to the two, picked up another cigarette, took a deep puff, and then started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. It seems I need to quit smoking. The strange creature appeared again in front of his chest, and Jiang Fengyun's momentum soared to its peak. The ghost face stepped forward, the masks making tinkling sounds. This time, the masks did not turn into shadows as before, but floated directly in the air, crying out. And Wu Ming rotated his sword, carving a beautiful pattern in the air. As for Li Liuli, he also summoned the Fogwalker and Wu Chang. He signed a perfect eerily commanding contract, thus his connection with the eerie creature was deeper than usual controllers. At least, for a short time, he would not be turned into a pawn of the Ghostface's royal domain. After devouring the small island's luck, Li Liuli's current strength finally broke through level 5, stepping into the threshold of level 6. He handed the green hook jade to Wu Ming. Sketching the teleportation array map was extremely draining on spiritual and mental power, and the attributes of the green hook jade overlapped somewhat with his Spirit King staff, thus it wasn't very useful. Unfortunately, Li Liuli's remaining spiritual power wasn't enough to use the Divine Fallen Shrine once more. Otherwise, it would be nice to let the Ghostface experience a little divine shock. Since Zhang Macho had already left, the Ghostface quickly shook off the suppression of silence, countless masks circling around it, like a king's subjects. The oppressive feeling brought by the masks grew stronger and had far exceeded the usual level 7 eerie creatures. Under the Ghostface's black robe, a pale arm reached out, pointing towards Jiang Fengyun from afar, and the masks immediately screamed and rushed towards Jiang Fengyun. Of course, two masks also flew towards Li Liuli. The pale fog wrapped the two masks, and skeletal ghouls pounced towards the masks in the air. The ghoul that could bite through spirit power sank its teeth into the mask, but could not cause any damage at all. Instead, it was enveloped in golden light, and then turned its body, gazing eerily at Li Liuli. Li Liuli's face changed rapidly, quickly collecting the vast fog. Ordinary bizarre abilities could hardly harm these masks, and might even become a boost for the opponent. While the ghoul attacked the mask, another attack from Wu Chang landed on a different mask. The soul-grabbing sickle hooked into the hollow eye socket of the mask, and a struggling ghostly shadow was pulled out by the sickle. Wu Chang's attack could inflict damage on the mask. Li Liuli did not miss this chance, wielding the Spirit King's scepter, causing a burst of purple thunderclouds to appear above the ghostly shadow, and then struck down. The ghostly shadow let out a heart-wrenching scream, but still did not die. The soul-grabbing sickle was freed, and it returned to the mask once more. And on the mask, fine cracks began to appear. Li Liuli used teleportation, arriving in front of the mask, fiercely swinging his scepter down. As a top-tier 5th grade item, the Spirit King's scepter also possessed strong close combat ability. Bang! The mask shattered completely, and the overwhelming aura slowly faded away. Before Li Liuli could catch his breath, he saw another mask already coming from behind him, ready to bite down on his neck. Having dealt with one mask, Li Liuli had used nearly all his skills, thus he couldn't withstand the attack from another mask. Puff! Even with the passive protection of the Bodhi robe, capable of resisting one attack, under the absolute pressure of rank, Li Liuli still suffered harm. The sting, accompanied by a splash of blood, made Li Liuli's body stiffen. This pain was something Li Liuli could easily endure, but the kingly ability of the ghost mask penetrated into his mind along with the attack. Li Liuli only felt his mental strength plummeting rapidly, rising desire to fight vanishing, wanting only to submit in the domain of the ghost mask. Taking advantage of his mental power not being completely zeroed out, Li Liuli abruptly bit his tongue. The sharp pain brought him a bit of clarity. He quickly used the bizarre ability he obtained from the worm. After consuming the worm, he naturally acquired some of its abilities, becoming an evolved protector. Beneath the skin of his bitten neck, grey worms began to squirm incessantly, entering the mask's mouth, and at that moment, the mask was covered with a layer of grey, sticky liquid. Li Liuli seized this opportunity, using his cooldown teleportation to distance himself from the mask, while a pale, dense fog once again enveloped him. In the fog, any creature would come under his gaze, and his speed would significantly increase. As Li Liuli distanced himself, the mask quickly returned to normal. Evolved abilities could not have too great an effect on the mask. This was anticipated by Li Liuli. After all, the mask was a lifeless object, and lifeless things could not be assimilated by evolution. So, Li Liuli pulled back to recover himself. Just killing one mask while defending against the attack of another mask, Li Liuli's spirit and mental power had already run dry. He looked at Zhang Fengyun, who was holding back the assault of nearly 10 masks. The one on his chest had already broken some skin, revealing a blue-gray face. On the ground lay several shattered masks. Zhang Fengyun was also nearing his limit. The strength of the ghost mask seemed to be much greater than that of the worm. Even with a clone, the worm could not cause substantial damage to those above 7th rank. If things got really tough, he would have to summon his second personality. Li Liuli looked at the ground full of ghastly corpses, feeling a bit worried about his belly. If you overeat, you might just explode from it. The formation is ready. At this moment, a nameless cold voice echoed, and a brilliant rune burst forth in the air, piercing the darkness. Li Liuli quickly approached the nameless figure, while Zhang Fengyun's aura surged again, his left arm exploding with a loud bang, then withering away. He punched the ground, sending all the masks flying, and then in a flash, appeared beside the nameless figure. We have to go. Zhang Fengyun gasped for air. The nameless one nodded, swirling a beautiful sword flower, and the glow of the rune enveloped the three of them. The brilliant golden light was dazzling, and when the light gradually faded, Li Liuli found himself standing in front of a crack. The earth here seemed to have experienced an earthquake, a massive gash split open, cold and eerie energy gushing out, mingled with ethereal howls. The crack was unfathomably deep, darkness extending infinitely. Enter the ghost realm, then find the cracks held by the 4 great families. Zhang Fengyun found a stone, leaned against it, and lit a cigarette. There are 4 cracks, 2 are located in the 9 nether prisons Suzuki in the Abyss, 1 is in the Yellow Springs, and 1 in the Black Forest. Find one of them, and you can return to reality. Aren't you coming with us? Li Liuli caught the meaning behind Zhang Fengyun's words. One person must stay to close the crack. Zhang Fengyun coughed violently, and you won't hold out against the ghost face for 10 minutes. Furthermore, after taking a deep drag of his cigarette, he continued, as a senior, I can't hide behind my juniors. Nameless, set up the formation. Without any hesitation, the Nameless One once again swirled a series of sword flowers, blooming in the darkness, radiating a strange beauty. Soon, the sword flowers covered the crack, beginning to slowly mend it. Let's go, he is coming. Zhang Fengyun waved his hand, casually tossing the cigarette to the ground, propping himself on the stone as he slowly stood up, the sleeve of his left arm rustling in the cold wind. Chapter 155. Li Liuli looked at Zhang Fengyun's slightly hunched figure, momentarily speechless. This was indeed the best plan for now. Although Zhang Fengyun didn't say it, Li Liuli knew the terrifying spirit in his chest had already awakened. Even though he had always covered his chest with a tattered black coat, Li Liuli could sense the terrifying aura radiating from it. Even with his passive ability suppressing the awakening of the surrounding spirits, it was still ineffective against such a powerful spirit, merely delaying it a little. Once that spirit awoke, Zhang Fengyun would probably lose his sanity immediately, turning into a vengeful spirit. This was the price one must pay for controlling a powerful spirit and overusing it. Though Zhang Fengyun's body was hunched, in Li Liuli's eyes, he still stood tall. Li Liuli admired this person deeply, aside from Director Lu and Uncle Chen, who was the first to come into contact with him. You should go. The Nameless One spoke coldly, by the way, head to the Eternal Torment prison to look for Dragon Bone. I believe with your current strength, as long as you keep a low profile and avoid provoking the Lord-level Ghost Kings, you can accomplish this. To obtain Dragon Bone, you must pass the Dragon Clan's trial, but that shouldn't be hard for you. Sister Nameless. Li Liuli was taken aback, unable to contain his sadness. You seem very sad? The Nameless One noticed Li Liuli's expression, her lips curling up slightly. We won't die, I have already contacted Old Chu, and he will come soon. What? Li Liuli's expression froze. Although the ruler's domain of Ghostface can limit all vengeful spirits, it cannot limit the formation. The Nameless One's tone finally carried a hint of fluctuation, as if teasing, I contacted Old Chu while casually sketching the formation earlier. You shouldn't tell him so soon. Zhang Fengyun was displeased, I finally got a chance to show off in front of him. Li Liuli silently retracted his saddened gaze. Then he turned to the constantly healing crack, I am leaving. Without waiting for their reply, Li Liuli jumped into the bottomless crack without hesitation. After Li Liuli left, Zhang Fengyun also pulled out a test tube, filled with a light golden liquid, and gulped it down. The evil spirit on you has revived. Woming stepped forward with a sword in hand, leave the rest to me. Zhang Fengyun sneered and patted his chest, just an 8th rank evil spirit, how could it hurt me? Woming didn't say any more, she wasn't good with words and could only look at Zhang Fengyun as if he were foolish. He was already at his last breath. Don't worry, this test tube contains life source liquid, given to me by the Hades Council. Jiang Fingyun's hollow left sleeve made a sound as flesh writhed within, bringing the dead back to life as its most basic ability. A scream came from a distance, and the ghost face soon appeared in front of the two, but it didn't see Li Liuli, so it set its sights on the healing crack in the strange realm. It leaped gently, as if wanting to enter the strange realm, but Jiang Fengyun, as if teleporting, rushed behind the ghost face and delivered a punch. I want to see what you're capable of. The chilling air made Li Liuli shiver. When the cold wind stopped, he found himself in a dim space. There seemed to be no sun, and a damp, moldy smell hit him. In the distance stood a pitch-black mountain that seemed to writhe constantly. Is this the strange realm? Li Liuli felt the cold air from all directions. The thick evil energy nearly completely overshadowed the spiritual energy. Evil energy is the energy used for practicing evil spirits, similar to spiritual energy but not the same. In front of him was an ancient tavern, bustling with noise. I should ask for directions first. Li Liuli stepped toward the tavern. Pushing open the old wooden door, a waiter with a white headscarf, wounds on his face, and pale blue eyes stepped forward. Excuse me, guest. His smiling expression abruptly stopped as he caught a whiff of living human scent from Li Liuli. This is a human. His expression immediately turned cold. We do not welcome humans here. Human currency is not the same as ghost coin and is considered an anomaly in the strange realm, so most evil spirits despise humans, viewing them merely as livestock waiting for slaughter. The tavern was not large. The main hall had only 3 to 5 wooden tables, and around one table, 3 evil spirits gathered together, drinking and laughing. Li Liuli could sense their strength from the aura they did not conceal at all. 4th rank. Oh? A human? One burly evil spirit with a deep gash on his neck laughed as the waiter's voice attracted him. Just right, I was worried about not having fresh ingredients. The waiter's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Young Master Liang, if you pay 1 million ghost coins, I'll have the chef prepare him as fresh meat right away. 1 million? Young Master Liang frowned slightly but soon laughed heartily. It's nothing, fresh human flesh is very rare, I'll take it. Young Master Liang was not short on money. All right. The waiter's eyes sparkled. If he could close this deal, he would earn a lot. Young Master Liang was a distinguished guest at their tavern. If the young master was happy and tipped him, it would suffice for years of work. Wait. Just as the waiter was about to happily head to the kitchen, Li Liuli suddenly raised his hand to stop him. What? The waiter immediately changed his expression. Let me tell you, once you're in the strange realm, you have to follow our rules. Of course, I will follow your rules. Li Liuli smiled. Whoever has more money is the distinguished guest. The waiter scoffed, unwilling to engage in conversation with him. However, this rule was acknowledged. In the ghost world, money talks. As a human, even if you are strong, you can easily be attacked by a crowd. Of course, having money makes a difference. Ghost coins can help with ghost cultivation and avoid ghost disasters at night. Do you have any cooks here who can prepare ghost meat? Through the Huangquan village's instance, Li Liuli knew that it was quite common for ghosts to eat each other, otherwise, there wouldn't be so much delicious ghost meat in the member store. Of course, but money. I'm afraid you can't afford it, the waiter replied with a sneer. Then he saw Li Liuli snap his fingers. Clink clink. Dozens of ghost coins, shining with a cold light, fell to the ground with a clatter, making the waiter's eyes widen in surprise. I wonder if this money is enough for me to have a meal. Li Liuli remained smiling, but the smile had no warmth at all. He pointed to the equally greedy young Master Liang at the table. I think the quality of young Master Liang's meat looks very good. The waiter retrieved his gaze and hesitated. Young Master Liang is a valued guest of our tavern, spending no less than 10 ghost coins a year. Chapter 156. Li Liuli quickly understood what the other meant. I see, I need to pay more, right? Li Liuli continued to smile, snapping his fingers again, causing another 10 or so ghost coins to fall to the ground with a clink. Is this enough? Li Liuli looked at the waiter. If it's not enough, I can add more. The ghost coins in Li Liuli's hands had long exceeded 100,000, although the system hadn't rewarded him with ghost coins recently, his foundation was still solid. Even in the ghost world, he was a wealthy gentleman. This amount of money was just a drop in the bucket. Wait, I need to discuss this with the shop owner. The greed on the waiter's face was hard to conceal. He was just an ordinary ghost worker. How had he ever seen so many ghost coins? He quietly stole a glance at young Master Liang, but that one glance was noticed, making young Master Liang furious. Outrageous. A mere human thinks he can eat off someone noble like me? Young Master Liang stood up without hesitation and swung a punch towards Li Liuli. He was used to being arrogant and domineering, and now for the first time, someone had given him such a slight, which made him very unhappy. He needed to use force to subdue others. However, Li Liuli simply raised his hand casually, blocking the attack, then suddenly exerted force, twisting young Master Liang's wrist and lifting him. Crack! The crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed through the tavern, and all the other ghosts fell silent. Ah! Young Master Liang let out a scream. This is where young Master Liang went wrong. Li Liuli maintained that cold smile. We agreed to compete with wealth, how can you use force? You scared me. Luckily, I understand a bit about fighting myself. He released his pressure without reservation. Level 6. Just one step away from being a ghost king. The other ghosts shouted in their hearts. See, I am stronger than you and I have more money. Li Liuli said with a smile, your flesh looks good, I hope you know how to appreciate a good deal. After saying that, he looked at the waiter who was frozen in place, aren't you going to find your boss? This is a big business. The waiter finally snapped back to reality, repeatedly nodding his head in fear, I will go right away. Young Master Liang was not intimidated by Li Liuli's aura, instead, he threatened, I am a disciple of Wuhan, do you dare to disrespect me? Aren't you afraid of dying? As soon as he spoke, the other ghosts at the tables began to discuss again. Wuhan is a one-star ghost king and famous for protecting his own. This human kid is in trouble. One-star ghost king? It seemed he should be level 7. Li Liuli pondered silently, as a ghost king, level 7 was the most basic level, and since he was only 1 star, it meant the opponent's strength should only be level 7. Well, killing a level 7 ghost king wasn't something new for him. Are you scared? Young Master Liang, seeing Li Liuli lost in thought, assumed he was afraid and said triumphantly, kneel down and apologize to me now, then. Then, cut off your limbs, and I will spare your life. His method could be described as vicious. Cut into human sticks, it was worse than death. Especially in this cursed world where humans are food. And a 6th tier ghost master, for someone like young Master Liang, who was a 4th tier evil ghost, was a great supplement. Alright. Li Liuli narrowed his eyes. It's good that you understand. Young Master Liang's greedy smile just appeared, and it was immediately replaced by a twisted scream. Sizzle. Li Liuli drew out Muramesa, and with a flash of cold light, he cut off all 4 of young Master Liang's limbs. Then, he casually threw young Master Liang on the ground, stepping on his exposed chest, coldly saying, a mere ghost king, wants to suppress me? Li Liuli's words immediately caused a stir. A 6th tier ghost master, still daring to speak so arrogantly? Although a 1-star ghost king may not compare to a human king, we have many ghost kings in the 9 hells, and most of them know each other. This kid is just waiting to be surrounded and attacked. Most evil ghosts were in a state of watching the show without caring about the trouble, only a few started to think about Li Liuli's identity. This guy, could he be the descendant of some big family? Put. So what if he's from a big family? Coming to the cursed world, he still has to crawl. To be honest, he does look quite wealthy. I wonder if he lacks any servants. Where's your spine? Did the humans break it? 9 hells? Li Liuli's heart moved. His purpose for coming this time was to obtain the dragon bone from the eternal hell. From the consumption at the tavern, it didn't seem like an ordinary place. In the previous dungeon, Li Liuli only needed to take out a few million underworld coins to make a 3rd-tier evil ghost fight over it. But here, even ghost coins couldn't move a tavern waiter. Just as Li Liuli was thinking, a cold ghostly aura descended from the sky, and a well-dressed evil ghost slowly walked out of the tavern. The evil ghosts here seemed to like wearing suits, and the style was similar to the one the manager of the Yellow Springs town gave me. It seemed to come from Suzuki. Suzuki was the 3rd prison in the 9 hells, famous for producing clothes. Those who could wear them were wealthy evil ghosts. 6th tier peak, not impressive. Li Liuli puffed out his chest, facing the pressure from the other side directly, while also activating the sealing power of Canis. The tavern owner's expression changed, and he took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Li Liuli snorted coldly. What? I pay, and I still can't get the best service? Of course not, dear guest. The tavern owner smiled apologetically, it's just that young Master Liang's identity is indeed noble, may I ask for your mercy? The tavern owner originally planned to use pressure to gain the upper hand and force this human boy to back down. After all, he didn't want to offend a ghost king. But Li Liuli's internal energy was not any less than his, and he even had the special sealing power of a human king. Now, the tavern owner was completely in trouble and could only make a slight adjustment. However, he still had a backup plan. He had already contacted young Master Liang's master, the yellow-skinned old demon. This was a 7th-tier fox demon. As long as he could delay until the other side arrived, Li Liuli would naturally not continue to act so arrogantly. No. Li Liuli shook his head slightly, smiling at the constantly groaning young Master Liang on the ground. This ghost, I have locked in. This. The tavern owner hesitated for a moment, then said, how about we give you a free serving of the tavern's signature dish, and a pot of dragon flame wine? Dragon flame wine, from the eternal hell, was also one of the local specialty spirits. Although it was not as good as the famous wines managed by the Yellow Springs Council, it was still considered 2nd tier. A pot would easily cost tens of millions of underworld coins. Today, I can't taste young Master Liang's flavor? Li Liuli did not answer directly, instead asking with a deep gaze. At the same time, the tavern owner could feel a faint white mist rising around him, making him feel a long-lost bone-chilling coldness. As an evil ghost, he practiced extremely dark techniques and rarely felt cold. And now, he was experiencing it once again. The tavern owner shuddered, just about to speak, when a flash of yellow light appeared before him. At the same time, Li Liuli felt a killing intent rushing towards his head. Chapter 157. The yellow-skinned old demon has arrived. The tavern owner felt joy in his heart and immediately showed an excited expression, cheering, "Yellow-skinned demon king, you must take charge for your disciple. This guy is being unreasonable and insists on eating young Master Liang. If I hadn't been advising against it, I'm afraid young Master Liang would." His words not only shifted all the blame onto Li Liuli but also won the favor of the yellow-skinned old demon. Li Liuli pulled out the Spirit King's staff and used a teleportation to dodge the attack from the yellow-skinned old demon, but young Master Liang beneath his feet was taken away by the other party. "Humph! Human brat, you're playing with fire." The yellow-skinned old demon watched as his disciple lost his limbs and became a human stick, instantly furious, with 3 golden tails raised high behind him. "Heal my disciple, and I will settle accounts with this human brat." "Master, leave him one life, I want to kill him myself." Young Master Liang revealed a cruel smile. "I want him to beg me for death." Looking at the yellow-robed figure in front of him, with a face full of wrinkles, Li Liuli felt a surge of joy. A fox demon? Could this possibly be the eternal tragedy prison? Is my luck really this good? Then, he saw the yellow-skinned old demon drop to all fours, transforming into sharp fox claws, pouncing towards Li Liuli. Li Liuli dodged again, simultaneously turning back to slash at the yellow-skinned old demon's tail. Clang! A sound like metal striking resounded, and Li Liuli felt a tingling sensation in his hand. The strength of the fox demon was indeed stronger than an ordinary level 7 monster. If it were a normal level 7 monster, Li Liuli's strike would have definitely torn open a wound. "Clearly, your disciple was in the wrong first, yet now you turn to blame me." Li Liuli stood firm, coldly looking at the yellow-skinned old demon. "You old immortal." "Impudent!" The yellow-skinned old demon shouted loudly. "Even if my disciple was wrong first, do you not bear any responsibility? As the saying goes, one hand cannot clap, look for your own reasons." The yellow-skinned old demon also had his own thoughts. If a level 6 demon master could refine an internal elixir and give it to his disciple, he would surely reach level 5 in one go. And the items in the opponent's hands, he could also keep them as trophies to sell to the people managing the Huangquan Council. That staff and demon blade had to be at least top-grade level 3 items. The yellow-skinned old demon's face was filled with greed. This was his chance to break through to level 8 and become a 2-star demon king. Good, good, good. Li Liuli saw the other party being so unreasonable and no longer tried to persuade, instead retreating repeatedly. "Little brat, don't run away." Seeing this, the yellow-skinned old demon thought the other side was scared and immediately lunged again. Splash! A soul-stealing sickle stained with mottled rust suddenly flew out from the side, hooking onto the yellow-skinned old demon's back. The yellow-skinned old demon felt as though his soul was pierced, and the proud fox demon body surprisingly could not withstand the attack of the soul-stealing sickle. This monster must be level 7. When the excruciating pain passed, the yellow-skinned old demon regained his sanity but found himself surrounded by thick fog. Why is it foggy? It's not even night yet. There's something in the fog. Ah! Stay away from me, I'm just a passerby. I'm just here to watch, why are you looking for me? The screams of the onlooking monsters suddenly filled the air, sending a chill rising in the yellow-skinned old demon's heart. As a monster, he rarely encountered anything that could frighten him. Clearly, this was another level 7 monster's ability. Demon King! Help me! The terrified cries of the tavern owner came from the side. Upon hearing this, the yellow-skinned old demon quickly followed the sound, grabbing the tavern owner, who was surrounded by ghouls, and swung his tail. The ghouls immediately shattered into pieces, but bizarrely, the bones did not dissipate. Instead, they were shaking and drawing closer together, faintly resembling a ghoul about to reappear. "Lord of the Ghosts, please save me." "And me." One ghastly figure after another inched toward the old yellow-skinned monster. Amidst this vast sea of fog, only the Lord of the Ghosts could provide them with a sense of security. However, the old yellow-skinned monster had no desire to pay attention to the approaching ghosts. "This is something from the Fog City?" The old yellow-skinned monster's face changed dramatically. Fog City is one of the most mysterious places in the ghost realm, where the spectral beings possess the trait of immortality. Immortality is also a form of dying with protection. As his expression kept changing wildly, a mocking voice from Li Liuli suddenly reached his ears. "Old yellow-skinned ghost, how are you now?" Li Liuli approached slowly. By his side were the Wuchang, dressed in police uniforms, and the Fogwalker, shrouded in black robes emitting mist. "Was it you who just told me not to run away? Speak, what is the matter?" The old yellow-skinned monster's eyelid twitched. These two ghastly figures in front of him could crush him with their spiritual power and strange abilities. The old yellow-skinned monster never expected that a level 6 ghost master was actually controlling two level 7 spectral beings. This time, he was in deep trouble. Other spectral beings, seeing the two ghosts beside Li Liuli that were even more terrifying than the yellow-skinned monster, fell silent. Finally, one spectral being trembled and deliberately moved away from the old yellow-skinned monster. The others quickly followed suit, and one even spoke directly. I finally understand the whole thing. Young Master Leon used his power to bully others and ended up hitting a hard wall. This time, the old yellow-skinned ghost really doesn't care anymore. Humph. I say this human kid did a great job. Young Master Liang has always liked to use his identity to bully others, and this time he got his comeuppance. In my opinion, with young Master Liang's appearance, the old yellow-skinned ghost can't escape responsibility. Serves him right. Public opinion shifted rapidly. The spectral beings changed from calling him the Yellow-Skin King to the same as Li Liuli, the old yellow-skinned ghost. Seeing that Li Liuli was indeed not attacking them, the shouts of the spectral beings grew louder. They shouted while stepping away from the old yellow-skinned monster, moving closer to Li Liuli. I, the reasonable one, say that the old yellow-skinned ghost should have died long ago. Reasonable one is not a compliment. You are really uncultured, but you do have a point. What? Not speaking anymore? Seeing the old yellow-skinned monster silent, Li Liuli continued, Speak, why do you want to keep me here? Hearing the insults from those weaker spectral beings, the old yellow-skinned monster's face almost turned purple. After holding it for a long time, he could only force out a smile that was uglier than crying. This young human, I just thought about it, my apprentice is indeed at fault this time. Upon hearing this, Li Liuli quickly widened his eyes and waved his hands. No, didn't you say that even if your apprentice was 99% wrong, I would have to bear that 1% of the problem? This human kid shouldn't be adding drama for himself. The old yellow-skinned monster's face twitched, then he put on a shameless look. When did I say that? I clearly remember what I said was, this time my apprentice is at fault, am I not here to apologize to you? The old yellow-skinned monster trembled as he stood up. Keeping you here was also to treat you to a meal, to laugh off old grievances. Chapter 158. The old yellow-skinned monster was indeed scared. However, Li Liuli had no intention of letting him go. Instead, he smiled slightly. Oh? What if I don't accept your apology? Upon hearing this, the old yellow-skinned monster's knees quivered, and he nearly bowed to Li Liuli. He forced himself to maintain the identity of the Ghost King without truly kneeling, and bitterly smiled. Then what do you think I should do, my lord? He had already begun to think about how to escape. Can't win, can't I still run? As for his apprentice, they would find someone better in the future. Li Liuli thought for a moment, then summoned Foxdream, pointing at the old yellow-skinned monster, and asked, Do you know him? Upon seeing the old yellow-skinned monster, Foxdream immediately revealed a resentful expression. When we were hunted down, he was involved. If it wasn't for our clan uncle sacrificing himself to save us, we would have probably died at his hands. The old yellow-skinned monster now reacted, Is it you? You are still alive? I understand now. Li Liuli nodded, and then the soul-dragging sickle accompanied by the sound of rattling chains shot forward, piercing into the yellow-skinned old monster's chest. The old monster was still in shock, so he didn't have time to react before his soul was dragged out. Li Liuli raised the Spirit King's staff high, and purple thunderclouds surged into the sky, mixed with roars like thunders. Boom! The heavenly thunder struck the soul of the yellow-skinned old monster, who immediately showed a painful expression. Heavenly thunder is like a natural enemy to evil spirits and spiritual bodies. Even though the yellow-skinned old monster was a 7th-level evil king, he could hardly resist the heavenly thunder summoned by a top-tier 5th-level item. In his spiritual state, his defense was less than 1/10 of what it used to be. The rolling thunder gradually calmed down, and the yellow-skinned old monster's spirit was completely obliterated within the evil realm, leaving behind only a lifeless body that slowly fell down. Thank you. Foxdream looked at Li Liuli and deeply bowed. This is just the beginning. Li Liuli replied with a smile, What I promised, I will naturally do. And now. Li Liuli turned his gaze to the tavern owner who was secretly leaving. The owner noticed Li Liuli's cold gaze and his body slightly stiffened. After effortlessly killing young Master Liang, Li Liuli stepped forward, gently patting the owner's shoulder like an old friend he hadn't seen for years. How could I forget you? The owner had previously tried to push the blame, attempting to use the yellow-skinned old ghost's hand to kill him, and Li Liuli remembered it all clearly. Ha ha ha. The tavern owner trembled all over and then forced a stiff smile. This young master, in fact, I have long found the yellow-skinned old ghost unsightly. The words I just said were just to have you rid the people of harm. So, you are morally blackmailing me? The tavern owner felt a chill in his heart. If the yellow-skinned old monster couldn't defeat Li Liuli, what could he do? Even 10 of him wouldn't be enough to fight. He wanted to argue, but found he had nothing to say. His previous words had already thoroughly offended Li Liuli. Seeing the owner trembling all over, looking desperate, Li Liuli felt he had pressed down enough and spoke at the right time. I am not a devil, rest assured. As long as you promise to do one thing for me, I will leave you a life. Upon hearing this, the tavern owner immediately bowed. Young master is wise, you just say the word, the method is up to me. He was like a drowning man grabbing onto the last straw. With this pressure, the tavern owner no longer dared to have ulterior motives. After all, for Li Liuli to kill him would just be a casual act. Is this the eternal cycle? Li Liuli asked. The tavern owner nodded repeatedly. This place is one of the 5 districts of the eternal cycle, the Fox District, belonging to the Fox Demons, while the other 4 districts are under the Dragon Tribe. Help me contact someone named Ms. Long. Li Liuli continued. Ms. Long had previously told Li Liuli that when she arrived at the eternal cycle, she would personally come to greet him. However, Li Liuli did not have her contact information. It could be that she had given it before, but Li Liuli forgot. Taverns have always been one of the best channels for obtaining information, and as the tavern owner, he naturally had his own connections and means. I will handle it right away. Right away. The tavern owner nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Tonight, please rest at my place for a while, and I will make sure to get it done for you by tomorrow. That would be good. Li Liuli nodded faintly and returned to the tavern, where he enjoyed a rich dinner under the enthusiastic hospitality of the tavern owner. It was now close to evening. Due to the dangers of the night in the evil realm, dinners are usually held earlier. Unless your strength is enough to resist the evil disasters that come with the arrival of the night in the evil realm, even evil kings find it hard to contend with such disasters. Returning to the room, Li Liuli summoned Fox Dream. Tell me about the situation in the Fox Zone, and how I can complete the bloodline devouring for you. In the center of the Fox Zone, there is a mountain called Tail Mountain. On Tail Mountain, there is the statue of the 9 demons' ancestor. As long as you can help me establish a connection with the 9 demons' ancestor, I can immediately undergo transformation, Fox Dream said solemnly. However, the current Fox Demon main clan has 3 8th-tier Ghost Kings, and one of them has even obtained the title of Lord. 3 8th-tier Ghost Kings? One of them even has the title of Lord? Li Liuli's confident expression froze. Well, for an 8th-tier Ghost King to kill me, it would probably be as simple as me killing the yellow-skinned old demon. Of course, with my divine fallen shrine, I should be able to achieve a 1-for-1 swap. Fox Dream also noticed the change in Li Liuli's expression and continued, there is still some time for bloodline devouring. If you can break through to the 7th tier during this time, the 8th tier Ghost Kings won't be considered strong for you. Once Li Liuli breaks through to the 7th tier, becoming a human king and mastering the sealing power, the top quality items in his hands will be able to unleash their full capabilities, and his strength will undoubtedly surge. The sealing power is something every human king possesses, but it is a power that Ghost Kings seldom obtain. It is precisely because of the sealing power in those ancient formations that the human realm can resist the invasion of the ghost realm. Then I can only obtain the dragon bone first. Li Liuli understood his current state clearly. Once I acquire the dragon bone and digest the abundant spiritual power within, I'll be able to step into the 7th tier immediately. Let's rest first and plan tomorrow. Li Liuli rubbed his brow, feeling a bit of a headache from the Dragon Clan's test. Although Old Chu had reached an agreement with them, Li Liuli did not believe the other party would easily give him the dragon bone. Li Liuli could already imagine Old Chu's words when they reached the agreement, if you do not complete the transaction, I will personally come find the dragon ancestor for a cup of tea. An 8th tier peak, who has touched the threshold of the 9th tier, with the ability to kill instantly, even 9th tier Ghost Kings must respond cautiously. Just as Li Liuli was about to go to sleep, he suddenly heard a very strange sound coming from outside the paper windows. It was as if a mass of flesh was wriggling on the ground. Ghost disaster? Li Liuli whispered, but he did not feel afraid. Chapter 159. The omen of a ghost disaster is being enveloped by a massive fog, and the fog does not enter buildings. Perhaps it is due to some means employed by an ancient powerful being from the ghost realm. This is also why the buildings in the ghost realm have such an ancient charm. Li Liuli quietly approached the wooden window and slowly pushed it open. Creak, the old hinge let out a melodious sound as the outside world was covered by a blurry, indistinct fog. The fog was completely different from the white mist he had seen before, including the mistwalkers, and was more like a phantom bubble-like existence. Within the fog, Li Liuli could sense some malicious gazes, causing a layer of fine goosebumps to rise on his skin. The fog seemed to sense Li Liuli's gaze, suddenly rising and rolling. The strange sound rang out again, and then Li Liuli witnessed a scene he would remember for a lifetime. It was a giant, constantly wriggling moon. More accurately, it should be called a crimson eyeball, covered in flesh, constantly rolling. After a flurry of movement, a small, pitch-black eyeball came tumbling out from the shadows, locking its gaze with Li Liuli. Li Liuli instantly understood what it meant to feel a chill deep in his bones. Ba, the melodious, low sheep bleat echoed from the fog, flowing endlessly. Li Liuli once again lost control of his body, staring into the sky at that eyeball, which was comparable to the moon. Tianren Xian, black sheep appears. The sheep bleat turned into a deep human voice, stiff and strange, every tone, every pause, was completely different from the language Li Liuli was familiar with. Like a monster that has just learned the language of humans. Ding! The current mainline task has been updated. Current mainline task 1, perfect and open the celestial copy. Mainline task 2, kill the black goat. Detected that your current strength cannot complete this, partial rewards will be granted to you in advance. Gained, top-notch level 5 item, Twisted Shadow. Twisted Shadow can be used in the copy, ignoring the rules of the copy, altering or adding some rules. Note, the level of alteration and the number of added rules depend on your overall strength. Li Liuli saw the system message appear before his eyes, feeling a shock in his heart. Combining the earlier bleats of the goat, Li Liuli certainly knew that the massive eyeball in front of him came from the black goat. That was at the peak along with the 3 great guides. But why is the gap between Spirit King and the black goat so huge? Although the Spirit King is also very strong, it is not enough to make Li Liuli feel the absolute oppression of a higher being. And in front of him, just by seeing the other party's eyeball, he lost control of his body and fell into the abyss of despair. This was completely opposite to the strength of the guides Li Liuli encountered before. Fortunately, after the black goat finished that sentence, the writhing eyeball turned again, the dark pupils disappeared, and after a wave of swirling mist, that icy feeling completely vanished. And Li Liuli also covered his chest, weakly leaning against the wall, breathing heavily. So terrifying. After catching his breath, Li Liuli took out the Twisted Shadow. This was a blurry shadow with unclear facial features. Strangely, the shadow's features were very chaotic. Where the eyes should be, there were 2 ears, where the nostrils were, there was an eye, and where the ears were, there were 2 mouths. Just looking at this item, Li Liuli felt his mental strength plummeting, his mind in turmoil. The main effect is mental pollution, chaos. The system gives the usage method as merging with the copy. Li Liuli flipped his wrist, and the yellow book belonging to his celestial copy appeared in his hand. It seems my celestial copy is the key to killing the black goat, Li Liuli murmured. I'm even more certain that there is a fate creator pushing this along. Everything is far too coincidental. He looked at the content of the copy. Copy location, Asylum. Completion method, kill the mental patients, only after the players are the only mental patients left can you pass. 1. Doctors hold a high status but can still be killed. 2. There is only one way to leave the asylum, please explore it yourself. 3. Mental patients can kill each other, but must avoid the doctors, or they will be punished too. 3 simple rules. Li Liuli could add some, although he had not thought of that yet. He inserted the Twisted Shadow into the yellow book. The Twisted Shadow transformed into a pattern, merging into the cover of the yellow book, and at the same time, Li Liuli saw the content within the yellow book change. Copy location? Completion method, kill all the mental patients, only after the players are the only mental patients left can you pass. Rule 0, the copy will produce shadows identical to the players. Once a player dies the shadow will replace the player. Replacing the player? Is it asking me to kill all the players who enter the copy? Li Liuli's heart stirred. The copy, as Li Liuli understood it, was a unique, bizarre item. Within the copy, the guides, strengthened by the rules, could easily defeat the manipulator or the scary ones. Of course, except for the Spirit King, the manipulator he encountered was at the ceiling level. Unfortunately, Li Liuli could not open the celestial copy now. Maybe after the feast arrives, my copy can open. Li Liuli speculated. The feast is enough to threaten the survival of the human world, which should meet the conditions of when disaster arises. The next day, the tavern owner knocked on Li Liuli's door at noon, saying, Lady Long will arrive soon. At the same time, he was very surprised inside. As a direct descendant of the Dragon Clan, Lady Long held a very high status. For her to come immediately, the identity of this human young master must be extraordinary. Prepare the seating, Li Liuli commanded. Got it. I didn't expect your strength to be even greater than mine. Lady Long looked at Li Liuli, her eyes revealing her curiosity. The Dragon Clan respects the strong, so she naturally has an admiration for power. She had gathered the news that Li Liuli killed the yellow-skinned old ghost. A level 6 conjurer killed a trick king. This news is quite shocking in the trick realm. The fierce tricks in the trick realm are not like the ones in a dungeon, following the rules and having low intelligence. In that case, the Fox Spirit Clan will definitely not let you off. Lady Long, dressed in a black dress, sat elegantly at the table. Let me guess, you need my help? Exactly, Li Liuli smiled slightly. Lady Long took a sip of wine. She always had a strong love for alcohol. Li Liuli understood her hint and snapped his fingers, a bottle of soul-cleansing brew appearing in his hand. Lady Long's eyes lit up. Chapter 160. She immediately took the soul-cleansing brew, uncorking it, a strange fragrance spreading in the room. Lady Long's pretty face flushed, as if she was already a bit tipsy. With me around, the Fox Spirit Clan will surely not dare to act. Lady Long took a sip of the brew, letting out a satisfied sound. There's one more thing. Li Liuli returned to the main topic. we have reached a cooperation with the dragon ancestor. Do you know about it? Are you talking about the dragon bone matter? Lady Long connected the dots, then showed a difficult expression. Though the deal was made, according to the temperament of the clan elders, they will surely hinder you during the assessment, and will not let you obtain it that easily. After all, the dragon bone is the most precious thing in our dragon clan. After saying this, she glanced at the soul-cleansing brew in her hand, gently biting her silver teeth, and continued, if it's you, I can help, but I haven't yet become a trick king, so my ability is limited. If it were someone else, she naturally wouldn't proactively help outsiders obtain clan treasures. But Li Liuli was different. In just over a month, he had grown from a novice conjurer to level 6, and could even defeat a human king. Moreover, the other party had a very wealthy mysterious force behind them. Lady Long excelled at socializing, so she knew this human before her was a rare, talented individual worth befriending. It was definitely not just because he had a large amount of soul-cleansing brew on him. Then tell me about the details of the assessment. Li Liuli expressed interest. The content of the assessment is simple, it's to withstand the dragon might of the burial ground, Lady Long explained. Although only level 7 can endure it, your current strength is not weaker than level 7, so the assessment won't be easy for you. However, Lady Long took a sip of her wine and continued, the dragon might of the burial ground can be summoned. For example, in the rain, if I gather the rainwater at one point, its power will naturally be much greater than regular rain. Li Liuli frowned, he understood Lady Long's hint. The summoned dragon might would be over 100 times stronger than the ordinary dragon might. And the ordinary dragon might was already a terrifying force that only level 7 could withstand. Of course, the clan elders won't make things too harsh, Lady Long said. It's said that 2 masters from your human race are stationed here, they should only dare to operate behind closed doors. Li Liuli showed an unexpected expression. Does your dragon clan not have a level 9 trick king? The strongest among the human race is merely at the peak of level 8, even if Luisho announced the threshold of level 9, it doesn't mean those peak conjurers could break through in a short time. Of course there are. Lady Long's expression became intriguing, but they were all subdued by that person, and one of our dragon ancestors, the Bone Dragon King. It seems there is a strange sentiment toward that human. It can't be Uncle Chen. Li Liuli thought to himself. When clearing the first dungeon, Jiuyu had mentioned that Chen Jingyi had gone to the Eternal Calamity to steal the rib of the Bone Dragon King. Could it be a secret meeting? I understand. Li Liuli nodded. Lady Dragon stood up. There's no time to lose, we must go to the Bone Dragon area now. Before she finished speaking, the door of the private room was kicked open, and a fox demon with golden fur and 8 tails entered, looking like it was here to demand justice. A 7th tier phantom king. Li Liuli sensed the opponent's level and, from the tails and fur behind it, saw that this fox demon had a very noble bloodline. At the very least, Li Liuli had only seen a fox with 9 tails when the Fox Dream Sisters fought. Who killed the old yellow-skinned demon? It raised its head, glaring at Li Liuli, a little brat who isn't even 7th tier. You should take your own life, I'll leave you with a whole corpse, but those 2 cursed seeds must be handed over too. Its eyes were filled with greed. Due to a sudden disaster, the primary family of the 9-tailed fox demons had all perished, leaving only the 2 sisters of Fox Dream. And during the bloodline devouring, if a fox demon could consume one of them, it would instantly ascend in bloodline. This was why it had come alone. With too many monks, the porridge is scarce. As a 7th tier fox demon, if it consumed the Fox Dream Sisters, it would immediately break through to the 8th tier, even stepping into the 9th tier, becoming the fox ancestor. Even if Li Liuli could kill the old yellow-skinned demon, so what? That was merely a side branch with 3 tails, its strength naturally couldn't compare. Seeing that Li Liuli said nothing, it frowned. Since you are unwilling to keep your dignity, I will give it to you. As it spoke, the 8 tails spread open like petals, the eerie aura contrasting sharply with the golden fur. It lowered itself, ready to bite Li Liuli's neck when suddenly a cold cough sounded. King Xiao, Li Liuli is an esteemed guest of our dragon clan. Lady Dragon spoke timely from the side. The fox demon, called King Xiao, immediately turned around. Upon seeing Lady Dragon, its eerie aura immediately retracted as if it had seen a ghost. Lady Dragon, what brings you here? King Xiao switched to a sunny smile. Why didn't you let me come early to welcome you? Although Lady Dragon was only 6th tier, she belonged to one of the 4 main dragon clans. In terms of bloodline, only a 9-tailed fox demon could stand on equal footing with her. The dragon clan is much stronger than the fox demon clan, especially after the fox ancestor died. There was no 9th tier phantom king among the fox demons. He naturally didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Lady Dragon. Step back, this Mr. Li is my esteemed guest and cannot be lost. Lady Dragon changed her previously gentle demeanor to a frosty expression. This King Xiao was in a dilemma. He certainly didn't want the chance to advance to a 9-tailed fox demon to slip away. Are you not leaving? Lady Dragon shouted, her willow-like brows rising. King Xiao's expression changed several times, but in the end, the temptation of bloodline overwhelmed him. Lady Dragon, this young man is hiding the supreme bloodline of our fox demon clan. I must retrieve it and will definitely return to apologize in person one day. Once he advanced to 9th tier, even the dragon ancestor would not easily offend him. King Qiu thought to himself. Very well, you are quite bold. Lady Dragon saw that the other party was giving her no respect. Her delicate and beautiful face darkened. Just as she was about to take out the token of the dragon ancestor, she suddenly saw two of King Qiu's tails wrap around her voluptuous body. Apologies, Lady Dragon. King Qiu said with a serious face, this matter concerns the future of the Fox Demon clan. Lady Dragon's face flashed with anger, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she was only at the peak of 6th tier. Not everyone could be as abnormal as Li Liuli. However, just at that moment, a grotesque laugh accompanied by a flash of cold light suddenly passed by. Murakami stood atop the tail of the Hill King, and the intense pain forced the Hill King to withdraw his tail. Ms. Dragon, leave the next part to me. After all, it was my trouble. Li Liuli first smiled gently at Ms. Dragon, then turned to the Hill King, his eyes filled with killing intent. Your words, I return them intact to you. Since you refuse to be dignified, I will make you dignified. Chapter 161. After saying this, Li Liuli flicked his wrist and produced a small divine shrine. Endless darkness spread from all corners of the room, swallowing Ms. Dragon and the Hill King. When they regained their senses, they were surprised to find themselves no longer in the room, but in an unknown space of endless darkness. Just when they were at a loss, a crimson light poured down upon them. Looking up, they saw a deep color like a velvet curtain in the high sky, with a blood-red round moon hanging above, and beneath the moon, Li Liuli strolled leisurely, coming slowly. Blood disaster. Li Liuli looked down from above and slowly gave the Hill King an order, and then the Murakami silently unsheathed. Li Liuli suddenly accelerated, creating afterimages, and instantly appeared behind the Hill King, piercing the Murakami into his chest. In the space of the divine shrine of the fallen god, some of Li Liuli's tools would also be suppressed, replaced by absolute home field advantage. The Hill King's face changed repeatedly. He realized he couldn't mobilize the fox demon bloodline within him. It was as if in this space, there was an indescribable presence casting its gaze upon him. He immediately tried to dodge, but for some reason, he suddenly felt dizzy and unexpectedly collided towards Li Liuli's blade. The blood disaster took effect. Scattered blood splattered onto the shimmering blade of the Murakami, appearing even more terrifying. With one hit, Li Liuli did not give the Hill King any chance to breathe, once again getting close, and the Murakami slashed towards the Hill King's neck. In a hurry, the Hill King could only huddle up, his 8 tails protecting him. The cold gleam flashed by, and all 8 tails were severed, revealing a stunned Hill King inside. The tails, which were supposed to be impervious to knives and guns, seemed to turn into tofu in the space provided by the divine shrine of the fallen god. Li Liuli did not pause at all, as the Spirit King's staff appeared in his hand and struck heavily at the Hill King's head. Bang! Sounds lovely, just a lovely head. The headless corpse fell limply to the ground, and Li Liuli, whose face was stained with mottled blood, smiled and looked at Ms. Dragon, whose eyes sparkled, softly saying, "All right, the problem is solved." The endless darkness gradually faded, and the room's decor reappeared before them, leaving Ms. Dragon with a feeling as if she had crossed time. When did killing a cunning king become this easy? The cunning world really has a powerful fox demon clan. Ms. Dragon was now very interested in Li Liuli. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Li Liuli's face turn pale, staggering as he fell onto the stool, taking out some pills and stuffing them into his mouth as if they were free. So soon and he's done for? Ms. Dragon swallowed what she was about to say and said instead, "I suggest we leave quickly. The Hill King is a rising human king of the Fox Demon clan, favored by the collateral of the main clan. If you kill him, they will not let you off easily." "Just let me recuperate for a moment, and I will set off immediately," Li Liuli said weakly. To kill the Hill King, he had used the divine shrine of the fallen god longer than when he killed the Island of Fortune. Even with Island Fortune and Kanesa as power banks, his spiritual power and mental energy were running low. Is this really just a top-tier 4th grade tool? Maybe it's because it's the only top-notch tool I have that can unleash all my strength. Li Liuli pondered in his heart. After a while, Li Liuli finally recovered from weakness and confusion, and the two immediately stood up. Leaving the Fox District, they arrived at the Bone Dragon District. The Bone Dragon is one of the 4 major dragon clans. The other 3 are the Black Dragon, the Demon Dragon, and the Corpse Dragon. Each major clan has at least one 9-tiered 3-star malevolent king stationed. This is the fundamental reason for the power of the dragon clans. The Bone Dragon District is quite eerie, completely different from the bustling market scene before. The muddy path winds and twists, with countless white bones lining the sides, watching the passing malevolent ones with ghostly eyes. From time to time, giant dragons made of bones fly across the sky, even without flesh-like wings. At the end of the quiet path stands a high tower made of piled-up corpses, exceptionally sinister. That is the place we are going. Lady Dragon pointed at the tower at the end, the burial ground, also the dwelling place of the Bone Dragon. For the Beastmasters and the malevolent ones, the distant journey feels like a mere blink, and soon, they arrived at the foot of the tower and saw the chilling white bones. Before even entering the tower, Li Liuli felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if what lay before him was not a tower made of white bones but a giant dragon roaring at him. "I will go notify the clan elders, they have been waiting again." Lady Dragon stepped in first. At the top of the tower, dressed in a security uniform, with unkempt stubble, holding a can of Venture into the World, Chen Jingyi was curling his finger against a lady's chin. The lady was not wearing clothes, only adorned with bone accessories to cover her private parts, highlighting her figure that could make blood race. Her long, white thighs, resembling jade, were slightly raised, leaning against Chen Jingyi. On her exquisitely featured face, the only discord was the flickering ghostly blue flames in her pupils. "Do you still not want to spend the spring night with me?" The lady's voice was soft, completely mismatched with her devilish figure, sounding more like the petulance of a blossoming girl. "Humans and ghosts are on different paths. Humans and ghosts are on different paths." Chen Jingyi shook his head. "There won't be any outcome between us." After saying this, he tilted his head back and drank the Venture into the World in one gulp. "What's so good about human world wine? It doesn't enhance spiritual power or cleanse the body." The lady pouted, seeming very dissatisfied with his answer. "You know, as long as you are willing to stay, I can give you the position of the dragon ancestor." "Then why did you drive me away back then?" Chen Jingyi's eyes widened. "Wasn't it just to take a piece of your rib? Do you think I don't know you wanted to take my rib to offer it to that bitch, the demon dragon ancestor?" The bone dragon ancestor's eyes were deep, like a wife questioning her cheating husband. Cough, cough. Chen Jingyi coughed awkwardly. "Forget it, let's not mention the past, our little Li is already here." "Oh?" The ghostly blue flames in the bone dragon ancestor's eyes slightly dropped, seeing Li Liuli standing at the bottom of the tower, then frowned, seeming a bit angry, clearly human, yet has the unique aura of a malevolent one. "Did you not refuse to combine with malevolent ones? Speak, whose wild seed is this?" Seeing that the other party was genuinely angry, Chen Jingyi hurriedly lifted her chin, brought it close to himself, and narrowed his eyes, speaking in a low tone. "He is not my son but a key anchor." "Anchor?" The bone dragon ancestor was attracted by Chen Jingyi's words. "Which upper league anchor?" After saying this, she self-denied. "No, the upper league guys don't have their own anchors, so they don't dare leave the round table casually, fearing the backlash of the rules." "How many members are there in the upper league currently?" Chen Jingyi's eyes held deep meaning. 6. The directive Su Yunmu left the round table due to disobedience and was backlashed by the rules, his fate unknown. The bone dragon ancestor finally began to move her rusty brain. If she still has a brain. Also, the constant Luliang was mutated by worms, and the king's ghostly face, blasphemous malice, and the entropy of the universe united to kill, because the constant was about to complete its anchor and become the decision-maker. Thinking of this, the blue flames in the bone dragon's pupils suddenly expanded. Could it be that he is Liuli? He wasn't killed by the four rule creators? Chen Jingyi immediately extended his index finger, pressing against the bone dragon's bright red lips. "Shu Jiming can hear our words. Although I think she is likely to be on our side, we must still be cautious. The wall has ears, and the ability to evolve is quite strange. I can't let you spoil my good plans." Upon hearing Chen Jingyi's words tinged with a hint of threat, the bone dragon trembled, like a little wife who had done something wrong. She extended her tongue and licked Chen Jingyi's finger. "I just got a bit excited. Who knew you dared to set your sights on the Upper Alliance? With the ancient soul-bewildering formation at the peak of the array, no member of the Upper Alliance can enter." Chen Jingyi said nonchalantly. "Even if someone comes to hunt me, as long as it's not my main body, I can enter the ancient soul-bewildering formation. There is a shadow of Liuli there. Isn't that the highest level guide of the shadow level dungeon?" The bone dragon felt her mind was completely out of touch. Wasn't this dungeon completely destroyed? Liuli's layout, though not as perfect as Jiming, the creator of fate, is good at self-repair. After all, the greatest ability of the constant is to fix everything, including rules. Chen Jingyi opened another bottle of courage. "All right, tell your tribe to get ready." "Really, don't I need to warn them?" The bone dragon softly said, pressing against Chen Jingyi's body. "Those old guys in the tribe do not want the dragon bones to fall into others' hands. If they can't even pass this little trial, then let's stop discussing plans. They might as well go home and sleep and wait for the rules to perish." Chen Jingyi waved his hand. Standing at the bottom of the tower, Liuli did not understand what he was about to face. He was still thinking happily that if Uncle Chen personally came, he probably wouldn't dare to make things too difficult for him. Little did he know, he had already been sold. Soon, a wild wind howled, and a massive bone dragon suddenly appeared above the tower. It circled for a while and finally landed on a raised spot in the burial ground, its eyes filled with blue flames staring at Liuli. Are you the human who is going to obtain the dragon bones? A level 6? As soon as it spoke, a tremendous pressure accompanied its words, and Liuli felt as if a giant mountain was resting on his shoulders. This bone dragon had already reached level 8 peak. It wanted him to kneel, to crush his sharp spirit. Liuli guessed 7 or 8 things in his heart, a rebellious emotion welling up from within. "Want me to kneel? Who are you to demand that?" Liuli faced the pressure that could almost tear him apart and suddenly took a step forward. Boom! The ground instantly cracked. You can imagine the pressure Liuli was under. Ancestors. Lady Long arrived at the tower and knocked on the hall's bone door latch. The bone dragon ancestor, with a somewhat dazed gaze, pushed Chen Jingyi away. Tisk, used up and thrown away. Chen Jingyi shrugged, casually took a piece of dragon bone, and sat down. Come in. After adjusting her expression, the bone dragon ancestor spoke with great authority. Ancestors. Lady Long pushed the door open and quickly approached her side. I've told you so many times, just call me Grandma. The bone dragon ancestor said unhappily, why don't you recognize me as your grandma? I wouldn't dare, Grandma. Lady Long lowered her head, but she was secretly thinking. You an old monster who has lived for thousands of years, if I call you Grandma, won't everyone know I'm older? Although she was a fierce creature, she didn't want others to know her age. Is there something? The bone dragon ancestor seemed to only show such a youthful demeanor when facing Chen Jingyi. Showing shyness, at other times just like a noble queen. You sent the great elder to conduct the test? Ms. Dragon pouted, looking somewhat dissatisfied. He is an 8th-tier peak 2-star ghost king, with the blessing of the burial bones, only you can suppress him. Are you worried about that human kid? Bone Dragon saw through his granddaughter's thoughts. A trace of panic flashed in Ms. Dragon's eyes, but seeing Chen Jingyi, who was drinking courageously, gave her a surge of courage. Aren't you the same? Brat. Still teasing your elders. Bone Dragon's expression management was excellent. At least he didn't show any embarrassment or panic, but instead spoke confidently. I appreciate strong individuals, wanting to bring him under my wing. Last time, even with the power of the burial bones and dragon might, you couldn't defeat. Ms. Dragon murmured softly, but upon feeling that high and mighty gaze that seemed capable of murder, she wisely closed her mouth. Bone Dragon remembered Chen Jingyi's words. In short, you and him shouldn't get too close, he is not your kind of person. When Ms. Dragon heard this, she thought her grandmother believed Li Liuli was not worthy of her and immediately replied, Li Liuli is very strong. He killed an 8-tailed 1-star ghost king at the 6th tier. He is worthy of our recognition. No. Bone Dragon interrupted her. What I mean is, you are not worthy of him. Ms. Dragon. Is there a grandmother who belittles her granddaughter in front of outsiders like this? Very well, it seems you do have some strength. The great elder looked at Li Liuli, who stood proudly at the center of the cracked ground, and nodded. Once you enter the door, walk straight down the path until the end. We won't make it too difficult for you, but you must rely on your own abilities. The dragon bone is at the end of the bone path. If you can walk this road and take it, that's your chance. If not, then leave. After speaking, he let out a dragon's roar to the sky and then soared into the air. At the peak of the tower, Bone Dragon, who had just taught his granddaughter a lesson, also heard the dragon's roar and looked at Chen Jingyi. The test has begun. Do you want to take a look? No need, Chen Jingyi said. Wait until he obtains the dragon bone and becomes the human king, then bring him to see me. Are you so sure he can pass the test? I have never doubted him. Li Liuli felt the pressure on his shoulders lighten, but inside he was not relaxed at all. Just a casual dragon might made it impossible for him to take a step. Li Liuli took out the human skin book and wrote, I can obtain the dragon bone. The handwriting was not covered by blood. He then tried in succession. I can reach the end, I can withstand the dragon might, the elder controlling the dragon might suddenly makes a mistake, etc. Chapter 163. Without exception, no blood seeped out. It seems this time I can only rely on myself. Li Liuli put the human skin book into the system space and snorted coldly. Dragon's den, tiger's lair. But it's worth a try. After saying that, he stepped forward, feeling the gradually intensifying dragon might, and slowly pushed open the heavy bone door. Creak! White powder fell onto Li Liuli's body. In front of him was a small path made of piled white bones. Beside the path were dragon pillars formed by dragon skulls, about 7 in total, and hollow eye sockets shone with eerie blue flames, watching Li Liuli. The invisible pressure suddenly spread, and Li Liuli's steps came to a halt. Although the pressure here was not as strong as that given by the great elder, it was still terrifying. Li Liuli summoned the Mistwalker, and a vast white mist spread around him, but it could only cover about 3 meters around him. The pressure compressed even the thick fog. With the speed boost from the white mist, Li Liuli clearly felt the pressure lighten. He could even jog towards the first dragon pillar. With the help of impermanence, Li Liuli easily walked past the first dragon pillar. Leaving the first dragon pillar, Li Liuli clearly felt the pressure increase significantly, and at the same time, he saw, high in the air, the bone dragon that had spoken earlier. Once transformed into an old man in a white robe, he coldly gazed at himself. Since the dragon ancestor did not stop me, it means she also does not want outsiders to obtain the dragon bone. Humph. This little girl finally has some of the dragon ancestor's qualities, not deceived by humans. The elder thought in his heart, then merged his consciousness with the burial ground. At this moment, Li Liuli was almost at the second dragon pillar. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Li Liuli's forehead, and his chest rose and fell rhythmically. Although the pressure was immense, it was still within his capacity to bear. Li Liuli stepped into the range of the second dragon pillar. Seeing this, the elder immediately summoned the dragon might of the burial ground, forming an illusory giant dragon. The giant dragon was quite bizarre, with one side of its massive wing made of bones, while the other was a purple membrane that dripped with foul-smelling liquid. Its dragon head was pitch black, as if it could swallow all light, while its tail was made of solid ice. This was a dragon possessing all the abilities of the 4 great dragon clans. It roared as it charged toward Li Liuli. It vaguely exuded the aura of the 8th level. Li Liuli let out a cold snort and summoned Unchanging, colliding the soul-pulling side and the illusory dragon as the chains rattled. Buzz. Instead of the anticipated roar, there was only a faint humming sound. The aura of the illusory dragon suddenly faded, its form showing signs of breaking apart. The illusory dragon was constructed from the residual dragon soul and dragon might of the burial ground, and Unchanging's ability to attack spiritual entities was its perfect counter. Thus, Unchanging was able to suppress the 8th level illusory dragon. Taking this chance, Li Liuli leaped over the 3rd dragon pillar and approached the 4th dragon pillar. The boy has some strength. The elder's voice exploded from the sky, and with a wave of his hand, the nearly shattered illusory dragon reformed, even stronger than before. It had basically reached the peak of the 8th level. At the peak of the 8th level, even if Unchanging was extremely effective against spiritual entities, it would not stand a chance. The illusory dragon's tail swept across, forming a brilliant icy splendor, heading straight for Li Liuli. Li Liuli could only hold his breath. If he inhaled the biting cold, he would instantly freeze all his spiritual energy. At the same time, he grasped the village zhang hanging at his waist, his gaze arrogant. Ha ha ha. A wild laughter accompanied the appearance of the Warring States warrior, as the cold light flashed and collided with the tail of the giant dragon. In the high-pressure environment, Li Liuli finally grasped the true meaning of the village zhang, resonating with that great Warring States lord. Wild and unruly. What can you do to me? This is the arrogance of being a warrior. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and the dragon's tail and the figure of the Warring States warrior simultaneously vanished. Even having comprehended the true meaning and being able to unleash the full power of a top-tier 3rd-level item, Li Liuli could only barely fend off this attack. But this was not in vain, as Li Liuli passed the 4th dragon pillar and stepped towards the 5th dragon pillar. Roar! The illusory dragon let out a thunderous dragon roar in the air. If he becomes king, the dragon might of the burial ground might not be able to stop him. If he reaches the 8th level, I fear I can't defeat him. The bone dragon ancestor looked at the proud human below, walking tall and confident, not sparing his admiration, indeed a rare genius. Truly worthy of coming from. She did not continue, for the status of the dragon lady was not enough to comprehend these things. The eyes of the dragon lady sparkled. No wonder he is the man she admires. But you should also consider who gave him that strength. Chen Jingyi shamelessly said from the side. It's just a pity that the 6th level is still quite a stretch. 5 dragon bones are his limit. The bone dragon ancestor poured a bucket of cold water. If you are willing to spend a spring night with me, I could gift him a dragon bone. The bone dragon ancestor glanced at Chen Jingyi, and though her pupils were made of flames, but Chen Jingyi could still see the naked desire within. This is not all of his strength. Before Chen Jingyi could speak, Lady Long was the first to say, I believe Li Liuli has the potential to walk this dragon path. Oh? The bone dragon ancestor said with great interest, then I must witness this. Looking up at the illusory giant dragon diving from the sky, Li Liuli raised the scepter in his hand. Thunderclouds gathered, striking down at the head of the illusory dragon. Thunder, a natural enemy to the in-spirit entities. The impact of the illusory dragon slowed, and Li Liuli used this moment to reach the 5th dragon pillar. At this moment, beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascaded down Li Liuli's forehead, his knees slightly trembling and bending, yet he still reached his limit. Even though he still had spiritual power, the strength of his body could not support him to continue. The tamer of spirits has never been known for physical strength. You are already at the end of your strength, it's time to stop. The voice of the Grand Elder thundered like rolling thunder, like a mighty demon advising the brave warriors who came to attack. Yet Li Liuli trembled, straightened his body, and lifted his head high, like a fearless hero facing hardships, responding, this is far from my limit. He raised the Spirit King's scepter again, and in that instant, his body vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared near the 6th dragon pillar. The flash of the Spirit King's scepter. Seeing this, the Grand Elder's eyes flashed with surprise, but he remained calm. He was very clear about Li Liuli's current state. What he called far from being the limit was merely this human kid being stubborn. If you continue, you will probably lose your soul. The Grand Elder continued, stop now, and there might be a glimmer of hope. In response to the Grand Elder's continuous obstruction, Li Liuli's lips curled into a wild grin, his rebellious voice echoed in the burial grounds. You old fool loves to talk too much. Only by not fearing death can one truly live. Chapter 164. On top of the tower, even the exceedingly critical bone dragon ancestor couldn't help but stomp his foot in excitement, causing the entire tower built of bones to tremble. Good. Very imposing. The bone dragon ancestor praised, if this child were of the bone dragon clan, we would surely become the foremost of the 4 dragon races, unmatched. Shen Jingyi was not surprised at all. Instead, he looked at Lady Long with great interest. Why are your eyes not flames? Reporting to the elder, only after I become a queen will my eyes turn to flames. Lady Long replied respectfully, as if she were a young wife meeting her elders. May I ask how long Li Liuli will stay in the strange realm this time? She was eager to express her admiration for Li Liuli. Originally, she thought he was just a handsome, wealthy, drunken human dandy. But she never expected his strength to be so terrifying. Even she, with the bloodline of the bone dragon, could not surpass the 3rd dragon pillar. You haven't listened to a word I said. The bone dragon ancestor snorted coldly. I am your offspring, so I naturally share your personality and interests. Lady Long answered firmly but respectfully. After hearing Li Liuli's defiant words, the Grand Elder burst into laughter. Good, good, good. With such spirit, I shall accompany you to the end. The Grand Elder's body also became illusory, merging with the illusory dragon. At this moment, the illusory dragon finally crossed the threshold into the 9th rank. Once the 9th rank's aura emerged, Li Liuli felt as though the whole world was weighing down on him, all his meridians were blocked. His mind went blank, and his body trembled violently. That was Li Liuli's current state. Roar! The roar of the dragon shook the burial ground, and all the dragon pillars lit up one by one, the eerie blue flames seeming to want to completely engulf Li Liuli. Li Liuli finally regained some of his senses at this moment. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out the small shrine and the apartment of the disasters. Elder, lend me a helping hand. Li Liuli communicated with Su Yunmu. Yes. After receiving the answer, Li Liuli felt the exhausted spiritual power within him quickly fill up, and the characteristics belonging to the Spirit King and the Worm's avatar instantly settled down. It was as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Yes, this was not yet Li Liuli's complete state. Due to the interference of the residual characteristics of the Worm and the Spirit King, it was usually very difficult for Li Liuli to unleash all his strength. Only under the suppression of the Godfall Shrine could he regain all his power. And now, Su Yunmu was suppressing these characteristics for him, also replenishing him with spiritual energy like sweet dew. With spiritual energy once again full, Li Liuli returned to his peak. Is it asking me to rely on my own strength? Fine. Li Liuli raised the Godfall Shrine high. Crack! The shrine opened, and boundless darkness instantly engulfed the burial ground. The deep blue flames of the dragon pillars flickered out, one by one. Who turned off the lights? Ancestor Bone Dragon saw the darkness below and immediately erupted in rage, like someone watching an exciting scene in a movie suddenly forced to see an advertisement, losing all interest. Who did this? I was just getting to the good part. Ancestor Bone Dragon roared. Ancestor, it's a special ability attached to a tool from Li Liuli. He once used this ability to kill an 8-tailed fox demon of 1 star. Lady Dragon explained. Ancestor Bone Dragon paused and then muttered, humph, hiding its head and showing its tail. The Great Elder, merging his body with the illusory dragon, found himself crawling on the ground, surrounded by endless darkness, only the crimson crescent moon above casting down scarlet light. The proud dragon clan would not allow themselves to crawl on the ground like lizards, and the Great Elder wanted to control his body and soar. Submit. Li Liuli's eerie, deep voice seemed to resonate with space. The Great Elder only felt dizzy, as if he had lost the ability to fly. This was Li Liuli's first attempt to give commands to the eerie entities in this strange realm besides using blood disaster. Commands, for the guide of the script and the eerie entities, were like truths, and could slightly influence the eerie entities in this realm. And within the Godfall Shrine, the impact of commands would be further amplified. Li Liuli seized the opportunity, stepping forward from the air, drawing Muramasa suddenly. Having comprehended the ultimate truth of Muramasa, he found its attacks far more deadly than the Spirit King's staff. The arrogant laughter echoed again, seemingly mixed with Li Liuli's voice, and a cold gleam flashed by, piercing the Great Elder's eyes. The deep blue flames suddenly dimmed. Ding! A jagged wound appeared on the pitch-black dragon bones, but it was not fatal. The opponent's strength had already reached the 9th rank. For Li Liuli to inflict damage on him at the 6th rank was already an astonishing feat. The outcome of this attack was also within Li Liuli's expectations. He did not think he could kill the Great Elder. As long as he could daze him, that would be enough. Endless darkness quickly faded. Li Liuli seized the Great Elder's stiffness and, with the last bit of strength he had left, suddenly took a step forward. The 7th dragon pillar. A small but complete skeleton, pure white, appeared in front of Li Liuli's eyes. I succeeded, Li Liuli whispered weakly, then suddenly felt his vision darken and fell headlong. At this moment, the Great Elder also regained his senses. Looking at the fallen Li Liuli, the deep blue flames flickered. Anger surged from his heart. The overwhelming aura of the dragon descended again, and he exhaled an icy blue breath toward Li Liuli. As long as he died, there would be no witness. Overdrawn and unconscious, Li Liuli could not possibly resist. And at that moment, an equally powerful dragon aura descended from the sky. Before the Great Elder could react, a large foot wearing the old cloth shoes of Old Bay City stomped directly onto his high-raised head. The yet-to-be-spoken icy blue breath from the Great Elder swallowed back entirely. Boom! The Grand Elder's eyes were dazed, and he saw a fist the size of a sandbag striking directly at his face. The illusory dragon vanished in the air, and the Grand Elder was hit back to his true form. Hey! Our little Li has passed the assessment, and you old immortals still want to attack, Chen Jingyi said, pinching his nose with one hand while slowly withdrawing his fist with the other. I think you old geezer are tired of living. The overwhelming aura descended fiercely. 9th rank. Chen Jingyi's strength unexpectedly surpassed Lu Yishou, having broken through to the 9th rank. Otherwise, how could he be a security guard? The Grand Elder felt the oppressive aura and could only sense the hairs on his body standing on end. If he still had any hair left. Stop it, he has passed the assessment. The Bone Dragon ancestor also appeared between the two, but she was not here to protect Chen Jingyi from being killed. She was here to prevent Chen Jingyi from wanting to kill a dragon to celebrate for Li Liuli. This. The Grand Elder hesitated to speak. Enough. The Bone Dragon ancestor raised her eyebrows. This time you have embarrassed the Bone Dragon clan. Go hide and seek forgiveness from the ancestors for 10 years. Do not appear. Chapter 165. Truly a fool who cannot understand the situation. The Bone Dragon ancestor cursed in her heart. Must I kill you to stop you from insisting? Yes, Dragon ancestor. Seeing this, the Grand Elder slightly lowered his head and then transformed into a bone dragon, flying deep toward the burial ground. Chen Jingyi clicked his tongue lightly. I still wanted to kill a dragon for fun. Our little Li hasn't eaten a dragon yet. Oh, he can't eat that. What meat does a bone dragon have? The Bone Dragon ancestor said discontentedly, then once again got close to Chen Jingyi. If you want to celebrate, why don't we find a quiet place and enjoy a pot of wine? I can hear your scheming even in the human world. Chen Jingyi silently stepped back. He was getting old, there were some things he could no longer handle. Ms. Dragon was the first to pick up the unconscious Li Liuli in a princess carry. Human power could not match that of the Dragon clan. Take the dragon bone and young Master Li to rest. The Bone Dragon ancestor waved to Ms. Dragon. Ms. Dragon's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly replied, yes. Ancestor. Grandma, I'm leaving now. Only the Bone Dragon ancestor and Chen Jingyi remained at the burial site. And Chen Jingyi, with a glint in his eye, suddenly said, I remember, your dragon clan has a 9th rank technique? The Bone Dragon ancestor nodded, the Dragon Transformation Heart technique, which belongs to the essence of the Dragon clan. I wonder if it could be borrowed for our little Li to study. He is in urgent need of a top-level technique, Chen Jingyi said. I know your rules, outsiders wanting to borrow must become guests of the Dragon clan and defeat the 4 major Dragon clan scions. The scions hold the highest position in the Dragon clan, and once this generation's dragon ancestor dies, they will inherit. Of course, they could also choose to kill him before he dies. The 4 scions are all 2-star weird kings, which are also 8th rank. The Bone Dragon ancestor replied, his 6th rank strength cannot win. Scions possess the strongest dragon blood in the weird world, naturally having the ability to challenge beyond their rank. A 7th rank scion can already defeat an ordinary 8th rank weird king in battle. You just need to arrange it. Chen Jingyi waved his hand, and then a pair of black dragon wings spread open, ready to leave, but sensed the dragon might at the burial site once again resurfacing, suppressing him to the ground. I have helped you so much, shouldn't you offer some kind of return? The Bone Dragon ancestor spoke with a playful tone. Chen Jingyi's expression stiffened. With the dragon might from the burial ground supporting the Bone Dragon ancestor, he indeed could not win. No wonder the Bone Dragon ancestor invited him to watch. Cunning villain. Well, I really do need to repay you to avoid getting a bad name. Chen Jingyi closed his eyes, looking righteous. The Bone Dragon ancestor lifted Chen Jingyi as if he were a chick and flew toward the tall tower. When Li Liuli finally faintly awakened, it was already noon the next day. He touched his still painful head. He wanted to get up, but found that every muscle in his body was in a tearing pain. He could only lie down again, realizing he was in a quiet room. The room was filled with a faint fragrance, like that of a young girl's boudoir. You are awake? Ms. Long's voice came from nearby. Li Liuli struggled to turn his head, discovering that she was propped on her hands with her tail supporting her, half sitting in front of the bed, her eyes sparkling with a strange light. Is this your room? Mum. Ms. Long nodded. I haven't been back for a long time, my ancestors don't like me drinking. If she finds out, I'll be punished and sent to the burial ground for reflection. She spoke as if chatting casually. But Li Liuli's mind was completely elsewhere. He didn't even notice that Ms. Long was wearing only thin clothing, her every movement unveiling a beautiful scene. He only cared about where his dragon bone had gone. Where is my dragon bone? Li Liuli wanted to sit up, but it was far too difficult for his current state. After struggling for a moment, he could only lie back down. The dragon bone's pressure is too heavy, so I put it outside, Ms. Long said. Seeing that Li Liuli was only thinking about the dragon bone, she could only pout. I'll go get it for you. In front of Li Liuli, she changed into a long dress and left the room. 10 minutes later, she transformed into a bone dragon, holding the dragon bone in her mouth, and lifted the roof, descending directly. Fortunately, the room was big enough. Otherwise, Li Liuli suspected he would be crushed to death. Li Liuli struggled to reach for the dragon bone, and the system immediately began to introduce its information. Superb level 5 item, complete dragon bone. This is a dragon bone that transformed after the death of a certain dragon ancestor. Integrating it into the body grants dragon blood and dragon physique. Note, drip fresh blood on the dragon bone, then inject spiritual power to initiate the fusion. Help me cut my finger. Li Liuli had no strength to break through his own defenses, so he had to ask Ms. Long for help. Ms. Long immediately took Li Liuli's finger into her mouth and bit down. Why not cut it with your hands? Li Liuli said in disgust as he let his blood drip onto the dragon bone, then squeezed out his limited spiritual power, slowly injecting it into the dragon bone. A thunderous dragon roar echoed in Li Liuli's mind, causing him to instantly lose all perception of the outside world. Li Liuli's consciousness appeared in the sea of consciousness, the source of his spiritual power. Above the sea of consciousness, Li Liuli saw a massive bone dragon circling above, roaring angrily at him. It did not wish to merge with Li Liuli, a human. In the sea of consciousness, Li Liuli once again felt his peak state body, and exclaimed, "It's not easy to get you, today, you can't escape." He lunged towards the bone dragon above, forcibly merging with it. The bone dragon howled and shook its body, trying to break free from Li Liuli's sea of consciousness, but suddenly found its form was covered by a layer of grey liquid. Li Liuli had transferred the worm's characteristics outside. The power of the worm's mutation belonged to the rules, a supreme ability, and a dead bone dragon that had been gone for years naturally couldn't counter it. Li Liuli slowly merged with the dragon bone. The grey liquid gradually calmed down, coming under Li Liuli's control. Li Liuli again divided out the characteristics of the spiritual king and activated his spiritual power. During the fusion process, the dragon blood and dragon veins contained within the dragon bone also transferred to Li Liuli. He broke through to level 6 and stepped into level 7. After breaking through level 7, Li Liuli could clearly feel that his spiritual power had changed, from previously flowing like water to thick iron chains. His spiritual power had evolved into sealing power. At this moment, Li Liuli finally comprehended the specific ability of sealing power. Sealing power was very effective against the strange energy on the body of the evil spirit, able to seal it and transform it into his own power. Thus, among the same tier of kings, when facing the cunning king, one can gain the upper hand. Of course, this does not apply to the lords with blessings. At the same time, the sealing power can also be used on the eerie beings controlled by oneself. This is fusion, and it's a power favored by the kings. The battles among kings are fraught with danger every second. Dividing a strand of divine sense to an eerie being is a very irrational decision. Chapter 166. Moreover, level 7 eerie beings are very difficult to control, and by taking the initiative to fuse, the eerie beings' bizarre abilities can break through thresholds and threaten the kings. At the same time, this can effectively suppress the revival of the eerie beings. Although excessive use will inevitably lead to their revival, overall, it significantly delays the progress. After becoming a king, a controller of eerie beings can be considered to have entered the proper realm and mastered the correct methods of using eerie beings. Of course, once cultivation reaches level 7, there will also be a qualitative change, but Li Liuli has not reached such a height yet. Li Liuli, who was in a coma, opened his eyes, and his pupils surprisingly displayed vertical slits, a faint pressure spreading that made Ms. Long beside him shiver. He has become a king. Ms. Long felt waves surge in her heart but also sensed it was within expectations. Congratulations on becoming a king, Ms. Long said. Li Liuli did a flip and jumped off the bed, landing on the ground, feeling the abundant and orderly spiritual power in his body, a smile uncontainable on his face. He has also gained the bizarre abilities of the spiritual king and the worm. King's blessing allows eerie beings below level 7 to completely submit. Humans will also be affected. Additionally, Li Liuli can actively refine an area, turning all eerie beings in that area into his nutrients. Can take effect on eerie beings already controlled. Cannot take effect on eerie beings of higher tiers than himself. Evolution blessing, any life is within your perception, you can taint the opponent, refining them into a part of your own body. Your divine sense can revive from any being that has been refined. You can freely change your appearance. The protections from 2 rules caused Li Liuli's strength to surge. Now he is confident that even Jiang Fengyun he can defeat. In addition, there's the bonus given to him by the dragon bone. Dragon body, immune to blades and spears, eerie beings below level 7 cannot harm you. Dragon might, with just a thought, you can make those around you bear the dragon might, causing their souls to scatter. Dragon transformation, limited to dragon blood descendants or those who have practiced dragon transformation mind method, can transform into one of the 4 great dragon clans, possessing all characteristics of its peak level 8. Li Liuli has tried the dragon might, it is indeed a terrifying mental attack method. And dragon transformation is even more against the heavens, peak level 8 ability definitely belongs to the trump card. It's a pity he cannot use it at the moment. However, the most important thing about the dragon bone is still to help Li Liuli perfectly dissolve the characteristics of the worm and the spiritual king. After casually finding a place to have lunch with Ms. Long, Chen Jingyi took the initiative to find Li Liuli. Seeing the heavy dark circles under Chen Jingyi's eyes and his weak appearance, Li Liuli was shocked. "Uncle Chen, did you fight with others all night?" Chen Jingyi can indeed do such a thing. Sort of, Chen Jingyi sighed, as if he had seen through worldly matters. "The Bone Dragon Ancestral appreciates your strength and has decided to propose to the Dragon Clan to loan you the Dragon Transformation Mind Method. This is a 9th grade skill, you little brat, don't let her goodwill go to waste." And my kidney. Chen Jingyi thought to himself. Where's the Dragon Transformation Mind Method? Li Liuli can't wait to learn and try out the Dragon Transformation skill of the Dragon Bone. As the clan's most treasured technique, of course, it cannot be easily obtained. Chen Jingyi rolled his eyes. "You need to successively defeat the 4 Dragonaires, take a rest today, and tomorrow I will take you to eliminate them one by one." "Let's do it now." Li Liuli was already impatient. Chen Jingyi glanced at Lady Long, revealing a look of surprise, not knowing what to think, but soon, he burst into laughter. "Very good. Then let's go and seek out the Bone Dragon Clan's dragon son." A pair of black dragon wings sprouted from Chen Jingyi's back, and with one arm around Li Liuli, he headed straight into the burial ground. The burial ground was not only a place where dragons were buried after death, but also the home of the bone dragons. In the burial ground, the cultivation speed of the bone dragons would significantly increase. Chen Jingyi brought Li Liuli to a plaza surrounded by corpses and found the bone dragon ancestor, explaining his intentions. The bone dragon ancestor looked deeply at Li Liuli. She could naturally tell that Li Liuli had broken through to 7th rank. However, this level of strength was not enough for a dragon son. But considering Li Liuli's performance in front of the dragon pillar, the bone dragon ancestor did not say much and instead let out a long howl to the sky. Soon, a massive bone dragon spiraled in the air before transforming into a tall and dashing man, with distinct features and a hearty voice. "What's up, ancestor? Do you want to have a match with me?" As a dragon son, he coveted the position of dragon ancestor all the time, but unfortunately, he could not match the current bone dragon ancestor. However, this did not stop his itching hands, yearning for a fight. "This time it's not for you to fight me." The bone dragon ancestor's words seemed to deflate him. He plopped down on the ground, crossed his arms, and grunted, "I don't care, you called me here, so you must battle with me. I found you a more suitable opponent." The bone dragon ancestor pointed at Li Liuli. Li Liuli also bowed at the right moment and said loudly, "Please grant me your guidance. This is the outsider who passed the dragon pillar test and obtained the dragon bone?" The bone dragon son recognized this human kid at once. His deeds had gradually spread, and other dragon clans had heard of him. With a 6th rank body, daring to challenge the dragon might, not bad, not bad. Even he, after claiming kingship, had only passed the dragon pillar test and obtained the dragon bone inheritance. And he could tell the other party had also claimed kingship. 7th rank strength, barely enough to see. I hope you won't disappoint me. The bone dragon ancestor laughed heartily, half of his body transformed into chilling white bones, and he punched towards Li Liuli. He did not care who the opponent was, he just wanted to fight. 8th rank. Li Liuli sensed the opponent's strength, his expression serious, a thick mist spread around him, and the Muramesa drew out with bravado. Clang! His fist collided with the Muramesa. Li Liuli did not gain the upper hand and staggered back, the Muramesa vibrating slightly, producing a crisp hum. Chen Jingyi and the bone dragon ancestor had already ascended to a high place, overlooking the battle. "Who do you think will win?" The bone dragon ancestor looked at Chen Jingyi. "It must be our little Li," Chen Jingyi answered without hesitation. "Then why don't we make a bet?" "I bet on the dragon son winning, you bet on Li Liuli winning." "Alright, what's the stake?" "If I win, you spend a romantic night with me, if you win, I'll spend a romantic night with you." "Is there a difference?" "In the burial ground, you can't run away." Looking at the bone dragon ancestor, who resembled a lustful female dragon, always thinking about mating, Chen Jingyi felt a chill. He really was not as good as he used to be. "Ha ha ha. You're quite good." Below, the bone dragon's son let out a hearty laugh, his entire body transformed into chilling white bones, covered in a dark, ominous glow. Come again, come again." He charged at Li Liuli like a cannonball. Li Liuli did not dare to be careless, he possessed dragon bone, and so did the opponent, so he knew his strength could not surpass the 8th rank dragon son. He could only rely on his many strange abilities to launch a fierce Hua Sha. Using the Spirit King staff, Li Liuli flashed to the side, dodging the Bone Dragon Sun's attack, and then drew the Muramasa, slashing towards the opponent's back. The Bone Dragon Sun reacted quickly, sprouting a pair of bone spikes from his back, colliding with the Muramasa. Clang! The bone spurs shattered with a sound. The Bone Dragon clan excels in close combat. They are not like the Black Dragons and Magic Dragons, who can control elements, nor like the Corpse Dragons, who have the power to corrupt everything. What they gain instead is the peak of physical prowess. Therefore, when the bone spurs behind him were sliced by Li Liuli, it shocked the Bone Dragon Prince. However, this also gave him time to react. He twisted his body, his fists adorned with sharp protrusions, smashing towards Li Liuli. Li Liuli did not dare to confront the Bone Dragon Prince directly. He could only wield the Spirit King staff, summoning a vast expanse of thunderclouds. At the same time, he hid within the white mist, using the soul hook to pull the iron chain towards the back of the Bone Dragon Prince. Caught off guard by the lightning strikes, the Bone Dragon Prince couldn't dodge and was struck by the soul hook. A phantom roaring bone dragon was torn from his body. Li Liuli tightened his grip on Muramasa, standing tall, and swung his blade. The warrior, wearing a green face and sharp-tusked mask, reappeared, cold light overshadowing the dim noon glow. For this instant, the world seemed to be left only with this cold light. At level 7, Li Liuli wielded Muramasa with even greater ease. The Bone Dragon Prince's body vibrated with a humming sound. He felt as if his skeleton were about to shatter. As a 2-star trick king, he hadn't felt this kind of pain in a long time. Especially since the opponent was just a level 7 human king. "You are strong, but it's only because of your tools," said the Bone Dragon Prince, a hint of disdain on his face. Every human king has various tools, controlling various powerful tricks, as well as the sealing power that can greatly suppress these tricks. Fortunately, the Bone Dragon Prince, through his travels in the trick realm, also had some decent tools. He spread his arms wide, and the bones from his body shot out towards Li Liuli. Li Liuli had no choice but to retreat, weaving through the bones, barely managing to cope. And the Bone Dragon Prince seized this opportunity, pulling out a rotten heart. This was a heart that the Corpse Dragon tribe could occasionally retain after death, with only one ability, to unleash a decaying curse that strikes at the soul. The Bone Dragon Prince crushed the heart, turning it into a stinking mush that flew toward Li Liuli. This heart was transformed from an 8th-level Corpse Dragon after death and was enough to corrupt the soul of any being below level 8. Once the soul was polluted, the opponent would have to focus on resisting the curse, leaving them powerless against the Bone Dragon Prince's attacks. The mush shot into the white mist, and a smile appeared on the Bone Dragon Prince's face. He was about to win. However, at that moment, a dull heartbeat echoed, and the white mist was suddenly replaced by a faint green light. It was the ruined heart, obtained from Peter. Its effect was simple: it granted immunity to mental attacks and soul curses. Li Liuli had almost forgotten about this item, but unexpectedly it came in handy at this moment. The smile on the Bone Dragon Prince's face abruptly vanished, but he was not discouraged. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. Once again, he gathered a pair of massive bone wings behind him and soared into the white mist. Meanwhile, Li Liuli, using the terrain and various top-notch tools, twisted and turned within the mist, making it difficult for the Bone Dragon Prince to find his way. Although he had high attack and defense, he couldn't withstand Li Liuli's frenzied offensive. Finally, the Bone Dragon Prince exploded in a fit of rage. "Dare to confront me head-on? Stop hiding like a filthy bug." Seeing that his opponent was already battered and bruised, Li Liuli felt it was time. It was time to cook the fire down. All right. The vast white mist suddenly dissipated. The Bone Dragon Prince's angry expression instantly turned to one of joy. The taunting strategy worked. I knew I was smart. Then, he saw Li Liuli approaching, holding a peculiar shrine. Click. The shrine opened, and endless darkness devoured all light, enveloping the Bone Dragon Prince within. In the pitch-black space, under the high-hanging red moon, the Bone Dragon Sun raised his head, staring at Li Liuli, who loomed in the sky like a god. Then let's compare our physical bodies. Li Liuli's lips curved into a wicked smile. Within the space of the divine shrine, his power received a massive boost, while the Bone Dragon Sun was weakened by the seal. Li Liuli stepped through the air and stomped down toward the Bone Dragon Sun. Again with this annoying ability. The Bone Dragon Ancestor clicked his tongue upon seeing the endless darkness. It completely disregards the feelings of us spectators. About 5 minutes later, now crowned as king, Li Liuli extended his use of the shrine's time from under 1 minute to 5 minutes, and the boundless darkness gradually faded away. At this moment, Li Liuli had a bruised face, one arm bent back in a strange way, clearly broken. Meanwhile, the Bone Dragon Sun lay trampled underfoot, his white bones scattered all over the ground. Li Liuli had smashed him to pieces. Damn it! I still underestimated the Bone Dragon's physical strength. Li Liuli cursed in his heart. He originally thought that the severely injured and weakened Bone Dragon Sun would be easily defeated, but he didn't expect the opponent to be so tough. After paying a hefty price and ending up bruised and battered, he finally won this battle. I refuse to accept this. The Bone Dragon son, trampled under Li Liuli's feet, continued to shout, despite having only a body with severed limbs and a head left. This didn't stop him from talking big. He hadn't used the Dragon Bone's transformation ability from the very start. After all, Li Liuli didn't have that ability. He thought it was unfair. But upon entering the Divine Shrine, he found he had no time to use it. You just need to practice more. Li Liuli raised an eyebrow, then swiftly appeared next to Chen Jingyi and the Bone Dragon ancestor. I have not failed my mission. Great, now only 3 dragon sons remain. Chen Jingyi laughed heartily. Let's not delay, let's set off now. His tone sounded somewhat urgent, as if he was deliberately avoiding something. Li Gongzi's talent is indeed admirable. The Bone Dragon ancestor smiled and spoke. Tonight, I will hold a banquet to celebrate, wishing for Li Gongzi to overcome the 4 great dragon sons and obtain the dragon transformation technique. Li Liuli noticed the scheming between the two but wisely chose to stay silent. The Bone Dragon ancestor and Chen Jingyi engaged in a heated debate about this matter, ultimately ending with Chen Jingyi being defeated. No one paid attention to the Bone Dragon son lying in the center of the Bone Dragon square, shouting continuously. Nighttime, at the top of the high tower. The Bone Dragon ancestor prepared a table of exquisite dishes, as Miss Dragon, the Bone Dragon son, the Bone Dragon ancestor, Chen Jingyi, and Li Liuli all sat at the table. The 4 enjoyed the top-quality cuisine joyously. Only Chen Jingyi held a glass of wine filled with goji berries, sighing as he looked up to the sky. Chapter 168. The next morning, Chen Jingyi woke Li Liuli, who hadn't gotten out of bed yet, and hurriedly left the burial ground. I inquired about it. The Bone Dragon son ranks 3rd among the 4 great dragon sons, and the 4th is the Black Dragon tribe's son. Along the way, Chen Jingyi's voice was noticeably weak. We could go pick a soft target to squeeze, but as for the Black Dragon tribe, I can't get involved. What did you steal from them? Li Liuli could guess from the name of Chen Jingyi's Black Dragon King. I just took half of their dragon ancestors' bloodline, but even so, their strength is still not weaker than the other 3 dragon tribes. This proves how strong their dark elemental cultivation technique is. Moreover, they are the only cunning beings in the eerie realm who cultivate 2 techniques at the same time. Chen Jingyi rubbed his nose. In short, if I go, they won't engage in a fair fight with you, they will come in droves and capture us. Mastering the cultivation technique of cunning beings? Li Liuli kept a watchful eye, as most of the evil spirits he controlled had practiced powerful techniques. And these evil spirits that had practiced techniques were clearly much stronger than other evil spirits. Chen Jingyi took out a map, marking the area where the Black Dragon tribe was located, saying, I'll first go to the Demon Dragon tribe. After you defeat the Black Dragon Prince, you can come straight over. Just as Chen Jingyi was about to leave, Li Liuli suddenly called out to him, before that, I have one more thing. Li Liuli informed Chen Jingyi about the situation concerning Fox Dream and her sister. Let's make a trip to Tail Mountain first and seize the main clan bloodline. Chen Jingyi seemed to care greatly about such matters. If all goes well, Fox Dream might directly break through to level 8, that way, you'll have a better chance to defeat the 4 dragon princes. With Li Liuli's current strength, defeating the top 2 dragon princes, the Corpse Dragon Prince and the Demon Dragon Prince, would be very difficult. There were indeed differences among the dragon princes. Not all dragon princes were like the Bone Dragon Prince, who was all brawn and no brains. Chen Jingyi unfurled 2 pairs of pitch-black dragon wings behind him and quickly took Li Liuli to the top of Tail Mountain, where the fox demons lived. Tail Mountain was the very mountain Li Liuli had seen after entering the evil realm, a mountain that seemed to writhe endlessly. Many fox demons had already appeared on the mountain. Chen Jingyi did not conceal his aura. Are you the Black Dragon ancestor? An elderly fox demon, with 8 tails and a frail appearance, shouted from a ridge halfway up the mountain. He sensed the presence of the being in the air. 9th level. He was the current Grand Elder of the Fox Demon clan, at the peak of level 8, and had never broken through to 9th level due to the severed bloodline of the main clan. However, even so, it would be a bit difficult for Li Liuli to defeat him. In a 1v1, Li Liuli was naturally not afraid, but if the other side resorted to justice in numbers, then he could only end in resentment. Therefore, he wanted to rely on Chen Jingyi, this free fighter, to resolve the matter. At present, the strength of the Fox Demon clan could be eliminated with a snap of Chen Jingyi's fingers. As Chen Jingyi landed in front of him, the Grand Elder trembled all over, desperately holding onto his body to avoid collapsing to the ground. The pressure of a 9th-level powerhouse was not something he could bear. One by one, fox demons came down from the temple halfway up the mountain, all elders of the Fox Demon clan. At the same time, they were also lords. Li Liuli summoned the Fox Dream sisters and loudly declared at the temple halfway up the mountain, from now on, Fox Dream is the ancestor of the fox demons. Who is in favor, who is against? Sir, it may not be good for you to interfere in matters of our Fox Demon clan? One elder hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth to stand up. He was supportive of devouring the Fox Demon main clan bloodline, and therefore, he feared retribution. Boom! Chen Jingyi did not look at him, but behind him, a transparent black dragon appeared and violently charged at him. The elder wanted to escape but found himself seemingly sinking deep into a pitch-black quagmire, unable to move an inch. The black dragon crashed into him, and instead of flying out as Li Liuli had anticipated, his body suddenly stiffened, merging with the darkness, entirely disappearing in front of the temple. What followed naturally unfolded as expected. Li Liuli brought Fox Dream to the mountain peak, where a gigantic statue stood. It was a statue of a fox demon, with 9 tails that seemed alive, stretching towards the distance and rhythmically writhing, forming mountain peaks. "Go!" Li Liuli whispered to Fox Dream. Fox Dream nodded, then took her sister's hand and walked step by step towards the front. They both made a cut on their foreheads with their hands, and the 9 tails swayed slightly in the air. Blood fell to the ground, and the statue immediately trembled as if it sensed something. The weathered stone shell surrounding the statue gradually began to peel away. Golden light appeared, shining above the foreheads of the two. And their momentum gradually surged. When the golden light dissipated, Hu Meng would become the ancestor of the Fox Demon clan. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire tail mountain began to tremble, black mist-like particles covered the sky. A scarlet eyeball, comparable to the moon, appeared in the high sky. Fog City, Yellow Springs, 9 Nether, Black Forest, Bloodline returning instance opened. The voice of the black goat sounded strange, mixed with bleats. The black goat's instance is opened? Li Liuli's heart sank, and before he could calm down, he saw blood characters appear in front of him. Black goat instance, Night of Conception has now opened. Rule 1, every day, you must devour at least one level matching evil spirit with a different bloodline. Rule 2, nights are extremely dangerous, please hide in buildings. If you successfully survive a night outside, Rule 1 will be invalidated for 1 day. Rule 3, if you see the black goat, please attempt to devour it. Rule 4, no one can devour the black goat, if encountered, please leave immediately. Rule 5, the black goat will devour everything on the last day, please devour one of each different bloodline evil spirit before the last day arrives. Great Round Table. Yanbian sat face to face with a being obscured in bright colors, whose gender was indiscernible. The ghost face has failed, Huan Yu. Yanbian spoke helplessly, damn anchor, we can't leave the Great Round Table at all, we can only watch Liuli rise again step by step. You have already forced him into the mysterious realm, that is enough. Huan Yu replied calmly, not as furious as Yanbian. Every inch of his radiant body seemed to speak, the black goat's instance has started, Liuli can't escape. Still not grown up, he cannot resist the devouring of the abyss. At this point, Huan Yu changed the topic, how is the situation with the rule anomalies? Worm shrugged, apart from instant death and fate, the other rules have stabilized. He sighed, the Grim Reaper has been sleeping, uninterested in anything, while Weaver, ever since Liuli died, she has hidden away. We can't find her, fate excels in hiding, otherwise, why can't we see our own future? Chapter 169. Huan Yu sneered, I have allowed a certain force that maligned the human world to grow, as long as she can replace Weaver and become a new fate creator, there won't be any problems. The Grim Reaper is always asleep, which suits me fine, a dead Grim Reaper is a good Grim Reaper. The desecration has already completed a preliminary fusion with the abyss, capable of directly influencing the human world? Yanbian's helpless expression transformed into excitement step by step, as long as this time the black goat completes the instance and devours everything in the eerie world, the abyss will surely descend, and we will be able to completely control the rules. The premise is, Liuli must die. Huan Yu picked up the red wine glass. Liuli must die. Yanbian's eyes burned fiercely, also raising his wine glass to clink with Huan Yu's. Tail Mountain. Contradictory rules? Li Liuli pondered over the rules before him. This was his first encounter with such contradictory rules in an instance. Even a human-level instance did not dare to change the rules casually. Rule 3 and Rule 4 were obviously completely opposite. Because of this, Li Liuli speculated that each rule was independent. For example, if you encounter the black goat, you must attempt to devour it once, even if you cannot swallow it. As long as you tried, it didn't count as breaking the rule, after that whether you could escape from the black goat's grasp depended on your own ability. And this instance had one more blind spot. The instance did not clearly define the time. There are many bloodlines of evil spirits, if you devour one a day, it might take a month. If the instance duration isn't this long? This is also an easily deceiving area. Therefore, Li Liuli believed he needed to find different bloodline evil spirits to devour every day consistently. Liuli experienced the longest copy in his life, and it only lasted 7 days. At this moment, Hume finally completed her bloodline promotion, breaking through from level 6 to the threshold of level 8. Although the aura around her was much weaker than the bone dragon's, and her ghostly energy appeared somewhat insubstantial, overall, she was still stronger than some ordinary 2-star ghost kings. Thanks to this, Liuli also ascended, with spiritual energy surging dramatically, reaching the peak of level 7. The Black Goat's copy? Hume naturally received the information about this copy too. To be precise, all the fierce ghosts in the ghost realm were forced to participate in this copy. It was a giant copy sweeping across the entire ghost realm. Uncle Chen, did you also receive the information about the copy? Liuli looked at Chen Zhengyi, who furrowed his brows. Yes, it's very strange, Chen Zhengyi nodded. Normally, with the protection of the ancient mind-bewildering formation, I shouldn't be selected for the copy. Liuli already knew about the ancient mind-bewildering formation, and it was because of this formation that he had never been chosen by a copy. So what should we do next? Liuli wanted to seek Chen Zhengyi's opinion. Ignoring the advice of the elderly often leads to disaster, especially when that elderly person is a level 9 elder. Continue the plan, challenged the dragon heir. Chen Zhengyi answered without hesitation, we are humans, and there is no such thing as fierce ghost bloodlines. Even if they want to attack you, it's for the fierce ghost you control. You can just hand it over later. The transforming dragon heart method is very important to you. Chen Zhengyi hesitated for a moment and continued, now that you have become a king, I can tell you many things in advance. Are you saying that I am actually one of the Upper Alliance members, harmed by treacherous officials, and now reborn to take back everything for revenge? Chen Zhengyi looked incredulous. I figured it out long ago, otherwise, how could so many coincidences happen around me? Liuli chuckled softly. Chen Zhengyi was dumbfounded for a moment, then, still unconvinced, said, there are still some things, I bet you definitely don't know. The creator of fate is my ally, right? I don't even know how to address her. Chen Zhengyi began to doubt his life choices. Her name is Ximing. Ever since you were killed, she has hidden in the river of fate. Chen Zhengyi explained. The river of fate? This was a blind spot in Liuli's knowledge. Humph. There are still things that you, this little brat, don't know. Chen Zhengyi felt he regained some dignity. The river of fate is the birthplace of the rules of fate, every rule has its origin. What else? Liuli's curiosity was piqued. I don't know. Chen Zhengyi shrugged his hands, why are you looking at me? I'm not a member of the Upper Alliance. Is that all? Liuli acted like an unsatisfied girl, looking as if she wanted more, I thought you knew a lot. Chen Zhengyi felt underestimated, but he couldn't argue back. With a wave of his hand, black dragon wings sprouted from his back again, soaring into the sky. The plan continues, after you defeat the black dragon heir, head to the magic dragon area. After leaving this sentence, Chen Zhengyi disappeared at the horizon. Seeing this, Liuli immediately pulled Hume, who was still somewhat confused about the situation, and left Tail Mountain. The gazes of those fox demons watching them grew more and more strange. The opening of the copy gave them courage. In the Black Dragon area. This place was shrouded in darkness, lit only by flickering candle flames that emitted a weak glow. The visibility in the Black Dragon area was extremely low, giving it a somewhat eerie feel. However, compared to the bone-filled white bone area, the atmosphere was much better. Liuli finally arrived at the Black Dragon area just before nightfall. After casually finding an inn and having dinner, not long after, a woman in a sheer dress, exposing large areas of her white skin, approached him, igniting passion in the air. She had a pair of pitch-black dragon wings behind her. It doesn't seem big, compared to the Bone Dragon clan, it appears quite delicate. Are you Li Liuli? She spoke first, looking around as if searching for Chen Zhengyi's figure. Seeing that Chen Zhengyi was not behind her, a flash of anger clearly crossed her face. She stared deeply at Li Liuli and said, let's go. She actually came looking for me? Li Liuli naturally will not show any fear, he immediately stood up and followed. Having defeated the third-ranked Bone Dragon child, what could the last Black Dragon child make him fear? Even though they both practiced two sets of techniques at the same time. The location of the Black Dragon clan was a downward, bottomless pit, surrounded by dark, plant-like things that swayed slightly. The Black Dragon child glanced back at Li Liuli, then dove down toward the pit. Li Liuli naturally would not back down, holding the Spirit King's staff, a colorful cloud rose beneath his feet as he slowly descended on it. Around the abyss, cold, vertical eyes opened wide, staring indifferently at Li Liuli. The faint pressure instantly made Li Liuli feel difficulty in breathing. The Black Dragon clan is going to give me a show of strength. They must already know that Li Liuli defeated the Bone Dragon child, and the Black Dragon child is clearly no match for him. They want to suppress Li Liuli's momentum to weaken his combat power. Chapter 170. Li Liuli could naturally see through the Black Dragon's little tricks, having gone through the Dragon Pillar test, he was fearless against these petty schemes. Roar! A crisp dragon roar erupted from within Li Liuli, spreading out like waves, causing the black dragons clinging to the huge pit to flap their small wings as if startled birds, taking to the sky. Li Liuli, this is our fight, there's no need to direct your attacks toward my kin. The cold voice of the Black Dragon child came from below. When the Black Dragons released their pressure earlier, you didn't care at all, now that I counterattack, you start taking the moral high ground and pointing fingers? Li Liuli scoffed coldly in his heart, remaining silent. Following the black dragon child down to the bottom of the pit, there were many black-dressed figures with a pair of black dragon wings on their backs. They transformed into human forms, forming a circle, black material spreading from their bodies. They had already prepared the duel site. In the center of the open space, a huge black dragon spoke human words. Since 3 of the 4 dragon clans agree to let you learn the dragon transformation heart technique, I won't stop you further. Let Chen Jingyi come, I can have her surrender directly. No need. Li Liuli would never betray his teammate. Absolutely not, because the other party didn't offer enough. Seeing this, the black dragon ancestor's gaze grew cold, snorting, in that case, let's settle it on the arena. If you lose, let Chen Jingyi come to redeem you personally. And if I win? Winning, the black dragon ancestor's tone paused. Right? If I lose, there's punishment. If I win, there should naturally be a reward. Li Liuli said with a smile, as if he had found a ripe cabbage ready for harvest. Moreover, the rewards and punishments for winning and losing must be equal. The Black Dragon King was completely stunned. She truly didn't expect Li Liuli to ask this. She was just a dragon, with not so many schemes, thinking Li Liuli's words were very reasonable. Makes sense. If you win, I will give you a 9th grade Black Dragon Heart. The Black Dragon ancestor pondered. The Black Dragon Heart can grant you the status and level of a Black Dragon. A 9th grade Black Dragon Heart corresponds to the status of a 9th grade Black Dragon. Such a good thing? The Dragon Clan is quite easy to deceive. No wonder Chen Jingyi could trick the main clan's bloodline from them. It's a deal. Li Liuli, fearing the Black Dragon ancestor might go back on her word, immediately leaped onto the duel stage and called out loudly, "Please teach me." The dragon ancestor is confused. In the Black Dragon Clan, some elder wise men have started to pound their chests and stamp their feet. How can you say that? Some baffled young ones have not yet reacted. Even if the dragon ancestor doesn't give the opponent a reward, Li Liuli must fight, otherwise, he cannot gain the dragon transformation heart method. That old dragon shook his head, and Li Liuli's strength is obviously stronger than the dragon son's. This is like taking the wolf with empty hands. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, almost saying that he himself should be the dragon ancestor. Bang! The Black Dragon ancestor finally couldn't stand it any longer and slapped the old dragon's head into the dirt with a paw, boosting others' morale while diminishing your own authority. How did the Black Dragon Clan produce such an anomaly as you? The dragon ancestor is wronged. I am only thinking for the clan. The old dragon immediately shouted in grievance. I think the dragon ancestor is right. In a fight, how can there not be some kind of reward? Yeah, besides, who says Li Liuli is guaranteed to defeat Lord Dragon's son? I think this old dragon has 9 caddies of rebellion out of 10, he wants to become the dragon ancestor. The nearby baffled young black dragons still did not understand the situation, which made the dragon ancestor even more convinced that he had not made a mistake. Reflect on it in the dragon pit. The black dragon ancestor no longer paid attention to the old dragon crying out in grievance and turned to look at the duel platform. The black dragon's son had already jumped onto the duel platform, transforming into human form, with a delicate and full body, exhibiting black matter flowing slowly. This is their second method of cultivation, the embrace of darkness. This is a peak 8th rank technique, and paired with the dragon transformation heart method, even if part of their bloodline is stolen, it is sufficient to collide hard against the other 3 dragon clans. Of course, being powerful always comes at a cost. Perhaps this is why the Black Dragon Clan doesn't think very clearly. Li Liuli thought silently in his heart, raising the Spirit King staff high. Around him was a white, misty fog, within which he could easily sense any element. As soon as the Black Dragon's son launched an attack, he could immediately come up with a countermeasure. The black matter surged, and a pitch-black feather shot towards Li Liuli. Li Liuli immediately used flash, disappearing into the mist, and the next moment, he was already behind the Black Dragon's son. A mage's most vulnerable moment is when casting her skills. What Li Liuli was looking for was this opportunity. Sure enough, although the Black Dragon's son knew Li Liuli had defeated the Bone Dragon's son, he was unaware of all of his abilities. The Black Dragon Clan has always disregarded details. Li Liuli's gaze was defiant, his right hand resting on the demonic sword Murakami, the cold gleam covering the flowing darkness. The Black Dragon's son distinctly sensed the fierce sword energy behind him, feeling as if the scales on his back were being shredded, and the intense pain sent him flying forward. Boom! The Black Dragon's son splashed a large amount of mud, and the onlookers from the Black Dragon Clan held their breath. After a long time, someone finally spoke. This human boy is actually this strong? I suddenly feel that old dragon has a point. The dragon ancestor is confused. The Black Dragon Clan began to murmur about what that old dragon had said earlier. Li Liuli stood still, the soul scythe with its iron chain clanking as it approached the swirling dust. But at that moment, Li Liuli suddenly felt darkness before his eyes. He had gone blind. The black dragon son soared up from the swirling dust, two pairs of small dragon wings flapping, black matter again enveloping his whole body, and the soul side striking the black dragon son lost its effect, covered in a layer of black, and subsequently fell to the ground. The dark element could resist soul attack methods. Since Wu Chang and the Mistwalker also went blind due to dark magic, Li Liuli could only determine by sound that his opponent had not been wounded by his soul scythe. Indeed, every dragon's son has his own hidden cards. Of course, excluding the Bone Dragon son, his mind was even lower than that of the Black Dragon clan. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air passed by, and Li Liuli sensed that something had entered his white mist. He instantly wanted to act, but he found that his thoughts seemed to be trapped in a swamp, becoming slow. Boom! One could only feel that his chest was as if struck by a large truck. The impact made it impossible for him to maintain his balance and he was sent flying. The observing members of the Black Dragon clan saw the Black Dragon child merge with the night, transforming into a giant dragon that knocked Li Li away, and they erupted in cheers. Good. As expected of Lord Dragon Child. She has actually cultivated the dragon transformation technique to such a degree. I said the ancients were not wrong. She is not confused. The ancients are wise. Chapter 171. Li Li, through the cheers of the Black Dragon clan, figured out why the Black Dragon child's strength suddenly surged. She used the dragon transformation from the dragon transformation technique. No wonder her strength could rival the casual blow from the Bone Dragon child. As a magic specialist, the Black Dragon child naturally had very weak close combat skills, which is why Li Li could cut her out of her dragon form with just one strike. Of course, this also indirectly proved that the dragon transformation was indeed a very powerful trump card. Li Li's determination to acquire the dragon transformation technique was further strengthened. The Black Dragon child's body, mixed with the howling wind, flew towards Li Li again. At the same time, Li Li sensed that behind her, there was a sword-like object, about to stab into her back. To outsiders, it appeared as if the Black Dragon child was using her technique. The night swayed like flowing water, forming a huge curved bow, shooting an arrow at Li Li. At the same time, the Black Dragon child lunged at Li Li with a black spear. One from the front, one from the back. Blind Li Li had no time to block. The Black Dragon child had locked onto Li Li. Her strange teleportation skill, under the effect of blindness, was definitely not effective. The Black Dragon child could react faster. It's time to end this. The Black Dragon child spoke coldly. I am different from that brainless bone dragon. Li Li barely dodged the arrow from behind but couldn't escape the Black Dragon child's spear. Let Chen Jingyi redeem you. The Black Dragon child seemed to feel victory was within reach. The Black Dragon clan erupted in cheers. However, at that moment, the Black Dragon child suddenly found herself seemingly deaf. All the surrounding sounds completely vanished at that moment. Thump, thump. The Black Dragon child listened to the sound of her own heartbeat, forcibly stopping her attack on Li Li. Through the surrounding dark elements, she sensed a strange ability. It felt like, around her, countless invisible, blade-like sharp threads appeared. As long as she made any movement, she would be sliced into pieces by the threads. Why did she stop? The Black Dragon clan members, seeing the Black Dragon child suddenly halt, were very confused. Only a few elders and the dragon ancestor sensed something unusual. Immediate death curse? An elder spoke up. As formidable beings, they naturally knew the terror of the immediate death curse. This was currently the only power that could instantly erase body and soul. The ancestors were confused. The elder couldn't help but speak. A human who mastered the immediate death curse would have an immeasurable advantage against formidable beings. Li Li strolled leisurely, even blind. He could still sense the direction of the Black Dragon child in the fog, placing his sword against her neck. The opponent dared not make any movement or make a sound. It's over. Li Li smiled as he spoke, simultaneously signaling Zhang Macho to withdraw her power back to the apartment. It's better for social anxiety not to come out recklessly. Let the matter of revealing one's strength in front of others be left to him. The Black Dragon child's face still showed confusion, completely unaware of how Li Li had just used such a terrifying ability. According to the news from the Bone Dragon clan, Li Li possessed a very powerful item, but that item did not have the ability to cause immediate death. This guy has more than one strange item that can threaten an 8th-ranked king. Li Liuli turned to the Black Dragon ancestor beside him and shouted, I hope the Black Dragon ancestor will keep your promise. Li Liuli lovingly toyed with this small heart that seemed to still be beating constantly. Excellent 6th rank item, 9th rank Black Dragon heart. Ability, can temporarily gain the power of a 9th rank Black Dragon for 10 minutes. A 9th rank only corresponds to an excellent 6th rank item? Is it because it's a one-time use item, which lowered its rank? Li Liuli was still very satisfied with this unexpected gain. Temporarily possessing the strength of a 9th rank, if the Black Dragon children used this item, then Li Liuli would undoubtedly be killed in an instant. Fortunately, dragons do not generally like using items. After casually killing a fierce ghost in the Black Dragon area to meet the dungeon's requirements, he headed straight to the Demon Dragon area. The Black Dragon ancestor was indeed reliable and did not forcibly detain him, probably also needing to focus on handling this dungeon. The dragon ancestor is confused. Why not forcibly detain him? The old dragon's wail echoed through the deep pit, like an advisor repeatedly rebuffed. The Black Sheep dungeon has appeared. The Black Dragon ancestor said softly, last time, the Black Sheep dungeon directly devoured the Nether City and the Silent Knight, as well as the Wujian of the Ninth Inferno this time. If we still cannot complete the dungeon, the Ghost Realm will be in great trouble. The Nether City and the Silent Knight were once the other two major forces in the Ghost Realm, capable of standing on equal footing with the Ninth Hell and the Hades management. But in that dungeon, they disappeared without warning, along with their bloodlines completely severed. And the Ghost Realm also witnessed the terrifying night that could kill all fierce ghosts for the first time. Then we should have Chen Jingyi return the bloodlines to us. The dragon ancestor froze for a moment and suddenly felt that this old dragon's words actually had some truth. I will visit other dragon clans. After leaving this sentence, she spread her small wings, surged out of the deep pit, and circled above the Black Dragon area, finding Li Liuli, who had not yet left. Li Liuli naturally also noticed the appearance of the Black Dragon ancestor and immediately thought that the other party was going to go back on their word and catch him again. Ancestor, do you want to break your promise? That doesn't fit your wise image. The Black Dragon ancestor was stubborn and would naturally let him go as long as he flattered her. Li Liuli had already analyzed the personality traits of the Black Dragon ancestor. The Black Dragon ancestor transformed into human form and gave Li Liuli a glance. I will not break my promise. If Chen Jingyi does not come to find me, then I will go look for him. Li Liuli naturally did not dare to refute, so he could only let the other follow behind him. The two, one person and one dragon, soon arrived at the Demon Dragon area. Here was surrounded by a faint purple light, making it feel a bit oppressive. The faint purple light was emitted from the Eternal Abyss formation, so in the Demon Dragon area, the ban on alcohol was the strictest. Of course, if you held the status of a Ghost King, you could drink without being overly troubled. Before Li Liuli could find the location of the demon dragons, he saw the Black Dragon ancestor let out a long roar. The sounds of dragon roars quickly startled several blue and purple giant dragons, whose dragon wings were covered with a faint chill, flying towards the Black Dragon ancestor. Ancestor, have you come for the Black Sheep matter? The leading 8th-ranked demon dragon landed and transformed into an old man in a purple robe. He was the Grand Elder of the Demon Dragon clan. Where is that promiscuous wench, the Demon Dragon ancestor? Why isn't she here to welcome me? The Black Dragon ancestor frowned. The Grand Elder showed a troubled expression and pondered. She is entertaining important guests. Li Liuli's expression instantly became interesting. The Black Dragon ancestor naturally also knew about the unclear relationship between Chen Jingyi and the Demon Dragon ancestor and Bone Dragon ancestor, and could guess the general idea. Chapter 172. He. The Black Dragon ancestor laughed in anger and immediately flapped her wings to soar up, flying towards the dwelling place of the Demon Dragon clan. The Demon Dragon clan resides within a glacier in the Demon Dragon area, mastering the frost element. The 9th-level Demon Dragon ancestor, with a single icy breath, is capable of freezing the entire Demon Dragon area. In addition, the Demon Dragon ancestor is very interested in enchantment techniques and has captured many fox demons for research. Of course, ordinary demon dragons do not possess such abilities. After the Black Dragon ancestor flew away, the elder noticed the human in front of him. Challenging the Dragon Prince, the elder seemed to have expected this. Li Liuli nodded. May I ask, when can we start? You have already won, the Dragon Prince admits defeat. The expression on the elder's face seemed a little hard to maintain, but he could not resist. The ice flowers, separated by the last elder who was not ordered by the Demon Dragon ancestor, had already grown 2 meters high. The strength of the Dragon Prince is on par with the Bone Dragon Prince, managing only a slight victory, while the scenes of Li Liuli fighting the Bone Dragon Prince have already spread through the Dragon clan. Indeed very strong, those bizarre items left the dragons in a daze. Li Liuli fell silent. The 4 major dragon clans each have their own unique skills. I wonder what surprises await him in the Bone Dragon clan. Little Li, you finally made it. Chen Jingyi suddenly appeared in front of Li Liuli, most likely due to the arrival of the Black Dragon ancestor interrupting his deeper conversation with the Demon Dragon ancestor. Chen Jingyi's cheeks were even thinner, like a malnourished old man, his body slightly hunched, supporting his waist, his steps unsteady. Did I come at the wrong time? Li Liuli joked. You came at just the right time. Chen Jingyi replied without hesitation. Let's go. While the Black Dragon ancestor and Demon Dragon ancestor are fighting, we should quickly run away. Just as Chen Jingyi opened his dragon wings, wanting to quickly take Li Liuli away, 2 voices rang out simultaneously. Husband, I am not satisfied yet. Want to escape? Chen Jingyi's expression froze, then he forcibly held himself back and turned around. I was just sending our little Li. He looked at Li Liuli as if facing death. The road ahead, I'm afraid you will have to walk alone. Uncle Chen can no longer accompany you. The Bone Dragon clan currently holds the Transformation Dragon Heart method. As long as you defeat the Bone Dragon Prince, you will obtain it. Li Liuli struggled to hold back a laugh, nodding, okay. Are you making fun of me? Chen Jingyi detected something from the trembling corner of Li Liuli's mouth. I have received professional training, no matter how funny it is, I will not laugh. Li Liuli's expression was serious. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Chen Zhengyi said irritably. The Bone Dragon area is adjacent to the Demon Dragon area, and Li Liuli quickly arrived in this region that emitted a foul stench. There are very few dangers here, and the buildings are pitifully scarce. The roadside is lined with decaying corpses, and walking in the Bone Dragon area, Li Liuli felt as if his spiritual power was showing signs of decline. The abilities of the Bone Dragon clan are related to decay and corruption. This is their inherent strange ability, not something cultivated like the Black Dragons with their two methods. Inside a blood and meat structure made up of partially decayed huge corpses, Li Liuli saw several bone dragons. Bone dragons are very small, compared to the other three major dragon clans. They are like the difference between hunting dogs and elephants. One bone dragon spotted Li Liuli, its eyes lighting up as if it found prey, and it exhaled a scarlet breath. The breath mixed with an intense stench made Li Liuli doubt that the opponent had ever brushed its teeth in its life. With a flash of his Spirit King staff, Li Liuli appeared behind the bone dragon, then quickly drew his sword, decapitating the bone dragon. However, the decapitated bone dragon did not die. The exposed flesh and blood, devoid of skin, surprisingly extended fine red threads, like thin lines, connecting with the cut on its neck. I am Li Liuli, here to challenge the corpse dragon. Li Liuli said clearly, not wanting to be entangled with these undead dragons any longer. Li Liuli. The small red eyes of the corpse dragon moved slightly. I know you. Why does the corpse dragon seem like a little brain-deficient fool? Indeed, every dragon tribe has its own extraordinary skills. He initially thought the Black Dragon was the low point of the Dragon Clan, but he didn't expect there to be even stronger ones. It seems the four major dragon clans did not include the Corpse Dragon tribe in their intelligence ranking. The Corpse Dragon crawled on the ground, slowly moving forward, seemingly forgetting that it had wings. Li Liuli's eyes twitched as he followed behind, and after about 10 minutes, he finally arrived at a relatively open area, where there wasn't so much flesh scattered on the ground. There, a man wearing a crown made of flesh and blood, with a plump and fat figure, was feasting heartily. The Dragon Clan maintains a matriarchal tradition, and females are generally stronger than males. As the male corpse dragon ancestor, being able to become a dragon ancestor is obviously not simple. You're here? The corpse dragon ancestor glanced at Li Liuli, but quickly shifted his attention back to his food. The young dragon will be here soon after eating, please wait a moment. He paused for a moment and peeled a piece of meat from the corpse of an unknown creature in front of him. Do you want to eat some? No, thank you. Li Liuli quickly shook his head. After waiting for half an hour, Li Liuli finally saw a very plump, skinless corpse dragon descend from the sky, speaking human language. You are Li Liuli? Come. She is very strong. Li Liuli silently noted in his heart, and he had factual basis for it. This was the only corpse dragon he found in half an hour that could use its wings. Please. The corpse dragon queen transformed into a plump woman, with a piece of flesh hanging at her waist. As soon as Li Liuli stood firm, she immediately unleashed a breath. A foul smell spread, completely different from the corpse dragon he faced before. The scarlet breath enveloped the area, and Li Liuli lost the ability to communicate with the eerie air around him. She formed a domain around Li Liuli that could rot everything. At the same time, the corpse dragon queen could supplement her eerie energy through the surrounding blood and flesh. This was their innate ability, devouring. They just needed to keep eating to grow stronger. In this way, no matter how hard Li Liuli tried, the spiritual energy in his body would only diminish. Moreover, the vitality of the corpse dragon tribe is incredibly tenacious. Li Liuli's scraping strategy against the Bone Dragon Prince would be completely ineffective. In that case, I can only be quick and decisive. After a brief thought, Li Liuli decided to fight desperately. He flipped his wrist, and the divine seal appeared in his hand, opening slightly. Endless darkness surged like a tide, drowning out the scarlet, decaying breath released by the corpse dragon queen. The breath of the gods? The corpse dragon ancestor suddenly stopped his actions and looked towards the boundless darkness. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 173. The corpse dragon queen crawled in the pitch-black space, the crimson moonlight casting upon her, as if it were some kind of prohibition, preventing her from unleashing that scarlet, decaying dragon breath. Under the crescent moon, Li Liuli strolled calmly, drawing his sword with determination. A maniacal laugh echoed through the heavens and the earth, the cold light even suppressing the crimson moonlight. The corpse dragon queen's plump head was sliced off, blood splattering everywhere. Li Liuli did not hold back. He knew the corpse dragon's vitality was incredibly tenacious. Sure enough, the soaring head showed blood-red threads appearing, like blood vessels, connecting to the cut of the neck. Li Liuli would not let the opponent recover, drawing his sword once again. Sizzle! The blood vessels and flesh tissue were once more severed. At the same time, Li Liuli took out the Spirit King's staff, and thunderclouds began to gather above the corpse dragon queen's head, rolling thunder like the roar of a deity. Boom! A burn smell wafted from the corpse dragon queen's body. Her body showed patches of black blood. Even so, her head was still trying to generate thin threads, attempting to reconnect with her neck. She was still not completely dead. Was the corpse dragon really just a tiny bug with dragon blood? Li Liuli mocked in his heart, appearing in front of the corpse dragon, swinging his blade again and again. Countless clumps of blood fell neatly to the ground, but they wriggled and extended blood vessels, reattaching together. At the same time, Li Liuli was stained by the blood of the corpse dragon and immediately felt his spiritual power rapidly diminishing. He also developed festering sores on his body. The blood of the corpse dragon had the ability to rot too. 3 minutes passed, and Li Liuli managed to cut the corpse dragon into 5 pieces, yet she still wasn't completely killed. The corpse dragon was very resistant to physical attacks. Li Liuli had already exhausted 2/3 of his spiritual power, and had to rely on Kana's and Shodai Sayaka to restore his own spiritual power. With no choice, he could only remove the ability of the shrine. He could no longer bear the strain of the shrine's pressure. The endless darkness dispersed, and Li Liuli and the corpse dragon reappeared on the ground filled with the scent of decay. The corpse dragon got a chance to breathe, and the 5 pieces of flesh instantly began to stitch themselves together. Li Liuli took out the apartment of the disaster bringer, summoning all 3 tenants from the first floor. The 3 tenants each had their own eerie aura, so they didn't need Li Liuli's spiritual power to support them, while Zhang Macho's instant death was an absolute fatal curse for evil spirits. This was not physical damage, but rather noble rule-based damage. The ground became instantly quiet, and pale white arms grew from the corpse dragon's body. The wriggling flesh of the corpse dragon triggered the silence effect. 2 pieces of flesh instantly deteriorated, losing their vitality, and the wriggling blood vessels also collapsed feebly. But the other 3 pieces managed to complete the stitching. The corpse dragon, now missing an arm and a leg, appeared on the ground. The cockroach that could not be killed. The pale hands weren't idle either, gripping the corpse dragon's neck, heresy whispers softly echoing in her ears. Mental attacks were very effective against the corpse dragon. The corpse dragon instantly lost her ability to resist. For Li Liuli, only time was needed to defeat her. Just as Li Liuli thought about making further moves, he suddenly sensed a more putrid odor coming from behind. Li Liuli's face changed, and without hesitation, he used teleportation to dodge the breath, turning around to see the fat-headed, big-eared corpse dragon ancestor had somehow arrived at the clearing, staring blankly at him. Drooling tears dripped from the corner of its mouth. God! I will eat you, eat you. The corpse dragon ancestor seemed to have fallen into some kind of hysteria, mumbling continuously, opening its bloody maw towards Li Liuli. The pressure of level 9 made it impossible for Li Liuli to even think of resisting. Fortunately, the corpse dragon ancestor seemed to have lost rationality, reduced to a wildly instinctual monster, allowing Li Liuli to awkwardly maneuver around him. The withering heart could not alleviate the decay on Li Liuli. He was in imminent danger. Though the corpse dragon ancestor's figure was bulky, its speed was like lightning. Each attack forced Li Liuli to barely dodge, losing pieces of flesh. Wherever he was bitten, a scent of decay and rot spread out. His flesh would soon succumb to corruption. After dodging another attack from the corpse dragon ancestor with a flash, Li Liuli decided it was time to retreat. He didn't know what wind had suddenly gone through the corpse dragon ancestor's head. Li Liuli turned back to look. Then he saw a creature, completely black, with blood-red eyes, atop a head that seemed like a dome, crowned with a pair of swirling goat horns. It stood on 2 hooves like a human, slightly curved, and its front limbs were 2 massive claws, shining with dark green scales. Li Liuli's heart gradually grew colder. A black goat. At this moment, encountering a black goat. According to the rules, Li Liuli had to attempt to attack the black goat in order to escape. Gritting his teeth, Li Liuli took out the 9th-grade black dragon heart he obtained from the black dragon ancestor and crushed it. He had to use his trump card. After crushing the black dragon heart, a pitch-black, viscous, eerie energy surged into Li Liuli's veins, his aura instantly skyrocketing to the 9th grade. In 10 minutes, Li Liuli had to attempt to devour the black goat and escape. Roar! The scarlet breath surged toward Li Liuli again, but this time, he did not evade. Instead, he condensed a night curtain around himself, blocking the scarlet breath outside. The corpse dragon ancestor had completely lost his reason. Even with the black goat appearing, he did not attack first. His target was still Li Liuli. Having briefly gained the 9th grade rank, Li Liuli naturally was not afraid of the corpse dragon ancestor. He flashed and appeared above the corpse dragon ancestor's head, bringing down the Spirit King's staff hard. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as Li Liuli struck the corpse dragon ancestor into the flesh-covered ground. Li Liuli paid no attention to the corpse dragon ancestor and instead headed toward the giant black goat. Devouring was a skill automatically obtained upon entering the instance, and its effect was simple: opening one's mouth and sucking in could pull the opponent's bloodline and eerie energy into oneself. Of course, the prerequisite was that the opponent's strength had to be below his. If on the same level, this skill would have no effect at all. He suddenly inhaled towards the direction of the black goat. The black fur flowed like a river, drawn into Li Liuli's mouth. Fierce and cold emotions instantly appeared in his mind, replacing all his thoughts. Li Liuli's mental strength dropped to zero in an instant. At this moment, he had only one thought left: murder. Li Liuli grinned as he charged toward the black goat. The black goat also turned its head at this time, its enormous scarlet eyeball, capable of replacing the full moon, looking down at Li Liuli. Chapter 174. Suddenly, chaotic chanting sounds rang out, and Li Liuli's eyes, filled with endless fury, instantly cleared. The black goat had raised its claws, like a small mountain, smashing down toward Li Liuli. Even more terrifying was that the black goat's dark fur seemed to have a life of its own, as if trying to pull Li Liuli in. Li Liuli's gaze cleared. He quickly condensed a pitch-black barrier, but it was easily shattered by the black goat. Seizing the moment of pause, Li Liuli used his flash skill and left the corpse dragon area. His task was complete. He would not suffer the backlash of the rules. The black goat merely watched Li Liuli, small as an ant, from afar, without pursuing him, instead focusing on the corpse dragon ancestor, who had not attacked him, but had his gaze fixed on Li Liuli from beginning to end. He violated the rules. The black goat's terrifying head emerged from the clouds and inhaled toward the corpse dragon ancestor. The corpse dragon ancestor could offer no resistance, soaring into the air and ending up inside the black goat's belly. Li Liuli watched the scene from a distance, nearly crying out of sadness. Not because of a deep friendship with the corpse dragon ancestor, but because he still had not obtained the dragon transformation heart law. After thinking it over, Li Liuli gritted his teeth and used his flash skill again. After gaining the 9th grade rank, the cooldown on the Spirit King's staff flash skill could refresh in just a few seconds. He grabbed the corpse dragon ancestor's thick tail and pulled it back. In the demon dragon area, 2 giant dragons, radiating terrifying eerie energy, circled overhead. One black and one purple. Exchange the bloodline that Chen Jingyi took away back to me, and I will leave at once. The black dragon ancestor roared. If you couldn't protect your own bloodline, how can you expect others to return it to you? The magic dragon ancestor's voice was soft and charming. Hurry up and go, don't disturb us while we reminisce. The 2 dragons clashed again, with cold breaths and the dark night sky occupying half of the sky each. Suddenly, a huge goat appeared on the horizon, and both dragons froze in their movements. Black goat? That's the corpse dragon area. Chen Jingyi, who dared not speak before, suddenly voiced, no matter what you want, I have to go there. You dare. The black dragon ancestor flapped its wings, dark arrows shooting towards Chen Jingyi. You haven't satisfied me yet. The magic dragon ancestor also seamlessly unleashed a frost dragon breath, trying to freeze Chen Jingyi. But Chen Jingyi suddenly howled to the sky. A slender, dark shadow of a huaxia giant dragon surged from his body, twisting and turning. Its sharp claws destroyed the attacks from both dragon ancestors. Chen Jingyi laughed heartily and vanished on the horizon. Even when both dragon ancestors tried to stop him at the same time, they couldn't catch him. Has Chen Jingyi already learned to dissolve our attacks? The black dragon ancestor transformed into human form, looking very unhappy. Chen Jingyi had been avoiding direct encounters, leading the black dragon ancestor to believe that he couldn't defeat a dragon ancestor with regional powers. Yet now, when both dragon ancestors attacked together, even without using their full strength, they were easily dissolved. It seems you cannot regain your bloodline. The magic dragon ancestor laughed. The black dragon ancestor snorted softly and flew towards the corpse dragon area, and the magic dragon ancestor hurriedly followed. Li Liuli couldn't pull the corpse dragon ancestor at all and was swallowed into the mouth of the black goat. Inside the black goat's belly, it seemed to lack a single organ. At least, Li Liuli found himself in a dense, dark black forest. Beside him lay the corpse dragon ancestor, whose limbs were severed, and his life force was extremely weak, as if he were about to breathe his last. The corpse dragon ancestor violated the rules, hence suffering the consequences. Li Liuli felt a chill in his heart. A corpse with such tenacious life force and the corpse dragon ancestor's 9th tier status could not withstand the black goat's punishment. Fortunately, I haven't violated the rules. Li Liuli thought he might have found a loophole. After escaping, he returned. Normally, he should have violated the 4th rule, but the 4th rule seemed bound to the 3rd rule. In other words, to violate Rule 4, one must first violate Rule 3. Li Liuli hadn't violated Rule 3, so he wouldn't violate Rule 4. It seemed that the black goat resembled a machine made up of a string of codes or instructions. As Li Liuli pondered, he suddenly saw the corpse dragon ancestor open his crimson eyes, his expression indescribably weak. He was about to die. Li Liuli became alert. If the corpse dragon ancestor still held hostility towards him like before, then he would likely die filled with regret from a 9th tier back attack. He quietly took out the Spirit King staff. Fortunately, the corpse dragon ancestor seemed to have returned to normal, weakly saying, "I see the status of a god on you, that is the Upper Alliance." In the last Black Goat dungeon, the mysterious realm suffered a great defeat, consuming the Nether City, the Silent Knight, and the 9 pits. We the Corpse Dragon clan managed to reclaim the 9th pit, but we were also severely injured. He seemed to be explaining his earlier actions. "We must keep consuming, or we will be devoured by hunger. Prior, I lost my rationality, attracted by your status, which is also the curse brought by the Black Goat dungeon." No wonder the corpse dragon seemed so intellectually deficient, it seemed to be infected by the Black Goat. In the heyday of the Corpse Dragon clan, reclaiming the 9th hell from the Black Goat probably made them stronger than the 3 major dragon clans combined. At least, the Corpse Dragon clan would need 2 peak level 9 experts to contend with the Black Goat. Li Liuli speculated that the Black Goat could be considered half a level 10, but lacking intelligence, it could only act according to a preset program, which made it inferior to the members of the Upper Alliance. The Corpse Dragon ancestor slowly opened its mouth and spat out a cultivation method. "Dragon transformation heart method, I'm giving it to you for now. If you manage to escape, please watch over the Corpse Dragon clan for me." The Corpse Dragon ancestor seemed to have exhausted all its strength. "We are heroes." The Corpse Dragon ancestor finally met its twilight, perhaps it was always better than living as a mere walking corpse. Li Liuli mourned for the Corpse Dragon ancestor for 3 minutes, picked up the Dragon transformation heart method, and surveyed the surroundings. This was a silent black forest, stretching endlessly, with occasional malicious eyes watching Li Liuli, but they quickly vanished, like illusions. "Is this the Black Forest?" Li Liuli deduced his current location based on the information from the official records of the Weird Realm. The Black Forest is inside the belly of the Black Goat? Why is the Black Forest in the belly of the Black Goat? Li Liuli felt he might have discovered something incredible. The conditions to enter the Black Forest are more demanding than those to enter the Fog City. In the Fog City, you just need to find it to enter. But for the Black Forest, it is speculated that one must survive at least 3 nights outside the Weird Realm structures before they could possibly enter the Black Forest. Chapter 175. There are very few records of the Black Forest in the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. Basically, no humans have stepped into this area. Even if they do, it is very hard to come back out. According to reliable information, there are 3 types of horrifying bloodlines in the Black Forest: the Scapegoat, the 100 Eyes, and the Nightmare. At this moment, returning the way he came is not possible. Li Liuli could only grit his teeth and step into this tranquil forest. Triggering hidden mission, find the abyss. Gained item, everlasting torch. With the system, which had very little presence since claiming kingship, finally reappearing after a long silence. Li Liuli speculated that the so-called system should be the foundation left behind from his previous life to help him grow after rebirth, and after becoming king, the system should have been exhausted by him. He didn't expect it would still hold something. Li Liuli's heart stirred as a long, odd branch with a piece of black cloth appeared in his hand, and flames automatically ignited, lighting up the dark forest with scattered glimmers. Item name, Everlasting Torch. Rank? Description, a spark left for the human realm by a supreme existence. Note, an anchor. The items are getting stranger and stranger. Li Liuli mumbled. The weak light of the torch dispelled the bone-chilling cold in the forest. Stepping on the unknown dark grass, Li Liuli couldn't hear any sound from his footsteps. Strange-shaped trees twisted and intertwined, blotting out the sky. Holding the torch, Li Liuli moved slowly through the all-consuming darkness, all alone. In the Black Forest, it seemed time had lost its meaning. As he delved deeper, Li Liuli's expression grew more numb, and bizarre changes began to occur on his body. His legs, he didn't know when, gradually transformed into 2 black goat hooves, fuzzy wool sprouting from his skin. Li Liuli's body hunched further, as if he were about to devolve into a black goat. Suddenly, the everlasting torch erupted in flames, sparks landing on Li Liuli, setting the black wool ablaze. Li Liuli's numb gaze slowly regained clarity, and without any pause, he pulled out the Spirit King staff, and with a flash. Under a tree, there stood a strange creature with a goat's head and a human body, its limbs ending in hooves, hiding behind. Li Liuli struck it with a heavy blow. The strange creature immediately fell to the ground, life extinguished. Its main body was weak, but its abilities were very odd. Li Liuli's chest split open, swallowing the scapegoat whole. The shell could gain some information and memories from the devoured. Sure enough, it's a scapegoat, trying to replace my identity and leave the Black Forest? Li Liuli acquired a part of its memory, learning about the ecology of the Black Forest. In the Black Forest, besides the 100 Eyes living in groups, the Scapegoat and the Nightmare existed independently. They hunted all living creatures that entered the Black Forest. Based on the Scapegoat's memory, Li Liuli learned about the abyss. If he failed to escape from that recent state, he would become a lamb, easy prey for others. And it could gain its own identity and leave from the abyss in the forest. The abyss lay in the center of the Black Forest, home to the 100 Eyes, who were weak but could restrain the Scapegoat and the Nightmare. According to its memory, the 100 Eyes had a very simple ability, insight, able to see through all illusions. Thus, most of the nightmare and scapegoat skills were ineffective against them. However, in a one-on-one situation, the 100 Eyes had no ability to resist. Likewise, Li Liuli also gained the scapegoat skills, but to him, they were somewhat useless. He did not want to swap identities with others, it was like cutting off his own limbs. The scapegoat skills were a bit like mutated rules, and as a mutation protector, Li Liuli naturally lacked similar abilities. Finding the location of the abyss, Li Liuli decided to quicken his pace to leave earlier. Chen Jingyi should have already noticed the black goat. What if he discovered Li Liuli was missing and in a panic confronted it? Li Liuli did not want to leave a corpse for Chen Jingyi. To be precise, if eaten by the black goat, Chen Jingyi would be turned to dust. Li Liuli soon reached the center of the black forest, seeing the 100 Eyes strange creature. The 100 Eyes looked no different from other strange creatures in the strange realm, with 2 arms and 2 legs. Except for their faces, which had only eyes and no other features. When they saw Li Liuli and the torch in his hand, they did not attack him but instead knelt down from afar. Li Liuli was somewhat puzzled, but they had no mouths and could not speak, so he could only let it be. He had already seen the bottomless pit in the center of the black forest. According to the scapegoat's memory, as long as he entered the abyss, he would appear in the strange realm as Li Liuli, but he did not know where the abyss led. But there were no other exits left. Li Liuli took a deep breath, looking at the giant mouth below that seemed to devour everything. The other side seemed to be watching him too. Just as Li Liuli prepared to leap down, the ever-burning torch suddenly shrank, seemingly about to extinguish. Although it quickly returned to normal, Li Liuli still saw a pale eye appearing above the abyss. Li Liuli felt a dizzy spell, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a medieval-style hall. In front of him stood a huge round table. The large round table. Li Liuli's mind burst with memories he had never owned. Li Liuli approached the round table and found a place to sit. A grey worm crawled out from its body. Before Li Liuli could use his abilities, it suddenly petrified and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. "You are still so uncooperative." The voice of the worm echoed from behind. "Today, you have not yet been to the abyss." "That filthy power, I disdain to obtain," Li Liuli replied instinctively, as if he had rehearsed the script. The worm sneered. "You don't want to die, yet a newly promoted creator dares to defy the abyss?" "You have already turned into the shape of the abyss," Li Liuli said. "I will kill you all." The worm's expression changed, but soon it laughed sinisterly. "You can certainly try." Li Liuli said nothing and stood up to leave the large round table. As he opened the ancient medieval door, a dazzling starlight reflected back at him. This is the birthplace of constant rules, the void. Here is not the universe in the human sense, accurately speaking, it is a place of nothingness with any possibility. As long as Li Liuli wished, he could even create a new universe here. Chapter 176. Of course, Li Liuli currently did not have this capability. Alone, Li Liuli finally gained the chance to think independently. So, am I now under the power of the nightmare? Everything now is a dream. Li Liuli murmured to himself, "I need to find a way out, or I will be killed by the nightmare." The nightmare's ability is simple: create dreams and lead people astray. It consumes dreams, merging them into one. Li Liuli flipped his wrist, and a never-extinguishing torch immediately appeared in his hand, making his mind instantly clear and dispelling the feeling of fatigue. Luckily, I have many tools. The nightmare problem was solved, but an even greater issue awaited Li Liuli. Although Li Liuli guessed that his current identity should be one of the Upper Alliance members, he had one fatal problem. He could not recall his authority as one of the rule creators. He could only use muscle memory to wield his abilities. If he were to confront other members, he would likely die thoroughly. Dying in a dream, the nightmare could still occupy his body. And his dream should be the most dangerous dream in the world. Maybe I can find Jiming, she should be my ally, at least she has no hostility towards me. If Li Liuli was not mistaken, this dream should be related to his previous life death. Li Liuli began to deduce based on previous events. It is known that the worm and the ghost face clearly harbor hostility towards him and have attempted to kill him. Jiming is more inclined towards him. The god of death should be the instantaneous creator. The attitude is unclear, but from what the worm just said, he probably doesn't like the abyss either. The abyss is the fuse for my enmity with the worm. Maybe the god of death can be brought to our side too. After sorting through his thoughts, Li Liuli decided to seek Jiming first. Another new problem arose: where is Jiming? Li Liuli thought for a moment and took out the human skin book. This book is protected by fate, and with Li Liuli's current status as a rule creator, he should be able to directly contact Jiming. Opening the human skin book, Li Liuli's hand just placed on the pages when he felt the book began to tremble slightly. His current status frightened this book. "I want to see Jiming," Li Liuli left behind these words. The human skin book trembled violently again. The words did not change, nor did a curse appear. Useless? It seems the status of the human skin book is still not. Li Liuli had not finished speaking when he saw golden threads hanging down from the void in front of him. A graceful figure wrapped in a gauze dress gracefully emerged from the nothingness. "You are looking for me?" Jiming's voice was ethereal and clear, as if it were a heavenly sound resonating from the depths of Li Liuli's heart. "I am going to die," Li Liuli stated bluntly. He did not know Jiming and feared that saying too much would expose that he was not the true constant creator. Jiming's cheeks were wrapped in a dreamy scarf. Li Liuli could not see the other person's expression, but still, she could hear some dissatisfaction in her tone. "Is the worm targeting you again?" She came to Li Liuli's side, waving her delicate hand to weave a golden thread into a hanging chair. "This should be someone's thread of fate." Li Liuli's eyes twitched slightly. "I had previously suggested that you enter the river of fate, but unfortunately, you did not agree." Jiming spoke lightly, seeming to hold a hint of reproach. "Now, the river of fate is temporarily closed and cannot be entered." Li Liuli's expression froze on her face. Jiming looked at Li Liuli, then gently stirred her hand in the air, her tone turning somewhat puzzled. "Why is your thread of fate so intermittent?" She had ultimately noticed some anomalies. "You are the creator of fate." Li Liuli replied. "Meaning, you ask me about something you don't even understand?" Jiming indeed did not dwell on that question. "Do you know where the Grim Reaper is?" Li Liuli turned to protect another member's interest. "The Grim Reaper?" Jiming paused for a moment. He is also resisting the abyss. The wilderness is the birthplace of his rules." Li Liuli did not ask where the wilderness was. Aside from the places where mutation and fate were born, other birthplaces could all be sensed directly. Jiming transformed into golden threads and exploded, disappearing into the void. Li Liuli closed her eyes and naturally sensed the location of the wilderness, turning around to open the huge ancient wooden door. Outside the door was not the large round table from before, but a vast green prairie. Fluffy clouds floated in the blue sky, golden light scattered, adding a faint golden glow to the prairie. The grass was everywhere, trees lush, and flowers blooming. But upon closer inspection, one would immediately feel a chilling sensation rising to the crown of the head. After the flowers bloom, their cores are beating hearts, and the grass has red veins like blood vessels. Under a flowering large tree, Li Liuli saw a skeleton leaning against the tree, seemingly asleep. Or perhaps long dead. Li Liuli cautiously walked over. The Grim Reaper turned over, looking at Li Liuli. "What is it?" "I'm going to die." As Li Liuli saw that the other party had no hostility, her courage grew. "Oh." The Grim Reaper turned over again. Li Liuli's steps became stiff again. After a while, Li Liuli said again, "The abyss is coming." "Oh. Can you help me?" "Oh. Can you say anything else?" "Yes." "Then can you help me?" "Oh." If it were not for Li Liuli knowing she could not defeat the Grim Reaper, she would have gone up to knock on his skull. Seeing the Grim Reaper ignore her, Li Liuli simply found a place to sit under the tree. After all, the Grim Reaper didn't mind, or rather, he was too lazy to care. In the Grim Reaper's territory, the worm should not dare to enter casually. This is the strategy of driving a tiger to swallow a wolf. At least until she figured out how to escape this dream, she would stay here. The wilderness, instead of being called a wilderness, would be better described as a flawless landscape painting. Well, as long as you don't examine it closely. Li Liuli finally rarely gained a touch of tranquility, one person and one skeleton, just leaning against the towering tree. Here, one could hardly perceive the passage of time. Not knowing how long had passed, perhaps just a moment, the Grim Reaper turned again, looking at Li Liuli. Accurately speaking, the Grim Reaper had no eyelids, so Li Liuli did not know if he was really sleeping. "You should leave." The Grim Reaper finally spoke a complete sentence. Although there were only 4 words. "The worm will kill me." Li Liuli replied. "Is it beautiful here?" The Grim Reaper answered the question that was not asked. Li Liuli nodded. "It's beautiful, there is no place as beautiful as this in reality." "They all call this place the wilderness." The Grim Reaper stood up, leaning against the tree, "but I prefer to call it the place where one dies without a grave, only the dead can enter." As soon as he finished speaking, the vast grasslands of the wilderness instantly withered, yellowing and red dominating the desolate land. Chapter 177. "You still have a mission unfulfilled," the Grim Reaper said softly. Li Liuli only felt the world turn upside down, and when he came to his senses again, he found himself in that familiar place. The Sunshine Orphanage. Li Liuli's eyes were filled with confusion as he pushed open the large gate of the orphanage. "Congratulations, you have gained the blessing of immortality." A strange voice suddenly echoed in his ears, and Li Liuli realized that somehow, he seemed to have shrunk, becoming like a 7-year-old child. Before him sat Chen Jingyi, holding a beer, his eyes lonely, drinking outside the security booth. Chen Jingyi seemed to notice Li Liuli, pausing his drinking, his eyes widening as if confirming something. "Old Lu, Shaoli is here." Chen Jingyi finally confirmed, casually tossing aside the beer bottle and shouting. Chen Jingyi sprinted away, while Li Liuli stepped into the Sunshine Orphanage. Gray rain fell from the sky. After Li Liuli came into contact with the gray liquid, his body began to deform, countless bumps appeared under his skin, slowly writhing, trying to drill out from his flesh. Worms! In the pouring rain, he formed a human shape from a mud pit, a strange smile on his face. Not bad, the anchor is almost ready, but unfortunately, the power is still insufficient. Li Liuli tried to mobilize his spiritual power, but he found that he had apparently become an ordinary person. Die! The worm's eyes were crazed, like a vengeful spirit crawling out of hell seeking for a life. The gray rain grew heavier. Countless eyeless and mouthless worms drilled out from Li Liuli's body, taking away the vitality within him. Li Liuli could not fight back but did not die. Perhaps the blessing of immortality was at work. This was a slow torture. Li Liuli wanted to scream in agony, but as soon as he opened his mouth, worms crawled out of it, only to drill back in through his nose. His eyeballs fell out, replaced by writhing worms. Although Li Liuli's body did not perish under the blessing of immortality, his mind was already dazed, gradually losing consciousness. The earth began to tremble, and tentacles like an octopus broke through the muddy ground, wrapping Li Liuli within. A cold light flashed between heaven and earth, and the worms did not react in time, their necks sliced by the thin cold light. The bodies of the worms fell to the ground, turning into pools of liquid, then reassembling again. Damn old Chen, sometimes I really want to kill you, a voice called Luisho sounded behind Li Liuli, the tentacles pulling him back, Luisho pointing his finger like a sword, touching Li Liuli's forehead. All the bumps under his skin vanished. You opened the ancient mind-confusing formation, how could the worms possibly find this place? Did you forget? Chen Jingyi appeared behind the worms again and punched them back into a liquid form. If I turn on the formation, Shali wouldn't find it here either. Is your brain broken? They were still so fond of arguing. Li Liuli felt an unprecedented sense of relief. That's true, Luisho's expression stiffened. Hurry up and kill this doppelganger, activate the formation. Chen Jingyi nodded, his dragon wings spreading wide, as if able to swallow the light itself. The Sunshine Orphanage was shrouded in darkness. A giant black dragon appeared behind Chen Jingyi, roaring as it charged towards the worm. However, the worm simply smiled coldly, raised one arm, and gray liquid spurted out, instantly distorting the dragon's phantom, transforming it into a small worm that fell to the ground. Who said I was a doppelganger? Chen Jingyi suddenly froze in midair, making a violent retreat back to Luisho's side. Old Lu, this seems to be the main body, why don't you go try it? Idiot, I'm not deaf, Luisho cursed, hang in there, activating the ancient mind-confusing formation takes time. Chen Jingyi could only grit his teeth and charge forward again. Most of Chen Jingyi's attacks were physical, but the worm could easily resolve them through evolution and curse the opponent. Fortunately, with various dragon blood in his body, Chen Jingyi could temporarily resist this curse. The two had been entangled for less than 3 minutes when Chen Jingyi had already expanded a circle, and his body had stretched, as if he was about to turn into a giant worm. The formation is activated. Lu Isho shouted. Chen Jingyi immediately stepped back, and at the same time, a dreamy starlight appeared in the sunny orphanage. The light spread like refraction, scattering all around, as if creating its own space, with each ray of light holding a mirage-like reflection. The worm suddenly lost its target, even though the opponent was right in front of it. The ancient soul-mesmerizing formation had no attacking ability, its main purpose was secrecy and illusion. But this did not stop the worm from using its own powers. Its body exploded, and the liquid rained down into different spaces. It had finally gained blessings from the abyss, allowing it to briefly leave the round table. If it couldn't kill Li Liuli this time, there wouldn't be such a good opportunity again. Weaving fate and flow, no one in the world could break through this. Li Liuli was held in Luisho's arms, the evolving curse dissipating, allowing him to regain his spirits and continue contemplating the current situation. It was just a pity that he couldn't think of any way to break the deadlock. Can an ordinary person shake the divine-like rule creator? Old Lu, I feel like this formation isn't going to work, Chen Jingyi said, watching the dreamy starlight gradually dissipate, swallowing his saliva. Nonsense, he's already stepped into the formation's abilities would naturally be greatly reduced. Using the formation right under the worm's nose was like digging a pit to bury oneself while someone was watching. As long as the worm had the ability to dig the pit back open, it could find Li Liuli. Liuli said he entrusted weaving fate to hide the anchor within the formation. Chen Jingyi looked at Li Liuli, can this kid find it? Chen Jingyi's words made Li Liuli's eyes light up. The eternal torch, under the system's entry, seemed like an anchor. Li Liuli took the torch out from the system space, and the bright light instantly made him feel comfortable. Is this it? Is it? Chen Jingyi asked in confusion, I haven't seen it before, old Lu, is it? I haven't seen it either. It seemed he would still have to rely on himself, these two old-timers were useless. Li Liuli broke free from Luisho's embrace, and the torch actively touched the fading starlight. Buzz! From the starlight, a tall shadow emerged, with a pitch-black face that bore a striking resemblance to Li Liuli. Li Liuli's body suddenly transformed, becoming tall, with starlight descending like a crown upon his head. Spiritual energy surged, even stronger than before entering the 7th tier. Moreover, Li Liuli felt a rule that was very close to him. Constant quantity. Ability, fixed, deprive. Li Liuli instantly understood the ability of this rule. At that moment, the worm extinguished the last ray of starlight and slowly moved towards Li Liuli. Then, its movement froze. It saw the torch in the opponent's hand. Chapter 178. On that torch, the worm felt an unprecedented fear. This was the anchor of constant quantity. When did it make the anchor? The worm reacted swiftly, its body exploded, turning into gray liquid, trying to escape. The rule creator with an anchor could freely unleash all abilities without getting lost, becoming part of the rules. If the rule creator serves the rules and can only manipulate them, then the creator with an anchor reverses the rules serve the creator. Li Liuli naturally wouldn't let it have its way and allow it to escape. He had not completely exploded, yet he was fixed in place. His time seemed to vanish, or freeze, as if a pause button had been pressed on a video. Fixed. Li Liuli was like lightning, rushing to the back of the worm and striking out with one palm. The worm's time restored again, but he could no longer turn into liquid to dodge Li Liuli's attack. Deprivation. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and the worm was sent flying back. Li Liuli pressed the attack, landing punch after punch, while the worm could not use his powers at all, only able to tough it out. His mutation had been stripped away. The constant was a newly appeared rule, even the worm did not know his powers. After being struck out once more, the worm found that he had completely lost control of half of his body. That half of his body felt like stone, unresponsive, unable to communicate, anchored to himself. The worm's expression changed in shock. If his body was completely petrified, he would surely perish. "Help me," the worm cried out. The night summoned by Qin Jingyi was completely dispersed, replaced by a vibrant sky. In the sky were S-shaped auroras, stars filling the space, constantly writhing. The stars coalesced into a vortex, resembling an eyeball, while the S-shaped auroras acted like its tentacles. Chaotic emotions flooded everyone's minds. Even with Li Liuli's fixed constant, he could not escape this chaotic emotion. Entropy creator, universe. The starlit sky shone down, and the worm regained control over its body, bursting apart into countless smaller worms and fleeing the place. He ultimately escaped. Perhaps this was what had happened back then. The sky gradually returned to normal, with azure skies floating a few white clouds. It felt like a cozy afternoon. Phew, finally over. Qin Jingyi let out a long sigh. "Why do you still need us two old men if you're so strong?" Li Liuli did not know how to answer. After all, he was just a traveler who had stumbled into the past. He needed to think about how to leave. Can someone like you with a pig brain come up with the plans of weaving fate and constance? Lu Yishou slapped the back of Qin Jingyi's head, then looked at Li Liuli. "Is that old guy Su Yunmu doing well?" "I don't know," Li Liuli replied truthfully. Li Liuli focused on the torch in his hand. Since it was the fixed anchor of the constant rule, it should contain the original power of the rules. If he could use this ability, escaping the nightmare's dream would naturally be no problem. Li Liuli used the simplest method. He opened his mouth wide and stuffed the torch inside. Deprivation felt more like devouring. Every scary thing or item he consumed did not lose its power, but instead became a part of him. This was the terror of the constant. His initial combat power might not be strong, but he could continually grow stronger through deprivation. If he could devour the worm. A flash of thought crossed Li Liuli's mind, only to be pulled back by the burning sensation in his throat. "Are you performing some supernatural function?" Qin Jingyi widened his eyes. "Shut up, I'm thinking." Lu Yishou also stared wide-eyed. Ignoring the two, Li Liuli endured the intense burning sensation and swallowed the torch, letting out a burp. Blue smoke curled upwards. Li Liuli struck at the surrounding void, instantly revealing a layer of dense spatial fractures. With another punch, the dream was completely obliterated. In the mist, Li Liuli saw his consciousness continuously rising while his feet slowly melted into the ancient illusion array. When he came to his senses again, Li Liuli was standing above an abyss, and to the left, there was a ghostly creature crawling on the ground. Was this the nightmare? Was it also on my side? It finally dawned on Li Liuli. Time to go back. Li Liuli felt the abundant spiritual power within him. Even though no changes had happened to his body, he felt as if he had been completely reborn. Taking a step forward, Li Liuli fell into the abyss. Darkness swallowed Li Liuli, and since the everlasting torch had been consumed by him, he lost his means for illumination. In the abyss, Li Liuli felt a gaze locking onto him. It seemed full of destruction and evil charm. Just being watched made the veins at his temples bulge. Without hesitation, Li Liuli hit himself with a fist, using the fixed ability, and that desperate feeling gradually faded away. The continuous fall made Li Liuli a bit dazed. he seemed to see a huge shadow slowly emerging from the darkness beneath him, reaching out an arm, ready to grab him. Creator of rules, embrace me. The whispering words entered Li Liuli's ears. Li Liuli was unwilling to resist. The giant arm grasped Li Liuli in its palm but soon let go as if shocked. The abyss roared, and Li Liuli saw a glimmer of light beneath him. Boom! The intense crash sound pulled Li Liuli's drifting thoughts back. It was Chen Zhengyi and the black goat fighting. Chen Zhengyi had all his dragon wings broken, one arm was empty, and fine black hair appeared on his face, but his eyes remained bright. Little beast, spit out our little Li Zi. Chen Zhengyi gathered his strength again and punched out. He struck the black goat, but it was as if hitting cotton. The black goat didn't react at all but opened its mouth to inhale. Chen Zhengyi's body uncontrollably flew toward the mouth of the black goat. Li Liuli didn't care about anything else, appearing behind Chen Zhengyi in a flash, grabbing him, and simultaneously punched his own chest. Fixed. The two of them seemed frozen in time, suspended in midair. No matter how the black goat inhaled, it could not swallow them. I'm back. Li Liuli spoke simply, let's go. Although Li Liuli was still at the 7th level, having the status of the rule creator, ordinary attacks could not threaten him at all. Li Liuli was very confident now. Even combined, Chen Zhengyi, Luisho, and others could not harm him in the slightest. Of course, he also couldn't break through their defenses. Chapter 179. Little Li Zi, you're not dead? Chen Zhengyi looked at Li Liuli, secretly wiping the mucus and blood on his face onto Li Liuli's clothes. Li Liuli naturally noticed this, snapping his fingers, and Chen Zhengyi found that no matter how he smeared it, the blood on his face could not be rubbed onto Li Liuli. This is the power of rules. Chen Zhengyi could surely feel it. It's a long story. Li Liuli didn't plan to explain slowly, as a string of blood characters had already emerged before his eyes. The last day is coming. The feast begins. The blood characters slowly disappeared, and the strange realm suddenly dimmed, with black mist-like particles surging from all directions. Those were little bugs that could devour spiritual power. At this moment, Li Liuli finally understood why the knights in the strange realm were so dangerous. Unknown black little bugs like locusts crossed the field, devouring everything around them, including ancient buildings. Hiding inside the buildings couldn't evade these tiny bugs. Many strange creatures rushed out of the buildings before Li Liuli, only to be completely eaten in the next moment. Of course, some strange creatures started using unusual abilities that Li Liuli was very familiar with. For example, gray liquid covered his body, and bugs actually began to obey his commands. They gained protection. Li Liuli grabbed Chen Zhengyi. The fixed ability temporarily prevented those bugs from attacking them, but the bugs still crawled all over their skin, which was truly disgusting. Congratulations! You have completed the hidden mission, Find the Abyss. Reward, opportunity to open the human ascendant instance. The system finally issued him a reward, but this reward puzzled Li Liuli. What can I do by opening an instance myself? Leave the eerie realm? Li Liuli dismissed this thought and looked at Chen Zhengyi. How do we leave? The third prison has a crack in the eerie realm that leads directly to the human world, but I don't know which force is guarding it. Chen Zhengyi was a bit weak, his battle with the black goat had drained him completely. Li Liuli nodded, taking advantage of the spirit power still sufficient to maintain the fixed ability, and quickly pulled Chen Zhengyi toward the third prison. In the Cherry Blossom Country, at the Munue Society. Yamamoto was kneeling in the hall, feeling his spirit power rising steadily. He finally stood ahead of Chu Jicho and Carl, breaking through the 9th rank first and receiving the protection of the king. Just as he was overjoyed, a spatial crack suddenly appeared, reflecting a swirling starry sky, resembling a huge eye watching Yamamoto. Yamamoto felt the gaze of something far beyond his current rank. Without hesitation, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground. Please deliver the divine command. The enchanting and profound starlight fell upon Yamamoto, instantly twisting his body. It was as if he had mutated. A pair of arms grew from his back, a third eye emerged on his forehead, and his features muddled together in utter chaos. I grant you the protection of entropy, kill Li Liuli, and you will become the next member of the Upper Alliance. The voice of the universe echoed from that swirling starry sky. Yes. Yamamoto never expected to gain such a great opportunity and bowed repeatedly. In his eyes, Li Liuli was merely an unproven master of the eerie arts. Even with exceptional talent, how could he fight against him, who had reached the 9th rank? With one hand, he could crush him. Yamamoto had never felt his ambition collide so fiercely. Once he became a member of the Upper Alliance, he would rule the entire human world and become the emperor of the new era. He is coming, remember, regardless of the cost, you must kill him. The crack closed. Yamamoto's third eye reflected a turning, writhing starry sky. Sensing the movement, the king of the Cherry Blossom Country arrived, only to glance at that eye and found his mental power dwindling to almost zero. At the same time, they discovered that Yamamoto seemed like a true king. They were no longer in a hired relationship, but sincerely devoted to Yamamoto's aura. Prepare the vehicle, we are heading to Takamagara. Yamamoto stood up, his tone commanding, "Bring me my divine cloud." Yes. Chu Jichio and Lu Isho were playing chess at the Lin family. There was a crack in the eerie realm, and they were waiting for Li Liuli to return. Jiang Fengyun was sitting nearby smoking, his previously incomplete arm had grown back. Suddenly, they looked up towards the direction of the cherry blossom country. "Ninth rank?" Chu Jichio exclaimed, "The president of the Munue Society has taken that step first?" The king, Entropy, 2 members of the Upper Alliance granted him protection. Lu Isho's expression turned somewhat grim as he instructed Jiang Fengyun, "Try to enter the eerie realm again and see if any changes have occurred." Ever since the instance of the black goat opened, the eerie realm had been closed, even Lu Isho could not enter. In a church, a gigantic cross bathed in colorful light, the stained glass refracting the light, creating a dreamlike, holy atmosphere. Carl was kneeling alone under the cross, as if in prayer. Tap, tap, tap. Sudden footsteps disrupted the sacred atmosphere, and all at once, the entire church seemed to come alive. Every angel statue opened its mouth. Silent eyes stared down at Carl. Profane whispers began to rise. Carl did not turn around, but the church seemed to lower countless threads, causing the footsteps behind him to suddenly halt. "Two deacons, how have you been?" Carl slowly stood up, retracting his pious expression and replacing it with a cold gaze. "Carl, we are here to take something." The wind and cloud deacon, dressed in a pure white suit and having slicked back hair, stood behind a woman in a long white dress, with a flawlessly beautiful face but no expression. "I am all ears," Carl said with a slight smile. "Could you lend me your beast?" the wind and cloud deacon said with a smile. "Of course, along with your life?" The beast Carl controlled was the Fate Seeker, ranked 4th on the current list of beasts. While its main ability was an instant death curse, it still carried certain rules of fate. Beasts with the rules of fate are few and far between. Currently known, there is only the Nightmare of the Black Forest. "The visitors mean no good," Carl said without anger, instead lighting himself a cigar. Ever since St. Peter died, he had also taken up the habit of smoking. "Let me guess, you want to replace the creator of fate?" Carl's words caused the wind and cloud deacon's expression to change repeatedly. This was something they had secretly planned all along. Besides the 4 deacons, no one else knew. The original plan of the wind and cloud deacon was to use the 4 spiritual materials of the beast realm, the empty deacon as the vessel, and the spirit eye deacon as the eyes, to create a formation that directly communicated the rules. However, due to sudden changes in the beast realm, they were missing the final material, the ethereal fire, thus they could only come to demand the beast controlled by Carl. This beast also had the ability to communicate the rules of fate. And this formation was revealed to the wind and cloud deacon by that profane creator through some malicious ritual. Initially, the wind and cloud deacon did not take it seriously, but after long-term brainwashing, his perceptions unconsciously changed. But now, Carl was not surprised at all, as if he had anticipated it. Standing alone here made the wind and cloud deacon feel somewhat uneasy. This felt like a trap. Carl naturally noticed the expression on his face and continued, "Do not doubt our information-gathering abilities." The wind and cloud deacon took a deep breath, then a shadow appeared behind Carl. A pale arm extended from the wind and cloud deacon's chest, gripping Carl by the neck. "Empty," the wind and cloud deacon snorted coldly. Upon hearing the command, the empty deacon moved stiffly, walking slowly forward, holding Carl's cheek and kissing him. At that moment, the artificial being they created according to the maliciously given formation had no consciousness of its own, only obeying the command of the wind and cloud mage. If she could truly replace the weaver of fate and become the creator of destiny, then the wind and cloud deacon would become the only human able to control the gods. During this process, Carl offered no resistance at all, allowing the perfect face to come into contact with him. The profane whispers grew louder, like the prayers that took place every week in the church. But this voice was no longer holy. Instead, it was filled with the strange and the profane. The wind and cloud deacon watched the intertwined pair with an expectant gaze. But soon, his expression turned to anger. As the two fused together, the empty deacon's body was rapidly withering, pale arms emerging from her fair skin. The wind and cloud deacon immediately struck out with a palm, trying to stop this profane revelry, but the arm on his chest seized his neck and lifted him up. A mere pawn, trying to control the gods? Carl's eyes were frenzied and spirited, very much resembling St. Peter's gaze. "This is merely a banquet held in my honor. I am the true guardian." Carl bit down hard on the white skin of the empty steward, the crimson blood like a dream bubble, dyeing that holy body with an ominous aura. With this feast, Carl stepped fully into the threshold of the 9th stage. He slowly rose, stepping on the blood-soaked ground, radiant colors projected from all directions, blooming on his blood-stained cheeks. "Wind and cloud steward, you have done well." Golden threads fell down, slicing the wind and cloud steward's body into countless small pieces. The statue pinned to the cross gradually raised its head and looked at Carl, a blasphemous whisper echoing in his ear. "Seek the river of destiny. Go to the cherry blossom country." Jiang Fengyun's body vanished from the human realm, then reappeared. "The wraith realm has opened." Jiang Fengyun shouted. Luisho quickly moved forward, pointing his finger like a sword, unleashing a sword aura, then gasped, "The feast has begun." Luisho had mastered the sword technique to perfection. Each thread of sword aura carried a part of his spirit, allowing him to sense the changes in the Wraith realm. He saw black bugs devouring everything, saw lords snatching at the base. So fast? Chu Shicho's face changed. "I haven't even stepped into the 9th stage. As long as we find Li Liuli, all problems can be solved easily." Luisho replied, pausing for a moment before saying, "Let's go to the cherry blossom country." Li Liuli faced almost no obstacles and arrived at the rift of the Wraith realm in the 3rd abyss. Although Ligay was under protection, becoming a lord, he still did not pose a threat to Li Liuli's life. With his peak 7th stage power, escaping was still quite easy. The 2 dragon ancestors had long since disappeared, but when leaving the 8th abyss, Li Liuli saw the deep purple beam that covered everything. They had likely returned to their own territory. Entering the rift, what greeted the eye was the scattered cherry blossom petals. And there stood the president of the Moon Viewing Society, Yamamoto Takeshi, holding a bronze short sword, his power overwhelming. "Oh no!" Li Liuli thought to himself. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed an eye reflecting a brilliant starry sky, opening in the center of Yamamoto's brow. Li Liuli felt his mind go blank, unable to think normally, even forgetting to breathe for a moment. Yamamoto vanished in place, and the next moment, the legendary sword struck Li Liuli's chest. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Under the fixed action, the legendary sword could not break through Li Liuli's defense. Due to the impact, Li Liuli's body crashed down into the ground, creating a huge dent. Shenjingi, being at the 9th stage, soon regained clarity from this chaotic thought. Plus, Yamamoto had not intentionally focused on him, allowing Shenjingi to unfurl his damaged dragon wings and avoid the attack. Shenjingi felt Yamamoto Takeshi's 9th stage, which even surpassed his own pressure, and quickly made a decision. He flew towards the distance, not forgetting to leave a line behind. "Little Li, you hold on by yourself, your Uncle Chen will go find help." This old man. Li Liuli flew out of the deep pit, gritting his teeth as he watched Shenjingi speed away. This was indeed the best method. Li Liuli's fixed ability could allow him to remain temporarily undefeated. Before Li Liuli could regroup, Yamamoto's fierce assault came once more. The legendary sword tore through the air but missed. Li Liuli quickly used his teleportation to come behind Yamamoto, then drew the Muramasa. The sound of wild laughter echoed through the sea of cherry blossoms. Yamamoto scoffed, flipped his arm, and the legendary sword was engulfed in a layer of orange-red flame, colliding with the Muramasa. Li Liuli was shocked to find that the Muramasa was starting to slowly melt under the fire's scorching. An exquisite 2nd stage item? Just like that, he was directly melted by the Amatsu Komagaya. Without Muramasa, Li Liuli could only rely on the Spirit King's staff to collide with Yamada's Amatsu Komagaya. The rank of the Spirit King's staff was much higher than Muramasa, so it was not melted, but Li Liuli still retreated step by step. The Spirit King's staff was essentially a magic staff, and its close combat attack power was not strong. Which mage fights at close range with a staff? After being hit by Yamada once, Li Liuli smashed to the ground, and warm blood finally spilled from his mouth and nose. Li Liuli's spiritual energy was running low, at least not enough for him to continue using fixed skills. Die! Yamada mercilessly delivered the finishing blow, pointing the Amatsu Komagaya at the sky, and heavenly fire shot like a sword into the gloomy sky, revealing a dazzling and writhing starry sky. A brilliant starlight crashed towards Li Liuli. If this hit landed on Li Liuli, there would probably be nothing left. He could only use his last resort. Li Liuli took out a dark red, teardrop-shaped item, occasionally flashing with a dark red glow. Blood Tears of the Nine Nether. This was his last drop left. Chapter 181. The function of the Blood Tears of the Nine Nether was simple. It could turn an item into a fierce ghost. As long as the rank of the item was high enough, the transformed ghost would be terrifying. And Li Liuli just happened to have such an item that was high enough in rank and could be transformed. The Human Skin Book. This was an item blessed by fate. If he used the Blood Tears of the Nine Nether, it should be able to transform into a fierce ghost related to fate, or even a clone of the Weaver of Fate. After all, the Weaver of Fate was on his side. Of course, Li Liuli could also use the Higan Flower to transform into a fierce ghost with the instant death protection, but that would leave too much to chance. There were many fierce ghosts with instant death curses, and the Grim Reaper might not necessarily pay attention. He was really lazy. This was Li Liuli's stereotype about the Grim Reaper. After crushing the teardrop and sprinkling it on the Human Skin Book, the pages of the Human Skin Book curled up like burning leaves. Golden light burst forth from the Human Skin Book, blocking the dazzling starlight above. A graceful figure in a gauzy dress slowly emerged from the golden ocean. The overwhelming writhing starry sky was washed away by the golden tide, and Yamada's advancing figure was also hindered. A golden thread was held in the hand of the Weaver of Fate. Learn that martial art. The Weaver of Fate glanced at Li Liuli and threw out a small shrine. This is also something you asked me to keep. Indeed, it was able to summon the Weaver of Fate. and he also obtained a shrine. Just the fusion of these two shrines was so terrifying in capability. If 3. Li Liuli let out a breath and began to recover his spiritual energy. At the same time, he took out the cleansing pill he had bought earlier and immediately started learning the Dragon Transformation Mind method. The content of the Dragon Transformation Mind method had already been recorded in advance, but the process of learning martial arts was inherently long, so Li Liuli could only take his time. But now it was different. Under the blessing of the River of Fate, Li Liuli's speed of learning martial arts seemed to have increased 100-fold. Li Liuli felt as if he had been reborn. Golden blood replaced his original red blood, and 2 bony protrusions appeared on his back. He felt a stir in his heart, and a black flesh membrane appeared over the bony protrusions, forming a pair of dragon wings. The wounds on his body extended fine threads of flesh, automatically stitching together. With a casual wave, the cherry blossoms on the ground instantly froze. Level 8. Li Liuli finally stepped into level 8, and his martial arts also rose to the 7th grade under the enhancement of the River of Fate. Now Li Liuli could retreat unscathed even when facing level 9 existences. And the Weaver of Fate also gently pulled apart the thread of fate in his hand. Yamada instantly fell to the ground, his vitality completely extinguished. But then, Yamada's body began to become transparent. The reflection of the starry sky surged from his semi-transparent body. Finally found you. Starlight scattered, Yamada completely transformed into the appearance of the universe, appearing in Takamagara. Not hiding in the River of Fate anymore? The universe looked at Weaving Fate, a teasing look in his eyes. Or do you want to be buried together? Weaving Fate said nothing, her delicate hands danced in the air, like some strange dance. Strands of fate gathered together, forming a golden hemp rope the width of an arm. The call of the human skin book, along with Weaving Fate's ability to carry the River of Fate, descended upon the human world. She was not afraid of the universe at all. The creator corresponding to the birthplace is almost impossible to kill. The universe made no move, quietly watching Weaving Fate act, as the sky was once again filled with colorful starlight. At the same time, Li Liuli felt whispers suddenly ringing in his ears. He wanted to listen carefully, but it seemed like a hallucination. However, Li Liuli soon confirmed that he was not experiencing any hallucinations. Among the scattered cherry blossom petals in Takamagara, a ghastly white arm emerged. A person wrapped in the arm appeared high in the sky. Carl looked down, saw Weaving Fate and Li Liuli, smiled softly, and opened his arms. In Takamagara, let us sing the dirge of the desecrated together. On countless ghastly white hands, a mouth appeared, and the ethereal singing seemed to pull at the soul, making Li Liuli feel a sense of peace. He wanted to just fall asleep like that. Under the pull of countless arms, a figure dressed in coarse linen clothes, wrapped up like a mummy, appeared in Takamagara. Summoning the creator is not something only Li Liuli can do. As a protector of the desecrated, Carl also summoned the malice through ritual. This was the purpose of the universe and the malice. They wanted Weaving Fate to die and obtain the River of Fate to offer to the abyss. Weaving Fate grabbed the nearly collapsing thread of fate from Li Liuli, tying a knot. Li Liuli instantly woke up. Think of a way. Weaving Fate said succinctly, then stepped forward to block all the curses for Li Liuli. When Luisho and Chujicho were about to reach Takamagara, they suddenly encountered a once-in-a-century downpour. The rain was gray, the liquid thick and even slowly wriggling. Worm! Luisho coldly snorted. No one saw how he drew his sword, only a brilliant white light slashing towards the sky. The gray clouds were ripped open, but quickly recovered. The main body? Luisho's face changed. If it were just a clone, Luisho could easily cut it down. Gods fighting, what do mere mortals need to meddle in? The worm appeared with a grin, its gaze always on Luisho. Clearly, the worm knew that Luisho carried some kind of item that could turn the tide, which is why it came to block him. Send me in. Luisho said to Chujicho. I'll do my best. Chujicho stepped forward, the murky and foul liquid like a raging flood appeared behind him, along with a tall, hunched figure in a black cloak holding a huge scythe. The worm's body instantly shriveled, the ultimate death curse could harm it. Its body exploded, turning into sticky liquid, appearing from afar. Li Liuli's mind raced, and he finally found a possibly workable method. Merge with the shrine, open the domain, suppress the creator through rank, and pull him into his own instance. The ability of the shrine is simple and brutal. In the domain, only Li Liuli is the supreme being. But it is also very difficult to kill these creators that way. Therefore, one must further suppress using the rules of the copies. According to the rank of one's creator constant, coupled with the suppression of the shrine and the copy, it is still very possible for creators to die within the copy. The source of the shrine is extremely mysterious, blessed by the rules, as if it has been passed down since ancient times. At least, the ancient demon clan carved by the Crimson Moon has no understanding from humans, except for what is recorded in ancient texts. Right now, there is only this one method. Li Liuli immediately took out the divine fallen shrine and began to merge it with the shrine that Qi Ming threw to him. Chapter 182. The shrines collided with each other, gradually merging into one. Congratulations on obtaining the ultimate level 8 item, Eternal Night Shrine. Ability, Seal, Domain, Enhancement. Effect? With the strange tactics of Chujichi, Luisho trudged through the gray rainstorm with difficulty. He had to be constantly cautious of the sticky liquid all around. If he was not careful, worms would appear. Once in contact with the worms, Luisho would immediately receive the curse of mutation and become part of the worm. The shadow behind Chujichi was nearly solid, but the huge sickle was continuously approaching Chujichi's head. The one who claims lives from the yellow spring was continuously reviving. It wouldn't be long before the massive sickle would pierce through Chujichi's skull, and the strange tactics would be completely revived within him. Seeing this, Luisho could only return to Chujichi's side to block the pouring liquid. No, we can't move. Then let's fight. Chujichi spoke with difficulty, his gaze murky, as if he were a corpse that had risen from the grave after many years. I don't believe a creator can exist in the human realm for long. The backlash of the rules will devour him. Ha ha ha. Luisho laughed heartily, the ancient long sword in his hand once again weaving a sword flower, becoming the only color in this gray world. Pure white flowers slowly bloomed. The gray rain instantly stopped, and a holy light enveloped the polluted world around. The worms kept exploding and regathering in an attempt to resist the astonishing sword energy. How did a mere human become so strong? Can he threaten me? The worms were deeply perplexed. Luisho's body also rapidly aged, as if he transformed from a middle-aged man into a frail old man. 10 years for one sword for 10 years. This is the ultimate realization of the sword path Luisho derived himself. Indeed, he stands on top of the pyramid as a genius in the sword path. No wonder the Lu family didn't let you wield strange tactics. Chujichi was also stunned by Luisho's sword. If this sword were aimed at him, even 3 lives wouldn't save him. I was fortunate to have seen the river of fate. Luisho spoke slowly, but his steps remained firm. Fate flows like water, allowing me to realize a sword through 10 years of time. This sword is named Time. Jiming, under the siege of the 2 rule creators, though not destined to be defeated, was still being pushed back step by step. The golden ocean flowing in the air unknowingly dyed gray and white, with arms stretching out from the ocean. The divine river seemed to have transformed into a fallen river from hell. In the distance, a gray rainstorm approached, and the worms had arrived here too. Very well, I'll catch you all in one fell swoop. Li Liuli murmured, punching himself, activating the fixed ability of the constant rules. He was now as calm as a stone. He slowly opened the shrine. All the light seemed to be instantly devoured in that moment. The creators present naturally noticed this situation and all retreated, looking around. Unsurprisingly, no matter how they used their abilities, the darkness around them was like a substance that couldn't be dispelled. Li Liuli felt his spiritual power madly depleting. Amidst the mingling of his own life force, it slowly faded away, but under fixed influences, even if his life force completely dissipated, he would not die. Pulling in so many high-ranking creators at once naturally led to tremendous consumption. Li Liuli had no hesitation and took out the yellow-covered book from the system space. Detection shows you currently meet the conditions to use the instance copy. Please have the participating players. The book opened, and before all present, including the worm and Luisho, a string of dense blood-red characters appeared before their eyes. Welcome to the horror game. You will enter the instance in 3 seconds. This instance is named? Wish you a pleasant game. 3 seconds later, everyone felt their vision blur, and then they found themselves in a hospital lobby, filled with the scent of disinfectant mixed with a faint, peculiar odor. Everyone, including the creators, was wearing blue and white striped patient uniforms, sitting on chairs in the lobby, looking at each other. Just a second ago, they were fighting, and in the next second, they all donned patient uniforms and sat together? There was an indescribable sense of disharmony. Li Liuli is not here. Luisho noticed a problem. Upon hearing this, others indeed found that Li Liuli was not among those wearing patient uniforms. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, footsteps sounded, and Li Liuli, wearing a black suit and holding a pale human skin mask, approached the crowd with the yellow book in his arms. Everyone, welcome to the horror game. I am your guide for this round. Li Liuli smiled. You can call me Celestial Guide. This time, the instance you are entering is. Li Liuli glanced at the name of the instance and tactfully skipped over this topic. Now, let me introduce the rules of this instance to you. Rule 1, doctors hold a high status, but they can still be killed. Of course, doctors also have the right to kill patients. Rule 2, there is only one way to leave the mental hospital. Please explore on your own. If you fail to escape after 24 hours, you will die. Rule 3, mental patients can kill each other, but must avoid doctors, otherwise, they will be punished similarly. Rule 4, all patients' abilities will be suppressed. Having reached the 8th tier, Li Liuli could add a rule and make slight modifications. Lastly, Li Liuli took a pair of framed glasses from the pocket of his suit jacket. Rule 0, the instance will generate shadows identical to the players. Once a player dies within, the shadow will replace the player. After the introduction, Li Liuli looked at the dazed crowd and pushed up his glasses. I am your doctor, now, do you have any questions? Reverse heaven gang. The worm shouted first, we of the Upper Alliance are the ones who created the instance, how could we possibly enter it? The celestial instance shouldn't be like this. From the worm's words, Li Liuli gleaned some information. The celestial instance has been artificially replaced. Li Liuli instinctively thought of that core member he met in the underworld, Zero. Could it be that since that time, my previous life has already been laying the groundwork? Li Liuli pondered this in his heart, while his mouth did not stop. This patient, it seems your mental state is not very good. Now, please enter the isolation room. As soon as he finished speaking, two strong men rushed out from the side, escorting the worm into a small room, closing the heavy iron door. In the instance, guides cannot directly act against the players, but Li Liuli had an additional identity as a doctor. According to the rules, doctors have the right to kill patients. However, the premise is that the patient has committed a serious error. Therefore, Li Liuli must patiently wait for this opportunity. If this time does not succeed, then they will lose everything. During these 24 hours, Li Liuli must at least kill one creator of the rules. Li Liuli summarized this information and looked at the others present. Everyone, now is free time. It's 1 p.m., and our free activities will continue until 4 p.m. These 3 hours are for players to explore ways to leave the dungeon. Only then did the crowd realize that the restraints on them had been lifted, and they could move freely. But confusion still lingered on their faces, they seemed not yet to have come to terms with this identity change. Li Liuli approached Ziming, Luisho, and others, and spoke in a low voice. Do you still have any means? How did you manage that? Luisho stroked his beard. The dungeon can restrain the Upper Alliance? Of course not, Li Liuli said with a bitter smile. I barely pulled them into the dungeon using my vitality and the power of the rules. Although the dungeon can last for 24 hours, if it really reaches 24 hours, I'll be dead for sure. My abilities are completely bound as well, Ziming responded first. Moreover, the River of Fate has been partly tainted by the abyssal power. If they all successfully escape the dungeon, I cannot cope. As the creator of fate, she could clearly glimpse the future from the long river, but she found it hard to change. Li Liuli spread his hands. What exactly is the abyss? Ziming patiently answered Li Liuli. The abyss is a creation that does not exist in this world, a higher existence contacted by Malice, the universe, Worm, and Ghostface through some means, to help them advance further, but the price is being tainted by the abyss and becoming a servant. So they wanted to advance too much. Li Liuli sat on the chair. Then are we dead for sure now? Why not ask the astute director Lu? Luisho crossed his legs. If it weren't for the hospital gown making him look somewhat strange, he would look like a wise strategist. Spit it out quickly, or we die together. Li Liuli, who had already reached level 8, showed no mercy to him. He had long wanted to give these two riddle makers a beating. You brat have grown wings and don't look down on me anymore. Luisho lamented, seeing Li Liuli's increasingly hostile expression. He cleared his throat. I brought the shadow of Liuli. This is a method left by Liuli. Something left by his past life? Li Liuli's eyes lit up. Quickly give it to me. Luisho did not hide it. It was precisely because he carried the shadow of Liuli that the worm personally approached to stop him. It was a stone carved with strange patterns. As Li Liuli picked up the stone, he immediately understood the information contained within. This was a similar existence to a clone made by his past self through the void, containing the power of rules. Once absorbed, along with the everlasting torch, Li Liuli would become a true rule creator with status. But now there was a problem. To gain the status of a constant creator, Li Liuli had to swallow this stone. Yet in his current state, he simply couldn't bite through this stone. I was going to wait until you reached level 9 before giving it to you. Luisho saw Li Liuli's difficulty, but plans can't keep up with changes. With the existence of the Dragon Transformation Heart method, refining the shadow of Liuli should not be hard. The Dragon Transformation Heart method's purpose is to enhance Li Liuli's physical quality, forcibly enduring the infusion of rules. Li Liuli brought the stone close to his mouth, just about to shut his eyes and swallow it in one bite, when he suddenly sensed a faint wave from the toy house in the system space. On the other side, Malice and Universe stared at each other wide-eyed, while Carl sat aside, bowing his head and not daring to gaze at the two creators of rules. What about the worm? Still in the confinement room. Malice seemed to open his mouth, but Carl only felt a sudden whirl. Whispers ringing in the ears drowned out all sounds. The Universe extended its starry arms, gripping Malice's neck, forcing her to hush. If you can't speak, then don't open your mouth. The Universe seemed to dislike Malice. Well, the members of the Upper Alliance each had their own distinct traits. Malice shut her mouth, and the whispers in Carl's ears suddenly vanished. He sighed deeply. Human, what can you do? The Universe looked at Carl. As the creator of entropy, he would never enter the instance, as it would only lead to its collapse. So, the way to clear the instance still depended on this insignificant human. Carl pondered, as a human-level instance, the rules surely contain misleading elements, but one thing is certain, there is indeed only one way to leave the mental hospital, and it involves killing. Being an apex existence among humans, Carl's brain was certainly not dull. Humans master deception, so escaping the mental hospital cannot simply be done by walking out the front door. This does not conform to the rules of human deception. The universe remained silent, and Carl continued, and the target of the killing certainly isn't the doctor. This must be his scheme. After all, our goal is to kill him. This was Carl's speculation based on intuition. So, our way to clear the instance should be to kill those identical mental patients without being discovered by Li Liuli. Carl had grasped the truth of clearing the instance. Senior Su Yunmu sensed the shadow of Li Liuli in my hands? Li Liuli then recalled that there was a great deity residing in his system space. This series of battles was so intense that he temporarily forgot this old senior who had little presence and liked to stay in his small room. Li Liuli hurriedly took out the catastrophe apartment, slowly injecting his consciousness into the small room. The model iron gate came into Li Liuli's view, and Su Yunmu stood behind the gate, hands behind his back, gazing at Li Liuli. He finally stopped lying in the rocking chair. You have already attained the status of a creator? Su Yunmu asked. Seeing Li Liuli nod, Su Yunmu smiled. Have we finally reached this moment? He stepped out of the catastrophe apartment, and under Li Liuli's astonished gaze, Su Yunmu's body rapidly weathered like gravel, turning to dust, drifting away into the distance. Senior, you. Li Liuli was a bit at a loss. I was destined to die long ago, and without the catastrophe apartment, I would never have lived until now. Su Yunmu, indifferent to his disintegrating body, chuckled, his eyes mixed with relief. The means of the Upper Alliance are no child's play, and only you have such good fortune. Li Liuli fell silent. It turned out that for Senior Su Yunmu, leaving seclusion meant immediate death. And the enemies Li Liuli faced before were not enough to make Su Yunmu kill at such a cost. Now, I will agree to your previous request, to leave seclusion, and finally strike once more, Su Yunmu said softly. Time is limited. Who do I need to kill? Malice, the universe, or the worm? Li Liuli clenched his fists and finally spoke, the worm. In the instance, even if the creators were suppressed, it was still difficult for Li Liuli to completely kill them. And the worm, skilled in self-preservation, was even less likely to die at Li Liuli's hands. This was also why Li Liuli prioritized locking the worm in the confinement chamber. If Carl realized and used the worm as bait to probe Li Liuli's current condition, then they would have no reason to fear this instance at all. Given Li Liuli's current situation, under their rule violation, he could only act once at most, and this time, he could only guarantee to severely injure one creator. The chance of completely killing the creator is not high. The cost is that, after losing fixed abilities, Li Liuli becomes a corpse. This is the situation he is currently facing. Of course, if he devours the shadow of desolation, then he will be able to kill a creator without dying. But in doing so, he will also lose his combat ability. After the dungeon ends, Ji Ming will also have to face the siege of two creators. Worm? Su Yunmu raised an eyebrow. You really have given me a tough problem. If the senior can't do it. Su Yunmu waved his hand to interrupt Li Liuli, who said I can't do it. You just watch closely. Su Yunmu took another step and disappeared from the apartment of the disaster bringer, while Li Liuli also sensed that this apartment had only officially become his tool today. Li Liuli's consciousness surfaced, returning to that simple mental hospital. Su Yunmu, not knowing when, appeared in the deep corridor and opened the door to the confinement room. Huan Yu stood up, looking at the old man whose life was constantly fading, seemingly on the verge of death, with suspicion in his eyes. The creator of the command? The command was about to become the 8th great rule at that time, but because Su Yunmu was unwilling to accept the abyss's bestowal, they were forced to leave. Huan Yu believed he was being devoured by the rules in an unknown corner. No creator can leave the round table without an anchor. Thanks to you all, I am nearing the end. Su Yunmu's eyes were cold. Now, I have come to collect your lives. The door opened, and the worm peeked out sneakily, then, upon seeing him, exclaimed, Su Yunmu? You're not dead? Su Yunmu smiled coldly, his authoritative voice echoing in the deep corridor. Submit. The worm, suppressed, bent its legs uncontrollably. Su Yunmu hesitated for no moment, pointing like a sword, and swung his hand. Before the worm could react, its head was chopped off by Su Yunmu. Before the head had completely fallen to the ground, it transformed into a thick gray liquid, exploding into wriggling little worms, flying towards Su Yunmu's face. Stop. Su Yunmu merely let out a faint grunt, and the worm fell powerless to the ground as if it had lost all its energy. After this brief delay, the worm's head finally grew back, but instead of confronting Su Yunmu head-on, it transformed into a puddle of flowing gray liquid, spreading towards Huan Yu's location. In the Upper Alliance, the worm is the weakest in combat power but the strongest in self-preservation. Soul Dominion. Su Yunmu emitted a profound growl again, with most of his body already turned to yellow sand, slowly dissipating with the cold wind blowing through the corridor. The worm's body stiffened again, as if the person before it had gained control over its life. Grand Death. Su Yunmu seemed to have exhausted all his strength, his voice resonating in everyone's hearts. Everyone present, including the creators, felt as if their hearts had ceased to beat for a moment. The worm faced this command, enough to leave a shadow in everyone's hearts, and its pupils instantly dilated. The gray liquid bubbled, and when the bubbles popped, out came crimson liquid. It turned out the worm could also bleed red blood. Su Yunmu was almost entirely turned to yellow earth, with only the last hand, pointed like a sword, remaining. He gently brushed toward the worm's head. The force was very light, like a dying old man wanting to touch his junior one last time. Yet this final gentle touch severed all the worm's vitality completely. And Su Yunmu fully transformed into a wisp of yellow earth, with the particles not blown away by the breeze but settling in place, forming a small mound. The crimson spread, completely replacing the original gray liquid. The worm knelt on the ground, with no visible injuries on its body. It seemed to be asleep, but had severed all signs of life. Today, the worm, a high-ranking existence and a creator of mutations, has fallen. With the death of the worm, everyone present felt a deep, unexplainable sensation in their hearts. The world seemed to suddenly empty, and something that had been lingering in the air suddenly disappeared. "Goodbye, Senior Su," Li Liuli quietly looked at the scene, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Although he and Su Yunmu were only nodding acquaintances, he had indeed helped him a lot. If it weren't for Su Yunmu, he might have been dead long ago. That guy Su Yunmu is already completely ahead of us. Luisho's gaze was forlorn, clearly he had some past connection with Su Yunmu. Huan Yu's pupils widened, as if having difficulty accepting it. Evil opened its mouth, and a blasphemous whisper exploded in everyone's ears. Its mood was also very bad. Li Liuli did not miss this opportunity and looked at Evil. "No loud noises during free activity time. I punish you with confinement." As soon as the words fell, several muscular men in caretaker uniforms rushed out, grabbing Evil and throwing her in without even moving the worm's corpse, slamming the door shut. Only Huan Yu and Carl were left on the scene. The two looked at each other. "Alright, free activity time is over, everyone, proceed to the cafeteria orderly." Li Liuli continued to preside over the instance, his body growing weaker. He must find a time to heavily wound Huan Yu and end the instance. Li Liuli had already modified some of the instance clearance rules in advance through distorted shadow. Whether killing other patients or just patients like himself, they could leave the mental hospital. Of course, after simplifying the clearance conditions, Li Liuli added an extra rule. To leave the mental hospital, one must obtain their discharge certificate. This way, even if Carl was smart, he could not leave smoothly. As long as his body could hold on, he could keep wearing down the opponent. Li Liuli tightened the distorted shadow in his palm, ready to use it at any moment. He had to wait for Huan Yu to break the rules before using it. If used too soon, it might raise their alertness. What if he really decided to be a good patient who obeyed the rules? That would be bad. The human-level instance was different from the king-level conflicts, hiding many potential rules. As he walked, Li Liuli suddenly felt something was continuously falling from his body. He immediately looked down and found that the skin on his thigh seemed unable to stay attached, and large patches were falling off through his pants leg. His nails began to fall off too, just moving his joints felt as if he lost connection with his fingers. "I must hurry." The cafeteria at 4:30 was very vacant, with only a caregiver in green clothes pushing a large pot filled with a white paste. Everyone could get a serving. Huan Yu initially wanted to refuse, but was persuaded by Carl. No one knew if there was a hidden rule in it. As everyone ate the tasteless paste, Li Liuli approached Ji Ming and the others. "If I let you out, can you fight against a creator?" Li Liuli whispered. Having so many creators drawn in by both the shrine and instance was too much of a burden for him right now. The fixed effects acting on him would soon wear off. "Evil can't, but Huan Yu can," Ji Ming answered simply. "Have you ever seen the Grim Reaper?" Li Liuli continued to ask. "No. What time is it, and you're still sleeping?" Li Liuli wished he could smash the Grim Reaper's skull. If he really had that ability. "I will let you leave the mental hospital with Huan Yu. I have reached my limit." Li Liuli communicated the next plan with everyone. "After going out, you will handle Huan Yu and Carl." "All right." Luisho nodded. Ji Ming suddenly turned to Chu Shiqiu and asked, "Are you willing to temporarily gain the ability of mutation? The cost is death." After speaking, fearing that everyone wouldn't understand, she added, "When the worm perishes and the rules are masterless, I can forcibly alter your fate with the River of Destiny, allowing you to gain the status of a creator, but afterwards, you will be erased by destiny. This is the most special ability of the Fate Creator, Fate Stealing. It can directly steal the fate of others and transfer it to someone else. Of course, the higher the status of the person, the greater the cost of stealing their fate. Usually, it is 1-for-1. Everyone fell silent, looking at Chu Shiqiu. After the previous battle with the worm, Chu Shiqiu had transformed into an old man, his body covered with deep wrinkles like dragon grooves, veins bulging in a grayish-blue color. His back was no longer as confident and upright as the first time Li Liuli met him. Now, he resembled a lonely old man without support. If it can't be done, let me do it, Louis Shou said, looking up. My life is more resilient, perhaps I won't be erased. Stealing the status of a creator, even for me as a fellow creator, I will be devoured by the river of destiny. Ji Ming was always straightforward. I am willing. Finally, Zhu Shiqiu made his decision, his broad shoulders sagging down as if he were a hero calmly facing death after finishing his last task. There is no time for me to reach level 9. The curse of death has already consumed all my flesh and blood. It's time to put an end to it. Seeing that Zhu Shiqiu had made up his mind, Li Liuli could only take out 3 discharge certificates and hand them to them. Next, I will release your doppelgangers. After defeating them, you can leave. Similarly, he handed the discharge certificates to Carl and Huan Yu. Li Liuli can't hold on any longer. Carl immediately reached a conclusion, but he remained cautious. Or is he pretending to be weak to mislead us? Due to the influence of Constance, apart from Li Liuli, everyone else couldn't peek into Li Liuli's current physical condition. Carl was certain that the human-level instance was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Especially the celestial-level instance. Now, please return to your rooms in an orderly manner, and do not make noise. I will come to check at any time. Li Liuli seemingly carelessly glanced at Carl. This made Carl's doubts deepen. According to the description of the doppelgangers in Rule 0, they are probably in our rooms. Carl continued to speculate. Plus the discharge certificates, killing the doppelgangers should allow us to leave. Could it be that Li Liuli is really at his last breath, letting us leave first to deal with the malicious lord alone? Or is this all a trap by Li Liuli, his actual targets being me and Lord Huan Yu? Against a clever person like Carl, the empty city strategy is always the best tactic. Li Liuli predicted Carl's prediction of his prediction. Of course, if Carl ultimately chose not to act, he could let the malicious leave and then deal with Huan Yu. Regardless, Li Liuli only needed to handle one creator, his body could fully bear it. He believed that with the arrogance and intelligence of the upper-level alliance members, they would surely not let him down. As he walked through the dim corridor, Carl took the chance to approach Huan Yu and shared his speculation with him. I think we shouldn't leave. Li Liuli should be unable to hold on any longer. Carl expressed his suggestion. Huan Yu scoffed coldly, want to kill the malicious? With his current strength, it's impossible. The malicious has already received the blessings of the abyss. Our goal is the river of destiny, we cannot let the weaver of fate leave so easily. The universe has its own thoughts. Carl knew he couldn't change the other's decision, so he could only nod. Back in the ward, Carl opened the door, and sure enough, he saw someone who looked exactly like him, with an eerie smile on his face. Carl was already prepared, countless fine threads shot out from his robes, aiming to instantly kill the opponent. The other Carl also mimicked his movements, with countless fine threads beneath his robe. Just as the two were locked in a fierce battle, Carl suddenly heard a crisp sound from behind. The door to his room was opened, and Li Liuli was standing there, looking at him with a half-smile. How did he come here? Could his purpose really be me and the universe? Then why didn't he go find the universe first, but came to find me instead? What have I done to deserve this? Carl felt a cold chill rise in his heart. He never expected Li Liuli would appear outside his room. Fighting is prohibited in the room, according to the rules, you will be punished. Li Liuli's words were like a judgment, ringing in Carl's head. Carl then realized that with the suppression on him, he could not defeat Li Liuli. He was like the ruler of this mental hospital. It was a crushing superiority in rank. Li Liuli raised the Spirit King scepter, instantly appearing in front of Carl, and the scepter struck directly at Carl's face. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Carl's head was dented. The Li Liuli, once so insignificant that Carl didn't even want to glance at him, now with just a casual strike, could severely wound him. Carl reacted quickly. Under his blue and white striped patient uniform, countless ghastly white hands appeared, opening their palms like mouths, chanting some evil song. But under the fixed reinforcement, Li Liuli was completely unaffected. Carl's rank had become so insignificant that it couldn't hurt Li Liuli anymore. Li Liuli smiled and raised the scepter again. Li Liuli slowly walked out of Carl's room. Inside the room lay 2 identical corpses, both of their heads smashed to mush. Old Chu is going to sacrifice as well. I naturally won't let you continue to live. Both of you should have one ending. Li Liuli said softly, I will give you an ending. Carl, who had repeatedly targeted China, one of the human ceilings, the beautiful country's Carl, was completely erased today. Li Liuli gently closed the door, but it made a rustling sound. The skin on his cheeks began to peel off in chunks. It was a very strange feeling. Li Liuli felt no discomfort at all. In fact, he felt better than ever before. But his body was unknowingly slowly crumbling. Every time he turned around, Li Liuli could see piles of skin tissue or blood vessels, trailing along the path he had come from, continuously extending. He was finally reaching his limit. But fortunately, the universe and the other creators had successfully left the mental hospital, and Li Liuli's pressure instantly lightened. There should be about an hour left. After merging with the shadow of Li Liuli, time should be extended. Li Liuli muttered to himself, opening the door to the isolation room. Malice was standing in the corner, her eyes now just whites, staring intensely at Li Liuli. She sensed that all the other creators had left, and was therefore very angry. Profane whispers filled Li Liuli's ears. At this moment, he could hear no other sound. Attacking the doctor, you will be punished. Li Liuli's lips curled up, his eyes filled with madness. I have never truly killed a creator. He took out the shadow of Li Liuli that he had been hiding in his palm and swallowed it in one bite. Buzzing revealed the deep, invisible, endless void outside. Dreamlike starlight danced like jumping spirits, outlining a purple shadow very similar to Li Liuli, but more tall and mature, stepping through the void, merging with Li Liuli. Li Liuli's body instantly stiffened, a memory sealed in his mind fully awakened. So it turns out, I was setting my sights on it back then. Li Liuli murmured, his gaze growing firmer. He punched his chest, the fixed power enhancing once again. The blasphemous whispers still existed but no longer completely paralyzed Li Liuli's actions. In a situation of equal rank, the fixed power could not entirely negate the ability of Malice. On the other side, after stepping out, the vast hand of the universe waved, the dim sky replaced once again by a stunningly eerie, writhing starry sky. Chaotic emotions enveloped Lu Yishou and Chu Jiqiu, causing them to instantly lose their combat abilities. They forgot everything except for the instinctive act of breathing. Your essence has been polluted, how can you defeat me? The universe sneered, hands forming seals. A meteor with a flaming tail hurtled toward the river of destiny. At this moment, Jiming realized that the distant starry sky was not the earthly phenomenon summoned by the universe, but the birthplace of entropy, the star dome. Originally, the star dome should have been dazzling and gorgeous, filled with countless starry skies entangled, displaying a beautiful scene of deduction. But now, the star dome was left with only a writhing sky that seemed to have tentacles and open eyes. You have been completely polluted by the abyss, becoming its servant. Jiming's tone remained cold. So what? The victor is king, the final result is, you die, and I live, that's enough. The universe's tone was indifferent. With the same blessing of a birthplace, part of Jiming's river of destiny was also polluted. She could never overpower herself. Jiming did not respond, her wide-sleeved gauze dress lightly swirling, her elegant hand forming various strange seals, and the river of destiny responded, dropping down golden threads. The dance was graceful, every step unexpected, yet each step seemed to be anticipated. She appeared to be completing the most beautiful dance in the world. As she danced, the descending lines of fate gradually gathered together, stained with a mottled gray. Then Jiming gently blew, and an unremarkable, dim but still solid line of fate covered the gray thick line above. In the distance, Chu Jiqiu was immediately covered by a layer of gray liquid. In the next second, the gray liquid exploded, transforming into countless headless, eyeless, writhing worms, flying toward that bizarre starry sky. Chu Jiqiu also wanted to use his rank to pollute the star dome. After all, the battle ability after transformation was too weak, pollution was his main force. Of course, polluting a divine birthplace of rules was extremely difficult. If it took Chu Jiqiu 2 hours to fight after gaining transformation abilities, then after choosing to pollute the star dome, that time would be shrunk to 10 minutes. The universe's expression changed drastically, completely unexpected by this occurrence. He stood up intending to organize Chu Jiqiu, but Jiming, carrying countless lines of fate, blocked the universe's path. At the round table, the ghost face seemed somewhat anxious. Finally, unwilling to wait any longer, he got up and approached the only modeled wooden door of the round table, turning the handle. If Ghostface descended to the human realm to assist the universe, the situation would instantly reverse. What came into view was a piece of beautiful scenery with lush green grass and flowers blooming everywhere. Ghostface stopped in his tracks. Welcome to the land where the dead have no burial place. Under the towering tree in the distance, the Grim Reaper, unknown when. He put on a long robe that could cover his skeleton. And behind him, he carried a scythe almost 5 times the size of a death god. The ghostly face said nothing, and the mask hanging at his waist showed an angry expression at the same time. Ah, the worm is gone, no one can translate your words anymore. The death god sighed and then took a step forward. The lush green grass instantly wilted, and the blooming flowers turned into beating hearts. Only the dead can come to the abyss. The death god took down the scythe from his back. I have slept for so long, it's time for me to wake up and see what you have done. The world suddenly turned pitch black, with only the scythe emitting a cold light. Clang. Chapter 187. Malice opened its mouth, and the eye sockets filled with white reflected 2 blood-stained mouths, giving off a strange kind of beauty. Li Liuli's expression instantly turned silly, as if the figure standing before him was no longer an enemy, but the one he should give all his love to. the ground suddenly caved in, and an all-consuming darkness slowly spread. Unknowingly, a thick layer of darkness stained Li Liuli's body. Roar! As the darkness stained Li Liuli's body, his form instantly lit up with a faint golden glow, and his dragon blood boiled. Li Liuli's consciousness immediately returned, and a pair of dragon wings made of rotting flesh and blood opened from his back. His two eyeballs lit up with black and purple lights. Li Liuli opened his mouth and exhaled a freezing breath, forming floating ice beneath his feet, keeping him from falling into the abyss that could swallow everything. The purpose of the black goat consuming the eerie world is to let the abyss pollute this place and connect this world. As the dragon clan that has directly confronted the abyss and reclaimed the eternal prison, they are very sensitive to the aura of the abyss. Thus, the dragon blood boiled instantly. With the constant status, Li Liuli could discern all the rules, but the bottomless abyss beneath his feet did not belong to any of the 7 great rules. Malice can actually directly invoke the power of the abyss? No wonder Weaver of Fate said they could not resist Malice. The body of Malice fell straight down, and its ghastly white arms seemed to be the only color in the abyss. Through that pale light, Li Liuli saw a huge structure standing in the abyss. It was a giant cross turned upside down. And on the cross was a huge creature. Thick darkness covered it like flames. Malice actively pressed against the creature, and the two slowly fused together. Then the monster violently trembled and detached from the cross. It slowly lifted its head, with only a massive pupil on its face. The pale pupil gazed at Li Liuli. Countless arms stained with darkness grabbed Li Liuli's limbs, dragging him towards the abyss. That spot in the abyss was awakening. Li Liuli felt the boiling blood in his body being doused with a bucket of cold water. The endless chill could even freeze his consciousness. You summoned me. I have come. Last time you were not prepared, this time, are you ready? A chilling voice began a conversation with Li Liuli from the void. What does it mean? I summoned the abyss? Does the last time refer to the day I escaped from the abyss of the dark forest yesterday? Li Liuli was shocked. How big of a mess did his past life leave for him? The huge monster silently stood face to face with Li Liuli, as if waiting for his response. Li Liuli seized the brief moment to think rapidly. The timing doesn't match. According to the dream created by the nightmare, Li Liuli became the creator at the latest time among the 7 great rules. At that time, the worms had already embraced the abyss. Unless the wandering of his past life was not the first life. Li Liuli was completely lost. He had no idea what his former self was thinking. Isn't this asking for trouble? It's time to embrace evolution. The abyss creature saw that Li Liuli did not respond and opened its arms, as endless black mist began to squirm, extending out tentacle-like things that climbed up Li Liuli's body. The two were constantly getting closer. Since he couldn't figure it out, he would let another version of himself think for him. Li Liuli struggled to communicate in the system space, retrieving the remaining bottle of the forgetting soup from the side quest in the underworld, and downing it in one gulp. A hot sensation rushed down his throat. Li Liuli felt as if his head was splitting in two, an extremely crazy consciousness reviving from within. It's up to you. Li Liuli finally could no longer hold on and fell into a coma, completely entrusting control of his body to his second personality. Li Liuli's mouth curled into an exaggerated arc. He moved his body and then noticed the black tentacles on him. Abyss material? And an anchor. Looks like my luck isn't too bad this lifetime. Li Liuli opened his mouth without hesitation, his neck stretching and bending as he took a bite out of himself. Muffled chewing sounds came from Li Liuli's mouth as he swallowed the abyss material. At the same time, Li Liuli's spiritual power surged, reaching the peak of level 8 in an instant. The abyss creature instantly retracted its tentacles as if it had been electrocuted. Tisk, why is this body so weak? Li Liuli muttered to himself, looking at his own body in disdain, then stood in midair, gazing at the huge abyss creature. You deceived me? The abyss creature let out a vague roar, incredibly furious at that moment. Do you intend to eat me? I just did what you wanted to do to me. Li Liuli shrugged and then punched out. The entire space froze instantly, like a photograph. The deep purple starlight in the void shone down on the abyss. Just as Li Liuli was about to make his next move, the abyss creature suddenly broke free from its fixed state, its pale gaze carrying an aura of destruction. Li Liuli's body expanded, growing gray pus-filled blisters that burst forth with black abyss material, unable to resist even with constant fixed abilities. A serious expression flickered in Li Liuli's blood-red mocking pupils. Although he had successfully entered the abyss this time, he was simply too weak to contend against it. This lifetime, he was just a lucky waste. Just when Li Liuli determined he would fail and prepared to escape into the void to create another self, a yellow murky liquid spread throughout his body. Undying protection? Li Liuli's gaze softened as he exhaled lightly. That lazy guy finally woke up? With undying protection and constant fixation, even if Li Liuli actively sought death, it would be hard to achieve. Since he wouldn't die, he had to find a way to increase his power. Li Liuli possessed an idea as he looked down into the boundless darkness. Although referred to as the second personality by the main body, he not only held all of the main body's memories but even memories that the main body did not possess. He knew very well that the abyss and the Black Forest had already connected. And the Black Forest was the habitat of the Black Goat. If he could consume it, then he would break through to level 9, or even level 10. At that time, with the power born of rules by using the anchor, he could attempt to devour the abyss in reverse. Li Liuli laughed maniacally. He no longer maintained his body floating but instead plummeted toward the abyss. Old monster, I want to eat lamb. When I finish eating, I will come to find you. Black tentacles appeared on the body of the abyss monster, trying to pull Li Liuli back, but they all entered his mouth. Chapter 188. Although Li Liuli's body had basically rotted completely, not a single piece of flesh remained intact. He would not die under the protection of his constance and immortality. Even if he died, he could still use the rules to create another self and start again. This is the origin power of the constance. Li Liuli laughed loudly, getting further and further away from the abyss monster, until finally, he felt his direction suddenly reverse, flying backward and landing on a pitch-black grassland. Li Liuli dragged his rotting body, lying on the hard lawn, and shouted out. Don't sleep. Get up quickly. He woke up the other consciousness that had been sleeping in his mind. Only then did Li Liuli slowly awaken, with one eye red and the other black, forming a stark contrast. Li Liuli had never felt such mental chaos. The memories of the second personality were gradually merging with his own. Now, eat lamb, eat the abyss. Do you understand? The mouth on the red side opened and closed, then eat everything, of course, except for the Weaver of Fate. He intended to become completely one with Li Liuli. This was the closest he had ever been to success. Why should I do this? The mouth under the black pupil suddenly rebutted. Eating the abyss is fine, but why should I eat everything? This is how you can evolve and become the master of this world. An arrogant voice came from the other half of the mouth. He had gone mad, or rather, after so many revivals, the first generation of Constance had turned into a paranoid madman. This was also why, once the second personality awakened, it would indiscriminately devour all spiritual energy or eerie energy. I don't need to evolve. The black eyes were crawling with crimson veins. Since entering the first dungeon, Li Liuli had never fully rested, never thought about why he wanted to grow stronger. He only knew that without clearing the dungeon and becoming stronger, he would die. So he set a small goal for himself, to enter the Upper Alliance and explore the source of the dungeons. And now, this question has been answered. He had already been a member of the Upper Alliance for a very long time. And the dungeons were also a means for the Upper Alliance to rule the world. Just like Nipple Joy. As long as people live in fear, no one will think of rebellion. And even if one could progress through the dungeons step by step towards the Upper Alliance, it would only mean becoming a high-level guide. If you are gifted, able to understand the rules and become a creator of rules, then members will throw olive branches at you. At that time, you would only face two choices. Join, or be killed. Su Yunmu had clearly chosen the latter, or perhaps he had no choice at all. Overthrow the Upper Alliance, erase the abyss, and return to a normal life. That's enough. The blood vessels in the black eyes became clearer. What a lazy waste. Only garbage would gather together. The mouth under the red eyes spoke with a tone of disappointment. But soon, he calmed down and said coldly with a smile, when we merge, you will understand me, and you will know just how naive you are. A hint of crimson spread in the black eyes. In the red eyes, deep black appeared. Li Liuli's consciousness drifted through the river of memories, experiencing all the memories of the second personality in the first person. His temples bulged as his body battled against the pollution of the abyss, constantly being reborn and rotting. A touch of madness stained the two pupils of Li Liuli. That is a memory spanning thousands of years. He gradually began to understand the emotions of his second personality. In the silence of tens of thousands of years, besides the Weaver of Fate, who always chose to accompany him, there was truly nothing worthy of nostalgia. However, he still did not approve of the other's actions. He still had his own friends and elders. At least, he did not want Luisho and Chen Jingyi to die. He still wanted to see these two old geezers pointing at each other's noses and arguing. He also remembered that member of the underworld, Zero. He had gained that memory and knew Zero's past, so of course, he could guess that he had not walked out of the underworld that day. If the ever-burning torch is the ability gained by the creator, it is an anchor that will not backfire. Li Liuli's experiences are another form of anchor that can maintain his consciousness. The madness spreading in his eyes was suppressed and began to slowly dissipate. Li Liuli let out a long breath as if released from a burden. I have struggled with myself for a long time, I choose to be myself. In the end, he punched his own face, triggering his fixed ability, allowing Li Liuli to quickly calm down. However, in his eyes, that trace of recklessness, that willingness to risk everything, had already become his baseline. If someone stared at Li Liuli for a long time, they would find that he did not resemble a human, but rather a monster wearing human skin. His expressions and actions all seemed extremely out of place. Li Liuli picked up all the rotten meat that had fallen on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Inside it contained a trace of abyssal power, a great supplement. Soon, the rotten meat on his body was replaced by newly grown tender tissues, and Li Liuli's nose twitched slightly as he staggered forward. As he advanced, Li Liuli's expression became more and more normal, and that sense of incongruity gradually dissipated. The ninth rank's pressure spread invisibly, causing the Baimu clan, who discovered Li Liuli, to submit one after another. He ultimately became himself. Now, he was going to taste the flavor of the Black Mountain Goat. A path gradually extended, and in the distance was a space formed by intertwining chains, the illusory flames causing the air to visibly distort. That was the abyss. Li Liuli finally understood the birthplace of the Nine Nether. In the Black Forest, many strange creatures that Li Liuli had never seen before had appeared, and they had all been polluted. And the abyss would become the first place for their descent. The formless flames could engulf everything but could not stop the creations of the abyss, and Li Liuli, under the protection of the Nine Nether, would likewise not be burned by the flames. At the moment Li Liuli stepped into the 9th rank, the Nine Nether also claimed kingship, stepping into the 7th rank. High Heaven Origin. The writhing starry sky was covered by a third of gray, viscous matter, and upon closer inspection, one would find that it was dense clusters of worms pressing against each other. Beneath the strange starry sky, there flowed a golden river made up of threads of golden fate. The river also had a third stain with a sickly white, as it was filled with constantly swaying arms. The universe waited and waited, yet could not wait for the Ghostface's support. Even though his mind was not working well, he could still understand. The Grim Reaper has struck. The entanglement with the Weaver of Fate no longer held any significance. He could not defeat the Weaver of Fate when the same third of the original source had been polluted. Chapter 189. The heart of the universe had already sprouted the intention to retreat. The most crucial battle at present should be the confrontation between Li Liuli and Malice. And Malice has already been able to communicate with the abyss. He did not believe that Li Liuli could remain untainted by the abyss. The starry sky flickered as circles of ripple-like halos spread, bouncing Chu Jicho, who had turned into gray slime, away. Meanwhile, the Weaver of Fate was also covered by that circle of ripples, his thoughts instantly interrupted, freezing in place. The body of the universe became increasingly transparent, starlight spilling from his body. With an unusual dreamlike feeling, he seized this opportunity, got up, and stepped into that starry sky, and then the wriggling whirlpool suddenly shrank. He escaped. Weaving Fate saw this, said nothing more, and golden threads wrapped around Chu Jicho, slowly pulling him back, then merging with the River of Fate, dissipating between heaven and earth. She did not make a deal with the abyss. Using the River of Fate like this put a huge burden on her body. If she did not return to the Great Round Table, she could very well be swallowed by the River of Fate. Only Luisho, Chu Jicho, and Chen Jingyi, who was missing an arm, remained in Takamagara. After discovering Luisho was not there on his way to Huaxia, he hurried back. There was no clean inch of skin on Chu Jicho's body. Countless worms crawled out from his pores, wriggling, and finally slowly merging again. Chu Jicho looked like a humanoid creature made of worms, with life in every part of his skin, constantly surging. If Weaving Fate were present, one would see that his fate thread had been broken into segments. He had reached the end of his life. Luisho and Chen Jingyi silently came to his side and sat down on the ground. Chen Jingyi took out 3 bottles of Brave the World, with layers of fine ice flowers appearing on them. This was temporarily frozen using the Magic Dragon Clan's ability. How long has it been since we gathered like this before? Chen Jingyi was the first to raise his cup to the sky. Many years ago. Chu Jicho trembled as he accepted the beer. The pull tab had already been opened by Luisho, and worms crawled from his arm, falling into the bubbling beer. I really miss the old days. Chen Jingyi sighed. Chu Jicho doesn't even know you, what do you miss? Luisho rolled his eyes at him. These are all my lines. Chen Jingyi was older than Luisho and Chu Jicho, possessing dragon blood, making his lifespan nearly infinite. Unlike Luisho and Chu Jicho, who had lived a little over 100 years and were about to kick the bucket. Alright, Luisho could still hang on for a while longer. Chen Jingyi's face stiffened but quickly returned to normal. Isn't this the atmosphere we've come to? You old man still can't understand the mood. No wonder the Lu family can't tolerate you. You really want to get beaten up, don't you? Luisho rolled up his sleeves. You don't think that just because you're missing an arm, I won't hit you, do you? The two immediately started fighting. The armless Chen Jingyi quickly fell into a disadvantage, with Luisho on top of him, one hand stuck up his nose. But Chen Jingyi refused to back down, using his other hand to grab Luisho's beard. Even beating handicapped people, do you have no shame? Chen Jingyi protested indignantly. Don't you know that when fighting a cripple, you should kick their good leg? Luisho said with a spirited expression. Until Chu Jicho coughed violently, spitting out beer along with many struggling and wriggling worms, the two finally stopped their movements. You can't even drink anymore, you're done for. Chen Jingyi glanced at him. You talk too much. Luisho gave him a light smack on the head. It's been a long time since I've felt this relaxed. Chujicho sighed heavily, the spiritual energy within him completely dissipated, and that world-ranked top-tier evil spirit was nowhere to be seen. The river of fate had even severed the fate thread of that evil spirit. At this moment, Chujicho looked like a seriously ill old man in bed. You should have hidden in the world like I did long ago. Luisho gently patted Chujicho's shoulder. Worms crawled out from his pores, sticking to Luisho's hand, causing his skin to spasm as well. But Luisho did not care at all. Strands of sword intent wandered over his skin, erasing all the worms that wanted to contaminate him. Your plans are much more powerful and difficult than mine. Chujicho glanced at Luisho. It seems to carry some blame. It would have been great if I was called then. Chujicho was already somewhat tired of these matters. In his youth, he also had a dream of becoming a wandering hero in the world. But in the end, he chose to bury this youthful dream in his heart and took on the work of the previous generation's investigator chief. This is the nature of Chujicho, otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to use his life to fight for a flicker of hope for Wei Ming and Li Liuli. The great hero fights for the country and the people. Chujicho squinted his eyes, and in the sky of Gaotian Yuan, the sun finally dispelled the haze, revealing a hint of brightness. In this beam of dazzling golden light, Chujicho's gaze gradually lost its focus, as if he saw the ambitious young self of his youth, with an uninhibited smile, walking toward himself. His arm trembled, just stretching it out felt like it was draining all his strength. He picked up the beer and drank it all in one go, this time without vomiting it back out. Closing his eyes, it was as if he had fallen asleep or gotten drunk. Luisho and Chen Jingyi fell silent at the same time, no longer arguing, and drank their beers in one gulp. Where is Li Liuli? Chen Jingyi looked toward Luisho. I don't know, he used the instance to kill a creator. Luisho recounted the events that had happened. The two old men listened like they were hearing a story about the rise of their descendants, their faces filled with kindness. Take me there. After hearing Luisho's story, Chen Jingyi suddenly spoke, your task is done, but I still have one last thing to do. Chen Jingyi rarely showed a hint of urgency. If we don't hurry to find him, little Li won't be the little Li we know anymore. Luisho immediately got up and grabbed the slightly swaying sleeve of Chen Jingyi. He is not in the human world, he can only be in the mysterious realm or the abyss. Luisho's right hand grasped in the void, and an ancient, pure white long sword appeared in his hand. He waved it gently, there was no sound, no light, and a pitch-black crack appeared in the air, emitting a sinister aura mixed with energy that could take the mind, appearing in Gaotian Yuan. The two stepped into the crack. Black forest. Li Liuli strolled in the pitch-black forest. Occasionally, grotesquely twisted monsters appeared around, but before they could approach Li Liuli, they seemed to be paused in time, firmly fixed in mid-air. Li Liuli reached out to grab one and then took a bite. The crisp sound of chewing echoed, a tangible darkness spread from Li Liuli's body, then paused, slowly disappearing. Finally, he walked out of the plane and entered a world that seemed composed of countless iron chains. There stood a giant figure, like a demon king from hell, quietly waiting for Li Liuli's arrival. The black goat's long neck curved slightly, its head lowered, and its blood-red eyes looked down at Li Liuli from above. Chapter 190. An invisible pressure spread, carrying enough mental pollution to make any king below level 9 fall into panic and despair. Li Liuli, however, only raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile with a hint of madness. I'm here for lamb. As soon as the words fell, Li Liuli punched himself. Purple light radiated like a virus, constantly spreading from Li Liuli's center. The void turned into a web-like pattern, covering everything. With an anchor, Li Liuli is strong enough to crush all creators. Of course, excluding the Grim Reaper of the Round Table. According to memory, the Grim Reaper, as the oldest creator, likely also has his anchor, but he has never shown it. In 1,000 years, the time he has awakened probably hasn't even added up to a day. The Black Forest seemed to be in a state of time standing still. All the polluted sinister movements came to a halt. The web-like purple veins covered the huge hooves of the black goat, and the black goat responded. It opened its mouth wide, like a black hole, creating a tremendous pulling force. Even Li Liuli's body was uncontrollably flying towards the sky. This was exactly what Li Liuli longed for. He also opened his mouth, and a giant red and white writhing mouth appeared on his chest, diving into the black goat's mouth. The black goat closed its mouth and began to chew slowly. After about 3 breaths, the chewing suddenly stopped, a purple light shining from between its brows, spreading down like blood vessels. Puff! Li Liuli burst out from the black goat's head, his mouth stained with some pitch-black flesh, muttering in disdain, this goat's head really tastes bad. The huge body of the black goat staggered, about to fall to the ground at any moment. Li Liuli transformed again into a beam of purple light, diving into the black goat's chest to pull out a heart even larger than himself. Li Liuli tore off a small piece casually, thought about it, and then summoned Joyo, using her invisible fire to roast the meat until cooked before biting into it. Thick juice burst from his mouth, mixed with a faint sweetness amid the stench. Without looking back, Li Liuli walked towards the direction of the abyss. It was time to end it completely. Meanwhile, the giant body of the black goat could no longer bear the strain and wobbled, crashing down to the ground. A black goat capable of crushing any ninth-order human king was killed effortlessly by Li Liuli. After finishing the heart and head, Li Liuli's aura surged once more, the colorful spiritual energy that originally flowed in his dantian gradually turning pitch black, transforming into a sinister and filthy aura. Once it infected someone, it would inevitably cause physical distortion and deformity. But Li Liuli was unaffected. Suddenly, he paused, looking up at the sky. There appeared a spatial crack, and Lu Yu squeezed Chen Jingyi out from the crack. "Director Lu, Uncle Chen, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing the two, Li Liuli couldn't help but relax instantly. Here to seek death? In front of them, Li Liuli always believed he was the protected one. Even if they both joined forces, he could still press them down with one hand, yet he felt a sense of peace. Chen Jingyi looked Li Liuli up and down, eventually asking with some confusion, "Is your brain still okay?" "I'm not insane, what problem could my brain have?" "Have you fused with him?" "Fused?" Question mark. Chen Jingyi's mind filled with a question mark. He was already prepared for sacrifice. The purpose of allowing Li Liuli to learn the dragon transformation heart method, besides withstanding the constant injection and connecting to the void, was also to allow him to resonate with Chen Jingyi. Once the will of the original creator within him awakened, Chen Jingyi could serve as a vessel for the sacrifice, integrating the crazed and obsessive consciousness into his own body. The result would be that the original creator would revive from Chen Jingyi, losing its status, while Li Liuli would completely become the constant's creator. However, it seemed Li Liuli had solved it himself. Is there anything else? Li Liuli continued walking forward. "If there's nothing, I'm off to save the world." According to the memories of the first constant, the abyss was the highest existence in this world, and the constant creator at the time had already reached the peak but had not obtained an anchor. Thus, lured by the abyss, a deal was struck. The deal was that it would help the constant obtain an anchor, while the constant would help the abyss descend upon the last piece of land in this world. Once the abyss descended, with its status, no creator could obstruct it. Unable to win, naturally, they chose to join. Fortunately, in the end, the Grim Reaper took action. As a creator older than Constance, he stood in the abyss with his enormous scythe, launching an attack. The world was sliced into the human realm and the uncanny realm, forcibly severing the connection to the abyss. And the Grim Reaper, due to severe injury and reverse pollution, fell into a long slumber to combat this supreme pollution. However, Constance gained enhancement, the void acquired a touch of abyssal characteristics, and with fixed abilities, they could reverse devour the abyss. But the creators tempted by the abyss naturally would not comply with his wishes. Overall, these events were all caused by Constance themselves. His arrogance made him believe he would not be polluted by the abyss, and in the end, this mess was left for Li Liuli to clean up. Little Li has grown up, huh? He no longer needs us two old fellows. Lu Yishou stroked his beard, saying softly, "I'll go prepare the wine. When you triumph, we shall enjoy a good drink." Chen Jingyi laughed heartily. "Now we no longer need to worry about your drunken antics." Li Liuli did not stop his steps and waved his hand back. Purple lines spread beneath his feet, and the dark forest gradually lit up with dreamlike starlights. In the end, the dark forest was completely covered by the void, turning into a light purple ocean. In this forest, only the central void that could devour everything remained uncovered by the void. As the light approached the void, it was instantly swallowed by darkness, locked in a standoff. Li Liuli strolled to stand in front of the abyss. Below the abyss, a pale eye lit up as it crawled out from the abyss. Li Liuli was momentarily stunned, and the abyssal monster seized the opportunity, black tendrils twisting and intertwining to form a pitch-black spear, thrusting towards Li Liuli's heart. Chapter 191. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and Li Liuli's body was knocked into the sky. The monster failed to break through Li Liuli's defenses. After devouring the black goat, Li Liuli also reached the 10th level, truly becoming a creator. The monster's body swelled, bizarre lumps of flesh appearing, exhaling a chilling breath. First and foremost, Li Liuli's gaze instantly darkened, veins bulging on his forehead, receiving quite a bit of pollution. The monster did not miss this opportunity, its body writhing continuously, abyssal matter wrapping around Li Liuli. It wanted to pollute Li Liuli before he could devour the abyssal matter. It aimed to compete with Li Liuli in speed. The abilities of Constance were indeed difficult to kill completely, which is why the first generation of Constance dared to negotiate with the abyss. After being enveloped by abyssal matter, Li Liuli focused his mind again and without hesitation, punched himself. The fixed ability instantly slowed the spread of abyssal matter, a massive crack splitting open on Li Liuli's chest, breaking through in an instant. He certainly would not be fooled so easily. Devouring this abyssal matter offered no help to his already peak self, it would only pollute his mind and soul. He must find a chance to enter the monster's body and devour its essence. However, even if Li Liuli attained all statuses, fighting against the abyss remained incredibly challenging. That extreme pollution could not even be fully erased by Constance, only endured. Detected that you are facing the abyss directly. Acquired item, boundary stone. Acquired item, purification. Great round table. The mottled ancient door was opened, and Huan Yu walked in. His face was still stained with dead worms long gone, but he did not notice. Because in front of him sat a figure dressed in a black robe. A towering skeleton wielding a gigantic scythe. And on the ground lay a similar black robe, upon which rested a pale mask with blood flowing from its eye sockets. That was the king's protector, the ghost face. Though now he looked like a mere worm. Here? You resisted the corruption, exclaimed Huan Yu in shock. It was eliminated long ago, but it wasn't the right time before, so I continued to deceive you fools. The voice of death was deep and oppressive, and just listening to it made Huan Yu bleed from all 7 orifices. The power of death was enough to crush all other creators. Of course, the premise was that they did not borrow the powers of the abyss. Death had no ability to counter the corruption of the abyss. Therefore, he had been pretending he hadn't recovered, always in slumber. He was the smartest one among the upper echelons of the alliance. Now, all the attention of the abyss was on devouring the phantom realm and Li Liuli, leaving Huan Yu isolated and helpless. Death swung the scythe in his hand, pointing it at Huan Yu. 5 minutes later, Huan Yu lay on the ground like Ghostface, his eyes devoid of all color, his flesh beginning to dissolve, leaving only his clothes on the floor of the grand round table. Death looked up at the colorful stained glass above the round table, then gently sighed. Still can't do it, can you? I'll help you one last time. After that, we will be enemies. The system was hiding something. Li Liuli's eyes sparkled with joy as he took out the cleansing and the realm stone. Cleansing was a small white knife, and Li Liuli's gaze paused on its blade, immediately feeling a sharp pain. Even in realization, cleansing could still cut through. The realm stone was an extremely smooth and masterfully crafted natural creation, its pure white glow could not even be tainted by the materials of the abyss. Li Liuli's figure vanished into the air, using the flash of the Spirit King's scepter to appear in front of the abyss creature. He slashed down from above with cleansing, creating a gigantic gash in the creature's abdomen. Like a ghost, Li Liuli darted inside just as the tentacles were about to wrap around him. However, this seemed exactly what the monster desired, as the wound on its chest immediately sealed up after Li Liuli entered. Even the wound inflicted by cleansing would soon heal. And after entering the monster's body, Li Liuli sensed something was wrong. Here, a deep green light flickered, rippling like water, casting a glow upon Li Liuli. Li Liuli found he had lost all his strength, collapsing onto the unknown writhing tissue beneath him, sinking slowly. Even with a constant fixed presence, he could clearly perceive his strength quickly draining away. The abyss monster had placed the core of the abyss inside its body, and Li Liuli could not stop the pollution of the abyss core. This kind of pollution was unlike any malicious intent. Desecration could lead you to fall, but you could still regain consciousness after being harmed. Yet the pollution of the abyss was more like sinking while still awake. Li Liuli's skin was stained with an eerie green glow, slowly writhing, tentacles sprouting from within, stripping away his power from his body. This was irreversible devouring, and Li Liuli had already lost the opportunity to resist. Oh no! Li Liuli fought against the exhausting fatigue that beckoned him to sleep, struggling to break free from the unknown tissue, but he sank deeper. Thud! At that moment, Li Liuli suddenly heard the sound of a heartbeat, along with a faint floral scent. Vibrant red flowers had grown from the soft tissue below, emitting a faint glow. A closer look revealed a beating heart nestled within the flower's center. This is your last chance, kid. The deep voice of death echoed in his ears. Li Liuli only saw a cold white light suddenly brightening in front of him. The green glow was enveloped by the white light, and with a zap, the monster's abdomen seemed to suffer a heavy blow, instantly cut in half. Yellow liquid flowed out from the monster's body. The Grim Reaper had struck. Li Liuli had no hesitation, seizing this opportunity, but instead of escaping from the monster's body, he raised the Spirit King's staff and in a flash, arrived near the abyss core that emitted a ghostly green glow. He opened his mouth, biting down and swallowing it whole. This was the best opportunity. If missed, the monster would be wary of Li Liuli's abilities, not allowing him near the core. As the core was swallowed by Li Liuli, the abyss began to tremble violently. The monster lost its connection to the core, and its breath immediately faded. Li Liuli forced himself to endure the physical discomfort, lightly slicing to easily cut a large opening and drilled out from the monster's body. Inside the monster's body, pure white light burst forth in circles. He left the boundary stone in the abyss. Without the core, the abyss, under the subtle influence of the boundary stone, would be completely cleansed. Li Liuli flew to the top of the monster's head, opened his mouth, and a never-extinguishing torch appeared in his hand. He thrust the torch violently into the monster's skull. Buzz! The tremors of the abyss and the monster abruptly stopped, as if the pause button had been pressed. Only the gentle light of the boundary stone flickered slightly, like a newborn baby. Chapter 192. Bright light appeared in the sky, and a beam of golden sunlight fell into the abyss. Li Liuli took one last glance at the abyss, which had lost all its pollution abilities, his eyes indifferent, before vanishing in a flash. When he reappeared, he was in front of the Sunlight Orphanage, with fading scars and totally peeling crimson paint. Behind the iron door, Chen Jinyi and Lu Yishou each held a bottle of beer, but they hadn't pulled the tabs, instead staring into the distance, like elderly men waiting for their descendants to visit. The gently pushed door drew the attention of the two elders. "You've come," both said in unison. "I've come," Li Liuli replied coldly. "Let's drink." The two did not mention anything about the abyss, tossing a bottle covered in frost to Li Liuli. Li Liuli drank it in one gulp. A spicy sensation hit him. Li Liuli felt his cheeks flush a bit. This time, he didn't sense the second personality in his body awakening. He had completely merged with himself. But Li Liuli's lips still lifted, revealing a wild smile. "Damn!" Chen Jinyi, who had been closely watching Li Liuli's expression, suddenly changed his face. "Oh no, that guy is back. It seems we can't defeat him now." Lu Yishou's expression also turned vigilant, and he pointed like a sword, ready to attack at any moment. However, Li Liuli's smile suddenly returned to normal, softly saying, "Hee, I'm just pretending. I think you deserve a beating." The two elders relaxed and then lunged forward, pressing Li Liuli down to the ground. "Welcome home. I didn't leave for long anyway." Crack! The crisp sound of bones cracking came, and the expressions of the two elders immediately froze, scrambling to stand up. "You?" Lu Yishou's eyes were filled with doubt, as if he were not the one who could challenge everything, but a gentle elder who was somewhat at a loss. "Just a small problem." Li Liuli used his hand to fix his broken upper body. Let's drink, let's drink." The three silently clinked their glasses, then tilted their heads back, gulping down the beer. "I'm leaving." After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Liuli spoke again, his expression still indifferent, only veins bulging on his forehead. "This time when you leave, will you come back?" Lu Yishou asked nervously after a moment of silence. "Of course, it will, right?" Chen Jinyi looked nervously at Li Liuli. The two did not ask Li Liuli about his condition. They did not dare to ask. "Of course it will," Li Liuli nodded. "After all, this is my home." "Be careful on the road," Lu Yishou stroked his beard. Li Liuli hummed in response, then transformed into a faint stream of light, disappearing from the Sunshine Orphanage. Only the slightly lonely figures of the two old men were left behind. At the large round table, the weathered wooden door was pushed open, and Li Liuli slowly walked in. The Grim Reaper was casually crossing his legs, quite brazenly, waiting for a long time. "Come." The Grim Reaper raised his scythe, just about to say something, but stopped. "Your condition?" "Very bad, but this is the only way." Li Liuli shook his head. "I am no longer the old me, so we do not need to fight." The Grim Reaper knew very well what kind of character the first generation had, an ever-expanding ambition combined with unmatched strength. If he returned, he would surely devour everything and promote his status once again. Golden light intertwined with mottled gray, the weaver of fate's body, formed by the dazzling golden threads of destiny, slowly walked towards Li Liuli. She removed her veil, her perfect face without a single flaw made one doubt. Is such a stunning face really able to exist in this world? Of course, if one had to say there was a flaw, her round pretty face was stained with mottled gray, and her eyes reflected pale hands. She had failed to completely eliminate this pollution. Seeing this, Li Liuli threw a punch, forcibly terminating the pollution with a fixed ability, then gently inhaled. The weaver of fate regained her perfection. But Li Liuli could no longer maintain his indifferent expression, his features twisted together, the veins in his body glowing with a faint green light. The core of the abyss was continuously polluting him. It only needed some time, and Li Liuli would become the next abyss. The weaver of fate's gaze slightly trembled, her graceful steps hesitating as she was about to approach. "I am not him, I apologize." Li Liuli stopped her. The weaver of fate paused, her eyes seemingly rippling with waves. "I see pity." Li Liuli avoided eye contact with the weaver of fate and said to the Grim Reaper, "I want to die without a grave and have a good sleep." After saying this, Li Liuli forced out a smile. "I have died many times before, so I should be able to enter, right?" The others present did not laugh. Li Liuli thought his cold joke might not fit the current atmosphere. Finally, the Grim Reaper silently nodded, one hand supporting his very exposed head, the other holding the huge scythe and waving it casually. "All right, go in." The Grim Reaper looked at Li Liuli. "By the way, it is now called Naraku, but I prefer this name." "Thank you." Li Liuli nodded, did not continue the conversation, but turned and pushed open the mottled wooden door. "As for the follow-up of the Upper Alliance, I'll trouble you to maintain the current situation." After saying this, he walked in, disappearing from the large round table. What came into view was a field of green grass, a gentle breeze blowing, flowers blooming, sending waves of fragrance. The towering trees were laden with bright fruits. Upon closer inspection, you would find they were pulsing hearts. This time, there was no massive skeleton lying under the tree. The sound of flowing water came from the ethereal place, like an illusion, yet very real. Li Liuli's gaze was hazy, tinged with a ghostly green light, as he dragged his weary body step by step to the foot of the tree, finally leaning against the trunk, slowly sinking down. He finally sat down, casting aside all distractions. Having drifted for 1,000 years, he could finally rest. Enjoying the fragrance carried by the breeze, listening to the sound of leaves swing, Li Liuli closed his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep. The end.